On his wedding day, his fiancée is found in a room with her ex-boyfriend. He cancels the wedding on the spot. That very same day, the world ends. Humanity is forced into underground cities, fighting for survival in a virtual world. While others struggle with common classes, he becomes one of only 11 jokers in the entire server, a rare class. However, his damage is permanently stuck at 1. With his survival points about to run out, on the verge of being exiled to a death zone, he receives a quest from a bizarre NPC that could change his fate forever. June 7, 2028, White Jade Hotel, Jeongnan City. The wedding, scheduled for 10 a.m., was delayed by half an hour and still hadn't started. In front of the bride's dressing room, Zhang Chen was being held back by his fiancée Lu Ruyan's family. Inside the room were his fiancée and her ex-boyfriend. Zhang Chen, don't be impulsive. His future mother-in-law pleaded anxiously. Zhang Chen looked at them, their faces a mask of panic, and suddenly found it hilarious. They weren't afraid of his impulsiveness, they were afraid of their family's shame being exposed. Tell Lu Ruyan the wedding is cancelled. With that, he turned and walked away, ignoring their calls. This farce was no longer his concern. As he got into a taxi, snowflakes began to drift down from the sunlit sky. Snow in June, what a strange sight, the driver muttered. The moment Zhang Chen stepped out of the car, disaster struck. Air raid sirens blared across the city, and his phone screen lit up with a red alert. Emergency notice. All citizens return home immediately, do not go outside. More terrifying messages followed, anomalous solar activity. The surface is no longer habitable. Humanity will be transferred to underground cities in batches. The internet exploded. It wasn't a prank. Zhang Chen saw troops being deployed outside his window. Late that night, an official document confirmed the truth. Humanity was entering the core era, surviving in underground cities and living their lives in a virtual third world. Zhang Chen's transfer date was in 3 months. 3 months later, Zhang Chen descended into a massive, honeycomb-like underground city via a shaft elevator. He was assigned a 15-square-meter room and learned the rules of survival. All resources required contribution points. He started with 6,000, but the fixed daily cost was 100. If his balance hit 0, he would be transferred to the silent layer, an area with lethal geothermal radiation. He had only 59 days to live. The only way to survive was to earn points in the third world via the full dive pod in his room. Zhang Chen lay down without hesitation. In a magnificent hall, he chose the Adventure Zone, offering greater risks and rewards. A massive, rotating wheel spun before him and then stopped. Please create a character name. Yang Ye. Congratulations, Survivor, on becoming a rare class holder in the Dragon Country. Class, Joker. You are the 11th Joker. Joker? Zhang Chen was stunned, he hadn't even chosen a class. He checked his attribute panel. Class, Joker. Exclusive Skill 1, Stage Comedy, mimic and copy a target's active skill, dealing 1 to 999 random damage. Limit, 1. Exclusive Skill 2, Poker Acrobatics, draw a poker card to add 1 of 4 effects to attacks for 10s. Taunt, blind, interrupt, or slow. The skills looked powerful. Copying skills had huge potential, and the poker skill was god-tier control. Hope ignited in Zhang Chen's heart. Upon entering Novice Village number 9167, Zhang Chen found the prices exorbitant. A basic piece of gear cost hundreds of contribution points. He couldn't afford it and decided to rely on his skills. He copied a mage's fireball and targeted a level 1, Dumb Goose, outside the village. The fireball shot out. -1, -1. Such bad luck? Zhang Chen was taken aback. It was the lowest possible damage. He kept casting fireball, but the number floating above the goose's head was always a glaring -1. A sense of foreboding washed over him. As his mana ran out, he was pecked to death by the goose. Ding! Player has died. 50% of gold and 50% of experience lost. Back at the revival point, Zhang Chen's face was grim. The 100 gold, from contribution points, he had exchanged was now 50. More critically, he realized the Joker's damage seemed to be locked at 1. He became a server-wide joke. Ding! In Novice Village number 9167, Dumb Goose number 103334 has successfully killed rare class player Yang Ye. The system announcement made the village erupt. Undeterred, Zhang Chen charged at the goose again and again, only to be killed repeatedly. His efforts even fed the goose until it became a field boss. In desperation, he checked the official forums for Joker and found a string of heartbreaking posts. The king of useless classes, the Joker. Just as the name implies, playing the fool, I'm a professional. It turned out the previous 10 Jokers had confirmed it. The class's damage was always 1. Just moments ago, the highest level Joker, Mufeng, had posted his story. At level 10, his new skill was a 30-second healing buff that restored health equal to damage dealt, meaning 1 HP per second. At the end of his post, Mufeng wrote in despair, no matter how hard you persist, you're still just a joker. All hope was extinguished. Zhang Chen's contribution points dwindled with each death penalty. He was about to hit 0 and be transferred to the silent layer, the place of no return. On his final day, as he numbly prepared to walk out of the village for one last time, the strange, muttering old woman NPC at the gate suddenly called out to him. "Young man, wait." Zhang Chen stopped, surprised. He had tried to get a quest from her before, but to no avail. The old woman looked him over and said in a hoarse voice, "After observing you all these days, I believe you are a man who does not fear death. But this time, you are truly going to die." Zhang Chen's heart pounded. How could she know? My son and grandson. They walked out of here, just like you, and never returned. The old woman murmured, then looked at him with gentle eyes. "I have a wish. Will you help me? Go to the southernmost mountain and see if they made it out alive." Ding! You have triggered the serendipity quest. Explore the South Mountain, find the lost wanderers. Do you accept? Accept, Zhang Chen said without hesitation. Don't be hasty, the old woman stopped him, handing him a long sword that glinted coldly. The South Mountain is treacherous. Take this weapon for protection. This scene was witnessed by other players passing by. He triggered a quest. Hey, buddy, what's the quest? Let's team up. A crowd quickly gathered. Zhang Chen refused them all and pushed his way out, heading quickly out of the village. He didn't notice that behind him, several pairs of greedy eyes were fixed on him as they began to follow him quietly. Zhang Chen also felt that quite a few people were following him, but for the moment he had no other way to shake them off and could only let them follow. After all, these players were all at a higher level than Zhang Chen, who was still at level 0, and he simply couldn't outrun them. However, as Zhang Chen traveled south, the levels of the wild monsters around him began to rise. No way, we can't let him go any deeper. Someone finally couldn't hold back. Dude, either tell us how you got the quest, or how about we team up to complete it together? A small, thin player, wielding a dagger, flashed in front of Zhang Chen, blocking his path. Exactly. In just a short while, dozens of players surrounded Zhang Chen. There's no time, Zhang Chen steeled his heart. Worst case, he would die and quietly come back out. Although the pain of death was unforgettable, Zhang Chen had become numb to it after dying so many times. He was indeed a tough guy. With a swift motion, Zhang Chen swung his longsword and directly slashed across the thin player's neck. Fortunately, this game was 100% realistic. Even without skills, Zhang Chen could perform a normal attack with his weapon. Puff! The thin player's pupils widened in disbelief as he looked at Zhang Chen, while a massive damage number floated above his head. Minus 486. Damn, that's a high damage. Be careful. He might be a master on the leaderboard. Seeing Zhang Chen's outrageous damage, the crowd immediately grew tense. The dagger-wielding player, under the astonished gazes of everyone, transformed into a white light and vanished from the spot. One-hit kill. Among the crowd, a player suddenly shouted, "It's the sword in his hand that's the problem." As soon as this was said, many people immediately fixed their eager eyes on the longsword in Zhang Chen's hand. This sword was given by an NPC. Could it be a golden weapon? The crowd, which had initially been somewhat fearful, began to close in on Zhang Chen again. People die for wealth, birds die for food. I am not deceived. Zhang Chen was also a bit shocked. He had originally prepared to fight to the death, at most, getting killed and returning to the novice village. He never expected to directly take out that thin player. Only then did Zhang Chen look at the attributes of the longsword, and a glimmer of shock flashed in his eyes. Mother's Sword, quest item level, none quality, epic attack power, 247 skill, passive, armor break, ignores target's physical defense. Traits, critical hit rate, plus 100%, attack speed plus 100%, details, the sword in the mother's hand, strikes the wandering child 12 strikes per second, every strike a critical hit, daring you to never go home and see your mother. If you wish, mages can also use it to chop people. Note, equipment tier classification in the third world, worn, white, blue, purple, gold, epic, divine, legendary, unique. Such outrageous attributes. Zhang Chen was secretly astonished. This sword ignored defense, maximized attack speed and critical hits, and had no level restrictions. This was simply a divine weapon. Zhang Chen didn't know how many gold coins this sword was worth in the third world, but based on past experience, it could sell for at least 1,000,000 gold coins. However, currently, gold coins in the third world needed to be exchanged for contribution points, and contribution points determined whether one could survive in dungeons. The price of this sword was likely not as high as expected, but these were just Zhang Chen's speculations. No one could say for sure how much it was worth. Moreover, this weapon had no class restrictions. Zhang Chen guessed it might be related to the 100% realism of the third world. Regardless of the weapon, players could use it, but the effectiveness would be somewhat discounted for non-class weapons. At this moment, a large number of players had gathered around Zhang Chen, at least 400 to 500. Looking at the players with greedy eyes surrounding him in layers, Zhang Chen's initially excited heart instantly calmed down considerably. Even with this outrageous weapon, he couldn't possibly take on so many players. However, Zhang Chen was not the type to sit and wait for death. Even if he were to die, he would take a few with him. Zhang Chen brandished his sword and charged at the nearest burly man. Get him! He's all alone, there's no way he can kill us all, the burly man roared, producing a shield in his hand to meet the attack. Clearly, this man was a shield warrior. Having just seen Zhang Chen take out the dagger-wielding assassin with a single strike, the burly man instinctively thought Zhang Chen was a high-level player. Now, seeing Zhang Chen charge at him, he raised his shield in front of him, fully prepared to defend. Bang! A loud crash. -467. Damn, the burly man's face turned pale. He was no delicate assassin but a tough warrior, yet this one strike had taken away 3/4 of his health. His attack is too high, be careful, the burly man shouted as he staggered back. Zhang Chen dared not create distance from the others. He only had 100 health points, and everyone else was at a higher level than him. A few attacks from those ranged classes would take him down. Just as Zhang Chen was about to rush into the crowd and start a massacre, a voice suddenly rang in his ear. Ding, the audience is in position. Should the performance begin? Ha! Zhang Chen paused, instinctively replying, begin. As soon as he said that, his body moved as if driven by an unseen force, and he involuntarily threw out a fireball. The fireball darted like a sprite towards a white-robed mage, and in the next moment, everyone, including Zhang Chen himself, froze in place. Above the mage player's head, damage values floated, -999. Instant kill. Another instant kill, still. An instant kill. What the hell, is he hacking? The burly man who had just escaped shouted, disregarding his image. Isn't he a swordsman? How can he use fireball magic? His shout snapped Zhang Chen back to reality. Audience, performance, begin. Zhang Chen felt a stir in his heart and quickly sought a place to verify his guess. But right now, these people had to die. Fireballs began to fly from Zhang Chen's hands in succession, averaging 2 fireballs per second, taking away 8 or 9 lives in an instant. Moreover, those scattered players who had intended to take advantage of the chaos were completely disorganized, each one panicking and forgetting to counterattack, only wanting to escape before the others fell around them. In the third world, dying not only deducted 50% of experience but also dropped 50% of gold, and gold meant contribution points, which most players were reluctant to part with. Besides, the pain of dying once was not something everyone wanted to experience. Therefore, in just a moment, only Zhang Chen remained in the arena. Dozens of player corpses lay on the ground, gradually turning into beams of white light and disappearing. The other players had already fled without looking back. Zhang Chen appeared calm on the surface, but inside, he was already in turmoil. The jester class trait seemed to have given him some insight. Zhang Chen caught sight of a distant hedgehog and threw a fireball at it. -1, an extremely pitiful damage value floated up. As expected, Zhang Chen muttered, the number of audience members is insufficient, so the damage is just 1 point. The distant hedgehog, having been attacked, charged towards Zhang Chen. As the hedgehog approached, Zhang Chen swung his sword. -498, another instant kill. Ding, you have killed a level 5 hedgehog beyond your level, gaining 50 experience points. Zhang Chen frowned, only 50 experience points for a kill beyond his level. No wonder, after 3 months, the highest on the leaderboard was barely level 10. At that moment, Zhang Chen gained some understanding of the difficulty of leveling up in the third world. Oh no, Zhang Chen whispered, quickly running towards Nanshan. His contribution points had already dropped to 0, and after today, they would be transferred to the silent layer. Now, Zhang Chen could only hope to complete this exploration task and earn some gold rewards. Otherwise, even if he figured out the secret of the jester class, he wouldn't be able to save himself. Zhang Chen hurried along, the levels of the surrounding monsters increasing, level 5, level 7, level 9. Fortunately, Zhang Chen did not initiate any attacks, and without any aggro, these wild monsters would not attack him either. He did not know how long it had been, but the majestic South Mountain finally revealed its true form. Ding, you have entered the task area for exploring South Mountain, searching for the lost traveler. With the system prompt sounding, Zhang Chen finally let out a sigh of relief. He had finally arrived at the location. Just as Zhang Chen entered the storyline quest, the Third World Forum had already exploded. The scene of Zhang Chen killing over 100 players had been secretly recorded and uploaded to the forum. However, since it was a clandestine recording within the game, all player faces were automatically virtualized, making it impossible to see their appearances clearly. In the video, Zhang Chen instantly killed an assassin with one sword and severely injured a shield warrior with another, which was already astonishing. However, when everyone saw dozens of players falling under the fireball spell, it completely blew up. Is this a mage wielding a sword? A sharp-eyed player exclaimed, how can it be so insane? First floor, could he possibly be the Yi Joker? Someone analyzed calmly, the Joker can mimic skills from other classes, and the damage cap is 999. All -999. Can he keep hitting the Joker's damage cap? Isn't there a Joker player who posted? The skills mimicked by the Joker can only deal -1 damage. Such a great god surely had no worries about contribution points. Many people left comments on the forum, expressing their envy in real names. However, these remarks were soon drowned out by everyone's speculation about Zhang Chen's class. Since humanity had only recently moved to the underground city clusters, many simply thought the contribution point system was the same as the previous currency system, not realizing the differences between the two. But as time passed, ordinary people would come to understand what the contribution point system and the global underground city clusters meant. The wave Zhang Chen stirred up caused quite a stir in the third world and on the forum, but by this time, the person involved had already arrived at South Mountain and entered the quest storyline. However, not long after Zhang Chen entered the storyline area, he encountered a problem. 30 gray wild wolves blocked his path. Originally, Zhang Chen planned to bypass these wild wolves, as they wouldn't attack as long as he didn't initiate an attack. But, whether it was due to the quest or not, as soon as Zhang Chen approached the pack of wild wolves, they showed their fierce expressions and surrounded him. Damn it, Zhang Chen thought resolutely, gripping the mother's sword and stepping forward. The fireball spell traced a beautiful arc in the air, hitting one wild wolf, and a pitiful -1 damage floated up. Zhang Chen frowned slightly at the damage. Throughout this journey, Zhang Chen had several guesses about triggering the Joker's damage cap, one of which was the number of audience present. Recalling the time he was besieged by players, it seemed he had just met the audience requirement for the Joker's performance. However, now there were dozens of wild wolves, yet the prompt for performance beginning had not triggered. Could it only be effective against players? A sense of unease rose in Zhang Chen's heart. Because killing players would not yield experience, leveling up would still be an unsolvable problem. Maybe it's not enough in number, Zhang Chen thought, looking at the 30 wild wolves drawing closer. Just a short while ago, the number of players attacking him had been over 100. With that in mind, Zhang Chen tightened his grip on the mother's sword and cast a detection spell, revealing the information about the wild wolves. Watchdog, normal level 7 health for 84-80 attack, 22 physical defense, 15 magic defense, 10 details. The Nanshan watchdog seems to be guarding something. Dog. Zhang Chen felt speechless upon seeing this information. After all this time, he had misjudged it and thought it was a wolf. Poker acrobatics, Zhang Chen murmured, swinging his sword, and at the same time, 2 fireballs shot out. Puff puff -1 The two watchdogs were attacked. A bit of damage floated above their heads, but at the same time, their bodies stiffened, and they stood there motionless. Poker acrobatics. Randomly draw 1 card from the 4 suits of hearts, spades, diamonds, and clubs, with different effects attached to attacks within 10 seconds. Hearts, taunt, spades, blind, diamonds, interrupt, clubs, slow, not bad. It's blind. Zhang Chen's eyes lit up. This meant that for the next 10 seconds, all of Zhang Chen's attacks would carry a blind effect. This was Zhang Chen's plan, to use poker acrobatics to create a control effect. Then use the mother sword for normal attacks to reap the rewards. 10 seconds was enough for Zhang Chen, who wielded the mother sword. With the mother sword in hand, he could strike 12 times a second, each strike a critical hit. The blinded watchdogs didn't even have time to react before being slain by a single sword strike. If one strike wasn't enough, he would follow up with another. -485 -485 -485. Meanwhile, the system. Notifications for gaining experience points rang out continuously. Ding, leveled up by killing a level 7 watchdog, gain 100 experience points. Ding, leveled up by killing a level 7 watchdog, gain 100 experience points. Ding, leveled up by killing a level 7 watchdog, gain 100 experience points. With 10 seconds of stable control plus the violent output of the mother sword, after 10 seconds, all 30 watchdogs turned into experience points. Zhang Chen didn't expect that killing a level 7 monster would yield 100 experience points. This was much faster than killing those level 1 monsters at the village entrance. Watching his experience points rise rapidly, Zhang Chen felt quite satisfied. Although it required 10,000 experience points to level up, he already had 3,050 experience points, bringing him one step closer to leveling up. The only downside was that the 30 watchdogs dropped nothing. Now he needed 10,000 experience points, and the experience required for future levels would likely be even more outrageous. Zhang Chen collected his thoughts, restored his state briefly, and continued walking forward. Soon, a steep canyon appeared before Zhang Chen. As he delved deeper, the canyon became narrower, and white mist began to appear in the air, drastically reducing visibility. The entire canyon was eerily silent. Could this be the way out of the novice village? Zhang Chen felt uncertain. According to the old woman, her son and grandson wanted to cross here to leave the village. However, just as Zhang Chen pondered this, a commotion came from ahead. Another watchdog? Zhang Chen's gaze sharpened as more watchdogs appeared in front of the canyon. Zhang Chen was very cautious and cast the detection spell again. These monsters looked the same on the outside, but their attributes could be very different. Battle Wolf, normal level 8 health, 585-80 attack, 27 physical defense, 25 magic defense, 20 details. The Nanshan Battle Wolf seems to be guarding something. Wolf. Zhang Chen twitched his mouth at the wild monsters that looked no different on the surface. However, this canyon was very narrow, which was quite advantageous for Zhang Chen, preventing him from being attacked from both sides. Zhang Chen wielded the motherly sword and charged forward. Fortunately, his luck was good this time. The passive effect triggered was interruption. Although it wasn't as effective as blinding, the wolves hit by the fireball spell would also experience a brief pause, posing no threat to Zhang Chen. Ding, you have killed an 8-level battle wolf beyond your level, gaining 150 experience points. Ding, you have killed an 8-level battle wolf beyond your level, gaining 150 experience points. Ding, you have killed an 8-level battle wolf beyond your level, gaining 150 experience points. Ding, congratulations, your level has risen to level 1. I actually leveled up. Zhang Chen hadn't paid attention to his experience points, but after slaying the last wolf, he successfully reached level 1. The wolf pack finally dropped some items, a piece of white equipment and 10 gold coins. White gloves level 5 quality, white attack 10 to 15 traits. Attack speed 2%, movement speed 2%, details, why wear gloves? Because I'm afraid of getting my hands dirty when I kill you. Zhang Chen looked at the dropped white gloves with slight disappointment. Their attributes were average, and the key was that he couldn't use them right now. The only thing that piqued his interest was the 10 gold coins. His contribution points were depleted, and if he could earn a few hundred gold coins, it would temporarily alleviate his crisis. As for auctioning off the white gloves, the thought just crossed his mind, but Zhang Chen dismissed it. The third world has an equipment consignment system, but there's a 2-hour display period and a 12-hour bidding period. He wouldn't have time to exchange contribution points if he consigned them now. Zhang Chen stored the gloves in his bag, not daring to waste time, and continued to explore deeper into the canyon. After walking for a while, the white mist gradually dispersed and the surroundings became clearer. He had reached the end of the canyon, where a vast open space lay ahead. However, Zhang Chen's footsteps came to an abrupt halt at that moment. In the large clearing ahead, a group of heavily armored soldiers appeared, numbering around 200. These soldiers seemed to sense Zhang Chen and all turned to look at him, as if they were about to charge at any moment. A sense of unease rose in Zhang Chen's heart, and he quickly cast a detection spell. Nanshan Guardian Elite Level 10 Health. 3000 attack power, 60 physical defense, 55 magical defense, 45 details. Nanshan Guardians seemed to be guarding something. However, at that moment, these guardians began to march orderly towards Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen looked at the extremely overpowered elite monsters and turned to leave, but just then, the system prompt sounded again in his ear. Ding, the audience is in place, should the performance begin? Hearing the system prompt, Zhang Chen froze for a moment and glanced back at the guardians behind him. What the hell? Zhang Chen quickly assessed the situation before him, and without a moment's hesitation, he took off running. Zhang Chen knew very well that even if he could deal 999 damage at his current level, he would still be no match for these guardians. However, receiving the system prompt for the second time made Zhang Chen even more certain of his previous guess. The number of audience members was one of the conditions to trigger the performance. Zhang Chen fled the canyon without looking back. The task deadline was 10 days, since he couldn't complete it now, he had to think of other ways to earn gold coins first. As Zhang Chen left Nanshan in the Third World, in Dungeon H Zone 678 to 234-11, 2 artificial intelligence robots stood like cold statues in front of his room. On the display screens on the robots' chests, a countdown was continuously ticking down, with 29 minutes remaining. This also meant that in 29 minutes, Zhang Chen would be forcibly transferred to the silent layer. Has someone run out of contribution points again? A middle-aged man in the H district was gazing out of his room's window when he happened to see the 2 robots. He couldn't help but murmur to himself, I wonder how many people this time. Over the past 3 months, the middle-aged man had witnessed the scene more than once. Almost every so often, someone would be forcibly taken away from the H district. Each time he saw this, a wave of complex emotions surged within him. The resources in the underground city were limited, and it couldn't support so many people. That was the only reasonable explanation he could think of. Beyond that, he couldn't understand why the Dragon Country didn't provide a minimum survival guarantee for free. Here, resources referred not only to human living space but also included food, air, water, and energy. After all, without the vast expanse of the surface, it was simply unrealistic to sustain over 1 billion people underground. Moreover, they had no idea what the situation was like on the surface. The upper echelons of the Dragon Country had completely sealed off information, only notifying them that the surface was no longer suitable for human survival in the short term. Thinking of this, a deep sense of powerlessness arose in the middle-aged man's heart. It was only at this moment that he realized he knew nothing about this world. In fact, it wasn't just him, ordinary people all over Blue Star only realized the truth of the world when they were being moved underground, completely unaware of what was really happening. Fortunately, the middle-aged man suddenly felt a bit relieved. I still have 120,000 contribution points. A crisp voice rang out from the room. Dad, as an 11 or 12-year-old boy pointed at Zhang Chen's room and suddenly asked, should we help the people in that room? Hearing this, the middle-aged man's eyes flickered with hesitation, but he quickly shook his head. It wasn't that he didn't want to help, he simply couldn't, nor could he afford to. He knew very well that the vast H district housed countless people within its circular area, and he was not the only one to witness this scene, yet others chose to remain silent as well. The middle-aged man's room was significantly larger than Zhang Chen's, consisting of a separated 3-room Lay out. Besides the boy, there were his wife and parents. Their family had a fixed daily consumption of 200 contribution points, while 120,000 contribution points seemed like a lot. A closer calculation revealed it would only sustain their family in the underground city for 600 days. What would happen after those 600 days? The thought weighed heavily on the middle-aged man's heart. However, he was fortunate to have chosen the normal social area, where he could earn contribution points each month by working in the third world. Even so, a sense of unease lingered in his heart. He felt that the normal social area he was in was gradually becoming less normal. Recently, while working in the third world, he noticed that the people around him seemed to be acting strangely. There was a hint of anxiety and unease in everyone's eyes, and the difficulty of the work was gradually increasing, yet the contribution points earned did not rise correspondingly. The middle-aged man stood by the window, staring at the unmoving robots in the distance, quietly waiting for the people in the room to be brought out. Time passed second by second, and the room was terrifyingly quiet, as if the entire world had frozen. After more than 20 minutes, the two robots finally reacted. One of the robots moved slightly, emitting a faint mechanical whirring sound. Then, the door to the room slowly opened, and the robots entered one after the other. It's over, the middle-aged man sighed as he witnessed this scene. Outside the novice village in the third world, in the wild bull monster area, Zhang Chen was conversing with a group of players. 5,000 gold coins, Zhang Chen said decisively to the leader of the team in front of him. The leading swordsman hesitated slightly upon hearing this and bargained 3,000 gold coins. Deal, Zhang Chen nodded and quickly said, transfer the money. Don. The leading swordsman was momentarily taken aback. Zhang Chen's quick agreement made him feel like he had lost out. After leaving Nanshan, Zhang Chen happened to see this small team recruiting high-output players and volunteered to sign up. This is also a common practice in most online games, spending money to hire experts for leveling up. Wait, one of the shield warriors suddenly spoke up. How do we know you have the skills? Show us what you can do. Before the shield warrior could finish his sentence, with a swish, Zhang Chen's longsword came crashing down towards him. Damn, the shield warrior was caught off guard and took the hit. Minus 467. A significant amount of damage appeared above the shield warrior's head. Such high damage. The other players in the team were shocked at this scene. We made a profit. The swordsman was delighted to see the damage Zhang Chen dealt. Deal. With that, he no longer hesitated and directly opened the trade, transferring 3,000 gold coins to Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen received the gold coins and immediately chose to withdraw, converting 2,000 gold coins into contribution points. Alright, after the exchange, Zhang Chen revealed a relieved smile. Let's go fight. However, before Zhang Chen could finish his sentence, he suddenly disappeared from the third world. He logged off? The shield warrior's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Zhang Chen, who had logged off. Bro, he isn't a scammer, right? A female priest in the team spoke up, somewhat angrily. Impossible, the swordsman shook his head. A master like him wouldn't scam us for 3,000 gold coins. Then what is this? The female priest still seemed hesitant. He probably had some issue in real life, the swordsman speculated. What kind of issue could he have? The shield warrior frowned. We're all in the dungeon, and there's nothing else going on. I think he was passively logged off. The assassin, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. Old 3. Are you saying? The swordsman turned to look at the assassin. Someone pulled his plug? The assassin. Inside the holographic chamber, Zhang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. Since he was forcibly logged off, he was momentarily disoriented, but he quickly noticed that there were two things in his room. Zhang Chen stood there in a daze. He remembered locking his door. The two robots were also frozen in place. However, they only faced off for a moment before one of the robots emitted a mechanical voice. H-Zone 678 to 23411, survival account credited with 2,000 contribution points. Transfer execution order has been cancelled. After the voice fell, the two robots slowly turned and left Zhang Chen's room. At this moment, the middle-aged man who had been monitoring the situation in Zhang Chen's room showed a hint of confusion upon seeing only the two robots exit without anyone else being taken out. Where is he? The middle-aged man found it hard to understand. In previous instances, people had always been forcibly taken out of H-Zone. This left the middle-aged man somewhat puzzled, but he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In the room, Zhang Chen looked at the robots that could freely enter and exit his room, his expression blank, not knowing what to think. However, after a moment, it seemed Zhang Chen thought of something and returned to the third world. Inside the third world, he must have been passively logged off, and he agreed so readily to the brother's terms. The female priest calmly analyzed. It's possible he didn't have enough contribution points. That can't be, the swordsman said, somewhat confused. A master like him would be short on contribution points? In the swordsman's understanding, it should be quite easy for top-tier players in the third world to earn gold coins. The female priest clearly knew this as well, and she shook her head uncertainly. That's also what I can't figure out. Why go through all this trouble? The shield warrior listened to the two analyzing the situation and felt a bit overwhelmed, unable to help but interrupt. Why not just ask him directly when he comes up? Just as the few were talking, Zhang Chen's figure appeared. Under the compulsion of the third world to log off, if one could log back in shortly, they would appear at the original logout location. Sorry, everyone. There was a little situation, Zhang Chen said apologetically. After all, logging off immediately after receiving payment inevitably made people think he was a scammer. However, contrary to Zhang Chen's expectations, the team led by the swordsman didn't say much. After a few casual greetings, Zhang Chen received a system team invitation. Cold Flame, level 8 swordsman has sent a team invitation. Do you accept? Accept. Zhang Chen accepted the team invitation, which was a condition he had discussed in advance with this team, but he did not choose to share information. The straightforward shield warrior looked at the player Eternal Knight joining message and said somewhat dissatisfied, "Dude, you're not sharing your class and level information?" The female priest in the team also spoke up, "Eternal Knight, if you don't share information, how can we cooperate?" Zhang Chen, unfazed, replied seriously, "I am a level 10 swordsman." The female priest was still a bit dissatisfied and was about to speak when Cold Flame quickly said to everyone, "Alright, let's all introduce ourselves and get to know each other." After saying that, Cold Flame went first. Cold Flame, level 8 swordsman. In the team, the shield warrior spoke up, Chu Tian, level 8 shield warrior. Han Xiao, level 8 priest. Shadow, level 8 assassin. Muwan, level 8 mage. After everyone introduced themselves, Cold Flame said, "This time we are going to explore the Lost Land." Cold Flame explained the general situation to Zhang Chen. This Lost Land was one of the few areas in the novice village that had not been fully explored by players. The Lost Land is contaminated with filth, and players inside will continuously lose health at a percentage, and the deeper you go, the higher the percentage of health loss. Cold Flame said with some seriousness, "The most troublesome part is that currently there are no living players in the novice village who can make antidote-like potions, so we can't go deep at all." Beside him, the female priest Han Xiao added, "However, the monsters in the Lost Land give much higher experience than those in other areas, making it a great leveling spot." Percentage health loss? Zhang Chen's expression became somewhat strange upon hearing this. He initially only had 100 health points, and although he had leveled up, he hadn't allocated the 5 attribute points he gained, so his current health was only 120 points. If it was percentage health loss, it would actually be beneficial for him. At this moment, Cold Flame said, "Now that we have Brother Eternal Knight leading the team, our overall output has increased quite a bit, so we should be able to go a bit deeper." "Don't worry," Zhang Chen confidently said, "I'll lead you through the Lost Land." The female priest Han Xiao glanced at Zhang Chen helplessly. Even the top players on the level leaderboard wouldn't dare to make such bold claims. Little did she know, Zhang Chen immediately added, "Does anyone have healing potions? Please give me some." "You don't have healing potions yourself?" The shield warrior Chu Tian looked at Zhang Chen in surprise. "Ahem." Zhang Chen awkwardly cleared his throat. "I just came back from soloing in Nanshan and used them all up." Cold Flame didn't doubt this explanation, as some experts indeed preferred to solo. Moreover, the fact that this Eternal Knight could reach level 10 by soloing was no small feat. Cold Flame was very generous, and directly traded 50 sets of rejuvenation pills to Zhang Chen. These rejuvenation pills were the most common recovery potions, restoring 20 health and 20 mana at the same time. Although the recovery amount wasn't large, they were cheap. "Let's set off." Zhang Chen nodded in satisfaction, urging everyone to hurry on their way. Under the leadership of Lang Lai, the group quickly arrived at a marshland shrouded in crimson mist, where poisonous frogs and water snakes could be seen wandering about. "Ding, you have entered the Lost Land. Ding, you are infected by toxic gas, losing 1% health per minute. Let's begin," the swordsman Lang Lai said in a deep voice. Zhang Chen, Lang Lai, and the shield warrior Chu Tian walked at the forefront, with the priest and the mage closely following behind. As for the assassin, he had gone into stealth mode after entering the marsh. Zhang Chen casually cast 2 detection spells, revealing the information of the poisonous frogs and water snakes. Infected toad, common level 7 health, 320 attack, 17 physical defense, 15 magical defense, 10 details. Who says toads can't eat swan meat? Prejudices are indeed a mountain. Infected water snake, common level 7 health, 310 attack, 19 physical defense, 17 magical defense, 12 details. A snake's weak point is 7 inches? This snake is 6.9 inches. How do you plan to hit it? Seeing the monster information, Zhang Chen felt completely at ease. They posed little threat to him. The only trouble was the 1% health deduction every minute in this area. There were also quite a few players around the Lost Land grinding monsters for experience, but fortunately it was spacious enough that Zhang Chen and his group found a relatively less crowded area to push deeper. -78, -89, -266, -481. Although everyone already knew Zhang Chen dealt high damage, his speed in clearing monsters, taking one down with each sword strike, still shocked the other members of the team. Especially Lang Lai, who, as a fellow swordsman, found Zhang Chen's damage to be almost double his own, which left him feeling somewhat frustrated. But soon, the priest Han Xiao noticed something unusual. "Yang Yi, what's going on with your health?" Han Xiao was responsible for healing support and had been keeping an eye on the team members' health bars. Just a moment ago, after casting a healing spell, Yang Yi's health had actually restored to full. In fact, the others had also noticed this, but no one had pointed it out. Seeing Han Xiu ask, the others turned to look as well. I'm a skeleton swordsman. Zhang Chen explained matter-of-factly, all my attribute points are allocated to attack and all my equipment boosts attack power. It can be done like this? Lang Lai's eyes lit up at this. He instantly realized the benefits of such an approach: extreme damage. Especially in an environment like the marsh where health is deducted by percentage, it undoubtedly held an advantage. Boss, the assassin Shadow spoke up, this is too extreme. Ensuring survival is key to stable output. Lang Lai nodded. He knew this principle well, but he couldn't help feeling a bit envious of Zhang Chen's damage output. However, Zhang Chen paid no mind to the others and remained focused on grinding monsters. The system continued to send notifications about leveling up by defeating monsters, and here, Zhang Chen gained 150 experience points for each wild monster he killed. That was 50 points more than when he killed monsters of the same level in Nanshan. Moreover, he also received 50 experience points whenever the other team members killed monsters. Zhang Chen's experience bar began to rise rapidly. Soon, ding, congratulations, you have leveled up to level 2. He leveled up. Zhang Chen's expression brightened, but he still didn't use the 5 attribute points from this level up. As for the attribute points, Zhang Chen was still uncertain about how to allocate them. His main output skill, Stage Comedy, dealt random damage from 1 to 999, and currently it didn't seem to correlate with his own attributes. After all, as long as he could trigger performance, he could hit the skill damage cap. The only issue was that now Zhang Chen's leveling experience had doubled again. The experience required for level 1 was 10,000, and for level 2, it was 20,000. Now, to reach level 3, Zhang Chen needed 30,000 experience points. Following this pattern, each level requires an additional 10,000 experience points. According to the bonus for defeating monsters of a higher level, roughly calculated at 150 experience points per monster, Zhang Chen would need to kill 200 wild monsters to level up again. This is also why Lang Lai and the others have not seen their levels increase. They are all currently at level 8, and to reach level 9, each of them needs 90,000 experience points. Moreover, they do not have the bonus for defeating higher level monsters, and killing wild monsters only yields about 20 experience points. However, as Zhang Chen looked at his experience points, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. In this lost land, leveling up didn't seem like a difficult task. Compared to the dozens of experience points in other places, it was clear that this place was much faster. Sure enough, as the team continued to delve deeper, not long after, the familiar system voice rang out again, ding. Congratulations, your level has risen to level 3. Leveling up again caused Zhang Chen, who was already at half health, to suddenly have a full health bar, which left the priest Han Xiu, who was about to cast a healing spell on him, momentarily stunned. However, with everyone's health lines at a warning level, she had no time to think and quickly raised the health of the others. At this moment, Zhang Chen was in high spirits, having taken another step closer to level 10. He casually slashed a poisonous frog and suddenly recalled a post by the level 10 jester Mufeng on the Third World Forum. According to Mufeng, when the jester reaches level 10, they can obtain a third exclusive new skill, Improvised Comedy, which is a healing buff skill. The healing amount equals the skill damage value, lasts for 30 seconds, and has a cooldown of 60 seconds. As Zhang Chen thought of this, his heart trembled, and then he revealed a trace of wild joy. The healing skill Improvised Comedy is linked to skill damage. Doesn't this mean that in the performance state, the healing amount of Improvised Comedy is 999? This is practically a bug-level healing buff skill in the early stages. Zhang Chen couldn't help but feel a bit excited because he could not only mimic fireball but also mimic area attack skills. At that time, if he casually mimicked and copied an area output skill, wouldn't the healing effect be even more terrifying? Just as Zhang Chen was killing monsters while pondering these thoughts, be careful, the shield warrior Chu Tian suddenly spoke up, we've entered the poisonous python area. As soon as these words were spoken, the other members of the team immediately became cautious. They had previously stopped here. Besides the monsters becoming stronger, the health deduction per minute had now turned into 2%, and the priest Han Xiu was already struggling, constantly replenishing her mana. Zhang Chen looked at everyone's cautious demeanor, cast a detection spell, and obtained information about the poisonous python. Infected python elite level 9 health, 888-80 attack power, 27 skills, spray venom, target loses 5% of current health. Physical defense, 95 magical defense, 95 detail spit. Take a bite of my old phlegm. It actually has an active skill, which surprised Zhang Chen. This was the first time he encountered an elite monster with an active skill, and the dual defenses of this poisonous python were somewhat abnormal. Although its health was still not considered high, its physical and magical defenses were somewhat outrageous, significantly reducing the damage that ordinary players could inflict on it. As Zhang Chen expected, the firewall spell from the mage in the team, which could originally deal around 90 points of area damage, now only dealt 40 points of damage to the python, and even Lang Lai's damage was just over 100, causing the team's monster-killing efficiency to drop significantly. However, at this moment, Zhang Chen suddenly stepped to the front of the team. You all pay attention to healing yourselves, the priest just needs to heal me. Including Lang Lai, several people were puzzled, not knowing what this Eternal Knight was planning to do. However, Zhang Chen's next sword strike left everyone stunned. Puff, with a sound, Zhang Chen's long sword swiftly sliced through the body of the poisonous python. Minus 482 in the eyes of a few, a terrifying damage floated up on the python. How is this possible? Lang Lai's eyes widened. At first, the damage from Eternal Knight was indeed higher than his, but only by a factor of 2. Eternal Knight could deal over 400 damage, while he could deal just over 200. But now, he could only inflict a little over 100 points of damage on the poisonous python, while Eternal Knight's damage had not decreased at all, still over 400. This is not scientific. Lang Lai said to the others, somewhat indignantly. His equipment must have some kind of armor-piercing effect, the assassin's shadow calmly analyzed. His normal attack damage has remained stable at 400 plus, nearly 500, indicating that his attack power isn't much higher than the boss's, but he can ignore the target's defense. Damn, Lang Lai felt a surge of frustration. It's true that people are better than others, and goods are worth throwing away. You guys, retreat quickly, Priest Han Shou urged. As soon as this was said, including Lang Lai, the shield warrior and the assassin simultaneously retreated behind Zhang Chen. Although somewhat disheartened, Lang Lai still said, next, let's see Eternal Knight perform alone. The poisonous python was a bit troublesome for Zhang Chen, requiring 2 strikes to kill one. As for Lang Lai and the others, their output was no longer sufficient. Now it was just about having the priest fully support Zhang Chen alone. Hee, the shield warrior Chu Tian suddenly laughed. This 3,000 gold is really worth it. Ding, you have killed a level 9 infected python beyond your level, gaining 200 experience points. Ding, you have killed a level 9 infected python beyond your level, gaining 200 experience points. Ding, you have killed a level 9 infected python beyond your level, gaining 200 experience points. The poisonous python's attacks also dealt percentage-based damage, and with the priest's support, Zhang Chen completely let loose. For the python's attacks, he dodged when he could, and tanked when he couldn't. Zhang Chen's speed in clearing monsters was not significantly affected. Meanwhile, the other members of the team began to consume potions from the back to restore their health. After all, although they didn't have to endure the python's attacks, there was still the threat of percentage-based damage every minute. Fortunately, the health potions they brought were sufficient, allowing them to last a while longer. Although everyone felt the sting of using health potions, watching the experience points rise steadily made them feel it was worth it. However, the biggest gain was Zhang Chen, as his experience points from killing monsters beyond his level were significantly higher than theirs. The priest Han Xiu, who had been keeping an eye on Zhang Chen's health bar, suddenly brightened his eyes, as Zhang Chen's health bar had just instantly restored to full. Did he level up? Han Xiu's eyes flashed with suspicion. This was a phenomenon that clearly occurred only when leveling up, but this Eternal Knight had clearly stated he was already level 10. Han Xiu glanced at the leaderboard. The first place was still level 10. Maybe he has a healing skill, Han Xiu told himself in his heart. If this Eternal Knight wasn't level 10, Han Xiu wouldn't believe it even if he were killed. After all, the normal attack damage that Eternal Knight casually dealt was evident and could not be faked. But in fact, Zhang Chen had just advanced to level 4. The speed of this leveling up would probably drop everyone's jaws if it got out. But for Zhang Chen, it was just that easy and pleasant. The Lost Land was an excellent leveling spot. Combined with killing monsters beyond his level, and paired with Zhang Chen's abnormal clearing speed, it was hard not to level up quickly. To reach level 4 here, I only need to kill 200 poisonous pythons, Zhang Chen calculated in his mind. Level 5 requires 50,000 experience, which means I need to kill 250 poisonous pythons. For Zhang Chen, who could kill a python in 2 strikes, it wasn't too troublesome. The only downside was that the monsters weren't concentrated. They still had to keep delving deeper to find the poisonous pythons. But even so, Zhang Chen's experience points were rapidly increasing. The entire team was gradually approaching the heart of the Lost Land. I've leveled up, Cold Lai suddenly exclaimed with joy. Almost at the same time, the others also successfully reached level 9. Since entering the third world, they had been leveling up together, and their experience points were almost in sync. With that, their entire team was now level 9, solidifying their position in the first tier. In the front line, Zhang Chen was busy slaughtering the venomous pythons and naturally heard the commotion from the others. However, Zhang Chen didn't pay much attention. After all, he had already leveled up 3 times since entering the Lost Land. Moreover, Zhang Chen glanced at his experience points, which were very close to reaching level 5. Right now, all Zhang Chen could see were the venomous pythons, but it seemed that the surrounding pythons had been cleared out, with not a single shadow in sight. Just as Zhang Chen was about to delve deeper, a sudden rustling sound came from ahead. Be careful, the shield warrior Chu Tian, who had been behind, instinctively rushed in front of Zhang Chen and said without looking back, from the sound, it seems to be a big guy. Zhang Chen didn't try to be brave and stepped back a few paces. He wasn't afraid of the venomous pythons, firstly because their attacks dealt percentage-based damage. They couldn't take him down in a short time. Secondly, using the maternal sword, he could kill a venomous python with just 2 strikes. Thus, this fragile swordsman could swim like a fish in the Lost Land. If he were in a different leveling spot, Zhang Chen feared he wouldn't be able to do so. The few people in the team quickly arranged themselves in formation, cautiously watching ahead. Before long, a massive black python crawled out from the red mist, flicking its dark red tongue and staring intently at them. The front half of the black python reared up, its height exceeding 2 meters, and its entire body was estimated to be over 8 meters long. Cold Light cast a detection spell, sharing the information about the black python with the team. Black Python King Golden BOSS level 10 health 50,000/50,000 attack power 227 skills 1 Constrict 2 Venom 3 Heavy Strike 4 Summon Physical Defense 125 Magical Defense 120 Detail Sunder. Are you ready to embrace me, Golden Boss? The group looked pleased, but then they all calmed down. This is troublesome, Cold Light said with a serious expression. This guy has high health and thick defense. We might not be able to handle it. Boss, this is a golden boss. The shield warrior Chu Tian licked his lips. If we kill it, there will be a system announcement. Upon hearing this, Cold Light seemed somewhat tempted. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen, who was listening to their conversation, was a bit confused. Was a system announcement really that important? The shield warrior Chu Tian looked at Zhang Chen, who had a puzzled expression, and grinned. A real man should make a name for himself. It will make it easier to pick up girls later. Zhang Chen silently nodded, feeling speechless, and began to assess this golden boss. However, just a moment later, the others in the team turned their gazes toward Zhang Chen. Why is everyone looking at me? Zhang Chen felt a bit dazed. Cold Light quickly said, Brother, Eternal Night, can you break its defense? Zhang Chen nodded slightly in response. Then let's do it, Cold Light said, then turned to the others. If we die, the losses will be on me. No need, boss, the assassin Shadow said. We've already made a profit this time. They had just leveled up once in the Lost Land and had also dropped some equipment and materials along the way. Even if they died, they would only lose some gold coins at most. It's settled then, Cold Light said firmly, then looked at Zhang Chen. Brother Eternal Night, how confident are you? 104, Zhang Chen replied flatly. Over 100%? Cold Light's eyes widened, clearly not expecting Zhang Chen to be so confident. Not quite, Zhang Chen explained. Theoretically, it would take 104 strikes to kill it. The assassin Shadow replied. The Eternal Night has a damage reduction. Even this golden boss can deal around 480 damage with 1 strike. This boss has 50,000 health, so we need 104 strikes. Then let's create space for 104 strikes for Eternal Night. Cold Fierce decisively said, Chu Feng, go. Alright, the shield warrior Chu Feng smiled and raised his shield to charge at the boss. Zhang Chen tightened his grip on the longsword and followed closely behind. The priest Han Xiu was already prepared, ready to cast healing spells at any moment. However, the Black Python King, seeing Chu Tian and Zhang Chen in front and behind, completely ignored Chu Tian and directly attacked Zhang Chen. Daring to ignore me? Chu Tian shouted. Control. Control, a shield warrior's exclusive skill, increases physical/magic defense by 100% for 5 seconds and also has a taunting effect. The Black Python King indeed abandoned Zhang Chen and turned to crawl towards Chu Tian, its massive body surprisingly agile, instantly wrapping around Chu Tian. This fool, the assassin Shadow said with some frustration. Doesn't he know to dodge? But soon, everyone changed color as they saw Chu Tian, who was entangled, only lasted 5 seconds before his health bar was completely drained, turning into a beam of white light and disappearing. This priest Han Xiu didn't even have time to cast a healing spell on Chu Tian. 24 strikes. As Chu Tian fell, Zhang Chen withdrew calmly. Let me take over, the assassin Shadow said, charging at the Black Python King. To attract the Black Python King's aggro and create space for Zhang Chen, Shadow couldn't go invisible and had to dodge attacks through movement. This was the plan of Cold Fierce and the others. They were using their lives to create opportunities for Zhang Chen to deal damage. With a loud crash, Shadow was directly swept by the massive snake tail, turning into a beam of white light and disappearing. 18 strikes, Zhang Chen said with some regret. He had done his best to output damage, but Shadow's dodging caused the Black Python King to move as well, leaving Zhang Chen with few opportunities to attack. I'll do it. Unexpectedly, Priest Han Xiu stepped forward. Don't be surprised, my healing is pretty much useless now. In fact, as Han Xiu said, being hit by the Black Python King's skills was essentially a one-hit kill. Han Xiu spoke lightly. To Zhang Chen, I'll give you 30 strikes worth of time. Moments later, 31 strikes, Zhang Chen withdrew, and Priest Han Xiu's body also turned into a beam of white light. At this point, the Black Python King's health was already below 1/3. Only Cold Fierce and Mage Mu Wan remained on the scene. I'll go. Mu Wan's eyes were determined, ready to take over, but was stopped by Cold Fierce beside her. You can't. Last a second, Cold Fierce said, not waiting for Mu Wan to react, and charged at the boss. Hold on, Zhang Chen whispered, if you can hold for 6 seconds, I can finish it. Cold Fierce couldn't help but roll his eyes. He really thought highly of him. Cold Fierce attracted the Black Python King's attacks while Zhang Chen waited for an opportunity to attack from the other side. It wasn't that Zhang Chen didn't want to share some firepower, but his health was low, and if he was hit by the Black Python King, it would mean instant death. And in the entire team, only his output could deal enough damage to the Black Python King. Faster! Cold! Fierce suddenly shouted, his figure bursting forward, striking down at the Black Python King. His health bar was almost empty, but the Black Python King's health was also nearly depleted, and Zhang Chen's final strike landed perfectly on the Black Python King. We did it! Cold fierce eyes showed wild joy. Zhang Chen also breathed a sigh of relief. But at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. The Black Python King, which should have been slain, turned a deep crimson, the last sliver of health seemingly locked in place, and it did not get cleared. Zero, originally capable of dealing over 400 damage, Zhang Chen's strike surprisingly dealt no damage at all. Oh no, it's health locking. Cold Fierce's face changed dramatically. He had completely forgotten about this. The boss would enter a rage state when near death. In the astonished gaze of the Black Python King raised its head and let out a hiss. Immediately after, countless faint rustling sounds echoed from all directions. In the next moment, a dense mass of venomous pythons swayed their bodies and crawled rapidly towards the center, surrounding the last three. Bang! With just a trace of blood left, the Black Python King swung its massive tail again, striking Cold Lie hard. Revival point gathering, Cold Lie said casually as his last words, and then his entire being shattered into pieces, transforming into white light and disappearing. However, at the moment the Black Python King ambushed Cold Lie, Zhang Chen also swung his long sword. Clang! The long sword struck the Black Python King's crimson body, sparks flying, but at that moment, not a drop of blood was shed. Useless. Behind Zhang Chen, the mage Muwan said helplessly, it should be a protection mechanism. Only by eliminating these venomous pythons can we attack the boss. Zhang Chen hesitated for a moment and said to Muwan, you go first. Ha! Muwan was puzzled and momentarily stunned. You die first, Zhang Chen explained with a very serious expression. Humph! Muwan shot Zhang Chen an annoyed glance and charged towards the group of venomous pythons. However, facing at least 200 to 300 venomous pythons, as a fragile mage, Muwan's health rapidly decreased and she was killed in no time. At the moment of Muwan's death, Zhang Chen looked at the Black Python King, which was in a protection mechanism, and suddenly threw out a fireball. Zhang Chen wanted to test if the 1 to 999 random damage of the mimic skill could break the Black Python King's protection mechanism. Puff -1. The Black Python King was stunned, and so was Zhang Chen. However, Zhang Chen soon showed a look of surprise. If it said 1 to 999 random damage, then it was indeed 1 to 999 random damage, and the protection mechanism did not take effect. This also meant Jester. Ignoring the game rules set by the third world, Zhang Chen's mood instantly became excited. The Jester class was simply a bug existence. To put it bluntly, the Jester's skills could ignore special skills like lock, health, immunity, invincibility, absolute defense, and so on. Just imagine, if a boss or player activated immunity or invincibility skills when on the brink of death, other players would be helpless, but Zhang Chen could still deal damage to them. This was just a part of the Jester's abilities that Zhang Chen had uncovered at this stage. Zhang Chen understood that the Jester's uniqueness would definitely not stop here. Just then, ding, the audience is in position. Is the performance about to start? A pleasant voice rang in Zhang Chen's ear. Start, Zhang Chen whispered. Performance trigger condition 1, audience count. Performance trigger condition 2, unique protagonist. Zhang Chen had just let Muwan die first to verify this. The number of venomous pythons was already sufficient, but the performance had not yet been triggered. Because Muwan had not died, they were still in a team state. After Muwan's death, only Zhang Chen remained in the team, and the team state disappeared, at which point the performance prompt appeared. Therefore, Zhang Chen deduced the second condition for triggering the performance: there could only be one protagonist on this stage. Next, it was Zhang Chen's solo performance time. -999 -999 -999. Fireballs arced through the air, crazily harvesting the venomous pythons, and one of the fireballs flew towards the Black Python King. Ding, you have achieved a level up kill on the level 9, infected python, gaining 200 experience points. Ding, you have achieved a level up kill on the level 9, infected python, gaining 200 experience points. Ding, you have achieved a level up kill on the level 9, infected python, gaining 200 experience points. Ding, congratulations, your level has risen to level 5. Ding, congratulations on achieving a level up kill on the level 10, Black Python King Golden Boss, gaining 50,000 experience points. Ding, congratulations on achieving a level up kill on the level 10, Black Python King Golden Boss, gaining 100 reputation. Ding, congratulations on solo killing the level 10 Golden Boss, an announcement will be made. Do you wish to disclose personal information? Disclose. Zhang Chen did not choose to hide, nor was there any need to. At the resurrection point in the novice village, Lang Lai and a few others gathered together, waiting for Eternal Night to return from death. However, after a moment, Eternal Night still did not appear. What's going on? Lang Lai looked at the last one to resurrect. Muwan, did something change? Muwan shook her head, speaking decisively, there's no change. The boss is under a protection mechanism, with hundreds of poisonous pythons attacking. He can't hold out alone. However, just as Mu Cho finished speaking, the system notification echoed through the novice village. Ding! Congratulations to player number 9167 in the novice village, Eternal Night, for killing the level 10 golden BOSS. Ding! Congratulations to player number 9167 in the novice village, Eternal Night, for killing the level 10 golden BOSS. Ding! Congratulations to player number 9167 in the novice village, Eternal Night, for killing the level 10 golden BOSS. Damn it. Lang Lai couldn't help but curse. Countless players in novice village 9167 erupted in excitement. What the hell? Someone killed the golden boss? The gap is too big. A burly man who had just killed a dazed goose looked incredulous. Could it be a master from the level rankings? Impossible, I know all the players on the level rankings and there's no one named Eternal Night. Damn, it seems the real big shots are all low-key. It should be noted that although the top tier players are nearing level 10, most players are still around level 5. Solo killing a level 10 boss is out of reach for them. Zhang Chen, however, had no time to care about such commotion as he still had hundreds of poisonous pythons to deal with. Ignoring the protection mechanism, Zhang Chen swiftly killed the Black Python King, instantly gaining 50,000 experience points, bringing him close to the level 6 threshold, just 10,000 experience points away from leveling up again. However, since Zhang Chen's level had risen to 5, the experience gained from level up kills had decreased. Now he could only earn 100 experience points for each poisonous python he killed. Nevertheless, after clearing the remaining poisonous pythons, Zhang Chen successfully leveled up to 6. Ding! Congratulations, your level has risen to level 6. Hearing the system notification, Zhang Chen let out a sigh of relief. With the level increase, future upgrades would be slightly more troublesome. But just slightly. Zhang Chen bent down to pick up some scattered materials on the ground. The snake gallbladders dropped by the poisonous pythons were the main ingredient for making antidote pills. The Lost Land, being such an excellent leveling spot, would surely attract a large number of players for leveling, making the snake gallbladders particularly important, likely fetching a good amount of gold. Especially after the Black Python King died, it dropped a piece of equipment radiating a purple glow. Zhang Chen stepped forward to pick it up, and the equipment's attributes made his eyes light up. King Cobra armor level, 10 quality, purple defense. 70 traits, constitution plus 10 defense plus 10 poison resistance plus 100 details. I was struck by 104 swords. With this armor, I won't fear the toxic gas in the swamp of lost. The only pity is that Zhang Chen is only level 6 right now, so he can't use it for the time being. However, he can already wear the white gloves that dropped earlier. After finishing his cleanup, Zhang Chen walked towards the outside of the swamp of lost. Fortunately, Zhang Chen had requested 50 sets of rejuvenation pills in advance, otherwise, it would have been a hassle to walk out. Gather at the entrance of the swamp of lost. Zhang Chen sent a message to Lang Lai. After all, the boss was fought together, and Zhang Chen never intended to hog the equipment for himself. After leaving the swamp area of the swamp of lost, Zhang Chen waited for a moment and soon saw Lang Lai rushing over with a few others. Brother Eternal Night, impressive. Lang Lai looked at Zhang Chen with a complex expression. Killing a golden boss solo, even among those on the leaderboard, there probably aren't many who could achieve that. The mage Muwan couldn't help but speak up. Eternal Night, how did you kill the golden boss while being surrounded by so many poisonous pythons? In Muwan's view, the situation at that time was something that current players couldn't handle at all. However, before Muwan could finish, Lang Lai shot her a glance, interrupting her question. After all, everyone has their own secrets. It's best not to ask about things that shouldn't be asked, as they didn't have much of a relationship with Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen didn't explain either. He simply took out a pile of materials and the King Cobra armor. Zhang Chen looked at Lang Lai. This is the equipment and some materials dropped by the boss. We'll take these materials for 5,000 gold. Lang Lai replied without hesitation. As for this piece of equipment, Brother Eternal Night, you should take it. The others in the team had no objections, as without Zhang Chen, they wouldn't have been able to defeat the Black Cobra King. Seeing Lang Lai's generosity, Zhang Chen didn't want to take advantage of them for free, so he suggested, how about this? The equipment is mine, and the materials are yours. After saying this, without waiting for the others to speak, he continued, it's still early, let's clear the swamp of lost together again. Sure, Lang Lai happily agreed and invited Zhang Chen back into the team. The experience points from the wild monsters in the swamp of lost were significantly higher than in other places. But since Zhang Chen was already level 6, the experience bonus for killing monsters of a higher level was greatly reduced, and now he could only earn 60 experience points for killing a wild monster. Therefore, even as the group re-entered the poisonous python area, Zhang Chen still hadn't leveled up. Just as everyone was focused on grinding monsters, the mage Mu Chou suddenly sent a private message to Lang Lai, boss, Eternal Night might not even be level 10, maybe even lower than us. I know, Lang Lai replied calmly. In fact, not only Lang Lai, but the other members of the team had also noticed the clues, they just kept it unspoken and didn't mention it. Muon looked at Zhang Chen, who was taking down poisonous pythons one by one, and sent another message to Lang Lai. Should we take him to try the dungeon we accidentally discovered? No, Lang Lai decisively refused. Why not? Muon was a bit confused. That dungeon is too difficult, Lang Lai replied, unless we all reach level 10 and switch to a full set of purple gear, otherwise, relying solely on Eternal Night won't get us through. But he soloed the Black Cobra King. Lang Lai fell silent for a moment after seeing Muon's message. You want to find out how Eternal Night killed the Black Cobra King, right? Aren't you curious? Lang Lai looked at the message that came in again, suddenly feeling a bit tempted. It would be impossible to say he wasn't curious. Lang Lai suspected that Zhang Chen had a hidden class related to swordsman, otherwise, it wouldn't explain how he could solo a golden boss in that situation. I'll think about it. Lang Lai sent the message and then ignored Muon, focusing on clearing monsters. Zhang Chen, of course, had no idea that the two were secretly conversing. He was now solely focused on whether he could encounter another golden boss. The equipment dropped by the boss was secondary. The key was that Zhang Chen needed to level up quickly. He had already noticed that leveling up became slower as he progressed. Even in a leveling spot like the Lost Land, the experience points were dwindling. Moreover, if it weren't for teaming up with Lang Lai and the others, Zhang Chen wouldn't be able to farm monsters in the Lost Land by himself. Just the percentage of health loss was something he couldn't afford at the moment. Looks like I need to find a way to get some gold, Zhang Chen muttered to himself. Am I really unable to escape the fate of working? To earn gold in the third world, aside from selling equipment materials, one could also take people to level up. As for robbing, Zhang Chen dismissed that thought as soon as it arose. If no one provokes me, I won't provoke anyone. Besides, gold in the third world is equivalent to contribution points, and it could lead to serious consequences. Of course, if someone actively provoked Zhang Chen, he wouldn't mind doing it. Just as Zhang Chen was pondering these things, Muon suddenly spoke up. That's enough, we're almost out of potions. Leveling up in the Lost Land meant exchanging gold for experience. Even with a priest in the team, a large amount of recovery potions was still needed. Zhang Chen looked at his experience points. He was very close to level 7. Though somewhat reluctant, he could only follow the team out. Once everyone exited the Lost Land, Zhang Chen was about to say goodbye to the group when he received a trade prompt. Lang Lai directly transferred 15,000 gold to Zhang Chen. What is this? Zhang Chen looked at Lang Lai with some confusion. Brother Yangya, Lang Lai smiled. 5,000 gold each time, and you can book 3 more times. Zhang Chen was taken aback and retorted, aren't you afraid I'll take the money and run? Lang Lai replied seriously, if Brother Yangya is that kind of person, then I can only blame myself for misjudging. Zhang Chen looked at Lang Lai in surprise and casually took out 15,000 gold, which was equivalent to 15,000 contribution points. Lang Lai should not be an ordinary person, otherwise he wouldn't be so generous. Alright, Zhang Chen nodded, we'll meet here again tomorrow. After saying this, Zhang Chen exchanged 10,000 gold for contribution points and then logged off directly. As soon as Zhang Chen got up from the holographic pod, a voice echoed in the room. 1433422XX2331 survival account received 10,000 Chinese yuan, balance 12,000 Chinese yuan. In just one day, Zhang Chen's survival account balance had experienced a thrilling transformation from 0 contribution points to 12,000 contribution points. If it weren't for Lang Lai, Zhang Chen would likely have been in the silent zone by now. This incident made Zhang Chen fully understand the importance of contribution points. If he wanted to survive in the dungeon, he needed to earn enough contribution points. Zhang Chen simply moved around the room for a bit, ate the rations for the day, and then prepared to lie down and rest. Although he spent most of his time lying still in the holographic pod, he still felt somewhat mentally fatigued. Just then, the room's smart device suddenly chimed, notifying Zhang Chen that he had received 3 voice messages. After listening to the messages, his expression turned strange. It was again Lu Ruyan. Moreover, Lu Ruyan had also chosen the Third World Exploration Zone and was now an 8th level mage. Although Zhang Chen was unclear about Lu Ruyan's purpose in contacting him, he didn't care much. However, just as Zhang Chen was about to delete Lu Ruyan's message, he suddenly changed his mind. A cold smile appeared on Zhang Chen's face as he sent Lu Ruyan a message detailing his current situation in the Third World. After doing this, Zhang Chen returned to his small bed to rest. At this moment, in a distant underground city cluster far from Area H, many people were strolling in their respective communities. This was Area D, which, compared to the densely populated living spaces of Area H, was evidently much better. At least within their own communities, there was a certain amount of space to move around. The stark contrast between Area H and Area D made one wonder how the people in Area H would feel upon learning about it. Of course, without special opportunities, the people in Area H would never have access to this place. In one of the communities, Lu Ruoyan was sweetly nestled beside Wang Yan, and the two were leisurely walking. Ruoyan, this is the benefit of power, Wang Yan said with a smile. They all think I'm a rich second generation, but just being a rich second generation can't get you into Area D. Lu Ruoyan nodded in agreement, fully cooperating. Ruoyan, Wang Yan's tone suddenly changed. Why did you contact that commoner Zhang Chen? Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoyan, somewhat arrogantly, replied, "Since I was little, only I have ever grown tired of things, no one has ever actively rejected me." Wang Yan grinned. "Oh, so you want to play with him?" "Exactly," Lu Ruoyan's eyes revealed a hint of madness. "I want him to regret it." "Alright," Wang Yan patted Lu Ruoyan's head, as if admiring a pet, "just be mindful of the limits." After saying that, Wang Yan checked the time and said, "Let's go, follow me into the third world." Lu Ruoyan, hearing that Wang Yan was going into the third world again, reluctantly said, "Can we stay a little longer?" Lu Ruoyan didn't quite understand. Those commoners had limited living space and had to enter the third world for entertainment and socializing. But why did the people in Area D, who had the freedom to move around, also remain immersed in the third world? However, Wang Yin didn't elaborate further, his tone somewhat firm. "No, just know that the third world is not just a simple virtual game." Seeing Wang Yan's changing expression, Lu Ruoyan dared not say more and obediently followed behind him. The next day, in the underground city of Area H, the artificial sun rose on time. Zhang Chen also woke up, quickly washed up, and then entered the third world. As soon as he logged in, he found a dozen private messages waiting for him, all from Lang Lai and the others, urging him to log on and gather. So urgent? Zhang Chen was a bit puzzled. Didn't these people ever rest? He replied to Lang Lai and then headed to the agreed meeting point. By the time Zhang Chen arrived, Lang Lai and the others had just arrived as well. "Did you really log off to sleep?" Lang Lai looked at Zhang Chen in surprise. Zhang Chen was taken aback, but when he saw the strange looks from the others, he realized something was off. "Don't you guys sleep?" Zhang Chen countered. "The holographic pod has a life support system. It's better than sleeping in bed," the shield warrior Chu Tian said matter-of-factly. Zhang Chen fell silent. His holographic pod didn't have any life support system. However, Zhang Chen understood one thing: Lang Lai and the others definitely had an unusual identity, at least not people from Area H. "Alright." Lang Lai seemed to think of something and quickly changed the subject. "Since everyone is here, let's continue leveling up." Saying this, Lang Lai invited Zhang Chen to join the team, and they continued to grind monsters in the Lost Land. With the experience from yesterday, Zhang Chen and their coordination became more seamless, and their monster-killing efficiency improved significantly. Before long, they pushed into the poison python area. Fortunately, at that moment, a system prompt sounded. "Ding, congratulations. Level up to level 7. Finally, another level up." Zhang Chen breathed a sigh of relief, getting closer to level 10. However, due to Zhang Chen's level increase, the experience gain he received became lower. Now, killing a poison python only granted him 50 experience points. Faced with the 80,000 experience points required for the next level, it was unclear how many venomous pythons they would need to kill to achieve that. Soon, the area was cleared, and the group had no choice but to wait for the pythons to respawn. It wasn't that they didn't want to delve deeper, it was just that the toxicity of the marsh ahead was even stronger, draining 5% of their health every minute, which they couldn't afford. Until their supplies ran out, Zhang Chen remained at level 7, though his experience bar was already more than half full. "What a pity," the others said as they exited the Lost Land, Lang Lai expressing some regret. "We didn't encounter a golden boss." Clearly, Lang Lai was still thinking about the Black Python King. Monsters respawn after being killed, so logically, bosses should do the same, but today they had searched all around and hadn't encountered the Black Python King. "Maybe it hasn't respawned yet," Zhang Chen comforted. After saying this, he bid farewell to the others and logged off. Once Zhang Chen left, the shield warrior Chu Tian said, "Boss, I estimate that Eternal Night is in the last 3 zones." Lang Lai nodded in response. The underground city was divided into 9 areas: S, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and H. The last 3 zones, H, G, and F, had basic version holographic chambers without life support systems. At that moment, the priest Han Shou suddenly said, "Can you draw a hidden class using the basic version holographic chamber?" This statement left everyone present momentarily stunned. In their minds, they had long regarded Eternal Night as a hidden class of swordsmen. However, they also knew some insider information that those in the last 3 zones were unaware of. The higher the level of the holographic chamber, the greater the chance of drawing a good class. As for the basic version, the chances of drawing a hidden class were almost non-existent. This world was inherently unfair. If you thought it was fair, it was merely because you were kept in the dark. The next day, Zhang Chen logged in and found that Lang Lai and the others were still in the game. Zhang Chen realized that they had likely been leveling up in the Lost Land the whole time. Although the monsters in the Lost Land provided high experience, it was at the cost of burning through gold coins. Even though their team had a priest, the consumption of health and mana potions was still astonishing. At this stage, without anti-poison pills, ordinary players would never come to the Lost Land to grind for levels. The Lost Land was like a green channel exclusively for wealthy players. Soon, Zhang Chen arrived at the Lost Land and reunited with Lang Lai and the others, starting to team up to grind monsters again. This time, Lang Lai and the others had prepared ample supplies. Zhang Chen even suspected they had filled their bags with rejuvenation pills. With more than half of the experience accumulated from yesterday, After repeatedly clearing out several venomous pythons, Zhang Chen finally heard the long-awaited system prompt, "Ding, congratulations, your level has risen to 8. Before he could celebrate, the experience points gained from killing pythons at level 8 made Zhang Chen frown. "Ding, you have killed a level 9 infected python, gaining 20 experience points. The previous experience bonus was completely gone. Killing a venomous python now only yielded 20 experience points, a sharp reduction by half. Zhang Chen looked at Lang Lai and the others, and he suddenly understood why they hadn't reached level 10 yet after being level 9 for so long. They were probably gaining even less experience. Moreover, this was still in the Lost Land. How much experience could one gain from killing a monster in other places? At this rate, reaching level 10 would likely take a while. This immediately put pressure on Zhang Chen. The quest exploring Nanshan, searching for the lost wanderer, lasted 10 days, and 3 days had already passed, leaving only 7 days. In these 7 days, Zhang Chen had to reach level 10 as planned. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to complete the Nanshan quest. Although Zhang Chen was temporarily free from the crisis of contribution points, this was the first quest he had taken on, and he didn't want to end it in failure. Moreover, Zhang Chen glanced at the weapon in his hand, the motherly sword. He speculated that if he could complete the task, this weapon would likely be the reward. Although the motherly sword was more suited for swordsman-type professions, its value was evident. Even if it were to be sold through the system later, Zhang Chen conservatively estimated it could fetch anywhere from tens to hundreds of thousands of gold coins. Of course, if someone like Lang Lai was willing to bid, it might sell for an astronomical price. That way, Zhang Chen could truly rest easy in the dungeon, at least for the time being. While Zhang Chen was lost in thought about other matters, his efficiency in killing monsters did not decrease. However, it wasn't until Lang Lai and the others had exhausted their supplies again that they remained at level 9. "Forget it," Lang Lai sighed, "there's no rush, we can grind again tomorrow." Tomorrow? Zhang Chen's heart stirred at his words. He knew that Lang Lai and the others were looking out for him. After all, they hardly needed to rest. While he did, Zhang Chen suddenly said, "You guys go back to restock, I'll wait for you here." "Ha?" Lang Lai was taken aback. Taking money to help others, Zhang Chen joked. Staying up late occasionally isn't a problem. Upon hearing this, Lang Lai didn't want to owe him a favor, but just as he was about to refuse, the usually taciturn assassin Shadow interjected, "Boss, since brother Yangya has said so, don't be so pretentious. Level 10 is important for us." Lang Lai's expression shifted slightly, and he finally nodded silently. Lang Lai and the others returned to the novice village to restock, and soon they came back again, starting to grind monsters for experience. It was only when they had nearly exhausted their supplies once more that relief appeared on their faces. Finally level 10, the shield warrior. Chu Tian exclaimed excitedly. Zhang Chen looked at their excited expressions, feeling somewhat puzzled. It wasn't like they had taken the top spot on the leaderboard. Why were they so thrilled? Moreover, the leaderboard was filled with level 10 players, and they were just now reaching level 10, far behind in rank. Lang Lai also noticed Zhang Chen's expression and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Brother Yangye, do you know why the leaderboard is filled with level 10 players and there are no level 11 players? Novice village level restriction?" Zhang Chen replied without hesitation, "It was a common game setting." "Not that," Lang Lai shook his head, offering no further explanation, but spoke mysteriously to Zhang Chen, "Level up to 10 as soon as possible, and don't leave the novice village recklessly." Zhang Chen furrowed his brow. Lang Lai's words seemed to imply something. However, after being online for a long time, Zhang Chen was already feeling drowsy, so he didn't delve deeper and smiled. "I'm logging off, everyone. Hope to see you again someday." Zhang Chen said this because Lang Lai and the others were already level 10, so he naturally wouldn't need to team up with them anymore. Just as Zhang Chen was about to log off, he suddenly received a trade notification, and 20,000 gold coins were credited to his account. "This is?" Zhang Chen looked at Lang Lai in surprise, not understanding why he had transferred another 20,000 gold coins to him. "Brother Yangya, this is the payment for the materials from these past few days," Lang Lai explained. "Although we didn't get any equipment drops, we collected quite a few snake gallbladders, which can sell for a good amount of gold." Zhang Chen nodded. Slowly, he was only responsible for grinding monsters and hadn't really paid attention to how many materials had dropped. However, given Lang Lai's character and demeanor, he would only give more, not less. "Thank you," Zhang Chen replied politely. However, the next moment, the others exchanged glances, and Lang Lai suddenly said, "Brother Yangye, tomorrow at this location, let's grind a dungeon together." "Sure." Zhang Chen didn't think much of it. After all, he still had a way to go before reaching level 10, and he was naturally happy to join a dungeon run. Thus, Zhang Chen casually agreed, exchanged all 20,000 gold coins for contribution points, and logged off to rest. "Boss, that dungeon is something only we know about so far," the assassin's shadow said in a low voice. "There may be clues about awakening talents." "So what?" Lang Lai replied indifferently. "Aside from those few people, I haven't heard of anyone else successfully awakening their talents. Besides," Lang Lai changed his tone, "without the Eternal Night, we can't clear the dungeon." As he spoke, Lang Lai looked towards the depths of the Lost Land, the place where they had unexpectedly discovered the dungeon. At the southernmost tip of the Lost Land, there was an unnamed village where all the villagers had been infected, losing their sanity and becoming bloodthirsty monsters. This was also the dungeon that Lang Lai and his companions had stumbled upon, and to this day, no player had cleared it. Infected village. In the room, Zhang Chen had just opened his eyes from the holographic pod when a mechanical voice sounded, 143342236XX2331 survival account income 20,000 Chinese yuan, balance 31,900 Chinese yuan. Zhang Chen himself had a fixed daily expenditure of 100 Chinese yuan, and now his account had over 30,000 contribution points, theoretically enough to last for 300 days. However, Zhang Chen knew that this was just theoretical time. In reality, it would be much less than 300. Having been in the dungeon for a while, Zhang Chen had also learned more information. In addition to the basic survival expenses, there were daily consumption costs in the dungeon. Food, daily necessities, and even toilet paper required additional contribution points to purchase. Of course, if you were tough enough to manage without paper, that was also an option. But the most troublesome part was that all the equipment in the dungeon rooms, including the holographic pod, would incur maintenance costs later on. Looking at his survival account balance, Zhang Chen felt a surge of motivation to make money, especially after that video call, when he saw Lu Ruyan's luxurious living environment. Then he glanced at his own cramped 15-square-meter room, which made Zhang Chen yearn for the living areas above Zone H. Although most of humanity on Blue Star spent their time in the third world, everyone still truly lived in the dungeon. If he could improve his living environment, that would be even better. Most importantly, Zhang Chen had already learned that the holographic pods in zones F, G, and H did not have life support systems. Others could stay online for 24 hours, but Zhang Chen could not. People in the back three zones spent more than half the online time in the third world, compared to players in the earlier zones. To gradually catch up to, or even surpass, others in the third world, Zhang Chen had to solve this problem. Zhang Chen walked to the smart device, and this time Lu Ruyan had not left him a message. Open the smart system, Zhang Chen issued a voice command. As soon as he finished speaking, a 3D holographic projection appeared, and a humanized voice responded, "Hello, what do you need?" Zhang Chen looked at the holographic projection and asked, "How do I change zones?" The 3D holographic projection replied, "Survivor's survival account in Zone H must accumulate 1 million contribution points to qualify for a zone change." 1 million just for qualification? Zhang Chen was slightly surprised. How many contribution points do I need to change to Zone E? Zhang Chen pressed on. The holographic pods in the back three zones did not have life support systems. At most, the rooms were a bit larger, which did not attract Zhang Chen much. If he were to change zones, it had to be at least Zone E, survival account contribution points 50 million. Upon hearing the reply, Zhang Chen showed a hint of shock and instinctively glanced at his survival account balance. It was indeed a long way to go. He was far from the target. Having 1 million contribution points in the survival account qualified him for a zone change, but Zone E actually required 50 million contribution points. It seemed that the back three zones were relatively easier, but once he wanted to leave the back three zones, the difficulty would increase sharply. After understanding this, Zhang Chen wanted to lie down and sleep. He had not rested for several hours and needed to catch up on sleep. But then he suddenly felt a stir in his heart and spoke again. "Is there any other way to get to Area E besides earning contribution points?" "Yes," the 3D holographic projection slowly replied, "those who make significant contributions to humanity can apply for a zone transfer." "Like what?" Zhang Chen asked curiously. "Breaking through technological bottlenecks, major inventions, improving the underground city ecosystem, optimizing human survival models." As Zhang Chen listened to the 3D holographic projection, he immediately lost interest. These were too far removed from him, completely unrealistic. It seemed he would have to find a way to earn contribution points and then exchange them. However, the next words from the 3D holographic projection left Zhang Chen stunned. There are also some special condition achievers who can exchange zones. For example, extracting hidden professions in the third world, successfully awakening talents, completing unique tasks, obtaining unique equipment. Zhang Chen was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected that completing these tasks in the third world game could also allow for a zone transfer. What was so special about the third world? And what was talent awakening? When he first entered the third world, Zhang Chen had only created a character in Chosen a profession. There was no mention of talents. Zhang Chen thought to himself, "It seems the third world has many secrets I don't know about. If a player completes a unique task, will the official automatically transfer them to another zone?" Zhang Chen was curious about the transfer process. "No automatic transfer. Players need to apply," the 3D holographic projection explained. "The third world is controlled by the intelligent brain, and Blue Star humans cannot actively obtain internal information about the third world." "What do you mean? The third world is not under the control of human engineers?" Zhang Chen showed a hint of surprise upon hearing this. "I cannot provide more information, you may explore on your own." The 3D holographic projection did not respond directly, but Zhang Chen keenly sensed something unusual. The third world was likely truly beyond the control of Blue Star humans. The third world was developed jointly by humans worldwide and did not belong solely to the Dragon Country. The reason Zhang Chen had not encountered players from other countries was that, at this stage, players had not yet left the novice village. According to the information from the Third World Forum, once players reached the main city, city teleportation would be opened, and players from various countries on Blue Star would meet. Could it be that the Third World is experiencing unexpected operations, breaking free from human control? Zhang Chen couldn't help but speculate. If it truly was uncontrollable, would uncontrollable events occur later? After all, the Third World connected all human consciousness, and if unexpected situations arose, it would not be a trivial matter. But then Zhang Chen self-deprecatingly smiled. He was currently too preoccupied with his own issues to worry about the survival of humanity. These matters would naturally be considered by the higher-ups of humanity. Since they could open the Third World, it meant that safety was definitely not a problem. With that thought, Zhang Chen lay down on his small bed and fell into a deep sleep. However, just as Zhang Chen was falling asleep, the Third World was stirring up a storm. Ding! Server-wide announcement. Player Yi Chun from the Dragon Country zone of the Blue Star Camp awakens SSS level talent, Divine Punishment, becoming the first SSS talent holder in Blue Star. Ding! Server-wide announcement. Player Yi Chun from the Dragon Country zone of the Blue Star Camp awakens SSS level talent, Divine Punishment, becoming the first SSS talent holder in Blue Star. Ding! Server-wide announcement. Player Yi Chun from the Dragon Country zone of the Blue Star Camp awakens SSS level talent, Divine Punishment, becoming the first SSS talent holder in Blue Star. The server-wide announcement repeated 6 times, shocking the entire Third World. Across the ocean, in another massive underground city, a white man exclaimed in a villa, "What the funk? Why is NB equals Dragon Country? SSS level talent. What a joke. Who is Baka?" Of course, the most shocked and excited were the players from Dragon Country. Wow, this is a server-wide announcement. Awesome, it's our Dragon Country players. Whoa, as a guy, I want to marry him. But what does the Blue Star faction mean? Could it be that besides us from Blue Star, there are other factions in the Third World? Is the system malfunctioning? What is a talent? Why don't I have one? In an instant, all the players from Dragon Country fell into a frenzy of discussion, and the Third World Forum was quickly overwhelmed. There really is someone awakening a talent in the novice village, and it's an SSS level talent. This is an SSS level talent. In the Third World, in the novice village, Lang Lai and his companions also gasped. They worked so hard to level up just to awaken their professional talents. After reaching level 10 in the novice village, if they could complete some special tasks, they could trigger awakening tasks or clues for talent awakening. However, the probability of this was very low, and only a small portion of people could achieve it. One factor depended on the player's strength in the game, and the other was the player's luck. With bad luck, even if you are at the top of the level leaderboard, you might not be able to awaken a talent. Wait for Yang Yi to go online, and we'll go to the dungeon together, Lang Lai said in a deep voice. Players have a certain chance of obtaining clues for talent awakening when they clear a dungeon for the first time. If it's not the first clear, later players will have to rely on constantly refreshing dungeon records or special tasks to try their luck. In short, it would only get harder for the later players, which is the advantage of being the first movers. This is also why so many players are desperately leveling up. Lang Lai and his companions briefly communicated and then began to buy and upgrade equipment in bulk. For them, changing into a full set of purple gear was not a big deal. Although the drop rate in the Third World is very low, the sheer number of players means that eventually someone will drop equipment to sell. Soon, Lang Lai and his companions had all changed their equipment. Although it wasn't a full set, their strength had greatly increased. This also gave them more confidence in clearing the upcoming dungeons. After sleeping for a few hours, Zhang Chen woke up, quickly washed up, ate something, and hurried into the Third World. Ever since he learned that others had life support systems in their holographic pods, Zhang Chen felt a sense of urgency. Although his leveling speed could be described as monstrous, he was still a few months behind others and had not caught up with the first tier. As soon as Zhang Chen logged in, he received a message from Lang Lai, "Come to the Lost Land XXX." Seeing the message as soon as he logged in, Zhang Chen knew they had probably been waiting for him for a while. He didn't delay and quickly headed towards the coordinates. However, on the way, Zhang Chen also learned about that server-wide announcement. The public channel in the novice village was still going crazy with messages, and many players were enthusiastically discussing Blue Star faction Dragon Country player, SSS level talent Divine Punishment, the first SSS level talent holder. Zhang Chen glanced at the level leaderboard, all players at level 10, and had some guesses in his mind. They had been staying in the novice village, likely partly for the talent awakening. Zhang Chen suddenly felt a bit excited about awakening his professional talent. The Joker class was already very overpowered. If he awakened a talent, wouldn't he just take off? No, it should be said that as long as he reached level 10, he would take off right where he stood. Zhang Chen already had a simple plan, which was to level up by imitating and copying group attack skills, pulling monsters to level up alone. In the case of solo play, as long as there are enough wild monsters, the performance effect can be triggered, and the damage of area attack skills will also become 999. Moreover, at level 10, one will gain the skill Improvisational Comedy, eliminating any worries about health recovery. The only thing Zhang Chen needs to prepare is mana replenishment. As long as he has magic points, he can keep leveling up crazily. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the Lost Land, Lung Lai and the others were eagerly waiting and finally spotted Zhang Chen's figure in the distance. "Brother Eternal Light, you finally made it," Lung Lai said with joy. "Everyone, sorry to keep you waiting," Zhang Chen greeted each of them before directly joining the team. Then, Lung Lai led the way and they hurried deeper into the Lost Land. "The dungeon is at the southernmost end of the Lost Land," Lung Lai explained the general situation of the dungeon to Zhang Chen along the way. They had attempted it several times, but without exception, all ended in failure. Inside the dungeon, there were only level 10 humanoid monsters, and they were all elite monsters with high health and thick defenses. The southernmost end? Humanoid elite monsters? As Zhang Chen listened to Lang Lai's description, a strange expression appeared on his face. How did the dungeon monsters Lang Lai described resemble the southern mountain guardians so much? Could they be the same? Zhang Chen thought to himself as the group quickly entered the range of the venomous pythons. However, this time the target was not these pythons. The group maintained their speed and continued to delve deeper. "Ding, you have entered the core area of the Lost Land, losing 5% health per minute." Upon entering the core area, Lang Lai and the others had already started using health potions to maintain their health bars, and there were no other players in sight. "We were also curious. We only discovered this dungeon after going deeper," Lang Lai explained as he suddenly turned southward with the group. After walking a considerable distance, a majestic mountain range gradually came into view in the distance. "Have we really reached the southern mountain?" Zhang Chen was somewhat surprised. However, at that moment, Lang Lai suddenly stopped. "We're here." "Ding, you have entered the range of infected village. Do you wish to enter the dungeon?" "Yes," Lang Lai responded without hesitation. As Lang Lai's voice fell, the scene before the group began to shift continuously, revealing a dilapidated village not far away. At the village entrance, several stiff-moving villagers were walking back and forth. The shield warrior Chu Tian took the lead, walking at the forefront, with the priest Han Qiu in the middle and the mage Mu Wan at the back providing support. The assassin Shadow activated stealth to approach the several villagers, using detection skills to share information with the team. Mutated villager elite, level 10, health 3000 over 3000, attack power 60, physical defense 55, magical defense 45, details. A contaminated villager, seemingly mutated, instinctively guarding the temple in the village. Zhang Chen frowned slightly upon seeing the attributes of the mutated villagers. These mutated villagers were not much different from the southern mountain guardians, and they all seemed to be guarding something. Firewall. The mage Mu Wan initiated the attack first, raising a firewall in front of the mutated villagers. -113, -123, -112. The mutated villagers, upon being attacked, immediately charged towards the group. "Guard!" Shield warrior Chu Tian shouted, drawing the aggro onto himself. Puff puff -478, -456. Zhang Chen and Lang Lai struck almost simultaneously, and now their damage was quite close. Zhang Chen was somewhat surprised, not to mention that Lang Lai's damage was approaching his own. Even the mage's area attack skills could deal over 100 damage. It seemed that Lang Lai and the others had significantly improved their strength after reaching level 10. Hee, Lang Lai chuckled, "My damage is finally close to yours." Zhang Chen couldn't be bothered to respond to Lang Lai and slashed out again. Lang Lai seemed intent on competing as he quickly followed up with his own attack. -477, -465, -234. The team unleashed their full firepower, and soon these mutated villagers were cleared out. However, Zhang Chen was surprised to find that these villagers had actually granted him 500 experience points, which was many times higher than what he would earn outside. "Let's go," Zhang Chen said, feeling a sense of urgency as he strode into the village. He had a premonition that completing this dungeon for the first time could very well allow him to level up directly to level 10. As the group entered the village along the winding path, a wave of decay and rot hit them. Ding, unknown infection detected, losing 5% health per minute. The system notification rang in their ears, causing several of them to stiffen. "Give it your all," Lang Lai said in a deep voice. This 5% health loss rate was something they couldn't afford to sustain, even with a large stock of supplies prepared in advance. They hadn't gone far when more mutated villagers appeared in their line of sight. The group exchanged glances, maintaining their formation as they charged forward. -113, -104, -111, -487, -462. Mage Mu Wan used a firewall for ranged damage, while the shield warrior Chu Tian focused on drawing aggro, and Zhang Chen and Lang Lai concentrated on dealing damage. Soon, this wave of mutated villagers was cleared out by their combined efforts. However, before they could catch their breath, another wave of mutated villagers surged forward, and their numbers had doubled. But with the experience from the previous two encounters, the group remained calm. Each member had a clear role, but this time, the shield warrior Chu Tian felt significantly more pressure. Fortunately, with Priest Hanshou present, his health remained precariously but safely above the danger line. Something's not right, Long Lai frowned. Just as the second wave of mutated villagers was cleared, a third wave surged in from the distance, and their numbers had doubled once again. We can't kill them all, Chu Tian, the shield warrior, was still struggling to hold on. With so many mutated villagers, he was starting to feel overwhelmed. Zhang Chen was also in a bit of a dilemma. It wasn't that he didn't want to step up, it was just that the performance had conditions. One was the number of spectators, and the other was the unique protagonist. He and the others needed to disband their team to trigger the performance effect. But this was inside a dungeon, not in the wild, so the team couldn't disband voluntarily. Unless Lang Lai and the others all died outside. Don't hold on too hard, kite them a bit, Lang Lai said in a low voice. Then he and shield warrior Chu Tian took turns drawing aggro. With their cooperation, the already slow-moving mutated villagers were gradually cleared out. Continue, Lang Lai said, and without waiting for a response, he quickly moved deeper into the village. The others hurried to follow. Who knew if more mutated villagers would pop up? They couldn't waste time here. However, contrary to their hopes, they hadn't gone far when dozens of monster figures appeared ahead. Brother Yang, it's up to you, Long Lai turned to Zhang Chen and said. Zhang Chen was taken aback and casually cast a detection spell. Mutated villager, chief level 10 health 3000/3000. Attack power, 60 physical defense, 255 magical defense, 215 details. A polluted villager chief, seemingly mutated, instinctively guarding the village temple. Such high defense, Zhang Chen thought to himself, no wonder they couldn't get through. The mutated chief had nearly 300 points in physical defense and over 200 points in magical defense, significantly reducing the group's damage output. However, for the Mother's Sword, which had armor-piercing effects, this was hardly a problem. Lang Lai also knew that Zhang Chen had armor-piercing equipment, which was why he invited him into the dungeon. Long Lai had also tried to acquire armor-piercing gear himself, but such equipment was hard to come by, and he had yet to find any. Zhang Chen took the lead, acting as the main damage dealer, -486 -478. The damage from Zhang Chen's basic attacks was unaffected, causing Lang Lai to feel a wave of envy. If only Yongyi could sell me the armor-piercing equipment, Lang Lai couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. However, he also knew that with a bit of gaming experience, such equipment wouldn't be easily sold. Players would only sell it if they had better alternatives. -201 -77 -199. In the team, although the output of the other members had sharply decreased, they were not idle, doing their best to share the pressure with Zhang Chen. Fortunately, not only was Zhang Chen's output high, but his attack speed was also fast, and the number of mutated bosses gradually decreased. With the last boss defeated, everyone let out a sigh of relief. In their previous attempts at this dungeon, Lang Lai and the others had been stuck here, but this time, with Yang Yi ignoring defenses, they finally made it through. These dozens of bosses dropped a few pieces of blue equipment, which were picked up by the priest Hanshou. Zhang Chen was too lazy to clean up the battlefield. After all, Lang Lai would distribute the dungeon rewards to him in the end. The group continued deeper and finally arrived at the center of the ruined village. The originally narrow village suddenly opened up, revealing a square. And in the square, a red temple came into view. A red temple? The others were somewhat surprised. Shall we go in and take a look? Lang Lai instinctively looked at Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen gazed at the red temple complex, then turned to the assassin Shadow beside him. Why don't you go in and scout it out first? Shadow slowly nodded, entering stealth mode and heading straight for the temple entrance. The others had no objections to Zhang Chen's arrangement. After all, Shadow had stealth skills and could retreat at any time. However, less than a minute after Shadow entered, the group received a message from Shadow. I'm dead. How did you die? Lang Lai quickly sent a message asking. You'll find out when you go in. Shadow immediately replied. What happened? Lang Lai was confused. Shadow was being secretive. Spill it. Not telling, too embarrassing. Shadow sent another message. Now, Lang Lai's curiosity was completely piqued. I'll go in and take a look. After saying that, Lang Lai cautiously entered the red temple. A few minutes later, I'm dead. Lang Lai sent a message to the group. What the hell? Zhang Chen was somewhat baffled. You two go in and check it out, Zhang Chen said to the priest Hanshou and the mage Muan. It wasn't that Zhang Chen was afraid of dying, but his performance had special conditions. However, this scene took on a different flavor in the eyes of the two girls. Muan snorted lightly and walked into the red temple with Hanshou. A few minutes later, both sent a message in the group gathering at the novice village. Zhang Chen looked at the others, who seemed somewhat bewildered, and walked towards the entrance of the red temple. Ding, entering the temple of all beings. As soon as Zhang Chen stepped in, a system prompt rang in his ears. Inside the temple, there wasn't a single statue of Buddha. Instead, there was a huge roulette on the altar. But when Zhang Chen's gaze fell on the giant roulette, a look of shock couldn't help but appear in his eyes. Fortune roulette grade, legendary status, invincible characteristic, equivalent exchange. Details destiny is predetermined. If you have the courage, go for it. The roulette displayed SSS level talent, SS level talent, S level talent, unique quest, unique equipment. Ding, congratulations on completing the dungeon task. A voice rang in Zhang Chen's ears. Completed? Zhang Chen was momentarily stunned upon hearing the voice. Ding, you have received a reward for clearing the level, a chance to use the opportunity wheel. Ding, consuming 5% of your health allows you to spin the wheel for a chance at an opportunity. Would you like to spin? This is the reward for clearing the level? Zhang Chen was taken aback and began to observe his surroundings. The interior of the temple was quite empty, with nothing but the wheel. Moreover, the wheel was in an invincible state, unable to be attacked. For a moment, Zhang Chen felt a mix of belief and doubt. Although it was somewhat difficult to understand why this appeared in the instance of the third world, he felt a strange sense of familiarity. To verify his suspicion, Zhang Chen spoke, yes. Ding, consuming 5% of your health. Note, in the temple, health cannot be restored through supplies. As Zhang Chen watched, the opportunity wheel steadily stopped on the unique equipment. Did I win? Zhang Chen was stunned. Ding, congratulations. You have obtained 99% access to the unique equipment. You need just 1% more to obtain the unique equipment. Would you like to continue spinning? Zhang Chen glanced at his health bar, his expression strange. Yes. The wheel spun again, landing once more on the unique equipment. Ding, congratulations. You have obtained 99.9% access to the unique equipment. You need just 0.1% more to obtain the unique equipment. Would you like to continue spinning? At this point, Zhang Chen was 100% certain that this opportunity wheel was exactly like the scam app Pinduoduo. He couldn't help but look down on Lang Lai and the others in his heart. They actually fell for such an old trick. No wonder they were too embarrassed to admit it. However, Zhang Chen thought to himself that he had also shared it with quite a few people for that $100. Moreover, for Lang Lai and the others, dying once might not mean much. Additionally, judging by their displayed wealth, they probably had never even used Pinduoduo. Zhang Chen looked at the opportunity wheel and casually threw a fireball. The next moment, the fireball landed steadily on the opportunity wheel. -1, it really works. Zhang Chen's eyes lit up. He just wanted to give it a try, so he casually cast a fireball spell. After all, the opportunity wheel was in an invincible state. -1, -1, -1. Zhang Chen began to use the fireball spell, gradually wearing down the damage. Just then, a voice exclaimed, "How is this possible?" A surprised voice came from the wheel. Immediately after, a flash of white light passed over the wheel, rapidly shrinking, and a kind-looking old monk appeared, holding the wheel firmly in his hands. Zhang Chen looked at the suddenly appearing old monk and immediately cast a detection spell. Red Temple Master, Dark Gold BOSS level 15 health, 10 tense attack power, 0 status, invincible skill, blood summon. Details: the Red Temple Master has never harmed others and seems to be a good person. How could you possibly cause damage to my wheel? The Red Temple Master looked at Zhang Chen in disbelief. However, what responded to him was a searing fireball. Wait, donor. The old monk panicked. -1, a small amount of damage floated out from above the old monk's head. I am a good person. The old monk hurriedly explained. I have never harmed anyone. Ha! Zhang Chen sneered. It doesn't matter if you're a good person, since you've revealed your health bar, you deserve to die. In the blink of an eye, another fireball struck the old monk directly. -1, the old monk was anxious. In this instance, he was supposed to be in an invincible state, but he never expected someone could break the rules. Blood summon, the old monk cried out in desperation. -1, the old monk actively lost a drop of blood, and the temple began to shake. Zhang Chen glanced at the entrance of the temple, where a large number of mutated villagers were rushing towards the temple. So this is the mechanism. Zhang Chen suddenly understood. If Lang Lai and the others hadn't been so greedy and had refused to spin the wheel, they would likely have to face this dark gold boss directly. The boss was in an invincible state, and its 10 drops of health meant it could summon 10 waves of mutated villagers. Normally, to clear this dungeon, one would need to withstand 10 waves of attacks. However, unfortunately for this boss, it was facing Zhang Chen. Fireballs flew from Zhang Chen's hands, accurately landing on the old monk. -1, -1, -1. With a loud boom, the dark gold boss's body shattered into pieces, and a tattered parchment fell to the ground. Ding, congratulations on defeating the level 10, Red Temple Master, Dark Gold Boss. You have gained 80,000 experience points. Ding, congratulations on defeating the level 10, Red Temple Master, Dark Gold Boss, Reputation plus 200. Congratulations on clearing the Infected Village dungeon. Ding, congratulations on your first clear of the Infected Village. You have gained 80,000 experience points. Ding, congratulations on leveling up to level 9. Ding, congratulations on your first clear of the Infected Village, Reputation plus 200. Ding, congratulations on obtaining the unique equipment clue Fate Carnival, Mask Parchment. Ding, due to your first clear of the Infected Village dungeon, an announcement will be made. Do you want to hide team information? A series of system prompts left Zhang Chen somewhat dazzled. However, he keenly caught the 4 words, unique equipment. from the barrage of system notifications. Ignoring everything else, Zhang Chen walked straight over and picked up the tattered parchment from the ground. Fate Carnival, Mask Parchment. Content: take this parchment to the old village chief and he will tell you the location of the unique equipment. Fate Carnival. Details: wearing it, you will see the trajectory of fate but never attempt to change it. It really is unique. Equipment. Zhang Chen's heart soared with joy. In the third world, equipment tiers are divided into tattered, white, blue, purple, gold, epic, artifact, legend, and unique. Unique equipment means there is only one in the entire third world. More importantly, unique equipment is often closely related to the player's profession. In other words, Fate Carnival is also exclusive equipment for the jester profession. However, just as Zhang Chen was filled with excitement, he suddenly thought of something. Earlier, when he spun the wheel, he had drawn the unique equipment. Now, after defeating the boss and clearing the dungeon, he had also obtained a clue for unique equipment. Did that mean if he had drawn an SSS level talent, he would now have an SSS level talent? However, Zhang Chen quickly felt it was impossible. If that were the case, players could exploit this dungeon to infinitely farm talents and unique equipment. Realizing this, just as Zhang Chen was about to message Lang Lai and the others, a system prompt echoed through the novice village. Ding, congratulations to novice village player 9167 Eternal Night, Lang Lai, Chu Tian, Hanxiu, Muan, Shadow for their first clear of the infected village dungeon. The continuous 6 system announcements plunged the entire novice village into a brief silence, which was soon followed by a surge of excitement. Wow, another big shot cleared the dungeon first? What is this, infected village dungeon? I've never heard of it. Did you notice? It's that Eternal Night again. Wasn't this the big shot who soloed the golden boss last time? Who are those with Lang Lai? Being able to team up with a big shot must not be simple. In the novice village, at the resurrection point, Lang Lai and the others couldn't contain their overwhelming joy. Clearing the dungeon first, the system announcement, and most importantly, among them, Lang Lai had received the Talent Awakening quest. Although it was just an S-level Talent Awakening quest, it would put him far ahead of the others. I wonder what reward Eternal Night received, Lang Lai couldn't help but ask curiously. The dungeon was opened by Eternal Night, and logically, the rewards from Eternal Night should be the most generous. Waiting for Eternal Night in the novice village, Lang Lai said softly, I've already messaged him to gather here. If it were me, I would just die and come back, the shield warrior Chu Tian joked. He wouldn't dare, Hanxiu said somewhat angrily, otherwise he wouldn't let us go in first to die. Upon hearing this, Lang Lai couldn't help but ask, how did you die? And you still have the face to blame Eternal Night? Hanxiu suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. If it weren't for Eternal Night, Lang Lai couldn't help but say, we wouldn't have gained so much, let alone clear the dungeon. Boss, the shield warrior Chu Tian suddenly said, I think Eternal Night must be lacking contribution points, why not pull him? Upon hearing this, Lang Lai was indeed tempted but then shook his head. He could sense that Eternal Night had no intention of joining them. Moreover, after this time, Eternal Night probably wouldn't lack contribution points anymore. On the outskirts of the Lost Land, Zhang Chen was terrified but managed to walk out of the swamp unscathed. Lang Lai and the others forgot one thing, Zhang Chen never brought supplies, and his bag only contained the 50 sets of rejuvenation pills that Lang Lai had initially given him. This nearly caused Zhang Chen to not survive the Lost Land. Fortunately, after exhausting the rejuvenation pills, Zhang Chen also made it out of the Lost Land. However, there was still quite a distance from the Lost Land to the novice village. Under the eager gazes of Lang Lai and the others, Zhang Chen finally appeared at the entrance of the novice village. Brother Eternal Night, thank you, Lang Lai said gratefully. This time, it was truly thanks to Eternal Night, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to achieve the first clear of the dungeon, let alone receive the S-level talent reward. You're being polite, Zhang Chen waved his hand, then took out the materials dropped from the dungeon. As for the parchment, Zhang Chen naturally couldn't take it out. He believed that Lang Lai and the others must have had extra gains as well. Lang Lai didn't even look at the materials and directly transferred 100,000 gold coins to Zhang Chen. So much? Zhang Chen was a bit surprised. Lang Lai laughed. Compared to this haul, this amount of gold is not much. Seeing Lang Lai's firm attitude, Zhang Chen didn't bother to decline. He wasn't good at these social niceties or false politeness anyway. Brother Eternal Night, are we teaming up again later? Lang Lai asked tentatively. Let's talk about it when the opportunity arises. Zhang Chen didn't agree nor immediately reject. However, Zhang Chen still wanted to solo. After all, the jester class characteristics determined that he would most likely be a lone wolf in the future. Moreover, his opportunity quest exploring Nanshan, finding the lost wanderer, had already passed half its time. Zhang Chen needed to hurry and complete this opportunity quest. After chatting with Lang Lai for a while, Zhang Chen bid farewell to the others and hurried towards the village chief's location. This was the only unique equipment, and even Zhang Chen, with his temperament, couldn't wait. Zhang Chen walked to the center of the novice village and approached an old man, respectfully saying, Senior, I am here to exchange items. The old village chief, who had been resting with his eyes closed on a recliner, slowly opened his eyes and looked at Zhang Chen in surprise. Who are you? Zhang Chen's mouth twitched as he took out the parchment from his bag and handed it to him. The moment the old village chief saw the tattered parchment, he immediately sat up from the recliner, exclaiming, "It's it!" At this moment, the old village chief's lazy demeanor changed, and his eyes burst with a gleam that startled Zhang Chen. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. The old village chief looked Zhang Chen up and down. "I didn't expect you to obtain this token." Zhang Chen wasn't in the mood to banter with him and went straight to the point. "Senior, please tell me where the Fate Carnival is? This is the only unique equipment." The old village chief stroked his beard thoughtfully, looking meaningfully at Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen was taken aback. The old village chief looked at Zhang Chen's clueless expression, his face twitching slightly as he emphasized, "This is the only unique equipment." "I know," Zhang Chen replied seriously, "I came to get the Fate Carnival. Why can't you understand?" The old village chief, seeing that Zhang Chen wasn't getting it, spoke directly. "You think you can just take such a valuable item?" Now it was Zhang Chen's turn to be confused. Even if he didn't understand the unspoken rules, he could tell that the old village chief wanted some benefits. Damn it, Zhang Chen cursed inwardly, wondering how the third world could be set up so annoyingly. He was carrying a sheepskin roll to get the equipment, and now he had to pay a bribe? How many gold coins? Zhang Chen asked warily, looking at the old village chief. The old village chief sighed regretfully. "Talking about money hurts feelings. I've accompanied this equipment for so many years, I'm a bit reluctant to part with it. Just give me 100 or 80,000 gold coins." "What the hell?" Zhang Chen panicked. "What did you say? How could he have 100 or 80,000 gold coins?" Zhang Chen sized up the old village chief and suddenly thought about trying to take him down. "Kid," the old village chief sensed Zhang Chen's ill intentions and immediately said, "What are you trying to do?" Zhang Chen got straight to the point. "I don't have money, but I can offer you a life. Will you take it?" "You're really not getting it," the old village chief said with some disdain. "As the saying goes, ask for a sky-high price and pay back on the ground. Why don't you negotiate a bit? Maybe I'll agree." "1 gold coin," Zhang Chen said seriously. At this, the old village chief looked as if he was holding in a bowel movement, unable to speak. In the end, after a heated argument, Zhang Chen still pulled out 10,000 gold coins before the old village chief finally took out the Fate Carnival. Zhang Chen's pupils constricted, the dark patterns flowing on the surface of the black mask in the old village chief's hand seemed to stretch like a living thing. Once his gaze lingered on it, he felt as if his mind was sinking in. Zhang Chen excitedly took it over, and when he saw the mask's attributes, his heart skipped a beat. Fate Carnival mask level, unlimited rarity, unique attributes, stage comedy. The clown can imitate and replicate the number of skills plus 1 traits, skill consumption 100%, 90% chance to refresh all skill cooldowns when attacking. Details. Are you ready to welcome the final carnival? The first exclusive skill of the clown profession allows the imitation and replication of an active skill. However, there is a limit on the number. It can only replicate 1 skill. Now with this mask, Zhang Chen can replicate 2 active skills. The key point is the mask's trait, skill consumption -100%, meaning Zhang Chen will no longer have to worry about mana. Using skills will no longer consume magic. Even better, there's a 90% chance to refresh skill cooldowns when attacking. This is simply unlimited firepower. If he can replicate 2 continuous output skills, Zhang Chen would become an invincible existence. He could unleash and stack skills without limit. In performance mode, all skill damage would be 999. What if he unleashed and stacked 10, dozens, or even 100 skills? This is just for output skills. Don't forget Zhang Chen also has a buff skill, card juggling. Within 10 seconds, attacks randomly inflict one of 4 negative effects: taunt, blindness, interruption, or slow, with a cooldown of 60 seconds. Now with a 90% chance of skill refresh, it means Zhang Chen's skills will randomly carry one of those negative effects throughout. Damn, this is really insane. Zhang Chen couldn't hide his excitement and quickly put on the Fate Carnival mask. Ding, do you want to hide the mask's wearing effect? As soon as Zhang Chen put on the mask, this option appeared. As a unique piece of equipment, Fate Carnival can be hidden or displayed when worn. This is indeed very humane. In case one needs to do something inconvenient to let others know, it can be displayed externally, while one can choose to hide it in daily life. After all, wearing this mask all the time would be too ostentatious. Zhang Chen glanced at his level and experience points. He was now less than 20,000 experience away from level 10. The experience gained from the first completion of the dungeon exceeded Zhang Chen's expectations, not only allowing him to directly reach level 9 but also bringing him close to level 10. Originally, Zhang Chen planned to wait until he reached level 10 to complete the opportunity quest in Nanshan, but now it seemed entirely unnecessary. Zhang Chen was confident that even without the healing skill at level 10, he could easily complete it. Without further ado, Zhang Chen hurried towards Nanshan, eager to test the power of his current profession. On the way, Zhang Chen copied 2 mage skills again. One was Firewall and the other was Lightning Bolt. Both of these skills were continuous area skills. Mages might find their damage too low when using these skills, mainly to slow down wild monsters or pull them. However, Zhang Chen had no such worries. As long as he triggered performance, he could deal 999 damage with any skill. Before long, Zhang Chen arrived at Nanshan. Ding entered the task area of exploring Nanshan, finding the lost wanderer looking at the long-lost watchdog, and battle. Wolf, ahead. Zhang Chen suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. Firewall. Zhang Chen did not deliberately pull monsters to trigger performance, he simply kept casting the firewall skill in place, and waves of firewalls were released by him. Without exception, the feeling of having no skill cooldown was exhilarating. These wild monsters were instantly engulfed in flames. Although there was no performance effect and only a drop of damage, the sheer number of firewalls was overwhelming, and they caused continuous damage. One firewall dealt 1 damage per second. What about 10? For 10 seconds? Just burning wasn't enough. Zhang Chen alternated between casting firewall and lightning bolt, and in an instant, lightning flashed, fire blazed, mixed with the rising wails, coupled with the random triggering of taunt, blind, interrupt, and stun effects throughout the skills. These wild monsters couldn't get close to Zhang Chen at all. As for mana, Zhang Chen didn't need to worry at all. Wearing the Fate Carnival mask meant all skills had no consumption. Now, he only needed to simply cast skills to deal with these wild monsters. Soon, Zhang Chen passed through the canyon and arrived once again at the territory of the Nanshan Guardian. In the vast open space ahead, a group of heavily armored soldiers turned to look at Zhang Chen in unison. Nanshan Guardian Elite, Level 10, Health 3000, Attack Power 60, Physical Defense 55, Magical Defense 45. Details: the Nanshan Guardian seems to be guarding something. These elite monsters had 3000 health, far exceeding that of ordinary wild monsters. However, Zhang Chen directly ignored these guardians, his gaze falling behind them. There, a gigantic ancient tree stood tall. Zhang Chen cast a detection spell at the ancient tree. Nanshan Sangmu Dark Gold Boss, Level 10, Health 200,000/200,000, Attack Power 227, Skills 1, Entangle 2, Heavy Strike 3, Withered Wood Revives, Physical Defense 125, Magical Defense 120. Details: Nanshan Sangmu has always guarded the entrance to Nanshan. It is rumored that all who attempt to cross Nanshan have been slain by it. Ding, the opportunity quest exploring Nanshan, finding the lost wanderer, has been completed. Please inform Yupa of the news about Nanshan Sangmu. Completed. Hearing the system prompt, Zhang Chen couldn't help but be taken aback. It seems that in this opportunity task setting, players do not need to kill the Dark Gold boss, Nanshan Sangmu, but only need to bring the message back to that old woman. However, this is quite reasonable. After all, the attributes of this boss are not something an ordinary player can defeat alone at this stage. Of course, this does not include Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen walked straight towards the boss, having finally encountered the boss. He couldn't let this chance slip away. However, just as Zhang Chen was about to take action, hundreds of guardians began to attack him. Ding, the audience is in position. Is the show about to start? The system prompt rang in Zhang Chen's ear. Start, Zhang Chen whispered. A wall of fire crossed through the center of the guardians, -999, -999, -999. A large amount of damage overflowed from these guardians. Although the Nanshan Guardians had 3000 health points, they could only hold on for 3 to 4 seconds under the firewall's attack. But Zhang Chen's main target was not these guardians, but the boss behind them. Zhang Chen aimed to use the performance time to kill the Dark Gold boss, Nanshan Sangmu. The firewall blocked the guardians, while continuous lightning spells covered the Dark Gold boss. Boom, countless bolts of lightning struck Nanshan Sangmu. -999, -999, -999. Nanshan Sangmu's health bar began to drop at a visible speed. Normally, the damage from such area attack skills would be relatively low, but in Zhang Chen's hands, the performance skill perfectly compensated for this flaw. As Nanshan Sangmu was attacked, countless massive branches seemed to want to entangle Zhang Chen. But just as the boss was about to counterattack, the countless branches lost their target and froze in midair. Zhang Chen's attacks randomly triggered negative BFUU effects: blindness, interruption, slowing, and taunting, with 4 effects triggering randomly. Just as Nanshan Sangmu was about to counterattack, it was interrupted by a skill or lost its attack target due to blindness. Only by triggering the taunt negative buff could it make an effective counterattack. This left the boss extremely frustrated and even more furious. However, for Zhang Chen, this was merely a futile struggle. The boss's health bar quickly approached empty, but Zhang Chen did not dare to be careless. Although he had not deliberately harvested those guardians, there were already very few left under the firewall's attack. Zhang Chen needed to kill the boss before the performance effect ended. Boom, the boss's surface suddenly emitted a red light, and its originally massive body instantly swelled. Ding, the boss has entered a berserk state. All attributes doubled. The boss was on the brink of death, triggering a mechanism, but all of this was just a dying struggle for Zhang Chen. The boss's health bar, which had only a sliver left, suddenly restored to half, gaining an extra 100,000 health out of nowhere. Zhang Chen frowned. Upon seeing this, he remembered the boss's third skill, Withered Wood Revives in Spring. He wondered how many times this boss could use the Withered Wood Revives in Spring skill. Zhang Chen instinctively glanced at the number of guardians, which were now very few. If he couldn't kill the boss before the performance ended, it would be troublesome. Zhang Chen decisively gave up attacking the remaining guardians and the firewall. And lightning spells continued to rain down on the boss. -999 -999 -999. Even though the boss had entered a berserk state with doubled attributes, it didn't matter much to Zhang Chen, who dealt fixed damage. Dozens of firewalls and lightning spells stacked together, and the boss's recently restored health began to plummet again. As for counterattacking, the boss could only hope for it. Mockery, interruption, blindness, and slowness, 4 types of negative buffs cycling in alternation. Even in a berserk state, the boss could only stare blankly, unable to land a single attack on Zhang Chen. Boom, with a loud crash, the massive body of the boss collapsed. Ding, congratulations on defeating the level 10, Nanshan Sangmu, Dark Gold boss, earning 80,000 experience points. Ding, congratulations on defeating the level 10, Nanshan Sangmu, Dark Gold boss, reputation plus 200. Ding, congratulations on leveling up to level 10. Ding, congratulations on solo killing the level 10, Nanshan Sangmu, Dark Gold boss, an announcement will be made. Do you wish to disclose personal information? Disclose. Zhang Chen chose to reveal his information without hesitation. Ding, congratulations to player number 9167 from the Novice Village Eternal Knight for defeating the level 10 Dark Gold boss. It's that Eternal Knight again. Countless ordinary players in Novice Village number 9167 expressed their envy in real names, flooding the chat channel. Great God is amazing. Bowing to the great God. Little brother seeks guidance. Little sister seeks the same. 1. However, Eternal Knight triggering system announcements one after another also caught the attention of some people. Who is this Eternal Knight? The vice president of the Heroic Spirit Guild in Novice Village number 9167, Shui Yunjian, couldn't help but ask, why was there no news before? Brother Shui, it is indeed a bit strange, a stunning beauty. Beside him sat in confusion, he seems to have just appeared in the last few days and has already triggered 3 system announcements. But he definitely isn't a top player on the level leaderboard, the beauty. Analyzed, since he dares to disclose his information, he can't be someone who hides in the shadows, he can't conceal his level. Hearing this, Shui Yunjian nodded and glanced at the level leaderboard. First place, the Final Curtain, Thunder Mage, level 10 second place, No Gravity, Undead Mage, level 10 third place, Maple Leaf, Swordsman, level 10 fourth place, Muhanshan, Hidden, level 10 fifth place, Invincible Defense, Shield Warrior, level 10 sixth place, Battle Master, level 10 seventh place, Hidden, level 10 eighth place, Shut Up and Don't Disturb, Knight, level 10 ninth place, 3 Gene, Archer, level 10 10th place, the one above is an idiot, assassin, level 10 currently. 3 players on this leaderboard are from their guild, and in Novice Village number 9167, Heroic Spirit is undoubtedly the number 1 guild. However, there are no guild tokens in the Novice Village, so all guilds are privately formed by players and are not registered in the system. After pondering for a moment, Shui Yunjian said, Ichan, why don't you try to contact him and see if you can attract him to our guild? Me again? The beauty named Yulua Ichan replied with a somewhat unnatural expression. Ha, Shui Yunjian laughed casually, you're the most suitable. Before Yulua Ichan could retort, Shui Yunjian continued, as long as you can bring him into our guild, I'll transfer you 500,000 gold coins. Originally, Yulua Ichan was somewhat resistant, but upon hearing this, she immediately changed her attitude. Brother Shui, don't worry, I will do my utmost. It was clear that Heroic Spirit wasn't the only guild interested in recruiting Eternal Knight. Some guilds even directly flooded the public channel. The Great Qin Dynasty sincerely invites Eternal Knight to join the Great Qin Dynasty Guild. The Great Qin Dynasty sincerely invites Eternal Knight to join the Great Qin Dynasty Guild. The Great Qin Dynasty sincerely invites Eternal Knight to join the Great Qin Dynasty Guild. The Great Qin Dynasty is also a well-known guild, with its president Qin Shi Huang treating people with money. For any first-tier players who join, they offer very generous conditions. However, Zhang Chen, who was at the center of attention, had no mind to pay attention to those rolling messages. Now that he had reached level 10, he also gained the 3rd exclusive skill of the Jester class Improv Comedy, Player, Eternal Knight class, Jester level, 10 experience points, 67340/200000 health/mana, 400 out of 350 attributes, 15/15/15/15 dual attack, 35/35 dual defense, 60/60 general. Skill, Detection, can detect information about monsters up to 10 levels below his own. Exclusive skill, Stage Comedy, the Jester can imitate and replicate any target's active skill, with the imitated skill causing 1 to 999 random damage to the target. Cap 1, exclusive skill, Card Acrobatics, randomly draw 1 card from the 4 suits, hearts, spades, diamonds, clubs, within 10 seconds, with different effects attached to the attack. Hearts, Taunt, Spades, Blind, Diamonds, Interrupt, Clubs, Slow, Skill CD, 60s exclusive skill, Improv Comedy, a healing buff skill, healing amount equals skill damage value, lasts for 10 seconds, cooldown 60 seconds. Since Zhang Chen had not yet used the 50 attribute points gained from leveling up, his attributes were not high, with health only at 400. However, with the improv comedy skill, recovery was no longer an issue. Now he just needed to increase his health cap. But instead of directly adding the 50 attribute points to stamina, Zhang Chen took out the previously acquired purple gear, the King Cobra armor, from his inventory to equip. This piece of equipment had the properties of plus 10 constitution, plus 10 defense, and plus 100 poison resistance, which would somewhat increase his health. However, the most crucial aspect was the plus 100 poison resistance. With this attribute, he wouldn't have to worry about continuous health loss when venturing into places like the Lost Land. After doing all this, Zhang Chen's gaze fell on the corpse of the Nanshan Sangmu, dark gold boss, where a bow radiating a golden glow and a piece of decayed bark lay quietly. Zhang Chen stepped forward and picked up the bow. Nanshan longbow, level 10, quality golden, attack power 157, skill withered wood. Meet spring, restores 50% of the character's health, cooldown 180s. Traits: attack speed plus 10%, constitution plus 10, details: swift as the wind, fierce as the rain, withered wood can meet spring, arrows fly with unstoppable force. What a steal! Zhang Chen's eyes lit up. The attributes of this longbow were simply exceptional. Although it couldn't compare to the motherly sword's outrageousness, it was definitely a rare weapon. Should I copy the archer skill? Zhang Chen felt a bit tempted looking at the attributes of this longbow. After all, he had no weapon restrictions. As long as he copied the corresponding skill, he could use weapons from other classes. But this thought flashed through Zhang Chen's mind and was quickly dismissed. This bow wouldn't help him much. What Zhang Chen lacked now was gold, or rather, contribution points. I must first enter Area E, Zhang Chen murmured. This way, his holographic pod would have a life support system, preventing him from falling behind others in hardware. With this in mind, Zhang Chen stored the longbow in his inventory and turned his attention to the piece of bark, decayed bark, details, bark dropped by the Nanshan Sangmu, seemingly related to the phoenix perching on Wutong in the Sea of Life. Is that it? Zhang Chen stared at the details of the bark in confusion. A dark gold boss shouldn't drop useless items, right? But where was the Sea of Life? What was the phoenix perching on Wutong? Zhang Chen couldn't figure it out for a moment, so he simply tossed the bark into his inventory, planning to deal with it later. Now that the opportunity quest was complete, it was time to return and turn in the quest. Zhang Chen immediately left Nanshan and headed towards the novice village. He wondered what reward that Granny Yu would give him. At the entrance of the novice village, Zhang Chen informed Granny Yu about the Nanshan Sangmu. Yupa looked at Zhang Chen in surprise. You actually killed it? That's right, Zhang Chen nodded, then looked at Yupa earnestly. Grandma, the task is complete. The implication of this statement was very clear. The task was done, it was time for a reward. However, Yupa seemed not to understand, muttering to herself, "It's said that all who attempt to cross the southern mountain are slain by it." Where did that rumor come from? The old woman murmured. I haven't heard anything like that. If you could kill it, my son and grandson shouldn't have run into trouble. Zhang Chen looked at Yupa in silence, realizing that the NPCs in the third world didn't follow the usual script. Helpless, Zhang Chen had to be straightforward. Grandma, the task is complete. Shouldn't I receive a reward? Oh? Yupa finally looked up at Zhang Chen. Young man, helping an old lady with something. Why are you only thinking about rewards? Ha? Zhang Chen was taken aback. Did this Yupa want to renege on the deal? What a pity. Yupa suddenly shook her head. I still haven't received the information I wanted to know. Otherwise, I could give you a better reward. Yupa looked at Zhang Chen. That sword can be. Wait, Zhang Chen quickly interjected, stopping Yupa from continuing. Zhang Chen keenly sensed that Yupa had just mentioned not receiving the information she wanted, otherwise she could have offered a better reward, and the minimum reward was the compassionate mother sword. What information had he overlooked? Zhang Chen couldn't help but carefully recall the process of completing the opportunity task. That's right. Zhang Chen's eyes lit up as he hurriedly took out the tattered bark from his pack. Tattered bark details, bark fallen from the southern mountain Sangmu, seemingly related to the phoenix perching on the parasol tree of the Sea of Life. Grandma, is this what you meant? Zhang Chen focused on Yupa, handing over the bark. Upon seeing the bark in Zhang Chen's hand, Yupa's murky eyes suddenly sparkled with a hint of brilliance. Sea of Life phoenix perching on the parasol tree, so it was here. Yupa muttered, repeatedly reciting these phrases. Zhang Chen, observing Yupa's unusual reaction, wisely chose to wait on the side. Judging by Yupa's response, it seemed he was on the right track. It appeared that in the setting, if players did not kill the southern mountain Sangmu and bring back the information, Yupa would personally take action to kill this boss and then obtain the tattered bark. In that case, his reward would surely be more substantial. It wasn't that. Zhang Chen was solely after profit. He was in urgent need of gold coins. Eventually, Yupa slowly calmed down and turned to Zhang Chen. I didn't expect you to obtain it. Yupa seemed a bit hesitant, murmuring to herself, in that case, it saves me quite a bit of effort. Zhang Chen's expression brightened at her words. It seemed promising. Sure enough, Yupa continued, how about this? Besides that sword, I'll give you one more thing. Saying this, Yupa took something out from her bosom and handed it to Zhang Chen. This is Zhang Chen instinctively took it, and when his gaze fell on the item in his hand, he was instantly stunned. Whimsical. Uncertainty gloves status incomplete details. Fingertips flow with the play of life and death. Palms surge with the patterns of fate. The carnival of destiny eventually ends. Whimsical uncertainty is the final moment. Carnival of destiny. Whimsical uncertainty. The Carnival of Destiny naturally referred to the unique equipment, the Carnival of Destiny mask, and it was evident that these whimsical uncertainty gloves were also a piece of unique level equipment. Could it be that I'm about to gather the second piece of unique equipment so soon? Zhang Chen couldn't help but feel excited. One Carnival of Destiny mask had already turned Zhang Chen into a bug-like existence, allowing him to solo a dark gold boss. Zhang Chen had already witnessed the unique equipment's perverse attributes. If he were to obtain another piece, wouldn't he directly fly out of the atmosphere? Boldly imagining, if he gathered a full set of unique equipment and left the novice village, how would others even play? Forget about SSS level talents, even divine level talents would just be trash compared to a level 5 warrior. However, Zhang Chen's excited heart quickly calmed down. Because the glove of mockery was in a damaged state, it was clear that some special conditions were needed to repair it. Granny, why is it in a damaged state? Zhang Chen couldn't help but ask. If he wanted to repair the damage, he would definitely need this granny use help. Kid, Granny, you couldn't help but say, there's a saying among you blue star humans, greed is not enough for a snake to swallow an elephant. You just got a piece of unique equipment and already want a second one? So what? Zhang Chen retorted seriously, Granny, rewards should be given where due. What's the point of giving me a piece of equipment I can't use? Heh, you really have thick skin, Granny, you said irritably. The difficulty of the opportunity task I gave you isn't enough to reward you with a piece of unique equipment. Zhang Chen was taken aback and instinctively said, then why did you take out the glove of mockery for me? Because it's damaged, Granny, you replied matter-of-factly. It doesn't count as a unique level equipment. Zhang Chen was stunned again. That made a lot of sense. However, he quickly reacted and smiled. Granny, how do I repair it? Don't know, Granny, you shook her head decisively. You need to figure it out yourself. Zhang Chen frowned slightly. If that was the case, it would be a bit troublesome. Actually, there's no need to worry, Granny, you continued. The world is unpredictable. There's always a way. Ha! Zhang Chen looked at Granny Yu in shock. Her words made him mistakenly believe she had a solution, but just as he was about to ask further, Granny Yu began to shoo him away. Go on, I've given you your reward, don't linger here. Zhang Chen hesitated but ultimately turned to leave. Back in the novice village, Zhang Chen glanced at his online time. Several hours had already passed. After thinking for a moment, he took out the Mother's Sword and Nanshan Longbow from his inventory, preparing to put them up for sale. Since they were quest rewards, the words quest item had already disappeared from the Mother's Sword. Both weapons had quite rare attributes, especially the Mother's Sword. If he hadn't obtained the unique equipment, Destiny's Carnival, he would have been reluctant to sell it. However, at this point, these two weapons didn't serve him much purpose. Zhang Chen no longer needed to kill monsters through normal attacks, and his skill damage was unaffected by weapons. Therefore, Zhang Chen decided to directly put both weapons up for sale. Are you sure you want to list the Mother's Sword and Nanshan Longbow on the consignment system? Yes. After listing the two weapons, Zhang Chen logged off and went to sleep. But he didn't anticipate that these two weapons would cause a huge stir in the novice village. Bang! A loud noise erupted. Hurry, hurry, hurry! An urgent voice rang out in a certain area of District D. Quickly notify Grandpa to transfer contribution points to me. I want to exchange for gold coins. With this sword, I'm confident I can complete the SS level talent awakening task that has been stuck for over a month. I must get this bow. On the third world consignment system, the attributes of the Mother's Sword and Nanshan Longbow were displayed to all players in the novice village. Mother's Sword, level, no limit. Quality, epic, attack power, 247, skill, passive, armor break, ignores target's physical defense. Traits, critical hit rate plus 100%, attack speed plus 100%, details, the sword in the mother's hand cleaving the child's body, 12 strikes per second, each strike a critical hit, making you dare not go home to see your mother. Nanshan Longbow level, 10 quality, golden attack power, 157 skill, withered wood meets spring. Restores 50% of the character's health, cooldown 180s. Traits, attack speed plus 10%, constitution plus 10, details, swift as the wind, fierce as the rain, withered wood can meet spring. Once the arrow is released, it's hard to return. The drop rate in the third world is very low, and ordinary monsters rarely drop good equipment. This has led to most players still wearing blue and white gear. Therefore, when these two pieces of equipment appeared, everyone was stunned. What the hell, are they actually selling this kind of equipment? Who is this? Many players, upon seeing these two pieces of equipment, especially the maternal sword, suddenly found their top-tier blue gear lacking appeal. Is there no fairness left? Compared to these two pieces of equipment, I'm basically trash. No, it's that I'm wearing a full set of trash. Why is the big shot selling it? They must have something better. Besides genuine envy, many players began to speculate about the prices of these two weapons. You think this sword will sell for over 10,000 gold? At least. Several tens of thousands. The two noobs upstairs, it should be at least over 100,000. 3 noobs, confirmed, at least 200,000. Noob plus 1. Compared to these onlookers, some in the novice village had already begun to stir. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, as soon as the 2-hour announcement period ended, a player made a bid that exceeded everyone's expectations on the consignment system. Maternal sword auction, 2 million gold. Nanshan longbow auction, 1 million gold. What the hell, 2 million? A flurry of question marks flooded the channel. Gold is equivalent to contribution points, in other words, this is 2 million contribution points. More and more people have begun to realize the importance of contribution points, which made it hard for everyone to understand the auction prices. In the novice village, Lang Lai and a few others were also closely watching these two weapons. Boss, the shield warrior Chu Tian asked curiously, how much do you think it will finally sell for? Hard to say, Lang Lai shook his head. It seems many people don't know the value of these two weapons, the assassin Shadow said with some regret. Why isn't it a dagger? Boss, how much gold have you prepared? Chu Tian looked at Lang Lai. Do you need us to help? 10 million gold, Lang Lai said calmly. What? Chu Tian and the others were taken aback simultaneously. They knew Lang Lai was determined to get this sword, but they didn't expect him to be so resolute. My S-level talent awakening task isn't easy to complete, Lang Lai said solemnly. With this sword, I'll have at least a 30% higher chance. Lang Lai's equipment wasn't bad, especially after receiving the S-level talent awakening task. He had acquired quite a few top-tier items. If he added this sword's over 240 attack power and 100% critical hit attribute, he was confident he could deal over 1,000 damage. Meanwhile, Chu Tian and the others nodded silently. The reason so many top-level players at level 10 are still stuck in the novice village is mostly because they are stuck on the talent awakening task. The higher the talent level, the harder the awakening task. Of course, if it's a low-level talent or if the talent awakening task hasn't been triggered at all, that's another story. Suddenly, the mage Mu Wan spoke up. Could this sword be the one in Eternal Knight's hands? Armor breaking, critical hit, attack speed, these attributes are too similar to Eternal Knight's. Lang Lai nodded slightly. In fact, when he first saw this sword, he immediately thought of Eternal Knight. Unfortunately, the talent awakening task can't be done in a team, said the shield warrior Chu Tian. Otherwise, calling on Yang Yi for help would definitely get it done. I really don't know how Yi Chen completed the SSS level talent awakening task, the mage Mu Wan said in confusion. Could it be that he gathered a full set of epic equipment? Yi Chen, the one who triggered the server-wide announcement, was also the first SSS talent owner in Blue Star. It must be some kind of perverted hidden profession, the assassin Shadow speculated. While the few of them were chatting, the bidding price for the maternal sword had already exceeded 5 million, and the Nanshan longbow had also surpassed 3 million. Countless ordinary players in the novice village had gone from shock to numbness regarding the bidding prices. They just wanted to know what final price these two weapons would sell for. Meanwhile, the person causing such a stir was in his small room in the dungeon, catching up on sleep. Zhang Chun himself hadn't expected these two weapons to create such a huge commotion. He had estimated the price to be around 1 million. After all, contribution points were related to whether one could survive in the dungeon, so the auction price couldn't be too high. This was also the thought of most ordinary players, or rather, the players from the lower 3 districts. In Long Country, the underground city cluster, H district, the artificial sun slowly rose. Various simulated weather patterns began to operate, and a new day arrived. In fact, after entering the dungeon, humanity worldwide had lost the concept of day and night. After all, most people now spent their time in the third world. Zhang Chen also woke up from his bed, but this time he didn't immediately enter the third world. After eating his daily ration, he did some simple exercises in his room. Should I apply to change districts? Zhang Chen was momentarily indecisive. According to the information he had previously gathered, he actually met the conditions to change districts. Extracting a hidden profession, successfully awakening a talent, completing a unique task, obtaining a unique piece of equipment, achieving any of these would allow him to apply. Zhang Chen had already obtained the unique equipment Fate's Revelry, but he was uncertain whether to apply right now. If he applied to change, would it be free or would there be a cost? According to the 3D holographic projection, the third world was controlled by the intellect brain, and Blue Star humans could not actively obtain internal information about the third world. In the third world, Zhang Chen could disclose his information without any reservations. To put it bluntly, Yang Yi was just his ID in the third world. But it was different in the dungeon. Not only could people find him, but unexpected situations could also arise. After all, the taller the tree, the more it attracts the wind. Zhang Chen had to be cautious. Moreover, whether in the third world or the vast underground city cluster, there was an indescribable sense of mystery. Zhang Chen ultimately decided to wait a bit longer. If he could change districts using contribution points, there would be no need to expose that he possessed unique equipment. After all, equipment wasn't like talent, it wasn't strongly bound. Then, Zhang Chen entered the holographic chamber and entered the third world. What's going on? As soon as Zhang Chen appeared in the novice village, he was shocked by the rapidly refreshing channel information. A weapon worth over 10 million appeared in the novice village. One weapon. Over 10 million, while I'm still grinding for a few hundred gold every day. The wealth gap is too large. Why aren't these two weapons mine? I'm not envious of the rich, I just wonder why I'm not the one who is. Envious of the rich. Zhang Chen looked at the overwhelming information and quickly turned to the consignment system. At this moment, the two weapons had already been bid up to a jaw-dropping price. Maternal sword, bidding 12 million gold. Nanshan longbow, bidding 7 million gold. This, Zhang Chen, in shock, glanced at the remaining time for the auction. At this point, there was still an hour left until the auction ended, and this wasn't even the final bidding price. It seems that 50 million contribution points aren't that difficult to achieve, Zhang Chen thought, although he didn't understand why such a high price had been set. It was still a good thing. With just two weapons, he could gather nearly half of the contribution points. What if he managed to get a few more weapons? Tasting this sweetness, Zhang Chen decisively turned his gaze towards the novice village dungeon. After all, to obtain high-grade weapons, farming wild monsters was definitely not the way to go. Currently, Zhang Chen had two choices: wild boss or dungeons. Wild monster bosses do not have fixed locations, and searching for them alone was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Thus, the only option left was the dungeon. The dungeons that had already been discovered by players included the infected village, spider cave, and shallow analysis. The infected village was deep in the lost land, which was not suitable for him. As for the shallow analysis, Zhang Chen was also unsure of what type of dungeon it was. I'll choose you. Zhang Chen made up his mind to solo the spider cave. Just from the name of the dungeon, it seemed there would be quite a few small monsters which could trigger a performance. Zhang Chen left the novice village and headed straight for the spider cave. When he arrived, a large number of players had gathered near the entrance of the spider cave dungeon. 5,000 gold to take you through. The dungeon, guaranteed. We need a priest for the dungeon, hurry. Level 8, just bring anybody. Various shouts echoed, creating quite a lively scene. Zhang Chen walked straight through the crowd towards the dungeon portal. Ding, the spider cave is fraught with danger, are you sure you want to challenge it alone? Yes. As soon as Zhang Chen's voice fell, his body disappeared into the portal. Ha! A team leader who was about to enter suddenly froze, turning to ask his team members, did someone just go in alone? No way, a priest in the team replied, the spider cave isn't suitable for soloing. Then maybe I saw it. Wrong. Zhang Chen felt a darkness before his eyes, followed by a wave of dizziness. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in an underground cave. The visibility in the cave was extremely low, with only a deep passage ahead, the end not visible at a glance. Zhang Chen involuntarily shivered. The dim cave combined with a sinister atmosphere was indeed a bit frightening. Zhang Chen observed the cave but found nothing, so he cautiously walked along the passage. Although logically such a dungeon shouldn't pose a threat to him, the thought of a spider crawling into his clothes was enough to make him uneasy. However, he hadn't walked far when a faint rustling sound suddenly came from all directions. Damn! Zhang Chen's pupils contracted, and he quickly took a few steps back. Countless small holes had appeared on the stone walls of the passage, and swarms of spiders crawled out from within. Cave Spider Elite Level 10 Health 3000 Attack 60 Physical Defense 55 Magical Defense 25 Details. Cave spiders live year-round in underground caves fearing light and fire. Ding, the audience is in place, is the performance starting? The system prompt sounded, and without hesitation, Zhang Chen replied, start. Zhang Chen raised a wall of fire in front of him, followed by a continuous barrage of lightning spells thrown into the swarm of spiders. The originally dim and cold passage was instantly filled with sparks. Ding, you have killed a level 10 cave spider, gaining 80 experience points. Killing cave spiders yielded significantly more experience than the wild monsters outside. The cave spiders were trapped by the rising wall of fire, creating chaos, and soon, a burnt smell filled the entire passage. -999 -999 -999. Zhang Chen glanced around, the high damage numbers continuously floated out in the sea of fire, and he couldn't see a trace of the spiders at all. Soon, the entire passage fell completely silent. The first wave of dungeon monsters was wiped out clean. Although these spiders didn't drop any equipment, they did yield some materials. Spider silk details, essential material for crafting armor, can be given to tailors for production. Zhang Chen picked up the spider silk, placed it in his bag, and continued to explore deeper into the passage. The downside of soloing is that he had to personally pick up everything that dropped. However, for the sake of gold coins, Zhang Chen decided to endure it for now. Although these materials weren't worth much, even a small fly is still meat. Zhang Chen hadn't walked far when he encountered the second wave of monsters. Venomous Spider, Boss Level 10 Health 5000 Attack Power 60 Skills, Venom, sprays venom, losing 5% health. Physical Defense, 75 Magical Defense, 75 Details. Cave Spider, slightly poisonous. First an elite monster, then a mini-boss, Zhang Chen was already used to it. The Spider Cave and the infected village were quite similar in their settings. He casually cast several firewalls to block the way, then used lightning spells to bathe the spiders, a thunderous fiery sauna, and this group of bosses all turned into Zhang Chen's experience points. After clearing the loot, Zhang Chen continued deeper into the passage, but this time he encountered a fork in the road. One to the left and one to the right, leading to different locations. Which way to go? Zhang Chen hesitated for a moment and chose to enter the left fork. Since ancient times, men to the left, women to the right, although choosing a fork based on this saying isn't exactly a high-level strategy, at least it has some reasoning behind it, not just pure guessing. This time, Zhang Chen didn't walk long before the passage suddenly opened up, revealing a spacious cave ahead. The top of the cave was crawling with dense black spiders, and right in the center, a completely crimson spider was staring intently at Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen looked at the crimson spider and cast a detection spell. Cave left spider, dark gold BOSS level 10 health, 100/100/100 attack. Power, 207 skills, 1, silk spit, 2, venom, 3, bond, physical defense, 125 magical defense, 120 details. The cave left spider and right spider have a life bond, must be killed simultaneously within 10 seconds. Otherwise, they cannot be defeated. Life bond? Zhang Chen frowned. Whether it can be killed is not up to you to decide. Firewall. Zhang Chen quickly released 7 or 8 firewalls in front of him to prevent the black spiders from rushing over. Then, he directly smashed the lightning spell onto the boss's head. -999. The moment the cave left spider was attacked, it charged at Zhang Chen, while the black spiders also crawled towards him. But the cave left spider's movements seemed to be lagging. Its 8 legs moved a bit only to be interrupted again. Originally, its 8-legged advantage allowed it to move like the wind. But now it struggled to crawl half a meter with great effort. At this moment, the cave left spider wished it could grow a few more legs. Hiss, seeing its health plummet, the cave left spider let out a roar towards the sky. A large number of black spiders around, hearing the sound, crazily rushed into the firewalls. However, facing the layers of firewalls set up by Zhang Chen, these spiders were undoubtedly moths to a flame. With no way back, the cave left spider also realized that it couldn't even get close to the human at the cave entrance, let alone kill him. But it seemed to sense something, suddenly giving up its struggle, allowing Zhang Chen to deal damage freely. Zhang Chen raised an eyebrow. Did the boss give up struggling? Boom, as the health bar hit the bottom, a red light rose around the cave left spider. Ding, the cave left spider has activated life bond, entering an invincible state. Please kill the cave right spider within 10 seconds, or the cave left spider will recover to full health. Life bond, invincible state? Zhang Chen grinned, then. Let's die together. The next second -999, a damage value floated up from the cave left spider. Ding, congratulations on killing the level 10, cave left spider, dark gold boss. Ding, congratulations on killing the level 10, cave right spider, dark gold boss. Ding, congratulations on completing the cave spider dungeon solo, reputation plus 200. Ding, as the first player to solo clear the cave spider dungeon, an announcement will be made. Do you want to hide personal information? No. Ding, congratulations to player 9167 from the novice village Eternal Night for solo clearing the spider cave dungeon. The announcement of the solo clear of the spider cave dungeon caused a stir in the outside world. While inside the dungeon, Zhang Chen was focused on cleaning up the battlefield and collecting his rewards. Due to the special mechanics of the spider cave, the team needed to split at the fork and kill the 2 bosses separately to clear the dungeon. Moreover, the time to kill both bosses had to be controlled within 10 seconds. This required cooperation among team members, frequently sinking the remaining health of the bosses in the team channel and then attacking with full force when both bosses were at low health. No matter how strong a player was, it was impossible to run to another cave and kill a boss within 10 seconds. This had become a consensus among all players. However, this Eternal Night broke everyone's understanding. Countless players were in an uproar. It's that Eternal Night again. Worship the big shot. Amazing, our 8-man team couldn't get through, solo clearing the spider cave dungeon? How is that possible? With the dual boss mechanism in the spider cave, how did he do it? Damn, he must be cheating. If Eternal Night doesn't reveal how he soloed the spider dungeon, I'm going to report him for cheating. Yeah, let him reveal his solo method. The public opinion storm seemed to be intentionally guided, with a large number of players clamoring for Eternal Night to reveal his solo method, or else he was cheating. In the novice village, the guild leader of Heroic Spirit Shui Yunjian looked at Yu Luo Nizhuang, somewhat dissatisfied. Haven't you contacted Eternal Night yet? Yu Luo Nizhuang looked a bit wronged. He blocked messages from strangers. I can't contact him at all. Shui Yunjian's expression shifted slightly. He naturally knew this, because he had also tried to message Eternal Night, but the message simply wouldn't go through. Looks like I can only start with those few people. Shui Yunjian muttered to himself. Who? Yu Luo Nizhuang asked, puzzled. Lang Lai and his group. Shui Yunjian mentioned Lang Lai, his expression somewhat unnatural. Lang Lai. Yu Luo Nizhuang frowned upon hearing this. Lang Lai and his group teamed up with Eternal Night to clear the dungeon. They must have a way to contact him, Shui Yunjian said solemnly. I'll contact them personally. Meanwhile, Lang Lai and his group also noticed that the public opinion was somewhat off. Boss, someone is deliberately manipulating this. The shield warrior Chu Tian, though carefree, could see that there was something wrong here. Lang Lai nodded, but didn't pay much attention. This public opinion doesn't have any substantial impact on Eternal Night. How did he manage to solo the dual boss mechanism in the spider cave? The assassin Shadow couldn't help but feel curious. Something that was originally impossible, he actually accomplished it, and it even made it to the system announcement. The commotion caused by Eternal Night was indeed quite significant. Those on the level leaderboard have probably noticed him now, the assassin Shadow continued. After all, this is something even they couldn't achieve. In the copy, Zhang Chen was still unaware that his solo run of the spider dungeon had caused an uproar outside. He was looking at the equipment dropped by the boss with a face full of surprise. Solo first clear, and this time the rewards were quite generous. Emotional Bond Ring. Level 10 quality, epic attributes, defense plus 5%, constitution plus 5%, traits, bond, passive triggers bond effect when health is below 5%, immune to all attacks for 5 seconds, cooldown 1 hour. Details, a thread of emotional bond wraps around your finger. When you think you have it all under control, little do you know that the upcoming situation will exceed your grasp. Spider leggings, set level, 10 quality, purple. Attributes, health plus 500, damage reduction 50 points. Traits, after gathering the spider set, attack power plus 10%, defense plus 10%, movement plus 10%, details, survivor, gather the spider set, and you will become a spider. A pig? Zhang Chen looked at the spider leggings with a strange expression. This detail was indeed unique. Just right, he was still missing a piece of leg armor. Although it was just a purple item, adding 500 health was quite good. As for the emotional bond ring, being an epic item, it was certainly valuable, but after much thought, Zhang Chen decided to keep it for himself first. Immune to physical attacks for 5 seconds when health is below 5%, a guaranteed life-saving skill. However, this meant that aside from some materials, there wasn't much else to sell from this dungeon run. Zhang Chen's main goal was still to earn gold to exchange for contribution points, then move to Area E. After clearing this cave, Zhang Chen returned to the fork in the road and went to the cave on the right. He wanted to see if the boss that had been killed by the life bond had dropped anything. Unfortunately, the result was disappointing. The right boss cave was empty. Looks like I was overthinking it, Zhang Chen sighed and returned along the passage. When he came out of the portal, he finally noticed the countless players in the novice village channel clamoring. Eternal Night is using hacks. Eternal Night, come out and speak. Reveal how to solo the dungeon. Don't be a turtle, hurry up and come out. After a brief moment of surprise, Zhang Chen understood what was going on. However, he didn't pay attention to their intentions. If he really used hacks, he would just report it directly. These people probably had ulterior motives. Most of them just wanted to know how he soloed the dungeon. But they would be disappointed. Even if Zhang Chen told them, they wouldn't have the ability to solo it. As Zhang Chen prepared to enter the dungeon again, he received a private message from Lang Lai. Lang Lai, brother Eternal Night, the guild leader of Heroic Spirit and Tenderness, Shui Yunjian, wants to contact you. He asked me to pass on a message. Zhang Chen had heard of the Heroic Spirit and Tenderness Guild. As the first guild in the novice village, it had quite a reputation. Just as Zhang Chen was considering whether to contact this Shui Yunjian, Lang Lai sent a second private message. I don't have much of a relationship with him, just passing on a message. Brother Eternal Night, you decide for yourself. Seeing this, Zhang Chen replied to Lang Lai, oh. He could guess some reasons why the Heroic Spirit and Tenderness Guild wanted to contact him, probably to recruit him. However, he had no intention of joining any guild. Once he entered a guild, his profession would be exposed. The jester was universally recognized as a low-tier profession, and that would be a hassle. Zhang Chen wasn't sure if other jester players had figured out the core gameplay of this profession, but he also wasn't planning to reveal it. Why do something that brought no benefit to himself? Moreover, triggering the performance mechanism wasn't actually that difficult. At first, one might really think that the profession of clown is worthless, but over time, it becomes clear. Zhang Chen speculated that other clown players might have already mastered the performance mechanism, but they all chose to remain silent about it. Zhang Chen glanced at the remaining time for his 2 weapon auctions. With just over half an hour left, enough for him to run the dungeon one more time. As for contacting Shui Yunjian, Zhang Chen simply ignored it. However, before entering the dungeon, Zhang Chen noticed a group of people in the public channel still threatening him to reveal his solo strategy. He directly sent a message, Eternal Night. Everyone, please calm down. Actually soloing the spider cave is very simple. WTF, the real one has appeared. Is it real? It's real. Eternal Night, all you need to do is follow these 3 points to solo. Quick! What are the 3 points? What 3 points? Eternal Night. The public channel fell silent for a moment. Damn, this guy is so arrogant. Zhang Chen re-entered the spider cave dungeon and swiftly cleared it with overwhelming force. The first time he entered, he was a bit cautious due to not understanding the spider dungeon mechanics. This time, it turned into a complete and utter domination. A lightning spell and a firewall could continuously deal 999 damage per second. While it might not instantly kill a spider elite monster with 3000 health, what about 10? With the firewall blocking the way and the lightning spell clearing the path. As soon as Zhang Chen encountered the small monsters in the dungeon, he immediately cast out dozens of lightning spells, rampaging through the corridor and charging into the boss's lair. The Dark Gold boss with 100,000 health didn't even have time to struggle before being overwhelmed by dozens of lightning strikes. But in just a moment, the Dark Gold boss triggered its life bond. Ding, the left spider in the cave has activated its life bond and is in an invincible state. Please kill the right spider in the cave within 10 seconds, or the left spider will recover to full health. Before the system prompt finished, another system prompt followed closely. Ding, congratulations on killing the level 10 right spider in the cave. Dark Gold BOSS. Ding, congratulations on refreshing the spider cave completion record. A notification will be sent out. Do you want to disclose personal information? Disclose. Zhang Chen chose to disclose his information without any hesitation. They were doubting whether he was cheating, right? Then he would stoke the fire and make them even more excited. This time, not only did he solo clear the dungeon, but he also refreshed the dungeon completion record. He wondered what they would think. Outside the dungeon, a large number of players were still collectively condemning Eternal Night. Eternal Night used 3 dots to mock these people's pride. Feeling ridiculed, everyone was furious, clamoring to report Eternal Night for cheating. But just then, the system announcement rang out. Ding, congratulations to player number 9167 from the Novice Village, Eternal Night, for refreshing the Spider Cave dungeon completion time, taking 15 minutes, 14 seconds, and 78 milliseconds. After 3 consecutive system announcements, the entire Novice Village fell silent in an instant. Did I hear that wrong? A player looked incredulously at the Spider Cave dungeon speedrun leaderboard. Spider Cave speedrun leaderboard, first place, Eternal Night time 15 minutes 14 seconds and 78 milliseconds. Second place, the Curtain Call team time 23 minutes 34 seconds and 32 milliseconds. Third place, the Idle team time 26 minutes 78 seconds and 11 milliseconds. On the speedrun leaderboard for the Spider Cave, the first place was far ahead of all other teams. Some people snapped out of their shock and began to angrily shout, "He's definitely cheating. Even if he didn't farm monsters, it shouldn't take less than 15 minutes to just walk through the dungeon, right? Did he really kill everything in the dungeon in one go?" The second place on the speedrun leaderboard is the record set by the first place on the level leaderboard, the Curtain Call team. Are you saying that he has higher output than the top 10 gods on the leaderboard? Outside the Novice Village, the few people grinding monsters with Lang Lai were also shocked. "Boss," the shield warrior Chu Tian said in surprise, "Yongyi can't be that abnormal, right? They had teamed up with Yongyi before and knew his damage was high, but it definitely shouldn't reach this level." Lang Lai smiled helplessly. Yongyi was definitely doing this on purpose. Not only did he not provide any explanation, but he also further amplified the public opinion. However, this really feels damn satisfying. Could Yongyi have awakened a talent? The assassin Shadow suddenly spoke up. Otherwise, this performance is indeed abnormal. That doesn't make sense, the shield warrior Chu Tian said in confusion. If it was an awakened talent, how could there be no system notification? Yi Chen's awakening of the SSS talent, Divine Punishment, had directly triggered a server-wide announcement. Even for a regular talent, there should at least be a Novice Village announcement. Who knows? Lang Lai shook his head helplessly. Although he was also curious, their relationship with Yongyi wasn't deep enough to pry into such secrets. Unless Yongyi told him, Lang Lai would definitely not take the initiative to ask. Outside the Spider Cave dungeon, Zhang Chen noticed the channel was already in chaos as soon as he came out. However, he seemed unconcerned about those clamoring to report him, because there was no reporting entry in the third world. Even if there was a reporting entry, so what? His data was completely normal. The Joker class feature, combined with the unique equipment Fate's Carnival, was simply a bug-like existence. This made Zhang Chen even more eager to repair his second unique level equipment, Whimsical Uncertainty. If wearing 1 unique level equipment was already this abnormal, wearing 2 would be unimaginable. The only trouble was that Zhang Chen had no clue about repairing Whimsical Uncertainty at the moment. Forget it, I'll go to the Novice Village and find the blacksmith. Zhang Chen thought of the blacksmith in the Novice Village. Since NPCs in the third world were generally not normal, this also led to Zhang Chen hardly interacting with NPCs later on. He had even forgotten that the blacksmith in the Novice Village could forge equipment. Without further ado, Zhang Chen strode out of the dungeon and returned to the Novice Village. In the Novice Village, in front of the blacksmith's shop, the blacksmith was hammering a long sword. Zhang Chen looked at the blacksmith swinging the hammer and tentatively asked, "Senior, I have an equipment." Before he could finish, the blacksmith, without looking up, directly said, 5,000 gold. If it had been before, Zhang Chen would have turned around and left, but now he wasn't short on gold, so he directly paid 5,000. Quick and easy, the blacksmith, upon receiving the gold, changed from his earlier indifference to a friendly smile. "Little brother, do you need to buy or Repair a weapon? This sudden warmth left Zhang Chen a bit stunned, but he still took out whimsical uncertainty and said, I have a pair of gloves that need repairing. Hee, the blacksmith said with a smile, no problem, as long as the price is right, everything is good. As soon as the blacksmith's gaze landed on the whimsical uncertainty gloves, his voice abruptly stopped. The blacksmith's eyes widened, and he excitedly reached out to touch them. Can it be repaired? Zhang Chen asked eagerly. Of course, the blacksmith's gaze remained fixed on the gloves, responding without looking up. Zhang Chen was delighted to hear this, and was about to speak, but the blacksmith then uttered words that left Zhang Chen in shock. It can't be repaired. At that moment, Zhang Chen's mood felt like a roller coaster, with the hope that had just risen being ruthlessly extinguished. Why are you so excited if it can't be repaired? Zhang Chen thought to himself. The blacksmith seemed to sense Zhang Chen's gaze and said confidently, I'm just a purple-level blacksmith, so I naturally can't repair this equipment. However, the blacksmith changed his tone. I know where it can be repaired. It shouldn't be buried. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen quickly asked, where can it be repaired? The blacksmith glanced at Zhang Chen and raised a finger. 1 million gold coins. Ha! Zhang Chen was taken aback. Aren't NPCs in the third world all greedy merchants? Just then, 2 system notifications rang. In Zhang Chen's ears, ding, Mother's Sword, successfully auctioned, final transaction price, 16 million gold coins. Ding, Nanshan Longbow, successfully auctioned, final transaction price, 11 million gold coins. It's sold. Zhang Chen couldn't help but feel delighted. The Mother's Sword for 16 million gold coins and the Nanshan Longbow for 11 million gold coins. The auction prices far exceeded Zhang Chen's expectations. Initially, Zhang Chen estimated it would be at most 1 million, but it ended up fetching tens of millions. However, it's still a good thing. Zhang Chen looked at the blacksmith. Okay. After saying that, Zhang Chen directly paid the 1 million gold coins. Young man, truly a dragon among men. Once the gold coins were received, the blacksmith changed his demeanor. Zhang Chen was somewhat speechless but still patiently asked, where can it be repaired? Main city. Zhang Chen was taken aback. The main city? The next moment, Zhang Chen's expression darkened. Are you saying I can repair it after leaving the novice village and going to the main city? Of course, the blacksmith nodded. Damn, I've been tricked. Zhang Chen realized that this blacksmith had deceived him. He wanted to repair it in the novice village, but after leaving the novice village, he could naturally go to the main city without needing to spend this 1 million gold coins. Kid, what kind of look is that? The blacksmith glared at Zhang Chen. Do you suspect this old man is a scammer? I can go to the main city later, Zhang Chen replied irritably. Later? The blacksmith asked suspiciously, don't you want to repair it now? Now. Zhang Chen was taken aback and hurriedly said, you can let me go to the main city? Of course not, the blacksmith shook his head. Once you go to the main city, you won't be able to come back. Then you mean? Zhang Chen was somewhat confused. The blacksmith smiled. I can run an errand for you. After saying that, the blacksmith waved his hand at Zhang Chen. Leave the items here and you can pick them up in 3 days. Okay, Zhang Chen nodded in agreement. Although NPCs in the third world were somewhat unreliable, Zhang Chen wasn't worried they would abscond with his equipment. After leaving the blacksmith's shop, Zhang Chen found that many players in the novice village were still denouncing Eternal Night in the chat. This made Zhang Chen feel an urge to immediately run through the spider cave dungeon again, hoping to improve his clear time. However, this thought was quickly dismissed by Zhang Chen. He had more important things to do now, primarily solving the issue of the incomplete trickster. But he had 2 urgent tasks to accomplish. One was to gather gold coins, reaching a total of 50 million. The second was to find a way to awaken his talent. Zhang Chen glanced at his experience points. Based on his clearing speed, he estimated that a few more runs would be enough to accumulate the experience needed for leveling up. According to his past gaming experience, once the experience points were full, players in the novice village could no longer gain experience. To continue leveling up, players needed to find the old village chief and leave the novice village for the main city. As for why so many players in the third world were stuck at level 10 and not leaving the novice village, combining what Lang Lai and the others said, along with Zhang Chen's own speculation, these people were likely stuck for the talent awakening quest. However, Zhang Chen couldn't figure out why it had to be completed in the novice village. Was it that once they left the novice village, they could no longer accept the talent awakening quest? Was it said that the difficulty of the talent awakening quest in the novice village is relatively low? I really am foolish, Zhang Chen suddenly mocked himself. Why was he putting so much effort into thinking about this? He could just search the third world forum directly, right? With that thought, Zhang Chen decisively logged off. Of course, before logging off, he didn't forget to exchange all his remaining 26 million gold coins. Not long after Zhang Chen logged off, a sign was suddenly hung up at the blacksmith shop indicating it was closed, and the blacksmith, for some unknown reason, appeared in front of the village chief. You want to go to the main city? The old village chief looked at him in confusion. That's right, the blacksmith nodded. Why? The old village chief asked in bewilderment. It's not safe out there. The blacksmith smiled. I take people's money to help them avoid disasters. The old village chief was taken aback. How much? 1,000,000 gold coins. The blacksmith did not hide it. Upon hearing this, the old village chief asked in surprise, "Is this amount worth your trip?" "Why so many questions?" the blacksmith said unhappily. "Quickly open the teleportation array, I'll be back soon." The old village chief stared at the blacksmith and after a long pause said, "You know the rules, if something happens, you bear the consequences." With that, he opened the teleportation array. Talkative, the blacksmith waved his hand impatiently and stepped into the teleportation array as if nothing had happened. The teleportation array emitted a burst of colorful light that engulfed the blacksmith. On the other side of the teleportation array, in the main city, in an inconspicuous corner, an old man appeared out of thin air who was none other than the novice village blacksmith. He seemed to be cautious, as if afraid of being discovered, and carefully checked his surroundings. After confirming it was safe, the blacksmith looked up at the sky, where a massive crimson sphere illuminated the entire main city. Sigh, the blacksmith withdrew his gaze and let out a light sigh. He then gently sniffed the air, turned to look in a certain direction, and vanished in an instant. In the Dragon Kingdom's underground city H-Zone, 1433422XX2331 survival account income 26 million Chinese yuan, balance 2,608,900. CNY. Contribution points exchanged successfully. Although he was still halfway from the 50 million target, at least the threat to his survival was gone. Zhang Chen emerged from the holographic chamber and began browsing the Third World Forum. A pinned post on the forum instantly caught his eye. Player 9167 from Novice Village Eternal Night refreshes the full server dungeon speedrun record for Spider Cave. It turned out that a player had uploaded Zhang Chen's speedrun record for the Spider Cave to the forum, and the post quickly attracted massive attention. Firstly, the mechanism of this dungeon made it impossible for players to solo it. Secondly, Eternal Night's speedrun time actually surpassed all the speedrun rankings from novice villages. A dungeon that was supposed to be impossible to clear solo was actually completed by a player, and in the shortest time. However, the reactions on the Third World Forum were completely different from those of the players in the novice village. No one on the forum doubted that Eternal Night was cheating, because everyone knew very well that it was simply impossible. The situation in the novice village was merely a result of someone targeting Eternal Night and deliberately creating public opinion. Most of the comments under the post were discussing methods for Eternal Night to solo the dungeon. Some pointed out that Eternal Night might be a hidden class with skills similar to a clone, capable of replicating its main body, thus satisfying the dual boss mechanism. Others speculated that Eternal Night was some kind of special summoner, commanding summoned beasts to simultaneously kill the boss. Even more surprisingly, some people actually guessed that Eternal Night could ignore the life bond mechanism. It must be said that there is strength in numbers. These guesses were surprisingly close to the truth. After reading this post, Zhang Chen began searching for Talent Awakening Quest, and why level 10 players are still in the novice village. However, the first post that came up made Zhang Chen's expression change slightly. Newbie Village, the last sanctuary for players. After reading this post, Zhang Chen's expression became very serious. This post was written by a level 10 player from Newbie Village number 011 based on a special quest experience in the game. According to the content of the post, this player accidentally triggered an exploration quest after reaching the maximum experience points at level 10. However, after clearly understanding the quest requirements, the player decisively chose to give up. The exploration quest doesn't seem too difficult, the player wrote in the post, but the quest prompt stated, once a player dies during the quest, they cannot be resurrected. The most critical point is that the location for this quest exploration is actually outside the map range of Newbie Village. At the end of the post, the player left a final remark. I speculate that if a player dies outside Newbie Village, they may really be unable to resurrect. Although this sounds somewhat absurd, everyone should not gamble with their lives. Below the post, a large number of players left comments, but most were just there to watch the excitement. Clearly, everyone did not believe such an outrageous thing. In the third world, players die while doing quests or farming monsters, and they will respawn at the resurrection point, without exception. Death only results in the loss of half experience and half gold. Moreover, humans are currently in the dungeon, merely having their consciousness enter the third world, so how could they really die? However, some players with more imaginative thinking made some guesses. Could this death refer to the player's level resetting to 0, rather than what we think of as death? That's simple, everyone can just leave Newbie Village later and check if there are resurrection points in the main city. Is there a level 10 player willing to take the lead and scout the way? From the replies to the post, many players were not worried about the death issue mentioned. At this moment, Zhang Chen was also somewhat uncertain, but strangely, he found himself more inclined to believe this post. Forget it, Zhang Chen shook his head and stopped looking at the post. His experience was not yet full, and he had no plans to leave Newbie Village for now. After all, he currently had no clue about how to awaken his talent, and he wasn't in a hurry about it. Subsequently, Zhang Chen began searching for posts about talent awakening. However, after browsing for a long time, he did not gain any particularly useful information. The posts on the forum only mentioned that the Talent Awakening quest is triggered randomly. Clearing dungeons, defeating wild bosses, and special quests could all potentially lead to receiving the Talent Awakening quest or related clues. Some posts mentioned that the Talent Awakening quest only has one chance. If failed, the quest will disappear. Moreover, not everyone can trigger the Talent Awakening quest. Many players left comments under these posts stating that they were already level 10 but had yet to receive the Talent Awakening quest. Seeing that he couldn't find the information he wanted, Zheng Chen closed the forum. Fortunately, this time he did gain something. At least he confirmed that clearing dungeons, defeating wild boss monsters, and special quests have a chance of leading to awakening quests. Then I'll start with dungeons and wild bosses. Zheng Chen made up his mind and entered the holographic chamber, stepping into the third world. As for special quests, Zheng Chen did not consider them for now, as these quests do not have a fixed way to be received. After entering the third world, Zheng Chen headed directly towards the spider cave dungeon. There were still some people in Newbie Village stirring up trouble, accusing Eternal Night of cheating, and even starting to blame the third world officials for inaction. Allowing Eternal Night to use cheats to break records is unfair to all players. Zheng Chen also knew that he was being watched by some people, so before reaching the dungeon entrance, he revealed the appearance of Fate Carnival, using a mask to cover his face. The reality indeed matched Zheng Chen's expectations, as a number of sneaky players gathered around the portal to the spider cave, specifically watching the entrance to the instance. However, Zheng Chen paid them no mind and stepped into the instance alone. As soon as he entered, someone exclaimed, "A masked player just went in alone. Quick, notify the guild leader." A little over 10 minutes later. Ding! Congratulations to player number 9167 from the Novice Village, Eternal Night, for refreshing the completion time of the Spider Cave instance, taking 15 minutes, 14 seconds, and 23 milliseconds. Before long, Zheng Chen, wearing a mask, walked out of the instance. That's him, Eternal Night. Eternal Night is out. Those who had been watching the instance situation shouted loudly the moment Zheng Chen emerged. However, to everyone's surprise, Eternal Night completely ignored them and turned back to enter the instance again. Damn it, just wait here. I don't believe he can keep this up. A little over 10 minutes later. Ding! Congratulations to player number 9167 from the Novice Village, Eternal Night, for refreshing the completion time of the Spider Cave instance, taking 15 minutes, 13 seconds, and 57 milliseconds. Eternal Night is out again. Damn, he went back in. Ding! Congratulations to player number 9167 from the Novice Village, Eternal Night, for refreshing the completion time of the Spider Cave instance, taking 15 minutes, 10 seconds, and 8 milliseconds. He's out. He went back in. Doesn't he need to return to the Novice Village for supplies? The crowd watching the spectacle grew larger as more players arrived at the entrance of the spider instance, but unfortunately, it seemed that Eternal Night was tireless. He just came out of the instance and immediately went back in. Moreover, he managed to refresh the instance record each time, with the Novice Village announcements becoming a regular occurrence, ringing out every few minutes. Ding! Congratulations to player number 9167 from the Novice Village, Eternal Night, for refreshing the completion time of the Spider Cave instance, taking 13 minutes, 8 seconds, and 88 milliseconds. Outside the spider instance, a group of players had become numb. They had lost count of how many system announcements there had been, and Eternal Night's completion record had dropped from over 15 minutes to 13 minutes and 8 seconds. He's out again, one player said mechanically as he watched Eternal Night exit the instance. However, this time, the crowd had no reaction. If nothing unexpected happened, Eternal Night was likely going to go back in. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Eternal Night actually left the instance entrance. Ha! He's not going back in, one player exclaimed excitedly. Many immediately rushed over. In fact, Zheng Chen really did not plan to continue grinding. 13 minutes was about his limit. It wasn't a matter of monster clearing speed, but even without monsters, just walking back and forth in the instance took that long. Zheng Chen felt a bit speechless. He had intentionally controlled the time spent in the instance, breaking the record time and again, yet he had not received the Talent Awakening quest, not even a hint. With no other options, Zheng Chen decided to stop grinding this instance and think of other ways, but at that moment he found himself blocked by a group of players. Zheng Chen looked at the crowd in front of him and coldly asked, "Is there something you need?" Eternal Night, I am Qin Shi Huang, the guild leader of the Great Qin Dynasty Guild, inviting you to join our guild. You can set your own terms. We from the Swordsman Alliance can offer the same conditions. Bullshit, can your Swordsman Alliance compare to our Great Qin Dynasty? Big shot, join my awesome class guild, I'll make you the guild leader. Everyone chimed in. This group was actually all there to invite Zheng Chen to join their guild. Thank you all for your kindness, but I have no plans to join the guild for now, Zheng Chen directly refused. He glanced at the crowd, surprised to find that no one from the Heroic Spirit Guild, which Cold Lie had contacted him about, was present. Brother Yangya, let's add each other as friends, Qin Shi Huang said with great composure despite Yangya's refusal. If you need anything later, just let me know. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Seeing the politeness from the other side, Zheng Chen felt it was inappropriate to keep refusing. Alright, Zhang Chen nodded. Since he had blocked all private messages and friend requests from strangers, he took the initiative to add Qin Shi Huang. Qin Shi Huang was also quite straightforward. He understood that it was unlikely to connect with such a big shot in just one encounter, so after adding each other as friends, he left with his group. However, many players present showed no intention of leaving. Everyone, is there something else? Zhang Chen asked the crowd. Yanya, how did you solo the spider dungeon? Someone in the crowd spoke up. Shouldn't you share it with everyone? If everyone wants to clear the dungeon, they need to work hard to form a team. If you've really discovered a good method, shouldn't you share it? Yeah, you should share it. In an instant, many people chimed in, all eager for Yanya's strategy for soloing the dungeon. Seeing that these people had finally spoken up, Zhang Chen no longer held back and asked the first speaker, who are you? Why should I tell you? If you don't say, you're just cheating with hacks, the person shouted. Yes, I am using hacks, Zhang Chen replied with a smile. Do you want to buy some? The person was taken aback, not expecting Zhang Chen to admit it, and reflexively asked, how much are you planning to sell it for? 10 million gold coins, Zhang Chen said seriously, this is an exclusive hack. If you buy it, you'll definitely make a profit. Upon hearing this, the person's face immediately turned green. He didn't have 10 million gold coins. If you can't afford it, step aside, Zhang Chen said bluntly. Do you think you can get it for free without money? Hee hee. Suddenly, another person in the crowd spoke up. If you don't say it, you probably won't be able to leave this time. As soon as the words fell, a group of players surrounded Zhang Chen. In the distance, many onlookers became excited. Someone was about to besiege Yang Ye. But the next scene left everyone dumbfounded. Yang Ye suddenly struck first without warning, unleashing dozens of lightning spells one after another, covering the group of players rushing in. -999 -999. A flurry of damage numbers floated up from the crowd, and beams of white light rose. Countless people were instantaneously killed before they even realized what was happening. Holy crap, he's a lightning mage, someone exclaimed from afar. Wait a minute, a sharp-eyed player said. Why aren't they fighting back as soon? As this was said, many people noticed the bizarre scene. The group being attacked by Yang Ye stood there dumbfounded, not casting a single skill. However, at that moment, walls of fire suddenly appeared one after another, blocking the view of the outer players. Fire walls? Is it a fire mage? The onlookers were instantly bewildered. Yang Ye had just been casting lightning spells. How could he release firewalls now? Could he be a dual element mage? It's possible, someone agreed. He's probably a dual element lightning and fire mage. Before these people could recover from their shock, the firewalls suddenly dissipated, and in the dazed eyes of the crowd, only Yang Ye remained in the center of the battlefield. Holy crap, I'm not seeing things, am I? Did 200 or 300 people just get wiped out in an instant? Everyone couldn't believe this outcome, but facts speak louder than words. All the players who had originally surrounded Yang Ye had vanished without a trace. This is too insane, someone swallowed hard. In just a moment, hundreds of people were cleared away. Zhang Chen glanced at the onlookers in the distance. Many felt his gaze and quickly turned their heads to look elsewhere, not daring to meet his eyes. Is there anyone else who wants to block the way? Zhang Chen, wearing a mask, spoke coldly. The players on the outskirts were still shaken. Those hundreds of people had vanished just like that. Who would dare to stop him now? Seeing no one respond, Zhang Chen walked away. It wasn't until he disappeared from sight that everyone collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Where the hell did this freak come from? One player couldn't help but complain. How could our gap with Eternal Night be so huge? Eternal Night must be a hidden class. I didn't expect hidden classes to be this overpowered. This incident not only occurred in the 9167 novice village but soon made headlines on the Third World Forum. The name Eternal Night also caught the attention of players from other regions. In the C district of the dungeon, in a villa complex, a middle-aged man asked the young man beside him, Mufone, is this Eternal Night the jester? The young man was none other than the level 10 jester player who had posted in the third world, Mufone. Mufone hesitated before speaking. President, this Eternal Night's class should be jester, otherwise, even if it were a hidden class, it wouldn't have such a significant advantage in the early stages. It's just what? The middle-aged man asked in a deep voice. Mufone analyzed. When performing, a jester can indeed hit the damage cap, but a jester can only copy one skill. The middle-aged man nodded slowly, also feeling some doubt. Eternal Night initially used lightning spell but later used fire wall. This exceeded the capabilities of the jester class. Moreover, it's abnormal for him to cast so many lightning spells in such a short time. Mufone continued. A jester can copy skills, but the cooldown time for skills is the same as the class being copied. The middle-aged man looked at Mufone. It seems the jester has some mechanisms we haven't uncovered. Mufone was taken aback and quickly said, President, I will make sure to study the jester's mechanisms thoroughly as soon as possible. Mufone was one of the 11 jester class players in Long Country. Initially, he was in the H district like Zhang Chen, but he discovered the jester's performance mechanism, joined the guild of the middle-aged man, and was brought to the C district. Upon entering the C district and witnessing its luxurious environment, Mufone realized that even in the underworld there was still a vast difference between people. After returning to the novice village, Zhang Chen chose to log off directly. Such high-intensity monster fighting, even though he was only in his 20s, was taking a toll on his body and mind. He needed to log off to rest and regain his energy. This made Zhang Chen even more envious of the other districts. I must change districts, switch to a holographic pod. With life support systems, Zhang Chen muttered to himself before sleeping. If there were a life support system, he wouldn't have to log off so frequently. Perhaps due to exhaustion, Zhang Chen quickly fell into a deep sleep on his small bed. As for the third world and the turmoil on the forum, he didn't pay any attention. For him, the most important thing now was to awaken his talent and change districts. Other matters were completely outside his focus, even if this incident was caused by him. Meanwhile, in the D district, Lu Ruyan also noticed the commotion caused by Eternal Night. Eternal Night, Lu Ruyan murmured as she looked at the forum posts. She was too familiar with this nickname. Zhang Chen had always used Eternal Night as his online name. Could it be him? Just as Lu Ruyan had this thought, she felt her idea was somewhat absurd and revealed a hint of self-mockery. How could he possibly have that ability? Besides, he's in Area H and the holographic chamber is just the basic version. Lu Ruyan had been by Wang Yan's side and had learned a bit of the hidden truths. The higher the quality of the holographic chamber, the greater the advantage when entering the third world. Not only does it increase the probability of drawing a hidden profession, but it also raises the chances of triggering a talent awakening quest compared to ordinary players. Moreover, Lu Ruyan discreetly glanced at Wang Yan beside her. Once, Wang Yan let it slip that the recent server-wide announcement about Longgui Yeqing awakening in SSS level talent was not unique, because in Area S those players could directly draw talents as soon as they entered the game. This Eternal Night is not bad. Wang Yan, oblivious to Lu Ruyan's change in expression, focused on the forum and said, once we enter the main city, we can consider bringing him over. Lu Ruyan nodded. Wang Yan smiled and skillfully reached out to pat Lu Ruyan's head. Let's go, we should start preparing in advance. Lu Ruyan felt no emotion from Wang Yan's head pat. In fact, there was a hint of resistance in her eyes, but she hid it well. Lu Ruyan was very clear that Wang Yan did not love her, he merely treated her as a pet. However, Lu Ruyan didn't mind, because being Wang Yan's pet was much better than following Zhang Chen. Otherwise, she would still be stuck in Area H, struggling daily to earn contribution points, and it would be impossible for her to live in such luxury in Area D like she was now. So, being a pet, she was more than willing. When Zhang Chen woke up, the sun was already high in the sky outside his room. He quickly washed up and ate some food before preparing to enter the third world. However, before he entered, he received a message from Lu Ruyan, asking what his name would be in the third world. She also mentioned that she would give him some equipment once he entered the main city. Zhang Chen just glanced at it, didn't reply, and directly entered the third world. Yesterday, Zhang Chen had used the Fate Carnival mask to divert the attention of the novice village players. This time, he boldly revealed his true face and no one could connect Eternal Night with him. However, as soon as he logged in, he immediately received a private message from Lang Lai. Brother Eternal Night, you're amazing. I always thought you were a swordsman. Outside the spider cave dungeon, Zhang Chen unleashed thunder and fire spells, leaving Lang Lai and the others in shock. Eternal Night had transformed from a swordsman into a mage? Zhang Chen casually sent a message back to Lang Lai. Let me reintroduce myself, Eternal Night, level 10 Thunderfire Mage. Lang Lai quickly replied, I don't believe you. Zhang Chen smiled at the private message, didn't reply further, and directly left the novice village. This time, he didn't head to the spider cave but went straight towards the lost land. He wanted to see if he could obtain a talent awakening quest in the infected village dungeon. After all, he still vividly remembered the fortune wheel in the Red Temple. On the outskirts of the lost land, many players were already leveling up there. If this trend continued, more players would come here to level up. The dungeons deep within the lost land would also be fully opened. Zhang Chen entered the lost land and headed south, quickly arriving at the dungeon entrance. Ding, the infected village is fraught with danger. Are you sure you want to challenge it alone? Zhang Chen ignored the system prompt and stepped into the dungeon. Zhang Chen re-entered the dungeon, transforming from a swordsman into a mage. Last time he had to slash with his sword, but this time he unleashed a storm of thunder and fire on the mutated villagers and small bosses. After dozens of thunder spells, the entire village was quiet. When Zhang Chen entered the temple, he did not see the fortune wheel, only the Red Temple Master. A dark gold boss stood inside. Where's the fortune wheel? Zhang Chen looked at the boss and directly asked, have you been here before? The boss, the master of the Red Temple, was clearly taken aback, glancing at Zhang Chen several times. Have you been here, benefactor? Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen's face darkened, and he immediately began to take action. When Zhang Chen entered the temple and saw the master of the Red Temple, he already had a suspicion in his heart. It was likely that only the first player to clear it would trigger the fortune wheel. Facing this boss with only 10 health points, Zhang Chen quickly raised a wall of fire and roasted it. The boss's mechanism of summoning 10 waves of monsters was of no use to Zhang Chen at all. The pitiful boss only dropped some materials and a few blue items and did not trigger any clues for talent awakening. Could it be that I'm too impatient? Zhang Chen couldn't help but reflect. Relying on luck like this wasn't a solution. Ding, congratulations on defeating the level 10 Red Temple Master, Dark Gold. BOSS, experience +0. Due to Zhang Chen's frenzied speedrunning of dungeons yesterday, his experience points were already maxed out and he could no longer gain experience. Ding, congratulations on solo clearing the Infected Village Dungeon, reputation +200. Ding, as the first player to solo clear the Infected Village Dungeon, an announcement will be made. Do you want to hide your personal information? No. Ding. Congratulations to player 9167 from the Novice Village, Eternal Night, for solo clearing the Infected Village Dungeon. In the Novice Village, Long Lai was taken aback by the system announcement. What is Eternal Night doing running dungeons? His experience must be maxed out by now, right? The Shield Warrior, Zhu Tian, said in surprise. It's probably for the Talent Awakening quest. Long Lai replied solemnly. Talent Awakening. The expressions of the others changed slightly upon hearing this. They knew some insider information, just like how players in the 3rd district using the basic holographic chamber could hardly draw hidden classes. The probability of awakening talents for those using the basic holographic chamber. Zhang Chen's announcement of clearing the Infected Village Dungeon caused a stir in the Novice Village. Those players who had been lingering near the Spider Cave Dungeon began to withdraw upon hearing the system announcement. However, the location of the Infected Village Dungeon had not been made public apart from Lang Lai and a few others. No one else knew its location. Some petty players who wanted to target Zhang Chen couldn't find his exact location either. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen, after speedrunning the Infected Village Dungeon more than 10 times, finally stopped. Strange. Zhang Chen felt puzzled. Since yesterday, he had been speedrunning the dungeon, breaking records each time. Logically, he should have been able to obtain the Talent Awakening quest by now. Yet, he had not received any system notifications, nor had any special items dropped from the dungeon. Something must be wrong. Zhang Chen pondered for a moment and decided not to blindly run the dungeon anymore. Continuing like this was meaningless. He could no longer gain any experience in the Novice Village, and running the dungeon would only yield some materials and equipment. Although Zhang Chen was still 24 million contribution points away from 50 million, the materials and equipment dropped from the dungeon were undoubtedly a drop in the bucket. If top-tier equipment were so easy to obtain, the 2 pieces of equipment Zhang Chen had would not have sold for such high prices. Nevertheless, Zhang Chen still put all the materials and equipment he had obtained over the past 2 days up for sale in the consignment system. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Every little bit counts. Zhang Chen estimated that his gains over the past 2 days should be worth around 100,000. After doing all this, Zhang Chen prepared to log off. Directly, he wanted to check what exactly had gone wrong. However, before he could log off, Lang Lai sent him a private message. Meet at the Novice Village Resurrection Point. I need to talk to you about something. Zhang Chen was somewhat puzzled. What could be so important that it couldn't be discussed in a private message? Nevertheless, he headed towards the Novice Village. Zhang Chen knew that Lang Lai and the others were not from the back 3 districts. Perhaps Lang Lai would know some insider information. Before long, Zhang Chen returned to the Novice Village and encountered Lang Lai and a few others. Brother Yangya, Lang Lai got straight to the point. Are you looking to trigger the Talent Awakening quest? That's right. Zhang Chen didn't hide it. After all, he was just short of the Talent Awakening quest. Lang Lai and Zhu Tian exchanged glances and said solemnly, then you'd better leave the back 3 districts first. Zhang Chen was taken aback by this and instantly realized the problem. Holographic pod? Lang Lai nodded. That's right. The probability of someone using a basic holographic pod getting the Talent Awakening quest is too low. Zhang Chen frowned and said, so the higher the quality of the holographic pod, the greater the benefits in the 3rd world? That's correct. Zhu Tian interjected. Do you need us to help you get out of the back 3 districts? That way, your chances of getting the Awakening quest will be higher. Looks like I need to find a way to switch districts myself. Zhang Chen muttered softly. However, he directly refused Zhu Tian's goodwill. This kind of favor would be hard to repay. Besides, he was only short of 24 million gold coins, and he could switch districts himself, at most wasting a bit of time. After that, Zhang Chen chatted with a few of them for a while before logging off. Zhu Tian looked at Zhang Chen, who had logged off again, and couldn't help but say he's really not worried about falling behind. He should have maxed out his experience, Lang Lai said solemnly. Now we are all on the same starting line. That's right, the assassin Shadow suddenly spoke up. Compared to the Novice Village, the main city is the real dividing line. The main city, huh? When it came to the main city, the expressions of everyone present became a bit more serious. The next day, when Zhang Chen logged in again, he headed straight for the blacksmith shop. Today was the agreed date, and he hoped that the unique equipment, Jest of Fate, would bring him some surprises. In front of the blacksmith shop. Hey, the blacksmith looked at Zhang Chen and smiled. You came just in time. I just got back. Senior, I'm here to pick up the equipment. Zhang Chen had no mood to joke with the blacksmith and went straight to the point. What's the rush? The blacksmith said unhappily. I won't cheat you. Zhang Chen awkwardly smiled. Sorry to trouble you, senior. Here you go, the blacksmith said, handing Jest of Fate to Zhang Chen. The attributes of Jest of Fate were also displayed. Jest of Fate, gloves level, unrestricted rarity, unique attributes, stage comedy, the clown can imitate and replicate the number of skills +1 traits. Improvisation, when wearing Jest of Fate, performance is no longer subject to conditions and can be improvised. Details, fingers flow through the play of life and death, palms surge with the patterns of fate, the carnival of destiny eventually ends, Jest of Fate at the last moment. This is going to make me sink deeper into the path of perversion. Zhang Chen looked in shock at the traits of Jest of Fate. The shortcomings of the clown class were instantly compensated. The biggest advantage of the clown was the performance mechanism, but the biggest problem was also performance. If there weren't enough audience members to trigger the performance mechanism, it limited the output environment of the clown class. Especially when facing a single boss or in one-on-one situations, the damage disadvantage of the clown became apparent. But now, with Jest of Fate, this unique shortcoming was compensated. Moreover, the stage comedy skill imitation +1 meant that he could now replicate 3 skills. Zhang Chen looked at his 2 unique pieces of equipment, Carnival of Destiny and Jest of Fate. Both had the attribute of skill quantity +1. Based on this, it could be inferred that the unique equipment for the clown class might all have an additional skill replication count. The blacksmith looked at Zhang Chen and smiled. Kid, not bad, right? Thank you, senior. Zhang Chen nodded in satisfaction. How could he say it was just good? It was quite excellent. Senior, you've helped me a great deal. Zhang Chen felt a stir in his heart and spoke up. Is there anything you need me to do for you? The blacksmith was taken aback by his words, then looked at Zhang Chen with a wary expression. Kid, are you trying to gain something from me? Zhang Chen smiled awkwardly, having been seen through. He asked this to see if he could take on a special task from the blacksmith, but this old man was not easy to fool. Zhang Chen intended to leave, but unexpectedly, the blacksmith suddenly said, actually, there is something you can help me with, but you won't be able to complete it right now. Zhang Chen's eyes lit up, and he quickly replied, Senior, I'm not boasting. If I can't complete it, then probably no one can. Ha ha ha. The blacksmith couldn't help but laugh. Is that so? I have a running errand task that will take about 3 days. Can you complete it? Zhang Chen was momentarily stunned by the mention of a running errand task. He was about to agree immediately when he suddenly realized and asked, Senior, do you mean I need to be online for 3 days? Straight? That's right, the blacksmith nodded, and if you fail the task, you will truly die. Death. Upon hearing the blacksmith's words, Zhang Chen's pupils suddenly constricted. He immediately thought of that post on the Third World Forum, the newbie village number 011, where players triggered the exploration map task. The post also mentioned that once a player died, they could not be resurrected. Zhang Chen suddenly realized that his understanding of the Third World was still far from enough. The Third World was like an iceberg in the deep sea. What it currently revealed to people was merely the tip of the iceberg, with countless secrets hidden beneath the surface. A virtual world that could lead to real human death. If that were the case, why did the global government still launch the Third World? Zhang Chen didn't believe the government was unaware of this. Moreover, with the ecological destruction of Blue Star's surface and humanity's complete relocation underground, Zhang Chen had a vague feeling that things were definitely not as simple as he thought. Was humanity's complete relocation underground really due to the stellar cataclysm? As one of the last batches to enter the underground city, he had witnessed with his own eyes when he was relocated that the star had already transformed into a massive crimson sphere. What on earth happened? Zhang Chen also understood that whatever had transpired in this world was beyond his reach to uncover the truth. After a moment of silence, Senior, give me a few days, Zhang Chen said seriously to the blacksmith. I'll come back to take on this task in a few days. It wasn't that Zhang Chen didn't want to take on the task now, but rather that in Area H, the basic version of the holographic pod was not sufficient to support him being offline for 3 consecutive days. The blacksmith looked at Zhang Chen in surprise. Aren't you afraid of dying? Kid, that's real death, the blacksmith said solemnly. There won't be any resurrection points for you. Afraid? Zhang Chen smiled. Who isn't afraid of death? Then you. The blacksmith looked at Zhang Chen with some confusion. Since he was afraid of death, why would he still dare to take on this task? Senior, are you an NPC? Zhang Chen did not answer the blacksmith's question but suddenly blurted out this sentence. The blacksmith was taken aback. Seeing the blacksmith's reaction, Zhang Chen confirmed some things in his heart. Please wait for me for a few days, Senior, Zhang Chen said, then decisively turned to leave. Since this world had become so insane, he too had to go a little mad, otherwise, how could he survive? After leaving the blacksmith's shop, Zhang Chen no longer concealed the appearance effect of his fateful revelry, striding out of the newbie village with his mask on. It's eternal night, a player exclaimed as they saw Zhang Chen walking out wearing a mask. After all, it hadn't been long since the commotion he caused in the spider cave. Moreover, the Fate Carnival was too unique. Aside from him, no one else wore a mask. Zhang Chen unabashedly made his way south through the territory of the 3 tyrants in the village, quickly gathering a number of players behind him. Among these people, some were purely there to watch the excitement, while others had different motives. Zhang Chen was well aware of this, but this time he intended to draw them out. He wanted to know who was targeting him from behind. Almost there, Zhang Chen murmured softly, suddenly stopping and turning to look at the group of followers behind him. 1 minute, Zhang Chen said calmly, looking at the crowd, either leave or lose half your experience and gold by dying here. Zhang Chen wasn't afraid of this group suddenly attacking him. The bond of emotions ring was his confidence. The 5 seconds of invincibility were enough for him to counterattack and restore his health. However, his arrogant words still sparked dissatisfaction among many players. This isn't your home. Why should we care about you while we grind monsters here? Exactly. Don't think you're so impressive. The crowd began to voice their opinions, and for a moment, the atmosphere was quite intense. However, Zhang Chen suddenly stepped forward. The players in the front row instinctively took a few steps back. 30 seconds? Zhang Chen spoke without a hint of emotion. As soon as he finished speaking, the previously noisy crowd fell silent, and some onlookers, seeing that Zhang Chen wasn't joking, actually turned to leave. However, many still remained in place. Zhang Chen coldly addressed the remaining people. It seems you are looking for death. Just as Zhang Chen was about to make a move, the group suddenly retreated, leaving only about 30 players behind. In the arena, a swordsman player mocked, "Eternal Knight, do you really think we came unprepared? How could we fall for the same trick twice? Your class is a clown, right?" This swordsman seemed quite confident and continued, without triggering the performance mechanism, "A clown is just a waste with only 1 point of damage. And you are also a waste." The swordsman said, brandishing a broadsword and charging at Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen narrowed his eyes at the approaching swordsman. These people had clearly studied him, and they even knew about the clown performance mechanism. If nothing unexpected happened, the other 10 clown players must have also figured out the performance mechanism. However, Zhang Chen revealed a cold smile. Today was different from the past. He immediately conjured a wall of fire in front of him, separating himself from the charging swordsman. The swordsman sneered, unable to resist taunting. "Without the performance mechanism, you're just a piece of trash with only 1 point of damage." Saying this, he charged straight into the wall of fire. At this moment, the swordsman was already fantasizing about his glorious moment of slashing Eternal Knight, imagining defeating a big shot who had taken down hundreds of players. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. However, the moment he rushed into the wall of fire, -999, a high damage value floated above his head, and this unbelievable scene left him stunned, forgetting to escape the fire's range. -999, -999 as the second damage appeared. The swordsman, who had just been full of confidence, vanished into a beam of white light. How is this possible? Without 100 spectators, how could he deal the highest damage? Behind, several players gasped in shock, clearly taken aback by Eternal Knight's performance, which exceeded the information they had. They had received the message that Eternal Knight's class was a clown, capable of dealing 999 damage only under the performance mechanism. And to trigger the performance mechanism, at least 100 spectators had to be present. As long as the performance mechanism is not triggered, the skill damage of Eternal Knight is only 1 point. But the current situation is far from that. At least 100 spectators? Zhang Chen was taken aback by this statement. Although he knew that a certain number of spectators were needed for a performance, he had not figured out what the minimum number of spectators was. "Damn, the information we received is wrong," a player cursed softly and turned to flee. However, a wall of fire suddenly appeared in front of him. Zhang Chen looked at these people with interest. "Actually, you don't have to die. As the saying goes, losing money can avert disaster." Zhang Chen coaxed, 10,000 gold for a life, that's a good deal. Losing half of your gold and half of your experience upon death. In Zhang Chen's view, paying 10,000 gold for survival is quite worth it. Zhang Chen would never rob players directly, but now these people were about to harm him, so it wasn't unreasonable for Zhang Chen to teach them a lesson. 10,000 gold? Some players were tempted when they heard they could buy their lives. "Don't even think about running," Zhang Chen threatened as he noticed some players quietly retreating. "Unless you never leave the novice village, I'll be waiting for you at the village entrance." Damn, those players who wanted to slip away turned pale upon hearing this. "You're extorting us," one player protested angrily. Zhang Chen replied without changing his expression, "You are the ones trying to harm me." "You?" Another player suddenly spoke up, "You're fishing for law enforcement, deliberately luring us. Will you pay or not?" Zhang Chen, seeing through their intentions, was too lazy to continue the banter. "Life or money?" Seeing no one speaking out, Zhang Chen directly threw a firewall spell into the crowd. -999, -999, -999. 7 or 8 unfortunate players were hit, their health bars plummeting. "We'll pay," one player exclaimed, quickly choosing to part with their gold to save their lives. With someone taking the lead, other players began transferring gold to Zhang Chen, but a few unlucky ones had no 10,000 gold on them at all. Zhang Chen was not polite and personally sent those few back to the novice village. Moments later, only Zhang Chen remained in the area. After paying their gold, those players fled the scene like they were escaping a plague. 1.32 million gold. Zhang Chen looked at the over 1 million gold that had arrived in just a moment, feeling a bit tempted. No matter when, robbing money is always faster than earning it. Unfortunately, he couldn't keep using this fishing law enforcement tactic. If he could be ruthless and demand 100,000 from each person, that would be over 10 million gold now. But he could only think about it, these people wouldn't carry 100,000 gold around carelessly. After all, dying once would result in a 50% loss of gold. If it really doesn't work, I'll have to get a job, Zhang Chen said helplessly. After pondering for a moment, he decided to take action and began spamming the public channel. Eternal Night, leveling up, dungeon runs, record boosting, boss fighting. Eternal Night guarantees quality. Eternal Night, leveling up, dungeon runs, record boosting, boss fighting. Eternal Night guarantees quality. Eternal Night, leveling up, dungeon runs, record boosting, boss fighting. Eternal Night guarantees quality. Zhang Chen spammed dozens of messages in one go before stopping. To make it easier for employers to contact him, he also opened up private messaging permissions for strangers. In the novice village, Lang Lai and a few others looked at the channel messages, exchanging glances. The shield warrior Chu Tian murmured, "What is Eternal Night trying to do?" Lang Lai fell silent for a moment, uncertain, and said, "Short on money, right?" "That's true," Chu Tian nodded in agreement. After all, he's in the back 3 districts. Not long after Zhang Chen sent out this wave of advertisements, the onlookers immediately erupted. Is the big shot starting to take jobs? What's the price? I'll offer 1,000 gold coins for a run through a dungeon. Yeah, big shot. How much for a run through the dungeon? Zhang Chen looked at these messages, finding some truth in them, and added a dozen more. Eternal Night, 100,000 for leveling/hour, 100 million gold coins for a run-through, Spider Cave, 1 million gold coins for a run-through, Shallow Analysis, 500,000 gold coins per boss. Zhang Chen set the price for the Spider Cave so high because he didn't want other players to know he could ignore the mechanics of the Spider Cave. As for the other prices, Zhang Chen thought they were quite reasonable. Ever since he sold those 2 pieces of equipment for sky-high prices, Zhang Chen understood that there was no shortage of wealthy people here. Moreover, Zhang Chen's main goal was to farm dungeons. Because dungeons have speedrun leaderboards, Zhang Chen believed that there would always be someone willing to pay for fame and fortune. The most crucial point was that breaking the speedrun record for a dungeon had a certain probability of triggering a talent awakening quest. Therefore, Zhang Chen believed that many would be willing to pay that 1 million gold coins. However, the public channel was overwhelmingly one-sided in opinion. What the hell? 100 million gold coins? 1 million gold coins for a dungeon run? Has the big shot gone crazy for money? I think it's reasonable. After all, it's a record-breaking run. Who can guarantee breaking the dungeon? Record now? Regardless of how these ordinary players argued, the reality was indeed as Zhang Chen expected. Within a few minutes, his private messages started flashing. Occult Fushi, Brother Eternal Night, will you guarantee breaking the record for a run through Shallow Analysis? Zhang Chen was a bit surprised. Occult Fushi seemed to be ranked 6th on the leaderboard with the profession of Battle Array Master. But no matter who he was, a guest is a guest, and Zhang Chen immediately replied, Eternal Night guaranteed. Occult Fushi, is the 1 million gold coins the price for one person or for a team? Zhang Chen was taken aback. The dungeon's maximum number of players was 8, and since it was just one run, it didn't seem to matter whether there were more or fewer people. Eternal Night, you can form a team. Occult Fushi, great, brother. Eternal Night, come to the entrance of the Shallow Analysis dungeon, and I'll transfer the money immediately. Not long after this private message was sent, Zhang Chen received a transaction prompt for 1 million gold coins. So generous? Zhang Chen was a bit surprised. After all, breaking the dungeon record was a piece of cake for him. Before long, Zhang Chen arrived at the Shallow Analysis dungeon. A young man saw the iconic mask and hurried over. Brother Eternal Night, it's me, Fushi. Saying this, Occult Fushi directly invited Zhang Chen to join the team. Big shot Eternal Night. Within the team, the other 6 members all greeted him. Zhang Chen slowly nodded in response. It wasn't that he was trying to act mysterious, it was just that none of these 6 people's nicknames were normal, and he didn't recognize a single word. No kidding, I really don't recognize them. After Zhang Chen joined the team, Occult Fushi led the way directly into the dungeon. The Shallow Analysis dungeon is also known as the Graveyard because the scene inside the dungeon is a graveyard, and the dungeon monsters are all humanoid skeletons. The final boss is a level 10 Dark Gold Skeleton King who possesses the ability to summon the undead and can summon 100 elite skeletons at once. After entering the dungeon, Occult Fushi asked, Brother Eternal Night, why haven't I seen you break the speedrun record for this dungeon? Zhang Chen casually replied, I haven't played this dungeon yet. Fushi was clearly taken aback upon hearing this. Don't worry, Zhang Chen patted his shoulder, I'll break the record. Before entering, Zhang Chen had checked the speedrun records for this dungeon, the fastest being just over 37 minutes. To ensure his boosting business could last, Zhang Chen planned to control the time as much as possible. He couldn't raise it too much at once, or it would be hard to do business later. A team of people hadn't walked far along the graveyard when the mounds all around them cracked open, and skeletons crawled out one by one. Fushi, he cast a detection spell, sharing the skeleton Information: Skeleton Analysis, Elite Level 10 Health, 3000 Attack Power, 110 Physical Defense, 25 Magical Defense, 25 Details. Waking others is a very impolite act. Zhang Chen just took a glance and raised several firewalls in front of the team. Since he needed to control the time, he didn't use skills to bombard them. However, this left the other 6 people dumbfounded. A group of skeletons was instantly killed before even passing the third firewall. Awesome, one of the 6, Ji Fengling, exclaimed in delight. This 200,000 gold is worth it. Ha! Zhang Chen was taken aback. What 200,000? Ji Fengling was also stunned but explained. Fushi said I only need to spend 200,000 gold to invite a big shot to lead the team to break the dungeon record. Zhang Chen turned to the other 5. Did each of you give him 200,000 gold? Yeah, the 5 replied in unison. Zhang Chen's face darkened as he instantly realized that these 6 people amounted to 1.2 million gold, and Fushi had given him 1 million gold, leaving him with a profit of 200,000. Hee. Oshifushi chuckled awkwardly. Brother Yangya, you said you could lead a team. Zhang Chen looked at Oshifushi and felt he had been taken advantage of. He had indeed said that. However, Zhang Chen also noted this loophole and vowed never to let another person fleece him again. Oshifushi, knowing he was in the wrong, quietly sent a private message to Yangya, suggesting they split the 1.2 million gold 50-50. Inside the dungeon, with Zhang Chen as this monstrous output machine, the remaining 7 people only needed to watch from the back. Although only Zhang Chen was dealing damage, the speed was not slow at all. Suddenly, Zhang Chen asked Oshifushi, "Are you a hidden class as a battle formation master?" Oshifushi nodded, smiling with some pride. "That's right. Show us a battle formation skill," Zhang Chen asked curiously. "Let us see what's special about it." "This is simple," Oshifushi said while taking out a formation plate. Heavenly Mansion Formation. Zhang Chen felt a warmth envelop him, and a system prompt rang in his ears. Ding, received formation enhancement. All attributes plus 5%. Cloud hanging formation. Ding, received formation enhancement. Defense plus 20%. How's that? Oshifushi released 2 formations. Not bad, right? Zhang Chen nodded slightly but felt a bit disappointed inside. It wasn't that Oshifushi's skills weren't powerful enough, but they just weren't suitable for him. After obtaining the unpredictable mimicry, Zhang Chen could imitate and copy 3 skills. Besides Firewall and Lightning Spell, he still had 1 skill slot open. In fact, Zhang Chen thought that copying Firewall and Lightning Spell was somewhat redundant, as he hadn't maximized their potential. Zhang Chen also planned to research skill combinations later. He could refresh skill cooldowns infinitely, and having 2 area damage skills from the magic system didn't maximize efficiency. Just now, Zhang Chen wanted to see if Oshifushi's skills were suitable for him to copy. However, the Battle Formation Master class was more of a support role, which was of little use to him. Evernight Boss, a player in the team, looked at Zhang Chen and suddenly asked, "Do you really have no cooldown on your skills?" Zhang Chen decisively shook his head. How could he admit to such a thing? "There is a cooldown, but I'm just a bit special." "Boss, where did you get that mask?" the player named asked curiously. The mask looked very impressive, and he wanted one too. The other 6 people also turned to look, as they knew that there was no mask in the armor section. Zhang Chen casually replied, "You can't get it, there's only this one." Was taken aback for a moment, then seemed to realize something, a hint of shock appearing in his eyes. Zhang Chen didn't notice his change in expression and continued to clear the monsters ahead. The number of skeletons was beyond his expectations. They came in wave after wave, far exceeding the number in the spider cave. No wonder the fastest time for the shallow analysis dungeon was over 37 minutes, which was more than 10 minutes longer than the spider cave. However, for Zhang Chen, it was just a bit of a hassle. After all, maintaining a stable 999 damage was still very advantageous at this stage. Under Zhang Chen's deliberate control, they spent half an hour before finally encountering the final boss. Shallow Analysis Skeleton King. Dark Gold BOSS Level 10 Health, 200,000/200,000 Attack Power, 207 Skills, 1. Undead Summon, 2. Intimidation, 3. Heavy Strike, Physical Defense, 105 Magical Defense, 100 Details. A deceased being, resting here. Evernight Boss, do you need help? The player name spoke up. This boss can summon undead, and can summon 100 elite skeletons at once. We must finish it quickly. So many? Zhang Chen was a bit surprised, but a thought suddenly struck him. If he could copy this undead summon skill, that would be quite good. As soon as this thought arose, he quickly looked at the explanation for his stage comedy skill. Stage comedy. Imitate and copy the active skills released by surrounding targets. The skill can deal 1 to 999 random damage to enemies. The skill lasts for 7 days, with a cooldown of 1 day, limit 1. It's copying the active skills released by surrounding targets. Zhang Chen's heart raced. It was all due to habitual thinking. He had subconsciously believed that he could only imitate and copy player skills from the start. But the skill details stated, imitate and copy the active skills released by surrounding targets. This meant that as long as it was within a certain range, regardless of whether it was a player or not, as long as they cast an active skill, it could all be imitated and copied by the clown. Zhang Chen's gaze towards the shallow analysis skeleton king suddenly became fervent. He would soon be able to verify whether his guess was correct. The change in Zhang Chen was naturally noticed by the other 7, who were somewhat puzzled. Why did Everknight's eyes light up upon seeing the boss? Did he have some special preference? For a moment, all 7 involuntarily took a step back. Zhang Chen no longer held back. Walls of fire and lightning spells crackled towards the shallow analysis skeleton king. -999 -999. In just a few breaths, Zhang Chen cast lightning spells 30 or 40 times, and the skeleton king's health plummeted rapidly. Holy crap! This scene fell into his eyes, and he immediately exclaimed, "Is this what you call having a skill cooldown?" This was treating the boss like a small monster. Did you all notice? Spoke in a deep voice, not only is the output high with no cooldown, but the skeleton king seems to be trapped. As soon as this was said, the other few also noticed the anomaly. The analysis skeleton king held a broken great sword, wanting to charge towards Eternal Night, but its movements were quite strange. It twitched all over, moving little by little, as if it were partially paralyzed. It looks a bit like it's affected by blindness and stun, Oshifushi analyzed, and it seems to be slowed down too. Shinli Luan exclaimed in shock. The boss's attacks come with negative effects the whole time. Just as a few of them were talking, the analysis skeleton king suddenly let out a roar, as if releasing the pent-up frustration within. It was being slashed and burned by the person in front of it, yet it couldn't even touch the hem of that person's clothes. With its health at the bottom, the analysis skeleton king had no choice but to unleash its ultimate move, necromancy. It's necromancy, someone in the team kindly reminded. Here it comes. Zhang Chen felt a surge of joy. This was the move he had been waiting for, and whether it would succeed depended on now. After the analysis skeleton king cast the necromancy skill, a dense swarm of elite skeletons appeared around them. Zhang Chen also threw his stage comedy skill at the skeleton king. Ding! Triggered stage comedy effect, successfully copied the necromancy skill. It worked. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the level 10 analysis skeleton king dark gold boss. Ding! Congratulations on refreshing the completion record for Land of Analysis. An announcement will be made. Do you want to disclose team information? Disclose. Before Zhang Chen could speak, the other members of the team couldn't help but jump in. They had spent so much gold, partly to trigger the awakening quest, and partly for this moment. Hidden information? Not a bit could be hidden. Ding! Congratulations to the 9167th Novice Village Fushi Team for refreshing the completion time of the Land of Analysis dungeon, taking 36 minutes 15 seconds and 21 milliseconds. Ding! Congratulations to Eternal Light, Oshifushi, Shinli Luan, Lianzuijin, Zhufengji, Shujiyu, Lujishin, Jishin for refreshing the speedrun record of Land of Analysis. The system announcement rang out 3 times in a row, causing the Novice Village to erupt once more. Damn, someone really spent 1 million gold to buy a dungeon record? The thoughts of the rich are truly unimaginable. Damn it, give me 100,000 and I can take them. Upstairs, can you even break the record? Most players were just watching the excitement. At first, no one believed that someone would spend that much money, especially since the asking price for Eternal Night was too high. But now that the system announcement had sounded, it undoubtedly served as free publicity for Eternal Night. He could easily break the dungeon speedrun record. This made some who were initially hesitant truly tempted. They weren't after fame, but rather to break a record. Not everyone had received the Awakening Quest. Even in the earlier zones, there were still many players who hadn't triggered the Awakening Quest. Now there was a ready-made opportunity. Although they knew that refreshing the record only slightly increased the probability of triggering the Awakening Quest, it wasn't a 100% guarantee, but it was certainly better than blindly grinding dungeons. Inside the dungeon, Fushi and the others were exceptionally delighted, but Zhang Chen's attention was entirely on the skill he had just copied, not even paying attention to the system announcement. Necromancy, details, a stage comedy. Imitation skill that can summon 100 elite analysis skeletons to assist in battle. Each skeleton can deal 1 to 999 damage. The elite skeletons have a lifespan of 0.5 hours, and the skill has a cooldown of 1 hour. Zhang Chen saw that his skill bar had gained the necromancy skill, and when his gaze fell on the skill details, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. Awesome! Originally, Zhang Chen was still puzzled. The output skill he copied could deal 999 damage, but what about summoning skills? Now, each skeleton could inflict random damage between 1 to 999, which meant that under the performance mechanism, each skeleton could hit the damage cap of 999. Just imagining a group of high-damage skeletons unleashed was almost unimaginable. As for the skill cooldown of 1 hour, it was practically irrelevant to Zhang Chen. After all, with the Fate Carnival trait, there was a 90% chance to refresh all skills. Zhang Chen could already envision himself commanding an army of undead wreaking havoc in the third world. The only downside was that these skeletons had a time limit. They could survive for a maximum of half an hour if not killed. This made Zhang Chen feel a bit regretful. Without this limitation, it would have been perfect. However, half an hour was still enough for now. Zhang Chen couldn't help but think, many players right now probably can't even defeat a single one of my skeletons. Brother Eternal Knight Oshifushi pulled Zhang Chen back from his daydream. Let's head out. Zhang Chen nodded, okay. Zhang Chen was eager to test the power of the skeleton army. Once the team exited the dungeon and Oshifushi and the others bid him farewell, Zhang Chen immediately began spamming Eternal Knight 100,000/hour. For leveling, 10 million gold per run for Spider Cave, 1 million gold per run for Shallow Analysis, 500,000 gold per boss. Zhang Chen lowered the price for Spider Cave. Now that he had the undead summon skill, he could perfectly disguise the truth of ignoring the mechanism. Eternal Knight, not 100 million, not 50 million, just 10 million. You can discover the secret of soloing Spider Cave, absolutely worth it. I have to say, with Eternal Knight's hustle, some people were indeed tempted, but they were all interested in the Shallow Analysis dungeon, with no one contacting Eternal Knight for a run of Spider Cave. It seems the rich aren't fools. Zhang Chen shook his head helplessly. Oshifushi knew that intermediaries made a profit and others probably weren't stupid either. He thought about earning over 20 million gold and felt a bit anxious. Just then, Zhang Chen's private message pinged. Yu Luo and I Chang, boss Eternal Knight, Spider Cave, 10 million gold. Zhang Chen was taken aback. Was there really a wealthy patron? He was somewhat surprised but quickly replied to the private message. Eternal Knight, gather at the entrance of Spider Cave dungeon. Yu Luo and I Chang, okay. When Zhang Chen arrived at the entrance of the Spider Cave dungeon, a beautiful woman immediately approached him. Boss, sorry to trouble you, Yu Luo and I Chang said with her signature smile. Shall we start now? Transfer first. Zhang Chen showed no courtesy to the beauty. Making money was the top priority. Yu Luo and I Chang was taken aback but quickly regained her composure. Alright. Once Zhang Chen received the notification of 10 million gold being transferred, he nodded in satisfaction. You form the team, let's go in. Yu Luo and I Chang was surprised again. Did she really need to lead the team? As the flower vase of the first guild heroic spirit in the novice village, when did she need to lead? Personally? Zhang Chen looked at Yu Luo and I Chang in confusion and explained, I can form the team, but generally, the team leader gets better rewards. Oh, Yu Luo and I Chang casually replied, you lead then. Alright. Zhang Chen felt this wealthy patron was a bit strange but didn't think too much about it. Zhang Chen invited Yu Luo and I Chang into the team and directly entered the dungeon. To make the wealthy patron feel it was worth the money, Zhang Chen wasted no time and immediately cast the undead summon twice. However, Zhang Chen forgot about the issue with the Spider Cave dungeon scene as the narrow passage was filled with a skeleton army. Zhang Chen felt a bit awkward, as the two of them were squeezed together by a group of skeletons. Yu Luo and I Chang was so startled by the sudden appearance of the skeletons that her face turned pale. She instinctively clung to Zhang Chen. Yang Yi, can you get these skeletons to stay away from me? This was a blunder. It had scared the wealthy lord. It was also Zhang Chen's first time using this skill, and he hadn't expected this outcome. Fortunately, under his command, the skeletons began to move inward along the cave passage. Zhang Chen chuckled awkwardly, just a little unexpected, but don't worry, it won't delay us. Yu Luo and I Chang looked at Yang Yi, who was focused on clearing the dungeon, forcing a smile on her face, but her heart was already racing. She had been sent by Shui Yunjian to win over Yang Yi, but she never expected it would turn out like this. In the past, when she made an appearance, people would at least be captivated by her beauty, their attention entirely on her. But this Yang Yi was completely focused on the dungeon, showing no interest in her. The attributes of Zhang Chen's skeleton army were actually not much different from those of the monsters in the Spider Cave, but the problem lay in the output damage from both sides. Zhang Chen wore the capricious jester, performing impromptu, no longer restricted by conditions. Each skeleton could deal 999 damage, which allowed this 100 skeletons to advance to the fork in the path with overwhelming force. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen and Yu Luo and I Chang were still lagging behind. At this moment, Yu Luo and I Chang was also a bit startled. After entering the dungeon, she couldn't see the monsters in the Spider Cave at all, yet she kept hearing prompts about gaining experience from killing monsters. It was easy to guess that those skeletons had wiped out all the cave's monsters. She recalled the scene from earlier, where there were at least 100 skeletons. No wonder this Yongyi could solo the dungeon. It turned out he could summon so many skeletons. The two walked side by side in the passage, and Zhang Chen enthusiastically introduced, by the time we reach the boss cave, it should be almost over. Yu Luo and I Chang timely complimented, no wonder you can solo, you can summon so many skeletons. As she spoke, Yu Luo and I Chang tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, looking somewhat charming. Yang Yi, do you have any thoughts about joining a guild? No, Zhang Chen decisively shook his head. Nowadays, he didn't need to rely on a guild. On the contrary, joining one would only bring him trouble. Yu Luo and I Chang advised, there are many things that you can't solve alone. I'm not alone, Zhang Chen said seriously, I have a whole army of skeletons. Yu Luo and I Chang looked bewildered. Was this Yang Yi not normal? He had completely killed the conversation. How was she supposed to respond? At this moment, inside the boss cave, a group of skeletons was surrounding and beating the dark gold boss. minus 999 minus 999 minus 999. A large amount of damage values floated above the boss's head. However, the shortcomings of the skeleton army also became apparent at this time. The skeletons on the outside couldn't squeeze in at all. They could only stand there, staring blankly, waiting for the skeletons inside to be killed by the spider boss before they could take their place. At this time, Zhang Chen and Yu Luo and I Chang also arrived, and Yu Luo and I Chang was once again shocked by the sight of the skeleton army attacking the boss. Not only could each skeleton deal nearly 1,000 damage, but their health was even higher than that of the players. The boss's health was already precarious, and it could trigger a life bond at any moment. Yu Luo and I Chang curiously asked, "Are there still skeletons at another boss?" "That's right," Zhang Chen said, misleading her. "The skeleton army can simultaneously kill 2 bosses, so naturally, I can solo." Upon hearing this, Yu Luo and I Chang looked at Yong Yi with a complex expression. If they could pull Eternal Night into the guild, then chivalrous spirit and tenderness would firmly hold the position of the top guild. Even when they later entered the main city, their guild would have a significant advantage. After all, the skeleton army of Eternal Night was too exaggerated. He alone could match hundreds of people. Just as Yu Luo and I Chang was lost in thought, a notification sounded. Ding, Cave Left Spider has activated Life Bond. Entering invincible state. Please kill Cave Right Spider within 10 seconds, or Cave Left Spider will recover to full health. Zhang Chen heard this voice and casually cast a lightning spell. Looks like the bond was triggered over there too. Minus 999 ding, congratulations on killing level 10, Cave Left Spider, Dark Gold Boss. Yu Luo and I Chang exclaimed in shock. It passed just like that. She and Eternal Night hardly made a move. They sped through the dungeon relying solely on these skeletons. Ding, congratulations on refreshing the Spider Cave completion record. An announcement will be made. Do you wish to disclose team information? Zhang Chen looked at the dazed Yu Luo and I Chang and said helplessly, disclose. Ding, congratulations to the 9167th Novice Village Yu Luo and I Chang team for refreshing the Spider Cave dungeon completion time. Taking 15 minutes 7 seconds 21. Ding, congratulations to Eternal Night and Yu Luo and I Chang for refreshing the Spider Cave speedrun record. It wasn't until Zhang Chen led Yu Luo and I Chang out of the dungeon that she came back to her senses. She calmed her emotions and said, Eternal Night, on behalf of chivalrous spirit and tenderness, I invite you to join. I said, I have no such intention. Zhang Chen refused without hesitation. Yu Luo and I Chang felt a sense of defeat, but she also understood that some things needed to be approached gradually. Alright, Yu Luo and I Chang smiled sweetly. If you ever think about joining a guild, be sure to contact me. With that, she didn't wait for Zhang Chen to respond and turned to leave. Zhang Chen didn't take Yu Luo and I Chang's words to heart and continued on his path of leveling up. But to Zhang Chen's surprise, Lang Lai actually contacted him. Brother Eternal Night, I'm waiting for you at the entrance of the analysis zone. Along with this private message, he also received a notification of 1 million gold coins deposited. Such support? Zhang Chen murmured to himself and set off towards the analysis zone. Upon entering the analysis zone dungeon, as soon as Zhang Chen appeared, level 10 Thunderfire Mage, long time no see, Lang Lai teased Zhang Chen, who had previously called himself a Thunderfire Mage. It has been a while, Zhang Chen replied nonchalantly. After all, this person was a wealthy patron here to give him money, and he had to treat him equally. Once inside the dungeon, under the astonished gazes of Lang Lai and the others, Zhang Chen summoned 10 waves of skeletons in succession. Then, leading an army of over 1,000 skeletons, he directly steamrolled through the dungeon. Watching the overwhelming skeletons, Lang Lai and the others were dumbfounded. Holy crap, Shield Warrior Chu Tian felt that this world was somewhat unreal. He went from swordsman to mage, and now he's a summoner? Isn't his summoning too overpowered? Assassin Shadow couldn't remain calm. Now he can summon over 1,000 little brothers who can compete with him. The shock in their eyes was uncontrollable, and they all stood frozen in place. However, seeing the skeleton army getting further away, they finally reacted and hurried to catch up. In front of the Dark Gold boss, the Skeleton King, over 1,000 skeletons surrounded it without attacking. Lang Lai asked in confusion, why aren't we attacking? Waiting for time, Zhang Chen didn't shy away from the others. If I level up too quickly, it will be hard to break records later. Lang Lai. After a moment, Lang Lai couldn't help but ask, how much gold do you still need? A little more, Zhang Chen said, which was actually quite accurate, as he was still 24 million short of 50 million. He had previously speedrun dungeons, selling a considerable amount of materials and equipment, earning over several 100,000 gold coins. The novice fishing enforcement had snatched over 1 million gold coins, and later he managed to acquire another 1.5 million gold coins from. With 10 million gold coins from and 1 million from, after all this hustle, he had amassed nearly 15 million gold coins, leaving a gap of only 9 million gold coins. Just a remaining 9 million gold coins. When Zhang Chen first entered the third world, he wouldn't have dared to even think about it. Looked at the still waiting and couldn't help but say, I'll add more money, you finish it quickly. Zhang Chen replied seriously, no, if I say it's 1 million, then it's 1 million. Business requires trust. I'll add another million, extended a finger. Boss, die. With Zhang Chen's command, the skeleton army instantly overwhelmed the skeleton king boss. As Zhang Chen unleashed his full firepower, the boss was quickly slain, and the others watched in shock as effortlessly took down the boss without taking any damage, especially who still didn't have complete confidence in completing his S-level talent. Awakening task. After witnessing the absurdity of S-dungeon runs, felt a mix of emotions that were hard to express. Zhang Chen collected the materials and a purple item dropped by the boss into his bag and said to the others, "Let's go." "How much gold do you still need?" suddenly asked. "What do you mean?" Zhang Chen was taken aback, not understanding why suddenly asked this. "Stop wasting time with leveling," said calmly, "the sooner you switch districts, the better you can maintain your advantage." Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen fell silent. He knew was right, but he didn't want to owe anyone a favor. "Consider it a loan from me," smiled. "You can pay me back once you have enough gold later. If you don't want to owe me a favor," added, "you can give me some interest." "Alright," Zhang Chen nodded. The blacksmith's task couldn't be delayed. It might trigger the awakening talent task, and if he took too long, someone else might take it. Zhang Chen wasn't sure how long it would take to switch districts in the dungeon, but applying quickly was always a good idea. After exiting the dungeon, traded 9 million gold coins to Zhang Chen. Upon receiving the gold, Zhang Chen exchanged it all for contribution points and logged off after bidding farewell to and the others. In the H district of the dungeon, Zhang Chen rose from the holographic pod, and the contribution points he exchanged had already been credited. He then summoned the holographic projection and softly said, "Apply for district change. Verification complete. Survival account balance 50,127,800. Meets the requirements for changing to E-district. Matching E-district residence. Match successful. E-district. 210311. Deducting 40 million contribution points. Transfer will begin in 12 hours. Please prepare in advance." As the voice faded, the holographic projection automatically dissipated. 40 million contribution points just like that? Zhang Chen was somewhat astonished, but the efficiency of being able to transfer in 12 hours was quite high. Zhang Chen turned and walked to the door of his room, pushed it open, and stood in the narrow corridor. At this moment, it was already deep night in the dungeon, and the densely packed rooms stretched endlessly. What on earth happened on the surface? Zhang Chen murmured to himself. What puzzle? Zhang Chen even more was that not only had the government failed to provide an explanation, but it also seemed as if the government had ceased to exist after entering the dungeon. Zhang Chen shook his head, revealing a bitter smile, and decided not to dwell on these questions any longer. He was being overly anxious. It wasn't that he didn't know the truth, but even if he did, what could he do? He was powerless. Zhang Chen was clear that, for him, the most important thing right now was to enter Area E. As long as he entered Area E tomorrow, he would be able to receive the blacksmith's task. Although failing this task would mean real death, he now possessed 2 pieces of unique level equipment. If such a configuration couldn't succeed, then not many people could. Anyway, he was leaving tomorrow, so Zhang Chen didn't enter the third world again. He returned to his room and quickly fell asleep on the bed. The next day, in the H district of the underground city, at noon, there was a knock on the door outside Zhang Chen's room. "Here it comes." Zhang Chen was delighted and got up to open the door, revealing a woman in military uniform. Zhang Chen, age 23, registered in Jiangnan City, transferred to Area E210311. The woman casually recited Zhang Chen's real information. "Is there any error in the above information?" she asked Zhang Chen at last. "No, none," Zhang Chen replied. This was the first time he had spoken to a living person since entering the underground city, and he felt somewhat excited. "My name is Yi Ming, and I am responsible for your transfer." The woman introduced the general situation very efficiently. "Come with me." Zhang Chen silently followed behind Yi Ming until the two boarded the underground city's transport vehicle. "How's the surface?" After finally seeing a living person, Zhang Chen couldn't help but ask, "What's the situation now?" Yi Ming shook her head and replied succinctly, "I don't know." Zhang Chen looked at Yi Ming with suspicion and said seriously, "The constitution states that citizens have the right to know and supervise." Unexpectedly, Yi Ming directly fell silent and ignored Zhang Chen. "What about the military?" Zhang Chen, not willing to give up, continued to ask, "Why haven't I seen any military or government personnel in the underground city?" Yi Ming glanced at Zhang Chen. "Am I not a person? What I mean is..." Zhang Chen wanted to continue questioning. "Alright," Yi Ming interrupted him directly, "when the time comes, you will naturally know." "How long do we have to wait? Is the surface uninhabitable due to stellar anomalies or supernatural phenomena?" Zhang Chen kept asking Yi Ming, who remained silent throughout. As time passed, the transport vehicle suddenly began to descend, and the two finally arrived at Area E. Area E was no longer a container-style layout. Skyscrapers stood tall. However, the narrow spacing between the buildings indicated that there was still not much room for activity in Area E. The two took the elevator directly to the apartment. "Here we are," Yi Ming finally spoke. "This is your room." Zhang Chen looked at the spacious room, which was several times larger than those in Area H, and couldn't help but take a turn inside his new place. After Zhang Chen familiarized himself with his new residence, Yi Ming remained in the elevator, showing no intention of leaving. Zhang Chen politely asked, "Would you like to come in and sit for a while?" Yi Ming looked at Zhang Chen and suddenly said something inexplicable, "I hope to see you in the third world." After saying that, without waiting for Zhang Chen to react, Yi Ming directly closed the elevator and left. Zhang Chen was left stunned in place. What did Yi Ming's last sentence mean? Forget it, Zhang Chen didn't delve deeper. Since he had arrived in Area E, he could now accept the blacksmith's task. Zhang Chen turned and entered the bedroom, lying down in the holographic pod to enter the third world. In the novice village, in front of the blacksmith shop, "Senior, I'm here to take the task," Zhang Chen said to the blacksmith. The blacksmith looked at Zhang Chen. "Kid, are you sure you don't want to reconsider?" "No need," Zhang Chen replied firmly. "All right," the blacksmith nodded in satisfaction. Ding! Triggering the opportunity task. Scout intelligence, investigate the fallen zone. The task duration is 3 days. Do you accept? Details, survive in the fallen zone for 3 days and bring back intelligence. This mission will be rated based on completion. The higher the rating, the more generous the rewards. Note, death during the mission cannot be revived, so please act within your limits. Accepted. As Zhang Chen took on this task, a system prompt immediately followed. Would you like to be teleported to the mission map? Directly teleport there? Zhang Chen was taken aback. That's right, the forger explained, when the mission time is up, you will be teleported back. Zhang Chen nodded and softly said, "Teleport." As the words left his mouth, Zhang Chen vanished from his spot. After an unknown amount of time, a figure suddenly appeared around the corner of a building. This is Jiang Nan. This is Jiang Nan. Zhang Chen exclaimed in shock. What he saw were familiar streets, familiar road signs, familiar buildings. This was definitely Jiangnan City. However, compared to a few months ago, the once bustling streets were devoid of any human presence and the towering skyscrapers seemed to have suffered severe damage, looking dilapidated. The concrete roads had become pockmarked, littered with trash carelessly thrown about. Have I returned to the surface? Zhang Chen's heart surged with tumultuous waves. He didn't know whether the scene before him was simulated by the third world or if the surface truly looked like this now. Zhang Chen instinctively looked up. A massive crimson sphere hung in the sky, casting its reflection over the entire Jiangnan city. At that moment, a roar echoed from afar. Zhang Chen turned to look, and a monster over a meter tall had appeared on the street at some point. The monster's fur resembled silver needles, glinting with a cold light, and its large mouth exposed 2 massive fangs. Ding, you have entered the fallen zone. Please collect intelligence while ensuring your safety. Intelligence, types, numbers, strength, and gathering places of beast soldiers. In the fallen zone. At this critical moment, the system prompt ringing in his ears brought Zhang Chen back to his senses. He then noticed that the beast soldiers in the distance were getting closer to him. Zhang Chen steadied his mind. After all, he had 3 days, so there was no need to rush. According to the mission prompt, he needed to investigate the monsters here. Zhang Chen looked at the approaching beast soldier and cast a detection spell. Flame Roar. Beast soldier level, 20 health points, 80,000 attack power, 200 physical defense, 155 magical defense, 175 details. The most common beast soldier in the fallen zone, wandering in the ruined city but in extremely large numbers. Upon seeing the attributes of Flame Roar, Zhang Chen noticed that 0.01% had been added to his mission progress. This should be the mission progress. Zhang Chen suddenly remembered that this task was rated based on completion, and the higher the rating, the richer the rewards. Within 3 days, he needed to raise the completion to 100%. Determined, Zhang Chen turned his gaze back to the beast soldier in front of him. This Flame Roar was the most ordinary beast soldier in the fallen zone, but with 80,000 health and 200 attack power, its attributes were already comparable to a beginner village boss. Fortunately, such attributes were not troublesome for Zhang Chen to eliminate. Zhang Chen observed his surroundings. Apart from this Flame Roar, there were no other beast soldiers in sight. Roar! The beast soldier also noticed Zhang Chen and let out a low growl as it charged towards him. Zhang Chen calmly released a wall of fire in front of him, then continuously hurled lightning spells at the Flame Roar. -999 -999 -999. The moment the Flame Roar was attacked, its high-speed movement was interrupted, and the lightning spell triggered a negative buff that interrupted its actions. The beast soldier became sluggish, but it remained persistent, trudging towards Zhang Chen on its 4 legs. But its health bar was dropping at a visibly rapid pace. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. When it was still about 10 meters away from Zhang Chen, the health of Flame Roar hit rock bottom and it died in utter frustration. However, Zhang Chen was somewhat dissatisfied with this outcome. Even the most ordinary beast soldier could delay him for a few seconds. This left Zhang Chen with a feeling of insufficient firepower. Ding, level up. Kill of Flame Roar. Stored experience points plus 1000. Ding, task completion rate increased to 0.02%. The 2 consecutive system prompts left Zhang Chen momentarily stunned. One was that he gained stored experience points. The other was that he discovered killing beast soldiers could also increase the task completion rate. If that's the case, Zhang Chen instantly thought of a brilliant method: necromantic summoning. Moments later, waves of skeleton armies surged through the streets of Jiangnan City, heading in all directions. These skeleton armies were the elite skeletons summoned by Zhang Chen. Although each skeleton had much lower attributes than the beast soldiers, with only 3,000 health each, they dealt high damage and were numerous. Zhang Chen could summon 100 skeletons at once, and with his continuous summoning, the number of skeletons in the main urban area of Jiangnan City reached a terrifying figure. There must be tens of thousands of them. Zhang Chen looked at his masterpiece with great satisfaction. At this point, even if a boss with 1,000,000 health appeared, these skeletons could wear it down. The only pity was that these skeletons had a lifespan of only half an hour. In a spacious square in the urban area of Jiangnan, hundreds of beast soldiers were leisurely basking in the red light of the overhead crimson sphere. Suddenly, at the end of the street, the white, gleaming skeleton army approached them. Roar! The beast soldiers let out a series of roars and immediately charged at the skeleton army. The two sides clashed, and a battle erupted. -466, -482, -999, -999. As expected, a single skeleton was no match for the beast soldiers, but the sheer number and high damage of the skeleton army made up for it. Ding, level up kill of Qinglin, stored experience points plus 1000. Ding, level up kill of Qinglin, stored experience points plus 1000 inch. Ding, level up kill of Xiaomu, stored experience points plus 1000. Ding, level up kill of Xiaomu, stored experience points plus 1000. Ding, task completion rate increased to 0.03%. Ding, task completion rate increased to 0.04%. Ding, task completion rate increased to 1.15%. Zhang Chen stood leisurely behind the skeleton army, watching as his stored experience points skyrocketed and the task completion rate soared. At this rate, he wouldn't need 3 days. He could raise the task to 100% in just 1 day. Moreover, it seemed that surviving for 3 days in the fallen area was not a problem at all. However, just as Zhang Chen was recklessly harvesting experience points and completion rates, he suddenly sensed that the skeleton army in the southeast was rapidly depleting. Zhang Chen frowned. Could it be that he encountered a beast soldier boss or a higher level beast soldier? But even if it was a beast soldier boss, his skeleton army shouldn't be dying so quickly. After all, the skeletons dealt significant damage. A single strike of 999 with 1,000 skeletons, that could amount to nearly 1,000,000 damage. However, Zhang Chen quickly discovered where the problem lay. In the southeast, a dark cloud loomed overhead. Flying beast soldiers. Zhang Chen's expression turned serious. This is troublesome. Zhang Chen looked far ahead. There were at least 1,000 of those flying beast soldiers. No wonder the skeleton army was wiped out. Their skeletons were all melee fighters and couldn't reach those flying beast soldiers at all. It seems this task isn't so easy after all, Zhang Chen said with a bitter smile. In mid-air, these flying beast soldiers continuously spewed flames, sweeping through the area and getting closer to Zhang Chen. It's almost time. Zhang Chen observed the distance between both sides and cast a detection spell. South Wing, Beast Soldier level, 20 health points, 50,000 attack power, 270 skills, Blazing Flame, spews fire, causing base attack power plus 5% burn damage, physical defense, 105 magical defense, 115. Details: the most common beast soldiers in the Fallen Land, active between the city outskirts and the ruined urban area, in vast numbers. If only I could summon a batch of flying beast soldiers. Zhang Chen looked at the attributes of South Wing with some envy. However, at this stage, he could only envy. The group of flying beast soldiers was getting closer, and Zhang Chen had already anticipated the fate of the skeleton army. With no time to think further, he found a building to hide in. At the same time, Zhang Chen controlled the skeleton army to run wildly in another direction, drawing the ground and air beast soldiers away. Fortunately, these beast soldiers had little intelligence and all pursued the skeleton army, moving further away from Zhang Chen's hiding place. But not long after, Zhang Chen's expression turned extremely grave. His skeleton army was completely annihilated in a very short time after escaping the main urban area. This also meant that the area outside the city was even more dangerous, definitely harboring entities far beyond the beast soldiers. I can't act recklessly anymore. Zhang Chen realized how reckless his previous actions had been. Without understanding the strength of the beast soldiers, he had relied on the skeleton army and charged in boldly. If he accidentally attracted those terrifying entities from outside the city, it would spell big trouble. His earlier actions were undoubtedly a death wish. The important thing was that dying during this task meant he couldn't be resurrected. A wise man doesn't suffer immediate losses. Zhang Chen looked outside as it calmed down. I might as well explore little by little. Soon, at the entrance of the building, 10 skeletons formed a group and swaggered out. Since the skeleton army was too conspicuous, he would first use small squads for reconnaissance. According to Zhang Chen's estimation, 10 skeletons could roughly handle one beast soldier. Not long after, Zhang Chen also exited the building, and under his sensing, one group of skeletons had not encountered any beast soldiers, indicating a safe route. With the route planned, Zhang Chen no longer made a big show of killing beast soldiers but chose small-scale extermination battles, gradually depleting the beast soldiers' living forces. Each squad of skeletons acted like Zhang Chen's eyes. If any squad encountered a group of beast soldiers and was wiped out, a large number of skeletons would quickly arrive to encircle the beast soldiers. As he continued to explore, Zhang Chen discovered that the beast soldiers in the urban area were mostly scattered. Even when beast soldiers gathered, their numbers were not too many, generally around 100. This number posed virtually no pressure for Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen's reserve experience and completion rate began to soar again. It wasn't until the crimson star in the sky moved westward and night fell that Zhang Chen stopped the encirclement of beast soldiers and hid in a residential area to rest. However, since the entire Jiangnan city had been ravaged by beast soldiers, the residential area was also in ruins, with crumbling walls and debris everywhere, not a single place left intact. Zhang Chen took stock of his gains. For the day, the task completion rate had reached 17.86%. After a day of exploration, Zhang Chen had also grasped some patterns. Killing a level 20 ordinary beast soldier yielded a completion rate of 0.01%. Killing a level 25 beast soldier provided a completion rate of 0.02%. As for how much completion rate could be gained from higher-level beast soldiers, Zhang Chen was unsure, as he had not yet encountered any higher-level beast soldiers. Zhang Chen looked at the 17.86% task completion rate with a furrowed brow. Given his speed in killing beast soldiers, the task completion rate not even reaching 20% showed just how twisted this task was. If it were any other player, killing a few beast soldiers in a day would probably be the limit. After all, these beast soldiers had decent attributes. How about going outside the city to take a look? A surge of impulse rose within Zhang Chen. He had been killing the lowest level beast soldiers within the city and had never ventured outside. During this time, he had sent some skeletons to explore outside the city, but those skeletons were killed shortly after leaving the city. For the sake of safety, Zhang Chen had been wandering around Jiangnan City and had never approached the city's edge. However, now that it was late at night, he found it hard to contain himself. Although there were still many beast soldiers in the urban area, they posed no threat to him. He couldn't feel at ease until he understood the situation of the beast soldiers outside the city. After pondering for a while, Zhang Chen finally stood up and left the community. He avoided the main roads of the city and walked along a secluded path towards the outskirts. Zhang Chen had lived in Jiangnan City for so long that he was very familiar with it. He plunged into a narrow alley, dodging the beast soldiers wandering on the main road, and soon arrived at the outermost construction area of Jiangnan City. This construction area used to be a high-end residential community, and outside the community was the drainage canal that surrounded the entire Jiangnan urban area. Crossing the drainage canal and walking further out would truly take him outside the city. Zhang Chen observed the surrounding environment, confirmed that there were no beast soldiers present, and then summoned 100 skeletons to stand still. He then entered the community alone. Zhang Chen found the tallest building in the community and climbed up. Once he entered the top floor room, he looked out the window towards the empty space outside the city. However, it was pitch black outside, and he couldn't see anything clearly. But Zhang Chen was well prepared. He immediately controlled the 100 skeletons outside the community to cross the drainage canal and walk into the distance. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen leaned against the window, his gaze fixed outside. He saw the 100 skeletons form a long line, arranged in a straight line, heading towards the empty area outside the city. Until all the skeletons had crossed the drainage canal, there were still no abnormalities. Zhang Chen, hiding upstairs and secretly observing the situation outside, frowned. Why is there no movement? However, just as this thought crossed his mind, with a loud boom, the originally dark empty area turned into a sea of fire, illuminating half the sky in crimson. Zhang Chen's pupils dilated suddenly, staring intently at the massive creature that had appeared. In midair, a flying beast soldier with a wingspan of nearly 30 meters. The 100 skeletons on the ground hadn't had time to escape before being engulfed by the sea of fire, instantly obliterated. -13,372, -13,273, -13,311. Over 10,000 damage numbers jumped up from the skeletons' heads. Zhang Chen estimated the distance between them and tentatively cast a detection spell. Blazing Winged Dragon, Beast General Level, Unknown. Attributes, Unknown. Details, Unknown. Ding, obtained information on Blazing Winged Dragon. Task completion rate increased to 20% as expected. Fortune favors the bold. Just by detecting the information of the Blazing Winged Dragon, the task completion rate jumped from 17.86% to 20%. But before Zhang Chen could feel happy, the Blazing Winged Dragon seemed to sense something and actually flew towards the community where Zhang Chen was located. Oh no! Zhang Chen's expression changed drastically. Could it be that I've been discovered? Zhang Chen's heart raced, and he immediately fled downstairs. This Blazing Winged Dragon Beast General was too overpowered, casually dealing over 10,000 damage. Zhang Chen knew that even a brush from it would be fatal. As he rushed downstairs, he released the necromancy summoning skill, summoning a large number of skeletons. By the time he reached the first floor of the building, the entire building was already filled with skeletons. At this moment, the flame-winged dragon was already circling above the community, constantly searching for something. Seeing that the probability of being discovered by the flame-winged dragon after leaving the ground was too high, Zhang Chen turned back to the building and entered the underground parking lot. Through the safety passage. The exit of the underground parking lot was just outside the community, allowing him to avoid the flame-winged dragon's search and escape directly from the community. When Zhang Chen reached the parking lot exit, for safety's sake, he also issued an attack order to the skeleton army. This was Zhang Chen's plan of feinting. Although these skeletons couldn't touch the flame-winged dragon at all, they could still attract its attention. Thousands of skeletons surged out of the building, bravely shouting at the flame-winged dragon that was hovering in midair. The flame-winged dragon did not disappoint Zhang Chen. Upon discovering this group of skeletons, it immediately launched an attack, unleashing a torrent of dragon fire downwards, -13,372, -13,273, -13,311. The massive damage caused these skeletons to be obliterated in an instant. Countless bones scattered across the ground, and they were left with over 10,000 points of life value owed. Fortunately, Zhang Chen had summoned a considerable number of skeletons in advance, enough to buy some time. While the flame-winged dragon rampaged through the skeletons, Zhang Chen quietly returned to the Jiangnan urban area. Phew, Zhang Chen sighed in relief only after returning to a dilapidated community within the urban area. The oppressive feeling brought by a beast general of the flame-winged dragon's level was too heavy. In this task, Zhang Chen acted as a scout. His detection skill could clearly sense even level 25 beast soldiers. However, the detection skill was completely ineffective against the flame-winged dragon, leaving him with only the knowledge of its name and beast general level, with no other information. If there were a large number of beast generals of this level outside the urban area, the situation would be quite dire. Zhang Chen glanced at his task completion rate, still needing 80% to reach 100%. Based on his exploration throughout the day, there were about a dozen different types of beast soldiers within the urban area. However, there was still a very tricky problem in front of Zhang Chen. He discovered that the beast soldiers in the urban area did not respawn after being eliminated. This meant that every beast soldier killed was one less in the urban area. If he cleared all the beast soldiers in the urban area and still couldn't reach 100% task completion, that would be troublesome. The higher the task completion rate, the more generous the rewards. Although Zhang Chen was unsure if this task would trigger a talent awakening reward, he wanted to obtain the highest reward. Even if there was a slim chance. Talents were not like equipment, they couldn't be changed later. Therefore, the level of talent was crucial for his future advancement. Forget it, let's focus on killing the beast soldiers in the urban area. Zhang Chen shook his head, calming himself down and not thinking too much. If it really came to it, he could always lure the beast soldiers from outside the urban area into the city. He didn't believe he would encounter a beast general of the flame-winged dragon's level every time. Zhang Chen took a brief rest and began to act again under the cover of night. On a dark and windy night, while the beast soldiers in the urban area could rest, Zhang Chen was not willing to waste time. As soon as Zhang Chen stepped out of the community, he encountered a lone wandering beast soldier. Tiger Lizard, beast soldier level 25 health points, 100,000 attack power, 300 physical defense, 215 magical defense, 225 details, elite beast soldier from the fallen land, active in the ruined urban area. Firewall. Zhang Chen immediately cast 4 firewalls, trapping the tiger lizard in the middle, and then began to hurl lightning spells. -999, -999. Roar. The tiger lizard roared in anger as it was attacked and lunged towards Zhang Chen. But at that moment, the negative skill buff began to take effect, making the distance of several meters feel insurmountable. Just as Zhang Chen was preparing to increase his output, the tiger lizard suddenly regained its freedom and lunged directly in front of Zhang Chen. So unlucky. Zhang Chen was startled and quickly stepped back, simultaneously casting the necromancy skill to summon his army of skeletons. Zhang Chen knew that this situation only occurred when the skill triggered taunt consecutively. Surround it. Zhang Chen commanded the 100 skeletons to charge forward, trapping the lizard in the center, creating an impenetrable barrier. The lizard roared within the skeleton horde, swatting away several skeletons with a single claw. However, the sheer number of skeletons prevented it from getting close to Zhang Chen. Moreover, the damage dealt by these skeletons was not low. Even a single bone dagger could inflict 999 damage. After a moment, late-game damage is really a problem. Zhang Chen frowned as he looked at the lizard's corpse. The clown's skill had a damage cap of 999, which might have been an advantage in the early game, but now even a single beast soldier had around 100,000 health, making the clown's damage seem insufficient. Zhang Chen possessed a unique piece of equipment that could refresh skill cooldowns. If the damage was lacking, he could compensate with the number of skill uses. If it were any other clown player, they would likely struggle in the late game. This made Zhang Chen eager to awaken his talents quickly or acquire a few more unique level pieces of equipment. In fact, Zhang Chen did not take long to kill the lizard. It only took him a little over 10 seconds. But for Zhang Chen, who was used to instant kills in the novice village, it felt somewhat disappointing. After killing the lizard, Zhang Chen's task completion rate reached 20.02%. Killing a normal beast soldier increased it by 0.01%, while killing an elite beast soldier would double it, but there weren't many elite beast soldiers, most were normal ones. Perhaps due to this task, despite killing so many beast soldiers, nothing had dropped. Zhang Chen did not linger after killing the lizard and continued searching for beast soldiers along a street. Soon, on the main road of the urban area, Zhang Chen spotted a group of beast soldiers resting on the ground. It's the Owl Bull. Zhang Chen recognized this group of beast soldiers at a glance. The Owl Bull and the Flame Roar had similar attributes, both being normal beast soldiers. With the previous experience, this time Zhang Chen directly summoned several waves of skeletons to charge ahead while he provided ranged support from the back. This was not just one or two. If he triggered the taunt buff again, it could go wrong. Ding, level up kill on, Owl Bull, stored experience plus 1000. Once I leave the novice village, my level should be quite ahead of others. The continuous accumulation of experience made Zhang Chen realize this was an opportunity to pull ahead of others in levels. After all the Owl Bulls were killed, another system prompt sounded. Ding, task completion rate 21%, task rating A. A grade? Zhang Chen was taken aback. A 21% task completion rate rated as A? He was somewhat surprised, as he originally thought at least 60% completion would be considered acceptable. But now, with only 21% completion, the task rating was already A. Calculating this, the task rating might even improve when the completion rate reached 40%. And indeed, as Zhang Chen expected, he had underestimated the difficulty of this task from the start. For an average player facing high-level monsters like beast soldiers would be nearly impossible to kill as easily as he did. A 21% completion rate was already something most people could only dream of. Clearly, since Zhang Chen arrived in the Fallen Zone, feeling that his output was insufficient, he had underestimated his own capabilities. Now that he had secured an A rating, how far could S rank be? Zhang Chen was instantly filled with motivation, even considering another siege with his skeleton army. But he quickly remembered the beast general outside the city, calming himself and dismissing that thought. Steady, Zhang Chen murmured to himself, you can't get fat in one bite. Instead, you might choke. The commotion from just now when he killed that group of beast soldiers had attracted quite a few more, and Zhang Chen sensed that many were rushing this way. I need to leave first, Zhang Chen decided, promptly exiting the main road of the city. Not long after he left, a large group of beast soldiers came rushing from afar. However, they found nothing and soon resumed their wandering state. After all, it was only the first day and there was still plenty of time for the mission. Zhang Chen was determined to continue executing small-scale annihilation tactics to avoid making too much noise. If he accidentally led the beast soldiers outside the city or even the beast generals into the urban area, it would be dangerous. Throughout the night, Zhang Chen did not rest for a moment, constantly changing positions in the Jiangnan city to kill isolated and small groups of beast soldiers. By the time the Crimson Star rose again, Zhang Chen's mission completion rate had reached 31.13%. At this moment, Zhang Chen was hiding in a residential house. Resting, he sat in a corner, looking through the broken wall at the enormous crimson sphere slowly rising in the sky, his expression becoming more serious. Zhang Chen was now almost certain that this fallen zone was indeed the real Jiangnan city. But if the scene before him was the true situation on the surface, did that mean the large number of beast soldiers in the city really existed? For a moment, Zhang Chen fell into confusion. Not to mention the beast soldiers, everything displayed in the Dragon Kingdom's underground city far exceeded the technological level of the 21st century. Years of materialism were now somewhat shaken. Just as Zhang Chen was lost in thought, he suddenly sensed that the skeleton squads he had sent to the east, south, and west had all disappeared at the same time. The skeletons disappeared automatically after their time was up. Zhang Chen's expression changed slightly as he stood up and looked to the side. Only the north remains. The automatic disappearance of the skeleton squads in the east, south, and west meant that they had not encountered any beast soldiers along the way. Beast soldiers that were killed would not respawn. For every one that died, there was one less. After a day and night of slaughter, Zhang Chen had almost cleared out 3/4 of the beast soldiers in the city. Zhang Chen glanced at his 31.13% mission completion rate and then looked toward the north of the city. It seems that relying solely on the beast soldiers in the city won't allow me to reach 100%. This mission. Zhang Chen revealed a bitter smile and said softly, it's forcing me to lure the beast soldiers into the city. With that, Zhang Chen stepped out of the residential house and walked toward the north of the city. With only one area of beast soldiers left, Zhang Chen no longer worried about causing a large-scale beast soldier melee. He directly summoned 10 waves of skeletons, letting 1,000 skeletons pave the way, marching forward in a grand manner. By the side of a road in the northern part of the city, a lone lizard watched the dense army of skeletons, its eyes showing a hint of confusion. When did the city have creatures it had never seen before, and in such large numbers? However, before the lizard could react, the approaching skeletons had already raised their bone knives. -999. Roar, feeling its dignity provoked, the lizard let out an angry roar. But immediately after, the lizard turned and ran. Behind, Zhang Chen was taken aback by this scene. It was the first time he had encountered such a situation. The beast soldiers he had previously slain all had a cold-blooded, fearless attitude towards death. To put it bluntly, they were mindless. This lizard actually knew to escape? Zhang Chen didn't pay much attention to this scene and continued to command the skeleton army to advance. But soon, Zhang Chen realized that something was amiss. He had been commanding the skeleton army to march for quite a while, and apart from the beast soldier he encountered at the beginning, he had not met any more beast soldiers. Just as Zhang Chen was puzzled, a dark mass of beast soldiers came rushing around the corner of the street ahead. Are they bringing reinforcements? Although Zhang Chen was somewhat surprised, he still ordered his skeleton army to meet them. The beast soldiers were fearless, and the skeleton army was no different. They had already died once, so who was afraid of whom? The two sides exchanged short blows, instantly entangling in a deadly struggle. Ding, level up kill. Xiaomu, stored experience plus 1000. Ding, level up kill. Yanhou, stored experience plus 1000. Ding, level up kill. Huli, stored experience plus 1000. Zhang Chen estimated the number of beast soldiers and began to cast necromancy, summoning skeletons. The blood advantage of the beast soldiers quickly became apparent. The loss of skeletons was far greater than that of the beast soldiers, but Zhang Chen continuously replenished the number of skeletons from behind. Zhang Chen also occasionally cast a few lightning spells and firewalls for long-range artillery support. The number of beast soldiers began to decrease rapidly, converting into Zhang Chen's stored experience and task completion rate. Zhang Chen suddenly felt a bit excited. Once the level restriction was lifted, how many levels would he directly gain? Directly 20 levels? Or 30 levels? Soon, the last area of beast soldiers in the Jiangnan urban area was completely defeated. Ding! Task completion rate 35%, task rating SS rank. Upon hearing the system prompt, Zhang Chen revealed a hint of joy. After working hard for so long, the task rating had finally increased to S rank. Moreover, the completion rate was even lower than Zhang Chen had estimated. He had thought the task completion rate would need to reach 40% to upgrade the rating. However, the only trouble was that the urban area was now empty, and to further increase the task completion rate, there was only the road outside the city left. But on the other side of the city, the blazing flame dragon. He paused for a moment. Let's do it. Zhang Chen gritted his teeth and walked towards the city outskirts. What kind of gambler loses every day? Zhang Chen didn't believe he would encounter a beast general again this time. However, to be cautious, he sent out an inconspicuous skeleton to scout ahead. Outside the city, the little skeleton crossed the city's drainage ditch and walked several dozen meters before stopping, not venturing further. Behind, Zhang Chen cautiously followed after, confirming that the skeleton had not encountered any beast soldier attacks. As far as the eye could see, the area outside the city was filled with a faint red mist, as if a thin veil covered the desolate scorched earth. Outside the city, within the red mist, countless beast soldiers were visible. Upon seeing this scene, Zhang Chen let out a long sigh of relief. Although there were many beast soldiers outside the city, there were no signs of beast generals, which was undoubtedly good news. Just then, a system prompt sounded. Ding, rough information outside the fallen area has been recorded. Task completion rate increased to 36%, directly increased by 1%? Zhang Chen was somewhat surprised. It should be noted that this 1% task completion required him to kill 100 beast soldiers to obtain. Did I get the task direction wrong? An absurd thought popped into Zhang Chen's mind. This task was Scout Fallen Area Intelligence, requiring survival in the fallen area for 3 days and bringing back intelligence. Zhang Chen recalled that in ancient times, scouts were reconnaissance soldiers whose main tasks were to investigate enemy conditions, map out terrain, and gather information on enemy supplies, weapons, and camp defenses. In summary, scouts' primary function was not to kill enemies. But when Zhang Chen arrived here, after killing one beast soldier and gaining 0.01% completion, he had focused all his energy on hunting beast soldiers. In other words, this task likely didn't require killing beast soldiers at all. It only needed to clearly investigate the map of the fallen area and the types and numbers of beast soldiers inside and outside the city to achieve a high task completion rate. Realizing this, Zhang Chen's face suddenly felt a bit awkward. However, fortunately, this matter was only known to him. No, Zhang Chen looked at the large number of beast soldiers outside the city and suddenly negated his own thoughts. Perhaps this task was indeed initially designed to only require investigating the map and the situation of the beast soldiers in the fallen area, but killing beast soldiers would certainly also yield additional benefits, and stored experience was one piece of evidence. If this task really only wanted players to complete the scout intelligence mission, then killing the beast soldiers wouldn't yield any reserve experience points, nor would it contribute 0.01% to the completion rate. Whatever, let's just focus on killing first. Going a bit slower is fine, after all, there's experience to gain, Zhang Chen decided, preparing to continue executing the plan to lure the enemy deeper. Moreover, looking at the countless beast soldiers in the red mist outside the city, even if the task was truly to scout the map, he wouldn't foolishly run outside the city to investigate. That would be no different from seeking death. At this moment, Zhang Chen once again felt that the 3 skills he had copied were somewhat wasted. Since entering the fallen zone, the skill of Undead summoning had proven to be very effective. He had relied on the skeleton army to navigate the urban area with ease. However, the firewall and lightning spell felt somewhat redundant. With the limited number of skills available for copying now, it was particularly important to combine skills wisely. If he had copied stealth, wouldn't things be much easier now? But there was no time to change skills. He could only recopy skills after completing the task. Zhang Chen observed for a moment and then retreated back into a small community. Before long, 100 skeletons emerged. They swaggered across the drainage ditch and stopped about 100 meters away from the beast soldiers outside the city. These skeletons were naturally the bait sent out by Zhang Chen. If all went well, they could lure a wave of beast soldiers into the city, allowing him to kill them for reserve experience points and task completion. But often, the imagination is rich while reality is stark. If all went well, then something unexpected was bound to happen. The numerous beast soldiers resting on the scorched earth had yet to move, but a group of flying beast soldiers suddenly dove towards the skeletons from the air. Zhang Chen, who was secretly observing from within the community, was somewhat speechless at this scene. He had encountered this group of flying beast soldiers, the South Wing, before. The problem was that the skeletons couldn't attack these flying beast soldiers and could only passively take hits. The 100 skeletons sent out as bait were quickly eliminated by the South Wing. Undeterred, Zhang Chen sent out several more waves of skeletons, but each time, the flying beast soldiers charged out first. How are we supposed to fight like this? Zhang Chen felt a headache coming on. His plan to lure the enemy into the city was about to fall apart. Because even if the skeletons managed to lure the South Wing into the city, the skeleton army wouldn't be able to attack these flying beast soldiers, unless he took action himself and used the lightning spell to attack. Just as Zhang Chen found himself in a dilemma, a chunk of concrete suddenly fell from above. Zhang Chen instinctively looked up and saw the damaged bay window on the 17th floor swing in the wind. This scene sparked an idea in Zhang Chen's mind. On either side, the 30-story buildings formed a narrow skyline, slicing the sky into slender strips. Looking at the towering buildings around him, Zhang Chen suddenly had a plan. After a while, another group of skeletons swaggered out of the urban area, their bones clattering as they moved, while the South Wing flew over again outside the city. However, this time, these skeletons all turned around and ran back into the urban area. Although the South Wing was much faster than the skeletons, this time the number of skeletons was enough to lure this group of South Wing into the city. In a narrow passage flanked by tall buildings, the fleeing skeletons suddenly stopped and stood still. The South Wing began to circle in the air and attack recklessly. Just then, the sky suddenly darkened, and countless skeletons poured out from the rooftops and high floors of the buildings, cascading down. Thud thud, countless skeletons landed on the backs of the South Wing, their bony fingers gripping tightly onto the wings of the South Wing. In the blink of an eye, at least a dozen skeletons clung to each South Wing, which struggled to bear the weight and began to plummet like a kite with broken wings. Hiss! Many South Wing let out hisses, struggling desperately. However, once this group of flying beast soldiers reached the ground, it would be the skeleton army's domain. The skeleton army that Zhang Chen had hidden around surged out, charging fiercely towards the South Wing. Not far away, Zhang Chen looked at his masterpiece with great satisfaction, using the tall buildings to offset the aerial advantage of the southern wings. Once they were on the ground, this group of southern wings would be like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Ding, level up kill. Southern Wing, stored experience plus 2000 inch ding, level up kill. Southern Wing, stored experience plus 2000. Ding, task completion rate increased to 36.02%. Ding, task completion rate increased to 36.04%. Zhang Chen was somewhat surprised. The experience points for killing the Southern Wings were actually double that of ordinary beasts. But just as Zhang Chen thought the situation was settled, a Southern Wing suddenly let out a mournful cry, and immediately after, the ground began to tremble slightly. Outside the city, a large wave of beast soldiers surged in like a tide. With such a commotion from the beast army entering the city, Zhang Chen immediately sensed that something was wrong. He realized that the Southern Wing's cry was likely a call for help. However, this was exactly what Zhang Chen wanted. He had planned to lure the beast soldiers into the city. Zhang Chen decisively retreated towards the city, finding a residential area to hide in. The beast soldiers outside seemed to flood into the city like an ocean, while the skeletons that were fighting the Southern Wings were quickly overwhelmed by the beast tide after only a brief struggle. The attributes of these skeletons were already much weaker than those of the beast soldiers, and without Zhang Chen's support, they were no match for the beast soldiers. After wiping out the skeletons, the beast soldiers began to wander aimlessly in the city. As for the few remaining Southern Wings, they returned to the outside of the city in a disheveled manner. These beast soldiers seemed to have their own territories, with only the most ordinary beast soldiers remaining in the city. Flying beast soldiers like the Southern Wings hardly lingered in the city. In a corner of a residential area in the city, Zhang Chen quietly observed the newly arrived beast soldiers, choosing not to act immediately. The earlier commotion had been quite loud, and it would be troublesome if it attracted the attention of the beast generals. Zhang Chen waited until the sunset and dusk approached before stepping out of the residence. I wonder how much the task completion rate will increase this time. Zhang Chen murmured as he walked towards the beast soldiers not far away. Tomorrow was the last day of the task, and S rank was clearly not the highest rating he had to raise the task completion rate as much as possible tonight. He would do everything he could to obtain the best rewards. Under the night sky, small-scale battles began to break out continuously in the city, but by the time other beast soldiers arrived, there was only a scene of devastation left. Whether it was a lone beast soldier or a group of hundreds, Zhang Chen held nothing back. The skeleton army took on the role of meat shields in front, while Zhang Chen unleashed a frenzied attack from behind, alternating between lightning spells and firewalls, throwing them at the beast soldiers as if they were free, causing both stored experience and task completion rate to soar. Until dawn, the Jiangnan city area became empty once again, with only a few scattered beast soldiers remaining. With the last beast soldier slain, the familiar system voice rang out again. Ding! Task completion rate increased to 60%. Task rating SS. Rating SS. Zhang Chen did not feel the excitement he had anticipated. Instead, he muttered to himself, this means there will be an SSS rating, or even higher. Just as Zhang Chen was considering whether to lure another wave of beast soldiers into the city, another system voice sounded. Ding! 3 hours left until task completion. Zhang Chen was taken aback. Only 3 hours left? With 3 hours, it seemed unrealistic to raise the task rating to SSS level using his method. Zhang Chen hesitated for a moment, then his gaze turned back to the outside of the city, where countless beast soldiers remained. Just a moment later, let's do it. Fortune favors the bold, Zhang Chen said in a deep voice. If you don't enter the tiger's den, how can you catch the tiger cub? An SS rank might be quite good for many people, but for Zhang Chen, it was still far from enough, especially since he suspected that this was likely the true state of the surface of Blue Star. In this situation, particularly after seeing the beast general, Zhang Chen knew that his current strength was still far from adequate. Although he could safely return now, if he came back here after leaving the novice village, he would still face the inevitable fate of being annihilated. Undead summon. A wave of skeletons was summoned by Zhang Chen, followed by the second wave, the 10th wave, the 30th. The skeletons existed for half an hour, and he could summon 100 skeletons at a time. How many skeletons could be summoned simultaneously? Zhang Chen himself was unsure. He had never done this before. First, there was no need to do so in the novice village. It wasn't worth his full effort. Second, after arriving here, with the presence of a beast general capable of instantly annihilating his skeleton army, Zhang Chen had to act cautiously. However, now he wanted to give it a try. 5 minutes in, the city was filled with skeletons. 10 minutes in, the city turned into a sea of bones. 20 minutes later, outside the city, in the scorched earth shrouded in red mist, countless beast soldiers suddenly turned to look at the city. Among the towering buildings of the city, like a dam releasing water, the bones surged like a sea, boiling and pouring forth. Roar! A beast soldier let out a furious roar, followed by a chorus of roars from numerous beast soldiers, seemingly venting their anger as they charged towards the skeleton army. Although the skeletons summoned by Zhang Chen did not roar, their rattling bones made a clattering sound. The two sides clashed, creating an astonishing momentum, and even Zhang Chen, standing at the back, could hardly hide his excitement. This was a spectacle he had created all by himself. Who else could be so abnormal besides him? However, Zhang Chen did not let his guard down. Skeletons continued to be summoned endlessly. After all, the individual attributes of the skeletons were vastly inferior to those of the beast soldiers, relying solely on a damage output of 999 per hit, along with Zhang Chen's constant replenishment of troops. Ding! Level up kill on Flame Roar, stored experience plus 1000. Ding! Level up kill on Tiger Lizard, stored experience plus 1000. Ding! Level up kill on Crimson Snake, stored experience plus 2000. The two sides were momentarily at a stalemate, with the drainage ditches around the city becoming a Shura field of black and white, as both beast soldiers and skeletons rapidly decreased in number. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen's stored experience and task completion rate began to soar. Outside the city, in the red mist, beast soldiers continued to pour out. Competing with me in endurance? Zhang Chen's lips curled up. His skills had no consumption, so he was not afraid at all. Ding! Task completion rate increased to 61.02%. Ding! Task completion rate increased to 65%. Ding! Task completion rate increased to 70%. Ding! Task completion rate increased to 85%. Task rating SSS. Hearing the system prompt of SSS rating, Zhang Chen couldn't help but feel delighted. But immediately after, ding! Task completion rate increased to 85.89%. Zhang Chen was taken aback. The task rate was still increasing, and SSS was not the highest rating. However, it was not a big deal, as there were still countless beast soldiers ahead, enough for him to grind the task completion rate to 100%. Yet, at that moment, roar, from deep within the red mist, a massive creature with a wingspan of nearly 30 meters rapidly flew towards the city. Zhang Chen's pupils constricted. It was that blazing winged dragon again. Ding! 10 minutes remaining until task completion. Only 10 minutes left. Zhang Chen instinctively looked back at the city. Hiding inside might help him last for 10 minutes. But he looked outside the city again. Although the task completion rate was rising, there was still A significant gap to 100%. A flash of determination crossed his eyes as Zhang Chen suddenly dashed towards the city outskirts. Life and death are fated, why not take a gamble? Just as Zhang Chen rushed towards the outside, the skeleton army, engaged in battle with the beast soldiers, began to move in reverse like a tide. Moreover, they formed a diagonal line with Zhang Chen's direction. This was Zhang Chen's plan, luring the tiger away from its mountain. Previously, the skeleton army had been locked in a stalemate with the beast soldiers outside the city, indicating that the number of beast soldiers in this area had reached a limit. The appearance of the blazing flame wyvern further solidified Zhang Chen's suspicions. Therefore, Zhang Chen had the skeleton army draw away these beast soldiers while he prepared to charge into the misty area. With so many skeletons attracting fire, it would be hard for him alone to catch the attention of these mindless beast soldiers. The task completion rate was still far from 100%, and Zhang Chen did not expect the skeleton army to raise it to 100% under the attack of the blazing flame wyvern. Exploring the misty area outside the city became his only option, which was also why Zhang Chen was willing to take the risk. Fortunately, the situation unfolded just as Zhang Chen had anticipated. Both the beast soldiers and the blazing flame wyvern were drawn away by the skeleton army. He crossed the city's drainage ditch and successfully entered the range of the red mist. Ding! Information on the red mist area acquired. Task completion rate increased to 95%. Got it right. Hearing the system prompt, Zhang Chen's eyes lit up. Due to the skeleton army fully diverting fire, the rate of increase in task completion had significantly slowed, but as soon as Zhang Chen entered this so-called red mist area, the completion rate jumped to 95%. The red mist enveloped Zhang Chen completely. At first, he thought this red mist was toxic gas that might cause continuous health loss. However, upon entering, he felt no discomfort. The skeleton army couldn't hold out for long. He needed to figure out the situation here as quickly as possible and raise the completion rate to 100%. Zhang Chen steadied his mind, observed his surroundings, and headed straight into the depths of the red mist. Occasionally encountering a few beast soldiers, Zhang Chen no longer held back. With a single glance, he unleashed dozens of lightning spells, charging deeper without looking back. In Zhang Chen's line of sight, there was a huge shadow that flickered in the depths of the red mist. Due to the distance, he couldn't see clearly what it was. However, as Zhang Chen moved deeper, the distance closed, and the shadow gradually became clearer, surrounded by dozens of beast soldiers guarding it. What is that? Zhang Chen was shocked as he looked ahead. A thick vine that resembled a living creature was writhing continuously. The dozens of beast soldiers around the vine also noticed Zhang Chen. Roar! These beast soldiers did not attack immediately. Instead, they let out a series of furious roars. It's a warning. Zhang Chen's pupils constricted. The beast soldiers were calling for the blazing flame wyvern. At the same time, as the blazing flame wyvern heard the roars of the beast soldiers, it suddenly flapped its wings and turned back. The beast soldiers also abandoned the few remaining skeletons and rushed towards the red mist area. Lightning spell firewall undead summon. Zhang Chen went all out, unleashing his full firepower. The dozens of beast soldiers were instantly obliterated. The summoned skeletons charged towards the vine. Puff, puff. The skeleton bone blades sliced through the vine, revealing several translucent eggs inside, each over a person's height, with faint golden patterns on the shells that seemed to move like living creatures. Just then, a system prompt sounded. Ding! Task countdown 10 seconds. Roar! A powerful roar pierced through the air simultaneously. The blazing flame wyvern had returned. In midair, the blazing wyvern flapped its wings frantically, rushing towards them at high speed. There's no time. Zhang Chen had initially planned to steal an egg, but that was clearly unrealistic now. Gritting his teeth, he threw a lightning spell directly at the vine. Ding! Mission countdown 6 seconds. Roar! The blazing wyvern arrived, its breath erupting like a waterfall from its mouth, instantly engulfing Zhang Chen. Minus 13,326, a massive damage value floated above Zhang Chen's head, but he wasn't killed as he had imagined. Ding! Triggered bond effect, immune to all attacks for 5 seconds. Upon hearing this voice, Zhang Chen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The bonding ring was working at this moment. However, Zhang Chen's actions did not slow down at all, as he hurled lightning spells at the eggs as if they were free. Roar! The blazing wyvern grew anxious, a hint of fear appearing in its eyes. It realized that no matter how much it breathed fire, it couldn't kill this human. Meanwhile, the few eggs in the vines were already on the verge of destruction under this human's attack, with one egg showing faint cracks. Ding! Mission countdown reached 0, initiating teleportation. Just a little more. Zhang Chen was equally anxious. Just as one egg was about to be shattered, he was about to be teleported away. In the moment Zhang Chen's body disappeared, he still threw out one last lightning spell. Crack! A crisp sound echoed from the eggshell. When Zhang Chen opened his eyes again, he had been teleported back to the novice village, appearing in front of the blacksmith shop. Zhang Chen instinctively looked down at his mission completion. Mission completed, 105%. Mission rating, unknown reason pending 105%? Rating pending? Zhang Chen was taken aback. Had he exceeded the completion, or was the 100% completion not the limit? Just as Zhang Chen was lost in thought, the blacksmith looked at the dazed Zhang Chen and said with a smile, "Kid, it's not easy to come back alive." Zhang Chen finally came to his senses, looking up at the blacksmith. "Senior, I was just a bit lucky." The blacksmith waved his hand. "Luck is also a part of strength." After saying that, the blacksmith changed the subject. "Let me see how your mission completion is. It seems the completion rate hasn't reached the limit." Zhang Chen said regretfully, looking at the 105% completion. Sigh. The blacksmith couldn't help but comfort him. How could this mission reach the limit? Just having a rating is. The blacksmith, seeing Zhang Chen's 105% mission completion, abruptly stopped mid-sentence. "Senior?" Zhang Chen looked at the blacksmith in confusion. "Is there a problem?" The blacksmith stared blankly at Zhang Chen, rubbed his eyes, and looked again. Finally, he murmured, 105%, how is this possible? The blacksmith looked at Zhang Chen's mission completion in disbelief, falling into silence for a moment. The atmosphere grew somewhat strange. Zhang Chen was still waiting for his mission reward, but the blacksmith had gone silent. Could this old man be trying to cheat me out of my reward? Zhang Chen felt a sense of caution. NPCs in the third world never played by the rules, just the fact that players had to pay to receive missions showed that these NPCs were more like greedy humans. Zhang Chen waited a moment longer, finally unable to hold back. "Senior, what about my mission? Reward?" Cough, cough. The blacksmith lightly coughed a few times, then fell silent again. This scene made Zhang Chen feel uneasy. The blacksmith suddenly caught sight of Zhang Chen's expression, looking somewhat embarrassed. "Kid, what kind of look is that?" "Senior, please give me my mission reward first," Zhang Chen repeated. The blacksmith fell silent again, not because he wanted to renege or was unwilling to give, but because it exceeded the scope of his rewards. Under Zhang Chen's suspicious gaze, the blacksmith awkwardly managed to say, "Of course, no problem, I'll give you a portion first." Sure enough, Zhang Chen's eyes widened. This old man was trying to pocket his reward. Zhang Chen looked at the blacksmith with suspicion, saying nothing. "Do you really think my character isn't worth your trust?" the blacksmith said anxiously. Zhang Chen decisively shook his head. "You brat." The blacksmith was somewhat helpless, revealing a bitter smile. It was indeed a bit awkward. He hadn't expected a 105% completion rate, while the maximum reward he could offer corresponded to a 100% completion rate. The blacksmith reluctantly spoke. "You should take a look at the reward first." Ding, congratulations to player Eternal Knight for exceeding the scout exploration task. Reward, Echo of the Finale, Cloak, Talent Pill, all attributes plus 100. Ding, congratulations on completing the scout exploration task. A server-wide announcement will be made. Do you want to hide personal information? Server-wide announcement? Zhang Chen was taken aback. Previously, it had only been announcements in the novice village, but this time it triggered a server-wide announcement. No, there was no need to hide. Ding, congratulations to player Eternal Knight from the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom for completing the Fallen Zone exploration task. The continuous 6 server-wide announcements left everyone in the Third World Blue Star stunned. Was this server-wide announcement just to congratulate this Eternal Knight for completing a task? The last server-wide announcement was about Night Chin awakening an SSS level talent. What kind of task was this Fallen Zone that warranted such a grand announcement? Why is it again the Dragon Kingdom? Some people from an island nation were furious. The Dragon Kingdom had triggered server-wide announcements one after another, making them uneasy. Decades ago, they had invaded the Dragon Kingdom, leading this island nation to look down on it. Now, Dragon Kingdom players were consistently ahead of them, which made everyone on the island nation very unhappy. Across the ocean, is it again the Dragon Kingdom? A white man felt somewhat unwilling. Clearly, they were the strongest. However, the most excited were the players from Novice Village 9167 in the Dragon Kingdom. The public channel was refreshing wildly. It's the big shot Eternal Knight. Damn, a server-wide announcement. I was wondering why the big shot Eternal Knight hadn't made a move for 3 days. Turns out he was holding back something big. Kneeling to the big shot. When Zhang Chen was in the Novice Village, the system announcements were constant every day. It was only during these 3 days of completing tasks that the announcements finally stopped. This made the players from Novice Village 9167, who were used to hearing announcements every day, feel a bit unaccustomed. However, just as the Blue Star players were buzzing with excitement over this server-wide announcement, the Third World released several jaw-dropping pieces of information. Ding, the legendary task of Blue Star has been activated. Retake the Fallen Zone, task duration 90 days. Ding, the main city of the Third World Blue Star has been invaded by unknown alien beasts, becoming the Fallen Zone, and a task is issued to all surviving Blue Star players. Ding, this task is bound to all surviving players of Blue Star, cannot be cancelled, cannot be abandoned. Ding, if the Fallen Zone cannot be retaken, then a main city cannot be established, and players will become wanderers. Special reminder, the survival probability of wanderers in the Fallen Zone is 0.000001%. As soon as these server-wide announcements were released, everyone in Blue Star was dumbfounded. They simultaneously received the legendary task Retake the Fallen Zone. The commotion caused by Eternal Knight triggering the server-wide announcement quieted down in an instant. After a moment, the Blue Star players gradually came back to their senses. One player widened his eyes, incredulously speaking, I have a legendary task now? Don't mention legendary level tasks, many people, after entering the third world, haven't even accepted the most ordinary tasks. Upon realizing this, the players instantly erupted with excitement. Damn, it really is a legendary level task. What kind of reward will we get if we complete it? This is my first task. However, among these exceptionally excited players, there were still some who sensed a problem. Legendary level, and it's a task bound to everyone. On Blue Star, it probably won't be that easy to complete. According to the announcement, we need to conquer the Fallen Zone to establish the main city. So that's how it is. Others might not understand. But Zhang Chen knew the situation of the Fallen Zone. In the Fallen Zone, besides beast soldiers, there were also beast generals. Capturing the Fallen Zone was easy, but holding it was incredibly difficult. Moreover, Zhang Chen's heart sank. There was one point the announcement didn't make clear. In the Fallen Zone, death cannot be revived. Kid, the blacksmith said, looking at Zhang Chen, who was lost in thought, you should check your rewards first. Only then did Zhang Chen look at the equipment he had received. Echo of the Curtain Call, cloak level, no limit rarity, unique attributes, stage comedy, the clown can imitate and replicate the number of skills plus one special trait. Echo of the Curtain Call, all damage dealt by the clown in performance state triggers a one-time echo when the curtain falls. Details, the performance has ended. The surprise has just begun. Listen, this is the gentle whisper of the Grim Reaper. This. Zhang Chen looked at the Echo of the Curtain Call trait in shock. A one-time echo? Does it mean the total damage dealt by skills and performance state can be released all at once? Seeing Zhang Chen stunned, the blacksmith smugly said, this equipment is pretty good, right? Zhang Chen immediately pretended to be indifferent, his gaze fixed on the blacksmith as he pressed, is there more reward? Is it a talent? The blacksmith's face stiffened. The reason this task had a rating was that the ultimate reward was naturally a talent, but a 105% task completion rate exceeded his reward range. The blacksmith also didn't expect that the divine talent reward corresponding to a 100% task completion rate would, at this moment, be something he couldn't present. What to do? The blacksmith felt a bit flustered. It really is a talent. Zhang Chen observed the blacksmith's reaction and realized he had guessed correctly. But why was this blacksmith hesitating to give it to him? Was it about money again? After one experience, Zhang Chen didn't have a good impression of the blacksmith. Sensing Zhang Chen's gaze, the blacksmith awkwardly smiled. How about you use the aptitude pill first? Zhang Chen suspiciously looked at the somewhat abnormal blacksmith and directly used the aptitude pill. Ding, congratulations on using the aptitude pill. All attributes plus 100. The 4 dimensions directly increased by 100, and most importantly, it added 2,000 health points. With this, Zhang Chen's health points also reached 3,000. However, thinking about how beast generals could easily deal over 10,000 points of damage, he still felt a bit fragile. Although Zhang Chen's current equipment configuration was incredibly powerful, he had 3 unique pieces of equipment at this stage. The only downside was that none of these 3 unique pieces increased health points. Zhang Chen felt a bit regretful and then turned his gaze back to the blacksmith, extending his hand. What about the talent? The blacksmith was stunned. What was meant to come had come. But the blacksmith also couldn't understand how the task completion rate could be 105%. The upper limit set for this task in the third world was 100%. Moreover, in the past, if someone could achieve a task completion rate of 60%, that was already a rare occurrence. This time, it directly exceeded the blacksmith's understanding, to the point where he didn't know what to do now. How about giving him the god-level talent? The blacksmith's mind raced. After all, this foolish kid doesn't know. Moreover, the god-level talent is quite valuable. There aren't many in the entire third world, so why can't it be put to use? Looking at Zhang Chen's hungry gaze, the blacksmith steeled his heart and prepared to pass off the inferior as the superior, giving the god-level talent to Zhang Chen. But just as the blacksmith was about to speak, he suddenly froze in place. Zhang Chen looked at the blacksmith with some confusion. This old man had clearly been ready to give a reward just a moment ago. Why was he suddenly dazed? After a moment, the blacksmith spoke. Oddly, the rewards I can give have already been given. What do you mean? Zhang Chen was about to explode, ready to hurl a lightning spell at the blacksmith. Even if you are an NPC daring to cheat me out of my reward will come at a cost. Just then, a system notification rang out. Ding, task completion rate 105%. Task rating exceeds the novice village reward range. Remaining rewards can be claimed from the master blacksmith in the main city. Master blacksmith in the main city? Zhang Chen was taken aback. That's right, the blacksmith sighed in relief. You just need to go to the main city to claim the remaining rewards from the master blacksmith. Zhang Chen slowly nodded, but he quickly realized something was off. The so-called main city was the current Fallen Zone. Now, all players in Blue Star, including Zhang Chen, had received the task to reclaim the Fallen Zone. But what if the main city couldn't be established? Wouldn't that mean his rewards would go down the drain? As Zhang Chen thought of this, he was about to speak, but the blacksmith preempted him, saying, if the main city can't be built, not only will the rewards be lost, but no one in Blue Star will survive. Hearing this, Zhang Chen's expression hardened. He knew the blacksmith was right. If they couldn't successfully establish the main city, players wouldn't be able to survive in the environment of the Fallen Zone. Even Zhang Chen wasn't confident. After all, no one knew if there were even more terrifying beings than the beast generals lurking in the Fallen Zone. Better hurry and fight hard. The blacksmith seemed to reminisce about the past. I've seen too many races perish. Zhang Chen fell silent. After visiting the Fallen Zone, he could sense that the blacksmith wasn't lying. Senior, I take my leave. Zhang Chen no longer delayed and turned to leave. The deadline for reclaiming the Fallen Zone task was 90 days. This meant that within 90 days, there needed to be enough players to reach level 10 and then enter the Fallen Zone. If the number of players was too small, they would be no match for the beast soldiers. Moreover, the sooner, the better. This way, players could squeeze out some time to level up in the Fallen Zone and increase their strength. Zhang Chen felt a surge of impulse to return to the Fallen Zone right now, leaving the novice village with the old village chief and entering the Fallen Zone would mean his level would no longer be restricted. Staying in the novice village now, unable to gain experience, was purely a waste of time. However, before leaving, Zhang Chen looked at the unique equipment he had just obtained, Echo of the Finale. There was one thing he needed to verify personally. Just as Zhang Chen was about to leave the novice village to find a dungeon for testing, a private message suddenly flashed. Lang Lai, brother Eternal Knight, you must have something big up your sleeve. Seeing the private message from Lang Lai, Zhang Chen suddenly remembered that he still owed Lang Lai 9 million gold. Zhang Chen thought for a moment and replied, Eternal Knight, do you need me to take you to the spider dungeon? After a while, Lang Lai, 10 million for one run? Zhang Chen grinned at the message. This was the price for his speedrun record of the spider cave dungeon. Zhang Chen casually sent back, Eternal Knight, 10% off. Lang Lai, gather at the entrance of the spider cave. Seeing the message, Zhang Chen headed straight for the spider cave. Moments later, Big Shot, Chu Tian, Han Xiu, Shadow, and others greeted Eternal Knight as he arrived. Go in, Zhang Chen said straightforwardly. Okay, Lang Lai nodded and directly invited Yong Yi to join the team. Inside the spider cave dungeon, Lang Lai took the lead, unleashing a sword energy minus 2345, a high damage value spilling out from the spider's head. How's that? Lang Lai turned to Zhang Chen and asked. Lang Lai guessed that Yong Yi's class should be a jester. In Lang Lai's view, the jester was a class with early advantages, and previously his damage had been suppressed by Yong Yi. But now, he could finally hold his head high. Not bad, Zhang Chen nodded nonchalantly, then directly cast lightning spell. Minus 999 minus 999 minus 999. A group of spiders was wiped out by Zhang Chen's raised hand. Seeing this, Lang Lai stubbornly said, It's fine, my single target damage is not inferior to yours. Stay close, Zhang Chen suddenly said, I'll take you guys for a speedrun. After saying that, Zhang Chen suddenly accelerated and charged towards the cave where the boss was located. Along the way, a group of elite spiders encountered by the team was also cleared by Zhang Chen alone. This is so exhilarating, the shield warrior Chu Tian said. Although he had teamed up with Zhang Chen before, experiencing the feeling of effortlessly wiping out enemies again was truly satisfying. The others couldn't help but nod. Although their strength had also improved significantly, they still couldn't match Yong Yi's ease. Moments later, the group arrived at the boss cave. Zhang Chen suddenly spoke, Lang Lai, hand me your sword. Ha! Lang Lai was taken aback but still handed over his sword. Zhang Chen took it and casually swung the sword towards the boss, unleashing a sword energy. The others looked over in astonishment. Had Yong Yi copied Lang Lai's sword energy skill? But the jester's skill damage cap was only 999. What use would that be against the boss? But the next second, 2348888, an unprecedented damage value floated out from the boss's head. How's that? Zhang Chen looked at the already dazed Lang Lai and retorted with a semblance of confidence. Ding! Congratulations to the 9167th Novice Village Team Lang Lai for refreshing the completion time of the Spider Cave dungeon, taking 10 minutes, 14 seconds, and 78 milliseconds. Inside the dungeon, Lang Lai and the others stared blankly at Zhang Chen. You? Lang Lai asked in shock. What have you been through these past few days? Nothing, Zhang Chen replied. Just a bit of hardship. The damage value of over 2 million left Lang Lai and the others in a daze for quite a while. Even Zhang Chen himself was somewhat astonished, although he suspected that fading Echo might release the accumulated damage all at once. Seeing such an exaggerated damage value truly shocked him with its extremity. This was not just fading Echo, it was practically the Grim Reaper's shout. This. Lang Lai stuttered, ultimately forcing a bitter smile, wanting to ask but unable to voice it. Lang Lai was a smart person, knowing that some things shouldn't be asked too much. Yong Yi was willing to show this damage in front of them, which meant he considered them friends, but as friends, one should know their limits. What Lang Lai didn't know was that the damage value of over 2 million was the limit of the Spider Cave, not Zhang Chen's damage limit. If there were more monsters in the dungeon, Zhang Chen could potentially deal tens of millions in damage. Invincible, the shield warrior Chu Tian murmured. They originally thought the gap with Yongyi would narrow, but the reality proved otherwise. The gap not only didn't shrink but instead expanded to the point where they could no longer see Yongyi's back. The priest Han Qiu looked at Yongyi with admiration, then turned to Lang Lai and said, "Boss, when will you be able to deal 1,000,000 damage?" Lang Lai was at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. 1,000,000 damage? Maybe when he reached over level 100. After a while, Lang Lai finally asked, "Yongyi, when are you leaving the novice village?" In Lang Lai's view, there was clearly no need for Yongyi to stay in the novice village any longer. "Just a day or two," Zheng Chen looked at Lang Lai and the others. "We'll meet in the main city." "I'm afraid we won't be able to meet for a while," Lang Lai suddenly said. "It will take 3 months to establish the main city after conquering the fallen area, and we probably won't be in the same main city." "Ha?" Zheng Chen was taken aback and asked curiously, "Players from the same novice village go to different main cities?" Lang Lai slowly nodded, lowering his voice. "Each player's corresponding main city is the city where you were on the day you transferred." Zhang Chen looked at Lang Lai in surprise, but then he thought about it and realized there was indeed such a possibility. After all, the exploration task he had just completed, Fallen Area, was in Jiangnan City. Once they exited the Spider Cave instance and chatted casually for a bit, Zhang Chen bid farewell to the others. Big shot, Chu Tian couldn't help but ask, "Are you leaving the novice village now?" "No," Zhang Chen shook his head. "Then you?" Chu Tian looked curious. "I'm logging off to sleep," Zhang Chen said, and before Chu Tian and the others could react, he logged off directly, leaving them all in a daze. Did Zhong Yi change regions? Chu Tian muttered to himself, "Why is he still so keen on sleeping?" Lang Lai spoke with a complex expression. "He may have been in the third world for the past 3 days." "Boss," Chu Tian was taken aback. "Are you saying that in the server announcement, Yong Yi completed the Fallen Area exploration task in 3 days? Yeah, Lang Lai nodded. If it weren't for that, Yong Yi wouldn't need to log off so frequently. E-Zone 210311 Rune Zhangchen emerged from the holographic pod, and first did some simple stretches. Although the current holographic pod had a life support system, his body was still a bit unaccustomed to not moving for a long time. Then Zhang Chen walked to the window. The residential environment in E-Zone was almost on par with normal surface neighborhoods, far better than the lower 3 zones. However, at a glance, there wasn't a single person in the neighborhood. Most of the time, they were in the third world. If E-Zone was like this, what about a zone or even S-Zone? A hint of curiosity suddenly arose in Zhang Chen's heart. Could it be that the earlier zones have environments similar to the surface? Just as Zhang Chen had this thought, he felt it was somewhat absurd. After all, being underground, even if there were differences between zones, the underground city couldn't possibly have the same ample space as the surface. After that, Zhang Chen browsed the Third World Forum. The forum was filled with posts about the legendary task, Reclaim the Fallen Area. However, from the content of the posts, most people thought this was a benefit provided by the Third World. After all, from a conventional perspective, if this task was so difficult that the main city couldn't be established, how would they continue to play? Some players had even started to think about leaving the novice village. If this continues, something bad might happen. Zhang Chen frowned as he looked at these posts. Even the most ordinary beast soldiers in the fallen area had attributes that were almost on par with the novice village boss. It wasn't something an ordinary player could handle alone. It would be best if they could go at the same time, otherwise, many people might die there. Should I post a reminder? Zhang Chen had this thought, but after hesitating for a moment, he decided not to post. Even if he did, who would believe it? Teaching others doesn't guarantee they will learn, experience teaches. Once. Good advice often leads to mockery. He had experienced this many times. Just then, a post on the forum was suddenly pinned. Dragon Country government's schedule for players to leave the novice village. Zhang Chen was taken aback by the title of the post. The official has stepped in? At the same time, this information also appeared in the public channel of all novice villages in the Third World, and countless players in the novice village were instantly stunned. Zhang Chen quickly finished reading the post. It was very brief. A month later, all players from the novice villages in Longwa would be uniformly dispatched by the military. It seems the government has long been aware of the situation in the main city. Zhang Chen recalled that before the transfer, the troops had already stationed in various cities. At first, Zhang Chen thought the government was trying to prevent riots, but now it seemed that they had probably known about this for a while, so they had made arrangements in advance to ensure that every novice village had military personnel. If that's the case, the success rate of the Recapture the Fallen Area mission should increase significantly. The deadline for this mission was 3 months, while the government had set the time for players to leave the novice village to a month later. In other words, we still have to wait a month. Zhang Chen frowned slightly. Staying in the novice village was undoubtedly a waste of time. What if Zhang Chen suddenly had a wild thought? Could he, by himself, take down a main city? This idea was not just a spur-of-the-moment whim. The greatest threat in the fallen area came mainly from the beast generals. As for those beast soldiers, they were just experience points for Zhang Chen. The flame-winged dragon in the fallen area could easily deal over 10,000 damage, and if Zhang Chen couldn't take it down in one hit, he would be counter-killed. However, Zhang Chen now had the unique equipment, Echo of the Finale, and with so many beast soldiers in the fallen area, it was enough for him to accumulate tens of millions of damage points. Could the Flame Wing Dragon withstand a single damage Echo? The more Zhang Chen thought about it, the more he felt this was doable. If he really managed to take down a main city by himself, just thinking about it would tell him the rewards would definitely be extraordinary. But Zhang Chen suddenly murmured to himself, I still can't be careless. What if there's more than one Flame Wing Dragon in the fallen area? That would be troublesome. After making up his mind, Zhang Chen did not immediately enter the third world but simply washed up and went to bed for a nap. When he woke up naturally, he lay down in the holographic pod and stepped into the third world. In Novice Village 9167. First, I need to adjust my skills. Zhang Chen initially planned to go directly to the old village chief to leave but suddenly remembered the issue of skill combinations. Now he had an additional skill mimicry slot capable of copying 4 active skills. Currently, Zhang Chen had copied Lightning Spell, Firewall, Undead Summoning, and Sword Chi. Yesterday, he had copied Cold Li's Sword Chi, initially just to show off, but the feeling of dealing over 2 million damage with a single strike using Echo of the Finale was indeed addictive, so Zhang Chen decided to keep this skill for now. The importance of Undead Summoning was self-evident, whether for output, as bait, or as a meat shield, it was extremely useful. In contrast, the 2 area damage skills Firewall and Lightning Spell felt somewhat redundant and a bit wasteful. First, I'll copy a stealth skill, Zhang Chen thought. Since the fallen area couldn't be revived, he decided to copy a life-saving skill just in case. With that in mind, Zhang Chen walked towards the entrance of the novice village. To mimic and copy a skill, the target must be within a certain range of Zhang Chen, and the skill must be one that the target is currently using or has just used. However, as soon as Zhang Chen stepped out of the novice village, he sensed something was off. The usually bustling village entrance was completely empty. The 3 bullies in the village were leisurely wandering around. What's going on? Zhang Chen was taken aback. Moreover, the public channel in the novice village was unusually quiet today, with no one speaking. Could they have all gone to the fallen area? Zhang Chen was somewhat puzzled. Forget it, I'll ask someone. Zhang Chen immediately sent a private message to Coldly, asking him what had happened. Moments later, Coldly replied, briefly describing what had happened in the novice village of the third world yesterday. Zhang Chen looked at Coldly's reply, his expression somewhat strange. The military is uniformly leveling up? According to Lang Lai, the official announcement was made yesterday in the public channel of the third world novice village regarding the arrangements for entering the fallen zone. Moreover, to quickly level up the novice village players, they also standardized the leveling locations and even coordinated to match dedicated teams for leveling. Some ordinary players who were close to level 10 were directly taken by the military to excellent leveling spots similar to the Lost Land. After understanding the situation, Zhang Chen didn't think much and headed towards a leveling point. However, he hadn't walked far when a streak of light rushed towards him from a distance. Zhang Chen was taken aback. As it got closer, he realized that the streak of light was actually a player flying on a sword? Zhang Chen widened his eyes in disbelief. Was there someone in the novice village who could fly on a sword? The newcomer was a young man in his 20s, currently standing on a long sword, hovering above Zhang Chen. Comrade, why aren't you leveling up? The young man asked seriously. Upon hearing the word comrade, Zhang Chen immediately realized that the other party might be from the military. I'm already level 10, Zhang Chen casually gave a reason. The young man nodded and didn't ask further, directly flying away on his sword. Zhang Chen pondered for a moment as he watched the young man, then turned back to the novice village. Moments later, Zhang Chen arrived at the old village chief's place in the novice village. Old village chief, I want to leave the village, Zhang Chen stated directly. The old village chief glanced at Zhang Chen. The outside world is not as safe as the village, have you thought it through? I've thought it through, Zhang Chen nodded. The old village chief continued, once you go out, you can never come back. Do you understand? I understand, Zhang Chen replied somewhat helplessly. The old village chief looked at Zhang Chen and added, once you leave the novice village, death will no longer bring you back. I know, Zhang Chen couldn't help but interrupt. Can I activate the teleportation now? You can, the old village chief said meaningfully. Go ahead, the outside world is the real world. After saying that, the old village chief directly activated the teleportation array. Hearing the old village chief's words, Zhang Chen's pupils slightly contracted, but he didn't ask further and stepped into the teleportation array. Just then, the young man who had been flying on the sword rushed over, shouting loudly, wait, don't go out, it's dangerous. But the teleportation array had already emitted a colorful glow, engulfing Zhang Chen. The young man turned to question the old village chief. Why did you let him go to the surface alone? The old village chief was not angry, he just murmured, because he meets the conditions. The young man was taken aback, looking at the old village chief in disbelief, and after a while, he asked, who was that person just now? The old village chief was about to speak when several system announcements echoed throughout the server. Ding, congratulations to novice village player number 9167 Eternal Knight for becoming the first survivor to leave the novice village in Blue Star. He is Eternal Knight? The young man was surprised upon hearing the system announcement. Players in Novice Village number 9167 who were busy leveling up were all stunned. Did the boss Eternal Knight leave by himself? No way, didn't they say everyone would leave the Novice Village together after a month? In a luxurious villa in a small island nation, a short middle-aged man suddenly stood up. It's Dragon Country again, and this Eternal Knight. The people of Dragon Country have repeatedly triggered server-wide announcements. Our great nation's face has been completely lost. A subordinate dressed in a sharp suit quickly responded respectfully. Prime Minister, there's no need to be angry. No one can survive on the surface. This Eternal Knight is just looking for death by going out now. Oh? The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow. Are you saying this Eternal Knight will die on the surface? That's right, the beasts on the surface are not something a single person can handle. He is undoubtedly doomed. The subordinate noticed the middle-aged man's expression had eased slightly and continued to analyze. I believe that Dragon Country sacrificed this Eternal Knight just to gain some reputation. The middle-aged man nodded at this. In that case, let's drop it. After saying this, the middle-aged man added, sacrificing someone who triggered a server-wide announcement just for a reputation. Only Dragon Country would do such a thing. Across the ocean, a white man chuckled. Go out, New Hand Village, this Eternal Knight is definitely dead. Almost everyone on Blue Star, except for Dragon Country, unanimously believed that this Eternal Knight was doomed. In Jiangnan City, also known as the Fallen Zone, Zhang Chen was once again teleported here. He hadn't even had the chance to familiarize himself with the surroundings when a series of system notifications rang in his ears. Ding! Congratulations Survivor Eternal Knight for leaving the New Hand Village and entering the Fallen Zone. Ding! Congratulations Survivor Eternal Knight for leveling up to level 11. Ding! Congratulations Survivor Eternal Knight for leveling up to level 12. The reserve experience has turned into my own experience. Zhang Chen listened to the incessant system prompts, curious about how high he could directly level up. Ding! Congratulations Survivor Eternal Knight for leveling up to level 21. Ding! Congratulations Survivor Eternal Knight for leveling up to level 37. Ding! As you are the first survivor on Blue Star to break level 20, a server-wide announcement will be made. Would you like to hide personal information? Ding! As you are the first survivor on Blue Star to break level 30, a server-wide announcement will be made. Would you like to hide personal information? No need to ask in the future, I won't hide anything. Zhang Chen was a bit overwhelmed. The system prompts kept coming. Ding! Congratulations Dragon Country's Eternal Knight for becoming the first survivor on Blue Star to reach level 20. In the third Divine Country, everyone was stunned. The shock brought by Eternal Knight this time far exceeded previous ones. Because of the last server-wide announcement, everyone knew Eternal Knight had just left the New Hand Village. What's going on? He's level 20? No. Am I hallucinating? How is that possible? The experience needed to level up increases the further you go. If I remember correctly, Eternal Knight just left the New Hand Village, right? If I remember correctly, the announcement of Eternal Knight leaving the New Hand Village was only 5 minutes ago, right? All players on Blue Star were bewildered. This was beyond what ordinary players could comprehend. However, before anyone could react, ding! Congratulations Dragon Country's Eternal Knight for becoming the first survivor on Blue Star to reach level 30. Wow, this completely blew up. Originally, everyone on Blue Star had received a legendary quest, Reclaim the Fallen Zone, and players from various countries were all upgrading with the government's arrangements, but now they had no heart to continue grinding monsters. They were still struggling to level up, yet Eternal Knight had reached level 30 in less than 5 minutes since the announcement of leaving the New Hand Village? Is there no justice? Is there no law? This is simply unbearable, it's too much. In New Hand Village 9167, a player was extremely excited. Damn, I said he's a cheater, he definitely has hacks. In Jiangnan City, the Fallen Zone, Eternal Knight was unaware of the huge commotion his level had caused outside. Even if he knew, Eternal Knight had no mind to care at this moment, because the system prompts in his ears had not stopped. Ding! Survivor Eternal Knight has entered the task location 4, Reclaim the Fallen Zone. Ding! Does Survivor Eternal Knight want to start the task? Start, Zhang Chen replied without hesitation. However, the next second, Ding detected that there is currently only one survivor in the Fallen Zone. Should the mission be postponed? Zhang Chen was taken aback by the system prompt and quickly replied, no, do not postpone. Postpone? What a joke. He came here specifically for the Recapture the Fallen Zone mission. Not a second could be delayed. Ding! The legendary mission of Blue Star has been activated. Recapture the Fallen Zone. Target, Jiangnan City Fallen Zone. Ding! Mission Phase 1. Please have the Survivor Eternal Knight kill the aberrant beasts in the western district of Jiangnan City, 0/5000. Zhang Chen looked at the content of the first phase of the mission, kill 5,000 beast soldiers. This was as easy as pie for him. This time, Zhang Chen did not directly summon the skeleton army to sweep through, but instead whispered, sword control technique. As the words fell, Zhang Chen's body flew directly into the air, a flying sword forming beneath his feet. Flying with a sword is exhilarating. Zhang Chen stood in midair, overlooking the urban area of Jiangnan City, with all the distribution of aberrant beasts clearly in view. Zhang Chen had originally intended to replicate the invisibility technique, but after seeing the young man flying with a sword in the novice village, he changed his mind and directly copied the young man's sword flying skill. In the Fallen Zone, there were only two threats to Zhang Chen's skeleton army. One was the Beast General, the Blazing Flame Wyvern, and the other was the Flying Beast Soldier, South Wing. Now that Zhang Chen could fly with a sword, the South Wing was no longer a problem. Moreover, the speed of flying with a sword was very fast. Even if Zhang Chen encountered a Beast General he couldn't defeat, it would be a good way to escape. Zhang Chen stepped on the flying sword and flew to the mission location, the western district of Jiangnan City. The entire situation of the western district was captured in Zhang Chen's eyes. Right below, dozens of beast soldiers were resting in a dilapidated square. Thunder technique. Zhang Chen stood in midair and launched an attack, 999-999. Dozens of beast soldiers were attacked, but since Zhang Chen was in the air, they couldn't retaliate and could only anxiously spin in place. Soon, these dozens of beast soldiers were easily slain by Zhang Chen, dropping some materials. At the same time, the mission progress changed. Mission Phase 1, kill aberrant beasts in the western district of Jiangnan City. 75/5000. Zhang Chen landed, collected the loot into his bag, and began to summon the skeleton army. Although he could clear monsters quickly on his own, it was exhausting. Moments later, a dense mass of skeletons surged into the streets of the western district under Zhang Chen's command. Zhang Chen flew high into the sky on his sword, overlooking the entire western district, clearly seeing where the groups of beast soldiers were and where the lone beast soldiers were. The skeleton army below seemed to have eyes. Even the lone beast soldiers at the street corners were found one by one. With the assistance of the skeleton army, the mission progress began to rise rapidly, and the number of beast soldiers killed quickly surpassed 1,000. However, the experience gained from killing beast soldiers was significantly reduced. Zhang Chen was currently at level 37, and killing a level 20 beast soldier only granted 300 experience, while now he needed 3 million experience points to level up. The number of beast soldiers in the western district drastically decreased, and the first phase of the mission was nearing its end. What a pity. Zhang Chen looked outside the urban area but did not find any trace of the Blazing Flame Wyvern. Ding! Congratulations on completing the first phase of the mission. Ding! Congratulations Survivor Eternal Night. The progress of the Recapture Fallen Zone mission is complete by 5%. Ding! Congratulations Dragon Country Eternal Night. Legendary mission Recapture the Fallen Zone. Mission progress complete by 5%. Hoping other survivors of Blue Star will continue to work hard. Zhang Chen was somewhat surprised by the sudden announcement. This time the system didn't ask him and just announced it on its own. And this announcement stirred up a huge wave. The third world, Blue Star, was destined to be anything but calm. Players from Dragon Country were instantly excited. Eternal Night is going for the legendary mission. What does that mean? Did Eternal Night go to recapture the Fallen Zone by himself? No way. Is it possible? Will the task progress of the Eternal Night boss always trigger system announcements? Outside of Dragon Country, the attitudes of other countries were completely opposite. This is impossible. Eternal Night will definitely die in the Fallen Zone. This is not a task that one person can complete. No one can do it. Eternal Night is looking for death. The entire third world was in an uproar, but when the vast majority of people did not believe that Eternal Night could complete the task, ding! Congratulations to the survivor of Dragon Country, Eternal Night, for completing the legendary task of reclaiming the Fallen Zone. Task progress completed 10%. Hope other survivors of Blue Star will continue to work hard. In the northern district of Jiangnan City, in midair, Zhang Chen stood on his sword, looking down at the chaos below. After clearing the western district, Zhang Chen rushed to the northern district without stopping according to the task prompt. The beast soldiers in the northern district were quickly wiped out under the slaughter of the skeleton army and Zhang Chen's lightning spells. At this time, Zhang Chen's task completion rate had already risen to 10%. First stage task, kill the alien beasts in the western district of Jiangnan City. 5,000 completed. Task completion rate 5%. Second stage task, kill the alien beasts in the northern district of Jiangnan City. 7,000/7,000 completed. Task completion rate 5%. Ding! Congratulations to the survivor Eternal Night for leveling up to level 38. Leveled up again. Zhang Chen looked at his level with a somewhat strange expression. Besides him, everyone else's level was stuck at level 10. His level was ahead of everyone else, and by a large margin. I wonder how high my level will reach after completing this task. A hint of anticipation rose in Zhang Chen's heart. This was originally a task for all players in the novice village, but now Zhang Chen had taken the lead and completed it alone. I'm doing this for everyone's good. Zhang Chen looked down at the remaining beast soldiers in the two areas and said softly, otherwise, who knows how many people would die. Although there were definitely a lot of players in Jiangnan City, fighting against so many beast soldiers would inevitably lead to a large number of player deaths. Third stage task, kill the alien beasts in the eastern district of Jiangnan City. 0/10,000 to be completed. Task completion rate 5%. Zhang Chen looked at his third stage task, frowning slightly. According to this task progress, even if he cleared all the beast soldiers in Jiangnan City, the task completion rate could only be raised to 20%. It seems that the main focus of this task is still the alien beasts outside the city, Zhang Chen murmured, flying towards the eastern district on his sword. In the eastern district of Jiangnan City, Zhang Chen looked at the group of beast soldiers below him in midair and suddenly had a whim. He directly cast the summon undead spell in midair, and immediately, groups of skeletons began to rain down on the beast soldiers on the ground. Below, a group of beast soldiers were wandering aimlessly when the sky suddenly darkened. One of the beast soldiers instinctively looked up and saw a dense mass of white skeletons falling from the sky. Thud thud thud. The continuous sound of skeletons hitting the ground rang out, and many beast soldiers were left dazed by the impact. Puff, the beast soldiers stared blankly at the skeletons falling from the sky, momentarily unable to react. But these skeletons were not polite at all, swinging their bone blades down at the dazed beast soldiers. -999 -999 -999. Zhang Chen was very satisfied with this move of skeletons falling from the sky. He didn't wait for the battle below to finish and flew towards another wave of beast soldiers in the distance. Along the way, countless skeletons fell like snowflakes, covering the ground. In novice village number 9167, Lang Lai and a few others were at a leveling point, following the military's unified requirements to lead the team in leveling up. At this moment, a young man flew over on his sword and nodded slightly to Lang Lai. Greeting. He's really here. Lang Lai sighed inwardly as he looked at the young man and said, Feng Yi, what brings you here? Feng Yi looked at Lang Lai and replied, the higher-ups asked me to check in with you about the chances of Yong Yi surviving. Lang Lai stared at Feng Yi, falling silent for a moment. You don't know? Feng Yi couldn't help but say, aren't you guys teamed up with Yong Yi? You should have some understanding of his strength. Lang Lai remained silent for a while before suddenly saying, I think he can complete the mission. Feng Yi was taken aback by this, although he felt it was impossible. He knew Lang Lai well enough that if he said so, it meant Yong Yi really had a chance. You know the difficulty of establishing a main city, Feng Yi said solemnly. The Fallen Zone has beast general level existences. I believe Yong Yi can do it. Lang Lai simply repeated. You. Feng Yi was about to speak when, ding, congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom survivor Yong Yi for completing 15% of the legendary mission to reclaim the Fallen Zone. We hope other survivors of Blue Star will continue to work hard. Ding, congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom survivor Yong Yi for completing 15% of the legendary mission to reclaim the Fallen Zone. We hope other survivors of Blue Star will continue to work hard. The system announcement echoed 6 times throughout all the novice villages in the third world of Blue Star. The words that were on the tip of Feng Yi's tongue were swallowed back down. Alright, Feng Yi nodded, I will report your words verbatim to the higher-ups. After saying this, Feng Yi turned and left. Because of this announcement, players in the third world became excited. Again, can Yong Yi really complete this mission on his own? He just went out not long ago, and it's already 15%. At this rate, it doesn't seem that difficult. Do we really have to wait a month? He's a big shot. What are you? We have numbers on our side. No matter how impressive Yong Yi is, he can't be stronger than all of us combined, right? You do have a point. In Novice Village 0446, Zhao Yan and Ru Yan were also responsible for upgrading second and third tier players. This Yong Yi really knows how to stir things up, Zhao Yan said with some regret upon hearing the system announcement. I originally wanted to recruit him, but it seems there's no chance now. Ru Yan turned to Zhao Yan. What do you mean? Heh, Zhao Yan sneered. Although I don't know who Yong Yi is, I guess he's just a poor kid with no background. Seeing Ru Yan's puzzled expression, Zhao Yan continued to explain, he probably just got lucky and obtained a hidden class in the third world, which is why he's making such rapid progress. But, Zhao Yan's tone shifted, he shouldn't have gone to the Fallen Zone alone. Some things shouldn't be taken lightly. Zhao Yan shook his head in disappointment, it could cost him his life. Ru Yan asked in confusion, do you think Yong Yi can't complete this mission? Zhao Yan replied confidently, no one can do it alone. Ru Yan's expression tightened as she retorted, he's already completed 15%. The beginning is nothing, the difficulty will skyrocket later on. Zhao Yan seemed to know some insider information and continued, after that, he'll understand what despair really is. Ru Yan's face remained calm, but her heart was stirred. Ever since she learned about Yong Yi, she always felt that this Yong Yi was Zhang Chen. Although she rationally thought it was impossible, a woman's sixth sense is often unreasonable. However, Zhao Yan suddenly laughed. If this Yong Yi really manages to take the Fallen Zone by himself, that wouldn't be bad. Oh, Ru Yan replied absent-mindedly. You probably don't know, Zhao Yan said with a smile, the Fallen Zone where Yong Yi is currently doing the mission is Jiangnan City. If he takes the Fallen Zone by himself, we won't have to intervene. What? Ru Yan's pupils widened in an instant. So that means Yang Yi is also from Jiangnan. Just then, the system announcement rang out again. Ding, congratulations to the Dragon Country survivor Yang Yi, legendary task to reclaim the fallen area. Task progress completed 20%. Hope other survivors of Blue Star will continue to work hard. Ding, congratulations to Dragon Country's Yang Yi, becoming the first survivor of Blue Star to reach level 40. Island country? Across the ocean? Blue. Star? XX? Jiangnan City fallen area. It really is 20%. Zhang Chen returned to the ground and began to clean up the spoils. In less than a day, he had cleared all the beast soldiers in the entire urban area of Jiangnan City. As expected, the task completion rate with only the urban beast soldiers could only be raised to 20%. However, Zhang Chen also smoothly leveled up twice, reaching level 40. What puzzled Zhang Chen was that, despite killing so many beast soldiers, he had not dropped a single piece of equipment, only some beast soldier materials. Once Zhang Chen finished cleaning up, the system prompt timely sounded. 5th stage task, kill flying beasts in Jiangnan City. 0/5000 to be completed. Task completion rate 5%. Flying beasts. Zhang Chen looked at the content of the 5th stage task. Could it be the southern wings? Zhang Chen immediately soared into the air on his sword. He saw that in the east, west, south, and north directions of Jiangnan City, dark clouds were gathering ominously. It really is. Watching the southern wings flying towards him from all directions of the urban area, Zhang Chen began to unleash lightning spells in midair. Layer upon layer of lightning spells stacked and extended outward, quickly setting up dozens around him. During this time, Zhang Chen would occasionally throw in a few normal attacks. After all, his only equipment, the Destiny Carnival trait, had a 90% chance to refresh skill cooldowns when attacking. The skill cooldown refresh probability was not 100%, so when the skill refresh did not trigger, Zhang Chen had to throw in a few normal attacks to refresh his skills. As the southern wings approached, Zhang Chen cast a detection spell, Southern Winged Beast. Soldier level, 20 health points, 50,000 attack power, 270 skill, blazing flame, spews fire, causing base attack power plus 5% burn damage, physical defense, 105 magical defense, 115 only 270 base damage. Zhang Chen analyzed as he looked at the southern wing. After reaching level 40, my health points are nearly 5,000, I can tank it. Crackle. The southern wing beast soldier group rushed into the range of the lightning spells, a burnt smell wafting through the air. -999 -999 -999. In almost an instant, a southern wing suffered attacks from dozens of lightning spells, its health points instantly reduced by a quarter. This southern wing barely lasted 3 to 4 seconds before being bombarded to death by the dense lightning. Zhang Chen was not idle either, continuously setting up lightning spells around him, isolating most of the southern wings. However, due to the sheer number of southern wings, a small portion still slipped through and charged towards Zhang Chen to attack. -378 -404. Damage values popped up above Zhang Chen's head, but his health points did not decrease at all. 999 999. The moment Zhang Chen's health bar began to drop, it was pulled back. Ah, Zhang Chen said, feeling a bit proud. As long as I'm not instantly killed, it's almost impossible to take me down. After reaching level 10, the clown would gain an additional skill, Improv Comedy, a healing buff skill. Healing amount equals skill damage value. This was Zhang Chen's first time using this skill. There were quite a few southern wings that broke through the range of the lightning spells, but the damage they dealt was nothing to Zhang Chen at all. A blazing flame from the southern wing struck Zhang Chen, dealing around 400 points of damage, but Zhang Chen casually healed for 999. Moreover, Zhang Chen was incredibly agile while flying on his sword and wouldn't be foolish enough to take multiple hits at once. By slightly shifting his position in the air, he was able to dodge a significant number of flames. The lightning spell was an area skill, forcing the southern wing to endure it. As time passed, the number of southern wings dwindled, making it easier for Zhang Chen to kill them, and he even charged directly into the southern wing group to unleash his lightning spell. Just as he was getting into the swing of things, a roar suddenly echoed from outside the city. Rory's stage 6 task, kill the beast general of Jiangnan City, the blazing winged dragon. 0 to 1 to be completed. Task completion rate 5%. Zhang Chen's eyes lit up. It was the blazing winged dragon, the massive creature that had once made him retreat in fear. He glanced at the southern wing group, realizing that out of 5,000 southern wings, only a few remained, and the accumulated damage had likely exceeded 10 million. I don't believe you have over 10 million health. Zhang Chen gritted his teeth and charged towards the blazing winged dragon. The dragon, with a wingspan of over 30 meters, flew aggressively towards Zhang Chen, who accelerated away from the southern wings and met it head-on on his sword. As they drew near, Zhang Chen first cast a detection spell. Last time, due to the level difference, he couldn't see the attributes of the blazing winged dragon, but this time they were revealed. Blazing winged dragon, junior beast general level, 50 health points, 5 million attack power, 2,250 skill. Dragon breath deals 500% of base attack power as continuous damage to enemies within a 100 m radius. Details, Lord of the outer area of the fallen zone, leaving scorched earth in its wake. Roar. The blazing winged dragon, seeing Zhang Chen enter its attack range, opened its mouth and unleashed dragon breath. Almost simultaneously, Zhang Chen pointed his finger like a sword and released a sword energy skill, triggering the curtain call echo, while also using the stage comedy to mimic and replicate the dragon breath skill. The sword energy pierced through the sea of fire, directly striking the massive body of the blazing winged dragon. Boom. -12,372,623. An insane amount of damage erupted from the blazing winged dragon's body. The dragon's enormous form was directly pierced by the sword energy, splitting in two as it fell downwards. Instant kill. Behind him, the southern wings that had been chasing were left stunned in midair. Zhang Chen looked at the blazing winged dragon he had just killed with a single strike, along with the over 10 million damage, and couldn't help but exclaim, "What a shame. Such a cool scene has no audience." But immediately after, damn. Zhang Chen cursed under his breath and frantically retreated on his sword. The curtain call echo had taken down the blazing winged dragon, but the dragon breath also engulfed Zhang Chen. Fortunately, he reacted in time and narrowly escaped the range of the dragon breath attack. Zhang Chen let out a sigh of relief and turned to look at the group of southern wings that had followed him, throwing out dragon breath. The coverage of dragon breath was much larger, far exceeding that of the lightning spell. Zhang Chen had just replaced the lightning spell with dragon breath, and as he threw out several dragon breaths, the confused southern wings were all engulfed in flames. Moments later, Stage 5 task: kill the flying abnormal beasts of Jiangnan City. 5,000 completed. Task completion rate 5%. Stage 6 task: kill the beast general of Jiangnan City, the blazing winged dragon. 1/1 completed. Task completion rate 5%. Finally 30%. Zhang Chen nodded in satisfaction, but the next second, his expression suddenly darkened. The appearance of the beast general, the blazing winged dragon, meant that with only 30% of the task completed, there would surely be greater troubles ahead. Zhang Chen seemed to sense something, suddenly turning his head to look into the distance. Outside the city, a red mist enveloped the area, blocking his line of sight. But the originally thin red mist suddenly thickened, rolling towards the urban area like a viscous blood fog. In the third world's novice village, eternal night became the hot topic of discussion. Just then, the system announcement rang out again. Ding! Congratulations to the Dragon Country survivor Eternal Night for completing 30% of the legendary task to reclaim the Fallen Zone. We hope other survivors of Blue Star will continue to strive. 30%? So fast? Eternal Night is amazing. At this rate, doesn't it mean Eternal Night can complete the legendary task in just one day? Can one person really do it? I think it's possible. Then why are we still grinding? Let's go out now. The impact caused by Zhang Chen quickly spread throughout all novice villages in the third world of Blue Star. Originally, everyone was focused on leveling up for the upcoming month to leave the novice village, but now the vast majority had lost their motivation to level up, all curious about whether Eternal Night could complete the legendary task alone. At first, most players didn't believe Eternal Night could succeed, because players from various countries discovered on the Third World Forum that to complete the Reclaim Fallen Zone task, governments worldwide had made the same arrangements, keeping the timing for leaving the novice village consistent. The large-scale mobilization by various governments showed how much importance the upper echelons placed on this legendary task. This also indirectly indicated that this task was definitely not simple. Otherwise, the governments wouldn't expend such great costs to mobilize. But the Third World System announcement gradually increased the confidence of ordinary players in Eternal Night. A task completion rate of 5% could be a coincidence, 10% could be luck, but a completion rate rising from 15%, 20%, all the way to 30% now could no longer be achieved solely by chance or luck. However, this confidence was limited to the ordinary player tier. Those who knew the insider information almost unanimously reached a consensus: Eternal Night could not complete the task alone, let alone survive in the Fallen Zone. In Novice Village 9167, Lung Lai and a few others were gathered together. Boss, the shield warrior Chu Tian couldn't help but ask, "Do you think Eternal Night can complete this task?" Lung Lai scanned the group and countered, "What do you all think?" "I think it's possible," the priest Han Xiu said firmly. "I think so too," the mage Mu Wan agreed. The assassin Shadow and Chu Tian exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. They all believed Eternal Night could complete the task. After all, they had witnessed Eternal Night deal 1,000,000 damage with a single strike. But the higher-ups don't think highly of Eternal Night. Lang Lai's tone was somewhat somber. "Why?" Chu Tian asked. In confusion, "Can't they see the system announcement? It's only been a day, and Eternal Night has already completed 30%. Lang Lai shook his head. Reclaiming the Fallen Zone isn't that easy, and the difficulty only increases as time goes on. Chu Tian was about to respond when a system announcement interrupted him. Ding! Congratulations to Dragon Country survivor Eternal Night for killing the level 50 junior beast General, Blazing Wing Dragon. Ding! Congratulations to Dragon Country survivor Eternal Night for killing the level 50 junior beast General, Blazing Wing Dragon. Chu Tian was taken aback. Eternal Night killed a level 50 beast general? Lang Lai was momentarily stunned, revealing a bitter smile. After leaving the novice village, Eternal Night had made increasingly larger waves, like a dragon returning to the sea. Lung Lai turned to look into the distance. The players who were originally leveling up and fighting monsters there now had no intention of grinding. They were all gathered together discussing the Eternal Night. What everyone didn't know was that in the fallen area of Jiangnan City, Zhang Chen was also facing a big problem. The boundless red mist was thick and sticky like blood, rolling towards the urban area. Ding! Mutated beast. Soldiers initiate siege. Stage 7 Task: Defend the city for 3 days under the attack of mutated beast soldiers. Task completion, 20%. 3 days. Zhang Chen's pupils contracted. Mutated beast soldiers would continue the siege for 3 days? Zhang Chen didn't dare to be careless and flew forward on his sword. At the same time, the skeleton army fell from the sky like snowflakes. In front of the drainage ditch surrounding the city, Zhang Chen stood in mid-air on his sword, with the number of skeleton soldiers behind him continuously increasing. In front, the blood-red mist was already within reach, and the ground began to tremble. Kill! Zhang Chen whispered. The skeleton army surged forward, charging fearlessly into the blood mist. Dragon Breath, Undead Summon. Zhang Chen hovered in the air, alternating between these two skills. From within the blood mist, mutated beast soldiers surged forth like a tide, and Zhang Chen quickly cast several detection spells: Mutation in Flame Roar, Mutation Azure Scale, Mutation Owlbull. The attributes of mutated beast soldiers were directly doubled compared to ordinary beast soldiers, with health reaching 200,000. Zhang Chen frowned slightly. His summoned skeletons only had 3,000 health points. As the two sides clashed, the situation quickly tilted overwhelmingly. The casualties of the skeleton army far exceeded those of the mutated beast soldiers. Faced with this situation, Zhang Chen was at a loss. His skeletons were merely summons and couldn't be strengthened, so he could only frequently cast Undead Summon to replenish their numbers. However, Zhang Chen's expression soon became strange again, as he was alternating the use of Dragon Breath, and each breath could cover a 100m x 100m area, quickly forming a sea of fire. -999 -999 -999. In the Sea of Fire, although the damage the mutated beast soldiers received was not significant compared to their health, the 4 negative buffs attached to Zhang Chen's skills took effect. Taunt, Interrupt, Blind, Slow. Under the influence of these 4 negative buffs, the mutated beast soldiers in the Sea of Fire appeared comical. These beast soldiers moved like marionettes, their movements stiff and slow, lagging and even standing still, allowing the skeletons to slash at them. Only when the taunt buff was triggered could the mutated beast soldiers launch effective attacks. For a moment, the skeleton army actually showed signs of counterattacking. Ding! Entering the blood mist range, survivors lose 10% health per minute. Losing 10% health per minute? Zhang Chen was completely unfazed by the system prompt. His health was nearly 5,000, losing only 500 points per minute. This loss was nothing to him. 999. Below, the damage output from the skeleton army could be converted into health recovery at any time. Below, the tide of mutated beast soldiers and the skeleton army were at a stalemate, and Zhang Chen felt a bit bored in midair. How many levels do I need to gain by killing like this? Zhang Chen was currently level 40, needing 4 million experience points to level up. Although the attributes of the mutated beasts in the blood mist were doubled, their levels still ranged mainly from 20 to 25. Killing a mutated flame roar now resulted in reduced experience points. Fortunately, the number of mutated beasts was extremely high, and Zhang Chen's experience began to steadily increase again. Outside the city, due to Zhang Chen continuously releasing Dragon Breath, it had already become a sea of fire. The skeleton army and the mutated beast soldiers fought fiercely in the Sea of Fire, gradually gaining the upper hand. The tide of mutated beast soldiers seemed endless, their numbers only increasing. Without the fire sea created by Dragon Breath, relying solely on skeletons might not have been enough to hold on. But now, 8%, 10%, 30%, 31%. Experience points were constantly rising. Reaching level 41 was just a matter of time. Zhang Chen was frantically harvesting experience points while discordant voices emerged in the novice village. Ha! Why? Haven't we heard from the Great Eternal Night for so long? Yeah, it's been several hours since the last announcement. Could the mission be stuck? The last system announcement congratulated Eternal Night on reaching a 30% completion rate for the mission, but after such a long time, there was no further news from the system. Could something have happened to the Great Eternal Night? A player asked in the novice village channel. Don't joke, the Great Eternal Night is my idol. How could anything happen to him? The players in the novice village were discussing heatedly, but as the night wore on, they still awaited the system announcement in vain. The situation in other countries was similar to that of Dragon Country. Players without life support systems couldn't stay online indefinitely. After a large number of players exited the third world, they flocked to the forum to post. Players from Dragon Country generally believed that Eternal Night must have encountered some trouble and that the mission was stuck. However, players from other countries had a surprisingly unified view, with players from Korea, Japan, and others flooding the comments under Dragon Country's posts. Eternal Night must be dead. This mission can't possibly be completed by a single player. Your legend has come to an end. This is the outcome of individual heroism. What a grandiose downfall. In no time, various insults filled the forum. Players from Dragon Country overwhelmingly supported Eternal Night, and when it came to trash talking, players from other countries were simply not on the same level. It could even be compared to fireflies competing with the sun and moon. A bunch of clowns dare to speak ill of our Great Eternal Night. Do you guys have enough kimchi to eat? Koreans, stop whining here and wait to be slapped in the face. If you have the ability, try completing 30% yourself. A bunch of trash. Looking for a sense of existence. The verbal sparring on the forum intensified, with many Korean and Japanese players turning red from the insults. One Korean player, in a fit of anger, commented, "If Eternal Night isn't dead, I'll eat 3 pounds of dung." A player from Dragon Country replied, "Go to hell, you won't even get to eat it warm." A Japanese player added, "I'll raise the stakes, if Eternal Night isn't dead, I'll split 3 pounds with the guy above." All night long, players from Dragon Country engaged in fierce debates, leaving players from other countries utterly humiliated, with even some Japanese players starting to wager their mothers. "How old is your mom? I'd be disgusted even if you gave her to me." "I'm not disgusted, I have a website with all kinds of Japanese resources, do you want it?" Please send the link, +1+2. I have resources from Korea. To the two fathers above, I humbly request. When the two resource tycoons, known as the Sleeping Dragon and Phoenix Chick, spoke up, the atmosphere of the Third World Forum changed dramatically. Players from other countries, unable to bear the humiliation, withdrew from the forum, too afraid to comment. By the next day, players from various countries re-entered the Third World to grind monsters and level up. However, everyone tacitly waited for the system announcement. According to Eternal Night's previous progress, there shouldn't have been no news. But to everyone's surprise, even by the next evening, there was still no system announcement. There's an old saying in Dragon Country, facts speak louder than words. A Japanese player came in forcefully, citing a classic saying from Dragon Country to seek attention. "It's been so long, and the system hasn't made a sound. What else do you have to say? Eternal Night is dead, that's a fact." Although the players from Dragon Country were somewhat wavering, they still showed no mercy in their verbal attacks against these rabble. "Do you think system announcements are cabbages that you can have whenever you want? It's been so long, and we haven't seen anyone from your island nation trigger a system announcement. We in Dragon Country have an old saying, how can a sparrow know the ambitions of a swan? The great boss of Eternal Night must be brewing something big." Exactly, a bunch of barbarian small countries dare to speak recklessly about our celestial empire. Just as the players from Dragon Country were fiercely criticizing and attacking on the Third World Forum, in the fallen area of Jiangnan City, Zhang Chen looked somewhat fatigued. Yes, for a full 2 days, Zhang Chen had been standing in the air on the battlefield continuously summoning skeletons to maintain the number of his skeleton army while releasing dragon breath to sustain the sea of fire. He was indeed quite tired. Level 48. Zhang Chen looked down at the beast tide, his expression quite strange. "Tomorrow I should be able to reach level 50. The highest level player in the novice village was only level 10, and he was about to hit level 50. This huge gap was simply absurd to the extreme. Until the third day, a glimmer of light appeared in Zhang Chen's tired eyes, and the once dense blood mist gradually faded. The most important point was that the beast tide below finally showed signs of decline, starting to lose its momentum. Zhang Chen couldn't help but let out a long sigh. After 3 whole days, it was finally coming to an end. Zhang Chen, braving the blood mist, commanded the skeleton army to counterattack while flying above the beast tide to release dragon breath. Moments later, ding, congratulations to the survivor Eternal Night from Dragon Country for reaching level 50. 7th stage task, defend the city for 3 days against the mutated beast army's attack. Completed, task completion rate 20%. In the novice village, it's already the 3rd day, and the boss still hasn't made a sound, a player said anxiously. "It's not that so." Many people were genuinely worried about Eternal Night, but if this continued, the Dragon Country players would lose their edge in the forum battles. Some players from other countries had even posted in advance on the Third World Forum, celebrating their side's victory. Could it be that something really happened to the boss? Hard to say, otherwise it wouldn't have been so long without any news. This turmoil among ordinary players from various countries naturally reached the upper echelons, but no official stepped in to stop it. They had long since drawn conclusions about Eternal Night's fate. "Damn," a player from Dragon Country said somewhat dejectedly, "I'm not going to the forum tonight." After 3 consecutive days, many players from Dragon Country were already losing their confidence. On the first day, everyone was angrily criticizing. In the forum, on the second day they were somewhat guilty but still held their ground. But on this third day, although disregarding the facts they could still win the verbal battles, the players from Dragon Country began to feel that perhaps Eternal Night really was in trouble. Just at this critical moment, a long-lost voice echoed throughout all novice villages once again, "Ding, congratulations to the survivor. Eternal Night from Dragon Country, legendary task to reclaim the fallen area, task progress completed 50%, hope other survivors from Blue Star will continue to work hard. Ding, congratulations to the survivor Eternal Night from Dragon Country, legendary task to reclaim the fallen area, task progress completed 50%, hope other survivors from Blue Star will continue to work hard." The continuous 6 system announcements left the novice village players of Blue Star stunned for a full 3 seconds. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? The players in the novice village of Dragon Country all exclaimed in unison, seemingly unable to express their current feelings with anything other than these 2 words. After 3 days of silence, Eternal Night had directly thrown out a bombshell, an announcement of 50% task completion. Before everyone had a chance to react, another system announcement rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the survivor of the Dragon Country, Eternal Night, for becoming the first survivor in Blue Star to reach level 50. Level 50. This is insane. Really insane. Is the system malfunctioning? A group of players was completely stunned. If they could accept a 50% completion rate for a task, this level was simply outrageous. The difficulty of leveling up in the third world was well known, and it had almost become a consensus among players. But now, Eternal Night had jumped straight to level 50. How could the others even play? Eternal Night is too abnormal. No matter how abnormal, he's still one of our Dragon Country players. Eternal Night is amazing. Players from the Dragon Country were all excited, not just because of Eternal Night's outrageous task completion and unbelievable level, but also because he had created such a stir, bringing glory to all Dragon Country players. Quick, go to the forum. That guy who eats 3 pounds of dung can't escape. Don't forget there's also a certain island nation watching. A bunch of idiots saying Eternal Night is dead. I'll make sure to roast them tonight. Some players who originally didn't plan to go to the forum were now all fired up, rolling up their sleeves to show off their skills. Unfortunately, whether it was the guy from the island nation or the other, they all acted like turtles hiding in their shells, and the forum was eerily quiet, with no one daring to speak up. This left the Dragon Country players, who were eager to storm their forum, feeling very dissatisfied, and after leaving hundreds of thousands of posts with kind greetings to their beloved friends and family, they left in high spirits. In the fallen area of Jiangnan City, Zhang Chen began to clear the battlefield again, but his bag was almost full, so he could only pick out the valuable materials. However, despite killing so many beast soldiers and these mutated beast soldiers, not a single piece of equipment dropped. Yet, he had a suspicion in his heart. I'm afraid that in the future, killing monsters won't directly drop equipment anymore, Zhang Chen murmured as he looked at the materials scattered on the ground. Once the main city was established, the materials dropped from killing beast soldiers should be handed over to the blacksmith shop and tailor shop to forge weapons and equipment. Not only weapons and equipment, but without establishing the main city, it would just be a wasteland, with no elixirs, supplies, or even NPCs. The importance of the main city was self-evident. No wonder the system announcement warned that if the mission to reclaim the fallen area failed, the main city could not be established, and the survival rate for players would be less than 0.00001%. Once Zhang Chen finished counting his spoils, he also received the 8th stage mission. 8th stage mission: enter the depths of the red mist area and kill heart-eating mirror spider, intermediate beast general. Completion 20%. Seeing the mission content, Zhang Chen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't a time-consuming task, it was fine. The 3-day city defense task from the 7th stage had exhausted him. It was just a single boss. After the curtain call, a single boss posed almost no threat to Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen summoned 10 waves of skeletons to clear the way ahead and headed straight for the red mist area outside the city. After the mutated beast soldiers retreated, the blood mist dissipated and the fog returned to normal. There were still quite a few beast soldiers within the mist, but facing these ordinary beast soldiers, Zhang Chen couldn't be bothered to unleash dragon breath. He directly commanded the skeleton army to crush through. The skeleton army, with Zhang Chen continuously replenishing their numbers from behind, was not afraid of losses at all. The only pity was that Zhang Chen had now reached level 50, and the experience gained from killing these ordinary beast soldiers was pitifully low. Zhang Chen didn't want to get entangled with them. He forged ahead, creating a bloody path straight into the depths of the red mist area. Before long, there was suddenly a commotion ahead of the skeleton army. Hiss! A massive creature emerged surrounded by a group of beast soldiers. Is this the heart-eating mirror spider? Zhang Chen was surprised as he soared into the air on his sword, observing the monster ahead. The heart-eating mirror spider was enormous, its body spanning several dozen meters, resembling a small hill. 8 sturdy long legs stood like steel pillars, supporting its massive frame, with sharp barbs covering the joints. Seeing the main event emerge, Zhang Chen was about to unleash his echo of the curtain but hesitated for a moment and cast a detection spell instead. Heart-eating mirror spider, intermediate beast general level, 55 health points, 10 million attack power, 1 skills, mirror heart, passive reflects 100% of true damage taken, details, a cute and harmless little spider. Damn! Zhang Chen couldn't help but curse upon seeing the heart-eating mirror spider's attributes. Reflecting 100% true damage nearly turned the tables on him. If the damage from echo of the curtain was reflected back as true damage, even 100 lives wouldn't be enough for Zhang Chen. After clearing the ordinary beast soldiers around the heart-eating mirror spider, Zhang Chen quickly commanded his skeleton army to retreat. The damage from the 999 skeletons came from Zhang Chen's skill characteristics, which would naturally rebound directly onto him. This boss could only be dealt with by his own hands. Zhang Chen unleashed dragon breath at the heart-eating mirror spider, which remained motionless, allowing Zhang Chen to attack. Perhaps it was used to this. With its extremely high health bar and 100% true damage reflection, it showed no fear of attacks from the same tier beast generals, simply waiting to rebound and kill its opponent. However, this time it encountered Zhang Chen, minus 999,999 minus 999,999. The heart-eating mirror spider could reflect 100% of the damage, but Zhang Chen had healing skills, and the healing value equaled the damage value. When two stubborn players met, it was a matter of who was more unreasonable. Clearly, Zhang Chen, with his healing skills, had the upper hand. But this turned into a tug-of-war, with Zhang Chen gritting his teeth and grinding it down bit by bit. After several hours of torment, with a loud boom, the heart-eating mirror spider's health bar was completely emptied. Stage 8 task: enter the depths of the red mist zone, kill the heart-eating mirror spider, intermediate beast general, completed. Task completion 20%. 70% now. A glimmer of joy flashed in Zhang Chen's eyes. After killing this intermediate beast general, the task would finally come to an end. Could the last one be a high-level beast general? Zhang Chen scanned his surroundings, waiting for the next stage task to appear. Stage 9 task: subdue Grado Junior Lord, build the Jiangnan main city, pending completion. Task completion 30%. Ding, congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom survivor Eternal Knight, legendary task to reclaim the Fallen Zone, task progress completed 70%. Hope other survivors in Blue Star continue to strive. The system announcement arrived late, but Zhang Chen didn't pay it any mind, as he had grown accustomed to it. His attention was entirely on the final task. Subduing the Junior Lord Grado? Was the task location still in the city? Zhang Chen was momentarily taken aback by the final stage task. So, there has been a boss beyond the beast general level hidden in the Jiangnan city all along. Zhang Chen frowned. He had been wandering around the city for so long without discovering it, and this junior lord had never shown itself. Although he found it a bit strange, Zhang Chen still headed towards the city. Along the way, he summoned batch after batch of skeletons. Better safe than sorry. Facing a lord-level beast for the first time, it was wise to be cautious. After all, it didn't matter how many of these skeletons died. Zhang Chen led his skeleton army towards the city, and the novice village inevitably erupted again. Completion 70%. This maddening system announcement sent all the players in the Dragon Kingdom's novice village into a frenzy. Are we still farming? Eternal Knight is about to complete the task alone. If we keep farming, we won't even get a sip of soup. Which main city did Eternal Knight go to? We're setting off now. Which main city did Yang Ye reclaim? The boss completed the task himself. What about our mission? Now the ordinary players of Manhwa couldn't sit still any longer. No one believed that Yang Ye couldn't complete a legendary task. One by one, they were eager to enter the main city. A large number of players began to worry if Yang Ye completed the task of establishing the main city himself, what would happen to their missions? This sentiment grew stronger, and many players who had long reached level 10 were completely restless. They originally belonged to the top tier of levels, but now top tier, Yang Ye 50 level second tier, other players 10 level in just a few days. Even those with hidden professions had become second tier, and such a huge gap was unbearable for them. Besides, the players from Manhwa, ordinary players from other countries like Bangzi, Island Country, and America were also restless, and even their upper echelons were somewhat uneasy. We need to reassess the possibility of Yang Ye completing the task. Sir, according to our calculations, he cannot complete this task. But if he really takes a main city first, we will be in trouble. Sir, this is the consensus among the high-ranking officials of various countries. Even Manhwa feels the same. They haven't taken any action so far. That's right, if the high-ranking officials of Manhwa truly believe Yang Ye can complete it, they wouldn't be waiting to send support. But what if this is just a tactic by the high-ranking officials of Manhwa to lull us into complacency? Sir, after our careful and thorough calculations and verifications, a final task completion rate of 30% absolutely cannot be achieved by a player alone. Compared to the already chaotic novice village, Zhang Chen was cautiously returning to the main city. Zhang Chen stood on his sword, gazing from the sky outside the city, while a tide of skeleton soldiers surged into the city from all directions. Zhang Chen frowned. Not here? He had the skeleton army search repeatedly for half a day but found not even a shadow of the low-level Lord Grado. Do I have to enter the city? Zhang Chen squinted at the eerily calm city. Since the task was to return to the city and subdue the low-level Lord Grado, it should require him to enter the city limits. Zhang Chen felt he was being overly cautious and flew into the city on his sword. Ding, entering the final stage of the task. Ding, triggering the low-level Lord Grado. Territory barrier. Trapped? Zhang Chen's nerves tightened. As the system prompt fell, the entire Jiangnan city area was surrounded by a massive translucent protective shield. Zhang Chen slashed at the barrier with a sword energy, minus 999 low-level territory barrier health points, 1 billion defense, 2000 details, low-level Lord Grado's territory barrier. Damage cannot be inflicted on Grado within the territory until the barrier is breached. 1 billion. Zhang Chen stared in shock at the territory barrier, and before he could react, boom! With a loud sound, the ground in the center of the city cracked and heaved, and a gigantic beast over 100 meters in size burst forth from the earth, toppling the unprepared skeletons. Zhang Chen's pupils suddenly constricted. The beast's body was covered in reddish-brown patterns, resembling a massive lizard forged from steel. Grade O, low-level Lord level, 60 health points, 20 million attack power, 20,000 skills, 1, spatial leap, 2, tear, 3 E barrier, 4, near-death resurrection details, a beast. Race with decent talent in turbulent space, 20,000 attack power. Zhang Chen's expression grew serious as he looked at this low-level lord. Its attack power was absurdly high. Moreover, within the territory, without breaking the barrier, it was impossible to inflict damage on it. This mechanism should be ineffective against me, Zhang Chen thought, his expression easing slightly as he immediately commanded the skeletons to attack. The skeleton army appeared like ants before the primary lord, Glado. However, -999 -999. Seeing the damage overflow, Zhang Chen let out a sigh of relief. The copied skill dealt random damage of 1 to 999, ignoring the barrier mechanism. Crash, the moment Glado was attacked, a hint of surprise flashed in its eyes and it was momentarily stunned, but then it began to retaliate furiously. Glado's massive claws slammed down, scattering a large number of skeletons across the ground. -29,032 -30,032. The skeleton army and the primary Lord Glado engaged in a fierce battle, while Zhang Chen stealthily hid in an inconspicuous spot behind the army, continuously summoning more skeletons. Spatial leap, Zhang Chen cautiously observed the skill Glado and did not unleash Dragon Breath to join the assault. Although the wide-range Dragon Breath could trigger passives, Zhang Chen suspected that this creature might directly appear in front of him. His current health could not withstand a single claw from Glado. As the saying goes, many ants can kill an elephant. Glado's health was gradually worn down by the skeleton army. Almost there, Zhang Chen noted as the boss's health dropped to 1/3 and he stopped summoning skeletons. Zhang Chen flew above the primary Lord Glado on his sword, and without a word, he activated the echo of the finale, raising his hand to unleash a sword chi. Villains die from talking too much. One should never chatter before taking action. Boom! A loud sound erupted as the sword chi pierced through Glado, instantly emptying its remaining health bar. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the primary Lord Glado. Ding! The primary Lord Glado has triggered near-death resurrection. Ding! After resurrection, the primary Lord Glado will submit to eternal night, maintaining the territory barrier to prevent invasion by other beasts. Ding! Congratulations, the legendary quest Reclaim the Fallen Zone has reached 100% completion. Ding! Congratulations to Eternal Night for completing the legendary quest alone. The Jiangnan territory now belongs to Eternal Night. Ding! Congratulations to the territory Lord Eternal Night for leveling up to level 60. Players in the Dragon Kingdom's novice village could hardly contain themselves, still clamoring to leave the novice village. With 70% of the quest completed, everyone was restless. But before they could act, a series of system announcements thundered like lightning. Ding! Congratulations to Eternal Knight of the Dragon Kingdom for completing the legendary quest Reclaim the Fallen Zone with a task progress of 100%. We hope other survivors of Blue Star will continue to strive. Ding! Congratulations to Eternal Knight of the Dragon Kingdom for completing the legendary quest alone, gaining ownership of Jiangnan District, becoming the first territory lord of Blue Star. Ding! Congratulations to the territory lord Eternal Knight for leveling up to level 60. Ding! The legendary quest Reclaim the Fallen Zone concerns territory ownership. We hope other survivors of Blue Star will continue to strive. Ding! Blue Star territories are now open. All areas showing signs of being fallen belong to unclaimed territories. We hope Blue Star survivors will reclaim them as soon as possible. The system announcements seemed to go wild, as if they had no intention of stopping from the very beginning. The players' reactions formed a stark contrast, the excited players of the Dragon Kingdom and the stagnant high-level officials of various countries. This truly echoed the saying that there will always be those who doubt you, yet you managed to prove them wrong. In Novice Village 9167, we really did it. Langlai felt a wave of shock as he heard the system announcement. Although he had always believed that Eternal Night could accomplish this, when the moment truly arrived, it still left him somewhat dazed. It took hundreds of thousands of newcomers a month to prepare for a task, yet completed it all by himself. Boss said strangely, isn't playing on a private server from the third world, was taken aback by this, and continued, did you not notice the system announcement? Is already level 60, showed a wry smile. What does that matter? If you conquer a territory yourself, reaching that level isn't surprising. That's true. Nodded helplessly. Conquering a territory alone? He didn't have that kind of strength. In a certain country, inside an underground villa, a loud crack echoed as a wineglass shattered on the floor. Fools, a bunch of fools. Is this what you call careful and meticulous repeated calculations? You all said couldn't complete the task, so how do you explain this now? Your Excellency, we must have been deceived by advance, we must advance. Has already seized a main city ahead of everyone else, we must immediately take the fallen zone. Zhang Chen never expected that because he conquered a territory, the high-ranking officials of various countries would unanimously advance their entry into the fallen zone. However, Even if Zhang Chen knew, he wouldn't care. What mattered most to him now was his task reward. Ding, Territory Lord personal reputation plus 100,000. Ding, congratulations to Territory Lord for obtaining a basic territory bonus. The Territory Lord enjoys territory attribute bonuses. Health/mana plus 4 million. For dimensions plus 5,000. The Territory Lord possesses all rights over military, administrative, and economic matters of the territory. Ding, basic territory can build 2 teleportation arrays for directional teleportation. Ding, Jiangnan territory urban construction is in progress. Progress 1%. Zhang Chen was genuinely shocked by the system notifications in his ears. Jiangnan had become his territory. Even the system announcement in the Third World changed its address for him from Survivor to Territory Lord. Due to completing this legendary task, his level skyrocketed to 60, a full 10 levels up, while other players were only at level 10. The most crucial point was that the Territory Lord enjoyed territory attribute bonuses, health/mana plus 4 million, 4 dimensions plus 5,000, which was simply outrageous. Zhang Chen was stunned for a while before regaining his senses and quickly looked at his current attributes: player, class, clown rank, basic Territory Lord level, 60. Experience 0/600W, health/mana 405W/405W, 4 dimensions 0.51W divided by 0.51W divided by 0.51W divided by 0.51W, dual attack 1.5W/1.5W, dual defense 1W/1W, universal skill detection can detect information about monsters no higher than 10 levels above oneself. Exclusive skill, stage comedy. The clown can imitate and replicate any target's active skills. Imitated skills can deal 1 to 999 random damage to the target. Limit 4. Exclusive skill, card juggling, randomly draw 1 card from hearts, spades, diamonds, and clubs with different effects attached to attacks within 10 seconds. Hearts, taunt, spades, blind, diamonds, interrupt, clubs, slow, skill CD, 60's exclusive skill. Improvisational comedy, recovery buff skill, healing amount equals skill damage value, lasts 10 seconds, cooldown 60 seconds. Exclusive skill, clown stage, within the performance stage of the clown, 1000 x 1000 damage received by the clown is randomly reduced by 10% to 90%. Another exclusive skill. Zhang Chen looked at the skill clown stage, where within the stage range, the damage he received would randomly decrease by 10% to 90%. Seeing the details of this skill, Zhang Chen couldn't contain his ecstatic joy. Although there is a 1000 area restriction, this range is already quite large. Moreover, while the damage reduction is said to be between 10 to 90%, Zhang Chen knows that in the performance state it must be a 90% reduction. This means that if the enemy could originally deal 10,000 points of damage to him, after the reduction, Zhang Chen would only lose 1,000 health points. Zhang Chen looked at his 4 million plus health points. From now on, it would be hard to even think about dying. What? How can the others even play? Zhang Chen felt a bit guilty himself. The gap is too large. In the Third World, it seems there is no such thing as balance. As long as you take the lead, you can maintain that lead, and the advantage will only grow. The only pity is that his territory's urban area is still under construction and recovery. Zhang Chen was excited for a while, then suddenly remembered that he seemed to have another gain. Zhang Chen turned to look into the distance. The junior Lord Glado was lying obediently on the ground. This Lord-level beast had now become the guardian beast of Zhang Chen's territory. Zhang Chen immediately walked towards the guardian beast. This big guy had quite an outrageous attribute, but Eternal Night had its eye on its skill, space jump. Zhang Chen speculated in his heart that with so many beasts in the Fallen Zone, they were likely being continuously transported to Blue Star using Glado's space jump. If that's the case, could he also replicate this skill for spatial transportation? Zhang Chen approached the massive body of the junior Lord Glado. Come on, release a space jump and let me see. Zhang Chen was just trying it out, not holding out much hope, but Glado actually understood, and a spatial vortex slowly appeared in front of it. In the blink of an eye, Glado vanished right before Zhang Chen's eyes. Zhang Chen's pupils constricted, and he suddenly turned around. Glado was lying right behind him. What? You understand human speech? After saying this, Zhang Chen, not caring about his surprise, quickly used the stage comedy to imitate and replicate the skill on Glado. Ding, imitation and replication of space jump skill successful, has replaced sword control technique. It worked. Zhang Chen was overjoyed and quickly looked at his skills. Space Jump, Junior can perform spatial shuttling in the Fallen Zone of Blue Star, skill cooldown 7 days. Zhang Chen showed a hint of regret upon seeing the skill details. The spatial shuttling is limited to the Fallen Zone of Blue Star, which is a bit of a drawback. Fortunately, it doesn't have too much impact, as Zhang Chen currently has no thoughts of going outside Blue Star. Not thinking about outside Blue Star for now, Zhang Chen murmured, other Fallen Zones, can I continue to conquer them? Since the system announcement stated that the surface Fallen Zones are unowned territories, in other words, whoever conquers them owns them. By using Space Jump, he could directly appear in other Fallen Zones. This was feasible. Now that Zhang Chen had just taken over a Jiangnan territory and become Its lord. He had already gained so many attributes. What if he continued to conquer other fallen zones? Don't forget, besides the attributes, the ownership of those territories would also be in Zhang Chen's hands. The only pity is that his territory's urban area is still under construction. Zhang Chen is still unclear about what the system refers to regarding the ownership of military, administrative, economic, etc., but he could roughly guess some things. For example, in terms of the economy, he should be able to set a certain percentage for all transactions within his territory, even taxing everyone. There are also profits from shops, residential, rentals, and sales. If possible, every time he uses the main city teleportation array, Zhang Chen could set a usage fee. It is not an exaggeration to say that once the territory is established, other players entering the main city will provide the territory lord with a continuous stream of income. Becoming a territory lord brings endless benefits. As soon as these thoughts emerged, Yang Ye felt an impulse to act immediately. However, it was just an impulse. Zhang Chen was clear that before doing anything, he still had some matters to confirm, lest he end up working hard to capture the fallen district only to hand it over to someone else. After all, there was still some time before the various countries planned to reclaim the fallen district, so there was no rush. With this in mind, Zhang Chen looked at Gelato, the guardian beast's massive body posed a problem for where to place it. But Gelato seemed to sense Zhang Chen's thoughts and directly broke through the ground to return underground. Although Zhang Chen was surprised by this scene, he felt even more satisfied. With Gelato, the Jiangnan urban area was still under restoration, and judging by the repair progress, it would take some time. Fortunately, the urban area was shrouded in a barrier, preventing the beast soldiers outside from entering, and with Gelato as the lord, those beast soldiers dared not attack the city. To complete this task, Zhang Chen had spent several consecutive days in the third world. Now that the task was complete, he only needed to wait for the main city to fully recover, so he directly exited the third world. In the E district of the Dragon Kingdom's underground city, Zhang Chen emerged from the holographic chamber. Stretched a bit, after lying in the holographic chamber for a long time, he still felt somewhat unaccustomed. The time in the underground city was just right for the evening. After exercising for a while, he checked the Third World Forum. Almost all the posts on the Third World Forum were about him, both good and bad, with various opinions flying around. The first person of the Third World, Yang Ye's speculations on Yang Ye's solo completion of the legendary task reward. The Third World has become Yang Ye's personal server in the Dragon Kingdom. Seriously suspecting Yang Ye of cheating the island nation strongly demands that the Dragon Kingdom disclose Yang Ye's personal information and accept international supervision. However, Zhang Chen soon showed a hint of surprise. The countries have moved the timeline up. Zhang Chen frowned slightly as he looked at this forum post. He then realized that because he had taken the Jiangnan Fallen District, the countries had moved the timeline up to just 3 days later. This meant that his plans to capture other fallen districts were likely to fall through. If other players appeared while he was capturing the fallen district, the system probably wouldn't recognize it as him completing it alone. In that case, even if he took the fallen district, the territory would likely not be rewarded to him personally, but rather belong to an entire faction. Plans really can't keep up with changes, Zhang Chen murmured to himself. Even with his greatly enhanced strength, it was impossible to capture the fallen district in 3 days. After all, just a single city defense task required 3 days. While Zhang Chen was browsing this information, in the Dragon Kingdom's novice village in the Third World, Zhao Yan looked at Lu Ruyan in surprise. Ruyan, do you think Yang Ye is Zhang Chen? I'm just guessing, Lu Ruyan nodded in response. Yang Ye is a username Zhang Chen often uses. And Yang Ye is also in Jiangnan City. Zhao Yan thought for a moment and shook his head. If that's all there is, it might not be conclusive. I have a way. Lu Ruyan looked directly at Zhao Yan. Yang Ye took nearly 7 days to complete the Fallen District task. What's wrong with that? Zhao Yan was taken aback. Lu Ruyan spoke calmly. Use your connections to check if Zhang Chen has changed districts. If Zhang Chen is still in the back 3 districts, Lu Ruyan said confidently, he couldn't possibly stay in the Third World for 7 consecutive days. Then Yang Ye cannot be Zhang Chen. But if Zhang Chen has left the back 3 districts, then Yang Ye must be Zhang Chen. Lu Ruyan believed her method was flawless, but Zhao Yan directly shook his head. Lu Ruyan was puzzled. Is there a problem? Zhao Yan replied calmly, there's no way to check if Zhang Chen has changed districts in the underground city. Why? Lu Ruyan looked surprised and hurriedly said, don't be fooled by how powerful Yang Ye is in the Third World. As long as we can control him in the underground city, won't we have him at our mercy? Zhao Yan shook his head and replied, don't think about it, this path won't work. We can only find a way in the Third World. Lu Ruyan was taken aback by his words. Although she found it hard to understand, she knew there were some things she couldn't ask too much about, so she could only nod. On the other side, Zhang Chen watched the Third World Forum for a while longer, then quickly washed up and went to bed. The next morning, in the room of the underground city E district, Zhang Chen was still in bed, not fully awake, when a voice rang in his ears. Ding! The construction of the territorial urban area under your jurisdiction is resuming. Progress 10%. Ha! Zhang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. Did I just hear things? Was that voice just now a system prompt? Zhang Chen got out of bed, a hint of shock in his eyes. He was in his room in the underground city E-district and had not entered the third world. Why did he still hear the system prompt? Jiangnan Territorial Urban Area Construction. Resuming, progress 10%. Zhang Chen was sure he hadn't misheard. After a moment, necromancy? Dragon breath? Sword chi? Am I just overthinking? Zhang Chen furrowed his brows. He tried to release several skills in succession, but there was no response at all. Maybe it really was just a hallucination. As soon as he finished this thought, he suddenly remembered something and directly entered the holographic chamber. In the third world, Jiangnan urban area, the territory still showed that it was under recovery. It really is 10%. A hint of shock flashed in Zhang Chen's eyes. The urban recovery progress was exactly the same as what he heard in the underground city. What exactly went wrong? Zhang Chen couldn't figure it out for a moment. Just now, he had tried to use skills in the underground city, but there was no effect at all. But how did the system prompt from the third world reach the underground city? I can only note it down for now. After thinking for a long time without results, Zhang Chen had to give up for the moment. But just as he had this thought, he suddenly remembered something. Spatial jump, Zhang Chen's voice fell, and he disappeared directly from the urban area. Longhua, underground city, E-district I. This. Zhang Chen looked at the familiar room, completely shocked. He had returned to the underground city. Moreover, this time, Zhang Chen's equipment, attributes, and everything were still intact. Zhang Chen had brought everything that belonged to the third world back to reality. Zhang Chen instinctively looked at the holographic chamber, a wild thought flashing through his mind. Is the holographic chamber a consciousness linking device? Or does it directly transport people to the third world? It's probably the latter. Zhang Chen's heart surged with waves of shock. If that's the case, then the novice village should be the safe zone established in the third world, and leaving the novice village is equivalent to transporting players to the surface of Blue Star. Therefore, once you leave the novice village, death no longer results in resurrection because of this. After figuring all this out, Zhang Chen's expression became exceptionally rich. Everyone thought the third world was a 100% realistic game, but the truth is that it directly transports people there. What everyone is playing is real. But Zhang Chen showed a look of confusion. There was still one thing that didn't make sense. If the holographic chamber merely transported people to the third world, how could he explain his current situation? He had brought back all the third world equipment and attributes to reality. After a moment, a crazy idea emerged from the depths of Zhang Chen's heart: the underground city. Could it also be a part of the third world? In the Longhua underground city S district, in a uniquely designed garden, several people were gathered around a pavilion. At that moment, a middle-aged man in military uniform walked in. I just received news that someone did not return to the underground city through the teleportation device from the third world. As his words fell, a few people fell into a brief silence. After a moment, one of them slowly spoke up. Is it Eternal Night? It should be him. Only by taking down the fallen area and activating the main city teleportation can this be achieved. Beside him, another person smiled wryly. I didn't expect it to happen so soon. Should we contact Eternal Night in advance? The middle-aged man said uneasily. If he's causing chaos in the underground city, there's no one to stop him now. No need. An elder among them waved his hand. The greatest threat to Blue Star right now is the alien beasts, not our own people. Are we still not intervening? The middle-aged man hesitated. The upper echelons of the Dragon Kingdom had long since issued a death order regarding Dragon Kingdom players in the third world. No intervention, no investigation, no involvement. To put it bluntly, the Dragon Kingdom's strategy, if put nicely, is to let things take their course. If put harshly, it's simply neglect. What we need are strong individuals, strong enough to lead humanity on Blue Star to survive, the elder said solemnly. Such people cannot be cultivated, they must forge their own paths. Just as the elder finished speaking, a voice suddenly echoed in the garden. Ding, the mission in the Hiroshima fallen area of Sakura Island has failed, resulting in the death of 1,000 survivors. Ding, the mission in the Hiroshima fallen area of Sakura Island has failed, resulting in the death of 1,000 survivors. Ha! The middle-aged man was taken aback. Did the Sakura Island operation happen earlier than expected? Heh, the elder said dismissively. They have always liked to launch surprise attacks, but this time it should just be a probe. The middle-aged man frowned. But this means that everyone is being told in advance that the fallen area mission will indeed result in deaths. It's impossible to keep it hidden forever. This day will come sooner or later. There's one more thing, the middle-aged man continued. Countries have contacted us again, wanting to know the strength of the alien beasts in the fallen area and a rough overview of each stage of the mission. Dream on. The elder sneered. Tell them we can't contact Eternal Night, and the Dragon Kingdom is equally unaware of the situation in the fallen area. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man couldn't help but show a strange expression. They weren't unable to contact him, they simply had no contact at all. In the novice village of the third world, due to the recent system announcement, a brief silence fell. What the hell? Sakura Island mission failed, resulting in the death of 1,000 survivors. What does this mean? Did people really die? Damn, I remember a post saying that death in the novice village means no resurrection. This can't be true. right? Because of this announcement, the novice village players were thrown into chaos with no thoughts of leveling up or fighting monsters. A large number of players directly exited the third world and rushed to the forum to post, demanding the government explain the situation. Sakura Island? Zhang Chen also heard the system prompt about the failure of the Sakura Island mission. He was still in his room and had not entered the third world. At this moment, Zhang Chen also noticed the posts on the forum that were rapidly increasing. It seems that besides me, others in the underground city are currently not receiving system prompts. Zhang Chen looked at the numerous posts refreshing wildly and was curious about how the various governments would explain it. Compared to the panic of other players, Zhang Chen appeared much calmer, as he already knew that death in the fallen area meant no resurrection. Moreover, with Zhang Chen's current strength, he was not in any life-threatening danger. Am I considered invincible now? Zhang Chen couldn't help but entertain this thought. No matter whether the underground city belongs to the third world, it is a fact that the third world has begun to influence reality. Or rather, the third world has never been just a game. The power of players in the third world is directly linked to reality. Zhang Chen is far ahead in levels in the third world, and naturally, the same applies to the real world. Just as Zhang Chen was lost in thought, the system announcement suddenly rang out repeatedly. Ding, the Sakura Islands Okayama Fallen Zone mission failed. 5,000 survivors dead. Ding, the Sakura Islands Okamoto Fallen Zone mission failed. 10,000 survivors dead. Ding, congratulations to Sakura Island, legendary mission to reclaim the Jiuquan Fallen Zone, mission progress completed 5%. Hope other Blue Star survivors will continue to work hard. Ding, congratulations to Sakura Island, legendary mission to reclaim the Kawasaki Fallen Zone, mission progress completed 5%. Hope other Blue Star survivors will continue to work hard. Ding, congratulations to Sakura Island, legendary mission to reclaim the Nagoya Fallen Zone, mission progress completed 5%. Hope other Blue Star survivors will continue to work hard. Zhang Chen's expression tightened. Is Sakura Island experimenting with lives to see how many people are needed to reclaim the fallen zones? I have to say, this is indeed a method. Sacrificing a small number of people to pave the way increases the probability of success, which can indeed reduce subsequent casualties. However, reclaiming the fallen zones, the last few stages of the mission, are the most troublesome. I can't waste time either. Zhang Chen knew that with Sakura Island taking the lead, other countries would probably not sit idle. Once other countries gradually complete their missions, many players will close the gap with Zhang Chen. The key issue now is that the biggest crisis is not these, but the strange beasts on the surface. Who knows if more powerful strange beasts will appear after various countries take the fallen zones? According to the information Zhang Chen has, the beast soldiers in the fallen zones are just the most ordinary strange beasts. Besides the urban areas, the entire surface is now covered by red mist, and the beast generals found within the mist zone are far stronger than the beast soldiers. Therefore, the most important thing right now is to increase strength. Only in this way can one cope with the changes ahead. However, there is one thing Zhang Chen has always found puzzling: why has no one contacted him until now? He had completed the Fallen Zone mission first, and normally, countries should have sought him for information. But so far, there has been no movement in this regard. Not even anyone from the Dragon Country has reached out to him. Just as Zhang Chen was pondering this, a system prompt sounded. Ding, trigger the Territory Lord exclusive mission, assist Blue Star players in reclaiming the Fallen Zone. Completing the mission can upgrade territory level. Zhang Chen was taken aback. Territory Lord exclusive mission? Upgrade territory level? My territory is a primary territory. If I upgrade the level, Zhang Chen murmured, then the attributes granted by the territory should also improve. But, Zhang Chen muttered to himself, right now, only Sakura Island has taken the lead in this mission. I should wait and see. The temptation to upgrade the territory level is great, but to help Sakura Island? The Dragon Country's mission hasn't started yet. I should focus on improving myself first. Zhang Chen thought no more and immediately used Spatial Leap to leave the underground city and return to the surface. After all, he has Spatial Leap. As long as the Dragon Country starts to reclaim the fallen zones, he can rush over at any time. On the surface, in Jiangnan urban area, Zhang Chen headed straight towards the mist zone outside the city. Currently, there are no strange beasts in Jiangnan urban area, and if he wants to continue leveling up, he can only go to the mist zone. The mist zone is still teeming with strange beasts, but now these strange beasts are somewhat lacking in comparison. Zhang Chen summoned his skeleton army and began to push through the mist zone, heading deeper into the mist zone. Ding, killed level 20 Beast Soldier Flame Roar, experience plus 80. Ding, killed level 25 Beast Soldier Lizard, experience plus 90. Zhang Chen is now level 60, and he needs 6 million experience points to level up. Most ordinary beast soldiers are around level 20 or 30, so the experience gained from killing them has become very low. The skeleton army, combined with the dragon breath skill creating a sea of fire, saw Zhang Chen advancing into the depths of the misty area with overwhelming force. As Zhang Chen delved deeper, the levels of the surrounding beast soldiers began to rise, and many he had never seen before appeared. However, with the increase in beast soldier levels, the experience points Zhang Chen gained also increased. Meanwhile, on the surface of the Dragon Kingdom, in the Sujohangzhou Fallen area, beams of white light flickered as tens of thousands of Dragon Kingdom players surged into the entire Sujohangzhou urban area, spreading across various locations. Attention, a player said in a low voice. The beast soldiers have high attributes, form ranks. Almost instantly, the Dragon Kingdom players in various regions of Sujohangzhou seem to have practiced countless times, quickly organizing into numerous small teams. Clearly, unlike the Cherry Blossom Island, the first to enter the fallen area from the Dragon Kingdom were not ordinary players. Frontline tanks positioned themselves, various buff skills were activated, and ranged damage skills rained down like a storm on the beast soldiers ahead. Without dividing into regions, this group of players from the Dragon Kingdom launched their attacks simultaneously across the entire Sujohangzhou urban area. The beast soldiers, caught off guard, were bombarded by a multitude of skills, becoming disoriented as their health bars plummeted. On the other side, Zhang Chen was in high spirits. As he killed in the misty area, a furious roar echoed from afar, and a massive creature appeared in Zhang Chen's sight. Finally, a big guy has shown up. Zhang Chen threw a detection skill at the strange beast. Rock-armored giant rhinoceros, intermediate beast general level, 55 health points, 8 million attack power, 4,250 skills, 1, trample 2. Splash details, ruler of the misty area, astonishing defense, a gregarious beast. Upon seeing the rock-armored giant rhinoceros, Zhang Chen's first thought was, attributes are average. With the territory attribute bonus, he could already match the beast general evenly. Even in a 1v1 duel, Zhang Chen was absolutely not afraid. But, if he could gang up, who would choose to duel? The skeleton army immediately surrounded it. Boom! Before the skeleton army could get close, the rock-armored giant rhinoceros activated its trample skill first, causing the ground to tremble violently, and a large number of skeletons fell in disarray. Minus 13,454, minus 15,251, minus 15,032. A mass of skeletons was instantly wiped out, leaving a large open space in front of the rock-armored giant rhinoceros. Such a wide range. Zhang Chen was somewhat surprised, not expecting the rock-armored giant rhinoceros to be so troublesome. However, the trample skill clearly had a long cooldown, and the skeletons quickly closed in, their bone blades slashing towards the rock-armored giant rhinoceros. Zhang Chen was also busy, continuously casting the Dragon Breath skill, creating a sea of fire. Minus 999, minus 999. The rock-armored giant rhinoceros struggled desperately in the sea of fire, its health bar rapidly declining. Death was only a matter of time. Just then, the system announcement suddenly rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom. Legendary task to reclaim the Sujohangzhou fallen area. Task progress completed 30%. Hope other survivors of Blue Star will continue to work hard. Ding! Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom. Legendary task to reclaim the Sujohangzhou fallen area. Task progress completed 30%. Hope other survivors of Blue Star will continue to work hard. In the third world, due to the death announcement of players from Cherry Blossom Island, ordinary players dared not leave the novice village. Players from various countries were demanding the government to provide an explanation, and many were prepared to stay in the novice village, including players from the Dragon Kingdom. But this announcement left the novice village players from the Dragon Kingdom bewildered. Has Sujohangzhou begun? I am from Suwon. So am I. Why wasn't I notified? What's going on? Who went? I didn't go either. The Suwon Fallen Zone has dropped directly to 30%. Who is attacking? Directly 30%? In the depths of the Misty Zone, Zhang Chen showed a look of surprise upon hearing the system announcement. It seemed that the tasks in each Fallen Zone were different. Zhang Chen glanced at the critically injured rock-armored giant rhinoceros and vanished from the spot. Outside the Suwon city, red mist rolled in towards the city. A relatively small player looked at the blood-red mist and quietly said to a burly man beside him, "Boss, are we the only 20,000 defending the city?" "Stop talking nonsense," the burly man said solemnly. "If we don't go, who will?" 20,000 players from the Dragon Kingdom formed a battle formation, using the city buildings, all of them ready to face death as they watched the blood mist rolling in the distance. Boom! The ground began to tremble, and countless mutated beast soldiers emerged from within the blood mist. Even these well-trained players felt their nerves tighten. The burly man suddenly shouted, "Brothers, the time to test us has come." However, before he could finish his sentence, the small player beside him suddenly pointed towards outside the city. Boss, up ahead, there's someone." Countless gazes turned towards the sound. They saw a figure standing alone before the endless tide of beasts, cloaked in a black cape and wearing a dark mask. What the hell? Zhang Chen had just teleported in and, upon seeing the situation before him, couldn't help but exclaim. The blood mist rolled, the ground shook. He was familiar with this scene. The beast soldiers were about to attack the city. With the Dragon Kingdom seizing the Suwon Fallen Zone, he naturally had to lend a hand, especially since he had a special task as the lord of a territory that could elevate his territory's level. However, Zhang Chen had originally planned to launch a sneak attack from outside the city, but unexpectedly found himself at the front line. The imposing tide of beasts was just within reach, and the trembling ground beneath his feet constantly reminded him that once the tide rolled over, although he wouldn't die with his current attributes, he would definitely be trampled. Zhang Chen was about to retreat to avoid the danger, but from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of countless shocked gazes from the Dragon Kingdom players behind him. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he had inadvertently run to the very front of the beast tide, standing alone with a posture as if to block 1,000 troops. At this moment, retreating? What about his face? Hesitating for less than a second, Zhang Chen decided not to retreat. With over 4 million health, thousands of defense, and a 90% damage reduction, why should he retreat against these low-level beast soldiers? Dragon Breath, Undead Summon. Zhang Chen alternated between these two skills. As soon as the skeleton army appeared, they charged forward. The sea of fire created by Dragon Breath had just begun to take shape when he summoned over 2,000 skeletons, and the mutated beast soldiers came crashing in. Boom, the two sides collided violently, and a large number of skeletons were instantly sent flying. Judging by size and impact, the skeletons were clearly no match for the beast soldiers. At this moment, Zhang Chen missed flying with a sword. If he had the sword technique skill, he could have soared into the sky to hide for a bit. Right now, once the show-off began, he could only grit his teeth and hold on. Fortunately, the sea of fire created by Dragon Breath still played a blocking role, and the 4 negative buffs took turns, significantly slowing down the charging speed of the beast tide. Zhang Chen gained a moment to breathe and quickly unleashed his undead summon with all his might. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, as the numbers increased, the skeleton army braced themselves and managed to hold back the tide of mutated beast soldiers. He's Eternal Knight. From behind, the Dragon Kingdom players also reacted. The signature cloak and mask of Eternal Knight had already spread, making it easy to recognize. Moreover, aside from Eternal Knight, there couldn't possibly be another person in the third world who could stand against the beast tide like this. Priest, heal, the burly man commanded in a deep voice. Provide ranged fire support. As soon as the words left his mouth, hundreds of white lights suddenly illuminated the formation of thousands, heading towards the encroaching beast tide. At the same time, various large-scale spells poured down like a torrential rain towards the beast soldiers. Can we withstand this? A player said with some concern as he watched the battle ahead. We can withstand it, a priest among the Dragon Kingdom players said with a conflicted expression. He hasn't lost any health at all. What? Upon hearing this, a group of players turned their heads in unison. He's not wrong, another priest spoke up. Youngya hasn't lost any health. Our healing spells aren't working. How is that possible? Even they found it hard to comprehend. Boss, can you hold on? A priest looked towards the burly man at the front. Me? The burly man shook his head. No. Even though my talent is S-level defense, I can't hold up against so many beasts. What kind of talent does this Youngya have? One person looked at Youngya, who was successfully blocking the beast tide, and exclaimed. In shock, his talent must be extraordinary. At least an SSS-level talent. Another person chimed in. It could even be a divine-level talent. At the forefront of the beast tide, Zhang Chen also realized this point. -1, -1, -1. Damage trickled out from him. No matter how the beasts attacked, his health bar of over 4 million remained completely unscathed. These level 20 to 30 mutated beast soldiers, although their attributes were doubled, only had an attack power of a few hundred, not even reaching 1,000. With his current double defense of 10,000, these mutated beast soldiers couldn't break through his defenses at all. Occasionally, when a beast soldier managed to hit him, it forcibly deducted just 1 point of health, posing no threat to him whatsoever. Moreover, even if he lost a few drops of health, his impromptu healing skill could easily restore him to full health at any time. Zhang Chen finally realized what kind of bug he was as a level 60 territory lord. With high levels and high attribute suppression, the beasts could no longer threaten Zhang Chen with sheer numbers. Zhang Chen couldn't help but glance back at the countless Dragon Kingdom players. Next up was his solo performance. Zhang Chen began to counterattack the beast tide, pushing forward. Boss, am I seeing things? Is this still a human? He's practically a humanoid bug. He's simply a monster. How can he summon so many skeletons? Yeah, normally, summoning skills have a long cooldown, and there are limits to the number of summoned creatures. Behind him, a group of Dragon Kingdom players stared in shock, watching as Youngya delved deep into the beast tide, faintly showing a trend of suppressing it. This is so damn abnormal. The leading burly man couldn't help but say, no wonder he can complete the task by himself. What should we do? A player hesitantly asked. Should we continue defending here? Defend my ass, another player impatiently spoke up. The beast tide has already been held off by him alone. The burly man looked at the battlefield situation, hesitated for a moment, and then ordered, follow him, pick up the scraps to level up. As soon as the words were spoken, whoosh, the Dragon Kingdom players who had been defending behind the buildings in the city, surged out towards the beast tide. They also noticed that although Youngya's attributes were abnormal, his damage didn't seem that high. -999, -999, -999. Whether it was the Sea of Fire or the Army of Skeletons, the damage dealt to the mutated beast soldiers was a constant value of 999, with single target output even lower than theirs. The range of Eternal Knight's damage was large enough, and the number of skeletons was sufficient, with output lasting long enough. However, this also made it convenient for them to pick up the scraps, as a large number of wounded exotic beasts were being harvested by the concentrated fire of Dragon Kingdom players, and everyone's experience points began to soar. Eternal Knight naturally noticed this scene, but he didn't care. The experience points gained from killing these low-level exotic beasts were too low for him. With a large group of Dragon Kingdom players joining from the rear, pushing through the beast tide became much easier. Damn, this feels great, I've leveled up again, a Dragon Kingdom player shouted excitedly. No wonder Eternal Knight could complete the quest alone and reach level 60. It turns out he was taking all the experience from so many exotic beasts himself. Even though there were 20,000 players from Dragon Kingdom, the experience points from killing the beast soldiers were divided among them, yet they still began to level up one after another. But just as the Dragon Kingdom players were getting increasingly excited, at the front of the beast tide, Eternal Knight suddenly stopped. Eternal Knight looked deep into the misty area, his brow furrowing. The difficulty has increased? Just as Zhang Chen's voice fell, hiss, hiss, the continuous sounds of beast roars echoed from deep within the mist. At the same time, the beast soldiers, who had been fighting fiercely, began to scatter and retreat in unison. After a moment, the beast soldiers disappeared completely. The skeleton army stood still, having lost their targets. However, not long after, the blood-red mist ahead suddenly churned violently, and 4 massive exotic beasts, each nearly 100 meters in size, emerged from the blood mist. Beast generals? Zhang Chen looked at the 4 colossal creatures and cast a detection spell. Venomous Mine Giant Spider, Advanced Beast General Level, 55 health points, 12 million attack power, 12,500 skills. 1. Bind 2. Venom Details, Cunning Fog Hunter, 8 legs covered in sticky venom glands, capable of spraying venom. Advanced Beast General? Average attributes. Zhang Chen didn't mind. A boss has appeared. From behind, the Dragon Kingdom players were on high alert, ready to support Zhang Chen at any moment. Charge! Zhang Chen waved his hand, and the skeleton army rushed towards the 4 beast generals. However, puff puff, the 4 venomous mine giant spiders sprayed a large amount of venom, creating a thick green area. As soon as the frontline skeletons entered the venom zone, minus 34,522, minus 34,522, minus 34,522. The extremely high damage from the venom skill floated up, and countless skeletons fell to the ground, instantly killed. Although there were many skeletons, they couldn't get close at all. Such high damage. Behind, the faces of the Dragon Kingdom players changed dramatically upon seeing this scene. Casual hits were over 30,000 damage, enough to instantly kill most of them. This is troublesome. The leading strong man's expression darkened. Prepare for a fight to the death. Yes, the Dragon Kingdom players responded in unison. They had come prepared for sacrifice. Looks like we need to find some meat shields. Again. Zhang Chen felt a bit regretful seeing so many skeletons being killed instantly. The attributes of the skeletons were already somewhat lacking. With only 3,000 health, the beast generals could basically one-shot them. Once they encountered a beast general with large area damage skills, the numerical advantage of the skeletons would be meaningless. Zhang Chen just hadn't encountered a suitable summoning skill. Right now, the skeletons had no way to deal with the venomous mine giant spiders, so Zhang Chen had to take action himself. Dragon Breath. Zhang Chen unleashed the Dragon Breath skill, and flames instantly covered the venom area laid down by the venomous vine giant spiders. Sizzle! An unexpected scene unfolded before Zhang Chen's eyes. The venom evaporated instantly under the flames. So it can work like this. Zhang Chen's eyes lit up. He was about to order the skeleton army to surround them when he suddenly halted his movements. The location of these 4 poison vine giant spiders? A playful idea popped into Zhang Chen's mind. He slowly extended his right hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together, and slashed down towards the poison vine giant spiders. Behind him, a Dragon Kingdom player asked suspiciously, "Hey, what's Yangye doing?" "How would I know?" Before he could finish, a group of Dragon Kingdom players stared blankly ahead. In the Dragon Kingdom's novice village, it had been quite some time since the last announcement regarding the progress of the Suong Fallen Zone mission. A large number of players were anxiously waiting for the mission progress system announcement. Why hasn't there been a system announcement after so long? Could something have happened? Impossible, we never fight without preparation. Didn't they say going out would really mean death? Who went out to fight in the Suong Fallen Zone? Just as countless players were discussing. Ding! Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom, legendary mission to reclaim the Suong Fallen Zone, mission progress completed 60%, hope other survivors of Blue Star will continue to strive. Ding! Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom, legendary mission to reclaim the Suong Fallen Zone, mission progress completed 60%, hope other survivors of Blue Star will continue to strive. The system announcement rang out 6 times in a row. What the hell? Oh my god, directly 60%? How did the progress increase so fast? The Dragon Kingdom players erupted with excitement upon hearing this system announcement. It started at 30%, and now it had skyrocketed to 60%. The mission progress exceeded everyone's expectations. It's worth noting that the Sakura Island, which acted first, had only recently completed 20% progress. Now, they were directly surpassed by the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom players were instantly elated, each one brimming with excitement. In the different novice villages, in the Suang Fallen Zone, 20,000 Dragon Kingdom players witnessed Yang Ye's abnormality firsthand. Is he still human? Doesn't seem like it. I don't think he looks human either. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have dared to believe it. Yang Ye wielded his fingers like a sword, unleashing a sword chi that dealt over 70 million damage, instantly killing 4 bosses. Over 70 million. Isn't his damage cap only 999? What's going on? A single sword chi killed 4 bosses? Ahead, Zhang Chen was quite satisfied with his strike. The curtain fell with a resounding echo. The single instance damage was undoubtedly a finishing move. As long as the accumulated damage was sufficient, even the gods could be brought down. Zhang Chen slowly turned around, looking at the Dragon Kingdom players still in shock behind him. Everyone, get ready, Zhang Chen said in a deep voice. The difficulty of the mission seems to have increased. Zhang Chen wasn't sure if it was because of his unexpected participation as the lord of this territory, but the beast siege that was supposed to last 3 days had ended just like that. Moreover, 4 high-level beast generals had appeared at the end. He had never encountered such a situation while completing a mission. A burly man stepped forward. Yang Ye, the military of the Dragon Kingdom, thanks you for your assistance. Zhang Chen was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. He had already noticed that this group of Dragon Kingdom players was extraordinary, but he hadn't expected them to be military personnel. He was just about to exchange pleasantries when suddenly the ground trembled, followed by rhythmic vibrations. Zhang Chen abruptly turned around, looking into the depths of the mist. Behind him, the Dragon Kingdom military also sensed something was amiss. The commotion was too great. What's going on? The burly man's expression was solemn. Yang Ye just said the difficulty of the mission has increased. This commotion, the burly man showed a bitter expression. Although he was unwilling, he could only whisper, we can only see if Yang Ye can hold on. 20,000 people turned their gazes toward Yang Ye. Their success or failure depended solely on him. Ahead, the blood mist slowly dispersed, revealing nearly 100 massive beasts. The foremost beast exceeded 100 meters in size, and behind it were countless other beasts. Zhang Chen's expression changed. This difficulty was not just a slight increase. Damn it, Zhang Chen gritted his teeth. What kind of territory lord exclusive mission is this? They clearly want to trap me. He had just released the echo of the curtain when over 100 beast generals appeared. Even a lord Zhang Chen could certainly choose to flee, but the 20,000 players from the Dragon Kingdom behind him would be left here. Just as Zhang Chen was preparing to take a stand, a system prompt suddenly rang out. Ding, loyal audience has taken their positions. Shall we start the second act of the performance? Ding, loyal audience has taken their positions. Shall we start the second act of the performance? The second act? Zhang Chen was momentarily stunned, then his face broke into wild joy. The performance mechanism had a second act. Ever since Zhang Chen acquired the unique equipment, the Jester's Carnival, and due to the accompanying improvisational performance effect, the performance mechanism was no longer restricted. Zhang Chen hadn't continued to explore or study the Jester's gameplay mechanism, but fortunately, it was unexpectedly triggered this time. It seems the Jester's potential is far beyond this. Zhang Chen couldn't suppress his excitement. He slightly calmed his mind and said in a deep voice, start. Ding, the second act of the performance has begun. Carnival Feast. Carnival Feast effect. Jester skill random damage 1 to 999, random damage cap adds number of loyal audience with no upper limit. Current effect, 1 to 999 plus 20,000. Upon hearing the system prompt, Zhang Chen's pupils instantly widened. The effect of the second act, the Carnival Feast, actually added the number of loyal audience to the damage cap. Zhang Chen glanced at the Dragon Kingdom military players behind him. Now the military should exactly have 20,000 people, so it added 20,000 to the damage value. If there were hundreds of thousands of players in the novice village right now, that would mean his skill damage could reach hundreds of thousands. If there were millions, or even tens of millions of players, it was simply unimaginable. This was definitely a skill that showcased his power in front of others. The more allies there were, the crazier it became. At this moment, the army of beasts was getting closer to Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen hurriedly cast a detection spell at the massive beast over 100 meters in size. Generally, the size of a lord is over 100 meters, while the size of a beast general is usually around several dozen meters. Mo Yuan intermediate lord level, 60 health points, 28 million attack power, 42,000 skills. 1. Dark corrosive slime. 2. Abyssal gaze. 3. Sticky cage. 4. Corrupted blood regeneration details. Abyssal bottom dwelling beast. The slime on its surface can corrode metal, and abyssal gaze can briefly interrupt enemy skills. An intermediate lord with over 40,000 attack power and nearly 30 million health points. Just looking at the attributes, the intermediate lord far surpassed Zhang Chen, the territory lord. However, although Zhang Chen only had over 4 million health points, he could reduce 90% of the damage. Under normal circumstances, the Intermediate Lord's normal attack could deal over 40,000 damage to Zhang Chen, but after damage reduction, the actual damage would only be over 4,000. Of course, this was just the normal attack damage of the Intermediate Lord. Skill damage was another matter entirely. Zhang Chen looked at the Intermediate Lord and the over 100 beast generals, as well as the countless mutated beast soldiers behind them, and couldn't help but glance back at the Dragon Kingdom military players. He really wanted to shout at the military personnel, "Go call for help." It was one thing for a crowd to stand around watching, but not even a single helper would be called. After all, the more people there were, the higher his damage would be. However, his prestige was already on the line, and he had to hold on no matter what. Dragon Breath Sword Chi. Summoning skeletons was out of the question for Zhang Chen. Facing the Intermediate Lord and so many beast generals, he had to take matters into his own hands. This scene, seen by the military players in the back, became a different spectacle. Facing the massive beast horde of unknown levels, Yang Yi did not retreat but advanced, confronting them alone. Impressive. Boss, aren't you going to call for help? A military player hesitated. Isn't he struggling a bit? The burly man was taken aback, pondering. No need. If Yang Yi can't handle it, he should signal us to call for support, right? That makes sense. Fortunately, Zhang Chen couldn't hear their conversation, otherwise, he would have cursed. The more spectators there were, the higher his damage. Minus 20,999, minus 20,999, minus 20,999. Zhang Chen continuously used Dragon Breath to stack damage, with each Dragon Breath dealing 20,999 damage per second. But after stacking it over a dozen times, he could instantly deal hundreds of thousands in damage. The military man stared at Zhang Chen's skill. Damage and shock. His damage has increased. It's directly up by 20,000. Does his skill deal more damage the stronger the enemy is? It's possible. The military group buzzed with discussion, but fortunately, the burly man reacted quickly and began to command ranged support. Only then did the ranged damage dealers, who had been watching, react and start casting their skills. Roar. The Intermediate Lord let out a furious roar, releasing a large amount of dark corrosive slime. It was also a wide area skill, and Zhang Chen had no way to avoid it. Minus 70,211, minus 92,887, minus 80,222. The skill damage from the Intermediate Lord was terrifying. Even with a 90% reduction, it still caused Zhang Chen to lose tens of thousands of health per second. Minus 1,401, minus 2031, minus 2,923. Among them, there was also the output damage from over 100 beast generals, but that little damage was nothing to Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen also realized the horror of the Intermediate Lord's dark corrosive slime skill and immediately unleashed improvised comedy, instantly restoring his health. 20999 20,999. The recovery value from improvised comedy equals the damage dealt, and now that Zhang Chen's damage had increased, his health recovery also rose correspondingly. Moreover, relying on the sea of fire created by Dragon Breath, Zhang Chen dealt damage to the Intermediate Lord, the 100 beast generals, and countless other beasts simultaneously. The total damage output in an instant was well over 1 million. Zhang Chen didn't have to worry about his health recovery at all. Unless he was directly killed in one hit or faced a 1v1 situation, the recovery from improvised comedy had no upper limit. The more beasts there were, the higher the damage, and the greater the recovery value. Just as Zhang Chen was fighting fiercely against the beast tied with the military, the novice village in Longwa was eerily silent. The upper echelons of Longwa directly responded to ordinary players' questions on both the Third World Forum and the Novice Village public channel. 1. After leaving the Novice Village, death no longer results in resurrection. 2. The Suang Fallen Zone is under attack by the Longwa military. 3. If the surface Fallen Zone is not quickly occupied, the surface beasts will discover the existence of the underground city, and at that time, the blue star humans will face extinction. After a long while, is this real? What do you mean? The Fallen Zone is on the surface? There are beasts on the surface? Isn't the third world a virtual game? What's there to be afraid of? Just do it. Just as the players from Long Country reacted differently, the system announcement arrived late. Ding, congratulations to Long Country. The legendary task of reclaiming the Suang Fallen Zone has been completed 100%. We hope other survivors on Blue Star will continue to strive. Ding, congratulations to Long Country. The legendary task of reclaiming the Suang Fallen Zone has been completed 100%. We hope other survivors on Blue Star will continue to strive. Ding, congratulations to the Lord of the Territory, Eternal Night, your territory has been upgraded to a mid-level territory. Ding, the Suang Territory and Jiangnan Territory are now open. Survivors from Long Country can go to upgrade their territories. In the Suang Fallen Zone, the misty area was a scene of devastation. Next time, Remember to call more people, at least get 1,000,000 players in here. Zhang Chen dropped this line and vanished from the spot. Zhang Chen left, leaving behind 20,000 military players from Long Country and the mid-level Lord Mo Yuan who had been resurrected through the blood corruption. However, at this point Mo Yuan had already become the guardian beast of the territory. Although the difficulty of the task to reclaim the fallen zone had skyrocketed due to Zhang Chen's involvement, the Suan territory had also gained a mid-level Lord Guardian Beast. Is it really this easy to take it down? This is too insane. Boss, the task is completed, what do we do next? The 20,000 military players were still in shock. Eternal Knight single-handedly withstood the entire beast tide. Although they provided support from the back, it only slightly accelerated the monster clearing speed. The damage from Eternal Knight suddenly increased and the area damage from the Sea of Fire had far surpassed theirs. After stacking the Sea of Fire, the instant output damage had reached hundreds of thousands. Those mutated beast soldiers evaporated the moment they touched the Sea of Fire, with hundreds of beast generals and lord-level monsters battling against Eternal Knight throughout. Originally, this group of military players had prepared for sacrifice, intending to awaken the fighting spirit of Long Country players with their lives. If no one led the charge, how could anyone follow? The mutation on Blue Star was a calamity that no one could escape. The only way was to face it head-on, to live through death. But now, even with the increased difficulty of the task, it was still resolved by Eternal Knight alone. What else can we do? Let's report the situation truthfully. Our plan to reclaim the fallen zone may need to be adjusted. On the other side, Eternal Knight returned to the Jiangnan territory. At this time, the Jiangnan territory had been upgraded to a mid-level territory. Territory, Jiangnan level, mid-level, can be upgraded 0/5, owner, Eternal Knight status. Repairing 5%, it actually dropped by another 5%? Zhang Chen frowned at his territory. The repair progress of Jiangnan territory was originally 10%, but after upgrading to a mid-level territory, the repair progress changed to 5%. The good news was that mid-level territories could still be upgraded. The subsequent number 5 likely meant that assistance was needed to conquer 5 territories to upgrade again. Moreover, with the territory level increase, Zhang Chen's attributes would, without a doubt, double again. Player, Eternal Knight class, Clown rank. Intermediate territory lord level, 65 experience, 230,000/6, 500,000 health/mana, 8050,000/8050,000 attributes, 15, 100/15, 100/15, 100/15, 100. Dual attack, 35,000/35,000 dual defense, 15,000/15,000 universal skill, detection, can detect information about monsters up to 10 levels below. Own level, exclusive skill, stage comedy, the clown can imitate and replicate any target's active skills, with imitated skills causing 1 to 999. Random damage to the target, limit 4, exclusive skill, card acrobatics, randomly draw 1 card from hearts, spades, diamonds, or clubs, with different effects attached to attacks within 10 seconds, hearts, taunt, spades, blind, diamonds, interrupt, clubs, slow, skill CD, 60 seconds. Exclusive skill, improvised comedy, recovery buff skill, healing amount equals skill damage value, lasts 10 seconds, cooldown 60 seconds. Exclusive skill, clown stage, within the clown's performance stage, 1000m x 1000m, the damage the clown receives is randomly reduced by 10% to 90%. Killing beast generals and lords, along with assisting in capturing the fallen zone task rewards, brought Zhang Chen's level directly to 65. 8 million health. Zhang Chen looked at his attributes with joy. His current attributes could already rival those of intermediate beast generals. But the biggest gain this time was triggering the second act of the performance, increasing the clown's skill random damage cap plus the number of loyal audience members. This is also why Zhang Chen left that remark for the military. Next time the Dragon Kingdom captures a fallen zone, if they really mobilize over 1,000,000 players directly, Zhang Chen's damage would truly be invincible. This is not just Zhang Chen's wild imagination. After all, there are quite a few cities in the Dragon Kingdom with populations exceeding 1,000,000. It's just that Zhang Chen is unsure whether the Dragon Kingdom's military would actually act on his suggestion. After all, the risk of directly deploying 1,000,000 ordinary players is too great. Such a large-scale mobilization, while the numbers could even crush the alien beasts without training, ordinary players are just a scattered mass and their attributes are too weak, leading to even greater casualties. Sometimes, having more people doesn't necessarily mean it's a good thing. While Zhang Chen was pondering these thoughts, ding, congratulations to the American Federation. Legendary task to reclaim the Chicago Fallen Zone, task progress completed 10%, hope other survivors of Blue Star will continue to strive. Ding, congratulations to the Russian Federation, legendary task to reclaim the Gorid Fallen Zone, task progress completed 10%, hope other survivors of Blue Star will continue to strive. Ding, congratulations to the White Elephant. System announcements began to ring out continuously. It was clear that the Dragon Kingdom's acquisition of territory had stimulated other countries on Blue Star, and now all nations were starting to take action. Dragon Kingdom Dungeon S-Zone 1 million players? What does Eternal Night need so many for? An old man asked in confusion. Not sure, the middle-aged man in military uniform responded somewhat helplessly. Due to Eternal Night's abnormal strength, the middle-aged man also paid attention to other clown players. After other clowns replicated skills, although they could also raise the damage of large area output skills to 999, the skills had cooldowns, making them only slightly stronger than ordinary classes, without such a significant advantage. However, due to established policies, the middle-aged man could not directly verify with Eternal Night. In fact, the other 10 clown class players in the Dragon Kingdom also had no idea why. Since they were all clowns, why was Eternal Night so abnormal? Is there a hierarchy among clowns? Or is Eternal Night the true clown? Let's do as Eternal Night says, the old man said calmly. Perhaps there will be even greater surprises. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment and asked, so which territory will we capture next? The old man fell silent for a moment and said softly, Kyoto. The middle-aged man was taken aback and nodded silently. Before long, the teleportation arrays in various novice villages of the Dragon Kingdom began to flicker wildly. In the Dragon Kingdom's Kyoto, this super city started to see the appearance of players, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, even 200,000. Roar, the sound of beast roars rose and fell, unending. At the same time, Zhang Chen's private message suddenly lit up. Zhang Chen was a bit puzzled. Novice village players couldn't contact him right now. In his confusion, Zhang Chen opened the private message, his expression brightening. But the next second, it turned serious. Eternal Night, Kyoto, 1 million are in place. Hurry, hurry, hurry. So urgent? In Kyoto? Oh, no. The one leading the team was still that burly man from the military. As soon as he entered, he instantly sensed something was wrong. The strength of the beasts in Kyoto far exceeded that of Su Hang, and not far from him, several large beast generals appeared. Chief Chen. Something's not right. One person beside the burly man pointed at the distant beast general. How could there be beast generals in the city? When they were clearing the fallen area of Su Hang, there were no beast generals in the entire city. The burly man, referred to as Chief Chen, said with a grave expression, it should be that the fallen areas are different and the strength of the beasts is also different. This is troublesome. Chief Chen, do you mean that the larger the fallen area, the stronger the beasts? It should be like that. Kyoto, as one of the top super cities in Blue Star, was definitely hell-level difficulty, belonging to one of the hardest batches. What to do? Someone besides said anxiously, this time, besides our military, quite a few ordinary players have come in. The burly man's face darkened at this. There would probably be casualties this time. Just then, a deafening roar came from a great distance. That sound must be from a beast general. Sure enough, what they feared came true. The city of Kyoto was too vast, with 8 rings and 16 districts. Although the number of Dragon Kingdom players entering this time was large, they were scattered across different areas, unable to support each other. It should be noted that before the mutation in Blue Star, Kyoto was a super city with a population of millions. In the 7th district of Kyoto, an ordinary player startled a beast general as soon as he arrived. Damn, I can't break through this guy's defense. Run! This guy exclaimed and took off running. However, puff, the beast general spewed a torrent of flames, instantly engulfing a group of players. Minus 12,011. Minus 10,344. Minus 14,032. The group damage from the beast general, exceeding 10,000, instantly killed a batch of players. They're dead. Help! When the ordinary players of the Dragon Kingdom entered, they already knew in advance that they couldn't resurrect here after dying. But seeing dozens of people being instantly killed by the beasts in a sea of fire was a direct and overwhelming fear of death that seized their rationality. The strength of the beast generals exceeded their understanding, and a large number of players scattered in panic, fleeing for their lives. They were all level 10 players, already considered max level in the novice village. But here, ordinary beast soldiers were at levels 20 to 30, and the primary beast generals were level 50. The players had lost any advantage. The most critical point was that most of these ordinary players had not awakened any talents. Although their levels were sufficient, their strength was among the weakest. This batch of players dared to come over this time, relying solely on their passion and a glimmer of hope. Among them, one player used a detection technique to obtain information about a beast, shocked by the attributes of the beast. Flame Roar, Beast Soldier. Level, 20 health points, 80,000 attack power, 200 physical defense, 155 magic defense, 175 details, the most common beast. Soldiers in the fallen land, wandering in the ruined city, but in extremely large numbers. 80,000 health, a player shouted in shock. This is almost on par with the boss in the novice village, and this is still the most ordinary beast soldier? In the Kyoto city area, players from various regions gradually began to engage with the alien beasts, and the situation was almost overwhelmingly one-sided, with defeat nearly certain. Except for the military and a few elite players who could hold their ground, the ordinary players were already in disarray. "Captain, have you contacted Eternal Night?" a military player asked. "Just sent it out." He initially wanted to stabilize the situation before calling Eternal Night, but now the casualties were too great to wait. The military player said anxiously, "Just notified? When will Eternal Night arrive?" However, as soon as he finished speaking, a voice rang out, "Here." As the words fell, Zhang Chen appeared in front of everyone. "Eternal Night." Many military players who were familiar with Zhang Chen exclaimed in surprise, "How did you get here?" Zhang Chen looked at this group of military players with some confusion. These people were from the Suan Fallen area, but how did they end up in Kyoto? "Main city teleportation array," a military player explained. "Doesn't your Jiangnan territory have a teleportation array built?" Zhang Chen was taken aback. He had overlooked this matter. A primary territory could build 2 directional teleportation arrays. It wasn't entirely Zhang Chen's fault. He had imitated and copied the spatial leap skill, so he didn't need the teleportation array at all. Therefore, Zhang Chen's territory had not yet constructed a directional teleportation. Enough of that, the leading military man interjected. "Right now, the casualties in Longwa are too great. Eternal Night, you." Eternal Night's expression tightened. Although he had just arrived, he had also noticed this point. The strength of the beast soldiers in Kyoto far exceeded that of Jiangnan and Suan, clearly on a different level. The key issue was that the area of Kyoto City was too large, and players were scattered across different regions. Even he felt somewhat powerless. "Save as many as we can. You all notify everyone to gather here," Zhang Chen said, then disappeared. This group of military personnel, whether in level or strength, was among the top tier, more than capable of self-preservation in a short time. The most dangerous ones were the ordinary players. In the 7th district of Kyoto City, a large group of players was frantically fleeing. Not only was a blazing winged dragon beast pursuing them in mid-air, but they also had to dodge the surrounding beast soldiers, making it a perilous situation. At that moment, a black figure appeared in front of this group of players. It was Zhang Chen, who had arrived. "Don't just stand there, run. Quick, go find the military to gather." Many players shouted at Zhang Chen, clearly aware that they could not possibly withstand the beast soldiers on their own and were consciously trying to move towards the military. However, Zhang Chen paid no attention to them. His gaze was fixed on the beast soldiers and the blazing winged dragon behind him. Necromancy Dragon Breath. 100, 200, 1000, 1005, 3000. At this moment, the skeleton army was summoned by Zhang Chen, blocking the path of the beast soldiers. Although the skeletons were not strong, they could still draw fire and reduce the pressure on the players. The players, who had been desperately fleeing, involuntarily paused at this scene. Could he be Eternal Night? Seems like it. A group of players realized and stopped to watch Zhang Chen roar. The blazing winged dragon let out a furious roar and spewed fire at Eternal Night. The blaze winged dragon itself has an attack power of over 2000, and its dragon breath skill is a continuous area damage attack with 5 times the attack power, which is why it can deal damage in the tens of thousands. However, for Zhang Chen now, that was no longer sufficient. Especially after he was promoted to an intermediate territory lord, his attributes doubled again, boasting over 10,000 in both defenses. The dragon breath skill from the level 50 junior lord Blazewing Dragon, after a 90% reduction in damage, -1 -1 -1, could not break through his defenses, and the forced damage overflowed from Zhang Chen. What the hell? No damage breakthrough? So ridiculous? Around him, a large group of players were dumbfounded. The beast in the air could kill them in an instant, yet it could only deal 1 point of damage to Eternal Night? They knew that their attacks on this beast could only inflict a point of forced damage as well. At that moment, they truly understood what the gap meant. Facing a group of beast soldiers and the Blazewing Dragon that couldn't break his defenses, Zhang Chen continuously cast the necromancy summoning skill to summon an army of skeletons. At the same time, he turned to the group of players behind him who were frozen in place and said, "Go meet up with the military." Okay, thank you, Eternal Night. Thank you, Eternal Night. Thank you, Eternal Night. This group of people seemed to awaken from a dream, each expressing their gratitude before hurriedly leaving. Zhang Chen controlled the skeleton army, drawing all the surrounding beast soldiers towards the main road of the city. After doing all this, he directly used spatial leap to leave. Zhang Chen knew that the key point now was not to kill the beast soldiers, but to save people first. In District 11 of the Kyoto City area, a group of beast soldiers was hunting a large number of Dragon Kingdom players. In the eyes of the panicked players, Zhang Chen appeared like a deity descending from the heavens, blocking the beast soldiers chasing behind them. "It's Eternal Night." A sharp-eyed player recognized Zhang Chen immediately. "Great, we're saved." A group of people was overjoyed, with some timid players even crying tears of joy. The clash of their lofty ideals with the bloody reality made these players, who weren't very strong, fully awaken. Zhang Chen had no time to speak. He directly used Dragon Breath to separate the players from the beast soldiers. then released necromancy to divert the beast soldiers' attention with the skeletons. After a series of fluid maneuvers, the beast soldiers and skeletons engaged in battle. These players, exhausted from fleeing, temporarily gained a moment of respite. Go find the military to regroup, Zhang Chen said in a deep voice, reminding the group of players who were still standing there to hurry and leave. Thank you, Eternal Night. Thank you, Eternal Night. Some players, even in a crisis, remembered to express their thanks, but most didn't need Zhang Chen's reminder. They had already vanished the moment he blocked the beast soldiers. Truly, a dead friend is better than a dead Taoist. It wasn't that those people were selfish, it was just the instinct of normal people facing the threat of death. Although Zhang Chen had successfully saved a group of players once, his expression grew increasingly grave. The Kyoto City area was too large, even though he was now rushing to assist with all his might. Player casualties were still significant. How many people would die if this continued? Zhang Chen also didn't understand why the upper echelons of the Dragon Kingdom wanted to retake Kyoto so quickly. In fact, the best approach would be to first capture smaller cities, allowing players to level up and gain some strength, and then finally see super cities like Kyoto and Magic City. Just as Zhang Chen was preparing to leave for the next area, a figure swiftly approached from the sky. Zhang Chen was taken aback upon seeing the newcomer. It was the young man who had stopped him from entering the teleportation array back in the novice village. This young man, skilled in sword control, was from Kyoto. Endless night, trouble has arisen in Kyoto District 1. The young man landed in front of Zhang Chen and said in a deep voice, players are converging towards District 1, drawing many beast generals over, and the military is about to hold on no longer. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen's expression darkened. Players were continuously gathering, and the alien beasts were doing the same. I'll take you there, the young man said, reaching out to bring Zhang Chen back on his sword. No need, I'll go myself. Under the young man's shocked gaze, Zhang Chen flew towards District 1 on his sword, moving at a speed many times faster than he could imagine. The undead skeletons were no longer effective against the group of beast generals, so Zhang Chen replaced the undead summons and copied the young man's sword technique. Zhang Chen sped past the city of Kyoto, taking in the chaotic scene below. The strategy for saving people needed to change. In Kyoto District 1, countless players were rushing here, and behind these players, without exception, were large numbers of beast soldiers and quite a few beast generals. Under the temporary command of the military, the players in District 1 had already formed strongholds throughout the vast city. Players unleashed their skills, pouring down damage on the beast soldiers. However, most of these players had very low attributes, dealing only a few hundred points of damage. Meanwhile, the health of ordinary beast soldiers was nearing 100,000, making the damage utterly insufficient. Not to mention the countless beast soldiers and generals that were continuously being drawn in. Although more players were joining, it was clear that the advantage of the alien beasts was growing larger, and the temporary strongholds were on the verge of collapse. A military player shouted anxiously, "Boss, if this continues, we're all done for." The burly man leading the military had no solutions either. After all, they were in a fallen zone, and fighting the alien beasts was not as simple as just losing health. Besides the military, some tank classes among the ordinary players didn't dare to take damage. Even with priests healing, some shield warriors and meat tanks who bravely stepped up often retreated when they still had half health. After all, once you died, you were really dead. No one wanted to gamble their life. Hold on, we've already sent someone to notify Endless Night. I'm just afraid we won't last much longer. Damn it, I can't hold on at all. Priest, heal me quickly. Is the damage output useless? I'm taking hits with my life, and you guys are only dealing a few hundred points of damage. Damn it, the support can't heal, and the damage output is non-existent. I can't hold on any longer. The frontline tank players were filled with complaints. Other class players also felt that these tanks were not tanky at all, but they didn't dare to say much, desperately healing and dealing damage. After all, without the tanks holding the front, they couldn't stand their ground either. Fortunately, at that moment, a streak of light rushed in from the distance. Boss, it's Endless Night. Many military players exclaimed, instantly feeling relieved. After all, they had witnessed the abnormal strength of Endless Night. The military players' reaction also caught the attention of many ordinary players. Is that the big shot Endless Night? Are we saved? But it's useless. How can one person deal with so many alien beasts? Although many players had confidence in Endless Night, the current situation was indeed not something one person could turn around. Most players did not believe that Endless Night could change the situation. Zhang Chen arrived at Kyoto District 1, watching the brutal battle below, and he also heard the system prompt in his ear. Ding, loyal audience has taken their seats. Should the second act of the performance begin? Start. Ding, the second act of the performance has begun. Carnival Feast. Carnival Feast effect. Clown skill random damage 1 to 999, random damage cap adds, number of audience with no upper limit. Current effect, 1 to 999 plus 42056. Only over 40,000? Zhang Chen was taken aback. There were not just 40,000 players gathered in Area 1 now. However, Yang Ye couldn't care less about that and directly unleashed the Dragon Breath skill downward. A sea of fire rained down, landing in the densest cluster of beast soldiers. Minus 43,055, minus 43,055, minus 43,055. Incredible damage overflowed from the numerous beast soldiers, who were killed in seconds after just 2 seconds of resistance. This scene also caught the attention of a nearby group of players. Holy crap, 40,000! As expected of the great Yang Ye, amazing. We're saved. Ding, the number of loyal viewers for the carnival feast has increased. Current effect. 1999 plus 47,000 inch ha? In midair, Zhang Chen was stunned. The number had increased? Could it be because of these people? Zhang Chen looked at the excited crowd below and found the answer in his heart. In that case, this will be easy, Zhang Chen murmured, and his figure suddenly accelerated. Zhang Chen rode his sword across the entire battlefield, with waves of fire raining down from the sky, accurately landing among the beast soldiers. Players who were still fighting the beast soldiers suddenly found the area ahead empty. Instantly killed. One player exclaimed, eyes wide. This scene quickly appeared in every corner of Area 1. Ding, the number of loyal viewers for the carnival feast has increased. Current effect, 1 in 999 plus 77034. Ding, the number of loyal viewers for the carnival feast has increased. Current effect, 1 in 999 plus 177120. Ding, the number of loyal viewers for the carnival feast has increased. Current effect, 1 999 plus 299456. Within the range of the sea of fire created by the dragon breath, incredible damage values rose from the beast soldiers. Minus 300,455, minus 300,455, minus 300,455. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000, 100,000. A large number of ordinary players were left dumbfounded. 300,000 damage, am I seeing things? Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap, one player excitedly stammered, repeatedly saying those two words. The great Yang Ye is amazing. Invincible. Rory Zhang Chen's monstrous performance quickly attracted the hatred of the beasts, and 7 or 8 flame-winged dragons flew towards Yang Ye. Just in time, Zhang Chen's eyes lit up. He was worried about finding a breakthrough point, and the beast general had just delivered itself to him. Zhang Chen had already figured out the key to increasing the number of loyal viewers. As it stood, as long as Zhang Chen performed exceptionally and players had confidence, trust, or admiration for him, those players would be classified as loyal viewers. As for whether there were any other constraints, Zhang Chen had not yet discovered. The sea of fire covered the vast majority of the area. No matter how many beast soldiers there were, getting close meant death, and the pressure on the players below suddenly decreased. It's the beast general. A large number of players looked up, and even some players who were rushing over saw the scene. A wave of beast generals was charging towards Yang Ye. What pose would look cooler? Zhang Chen silently pondered. Facing an increasing number of beast generals, Zhang Chen slowly extended his right hand under the gaze of thousands, bringing his index and middle fingers together, and gently slid them down towards the group of beast generals ahead. The curtain fell with a resounding echo. Puff, the sword energy swept past a beast general's body, maintaining its momentum, and pierced through several flame-wing dragons in succession. 3847592545 3847592545 3847592545. Instant kill. The beast generals that were fortunate enough not to be affected by the sword energy turned tail and fled in a panic. In Area 1 of the capital, time seemed to stand still, falling into a dead silence. After a moment, 380 million. A player screamed, breaking the silence. Cheers erupted, sweeping through Kyoto City. They had one foot in the gates of hell, only to be pulled back, their feelings of survival overwhelming them. Zhang Chen looked down at the players who were already somewhat frenzied and suddenly spoke in a deep voice. Everyone. The boiling crowd gradually quieted down, each person looking up at Yang Ye. I will lead you back to fight. Fight back. Fight back. In Kyoto District 1, countless players were filled with righteous indignation, raising their arms and shouting, their voices like thunder. These players truly felt they had survived a disaster and were genuinely grateful to Yang Ye. If it weren't for Yang Ye's appearance and display of power to turn the tide, they would likely have perished here. Is there really no backup plan? Zhang Chen looked at the countless excited players below, but his mind wandered to another matter. If he hadn't shown up, would the upper echelons of Longgao have watched these players die here? As Zhang Chen pondered, his gaze inadvertently swept over the military players. He could sense that this group was not weak. Ordinary beast generals were no match for them. Zhang Chen speculated that many among them were hidden class players or had awakened talents, but that was still far from enough. He hadn't forgotten about Yi Chen, the one who awakened an SSS level talent in the novice village. Moreover, according to the information revealed by Lang Lai and others, the higher the quality of the dungeon's holographic chamber, the greater the probability of obtaining hidden classes and advanced talents. Jiang Chen was only in District D. There were still District D, C, B, and S. Thinking about it this way, the number of hidden class and talent holders in Longboy should be considerable. Therefore, Jiang Chen felt that the power currently displayed was still far from sufficient. But what about those people? Jiang Chen shook his head in confusion. He looked at the crowd below who were still cheering, just about to speak when suddenly, ding, congratulations to Longboy, the legendary task of reclaiming the Kyoto Fallen area has reached 10% completion. We hope other survivors of Blue Star will continue to work hard. Ding, congratulations to Longboy, the legendary task of reclaiming the Kyoto Fallen area has reached 10% completion. We hope other survivors of Blue Star will continue to work hard. The announcement from the Third World System rang out abruptly. The players in Longboy's novice village were in an uproar. Reclaiming Kyoto held extraordinary significance for the people of Longboy. However, what truly shocked were the high-ranking officials of various countries. On Blue Star, Longboy is planning to take Kyoto so early? Have they gone mad? It's impossible to capture a super city like Kyoto. At this stage, most countries on Blue Star had already begun to reclaim fallen areas, but they mostly targeted small to medium-sized cities. Apart from Longboy, no other country had made a move on super cities. According to the plans of various countries, they would consider such super cities only after reclaiming all fallen areas and raising player levels. Longboy is just being reckless, seeking glory. Longboy is just a warlike nation disguised as peaceful. Longboy cannot take Jingdu, they will all die there. In Kyoto, District 1, after the cheers subsided, Jiang Chen rode his sword forward, a vast number of players following closely behind, the line stretching endlessly. Earlier, Jiang Chen had unleashed a sword chi that dealt over 100 million damage, instantly killing several beast generals. Not only did the remaining beast generals flee, but strangely, the beast soldiers in the city also all began to escape. All the players gradually gathered, and their numbers were rapidly increasing. Fortunately, there were military players from Longboy coordinating and controlling the situation, otherwise, so many people would have been in complete chaos. At present, the players of the Dragon Kingdom have shed their despondency, each one filled with high spirits, as Yanya deals nearly 400 million damage. Who can withstand that? It is already well known that Yanya has taken down the Jiangnan territory, and now, having witnessed Yanya's monstrous strength firsthand, these players have almost reached a level of blind worship for him. However, unlike the players below who are brimming with confidence, Jiang Chen's expression grows increasingly grave. Kyoto is a super city, and the difficulty of the task is inherently high. With him, a mid-level territory lord, participating, the task's difficulty has escalated once again. Jiang Chen has no idea how much more challenging this task will become. During the Suong Fallen Zone, there were ultimately hundreds of beast generals plus a mid-level lord. It can't just be a bunch of low-level lords and one high-level lord, right? Jiang Chen muses as he approaches the outskirts of the city. Along the way, he encounters some beast soldiers who foolishly forgot to flee, and with a slight effort he instantly kills them. However, the damage he displays when slaying the beast soldiers repeatedly refreshes the player's understanding of limits. Minus 474,762. This 47,000 area damage? Yangya's damage has increased again, minus 614,389. Damn, it's 600,000 now. Does Yangya's damage have no upper limit, minus 874,762? As the number of gathered players increases, Jiang Chen's Dragon Breath skill damage reaches a terrifying 870,000. Outside the city of Kyoto, an endless expanse of red mist also envelopes the area. Jiang Chen descends from the air, leading the way at the forefront. Behind him, the players of the Dragon Kingdom, under the command of military personnel, form a formation and follow suit. Once everyone enters the misty area, the originally calm red mist suddenly transforms. In a short while, the mist rolls like black blood. Dragon Breath. To be cautious, Jiang Chen continuously releases the Dragon Breath skill, creating a sea of fire ahead. Boom boom boom. A series of steady, muffled sounds emanate from deep within. Up ahead, Jiang Chen's pupils suddenly constrict. A beast the size of a small mountain emerges, carrying the sea of fire that Jiang Chen has laid out, stepping forward one by one. Minus 874,762 174952 minus 874,762 174952 minus 874,762. The sea of fire inflicts nearly 900,000 damage per second on this beast, yet the health bar of this nearly 1,000-meter-tall creature barely budges. Behind, the players of the Dragon Kingdom look at the beast, which resembles a bison but is nearly 1,000 meters in size, their faces filled with shock. Although they have confidence in Jiang Chen, the size of this beast is simply intimidating. Can Yanya handle this? One player wavers. Jiang Chen is also somewhat shocked by the beast's mountain-like size and immediately casts a detection spell. Cthulhu, Sub-King level, 75 health points, 150 million attack power, 200,000 skills, 1, curse, active loses 10% of maximum Health per second, lasting 5 seconds. 2. Conversion, passive 20% of damage taken is converted into its own health. 3. Intimidation, target. Attributes reduced by 20%, details, Blood Abyss Beast Clan, other details, omitted, not a high-level lord. Zhang Chen looks at the attributes of this beast in shock. He initially speculated that the difficulty of the Kyoto Fallen Zone task would be very high, possibly featuring high-level lord-level beasts. But the beast before him far exceeds Zhang Chen's expectations. Cthulhu, sub-king level, 200,000 attack power. 150 million health points, such a monstrous beast, and they expect a group of level 10 players to take it on? Is there only one sub-king? Level beast. Zhang Chen suddenly noticed something unusual. There was no beast tide appearing behind Cthulhu. Am I being targeted? Zhang Chen frowned. His echo of the finale required a continuous accumulation of damage from beast soldiers to unleash an extraordinary damage value. All at once. Now, without enough beast soldiers, the effectiveness of the echo of the finale would be greatly diminished. However, just then, a system prompt suddenly rang in Zhang Chen's ear. Ding, loyal audience count for the carnival feast is decreasing. Current effect. 1 to 999 plus 777034. Ha, loyal audience can still decrease? But before Zhang Chen could think it through, ding, cursed by a secondary king level, losing 10% of maximum health per second. Minus 805,000, minus 805,000, minus 805,000. Zhang Chen's health instantly halved. The distance between him and Cthulhu exceeded the range of the clown stage, so the damage reduction did not take effect. Ding, loyal audience count for the carnival feast is decreasing. Current effect, 1 to 999 plus 680034. Although Zhang Chen had previously dealt a terrifying damage of over 300 million, these Dragon Kingdom players were too low in level to see Cthulhu's attributes. Moreover, the Dragon Kingdom players understood that, logically, a perverse skill capable of dealing 300 million damage would certainly have many restrictions, and the cooldown might be long, making it impossible to use again in a short time. This also led to a further decrease in the loyal audience count. So that's how it is. Zhang Chen guessed the reason for the loyal audience's decline. He had lost half of his health to Cthulhu, and the Dragon Kingdom players must have wavered in their belief that he could defeat Cthulhu. And the second act of the carnival feast required the audience's blind adoration. Ding, affected by secondary king level intimidation, all attributes reduced by 20%. The system prompt rang again, and under the intimidation state, Zhang Chen's attributes were further reduced by 20%. You're giving me face. Zhang Chen looked at Cthulhu, realizing that his invincible image in the players' minds had been diminished again. Roar. After unleashing two major skills, Cthulhu let out a roar, and his massive body charged towards Zhang Chen like a mountain crashing down. Now, the additional damage from the loyal audience was still 680,000, although it had decreased by over 200,000, it was still enough. Under the shocked gazes of everyone, Zhang Chen directly used his sword technique to soar into the air, charging towards Cthulhu. However, compared to Cthulhu, Zhang Chen's size was like a mayfly shaking a tree. But this scene, in the eyes of the Dragon Kingdom players, became something entirely different. Holy crap, is the Eternal Knight boss crazy? You don't understand, the boss must have confidence. Dragon Breath. As one man and one beast drew closer, Zhang Chen released the Dragon Breath skill first, a sea of fire descending upon Cthulhu. Minus 681,033 136206 minus 681,033 136,206. The damage from Dragon Breath was still considerable, but Cthulhu's passive skill could convert 20% of the damage into health. However, the recovery speed of Eternal Knight's health was even more perverse, as the improvisational comedy skill fully restored the health lost by Eternal Knight. Just as Eternal Knight was about to collide with Cthulhu, the Dragon Kingdom players became tense. After all, Eternal Knight was far too small compared to Cthulhu. But at the moment of their contact, Eternal Knight bizarrely vanished. Where is he? The Dragon Kingdom players were stunned. On top of the alien beast, a sharp-eyed player exclaimed. Zhang Chen certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to confront Cthulhu head-on. He activated Spatial Leap and appeared above Cthulhu's head. Sword Chi. As Zhang Chen activated the Sword Chi skill, he clenched his right fist and smashed it down towards Cthulhu's massive head, using the punch to disguise the Sword Chi skill. After all, the last time he used the Sword Energy skill, he dealt over 300 million damage. If players saw that the same skill could only deal hundreds of thousands to Cthulhu now, the loyal audience count might even drop. Although this method was less efficient, fortunately, there was still the Dragon Breath skill to support him, and Cthulhu's health bar began to steadily decline. Minus 681,033 136206 minus 681,033 136,206. Roar. Cthulhu wildly shook its massive head, but Zhang Chen was able to appear precisely above it each time. Ding, affected by the secondary king level curse, losing 10% of maximum Health per second. Cthulhu activated the curse skill again, but this time Zhang Chen's health only decreased by less than 1/10. Now, within the range of the clown stage skill, the curse damage was reduced by 90%. Zhang Chen released an impromptu comedy and his health bar instantly filled up again. Ding, the number of loyal audience members for the carnival feast has increased. Current effect 1999 plus 873763 inchum. Zhang Chen, who was vigorously smashing his fists, was taken aback. The damage had increased. Zhang Chen didn't know that his close combat style was creating an exaggerated visual tension in the eyes of the martial-minded Dragon Kingdom players. Behind him, the Dragon Kingdom players providing remote support erupted in a commotion. Awesome, is Lord Eternal Knight planning to smash this beast to death? This is just too damn domineering. Now a single punch is nearing 1,000,000 damage, even the boss's normal attack is this. Impressive. Almost there, Zhang Chen suddenly whispered, taking flight on his sword away from Cthulhu's head. With the dragon breath stacking in a sea of fire, combined with the sword energy-infused fist attacks, Cthulhu's health had dropped below half. Echo of the finale. The same sword energy appeared in the vision of the players behind. Boom dash 9999999, a damage value coincidentally exceeding 99 million erupted, and Cthulhu's massive body crashed to the ground. Holy crap! 99999, did Lord Eternal Knight just hit the damage cap of the third world? Just as everyone cheered, the system announcement rang out. Ding, congratulations Dragon Kingdom, Legendary Task 2. Reclaim the Kyoto Fallen Zone. Task progress completed 50%. Hope other survivors of Blue Star will continue to strive. Ding, congratulations. Dragon Kingdom, Legendary Task to reclaim the Kyoto Fallen Zone. Task progress completed 50%. Hope other survivors of Blue Star will continue to strive. 50%? Zhang Chen revealed a hint of bitterness. Killing his secondary king-level beast only brought the task completion to 50%. Did that mean they really had to deal with a king-level beast next? Just then, two system prompts sounded in Zhang Chen's ears. Ding, congratulations on assisting in reclaiming the Kyoto Fallen Zone. Task progress completed 50%. Evaluation shows that the territory Lord Eternal Knight's task contribution rate is 98%. Ding, congratulations, level has risen to 70. Zhang Chen was taken aback. He had just been wondering what use a 98% task contribution rate had, and unexpectedly his level jumped straight to 70. However, before Zhang Chen could check his attributes, a red hue appeared on the distant horizon. Zhang Chen's pupils constricted, and he immediately took flight on his sword. In the distance, it seemed as if a blood-red ocean was rolling in. Zhang Chen's expression changed, and he shouted to the Dragon Kingdom players below, retreat to the city. The Dragon Kingdom players below were still unaware of what was happening, but the military personnel immediately sensed that something was wrong and began directing everyone to retreat into the city. In Zhang Chen's view, the blood-red ocean was a group of blood-feathered flying beasts over 100 meters in size, but the most terrifying thing was that behind this group of blood-feathered flying beasts was a creature with a wingspan of several thousand meters. Zhang Chen's expression turned grave. This creature was nearly twice the size of Cthulhu. Dragon breath. To be safe, Zhang Chen crazily began to stack a sea of fire around him again. As the blood-feathered beasts were about to approach, Zhang Chen threw out a detection spell at the last big guy. Eganar, king level. Level, 80 health points, 1 billion attack power, 500,000 skills, 1, infinite nest, active breeds 1,000 parasitic lords, level 60/health, points 10 million/attack power 40,000, 2. Dimensional screech, active releases a dimensional sound wave with a radius of 10 kilometers, causing all targets to enter a state of forced dizziness for 5 seconds, 3. Refeeding, passive all parasitic beasts convert 50% of the damage dealt into the mother's health points in real time. Group damage accumulates based on the number of targets, indeed a king level. Zhang Chen's expression darkened, but then his pupils suddenly widened. Infinite nest. Dimensional screech. He took off. And these three words flashed through Zhang Chen's mind. Whether it was infinite nest or dimensional screech, as long as he copied them, he could take off right there. However, there was still one problem, luring Eganar to use these two skills. Dragon breath. Zhang Chen began to crazily stack the sea of fire. As the first few blood-feathered beasts touched the sea of fire, -874,762 -874,762 -874,762. In an instant, dozens of damage values close to 1,000,000 floated out from the blood-feathered beasts. Each sea of fire dealt 874,762 damage per second, and Zhang Chen had stacked at least dozens of dragon breath seas. The sea of fire ahead had become a forbidden zone. However, at that moment, an invisible wave spread out. Ding, attacked by dimensional screech, dizzy for 5 seconds. Zhang Chen's body stiffened, unable to move. Fortunately, the sound wave's control time was only 5 seconds. During that time, those blood-feathered beasts could not break through the sea of fire. After 5 seconds, Zhang Chen regained his freedom. Without any hesitation, Zhang Chen immediately activated the stage comedy. Ding, imitation copy of Dimensional Screech successful has replaced Sword Chi skill. Hearing the system prompt, Zhang Chen revealed. A hint of ecstasy, it worked. Then, Zhang Chen's gaze turned to Eganar at the back, waiting for it to release Infinite Nest. Zhang Chen was not in a hurry, he knew it was just a matter of time. The number of blood-feathered beasts was rapidly decreasing, and Eganar was already a bit restless. Moments later, here it comes. Zhang Chen's eyes lit up. He saw Eganar flap its wings, and in front of it appeared a group of black-winged beasts, 1,000 parasitic lords. Stage comedy. Zhang Chen hurriedly released the copy skill, just in case Eganar immediately released Dimensional Screech afterward, it would be a waste of time waiting. Ding, imitation copy of Infinite Nest successful, has replaced Dragon Breath skill. Got it. Zhang Chen immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The 1,000 parasitic lords locked onto Zhang Chen, their forms darting towards him like a flash of lightning. However, Dimensional Screech Infinite Nest. In the third world, Dragon Kingdom's novice village, players were extremely excited. It hadn't been long, and the completion rate of the capital task had skyrocketed to 50%. Those idiots are still saying in the forum that our Dragon Kingdom can't succeed. Yeah, that slap to the face was really quick and loud. At this rate, we can finish today. Who knows, it might really be possible. In Dragon Kingdom's novice village number 001, a dozen players were grinding monsters at a leveling point. 50%. One player said in surprise, looks like it's that Eternal Night again. Now, the spotlight is all on Eternal Night. A young man in a white robe waved his staff, and a rain of fire fell from the sky, instantly killing groups of wild monsters. Another young man in black laughed. Sharpening the knife doesn't delay the chopping of firewood. Yi Chen, after you awakened the divine punishment, what is your attack power now? Another person spoke up. The young man in white replied, not much, just over 500,000. I only have SSS level talent, not comparable to your divine level talents. After finishing, the young man in white added, why does the higher-ups keep us from taking action? The Eternal Night in Blue Star is attracting the attention of the third world, allowing us to develop in a low-key manner. Hiding and developing is the way to go. But, Yi Chen frowned. If we take one step ahead, we take every step ahead. Aren't you worried that the Eternal Night will really rise? No, the young man in black confidently replied. So sure? Yi Chen was a bit surprised. Can't you see? The core of the third world lies in professions and talents. The young man in black said calmly, levels and equipment can be improved later. That's right, the Eternal Night is only temporarily ahead in levels and equipment. These are not key factors. Someone beside him echoed, he's just a clown. This profession's ceiling won't be too high. Unlike the players from Long Country, players from other countries, whether ordinary or high-ranking, wore expressions of disbelief, especially the high-ranking officials. Is Long Country going to take Kyoto? Your Excellency, that's absolutely impossible. According to the information we have, a king-level creature will appear in the Super City. That's right, a king-level creature is definitely beyond what Blue Star can handle at this stage. Last time, when the Eternal Night took the Jiangnan Fallen Zone, you said the same thing. Do you think it's necessary to activate our foundation? Your Excellency, it's still too early, they can't take Kyoto. However, as soon as the words fell, ding, congratulations to Long Country, legendary task to reclaim the Kyoto Fallen Zone, task. Progress completed 100%. Hope other survivors of Blue Star will continue to work hard. Ding, congratulations to Long Country, legendary task. To reclaim the Kyoto Fallen Zone, task progress completed 100%. Hope other survivors of Blue Star will continue to work hard. Ding, congratulations to the Territory Lord Eternal Night for killing the king-level beast Eganar. Ding, congratulations to the Territory Lord Eternal Night for killing the king-level beast Eganar. Ding, congratulations to the Territory Lord Eternal Night for leveling up to level 75. Ding, congratulations to the Territory Lord Eternal Night for leveling up to level 75. Ding, Long Country has reclaimed the main city of Kyoto, opening the level leaderboard. Ding, Long Country has reclaimed the main city of Kyoto, opening the level leaderboard. The system announcements rang out frequently, catching everyone off guard, leaving them collectively in a daze. It's done? It seems like it just announced that the completion of the Kyoto task was at 50%, and now it's at 100%? Why does it feel like the Kyoto task is easier? The Eternal Night killed a king-level beast? The players from Long Country were in a stupor, unsure of how to react. Is it really done? Finally, a player muttered softly. How was this completed? Could it be that the task was actually very simple? Simple my foot, didn't you hear that the big guy from Eternal Night killed a king-level beast? Everyone quickly look at the level leaderboard. Finally, a player reacted and noticed the Long Country level leaderboard. Ranking list: first place, Eternal Night, Jester. Level 75 second place, Cold Edge, Thunder Mage, level 28 third place, Grey Wolf, Undead Commander, level 27 fourth place, Battle Falcon. Bloodblade Swordsman, level 27 5th place. Eagle Eye, Matrix User, level 27 6th place. Raid, Watcher, level 27 7th place. Phantom, Stealth User, level 27 8th place. Iron Rider, Arbiter, level 27 9th place. Number 001, Annihilation Archer, level 27 10th place. Ceasefire, Protector, level 27. In Kyoto, players from the Dragon Kingdom stared blankly at the countless black-winged beasts soaring in the sky. Many players curiously cast detection spells, only to find that they couldn't see any information about these black-winged beasts at all. These black-winged beasts, like stars surrounding a moon, quietly lingered around eternal night. At this moment, Zhang Chen's gaze was fixed on the Dragon Kingdom leaderboard. Aside from him, the top players all had military-themed nicknames. Although Zhang Chen was the main force behind the capture of both the Suwon Fallen Zone and now Kyoto, these military players who had experienced 2 Fallen Zone missions had also leveled up. Almost all of them are special classes. Zhang Chen observed the leaderboard, noting that aside from one Thunder Mage, there were hardly any mainstream classes among the top players. And this one somewhat normal Thunder Mage didn't seem like an ordinary Lightning Mage. Arbiter, Matrix User, Undead Commander, each class appeared so unique. At this moment, Zhang Chen realized a harsh reality, just how vast the gap was between the ordinary populace and these individuals. He recalled a saying, those who shout for fairness are often the beneficiaries, while those who believe in fairness are usually kept in the dark. Since the division of the dungeons in Blue Star, certain things had already been established. Players in the lower 3 districts used the most basic holographic pods, making it nearly impossible to draw these special classes. It seems I can't afford to be too considerate anymore, Zhang Chen murmured, although my level is far ahead. Now, have I really distanced myself from those hidden class players? Even though he was making great strides in the third world, rising all the way, many had started with hidden classes and special talents. Zhang Chen wasn't sure why these individuals had remained low-key, but their true strength might not be weaker than his, because everyone's starting point was not on the same level. After capturing the Jiangnan territory, Zhang Chen unexpectedly became the lord of the territory, and with the territory's bonuses he truly began to rise. If it weren't for the attribute bonuses of being a territory lord, could he have captured Kyoto with just a few thousand health points? As this thought crossed his mind, Zhang Chen slowly shook his head, probably not. Moreover, since becoming the lord of Jiangnan, Zhang Chen had not attempted to capture other fallen zones alone. He was only cooperating with the Dragon Kingdom to reclaim fallen zones while completing the exclusive tasks of the territory lord to level up Jiangnan. The reason for this was that Zhang Chen discovered that when players from the same faction collectively completed the task of reclaiming a fallen zone, the territory belonged to the faction, not to any individual. However, if completed individually, the territory would belong to the player alone. This was also the main reason Zhang Chen did not continue to capture other fallen zones alone. Firstly, each fallen zone involved too many players, and reclaiming a fallen zone was a common task for all players. Secondly, if he continued to capture fallen zones alone and ended up with too many territories, he would likely become a target. After all, the significance of territory was immense, and normally, the higher-ups wouldn't allow him to seize territories freely. However, now, Zhang Chen's thoughts had shifted slightly. Having lost some of his initial advantages, he needed to make up for it later. Therefore, Zhang Chen decided to unleash his potential and conquer other fallen areas to enhance his strength. As the saying goes, if one does not act for oneself, heaven will punish them. He wouldn't compete with Longwei for territory, but capturing the fallen areas of other countries should be fine, right? After all, in the setting of the third world, the surface of Blue Star only has fallen areas, and there are no national territories to speak of. However, before taking action, there was one thing he needed to do in advance. Zhang Chen's gaze fell on the ordinary players below who were still cheering, including some military personnel. It seemed that the military leader, a burly man, sensed Zhang Chen's gaze, hesitated for a moment, and walked straight towards him. Seeing this, Zhang Chen recalled the exotic beast and returned to the ground. Eternal night. I was told to bring you a message. Before Zhang Chen could speak, the military man spoke first. You don't need to hold back in any of the fallen areas on the surface of Blue Star. Take as much as you can. Zhang Chen was taken aback. This was unexpected. But before he could respond, the military man continued. But it's best to target their capital cities first. Right now, the players from various countries are not strong enough. They won't be able to take down such super cities. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen looked at the military man with a strange expression, as this aligned perfectly with his own thoughts. After a moment, Zhang Chen spoke. Taking the fallen areas will trigger a system announcement. They will definitely send people over. This was also the reason Zhang Chen hadn't gone after other fallen areas. He didn't want to work hard only to end up giving someone else the benefits. After all, if other players joined in, the fallen area would belong to the faction, not to an individual. Then just kill them, the military man said bluntly. As long as you wipe them out, it won't be a problem anymore. Zhang Chen's pupils dilated. Kill them all? What kind of ruthless words were these? The military personnel couldn't possibly be unaware that in the fallen areas, when players died, they truly died. Wasn't this inciting him to commit murder? Don't be surprised, the military man said in a deep voice. You need to understand that Blue Star will eventually reach that point. Zhang Chen stared at him intently and pressed. What exactly is the third world about? The military man was silent for 2 seconds. According to our speculation, it is a trial. Or perhaps a way to cultivate. A trial? Zhang Chen found it hard to believe. A trial for whom? Us? The military man shook his head. I don't know. Right now, we are just guessing. It could be us, it could be these exotic beasts, or perhaps the trial takers have yet to appear. How did these exotic beasts appear in the third world? Zhang Chen voiced the doubts that had been lingering in his mind. The burly man looked up at the crimson sphere in the sky and pointed. It's related to that. A star? Zhang Chen looked towards the sky. The star on Blue Star had transformed into a massive crimson sphere. The military man, speaking as if he were revealing a shocking truth, uttered something unfathomable. It's not that the star has grown larger, it's been enveloped. Zhang Chen was taken aback, feeling a bit overwhelmed. He knew how large a star was. What could possibly envelop a star? How big would that thing have to be? So, the military man showed a hint of helplessness. Do you now understand how big the trouble we are facing is? Zhang Chen shook his head straightforwardly. No, I don't. The military man was momentarily stunned. He had shared so much with Eternal Night to add pressure and motivation, but it seemed he hadn't achieved the desired effect. Zhang Chen looked at the crimson sphere in the sky, pointed at it, and said, It's alive, isn't it? As soon as he spoke, the military man's pupils suddenly constricted. The military man stared at Eternal Night in shock. This was a top-secret matter. At the very beginning of the Blue Star's mutation, various countries had already detected anomalies in space. Initially, nations around the world were united in preparing a counterattack, but when a creature that exceeded human comprehension trapped a star, they collectively chose to give up, allowing the third world to connect with Blue Star. However, Zhang Chen seemed to have not noticed the unusual expressions of the military men. The strong thrive, the weak perish, Zhang Chen said calmly. If this is a trial, how many humans will be left in the end? After finishing his words, Zhang Chen glanced at the military man again, then his figure directly vanished from the spot. With Kyoto already secured, there was no point in him staying here any longer. In the Jiangnan urban area, as soon as Zhang Chen returned to his territory, he was astonished by the scene before him. In the urban area, there were quite a few players present. Compared to before when he was alone, there was now a much livelier atmosphere. Zhang Chen did not expect that, even though the majority of the fallen zones had not been taken, players had already left the novice village and arrived at the main city. From this perspective, the situation in the Suong territory should be similar, Zhang Chen said as he looked at his territory information. Territory, Jiangnan level, intermediate, can be upgraded 1/5. Owner, Eternal Night status, repair 20%. 20%. Zhang Chen looked at the repair speed of his territory, and his previously serious expression softened a bit. Although the repair progress had dropped a little when upgrading from a primary to an intermediate territory, fortunately, it had caught up again now. Should I wait until the territory repair reaches 100% before taking action? Zhang Chen hesitated. He hadn't forgotten that the master blacksmith in the main city still owed him a talent reward. According to Zhang Chen's speculation, he would have to wait until the territory repair was completed for those NPCs to appear, at which point he could ask the master blacksmith for his reward. Zhang Chen glanced at the repair progress, paused for a moment, and then used spatial leap to leave. After all, he still needed to capture for more territories to upgrade. Rather than waiting here, it would be better to seize a few fallen zones first. However, just as Zhang Chen left, the system announcements began to ring out continuously. Ding! Congratulations to the American Federation, legendary task of reclaiming the Chicago Fallen Zone, task progress completed 100%. Hope other survivors of Blue Star will continue to strive. Ding! Congratulations to the Russian Federation, legendary task of reclaiming the Gorid Fallen Zone, task progress completed 100%. Hope other survivors of Blue Star will continue to strive. Ding! Congratulations to Sakura Island, legendary task of reclaiming the Okayama Fallen Zone, task progress completed 100%. Hope other survivors of Blue Star will continue to strive. Ding! The task for the White Elephant Jergoda Fallen Zone failed, 150,000 survivors dead. Ding! The task for the Korean Busan Fallen Zone failed, 80,000 survivors dead. Ding! Congratulations to Korea, legendary task of reclaiming the Incheon Fallen Zone, task progress completed 100%. Hope other survivors of Blue Star will continue to strive. Countries on Blue Star began to fully reclaim fallen zones, and the third world was about to become lively in the coming period. However, casualties were inevitable in this process. Even with Zhang Chen present, many players from the Dragon Country still died during the capture of Kyoto. Moreover, apart from the Dragon Country, no other nations had taken action against their capital cities. After all, royal-level creatures were not something that players at this stage could handle. All countries tacitly chose to capture smaller cities first to elevate player levels and strength and then aim for the capital super cities. In the E district of the Dragon countries, underground city, Zhang Chen returned to his room. At this time, it was deep night in the underground city. Although there was not much difference between the surface and the underground city for Zhang Chen now, he still had the illusion that returning to the underground city meant going offline. Where should the first fallen zone be chosen? Zhang Chen sat on the bed, pondering for a moment, and then thought of the best country. Seizing their capital city, Zhang Chen felt no psychological burden at all. Glancing at the underground city nightshade, Zhang Chen wasn't in a hurry. After all, other countries wouldn't be able to act against the super city in the short term. Zhang Chen lay back on his bed for a nap. I'm becoming more and more abnormal, Zhang Chen murmured to himself. Even in the underground city, he felt no drowsiness. After the great battle in the capital, he was merely a bit mentally fatigued. The star. Zhang Chen recalled the crimson sphere in the sky above the surface, a hint of confusion appearing in his eyes. When Zhang Chen pointed out that the crimson sphere was alive, he naturally noticed the reaction of the burly military man, a living thing that could surround a star. The next day, the underground city artificial star rose. It's time to set off. Zhang Chen got up, ready to head straight for the island nation. But at that moment, system announcements rang out continuously. Ding! Congratulations to the Dragon Country. Legendary task to reclaim the Suzhong Fallen Area. Task progress completed 10%. Hope other survivors of Blue Star will continue to work hard. Ding! Congratulations to the Dragon Country. Legendary task to reclaim the Sunan Fallen Area. Task progress completed 10%. Hope other survivors of Blue Star will continue to work hard. Ding! Congratulations to the Dragon Country. Legendary task to reclaim the Sunan Fallen Area. Task progress completed 10%. Hope other survivors of Blue Star will continue to work hard. Is this fully activated? Zhang Chen was taken aback. In just this short time, the Third World announced the task progress for dozens of fallen areas of the Dragon Country. I still need 4 more to upgrade my territory. Zhang Chen pondered for a moment and used spatial leap to leave the underground city. In the Suzhong Fallen Area, within the city, hundreds of thousands of players were battling with the alien beasts. In every corner of the city, Dragon Country players were continuously teleporting in. Facing the ordinary beast soldiers at levels 20 to 30, the Dragon Country player camp gradually gained the upper hand, splitting the alien beast groups and forming encirclement circles. Damn, where did this badass come from, dealing such high damage? A player noticed that not far from him, a young man wielding a staff was showcasing his power. The young man's large area output skill caused thousands of continuous damage to a group of beast soldiers, their health plummeting. Yeah, my level 10 warrior can only deal 800 damage with one hit, and he casually does 7 or 8,000. He must be a hidden class, really makes me envious. Why didn't I draw a hidden class? Can't blame anyone, we might just be a bit unlucky. Yeah, bro, which district are you from? I'm from District H, and you? Oh, I'm a bit better, I'm from District G. Inside the city, most were ordinary beast soldiers, and this time the Dragon Country players came prepared. Almost every encirclement circle was equipped with some powerful damage dealers and solid tanks, allowing many ordinary players to chat and laugh. Looking at it this way, the difficulty isn't that high. Right, these beast soldiers are just a bit higher level and have more health. If that's the case, with a little grinding, maybe I can single-handedly take down a main city. Some players dealing hundreds of damage were already fantasizing about soloing a main city. Moreover, they were all fighting monsters above their level, and many people's levels began to rise rapidly. After being stuck in the novice village for so many days, they finally experienced the joy of leveling up again. I finally reached level 13. Is that how the Great Master of Eternal Night reached level 75? At this rate, I'll soon be back in the top tier. Yeah, we should have left the newbie village long ago, it's just delaying everyone's leveling up. Ha ha ha. While these ordinary players were dreaming of the future, ding! Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom. The legendary task of reclaiming the southern Jiangsu occupied area has reached 20% completion. We hope other survivors on Blue Star will continue to work hard. Ding! Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom. The legendary task of reclaiming the southern Jiangsu occupied area has reached 20% completion. We hope other survivors on Blue Star will continue to work hard. Ha! The players in the central Jiangsu area were taken aback. What's going on in southern Jiangsu? How did they complete it so quickly? I don't know. 20%. Next they will face a beast-tide siege, right? That should be it. Brothers, let's step it up. We can't fall behind. Right, we're about to clear our last area too. Let's surpass southern Jiangsu. In an instant, these players were full of energy and began to output vigorously. But in central Jiangsu, the last area of beast soldiers had not yet been cleared. Ding! Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom. The legendary task of reclaiming the southern Jiangsu occupied area has reached 50% completion. We hope other survivors on Blue Star will continue to work hard. Ding! Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom. The legendary task of reclaiming the southern Jiangsu occupied area has reached 50% completion. We hope other survivors on Blue Star will continue to work hard. The system announcement rang out again. The players who were still striving to catch up with the task progress were confused. What's going on? Isn't the siege supposed to take 3 days? How did they finish so quickly? It must be a difference in task difficulty. It seems southern Jiangsu isn't as impressive as our central Jiangsu. Now these players also understood that the higher the city level, the more difficult the corresponding task. Let's push harder. We only have 100 beast soldiers left in our area. Don't panic, we're coming. Some players who had cleared their area rushed over to assist. However, the next second, ding. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom. The legendary task of reclaiming the southern Jiangsu occupied area has reached 70% completion. We hope other survivors on Blue Star will continue to work hard. Another 6 consecutive system announcements. Damn, are they cheating? This feeling, why does it seem oddly familiar? Ding. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom. The legendary task of reclaiming the southern Jiangsu occupied area has reached 100% completion. We hope other survivors on Blue Star will continue to work hard. What the hell? We can't catch up. It must be the Eternal Night Master at work. The Eternal Night Master can't be that overpowered. Amidst the players' complaints, the last area of beast soldiers in central Jiangsu was finally cleared. Ding! Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom. The legendary task of reclaiming the central Jiangsu occupied area has reached 20% completion. We hope other survivors on Blue Star will continue to work hard. Done. Don't let your guard down, a stern military officer commanded. The beast-tide siege ahead will be more troublesome. Everyone follow the plan to exit the city. Troublesome, a player muttered quietly. Southern Jiangsu finished in just over 10 minutes. A middle-aged man with a resolute face in the military was about to retort, ding. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom. The legendary task of reclaiming the northern Jiangsu occupied area has reached 50% completion. We hope other survivors on Blue Star will continue to work hard. The words were on the tip of his tongue, but the military man swallowed them back. Did this eternal night directly raid the beast tide's lair? How could it be so fast? And how did he go directly from Sunan to Subei? According to plan, exit the city. The middle-aged man from the military managed to squeeze out a sentence, beginning to command the player army to move outside the city. This time, the military was well prepared, and there were almost no casualties in taking the Suzhong urban area, which led the players to become somewhat complacent. However, the middle-aged man from the military knew well that the beast tide assault would not be so easy to withstand. He looked at the players, each with a somewhat indifferent expression, and couldn't help but sigh. After all, they have never experienced the flames of war. Outside the urban area, the fog zone was very quiet, with no signs of abnormality. However, the players from Long Country had already formed their formation, standing ready. Playing was one thing, causing a ruckus was another, but when faced with the beast tide, everyone involuntarily became fully alert. Just as the players were waiting for the beast tide to arrive, ding, congratulations to Long Country, legendary task to reclaim the Subei fallen area, task progress completed 70%, hope other survivors of Blue Star will continue to work hard. The system announcement rang out at an inopportune moment. Is the beast tide really that difficult? This is way too fast. Countless players looked at each other, all with a face full of confusion. This was somewhat different from what they had imagined. However, what left them even more speechless was yet to come. Ding, congratulations to Long Country, legendary task to reclaim the Subei fallen area, task progress completed 100%, hope other survivors of Blue Star will continue to work hard. This is completed again? Is this a joke? Many players began to whisper to each other, the initial tension dissipating by more than half. Silence, the middle-aged man from the military suddenly shouted, the color of the fog has deepened. At this moment, the players noticed that the color of the fog ahead was starting to turn blood red, extremely eerie. The middle-aged man from the military looked at the changing fog zone, his expression immediately becoming serious. Boom, the ground beneath the players trembled slightly. Immediately after, the fog began to roll violently as if countless strange beasts were about to burst forth. Roar, a deafening beast roar pierced the air, causing countless players' eardrums to ache. Oh my god! Look, many players exclaimed. Within the fog zone, an endless tide of beasts was charging wildly. This. A player's pupils widened, involuntarily becoming tense. Before the beast tide even arrived, a wave of panic spread among the players. Prepare, the middle-aged man from the military spoke in a deep voice. However, just as the beast tide approached the urban area, a figure suddenly appeared in mid-air, standing on a sword. Dimensional shriek. As the words fell, the massive tide of beasts, which had been charging at high speed, eerily came to a halt, as if the pause button had been pressed. Slap. A player rubbed his eyes hard and then slapped himself, confirming that this was indeed not an illusion. It's eternal night, someone reacted and exclaimed. The middle-aged man from the military flashed a hint of joy and ordered in a deep voice, "Everyone, pay attention, cooperate with Eternal Night's attack in a moment." However, Zhang Chen slowly turned around and spoke to the players behind him, "Stay put, I'm in a hurry." The middle-aged man from the military was taken aback by Zhang Chen's words, staring at him in astonishment. Those players who had been eager to try were also frozen in place. So damn domineering. Is this big shot going to take on the Beast Tide alone? This isn't just domineering, this is simply overflowing with power. One by one, the players gradually reacted, realizing that Zhang Chen was going to take on the Beast Tide alone. Ding, loyal audience has taken their positions. Is the second act of the performance about to begin? Zhang Chen smiled slightly. Indeed, showing off was the best way to gain loyal audience numbers. Start ding, the second act of the performance begins. Carnival Feast effect. Clown skill random damage 1 to 999, random damage cap adds, number of loyal audience, with no upper limit. Current effect, 1999 plus 82056 80,000. That's enough. Zhang Chen felt a bit regretful. He had put on such a grand show, yet only garnered over 80,000 loyal audience members. Fortunately, the attributes of the mutated beast soldiers forming the Beast Tide were only in the hundreds of thousands, and 2 attacks would be enough to take them down. At this moment, the Beast Tide resumed its movement, but they stood there in a daze, clearly confused. They had charged forward so vigorously, how did they suddenly stop? Dimensional Shriek, Infinite Mother Nest, Infinite Mother Nest. Zhang Chen didn't give them time to react and immediately unleashed a crowd control skill, then began to release the Infinite Mother Nest. Moments later, countless black-winged beasts appeared in the sky, summoned by Zhang Chen, the parasitic lord. Whoosh, the black-winged lords flapped their wings, instantly stirring up a fierce wind as they charged towards the beast soldiers below. Puff, puff, the black wings of the parasitic lord sliced through the air like steel blades, cleaving large numbers of beasts in two, with limbs flying everywhere. Minus 83,055, minus 83,055, minus 83,055. The once ferocious beast tied in. The misty area was cleared, leaving a large open space. In the eyes of the Dragon Kingdom players, a massive wave of black swept past, and in front of them, it was empty. Holy crap, so awesome? I can't be seeing this wrong. The summons from Eternal Night dealt nearly 100,000 damage. You're not seeing it wrong, I guarantee it with my integrity. Ding, the number of loyal audience members for the Carnival Feast has increased. Current effect, 1 to 999 plus 147030 as the system voice fell. The damage of the Black-Winged Lords immediately increased. Minus 148,029 minus 148,029. A player turned his head. That's nearly 150,000 damage. Your integrity isn't worth much. What the hell? The player who guaranteed with his integrity looked as if he had eaten something terrible. No matter how shocked the players behind were, the beast tied ahead was disappearing at a terrifying speed. Ding, the number of loyal audience members for the Carnival Feast has increased. Current effect, 1 to 999 plus 347030. The system prompt rang in Zhang Chen's ears again, and the damage of the summoned sword once more. 350,000. A player stammered in shock. What the hell? I admit my integrity really isn't worth much. Suddenly, roar, a furious roar echoed from deep within the beast tide. Can't sit still, huh? Zhang Chen remained unmoved, quietly watching the depths of the misty area. I wonder if it's a junior or intermediate beast general. At this moment, the beast general was no longer in Zhang Chen's eyes. After all, his summons were all lord level. Whoosh, in the distance, a beast, only 100 meters in size, flew rapidly towards him. Blazing Winged Dragon. Zhang Chen smiled. This was an old acquaintance. However, the aggressive junior beast general, the Blazing Winged Dragon, didn't even get close to Zhang Chen before being swiftly and decisively beaten to death by his summons. Poor Blazing Winged Dragon never understood why, as a junior beast general, it warranted such an attack from so many lord-level beasts. Ding! Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom. Legendary task to reclaim the Suzhong Fallen Zone. Task progress completed 70%. Hope other survivors of Blue Star will continue to strive. Ding! Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom. Legendary task to reclaim the Suzhong Fallen Zone. Task progress completed 70%. Hope other survivors of Blue Star will continue to strive. No wonder Sunan and Subei finished so quickly. In the rear, a group of Dragon Kingdom players stared in shock as Yongyi ended the battle in a flash. They hadn't even reacted before the great battle was over. After killing the Blazing Winged Dragon, Zhang Chen showed no signs of stopping and flew directly into the city on his sword. Next up should be the junior lord of the city. Below, the players exchanged glances. It seems like the big shot is really in a hurry. Let's follow and see. This time, without waiting for military command, countless players rushed into the city. And as Zhang Chen expected, roar, as soon as he entered the Suzhong city, a commotion erupted. Zhang Chen looked at the enormous strange beast that appeared. mysteriously in the city and cast a detection spell. Emosha intermediate lord level, 60 health points, 30 million attack power. 40,000 skills, 1. Shadow Stealth, 2. Corrosive Claw Strike, 3. Shadow Prison, 4. Life Drain Details, a native species born from the dark. Erosion Plane, naturally adept at using shadow energy. Shadow Stealth? Zhang Chen's eyes lit up at Emosha's attributes, but then dimmed. Immediately. He had always wanted to replicate a stealth skill, but unfortunately he could only copy 4 skills at the moment, with no extra skill slots available. My reward can't just be experience, right? Zhang Chen frowned. To complete the task of reclaiming the fallen area, he didn't know how many beast generals and lords he had killed, even slaying king-level strange beasts. Yet, there were no additional rewards. However, just as Zhang Chen finished speaking, a system prompt sounded, ding. After the establishment of the main city order, task rewards will be distributed in one lump sum. Ha! Zhang Chen was taken aback. The third world had a reward? A lump sum distribution? Zhang Chen's heart surged with joy. After killing so many strange beasts, surely he would receive some reward? However, looking at Emosha, he decided to kill it first. It seemed to sense Zhang Chen's killing intent, and Emosha's figure suddenly vanished. Zhang Chen's pupils constricted, but that next second, he too disappeared from his spot. Rip! Emosha's massive body appeared where Zhang Chen had been, its sharp claws slicing through the air with a piercing sound. However, this strike missed as Zhang Chen had already used spatial leap to retreat a distance. Looking for death, Zhang Chen whispered, activating spatial leap again, directly appearing behind it. Echo of the finale. Zhang Chen raised his fist and smashed down. Bang! 4957222216 behind him. The Dragon Kingdom players who arrived late stared blankly at the damage value Zhang Chen had dealt with a single punch. Am I seeing things? Ding! Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom. Legendary task to reclaim the Suzhong fallen area. Task progress completed 100%. May other survivors of Blue Star continue to strive. Ding! Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom. Legendary task to reclaim the Suzhong fallen area. Task progress completed 100%. May other survivors of Blue Star continue to strive. The system announcement rang out in a timely manner, but the player's attention was entirely focused on the man standing in mid-air, riding his sword. This is a 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, 100 million, billion, 490 million, one player screamed. In the eyes of the Dragon Kingdom players, Yongyi had dealt nearly 500 million damage with a single punch. This is too exaggerated. One punch man? I can only deal a few hundred damage. Why is the gap so huge? Is this the strength of the number one in the third world? Previously, they had only felt that Yongyi was impressive from various system announcements, but they had no idea just how powerful he truly was. But after this punch, they finally understood how powerful Eternal Night was. About equals cow plus 99 bitches. In midair, just one more. Zhang Chen murmured softly. Kyoto, Southern Jiangsu, Northern Jiangsu, Central Jiangsu, plus the current Central Jiangsu. Zhang Chen had already assisted in reclaiming 4 fallen areas. He was just one fallen area away from upgrading his territory again. If I upgrade to a high-level territory, my life value should exceed 10 million, right? Thinking this, Zhang Chen felt a bit excited. With 10 million life points, even if he just stood there and let others hit him, he wouldn't die for a while. However, what Zhang Chen was most looking forward to now was the completion of his territory restoration. Once the territory was restored and the main city order established, he would be able to receive system rewards. First was the talent reward. Second was the accumulated task rewards from all this time. Just then, a thought suddenly popped into Zhang Chen's mind. Since the rewards would be distributed in one go after the main city order was established, why not take advantage of the moment to crazily complete some tasks? There were hundreds of main cities in the Dragon Country alone, not to mention the entire Blue Star. If he got involved, what kind of rewards would he ultimately receive? Zhang Chen squinted his eyes. This was worth doing. Ding! Congratulations to the Dragon Country. Legendary task to reclaim the Jiangdong fallen area. Task progress completed 20%. Hope other survivors of Blue Star will continue to work hard. Ding! Congratulations to the Dragon Country. Legendary task to reclaim the Jiangxi fallen area. Task progress completed 20%. Hope other survivors of Blue Star will continue to work hard. Ding! Congratulations to the Dragon Country. Legendary task to reclaim the Jiangbei fallen area. Task progress completed 20%. Hope other survivors of Blue Star will continue to work hard. The system announcements rang out frantically, and in just a few minutes it had already involved hundreds of fallen areas. The progress is all moving together? Zhang Chen was taken aback. He didn't expect so many fallen areas to progress simultaneously. Normally, the Beast-Tide siege would last for 3 days, but with so many fallen areas starting at the same time, even with Zhang Chen's current abnormal efficiency, he couldn't manage all the fallen areas. Do your best, leave the rest to fate, Zhang Chen murmured softly. Next, it would depend on how many tasks he could complete to assist in reclaiming fallen areas in these 3 days. Without greeting anyone below, Zhang Chen's figure disappeared above the central Jiangsu city area. Eternal Night has left, a group of players who had been watching Eternal Night said regretfully. It's a pity that Eternal Night has always worn a mask. We can't see his true appearance. Eternal Night can't be a woman, right? Nonsense, didn't you hear his voice? Maybe. He used a voice changer. In the Jiangxi Fallen area, Dragon Country players had just cleared the beast soldiers in the city. But there wasn't much joy on the faces of the Dragon Country players as a low-level beast general unexpectedly appeared in the city, causing many players to lose their lives. After the Dragon Country players cleaned up the battlefield, under the command of military players, they began to gradually move towards the city outskirts to prepare for the upcoming Beast Tide siege. Just then, outside the Jiangxi city area in the fog zone, a figure suddenly appeared. The task completion rate is already 20%. Zhang Chen looked at the calm fog zone, but why hasn't the Beast Tide moved yet? Forget it, Zhang Chen shook his head. Since you won't come out, I'll just go in and find you. With that, Zhang Chen flew into the depths of the fog zone on his sword. At the same time, batches of parasitic lords were summoned by Zhang Chen, flying alongside him. Not long after Zhang Chen entered the fog zone, players from the Jiangxi city area also came out. I wonder how many people will die in the upcoming Beast Tide. The Dragon Country players all looked unusually serious, as if facing a great enemy, staring at the fog zone. However, after a moment, the misty area remained completely still. What's going on? Why hasn't there been any reaction? Wasn't it said that we would trigger the beast siege as soon as we entered the misty area? The military personnel also felt a bit strange. This was inconsistent with the information they had. Just as everyone was filled with doubt, ding, congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom. Legendary task to reclaim the Jiangxi Fallen area. Task progress completed 50%. Hope other survivors of Blue Star will continue to work hard. Ding, congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom. Legendary task to reclaim the Jiangxi Fallen area. Task progress completed 50%. Hope other survivors of Blue Star will continue to work hard. Ha, ha, ha. The 6 consecutive system announcements left the Dragon Kingdom players in Jiangxi completely bewildered. They hadn't even encountered any monsters yet. How was the task progress already at 50%? The military players exchanged glances, thinking of a possibility. Could it be that the Great Night boss has arrived? One player suddenly realized it should be. Many players began to awaken from their confusion. They had also heard the system announcements from Sunan and Subei, knowing that Great Night was leading players through the fallen area quickly. Deep in the misty area, a high-level beast general was somewhat dazed, as the damage from the black-feathered flying beast it was fighting suddenly increased. Before it could figure out the situation, it was torn apart. Below, countless beast soldier corpses lay scattered. Ding, congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom, legendary task to reclaim the Jiangxi Fallen area. Task progress completed 70%. Hope other survivors of Blue Star will continue to work hard. They guessed my arrival. Zhang Chen turned to look at the city area, but the mist obscured his view. Next up are the Lord-level beasts in the city. After saying this, Zhang Chen used spatial leap to leave the misty area, and the next moment he appeared directly in the city. Roar! A deafening roar echoed through the city. The beast is in the city, the Dragon Kingdom players exclaimed. Fall back. The military decisively commanded the players to return to the city. In the center of the city, a massive mid-level lord beast was staring intently at Zhang Chen. Echo of the finale. Zhang Chen couldn't be bothered to waste time. He directly flashed in front of the mid-level lord and punched forward. 237472940 Ding. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom. Legendary task to reclaim the Jiangxi Fallen area. Task progress completed 100%. Hope other survivors of Blue Star will continue to work hard. Ding. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom. Legendary task to reclaim the Jiangxi Fallen area. Task progress completed 100%. Hope other survivors of Blue Star will continue to work hard. The Dragon Kingdom players rushing towards the city outside suddenly halted, each one frozen in shock. Did we just complete it like this? I didn't even see the boss. Ding, congratulations, Jiangnan territory upgraded to high-level territory. Ding, congratulations, received high-level territory attribute bonus. Ding, task rewards will be distributed uniformly after the main city is repaired. Ding, Blue Star opens hostile territory. Hostile territory? Upon hearing this system prompt, Zhang Chen suddenly felt an ominous premonition rise within him. Sure enough, the next moment, ding, killing a survivor from the hostile territory grants extra upgrade experience bonus. Ding, killing a survivor from the hostile territory grants random attribute bonuses. Ding, killing a survivor from the hostile territory has a high probability of dropping enemy equipment. Ding, killing a survivor from the hostile territory has a low probability of devouring enemy talents, enhancing your own talent grade. Ding, killing a survivor from the enemy territory has a low probability of stripping the enemy of their profession, unlocking a second profession. Ding, ding, killing a survivor from the enemy territory has a low probability of obtaining a profession advancement quest. The system notifications poured in endlessly, and the players from Blue Star could hardly believe their ears. Killing players from hostile territories, the rewards were actually this generous? What does this mean? What does it mean? It encourages us humans to fight among ourselves. So will there be a fight later? I don't know. But this reward is really too good. I don't have any talents yet. Is there a chance now? And unlocking a second profession, isn't that too exaggerated? Countless players from Blue Star were discussing fervently, with both concerns and a hint of impulse. This was a coexistence of crisis and opportunity. It could lead to ruin or truly soaring to great heights. The third world did not coerce the players of Blue Star into mutual slaughter, but rather tempted them. As for whether humans of Blue Star would truly engage in killing each other, the choice still lay in their own hands. This was a blatant scheme. To kill or not to kill? Extra experience, random attribute bonuses, equipment, talents, secondary professions, even profession advancements. With such good fortune, who would still toil away hunting monsters? Killing people is much simpler, right? The tide is about to change. Jiang Chen sensed that Blue Star was likely to descend into chaos soon. Human nature is the most fragile under temptation. With such a huge allure, there would be no shortage of those willing to take risks. In fact, the vast majority of players would likely choose the path of hunting. However, at least for now, no one could shake Zhang Chen, let alone kill him. If Zhang Chen did not actively kill others, those people would be grateful. At this moment, Zhang Chen's territory had already upgraded from a mid-level territory to a high-level territory. Territory, Jiangnan level, high-level territory, upgrade. Unknown, owner, eternal night status, 60% repaired. It actually reached 60%. Zhang Chen was somewhat surprised. The repair speed had increased significantly. Could it be because many players entered the main city of Jiangnan? Aside from this, Zhang Chen couldn't think of any other possibilities. At this rate of repair, it would only take another 2 or 3 days to complete. With Jiangnan territory promoted to high-level territory, Zhang Chen's attributes had also undergone a tremendous change once again. Player, Eternal Night class, Clown rank. High territory Lord level, 75 experience, 3-230-000/7, 500-000 health /mana, 12-150-000/12, 150-000 attributes, 20, 100/20, 100/20, 100/20, 100 dual attack, 55-000/55-000 dual defense, 25-000/25-000 universal skill detection, can detect information about monsters up to 10 levels below their own exclusive skill, stage comedy. The clown can imitate and replicate any target's active skills, with the imitated skill causing random damage of 1 to 999 to the target. Limit 4. Exclusive skill, card acrobatics. Randomly draw one card from hearts, spades, diamonds, or clubs, with different effects attached to attacks within 10 seconds. Hearts, taunt, spades, blind, diamonds, interrupt, clubs, slow, skill CD, 60 seconds. Exclusive skill, improvisational comedy. Recovery buff skill, healing amount equals skill damage value, lasts 10 seconds, cooldown 60 seconds. Exclusive skill, clown stage. Within the clown's performance stage, 1000 mx 1000 m, the damage the clown receives is randomly reduced by 10% to 90%. Finally, my health has broken 10 million. Zhang Chen was very satisfied with his current attributes. As for the systems, announcement of hostile territories. The territories captured by the Blue Star humans were still few, and it would take some time before a full-scale war truly began. Moreover, since the hostile territory system was introduced, the higher-ups of various countries should no longer be able to remain hidden. After the emergence of the Third World, the higher-ups of various countries had become much more low-key. Ordinary players, on the other hand, stood at the forefront, while the higher-ups of various countries had gone into hiding. Let's take the fallen zones first and accumulate rewards. Zhang Chen analyzed the situation and decided to continue acting according to his plan. The territory restoration was nearing completion, and all the fallen zones in the Dragon Kingdom were simultaneously activated. He was prepared to help as much as he could. What kind of rewards will I get for assisting in capturing so many fallen zones once the main city is established? Zhang Chen felt a bit of anticipation. In the Jiangdong Fallen Zone, skeletons, goblins, undead, and beasts, all kinds of summoned creatures filled the foggy area. These summoned creatures formed layers of defense, blocking the endless tide of beasts. Clearly, in different urban areas, the military had arranged different strategies based on player classes. Here, the number of summoner class players was significantly higher. With tens of thousands of summoned creatures in front, the players in the back felt a lot of confidence and security. Damage-dealing class players unleashed their skills without restraint, while support class players continuously provided buffs to the summoned creatures. In other urban areas, the tank players on the front lines seemed somewhat idle here. However, summoning skills generally had long cooldowns, and once a summoned creature was killed, it could not be replenished for a short time. Once the summoned creatures were gone, summoner class players would be Almost useless, even less effective than support class players. The situation seemed good at first glance, but hidden crises began to reveal themselves little by little. Boss, the summoned creatures are dying too quickly, a military player spoke anxiously. This could be troublesome. If all the summoned creatures were killed, so many summoners would only become spectators, and the situation would become dangerous. Tanks. Prepare to step up, one military person said in a deep voice. Casualties are inevitable. Death will become the norm from now on, and we all need to get used to it. What hostile territories meant was clearer to these soldiers than to ordinary players. From now on, the threats to human survival would not only come from alien beasts but also from their own kind. The front line of summoned creatures was precarious, and waves of tank players began to step up. Meanwhile, those summoners who had lost their summoned beasts and whose skills had not yet refreshed appeared somewhat awkward, having no choice but to retreat. Soon, players began to die, and the situation took a sharp turn for the worse. Panic started to spread. Yet, these Dragon Kingdom players did not retreat a single step. Fear is instinct, courage is humanity's anthem. Will the great Lord of Eternal Night come to us? He will, right? Unbeknownst to them, many players in the Jiangdong Fallen Zone simultaneously thought of Eternal Night. In the northern city area, the seventh one, Zhang Chen, smashed a mid-level lord with a punch and used spatial leap to leave. Below the city area, Dragon Kingdom players were filled with shock. Even though Eternal Night had already left, their gazes were still looking up. Is this the power of the great Lord of Eternal Night? It's too exaggerated. I wonder which Fallen Zone the great Lord of Eternal Night will go to next. Jiangdong, after all, several of our regions are adjacent. In the Jiangdong Fallen Zone, Dragon Kingdom players were fighting the beast tide to a desperate extent. Fortunately, after the cooldown of summoning skills refreshed, the defense line welcomed a second batch of summoned creatures, relieving much of the pressure. However, the beast tide seemed endless, with beast soldiers continuously replenishing from the depths of the misty area, showing no signs of decline. Why hasn't the great Lord of Eternal Night come yet? A white-robed priest couldn't help but speak from the rear of the front line. Beside him, a player couldn't help but respond, don't think about it. Our Dragon Kingdom has opened hundreds of fallen zones at the same time, who knows where Eternal Night is right now? It seems in the Jiangdong Fallen Zone, everyone will have to risk their lives. A hint of compassion flashed in the white-robed priest's eyes. Why aren't the higher-ups coming one by one? A player asked in confusion, with a great lord's support. Wouldn't the losses be smaller? Hearing this, the white-robed priest glanced at the military players commanding from a distance and murmured, maybe the higher-ups arranged it this way on purpose. Ha! Several players around were taken aback. Heh, the white-robed priest smiled bitterly. Without experiencing the flames of war, without facing death, how could we truly realize what Blue Star is facing? Just as the players in the Jiangdong Fallen Zone were conversing, the Third World System announcement suddenly rang out. Ding, congratulations. To the Dragon Kingdom, legendary task to reclaim the Jinling Fallen Zone, task progress completed 100%. Hope other survivors of Blue Star will continue to strive. The Great Lord went to Jinling. Will the next one be us? However, the much anticipated Eternal Night did not appear. Instead, they awaited another Third World System announcement. Ding, congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom. Legendary task to reclaim the Lingnan Fallen Zone, task progress completed 100%. Hope other survivors of Blue Star will continue to strive. Ding, congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom. Legendary task to reclaim the Lingxi Fallen Zone, task progress completed 100%. Hope other survivors of Blue Star will continue to strive. Ding, congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom. Legendary task to reclaim the Gusa Fallen Zone, task progress completed 100%. Hope other survivors of Blue Star will continue to strive. The system announcements rang out from time to time, but even by the next day, they had not seen Eternal Night appear. In the Jiangdong Fallen Zone, be strong, brothers. With hundreds of cities, by the time it's our turn, we might have finished off our own beast tide. We can't keep relying on the Great Lord of Eternal Night. Be strong, fight the alien beasts. Be strong, fight to the end. However, just as everyone was shouting to be strong, the surging beast tide suddenly stopped eerily. Be strong? Just arriving at the Jiangdong Fallen Zone, Zhang Chen looked down at the countless Dragon Kingdom players shouting be strong with a puzzled expression, uncertainly saying, should I leave? It's the Great Lord of Eternal Night. Great Lord, don't go. We can wait for you to arrive. Below, the players were all extremely excited, and a system prompt rang in Zhang Chen's ear. Ding, the second act of the performance has begun. Carnival Feast. Current effect, 1 in I99 plus 382056. So hi? Zhang Chen was a bit surprised to hear the system prompt, not expecting the players in the Jiangdong Fallen Zone to trust him so much. After all, in other zones, the number of loyal spectators had only increased little by little. Dimensional Shriek. Infinite Mother Nest. Infinite Mother Nest, minus 383,055 minus 383,055 minus 383,055. With over 300,000 damage points, the ordinary beast soldiers were instantly killed, and thousands of black feather lords lined up, flapping their wings towards the depths of The fog. The beast soldiers in the beast tide were cut in half as if by a sharp blade, splitting evenly. The once boundless beast tide was gone in the blink of an eye. Holy crap, this is too insane. What kind of summoned beast does the big shot have to have over 300,000 damage points? Below, the players from Longwei were discussing animatedly. In their eyes, Zhang Chen stood on his sword, showing no intention of personally intervening, relying solely on a group of summons to deal with the beast tide. Ding! Congratulations to Longwa, legendary task to reclaim the Jiangdong Fallen Zone. Task progress completed 50%. Hope other survivors of Blue Star will continue to work hard. Is this cleared? The big shot seems to have not moved from his spot, right? But before everyone could figure out the situation, another system prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations to Longwa, legendary task to reclaim the Jiangdong Fallen Zone. Task progress completed 70%. Hope other survivors of Blue Star will continue to work hard. In midair, it seems the beast general in the fog zone has been dealt with, Zhang Chen whispered upon hearing the system prompt. After saying that, Zhang Chen flew directly towards the city on his sword. Next up were the Lord level, and this set was something Zhang Chen was already very familiar with. Seeing this, the Longwa players rushed in all at once. The military players wanted to give some commands, but at this point, who was still listening? In other words, when Eternal Night appeared, the backbone in the players' hearts had already changed. However, these players were still a step too late as a large group rushed towards the city area. Ding! Congratulations to Longwa, legendary task to reclaim the Jiangdong Fallen Zone. Task progress completed 100%. Hope other survivors of Blue Star will continue to work hard. This is completed? Whoa, so this is what it feels like to cheat. However, Zhang Chen's figure had long since vanished from the Jiangdong Fallen Zone. After Zhang Chen killed the intermediate lord in the city, he received a system prompt. Ding! Congratulations. Jiangnan territory has been restored 100%. Without any hesitation, Zhang Chen directly used Spatial Leap to return to Jiangnan territory. In Jiangnan City, countless players were cheering excitedly. The once barren city now had tailor shops, herbal medicine shops, blacksmith shops, and pet shops, with NPCs appearing. In front of the blacksmith shop, Zhang Chen was conflicted as he looked at the owner of the blacksmith shop. The master craftsman mentioned by the old blacksmith in the novice village was a little girl about 6 or 7 years old. You finally came. The little girl smiled at Zhang Chen. Are you here to claim your reward? Zhang Chen was taken aback. The little girl recognized him, but this saved him a lot of trouble. Yes, Zhang Chen quickly replied, talent reward. Of course, the little girl clapped her hands, proudly saying, I have no habit of delaying rewards for others. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the talent Fates Play on the Common People. Fates Play on the Common People. Rank, Unknown. Effect, Life and Death Play. Fate Patterns, Details, Life and Death Play Flows. At your fingertips, fate patterns surge in your palm. The common people sigh, just an ordinary talent. Fates Play on the Common People? Zhang Chen stared blankly at the details of his talent, an ordinary talent. Upon seeing these words, he suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Ordinary? It can't be. After a moment of silence, what does unknown rank mean? Zhang Chen couldn't help but ask the little girl, and what are the specific effects of life and death play and fate patterns? Your talent, why are you asking me? The little girl waved her hand. Innocently, how would I know? However, after she finished speaking, the little girl added, you already have the talent, you can go try to see if there's any difference. Try? Zhang Chen was taken aback. Just then, a system announcement rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom, legendary level mission to reclaim the Huangjiang Fallen Zone. Mission progress completed 50%. Hope other survivors of Blue Star will continue to work hard. Then let's go try, Zhang Chen said, directly using Spatial Leap to leave. The missions in various Fallen Zones of the Dragon Kingdom were still ongoing, and Zhang Chen didn't continue to entangle with the little girl. After Zhang Chen left, the little girl muttered helplessly to herself, big fool, unknown rank means it exceeds the upper limit of the Blue Star area, of course. I wouldn't know. In the Huangjiang Mist Zone, several young men faced a tide of beasts, appearing somewhat out of place. Behind them, countless players from the Dragon Kingdom became spectators, as the endless tide of beasts was blocked by these few. Among them, a young man in a white robe waved his staff, and a rain of fire fell like a storm, instantly killing groups of mutated beast soldiers. -604,356 -604,356 -604,356. Just a drop of fire rain could deal over 600,000 damage to the alien beasts. Although the number of beasts in the mist zone was considerable, they could not break through the dense rain of fire. So abnormal. Where did this Yi Chen come from? I don't know. How do you think the Eternal Night boss compares to this Yi Chen? This, how would I know? Anyway, they're all freaks. Countless players murmured behind, as they had already become spectators, and not speaking would be unbearable. A young man in black watched as the tide of beasts was easily slaughtered by Yi Chen, laughing. Yi Chen, although you only have an SSS level talent, you have an advantage. In group output, even I can't achieve this effect. The others nodded in agreement. The young man in the white robe, Yi Chen, was just about to speak when a roar echoed from deep within the mist zone. The tide of beasts began to retreat frantically, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Yi Chen looked calmly into the depths of the mist and said, "Next up are the beast generals." The young man in black replied calmly, "Even the high-level beast generals only have 10 million health points. They can't withstand your ultimate move." Yi Chen couldn't help but smile. He indeed didn't regard a beast general with 10 million health points as a threat. However, just as the few were conversing, a figure suddenly appeared in midair, standing on a sword. Yi Chen's pupils slightly contracted. "Eternal Night? It's him!" The young man in black pointed out. "That mask, no one else has it." At this moment, Zhang Chen was also looking at the few people below. The young man in the white robe dealt hundreds of thousands in group damage, which shocked Zhang Chen. This meant that the young man's own magical attack power had reached this level. Although Zhang Chen could also deal hundreds of thousands in damage, that was not his own attack power. These people shouldn't be so inconspicuous, Zhang Chen thought to himself. A bunch of survival kings. Roar. In the misty area, the beast's roar grew closer. Boom, the ground trembled as a massive beast nearly 400 to 500 meters tall crashed down. Yi Chen watched as the beast general appeared and spoke in a deep voice. "Fire rain catastrophe," as flames rained down from the sky once more. "Meteor kill," Yi Chen spoke again. As the words fell, the rain of fire crazily converged, finally condensing into a single flame that floated towards the beast general. Boom 30292731. A damage of over 30 million burst forth from the beast general's body. Ding! Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom. Legendary task to reclaim the Huangjiang Fallen Zone. Task progress completed 70%. Hope other survivors of Blue Star will continue to strive. 70%. The boss was instantly killed. Awesome. Wow, such high damage. It seems like the Eternal Night boss isn't as strong as Yi Chen. I think so too. The players from the Dragon Kingdom below were extremely excited, starting to compare Yi Chen with Eternal Night. Zhang Chen was somewhat speechless. It seemed his spotlight was stolen. However, Yi Chen's ultimate move did indeed shock Zhang Chen a bit. Meteor kill. This ultimate move dealt over 30 million damage. If one didn't dodge and took it head-on, it would be enough to kill him. Into the city. Below, the military began to command. Batches of players entered the city as planned. Zhang Chen did not leave. He also wanted to see how deep these survival kings with special talents and professions were hiding. "Next, it depends on you," Yi Chen said somewhat helplessly. "The blue is all used up." The young man in black exchanged glances with his companions and smiled helplessly. Yi Chen was competing with Eternal Night, directly releasing his ultimate move. "I'll handle the Lord-level beast," the young man in black said calmly, his words full of confidence. "Li Mu, don't be careless," someone nearby reminded. "Don't worry," the young man in black said dismissively. "We should let the Dragon Kingdom players understand that there is more than one Eternal Night in the Dragon Kingdom." Inside the city, a four-legged beast was looking down at the Dragon Kingdom players arriving around it. Zhang Chen looked at the beast and cast a detection spell. Othis, Junior Lord level, 60 health points, 20 million attack power, 20,000 skills. 1. Phase barrier. 2. Tear. 3. Barrier. 4. Nirvana return details, omitted. A junior lord, Zhang Chen was also curious how these young men would handle it. At this moment, the young man in black, Li Mu, slowly walked towards the junior lord. Behind him, the Dragon Kingdom players looked on in shock at Li Mu. Is he going to solo it? So cool. Li Mu slowly approached the boss, drawing a long knife, slash. As the words fell, Li Mu's long knife slashed down, a blade of light cutting towards the boss. Minus 82,345. The damage seems low. Behind, players found it hard to believe. Compared to the young man in black, Li Mu seemed to fall short against Yi Chen. However, Li Mu swung his long knife again. Minus 164,324 minus 328,345. Zhang Chen narrowed his eyes. Did the next attack's damage double? Minus 656,690-1303290. Roar, the junior Lord Othis swiped down at Li Mu with a claw. Puff minus 120,333. A protective shield had somehow formed in front of Li Mu, blocking the boss's attack. Interesting, Zhang Chen's eyes lit up. Li Mu's damage value transformed into the energy value of the shield. At this rate, Othis wouldn't even be able to break Li Mu's shield. However, just when Zhang Chen thought the outcome was certain, Othis unexpectedly abandoned Li Mu and charged towards the Dragon Kingdom players behind. Damn it, the formation of the Dragon Kingdom players fell into chaos. They weren't that overpowered, and if the boss charged in, many would die. Seeing this, Li Mu swung his sword desperately, but the boss completely ignored him, leaving Li Mu anxious and helpless. "It's over," the shield warrior at the front row turned pale. Just as Otis was about to engage the Dragon Kingdom players, suddenly, a figure appeared in front of it. Dimensional wail, the sound echoed, and Otis's massive body suddenly froze. What is this? It's the Great Eternal Night who has immobilized the boss. With just this move, the Great Eternal Night is no less impressive than them. Eternal Night. Ding, the second act begins. Carnival Feast. Current effect, 1999 plus 82056. Zhang Chen felt a bit speechless upon hearing the system prompt. He had so dramatically controlled the boss, yet there were only over 80,000 loyal viewers. These few youths had indeed stolen quite a bit of the spotlight. However, the next second, ding, triggered the first layer effect of the talent fate mark, increasing the skill damage cap based on the number of loyal viewers. Current effect, 1 to 83,055. Ding, skill damage can permanently stack with the number of loyal viewers during the performance, with no upper limit. Ding, ding, the same loyal viewer cannot stack repeatedly. Zhang Chen's pupils suddenly constricted. The number of loyal viewers increases the damage cap, and there's no upper limit. Doesn't that mean his skill damage has no cap? And this is just the first layer effect of Fate Mark. Since there's a first layer, there will be a second layer, a third layer. Roar. After 5 seconds, the Junior Lord Otis regained its freedom and let out a roar at Zhang Chen. Then, it swung its sharp claws towards Zhang Chen. Shut up, Zhang Chen calmly spoke. Otis, in the midst of its attack, suddenly halted, its massive claws frozen in midair. This scene, seen by the Dragon Kingdom players, left everyone wide-eyed in disbelief. What the hell? What did the Great Eternal Knight do? Is this speaking the law into existence? Nonsense, it's clearly a binding spell. Do you have any common sense? This is obviously a control-type skill. The Dragon Kingdom players were in heated discussion, while Zhang Chen heard the system prompt again. Ding, the number of loyal viewers for the Carnival Feast has increased. Current effect, 183055 plus 147030. Inch. Ding, triggered the first layer effect of the talent fate mark. The damage cap increases with the number of loyal viewers. Current effect, 1 to 230,085. Zhang Chen couldn't help but grin. Indeed, the damage cap was increased and permanently stacked. In this brief moment, his skill damage cap rose from 999 to 230,000. If there really are no limits, Zhang Chen thought to himself, couldn't I accumulate damage to over 100 million? It's known that each fallen zone can trigger hundreds of thousands of loyal viewers. How many players are there in the Dragon Kingdom? Excluding some of the elderly and weak in the regular zones, there are probably around 800 million people in the Third World Exploration Zone. If they all became his loyal viewers, just thinking about this made Zhang Chen unable to stop laughing. Below, a group of Dragon Kingdom players watched as Eternal Knight laughed at the boss, and someone couldn't help but ask, what is the Great Eternal Knight laughing about? Is he interested in this boss? Fortunately, as long as you are strong enough, there will be great scholars to debate for you. Is that a silly laugh? That's calmness in the face of the boss. Exactly, what do you know? Can you still laugh when facing the boss? It's not just the ordinary players, even Yi Chen and Li Mu are somewhat baffled by Zhang Chen's performance. Li Mu gritted his teeth and swung his knife again. His damage stacking cannot have too long of an interval, otherwise, the stacking effect will disappear. 5235466. The blade light flashed, and over 5 million damage overflowed from Otis. This primary lord had 20 million health points, and after a few strikes from Li Mu, its health bar was nearly empty. Roar. Otis finally regained its freedom, looking at Zhang Chen with some fear. Then, a semi-transparent barrier enveloped its massive body. This scene left everyone stunned. Many people cast detection spells. Primary territory barrier. Health points, 1 billion defense, 2000 details. Primary Lord Otis territory barrier, cannot deal damage to Otis until the barrier is broken. Zhang Chen looked at Otis with a strange expression. The territory barrier was actually used to protect itself. Li Mu saw the barrier information and his expression darkened. Although he could deal over 5 million damage with a single strike, facing a barrier with 1 billion health was beyond his capability. Because, at this stage, Li Mu's damage could not be infinitely multiplied. He could at most stack to deal a maximum of 50 million single target damage. Li Mu couldn't help but glance at the military player. The military player understood and immediately ordered everyone attack together to break the barrier. The players from the Dragon Kingdom, upon hearing this, did not hesitate at all and began to attack. After being spectators for so long, they finally had a chance to show their skills. In almost an instant, various output skills from the Dragon Kingdom players struck the barrier. -345, -132, -99, -1. Damn, I can't break through the defense. One player could only deal a little damage and couldn't help but curse. Although everyone's damage was low, the sheer number of players made the barrier's health rapidly decline. Zhang Chen also prepared to strike, but at that moment, a system prompt rang in his ear. Ding, triggered the second layer effect of the talent fate pattern. Loyal audience damage value counts towards performance damage. Second layer. Zhang Chen was initially delighted, but then he was taken aback. Counting towards performance damage? What use is that? Could it be? Zhang Chen murmured. Curtain call echo. Moments later, seeing the barriers health was running low, Zhang Chen teleported and punched it. -6024323345. Crack. The barrier shattered in response. What is this? 600 million? What the hell? Hey, where's the Great One of Eternal Night? Zhang Chun broke the barrier, confirming his guess, and directly left the city. With those few youths around, a low-health lord was no problem. Zhang Chen figured out the first and second layer effects of the fate pattern, although he was eager to know if there were any other effects or the yet-to-be-triggered life and death play. There was something more important to do right now. Where were his accumulated rewards? It was promised to be distributed in one go after the main city was established, and now that the Jiangnan territory had been completely repaired, why was there no news about the accumulated rewards? In Huangjiang City, although Zhang Chen had already left, the players from the Dragon Kingdom were still immersed in excitement. The barrier was broken, and facing a low-health boss, a young man in a green shirt stepped out from the crowd of Dragon Kingdom players, summoning a sword array with thousands of swords flying together. 1002444-1034442. Within the sword array, each sword chi exceeded a million damage, and within a few breaths, the low-health lord was annihilated. Ding! Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom. The legendary task of reclaiming the Huangjiang Fallen Zone has been completed, with a task progress of 100%. We hope other survivors on Blue Star will continue to strive. Ding! Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom. The legendary task of reclaiming the Huangjiang Fallen Zone has been completed, with a task progress of 100%. We hope other survivors on Blue Star will continue to strive. What a bunch of freaks, a player muttered quietly. With Night Chen's hundreds of thousands in area damage, Li Mu's doubled blade energy, and this Qingshan youth with over 1 million damage, the strength displayed by the three of them far exceeded what ordinary players could comprehend. But the most abnormal one is still the boss of Eternal Night. A single punch for 600 million, that's just inhuman. Damn, compared to that, we're just trash. At this moment, Li Mu also sheathed his sword and approached the others. Looking at the gradually dissipating sword formation, he enviously said, Wang Tong, among us, you are the strongest. In response to Li Mu's compliment, Wang Tong showed no sign of joy, instead saying, there's still quite a gap between us and Eternal Night. Night Chen, Li Mu, and the others all stiffened. None of them could deal such high damage as the 600 million from Eternal Night's last punch. Just then, ding! Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom. The legendary task of reclaiming the Jiangjiang Fallen Zone has reached 50% completion. We hope other survivors on Blue Star will continue to strive. Ding! Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom. The legendary task of reclaiming the Qingping Fallen Zone has reached 50% completion. We hope other survivors on Blue Star will continue to strive. Ding! Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom. The legendary task of reclaiming the Nanli Fallen Zone has reached 50% completion. We hope other survivors on Blue Star will continue to strive. Listening to the system announcements, Night Chen said, the progress in the other fallen zones is about the same. Let's go, Wang Tang said calmly. Let's establish a teleportation array and head to the other fallen zones. In the Jiangnan territory, Zhang Chen was staring at two pieces of equipment, a pair of boots and an accessory, which were the rewards he had just exchanged for after completing tasks. The boots were a unique item, dancing in the ashes. Dancing in the ashes boots level, no limit rarity, unique attributes, stage comedy, the clown can imitate and replicate. The number of skills +1 traits, dancing in the ashes. When the one-time echo damage of curtain call echo is triggered, the wearer will automatically enter the ash dance state, lasting for 10 seconds. In this state, each attack triggers echo damage equal to 100% of the damage. Details, in the charred traces of the burnt curtain, sparks still dance madly in the audience's pupils, and you and I are both accomplices in reigniting those sparks. Awesome. At this moment, Zhang Chen could find no other word to describe this unique equipment except for awesome. Dancing in the ashes means extending the damage value of curtain call echo for 10 seconds. Within those 10 seconds, it all depends on how many attacks Zhang Chen can unleash. But when Zhang Chen looked at the accessory, the shock in his eyes deepened. Star? Zhang Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Star accessory rarity. First tier attributes. Lifespan plus 500 traits. Immune to spatial radiation erosion. Can absorb energy from outer space. Details, an essential item for cosmic wanderers. Zhang Chen stared intently at the star accessory. He had never seen the lifespan attribute before. At this moment, Zhang Chen's attribute panel unexpectedly showed an additional lifespan column. Player. Eternal Night Profession, Clown Rank, High Territory Lord Level, 75 Lifespan, 613 Wealth, 3.8 million Blue Star Coins Experience, 123W/750W. Health/Mana, 1215W/1215W. Attributes, 2.01W divided by 2.01W divided by 2.01W divided by 2.01W. Dual Attack, 5.5W/5.5W. Dual Defense, 2.5W/2.5W. Skills, omitted. Zhang Chen looked at his lifespan attribute. Did a lifespan of 613 mean he could live for 613 years? And what about the title detail mentioning Cosmic Wanderer? Could he leave Blue Star right now? Zhang Chen felt somewhat uncertain. This was the dilemma faced by the first player, as there were no references, and everything needed to be explored on their own. Just as Zhang Chen pondered these thoughts, a system notification rang. In his ears, ding, congratulations to Territory Lord Eternal Knight for earning 344720 blue star coins from Territory Income. 344,720 blue star coins? Zhang Chen was somewhat surprised. That's quite a lot. Blue star coins are the universal currency in the main city of the third world, which players can earn through quests and by killing exotic beasts. Zhang Chen had just exchanged all the materials from the exotic beasts he killed in the early stages for blue star coins, totaling 3.8 million. Now, the territory income had brought him nearly 350,000 blue star coins, almost 1/10 of his wealth. With blue star coins, Zhang Chen could further improve his main city. However, at the moment, Zhang Chen didn't have the time to build his main city. The third world was crazily announcing the progress of the fallen zones in blue star, and the tasks in the dragon country's fallen zones had basically reached 50%. Once the fallen zones were taken, and teleportation arrays were established, players could provide targeted support. Therefore, the progress of some later fallen zones was advancing rapidly. First, players were becoming more familiar with the mechanics and were better prepared. Second, the players who had previously provided support had also gained a certain level of experience and strength. Zhang Chen felt a sense of urgency. What he lacked the most right now was time. After awakening the fate of the world talent, the loyal audience could permanently increase the skill damage cap, and Zhang Chen's skill random damage had already changed to 1 to 230,085. The immediate priority was to take advantage of the fallen zone tasks to increase the skill damage cap. Just as Zhang Chen was about to leave Jiangnan City, a surprised voice came from behind him. Zhang Chen? Is that you? Zhang Chen was taken aback and slowly turned around. Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan's expression seemed calm, but her heart had already stirred. If it weren't for that accident, perhaps she would be his wife by now. Lu Ruyan softly spoke. How have you been during this time? However, Zhang Chen merely shot her a cold glance and turned to leave. Lu Ruyan's expression changed. She didn't expect the man who had once cared for her so much to become so unfamiliar. She had imagined countless scenarios of their reunion, but she never thought Zhang Chen could be this indifferent. Lu Ruyan watched Zhang Chen's departing figure without chasing after him. She understood that some things couldn't be rushed. Charging up to him now would only make Zhang Chen dislike her even more. This matter needed to be approached gradually, like boiling a frog in warm water, to slowly regain Zhang Chen's view of her. Moreover, she now suspected that Zhang Chen was Eternal Knight, so she had to be cautious. I was impulsive on the day of the wedding, Lu Ruyan murmured to herself. I shouldn't have been in the makeup room with Wang Yan. However, she quickly changed her tone. But I wasn't wrong. As a weak woman in such chaotic times, I must rely on the strong to survive. As she spoke, Lu Ruyan's brows furrowed. A big man who lacks this kind of magnanimity. This little interlude with Lu Ruyan did not affect Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen was clear that he and Lu Ruyan, and even Wang Yan, would eventually meet again one day. After all, they were all in Jiangnan City. And Zhang Chen knew very well what kind of person Wang Yan was. A standard rich second generation. To Wang Yan, Lu Ruyan was nothing more than a plaything. However, there is a saying in Longwa that many people would rather cry in a BMW than laugh on a bicycle. Lu Ruyan surely understood this as well. It was just her choice, and even as a plaything, she was willing. But this time, Lu Ruyan was destined to place the wrong bet. Although Lu Ruyan suspected that Zhang Chen was Yang Ye, it was merely a suspicion. Deep down, there was still a layer of fear within her. If Zhang Chen really was Yang Ye, then she had undoubtedly given up the title of the first person in the third world to become Wang Yan's plaything. This made Lu Ruyan both eager to confirm Zhang Chen's identity and afraid to do so. However, Lu Ruyan felt that the situation could still be salvaged. After all, Zhang Chen had always been obedient to her in the past. Although she had acted a bit out of line, no matter how willful she was, hadn't Zhang Chen chosen to be tolerant? Lu Ruyan was preparing for both outcomes. Wang Yan was her benefactor, and Zhang Chen was her fallback. In the Qingping Fallen Zone, a large number of Longwa players took turns mocking the Beast General in the vast misty area, alternating their hatred while the Beast General's health was gradually wearing down. However, this process was also consuming the lives of Longwa players. A moment of carelessness could lead to a Longwa player dying under the Beast General's attack. Attention, the boss's health is running low, a military player reminded. It's about to go berserk. Priests, prepare to heal. Some damage-dealing players hesitated. If they drew aggro before the boss went berserk, it would be their group that would be in trouble. Roar! The intermediate beast general, resembling a bull, let out a furious roar, its hundreds of meters tall body radiating red light. Ding! The intermediate beast general Qing Tian Mangnyo has entered berserk state. All attributes doubled. Ding! The intermediate beast general Qing Tian Mangnyo has entered berserk state. All attributes doubled. System notifications echoed across the misty wilderness, and all Longwa players' expressions changed in unison. Attributes doubled. Output at full strength, the military commander shouted. minus 15, minus 33, minus 245. Various skills poured down, striking the Beast General. However, after the attributes doubled, some players found their damage to the Beast General halved. Boom, the Beast General charged forward, breaking through the defensive line set up by the shield warriors and rushing towards the mages at the back. Damn! A mage's face changed drastically. They could output damage, but they were fragile. If the boss really charged at them, none of them would escape. Just at this critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared in mid-air, blocking the massive body of the boss. Dimensional shriek as the voice fell. The intermediate Beast General Ching Tian Mangyo suddenly froze in place. This is Yang Ye. It's really the great Yang Ye. We're saved. Longwa players recognized the mask worn by the newcomer and shouted excitedly. Zhang Chen revealed the Mask of Destiny Carnival, single-handedly stopping the Beast General. Ding, the second act begins. Carnival. Feast current effect 1230085 plus 182056 ding triggered the first layer effect of the talent fate pattern. Damage cap increases with number of loyal audience. Current effect random skill damage 1412141 410,000 under the mask. Zhang Chen couldn't help but grin. 410,000 was just the beginning. Then, Zhang Chen summoned a wave of parasitic lords and swiftly eliminated the intermediate Beast General. Minus 412,141. Minus 412,141. Minus 412,141. A group of summoned creatures dealt terrifying damage to the Beast General, making countless players from the Dragon Kingdom below even more excited. Ding! Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom. Legendary quest to reclaim the Qingping Fallen Zone. Task. Progress completed 70%. Hope other survivors on Blue Star will continue to work hard. The black cloak fluttered in the wind as Zhang Chen slightly lowered his head to look at the countless players below. Into the city. I'll take you to complete the last step of the task. As soon as he finished speaking, a system prompt sounded in Zhang Chen's ear. Ding! The number of loyal audience members for the carnival feast has increased. Current effect 1412141 plus 130456 ding triggered the talent fate pattern first layer effect. Skill random damage 1542597 inch 540,000. Zhang Chen smiled with satisfaction. This was the effect he wanted. In the Qingping area, a primary lord-level alien beast was quickly knocked down to 1 life by Zhang Chen and his group of parasitic lord summons. Ding! Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom. Legendary quest to reclaim the Qingping Fallen Zone. Task progress completed 100%. Hope other survivors on Blue Star will continue to work hard. It only increased to 670,000. Zhang Chen looked at the Dragon Kingdom players below, no longer pretending, and vanished. With the task completed, although there were more players in the Qingping area, the number of loyal audience members caused Zhang Chen's skill cap to stop increasing after reaching 670,000. Zhang Chen also realized that not everyone could become his loyal audience. After all, no matter how well you perform, there will always be some who won't appreciate it. This was not a big deal. There were still many players from the Dragon Kingdom in the Fallen Zone fighting alien beasts, and Zhang Chen had plenty of opportunities to increase his damage. In the Jiajiang Fallen Zone, by the time Zhang Chen arrived, the task was nearing its end. He encountered old acquaintances, Yi Chen, Li Mu, and others. After a round of output operations, ding, the second act of the performance begins. Carnival Feast, current effect, 1670085 plus 82056 ding triggered the talent fate pattern first layer effect. Skill random damage, 1752141 inch. It only increased by 80,000 damage. Zhang Chen frowned slightly. Due to the presence of Yi Chen and the others, Zhang Chen didn't gain many loyal audience members. However, he did not leave empty-handed. He quietly copied Yi Chen's area damage skill, Fire Rain Calamity. The Rain of Fire was something Zhang Chen truly envied. Moreover, if he used Fire Rain Calamity in conjunction with Curtain Dance to deal damage for a full 10 seconds, it was simply unimaginable. Zhang Chen didn't delay. After the Lord was killed, he directly used Spatial Leap to head to the next Fallen Zone. How did his damage increase so quickly? Li Mu looked at Eternal Night leaving, his expression very serious. This time when they saw Eternal Night again, his skill damage had already reached 700,000, even surpassing Yi Chen. Let's go to the next Fallen Zone, Yi Chen said in a deep voice. We need to level up quickly to prepare for the hostile territory. In another Fallen Zone, the Rain of Fire fell like a torrential downpour. Ding! The second act of the performance begins. Carnival Feast current effect 1752141 plus 282056 ding triggered the talent fate pattern first layer effect. Skill random damage 1103419 inch 1 million. Zhang Chen watched as the Lord was instantly killed by the Rain of Fire, his figure disappearing directly. Not long after, ding, ding, one by one, the Fallen Zones were completed. Ding, ding, the second act of the performance begins. The Carnival Feast current effect 1455241 plus 447859 ding triggered the talent fate pattern first layer effect. Random skill damage 5 million. 5 million. Zhang Chen's random skill damage shot up directly to 5 million. Once it reached 5 million, it wasn't that Zhang Chen didn't want to continue increasing it, but rather that all the tasks in the Dragon Country's fallen zones had been completed. Each fallen zone opened simultaneously, with task progress being roughly the same. If it weren't for Zhang Chen having the skill of spatial leap, he wouldn't have been able to stack the damage cap to this extent. Looks like I need to think of other ways to improve, Zhang Chen murmured softly, returning to the Jiangnan urban area. Increasing the number of loyal audience members couldn't be rushed, there would be plenty of opportunities later. Just as Zhang Chen returned to his territory, a system notification rang out. Ding, congratulations. To the Territory Lord Eternal Knight, you have earned 70,323,440 blue star coins from territory income. Ha! Zhang Chen was taken aback. 70 million blue star coins? This income far exceeded Zhang Chen's expectations. However, when he saw the source of the income, a strange expression crossed his face. Residential. It turned out that many players from the Jiangnan territory had used blue star coins to purchase residences. This caught Zhang Chen off guard, as he, being the territory lord, didn't even know what use purchasing residences in the main city could have. Perhaps it was the Dragon Country people's obsession with home. Increased income was, after all, a good thing. Zhang Chen stopped overthinking it and began to tally his gains. The task of reclaiming the fallen zones was basically coming to an end, and next, Zhang Chen planned to take over the capitals of various countries. Entering the fallen zones, player levels increased, and some hidden class players began to emerge. If he delayed any longer, the super city might be taken. The territory attribute bonus could not be missed. Zhang Chen looked at his equipment, counting the unique equipment he had recently obtained. He now possessed 4 pieces of unique level gear: Fate Carnival, Mockery of the Unpredictable, Echo of the Finale, and Dance of the Embers. Fate Carnival's trait, skill. Consumption 100%, 90% chance to refresh all skill cooldowns when attacking. Mockery of the Unpredictable's trait, improvised performance. When wearing Mockery of the Unpredictable, performance is no longer subject to conditions. Echo of the Finale's trait, all damage dealt while in the clown performance state triggers a one-time echo upon the finale. Dance of the Ember's trait, after the one-time echo damage from Echo of the Finale is triggered, enter the Ember Dance state, lasting 10 seconds. In this state, each attack triggers echo damage equal to 100% of the damage. These unique pieces of equipment complement each other, almost perfectly addressing all the shortcomings of the clown class. However, since they are unique pieces, it also means that there is only one of each. In the entire third world, no second identical piece exists. Moreover, each unique piece of equipment adds a replicable skill slot. Zhang Chen has now replicated 5 skills: Spatial Leap, Sword Control, Technique, Dimensional Shriek, Infinite Mother Nest, and Rain of Fire Calamity. Spatial Leap goes without saying, it is an essential skill for traversing the main city. Sword Control Technique also cannot be replaced, not to mention that flying in the air can evade many beast attacks. Just the stylish entrance can garner quite a few loyal audience members. Dimensional Shriek is a crowd control skill, although it lasts only 5 seconds. In Zhang Chen's hands, where there is almost no skill cooldown, it becomes an unbreakable hard control. Infinite Mother Nest can summon an army of Lord-level beasts, which is great for drawing fire or dealing damage. As for Rain of Fire Calamity, it is currently Zhang Chen's main output skill. With the sky ablaze and his current high damage, it is no exaggeration to say that even a beast tide composed of high-level beast generals could be easily eliminated by Zhang Chen. If a certain amount of damage accumulates, the Fire Rain Catastrophe will only become more terrifying. If Zhang Chen's area damage accumulates to 10 billion damage points, taking 10 billion as an example, when he releases the Curtain Call Echo, he can deal 10 billion single target damage. But let's not forget the characteristic of the Ash Dance. After releasing the Curtain Call Echo, Zhang Chen will enter the Ash Dance state, lasting for 10 seconds. During these 10 seconds, every attack from Zhang Chen will trigger 100% echo damage. This means that for the next 10 seconds, every drop of flowing fire from the Fire Rain Catastrophe skill can cause 10 billion damage. Coupled with the enormous coverage of the Fire Rain Catastrophe skill, after a rain of fire, there will be no living creatures left. These 5 skills currently have their own uses, and Zhang Chen does not plan to change them. After reviewing the equipment skills, it's time to look at his own attributes. Player, Eternal Knight class, Clown rank, high level territory lord level, 75 lifespan. 613 wealth, 74.12 million blue star coins health/mana, 12.15m/12.15m attributes, 20.1k divided by 20.1k divided by 20.1k divided by 20.1k dual attack, 55k per 55k dual defense, 25k per 25k universal skill, detection technique, can detect information about monsters no higher than 10 levels above oneself. Exclusive skill, stage comedy, the clown can imitate and replicate any target's active skills, with imitated skills causing 1 to 5 million. Random damage, cap 5, exclusive skill, card acrobatics, randomly draw 1 card from the 4 suits of hearts, spades, diamonds, and clubs, with different effects attached to attacks within 10 seconds, hearts, taunt, spades, blind, diamonds, interrupt, clubs, slow, skill CD, 60s exclusive skill, improvised comedy, recovery buff skill, healing amount equals skill damage value, lasts for 10 seconds, cooldown 60 seconds. Exclusive skill, Clown Stage. Within the clown's performance stage, 1000 x 1000 damage received by the clown is randomly reduced by 10% to 90%. The only shortcoming is, Zhang Chen examined his attributes for a long time and discovered a flaw: health. 20 million health points may seem like a lot, but in reality, it's already insufficient. Especially after seeing the high damage from Yi Chen, Li Mu, Wang Tun, and others, having 10 million health points could very well lead to disaster. Although the clown stage skill reduces the damage he receives by 90%. Converted into health points, it's equivalent to having 120 million health points. However, this skill has a distance limitation, and the 1000 x 1000 range is starting to feel a bit inadequate. It seems I need to find a way to increase my health, Zhang Chen whispered as he looked at his attribute panel. He was almost entirely equipped with unique gear. Although the unique gear was overpowered, its drawbacks were also very obvious. That is, it does not add any character attributes. Zhang Chen is currently level 75, and if he wore a level 75 divine armor, it could probably add several million health points directly. Then, Zhang Chen looked at his talent, Fate of the Living. The Fate talent corresponds to life and death play and fate patterns. The life and death play is temporarily unknown. The fate pattern has just unlocked 2 layers. The first layer increases the number of loyal audience members, raising the skill's damage cap. The second layer counts the damage value of loyal audience into the performance damage. Zhang Chen's skill damage cap has been raised to 5 million thanks to the effect of the first layer of the fate pattern. As for the second layer, it seems to only be effective during group battles where all loyal audience damage values will be counted into the performance damage. Finally, Zhang Chen looked at a special piece of equipment, the Bond of Affection. This was still the equipment Zhang Chen obtained in the novice village. The characteristic of this equipment is that when health drops below 5%, it triggers a bond effect, granting immunity to all attacks for 5 seconds, cooldown of 1 hour. For Zhang Chen, this is a life-saving, game-turning piece of gear, which is why he has kept it all along. Just as the equipment details state, a thread of affection wraps gently around the fingers. When you think you have everything under control, little do you know that the upcoming situation will exceed your grasp. Almost done. After counting, Zhang Chen directly activated Space Leap and left the Zhongnan territory. The reason Zhang Chen acted now, aside from the Territory Lord attribute bonus, was an irresistible temptation. In the Cherry Blossom Island, the Tokyo Fallen Zone was filled with beast soldiers, among which many beast generals roamed the urban area. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the sky above the Fallen Zone, standing on a sword. "I'll take you down," Zhang Chen said, looking at the group of beast soldiers in Cherry Blossom Tokyo, and directly unleashed Fire Rain Calamity, raining down flames upon the urban area. -500, -500, -500. Terrifying damage overflowed from these level 20 to 30 beast soldiers, and within the coverage of Fire Rain Calamity, the beast soldiers were instantly wiped out. A bit wasteful, Zhang Chen murmured to himself. Fire Rain Calamity is a continuous area damage spell. The first wave of flames instantly killed all beast soldiers within the area, and subsequent fire rains could only fall on empty ground. Zhang Chen flew on his sword, continuously casting Fire Rain Calamity, quickly creating patches of fire. The beast soldiers were instantly killed upon contact. Even the beast generals, with only a few million health points, could withstand at most 2 waves of flames before being obliterated. However, the area of Tokyo was vast, spanning 23 districts. Even with Zhang Chen's monstrous monster clearing speed, it took a little while before the first system announcement rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the Territory Lord Eternal Knight for reclaiming the Tokyo Fallen Zone. Task progress completed 5%, hoping other survivors of Blue Star will continue to strive. Ding! Congratulations to the Territory Lord Eternal Knight for reclaiming the Tokyo Fallen Zone. Task progress completed 5%, hoping other survivors of Blue Star will continue to strive. Ha! What? Oh, did I hear that right? Tokyo Fallen Zone? Eternal Knight went to Tokyo? The moment the system announcement sounded, Blue Star players were left dumbfounded. Even the players from Dragon Country were somewhat taken aback. What does this mean? Is Eternal Knight helping Cherry Blossom Island reclaim the Fallen Zone? No way, my idol can do something like this? However, the most anxious were the players from Cherry Blossom Island. They had already reclaimed most of the Fallen Zones but had yet to make a move on the Tokyo Fallen Zone. They currently lacked the confidence to take down a king-level creature. But this system announcement made the players from Cherry Blossom Island restless. What does Dragon Country mean? Are they really so kind to help us? Quick, go ask what Dragon Country is planning. Ask what? Just fight them. Zhang Chen had no idea how much commotion his actions had caused. He was fully focused on harvesting the beast soldiers in Tokyo, even summoning the parasitic lord. As Zhang Chen went all out, the system announcements began to ring out one after another. Ding! Congratulations to the Territory Lord Eternal Knight for reclaiming the Tokyo Fallen Zone. Task progress completed 10%. Hoping other survivors of Blue Star will continue to strive. Ding! Congratulations to the Territory Lord Eternal Knight for reclaiming the Tokyo Fallen Zone. Task progress completed 15%. Hoping other survivors of Blue Star will continue to strive. Ding! Congratulations to the Territory Lord Eternal Knight for reclaiming the Tokyo Fallen Zone. Task progress completed 20%. Hoping other survivors of Blue Star will continue to strive. In the underground city's district of Dragon Country, a group of military bigwigs gathered together. Contact us, Sakura Island, a middle-aged man spoke up. How should we respond? Why do we need to reply to them? The middle-aged man hesitated slightly and continued. It's not just Sakura Island, other countries are also reaching out to us. As the only nation on Blue Star to capture the capital city, Long Country was now sending Yangye to Sakura Island to seize the main city, and naturally, other countries couldn't sit idly by. Who knows if Long Country might turn its hand against them? At this moment, the leader spoke in a deep voice. Reply to them, this is Yangye's personal action, unrelated to Long Country. This is equivalent to pushing Yangye out alone. Since we've acted, we must bear the consequences. Whether it's Yangye or those genius talents with divine-level abilities, it's the same. Also, we need to start the offensive against enemy territories quickly. The strong survive, the weak perish. A moment's delay could lead to a plunge into the abyss. Do not gamble on their humanity. Ding! Congratulations to the Territory Lord Yangye for reclaiming the Tokyo Fallen Zone. Task progress completed 40%. We hope other survivors on Blue Star will continue to strive. As various countries stirred with undercurrents, the Third World System announcements continued to ring out. 40%. Oh my god, Yangye is really going to take Tokyo all by himself. Does this mean we can establish a teleportation array now? What's the use of taking Tokyo? How can it be useless? Yangye doesn't have a clone. Once the main city battle starts later, he won't be able to hold it, right? Set off immediately. We can't let Yangye complete the task alone. Sakura Island began to mobilize, with a large number of players entering the teleportation array. Zhang Chen, who was annihilating the beast tide in the Tokyo Fog Zone, also received a system prompt. Ding! Survivors from the Sakura Island faction have entered the Tokyo Fallen Zone. As expected, Zhang Chen guessed that Sakura Island couldn't just stand by. Go kill them! Zhang Chen commanded the overwhelming number of Black Feather Lords to fly into the city. Zhang Chen had summoned so many Lord-level summoned beasts that he couldn't even remember. However, when the Black Feather Lords flew into the Tokyo City area, the entire sky darkened. Baka, what is this? The players from Sakura Island who had come over were caught off guard and were instantly annihilated in droves. In the fog zone, Zhang Chen looked at the massive alien beast appearing in the distance and directly used Dimensional Whale to hard control this boss. Bone Shadow Blue, Sub-King level 80. Health points, 180 million attack power, 180,000 skills, 1. Dark Erosion, 2. Shadow Bone Symbiosis, 3. Bone Spike Details, an alien beast from Bone Star, a living war soldier, formed by the fusion of the bones of the deceased and Dark Erosion energy. Unfortunately, a Sub-King level alien beast could only withstand for a moment under the rain of fire and was instantly killed. Ding! Congratulations to the Territory Lord Yangye for reclaiming the Tokyo Fallen Zone. Task progress completed 70%. We hope other survivors on Blue Star will continue to strive. The Third World System announcement made the countries of Blue Star uneasy, but the players from Long Country were all excited. It reached 70% so quickly? It seems the boss is going to take the Tokyo Fallen Zone all by himself. Didn't they send anyone to snatch it? Well, they have to be able to snatch it. In the S district of Sakura Islands underground city, they're all dead? How is that possible? Prime Minister, we might as well wait for Yangye to kill the king-level boss before sending hidden class experts over. In Tokyo City, Sakura Island, a massive boss over 2,000 meters tall was facing off against Zhang Chen. Sky Splitter King? Zhang Chen looked at this final king-level boss and directly activated the curtain call echo. Minus 193,872. How much damage has accumulated? Zhang Chen stared at the long string of damage values in shock. 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000, billion, 100 billion, forget it, I won't count anymore. Ding! Congratulations to the Lord of the Territory, Eternal Knight, for reclaiming the Tokyo Fallen Zone. Mission progress completed 100%. I hope other survivors of Blue Star will continue to work hard. Ding! Congratulations to the Lord of the Territory, Eternal Knight, for completing the Tokyo Fallen Zone mission and becoming the Lord of the Tokyo Territory. Wow, damn, the Lord of Tokyo. When this announcement came out, players from the Dragon Country were ecstatic. However, at the moment the announcement rang out, waves of players appeared in the Tokyo City area. Zhang Chen slightly raised the corner of his mouth. I've been waiting for you. Ding! The Jiangnan territory has established Tokyo as a hostile territory. Ha! What is the big shot doing? He turned his two territories into hostile territories? In the Tokyo City area, a player from the Sakura Island military pointed at Eternal Knight, who was standing in midair on his sword. Eternal Knight, you're seeking death. However, Zhang Chen didn't waste a single word and directly attacked. The curtain of ashes danced. Rain of fire, calamity from the heavens. 10 seconds of curtain call echoing group damage. Ding, killed a survivor. From the hostile territory, gained 1 stamina bonus. Ding, killed a survivor from the hostile territory, gained 1 strength bonus. Ding, killed a rare profession survivor, profession. Deprivation in progress. Ding, second profession activation failed. Ding, killed an SSSS talent survivor, devouring enemy talent, enhancing the fate of the living in progress. Ding, enhancement failed. Ding, killed a god-level talent survivor, devouring enemy talent, enhancing the fate of the living in progress. How terrifying is the rain of fire? Calamity under the enhancement of the curtain of ashes? Waves of Sakura Island players had just teleported over, and damage values overflowed densely. Zhang Chen couldn't even count them himself. However, Zhang Chen had no time to calculate the damage because the system prompts in his ears kept ringing. Ding, congratulations to the Lord of the Territory, Eternal Knight, 4. Obtaining dual territory benefits. Territory enhancement effect, health/mana plus 10 million, attributes plus 15,000. Zhang Chen's health limit increased by another 10 million, and his attributes also broke through to 40,000. Moreover, for every Sakura Island player he killed, he would gain an additional attribute point. The only thing that puzzled Zhang Chen was that even though many of these Sakura Island players had SSS level talents, and even some had god level talents, his talents still couldn't be upgraded successfully. Then let's keep killing. A glint of determination flashed in Zhang Chen's eyes. Anyway, the Sakura Island players were still flying into the fire. He didn't believe that he couldn't upgrade by killing like this. Zhang Chen was in high spirits, and the system announcements rang out one after another. Ding, Jiangnan and Tokyo are mutually hostile territories. Ding, the teleportation array between Jiangnan and Tokyo has been activated. Ding, killing survivors from the hostile territory can grant additional benefits. The system announcements rang out frantically, and players from various countries on Blue Star were completely stunned. The situation flipped in an instant. Eternal Knight had just taken the Tokyo territory, and it immediately became a hostile territory. However, the players from the Dragon Country and Sakura Island were the most impacted. The benefits of hostile territories go without saying: additional experience gain, random attribute bonuses, high probability of looting enemy equipment, enhancing talent grades, unlocking second professions. But all countries were very cautious. After all, once activated, they could become the target of everyone, and no faction dared to be the first to activate. But now Zhang Chen had taken the lead in breaking the original balance. In the Jiangnan City area, damn, can we go after Tokyo now? Brothers, shall we make a move? The chance to make a name for ourselves in history has come. What the hell? How many players do we have in Jiangnan? The number of Tokyo dogs far exceeds ours. Yanye is really impulsive this time. Various comments erupted. Most players were excited and their blood was boiling due to the Jin awakening, but a few players remained pessimistic. After all, the main cities of both sides were not on the same level. The Tokyo Fallen Zone was at least a super city, stronger than Jiangnan in every aspect. However, just as the Jiangnan players were discussing heatedly, another system announcement rang out. Ding, Jiangnan and Tokyo are engaged in a hostile territory war. Real-time territory image push has been activated. As the announcement ended, the sky above Jiangnan City immediately displayed the battlefield scenes of Tokyo City, instantly capturing the attention of countless Jiangnan players. In Tokyo City, a sea of black feather summoned beasts filled the sky, flames rained down, and the entire city was in chaos. In the footage, batches of Tokyo players were teleported in, only to immediately turn into white light and disappear. What the hell? Did the cherry blossom dogs summon a natural disaster? Where's Yang Ye? What kind of damage is this? -5,000, -5,000. Within the range of the flames, Tokyo City players were overflowing with millions of damage points. This was still delayed footage. If the image push had started within 10 seconds of dancing in the ashes, the damage would have truly been outrageously inhumane. The image push has started between the two territories? Zhang Chen didn't expect that initiating a hostile territory war would cause such a commotion. The system notifications had not stopped ringing in his ears from the very beginning, and his four-dimensional attributes were still skyrocketing. In midair, Zhang Chen stood on his sword, surrounded by a large number of black feather lords hiding among the summoned beasts. Below, the cherry Blossom Island players who had narrowly avoided the rain of fire began to organize a counterattack. Countless ranged attacks were directed at Yangye, but they were all blocked by the densely packed black feather lords around. Even if some targeted attacks landed on Yangye, with Zhang Chen's over 20,000 dual defenses, ordinary players simply couldn't break through, only causing 1 point of force damage. Some special attacks from hidden classes or talented players did cause Zhang Chen some damage, but his improvisational comedy quickly brought his health back up. Ding, the second act of the performance has begun. Carnival Feast. Ding, triggered the talent fate pattern first layer effect. Damage cap increases with loyal audience count. Current effect 1 to 5 million plus 1,382,056. Directly added over a million? Zhang Chen was taken aback by the system prompt but quickly reacted. The third world had activated image. Push between the two territories, granting him the loyal audience of Jiangnan territory. It's a pity the projection is only activated between the two territories. Zhang Chen felt a bit disappointed. If it could be activated across the entire Dragon Kingdom faction, that would be a true takeoff. In Jiangnan City, the Dragon Kingdom players were stunned. This was not a territory war, it was clearly a one-sided massacre by Yang Ye. Yang Ye stood in the air above Tokyo City, only ranged classes could deal damage to him. A large number of melee players became cannon fodder, being instantly killed without causing any damage. Damn, this is too abnormal. Casually dealing over 6 million damage, how is that even possible? I almost feel sorry for those cherry blossom dogs. The Jiangnan main city players watched Yang Ye's one-sided slaughter, each one excited, completely forgetting to teleport over to pick up the spoils. The Rain of Fire. Although the situation was overwhelmingly one-sided, Zhang Chen did not let his guard down, continuously releasing stacking skills. Better safe than sorry, who knows if a special talent player might pop up, so he would not delay in delivering a quick kill. Zhang Chen pushed his output to the limit, fighting to the end with any advantage, not giving his opponent a moment's respite. Among the Tokyo City players, there were indeed some hidden classes and special talent players, but facing the perverse damage of the Rain of Fire, they hadn't even had time to react before being killed instantly. Ding, the Lord of the Territory, Eternal Night, has killed 50,000 hostile survivors. Survivors of the Jiangnan territory receive an additional bonus, experience points for killing alien beasts plus 5%. Awesome! The Jiangnan players erupted with excitement upon hearing this system announcement. There's actually an extra benefit? We're making a huge profit this time. The big boss is amazing. In the underground city of Sakura Island, Zone S, an angry roar echoed, counterattack immediately. Declare Jiangnan territory as a hostile territory. Since the Dragon Kingdom has distanced itself, we will go to war with Jiangnan territory. Moments later, ding, Nagoya territory has established Jiangnan territory as a hostile territory. Ding, Daban territory has established Jiangnan territory as a hostile territory. Ding, Fukuoka territory has established Jiangnan territory as a hostile territory. In Jiangnan City, the players who were still cheering suddenly fell silent. A series of system announcements declared that over a dozen territories from Sakura Island had simultaneously listed Jiangnan as hostile. The mood of the Jiangnan players plummeted like a roller coaster, crashing from heaven to hell. They had just received a collective bonus and hadn't been happy for long before they turned into the hunted. What the hell, are we going to be beaten up? What do we do? What are we afraid of? Let's fight back. Fight, hurry and log off to hide. A brief chaos erupted among the players in Jiangnan City, not because they were afraid of dying though. They were indeed scared, but because facing the assault of over a dozen territories, they were still self-aware. Most players' first reaction was to log off. The Jiangnan territory had been established and they could return to the underground city to hide for a while. However, a few players were ready to take a gamble. After all, the rewards for killing players from hostile territories were right there. People die for wealth, birds die for food, and under heavy profits, there will surely be brave men. Moreover, there was still Eternal Night standing in front. They had seen the scene of Eternal Night slaughtering Tokyo players clearly. Even though they would soon face over a dozen territories, the numbers of Sakura Island far exceeded theirs. This small group still had confidence in Eternal Night. Let's fight them. The big boss Eternal Night will definitely come back. Right, what are we afraid of? Killing one won't cost us. Killing two will still earn us one. In Tokyo City, did we mess up? Zhang Chen also didn't expect Sakura Island to pull such a stunt. Over a dozen territories from Sakura Island listing Jiangnan as a hostile territory was like pulling the rug out from under him, forcing him to retreat. Retreat to defend? The moment that thought arose, Zhang Chen dismissed it. Because it couldn't be defended. Once he retreated, it would mean a shift in offense and defense, and the initiative would fall into the hands of Sakura Island. Sakura Island could attack immediately or wait 3 days to attack. Was he supposed to just stay in the city and defend? This would put him in a passive position. Since we can't defend, then let's kill. Zhang Shen made up his mind and directly used Spatial Leap to leave Tokyo City. At the same time, an announcement rang out in Jiangnan territory. Ding, Lord Eternal Night's order, I'm going to Nagoya, those not afraid of death teleport over. The players in Jiangnan City were momentarily stunned upon hearing the territory announcement. The big boss Eternal Night isn't coming back, but is going to Nagoya? Damn, let's do it. Brave warriors, safe travels, I'll cheer for you in the underground city. I support you all mentally. This is over a dozen territories. They outnumber us. The players in Jiangnan territory became polarized. A small number wanted to rush to Nagoya, but most were preparing to log off and hide. Outside Jiangnan territory, waves of players from Sakura Island began teleporting in, attacking the barrier of Jiangnan territory. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen also appeared outside Nagoya territory. Nagoya Territory barrier, health points, 1 billion, defense, 2000 details, the initial barrier of the established territory has been built. Players cannot take damage within the territory until it is breached. Fire rain calamity, infinite mother nest. Zhang Chun unleashed fire rain calamity on the barrier while simultaneously summoning the Parasite Lord. Fiery meteors rained down upon the territory barrier. Each meteor could inflict over 6.4 million damage, causing the barrier's 1 billion health points to plummet rapidly. Crack, in less than a few seconds, the Nagoya barrier was riddled with countless cracks. It's the Eternal Knight from Dragon Country. He didn't even defend? Inside the city, players from Sakura Island were in a panic. Some had teleported to the Jiangnan territory, while many others remained in the city, unable to leave in time. Boom, the entire barrier shattered. With a thunderous crash. Just as Zhang Chen was about to charge into the territory and start a massacre, he suddenly heard countless shouts from behind. The big boss of Eternal Night is here. Ha, boss, we're coming. Take Nagoya. Kill these bastards. Zhang Chen was somewhat surprised as he looked back at the group of Dragon Country players who had teleported over. He hadn't expected so many people to follow him. Let's go, we'll kill our way in. With that, Zhang Chen urged the Black Feather Lord towards the city. At that moment, the Third World System announcement rang out. Ding, the Territory Lord Eternal Night has breached the Sakura Camp's Nagoya territory barrier. Ding, the Territory Lord Eternal Night has breached the Sakura Camp's Nagoya territory barrier. Zhang Chen scanned the Nagoya city and flew directly towards the teleportation array on his sword. Many players were gathered in front of the teleportation array, preparing to teleport. Fire rain calamity. Fiery meteors completely covered the city's teleportation array, causing a group of players to evaporate instantly. Fire rain calamity dealt over 6 million damage, and at this stage, these level 20 to 30 players would die upon contact. Damn, so much experience. Loot the gear, quick. The Dragon Country players who followed in were overjoyed. As the invaders, they also enjoyed the experience boost. With Zhang Chen's summoned creatures hunting down the Sakura Island players in the city, these players hardly needed to lift a finger. Moreover, these players hadn't even had the chance to unleash their skills before they were all instantly killed by the Lord-level summoned beasts. The free experience and gear left these Dragon Country players ecstatic. However, at that moment, another system announcement sounded. Ding, survivors from the Sakura camp have breached the Jiangnan territory barrier. Ding, survivors from the Sakura camp have breached the Jiangnan territory barrier. Ha, our home was stolen. It's fine, we'll kill our way back soon. Ding, the territory barrier has shattered and the invaders have not been expelled. Survivors cannot log out voluntarily. Ding, the territory barrier has shattered and the invaders have not been expelled. Survivors cannot log out voluntarily. Whether it was the Sakura players in Jiangnan territory or those in Nagoya City, some wanted to log out and hide after the barrier shattered. But the system prompt left them dumbfounded. The barrier had shattered and they couldn't log out. Can't log out now. Damn, quickly teleport to Nagoya. Fortunately, the teleportation arrays between hostile territories were still operational, and the remaining players from Jiangnan territory began to flood into the teleportation array. Ding, the Lord of the territory, Eternal Night, has accumulated 100,000 kills of hostile survivors. Survivors in the Jiangnan territory receive an additional bonus, experience points for killing alien beasts plus 8%. Most players in Nagoya City teleported to Jiangnan territory, and the remaining ones were quickly cleared out, even worse than the beast soldiers in the upper city. Is it really cleared out? The Dragon Kingdom players were dumbfounded. The city was empty. Let's go back to Jiangnan, Zhang Chen said, tossing out a line before using spatial leap to leave. Enter the teleportation array. The remaining Dragon Kingdom players didn't dare to delay, and hurriedly entered the teleportation array to return to Jiangnan territory. In Jiangnan territory, players from the Cherry Blossom Island nation occupied the teleportation array as soon as they entered the city. Those Dragon Kingdom players who couldn't make it into the teleportation array could only fight to the death. Big shot, if you don't come back soon, you won't see me for the last time, a player wailed. But the remaining people in Jiangnan City had already turned bloodthirsty. Retreat meant death, fighting also meant death, so they might as well fight. However, the number of Dragon Kingdom players left in Jiangnan City was far too few compared to the players from the Cherry Blossom Island nation who had teleported over. A large portion of players chose to log off immediately, and another group went directly to Nagoya. After players from more than a dozen territories of the Cherry Blossom Island nation teleported over, another batch rushed into the teleportation array. This also resulted in the number of Dragon Kingdom players left in Jiangnan City being less than 1/10 of the usual. They couldn't fight head-on at all and could only flee in all directions, waiting for a chance to counterattack. However, not everyone was as abnormal as Zhang Chen, who not only had air superiority but could also appear in any corner of the city at any time. The players from the Cherry Blossom Island nation, relying on their numerical advantage, pressed forward step by step, gradually compressing the activity range of the Dragon Kingdom players, preparing to catch them all in one net. Just when they thought the situation was settled, the sky over Jiangnan City suddenly darkened. Ha! A player from the Cherry Blossom Island nation looked up in confusion. What is this? Countless massive flying alien beasts descended from the sky above Jiangnan territory. Fire rain calamity. Zhang Chen's voice echoed above the swarm of summoned beasts. A torrential rain of fire fell. 6419372-6419372. In an instant, a large number of players from the Cherry Blossom Island nation were instantly killed. The coverage area of the fire rain calamity skill cleared the field. At least 1,000 players from the Cherry Blossom Island nation were killed in this one strike. Countless Black Feather Lords also charged into the ranks of the Cherry Blossom Island players, entering kill mode. Retreat quickly. Teleport back. Among the players from the Cherry Blossom Island nation, some began to command a retreat, wanting to withdraw from Jiangnan territory. Want to leave? Zhang Chen looked expressionlessly at the retreating players from the Cherry Blossom Island nation, spatial leap. In the next moment, Zhang Chen appeared directly in front of the teleportation array. Fire rain calamity. The teleportation array in the enemy territory was covered by a sea of flames. 6419372-6419372. Every player from the Cherry Blossom Island nation who rushed into the range of the fire rain calamity skill turned into beams of white light without exception. The teleportation array ahead became a dead zone, and behind them were countless Lord-level summoned beasts crazily harvesting. Seeing their escape route blocked, the players from the Cherry Blossom Island nation couldn't help but shout, "Eternal Night, are you trying to provoke a war between the two countries? Eternal Night, let us go back, let this matter be as if it never happened. If anything happens to all of us, the Cherry Blossom nation won't let you go." However, what responded to them was a rain of fire. Eternal Night, do you know what you're doing? What you're doing will make the Dragon Kingdom the primary target of attack for all countries on Blue Star. He's gone mad. Fight our way out. In the Jiangnan city, hundreds of thousands of players from the Sakura Island were screaming in hysteria. They looked in disbelief at the rain of fire falling from the sky. How could Yang Ye be so ruthless? Why was he not afraid of provoking a war between the two countries? Why was he not worried about Longwo becoming a target for attacks from other nations? Where did he get his confidence? However, the players from Sakura Island quickly shifted from madness to despair. Yang Ye's summoned beasts were ridiculously powerful, and their numbers seemed almost endless. Just a touch from the rain of fire would kill them. The number of players from Sakura Island was rapidly decreasing. The players from Longwa, on the other hand, changed their momentum. This is so damn satisfying. Kill these bastards. A group of Longwa players began to counterattack in unison, especially those who had teleported back from Nagoya. They truly felt the benefits of killing players from enemy territories, becoming fearless and charging in fiercely. Ding, the territory Lord Yang Ye has accumulated 200,000 enemy survivors killed. Jiangnan territory survivors gain an additional bonus, experience points, for killing alien beasts plus 10%. Ding, congratulations to the territory Lord Yang Ye for leveling up to level 80. Level 80? Zhang Chen, who was continuously unleashing the rain of fire disaster, was momentarily stunned by the system prompt, but his hands did not stop at all as he kept releasing the rain of fire disaster. Take advantage of the situation. Zhang Chen did not think too complicated. When in a position of advantage, he had to maximize that advantage by any means necessary. At this moment, he could not give the enemy a moment's respite, otherwise, delays could lead to changes. Although Sakura Island basically had no chance of turning the tide. Ding, the territory Lord Yang Ye has accumulated 300,000 enemy survivors killed. Jiangnan territory survivors gain an additional bonus, experience points for killing alien beasts plus 12%. Ding, the territory Lord Yang Ye has accumulated 400,000 enemy survivors killed. Jiangnan territory survivors gain an additional bonus, experience points for killing alien beasts plus 15%. Ding, the territory Lord Yang Ye has accumulated 500,000 enemy survivors killed. Jiangnan territory survivors gain an additional bonus, experience points for killing alien beasts plus 18%. In Blue Star, in the underground city S zone of various countries, there was a silence. 500,000. No matter which country had been slaughtered by hundreds of thousands, it could not end well. How much can a soldier endure? This was already a situation of no return. If they could endure this, then the backbone of that country would basically be broken. Not to mention being on guard, but once there was an opportunity, this grudge must be avenged. However, until now, the countries of Blue Star still remained silent. They were all waiting for this great war to end, waiting for the announcement from the third world. In Jiangnan City, the players from Longwo were in a daze. Is it over? All the hundreds of thousands of Sakura dogs are dead? Damn! Yang Ye! Awesome! Long live the boss! The players from Longwo erupted into deafening cheers, echoing throughout the entire city. In midair, Zhang Chen looked down at the excited players from Longwo, feeling a bit emotional. Hundreds of thousands had just vanished like that. However, this was still far from enough. As time passed, the cheers of the Longwa players gradually subsided. Only then did Zhang Chen speak. Big version, come with me. After saying that, Zhang Chen directly flew into the teleportation array on his sword. A group of Longwa players rushed into the teleportation array without any hesitation. A few hesitated for a moment before following in. Damn it, let's go. In the end, all the players in Jiangnan City entered the teleportation array in unison. Outside the big version city, Zhang Chen stood on his sword with waves of Longwa players teleporting behind him. Zhang Chen looked at the barrier of the big version city and flew straight over. Raising his hand, he smashed his fist. Boom! 38727137172 units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, 100 million, billion, 10 billion, 100 billion. Is this the true power of the big boss? Ding! The enthusiastic audience is in position. Should the third act of the performance begin? Ha! Zhang Chen was taken aback, then overjoyed. There's a third act. Start. Ding! The third act of the performance has begun. Loyal fan special effect. Loyal fans special effect. During the performance, the clown can gain all loyal fans' health points, and loyal fans temporarily gain 10% damage boost from the clown. Zhang Chen was stunned, looking at his health points. 22155W 220 million. Ding! The Lord of the Territory, Eternal Night, has broken through the Sakura Camp's major territory barrier. Long Country, Third World Forum. Players who escaped back to the underground city immediately gathered on the forum. Eternal Night has really caused a huge disaster this time. What to do? We don't even dare to go out now. I didn't expect the big boss to only care about his own enjoyment. We won't be able to level up peacefully in the future. But it can't be said like that. At least Eternal Night has taken Tokyo. What use is that? Is he going to share it with you? Exactly, now we can't go out. We don't get the benefits, but we have to bear the consequences. Many players in the Jiangnan district ran to the forum to complain, having logged off and returned to the underground city before the Jiangnan territory barrier broke. They immediately expressed their dissatisfaction on the forum. How many people will this kill? I didn't expect Eternal Night to be so selfish. Exactly. All countries are exercising restraint, yet he himself provoked the war. Blue Star humans should unite and fight against the alien beasts together. Strongly demand the Long Country government to hand over Eternal Night and negotiate for the players from the Sakura Island to retreat from their territories. Support. Eternal Night caused this disaster, let him bear it himself. Support +1. Underground City D District. Hee. Wang Yan laughed at the posts on the forum condemning Eternal Night. Now Eternal Night has become the rat that everyone wants to hit. Beside him, Lu Ruyan frowned. She also didn't expect Eternal Night to be so bold, daring to single-handedly provoke a territorial war. This matter set off a chain reaction, something that the high-level officials of various countries hadn't made a decision on. Eternal Night took the lead. When Eternal Night listed Tokyo as a hostile territory, Wang Yan directly took Lu Ruyan back to the underground city. At first, Lu Ruyan was a bit hesitant, but later players on the forum said that several territories of Sakura Island had listed Jiangnan as a hostile territory, which made her feel a bit of fear. It must be said that Wang Yan had some insight into the situation. If it were any later, she probably wouldn't be able to return. I wonder how many people will die for nothing this time, Lu Ruyan said worriedly. There should be tens of thousands who didn't evacuate, Wang Yan said solemnly, with so many deaths. This time, let's see how Eternal Night explains it to the higher-ups. Lu Ruyan was taken aback and retorted, isn't the Long Country government non-interfering? They don't interfere. Wang Yan looked at Lu Ruyan, but this matter is too big. It even directly affects the relationship between the two countries. Lu Ruyan frowned. What relationship between the two countries? We have nothing to do with Sakura Island. If there is, it's only hatred. Narrow-minded. Major territory district, no one? Zhang Chen frowned. The district was empty, not a single Sakura Island player in sight. Long Country players were also confused. Where are the Sakura Island people? Could it be that when they were in the Jiangnan territory, they were all killed by the big boss Eternal Night? It can't be, they probably logged off. Zhang Chen was silent for a moment, then said in a deep voice, let's go to Fukuoka. Moments later, outside the city of Fukuoka, Zhang Chen watched as the territorial barrier launched an attack. Fire rain calamity. Crack. The barrier only held for a few seconds before it shattered with a loud bang. However, what came into view was still an empty city. Next, Zhang Chen, along with a group of Dragon Kingdom players, swept through several hostile territories in Sakura Island, but not a single figure was found. Forget it, let's head back. Zhang Chen didn't expect Sakura Island to be so straightforward, just hiding away. Zhang Chen led a large group back to the Jiangnan territory. However, the moment the Dragon Kingdom players stepped into Jiangnan territory, a series of system announcements echoed throughout the third world. Ding, Blue Star territorial war has ended. Ding, Tokyo territory judgment failed. Ding, Nagoya territory judgment failed. Ding, Fukuoka territory judgment failed. Ding, Jiangnan territory judgment victorious. Ding, rewards for the victorious side of the territorial war are being distributed. Ding, Jiangnan territory. Participants in the territorial war, level plus 10. Ding, Jiangnan territory. Participants in the territorial war, reward of a level 50 epic set. Ding, Jiangnan territory. Participants in the territorial war, reward of plus 500 to all attributes. Ding, Jiangnan territory. Participants in the territorial war, received clues for class advancement. Ding, Jiangnan territory. Received a 1-month ceasefire period. Ding, the losing side of the territorial war, permanent experience reduction of 20%. Ding, Lord of Jiangnan territory, Eternal Night. Level plus 20. Ding, Lord of Jiangnan territory, Eternal Night, received unique equipment. The show begins. The announcements from the Third World system had not yet ceased, and the high-ranking officials of various countries in Blue Star could no longer contain themselves. War, war, war. The territorial war must commence. Select a target immediately. Dragon Kingdom, Underground City, Zone S. Eternal Night just returned from the territory of Sakura Island? An old man lamented with a face full of regret. What's wrong with that? A middle-aged man beside him asked in confusion. The island players logged off. He can directly enter the underground city. The old man sighed. Middle-aged man, didn't expect this. Today is a triple update requesting 5 book titles. This book is about to be tested. The author isn't very good at naming books, asking for help from everyone to come up with 5 catchy and interesting titles. The author thanks you in advance. Ding, Lord of Jiangnan territory, Eternal Night, reputation plus 500,000. Ding, Lord of Jiangnan territory, Eternal Night, all attributes plus 10,000. Ding, Lord of Jiangnan territory, Eternal Night, received clues for the clown class advancement. In Jiangnan City, the Dragon Kingdom players were ecstatic. Long live the boss. Long live Eternal Night. Level reward of 10 levels, a full set of level 50 epic equipment. Clues for class advancement. This series of rewards left the players from Jiangnan territory who participated in the hostile territorial war overjoyed. Indeed, fortune favors the bold, and this time there was almost no risk at all. They hardly exerted themselves throughout, just following Eternal Night around, casually taking down some weaklings, and the task rewards turned out to be so generous, exceeding everyone's expectations. Whoa, level 50 epic equipment, and it's a full set. The best I have are just a few purple items. I've turned my fortunes around, I've finally made it. Boss, from now on I'm working for you. We made it to the level leaderboard. Holy crap, it's real. At that moment, some players suddenly realized they had squeezed into the Blue Star level rankings. Third World level rankings. First place, Eternal Night, Jester, level 100. Second place, Rushing Snail, Mage, level 48. Third place, Sister China, Priest, level 47. Fourth place, King of Sand Sculpture, Swordsman, level 47. Fifth place, Hanging in the Sky, Shield Warrior, level 47. Sixth place, I Love Barbie, Q, Meat Fighter, level 47. Seventh place, Farmer's 3 Punches, Assassin, level 47. Eighth place, Prince of Cerebral Thrombosis, Assassin, level 47. Ninth place, Exclusive Daughter Nation, Archer, level 47. 10th place, Picking Mushrooms with the Girl, Mage, level 47. Eternal Night still held a cliff-like lead, sitting at the first tier, while the second tier was filled with players from the Jiangnan Dragon Kingdom participating in the territory war. What was most eye-catching was that ordinary professional players had appeared on the Blue Star level leaderboard for the first time, and they almost occupied the entire list. What the hell? Why doesn't anyone have a normal name? Damn, such cool nicknames. Our professions are normal. Unlike the players in Jiangnan City who were cheering and celebrating, those who had hidden in the dungeons were feeling like the sky had fallen. After the territory war began, most players logged off directly to hide in the dungeons. Their cleverness made them miss out on the system rewards. When the Third World Forum announced the results of the territory war, at first these people didn't believe it, but as more and more posts appeared, they had to accept this cruel reality. We won? How is that possible? This reward is too insane. If I had known the rewards were this generous, I wouldn't have run away. How could they possibly defeat over a dozen territories of the Cherry Blossom Island? Is Cherry Blossom Island just sitting around doing nothing? A bunch of useless people. The clown turned out to be me. Fortunately, we still have experience bonuses. They hid in the dungeons, mocking those who stayed behind, only to end up becoming the clown themselves. Damn it, delete the post quickly. Yeah. Some people posted on the forum demanding that the upper echelons of the Dragon Kingdom hand over Eternal Night to appease the anger of Cherry Blossom Island, and now those posts stung their faces painfully. They actually won. In the Jiangnan territory, Zhang Chen looked at the excited players below and began to tally his own gains. Reputation increased by 500,000, but Zhang Chen still didn't know what reputation was useful for. As for the reward of 10,000 all attribute points, it was hardly worth mentioning. After all, Zhang Chen had killed 500,000 players from Cherry Blossom Island and gained a large amount of random attribute bonuses. Zhang Chen's gaze fell on the unique equipment. The show begins. The show begins bracelet, level, unlimited, grade, unique. Attributes, stage comedy, gesture can imitate and copy the number of skills +1, traits. The show begins after the curtain dance state ends, triggers a secondary area damage echo. Details, the performance has ended but my damage has just begun. This, Zhang Chen's eyes widened, somewhat in disbelief. After the output of the curtain dance ended, it triggers an area damage echo? The curtain echo is a one-time damage, but the show begins has turned into an area damage echo. Doesn't this mean that the total damage accumulated from the curtain dance's 10 seconds of output can be unleashed again with a wide area skill? How much damage can this deal? Zhang Chen was completely shocked. The curtain falls, echoes resound plus. The curtain rises to dance plus fire rain disaster plus the show begins plus fire rain disaster. With this combination, who can withstand it? The accumulated damage value of the performance state. Zhang Chen murmured to himself. Zhang Chen grasped the key to maximizing his output. The higher the accumulated damage value of the performance state, the greater the damage of the show beginning. Suppose Zhang Chen accumulates 100 million damage in the performance state and activates the curtain fall echo. He can deal 100 million damage in one go. At this moment, the curtain rise to dance is immediately triggered, and for the next 10 seconds, each stream of fire rain disaster can cause 100 million damage. How much damage can be dealt in these 10 seconds? At the very least, it can be multiplied by 1,000, which means 10 billion damage. Therefore, the show beginning will turn into a group damage echo starting from 10 billion inch. This 10 billion is calculated based on the 100 million damage value of the curtain fall echo. Now with Zhang Chen's 6 million damage, let alone accumulating 100 million, even accumulating 10 billion is not a difficult task. Having thought this through, Zhang Chen instinctively looked up at the crimson sphere in the sky. It seems that bringing it down isn't that hard, since realizing that what trapped the star is a living being, Zhang Chen felt an indescribable suffocation in his heart. Only now did he feel a slight breath of relief. I'll bring you down sooner or later, he declared boldly, then turned his gaze to another reward, the career advancement clue. Gesture advancement content, hold the certificate and head to the Sea of Life. Details, there are no jesters in the world because everyone is a jester, is that it? Zhang Chen stared blankly at the task clue. This is called a task clue? Head to the Sea of Life? What is the certificate? Where is the Sea of Life? This, Zhang Chen couldn't grasp any clues for a moment. No, Zhang Chen's pupils suddenly constricted. The Sea of Life. Immediately, he hurriedly took something out of his bag. Tattered tree bark details. Bark fallen from the South Mountain Sunmu, seems to be related to the phoenix nesting wutong of the Sea of Life. This item was obtained when he completed the traveler task in the novice village. South Mountain Sunmu, Sea of Life, Phoenix, nesting wutong. Could this be the certificate? Zhang Chen hesitated while holding the tattered tree bark. However, after studying it for a long time, this item showed no special properties and did not react to his career advancement clue task. After a while, forget it, Zhang Chen shook his head helplessly. Perhaps he still lacked some conditions. After saying that, Zhang Chen put the tattered tree bark back into his bag. After killing so many players from the Cherry Blossom Island, Zhang Chen's attributes had undergone tremendous changes. Player, Eternal Knight profession, Jester. Rank, Dual Territory Lord level, 100 lifespan, 638 wealth, 77.12 million blue star coins health / mana, 22, 155,000/2, 715,004 dimensions. 200, 100/120, 100/120, 100/120, 100 dual attack, 355,000/355,000 dual defense, 305,000/305,000 universal skill, exploration technique, can detect information of monsters up to 10 levels lower than oneself. Exclusive skill, stage comedy, the jester can imitate and replicate any target's active skills. Imitated skills can deal 1 to 6,420,000 random damage. Limit 6. Exclusive skill, card acrobatics, randomly draw one card from hearts, spades, diamonds, and clubs, with different effects attached to attacks within 10 seconds. Hearts, taunt, spades, blind, diamonds, interrupt, clubs, slow. Skill CD, 60 seconds. Exclusive skill, improvised comedy, recovery buff skill, healing amount equals skill damage value, lasts 10 seconds, cooldown 60 seconds. Exclusive skill, clown stage, within the clown performance stage, 1000 M, the damage received by the clown randomly decreases by 10% to 90%. During the territory war, Zhang Chen triggered the third act of the clown performance, Loyal Fan Special, enjoying a boost to his health. Although the third act allows for a health boost during the performance state due to the mockery without cost trait, his health is directly fixed. Zhang Chen's health has reached an exaggerated 220 million, and with the random attributes gained from killing so many players from the Sakura Island, his attack has reached 355,000, and his defense has increased to over 300,000. Such attributes are already somewhat close to those of a king-level exotic beast. Although king-level exotic beasts have 1 billion health and around 500,000 attack power, However, Zhang Chen's output is not something a king-level exotic beast can compare to. For Zhang Chen now, 1 billion health is just a matter of a few seconds. My lifespan has also increased. Zhang Chen looked at his lifespan value, which had increased by several dozen. Could it be because I leveled up? Besides this, Zhang Chen couldn't think of any other reason. Just as Zhang Chen was examining his attributes, the third world announcement suddenly rang out frantically. Ding! The Roman faction Ravenna territory has listed the Persian faction Susa territory as a hostile territory. Ding! The Arab Empire faction Damascus territory has listed the Byzantine Empire faction Constantinople territory as a hostile territory. Ding! The Hindustan faction Huashur City territory has listed the Biao Nation faction Shirley Chajula territory as a hostile territory. Ding! The American faction Stan territory has listed the White Elephant faction Mali territory as a hostile territory. Ha! Zhang Chen was taken aback. It's a mess? Zhang Chen didn't expect that right after he finished the territory war, all the countries on Blue Star would start moving. However, this was also something anticipated. The rewards from the territory war were exceptionally generous, especially since Zhang Chen had just taken down the territory war in one go, and the system rewards were made public. Who could resist such temptation? A step ahead leads to further advantages. Taking advantage of your illness to claim your life, many countries directly launched territory wars. No one wanted to fall behind, nor dared to lag. After all, the upper echelons of various countries were aware of some insider information about the Blue Star trials. As long as they could enhance their strength, countries would act without hesitation. However, after listening for a long time, Zhang Chen noticed that the system announcement did not mention the dragon country. Are they planning to pick up the scraps? Zhang Chen muttered with a strange expression. When the clam and the snipe fight, the fisherman benefits. In the realm of military strategy, only the dragon country takes advantage of others, and Zhang Chen was not worried at all. Since all the countries are launching territory wars, Zhang Chen revealed a sly smile. Then I will continue to take super cities. A super city increases health by 10 million and all attributes by plus 15,000, which is naturally beneficial for Zhang Chen. Just right, the Jiangnan territory has a 1-month ceasefire period. 1 month is enough to capture all the capital cities on Blue Star. Having made up his mind, Zhang Chen prepared to set off directly. At that moment, the number of players in the Jiangnan urban area suddenly increased. Those players who had fled back to the underground city all returned to the main city of Jiangnan. Oh, the deserters are back? TSK, didn't expect it. Bro is already a master on the level leaderboard. If you hadn't fled, we might not have this much experience. The players who participated in the territory war showed no mercy in their words. After all, if these people hadn't fled at the beginning, they might not have been so miserable. Being chased and killed by players from over a dozen territories. Being a deserter in a territory war, if it were during wartime, could lead to execution according to military regulations. However, this was also something Zhang Chen overlooked. The Jiangnan territory was his personal territory. Zhang Chen was basically a hands-off manager and had not managed it much. Moreover, Zhang Chen had no intention of intervening before. But this time, when these people abandoned their companions and fled without a fight, it made Zhang Chen realize that there should be some constraints on the players within the territory. He fought tooth and nail to win the territorial battle, and these people enjoyed the spoils, taking advantage without putting in any effort. Although they did not participate in the territorial battle and only received the experience bonus as victors, it was still unacceptable to let them benefit for free. What cowards! Aren't you the ones reaping the benefits? Ding! Eternal Night issues a Lord's decree. Players who did not participate in the territorial battle will have their experience points for killing monsters within the Jiangnan territory reduced by 20%. What? Experience reduced by 20%? The players who heard the system prompt were stunned. Many players looked up at Eternal Night, who was standing in the air, and shouted loudly, "Eternal Night, on what grounds are you reducing our experience? Who gave you the authority? How are we supposed to level up in the future?" A large group of players immediately began to shout, but before Eternal Night could speak, those who participated in the territorial battle started to mock. On what grounds? Just because you fled without a fight. The victors get an additional 18% experience. You didn't contribute but still want to take advantage? Exactly, I've seen thick-skinned people, but not this thick. Quiet, someone in the crowd calmed the agitated players and then said, "Eternal Night, this handling is too excessive." Zhang Chen glanced down, revealing a strange expression. It was actually Wang Yan. Wang Yan continued in a deep voice, "If you want to continue developing the Jiangnan territory, you need the strength of all of us." Moreover, Wang Yan shifted his tone. Blue Star is undergoing changes. We all should unite. Delaying the leveling of so many of us will also weaken the strength of Long Country. After Wang Yan finished speaking, someone immediately echoed, "That's right, delaying the leveling of so many of us. Do you have a sense of the bigger picture? Hurry up and lift the restrictions." Seeing so many people supporting him, Wang Yan couldn't help but feel a bit smug and continued, right now, you are far ahead of everyone, but that is just your early accumulated advantage. Once everyone levels up and equips themselves, your personal advantage will diminish. Wang Yan spoke passionately. Can you really rely on yourself to defend the Jiangnan territory later on? To put it bluntly, only if we all work together can we survive. Exactly, if there's another territorial battle later, without us, the Jiangnan territory won't hold. Right. Many players felt that Wang Yan made a lot of sense. If you suppress us, can you defend the territory by yourself later? Many looked at Eternal Night, who had been silent, and wanted to take advantage of the situation, shouting even louder. Everyone rises and falls together. Eternal Night, you should hurry up and lift the restrictions for us. Zhang Chen looked at the crowd below and suddenly spoke. How about we try? As soon as the words fell, the entire scene fell silent. Try? What do you mean? Wang Yan was also taken aback. Frowning, try what? Zhang Chen calmly replied, try to see if my territory can hold without you. Wang Yan instinctively responded, how to try? Zhang Chen enunciated each word, naturally, by killing you. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an immediate silence. Even those who participated in the territorial battle quieted down. They did not expect Eternal Night to say such fierce words. After a brief moment of panic, many began to whisper, is he serious? Impossible, how dare he kill us? Unless Eternal Night has gone mad. Exactly, we are not from Sakura Island. The upper echelons of Long Country will definitely not let him act recklessly. However, a group of enormous beasts suddenly appeared around Eternal Night. Damn, he's serious. Run. Ding, the territory lord has disabled the city exit function. Some people wanted to escape back to the underground city, but this system prompt rang in their ears. Eternal Night wouldn't really kill them, would he? The players participating in the territory war were also uncertain. The atmosphere from Eternal Night didn't seem like a mere scare tactic. Eternal Night, what do you want? Wang Yan panicked. He didn't expect Eternal Night to actually go through with it. Zhang Chen spoke coldly. You all need to understand one thing, this is my territory. As for the territory war, I don't need you cowardly waste of space. Zhang Chen paused slightly and continued, I now give you two choices. Many players brightened at this statement. They still had a chance to survive. Zhang Chen coldly stated, I want to take the Washington Fallen Zone. You can either come with me or die right now, you choose. For these people, Zhang Chen truly had murderous intent. Just the act of fleeing in battle was enough reason to kill them. Moreover, the Jiangnan territory was his personal domain, and these people were still pretending to be confused. For such shameless cowards, Zhang Chen didn't mind sending them on their way. People like this were only fit to be traitors while alive. After Zhang Chen finished speaking, the faces of the crowd turned pale. The Washington Fallen Zone belonged to the super city. Going there was a death sentence. Eternal Night, why do you have to force us like this? I don't believe you dare to kill us. You can't just let us die for nothing. That's right, there are so many of us. Do you dare to act? As expected, Zhang Chen felt little surprise. Fire rain calamity, a rain of flames descended upon the crowd below. Ah, you really are going to turn on your own? Wang Yan shouted in terror, Eternal Night, we are from District D, the upper echelons of Longwa won't let you off. However, no matter how he shouted, Zhang Chen remained indifferent, watching him be engulfed by the rain of fire. Minus 6,422. Minus 6,422. Minus 6,422. Ding, killed a hostile territory. Survivor gained 1 stamina bonus. Ding, killed a hostile territory survivor, gained 1 strength bonus. Ding, killed a hidden class survivor, class deprivation in progress. Ding, second class activation failed. Ding, killed an SSS talent survivor, devouring enemy talent. Life and death play enhancement in progress. Ding, enhancement failed. Ding, killed an SS level talent survivor, devouring enemy talent. Life and death play enhancement in progress. Ding, enhancement failed. Zheng Chen was momentarily stunned by the system. Hostile territory? But Zheng Chen quickly realized that he now possessed 2 territories and had set both as hostile territories. No matter which side he killed, the Third World acknowledged Eternal Night as killing hostile territory survivors. Moments later, the entire city fell completely silent. Aside from the players participating in the territory war, everyone else had been killed by Zhang Chen. Eternal Night really dares to. Isn't Eternal Night afraid of the upper echelons of Longwa seeking retribution? Retribution? Who dares to come to Jiangnan territory for that? Damn it, this group of cowards deserves to die. Zhang Chen looked at the remaining players and slowly spoke, in a month, I will lead everyone to start the territory war. You have a month to raise your levels to 50. After saying this, Zhang Chen directly used Spatial Leap to leave. The remaining people were all ordinary classes, most of whom were likely from the lower 3 districts. It was also because of them that Zhang Chen triggered the third act of the performance, and these people could temporarily inherit 10% of Zhang Chen's damage during the Great Battle, which meant they had already become a force to be reckoned with. Jiang Chen planned to take them along. After all, it was an easy task. In the United States, in the Washington Fallen Zone, a figure appeared. In the Washington Fallen Zone, Jiang Chen looked down in astonishment at the battle below. Inside the Fallen Zone, the city was filled with strange beasts and a group of American players. Is the United States really taking action against the super city? Jiang Chen was somewhat surprised to see the players fighting against the beast soldiers below. However, the number of players was not large enough to capture the Fallen Zone. The appearance of Eternal Night also caught the attention of the players below, and, for a moment, both sides stared at each other. Gentlemen, I am here to lend you a helping hand. Jiang Chen spoke first, indiscriminately unleashing a rain of fire disaster below. -642, -642, -642. The fire rain dealt over 6 million damage, clearing a large area along with the American players and beast soldiers. Oh, shit. Quickly retreat. A group of white players who narrowly escaped the attack saw the situation was dire and directly logged off, abandoning their companions. Jiang Chen was somewhat surprised. They just left like that? Jiang Chen shook his head, no longer paying attention to them, and began to clear the beast soldiers in the Fallen Zone. Now, these beast soldiers and beast generals were almost no different from the 3 bullies of the village in the novice village to Jiang Chen. Even if the beast generals had millions of health points, they would still meet a swift end. Soon, Jiang Chen cleared an area, and the Third World System announcement rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the Territory Lord Eternal Night for reclaiming the Washington Fallen Zone. Task progress completed 5%. Hope other survivors of Blue Star will continue to work hard. Ding! Congratulations to the Territory Lord Eternal Night for reclaiming the Washington Fallen Zone. Task progress completed 5%. Hope other survivors of Blue Star will continue to work hard. I wonder if anyone will come again. Jiang Chen summoned a large number of parasitic lords, continuing to clear the beast soldiers in the city while waiting for the American players to return. However, after half a day, not a single figure appeared. Have they given up? Jiang Chen wondered, although it didn't affect his ability to take the main city whether they came or not. After a moment, still no players appeared. It seems they have given up, Jiang Chen speculated to himself. The United States probably wouldn't send anyone to stop him. After all, the Tokyo Fallen Zone was a cautionary tale, and his level was once again far ahead. Now, dealing with him could no longer be managed by sheer numbers. Rather than clash with him, it was better to give up for now and wait until their strength improved to reclaim it. After all, the territory was right there, he couldn't take it away. Moreover, various countries were busy with territorial wars and had no energy to clash with Eternal Night alone. The high rewards of the territorial wars had put the countries of Blue Star in a state of chaos. Except for the Dragon Country, which remained still, almost all countries had initiated territorial wars. Some merely announced 1 or 2 hostile territories for testing, while others directly launched full-scale wars. In this way, it actually benefited him. Having thought this through, Jiang Chen also loosened his grip and accelerated the clearing of the beast soldiers. Ding! Congratulations to the territory Lord Eternal Night for reclaiming the Washington Fallen Zone. Task progress completed 10%. Hope other survivors of Blue Star will continue to work hard. Ding! Congratulations to the Territory Lord Eternal Night for reclaiming the Washington Fallen Zone. Task progress completed 20%. Hope other survivors of Blue Star will continue to work hard. With the Washington city captured, the next step was the beast tide in the Mist Zone. Jiang Chen's level had risen to 100, while the beast tide consisted of only some level 20 or 30 mutated beast soldiers. He stacked several fire rain disasters, and the beast tide spread across the mountains like moths to a flame, instantly being annihilated as soon as they entered the range of the fire rain disaster skill. Ding! Killed a level 20 mutated owl, experience +1. Ding! Killed a level 20 mutated owl, experience +1 inch. Jiang Chen listened to the continuous system notifications, revealing a wry smile. His level was too high now. Killing these level 20 or 30 beast soldiers only granted him a pitiful amount of experience. Now, to level up, Jiang Chen needed 10 million experience points. This meant he would have to kill 10 million beasts to gain just 1 level. Although the number of beasts was terrifying, it was far from reaching the million mark. Moreover, Jiang Chen didn't have time to kill these beast soldiers one by one. With the blazing fire clearing the way, Jiang Chen flew directly into the depths of the beast tide on his sword. Countless beast soldiers below roared helplessly, watching Jiang Chen advance calmly, unable to do anything about it. As for the flying beast soldiers, before they could get close, they were torn apart by the parasitic lords summoned by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was like a god of death, stepping on countless beast corpses as he gradually entered the heart of the beast tide. Roar! A 1,000-meter-tall beast appeared before Jiang Chen, surrounded by numerous beast soldiers. Seeing this, Jiang Chen cast a detection spell, Shadow Eclipsing Moon Spider. Next king level, 80 health points, 160 million attack power, 158,000 skills. Web Erosion, reduces target's movement speed by 80%, lasting 8 seconds. Shadow Erosion, reduces target's defense by 30%, lasting 10 seconds. with a 15% chance to inflict a continuous damage effect with each attack lasting 6 seconds. Lunar Protection, when health drops below 30%, immune to all damage for 3 seconds, and during the next 10 seconds, each attack restores 40% of the damage delta's health. Details, slightly not much of a skill. Zheng Chen looked at the next king level shadow eclipsing moonspider, feeling a bit regretful. After obtaining the unique equipment, the show begins. Zheng Chen gained an additional skill slot for replication. Unfortunately, the skills of this next king level beast were of no use to Zheng Chen. Fire Rain Disaster. Zheng Chen directly targeted the shadow eclipsing moonspider, -642. -642. -642. The flowing fire fell on the shadow eclipsing moonspider, and its health began to plummet. Ding, received shadow erosion attack, losing 8% of maximum health per second. Ding, triggered the jester's stage effect, damage reduced by 9 layers. -176W-176W. After the reduction, Zheng Chen still lost over 1,000,000 health points per second, but his health bar was instantly restored by the impromptu comedy. Ding, shadow eclipsing moonspider's health below 30%, triggering lunar protection, immune to all damage for 3 seconds. Hearing this system notification, Zheng Chen remained unfazed. Damage immunity was ineffective against him. Boom, the massive body of the shadow eclipsing moonspider crashed to the ground. Ding, congratulations to the Territory Lord Eternal Knight for reclaiming the Washington Fallen Zone. Mission progress completed 70%. Hope other survivors of Blue Star continue to strive. In the Jiangnan Fallen Zone, the players from the Dragon Kingdom had little reaction to the system announcement. It seemed perfectly normal for Eternal Knight to take over a territory. If he didn't, that would be surprising. Eternal Knight has taken another main city. Not yet, only 70%. Is there a difference between 70% and 100% for the big boss? Seems like there's nothing. Don't worry about that, let's hurry up and level up. Right, the boss is taking us to fight for territory in a month, so don't hold us back. Then, as the Dragon Kingdom players chatted, they all walked out of the city and began entering the foggy area to kill beast soldiers and level up, preparing for the upcoming territorial battle. Moments later, ding, congratulations to the Territory Lord Eternal Knight for reclaiming the Washington Fallen Zone. Mission progress completed 100%. We hope other survivors on Blue Star will continue to work hard. Ding, congratulations to the Lord Eternal Knight for completing the Washington Fallen Zone mission and becoming the Lord of the Washington Territory. The third territory. Zheng Chen murmured softly, still waiting for the American players to counterattack. Ding, congratulations to the Territory Lord Eternal Knight for gaining territory bonuses. Territory bonus effect: health/mana plus 20 million. Attributes plus 20,000. Zheng Chen was taken aback by the system prompt. The effect doubled? Initially, the Jiangnan territory only had a 5 million bonus, and taking the Tokyo Fallen Zone granted a 10 million health bonus, but now it directly gave 20 million. Zheng Chen's eyes lit up. Could it be that it can keep doubling? If that's the case, wouldn't more territories be better? This discovery thrilled Zheng Chen. If the rewards really doubled, his attributes would increase significantly. The capitals of various countries had not yet moved, and there were at least over 100. How much health could he gain by taking them all? Now that all countries were busy launching territorial wars, this was a perfect opportunity. I need to verify this. Zheng Chen didn't delay any longer and directly used Spatial Leap to leave. In the Fallen Zone of Seoul, South Korea, Fire Rain Calamity. As soon as Zheng Chen appeared, he activated the cleaning mode, and fire rain fell from the sky, covering a vast area. Zheng Chen wasted no time. With one skill, there were no survivors. While flying with his sword, he mindlessly released the fire rain calamity downward. Soon, the entire Seoul city turned into a sea of flames. Ding, congratulations to the Territory Lord Eternal Knight for reclaiming the Seoul Fallen Zone. Mission progress completed 5%. We hope other survivors on Blue Star will continue to work hard. Ding, congratulations to the Territory Lord Eternal Knight for reclaiming the Seoul Fallen Zone. Mission progress completed 10%. We hope other survivors on Blue Star will continue to work hard. Ding, congratulations to the Territory Lord Eternal Knight for reclaiming the Seoul Fallen Zone. Mission progress completed 20%. We hope other survivors on Blue Star will continue to work hard. In the Dragon Kingdom's underground city, Zone S, an old man listened to the continuous system announcements and exclaimed, "This kid is starting to harvest territories. I wonder how many he can take," said a middle-aged man beside him. Now that all countries are launching territorial wars, they don't have the energy to deal with him. This is an opportunity, the old man continued. Has the territorial war yielded any results yet? The middle-aged man shook his head. Not so fast. It takes a few days to take down the main city. That's true, the old man smiled. Not everyone is as abnormal as Eternal Knight. However, the old man changed his tone. The more abnormal, the better. That way, Blue Star's hope is greater. The middle-aged man nodded slowly and brought up the matter of the Jiangnan main City, Eternal Night killed everyone in the Jiangnan territory who didn't participate in the territorial war. Should we intervene? Intervene. About what? The old man turned to look at the middle-aged man. Aren't they supposed to be killed? The middle-aged man smiled bitterly. They should be killed, but there are quite a few good seedlings among them. Those who fear battle, no matter how talented they are useless. The old man said solemnly, some people died, but more will die later. It would be good if humanity on Blue Star could survive 1/10. The middle-aged man was taken aback, clearly not expecting the elder to be so pessimistic about the future. What's wrong? The elder said softly. Don't believe it? The middle-aged man hesitated, but Yi Chen and his group have all grown up. Not nearly enough, the elder murmured, even with Eternal Night, it's still far from sufficient. The elder looked up, his gaze seemingly piercing through the underground city to the surface. Star, once it descends, the true calamity for Blue Star will begin. The middle-aged man's heart skipped a beat, and he asked, how long until that time? 5 years, the elder replied calmly. 3 years? Maybe 1 year, or even shorter. The middle-aged man's expression tightened. The time was too short. For a moment, the two fell into silence, neither speaking. After a while, ding, congratulations to the Lord of the Territory. Eternal Night for reclaiming the Soul Fallen Zone. Task progress completed 100%. We hope other survivors on Blue Star will continue to strive. Ding, congratulations to the Lord of the Territory, Eternal Night, for completing the Soul Fallen Zone task and becoming the Lord of the Soul Territory. The elder noticed the system prompt, his gaze shifting slightly. This speed is acceptable. The middle-aged man showed a strange expression. How could this be considered acceptable? This was already quite abnormal. Normally, in this amount of time, they might not even clear out the beasts in the main city. This is his 4th territory, right? The elder suddenly asked. Yes, Jiangnan, Tokyo, Washington, Seoul, the middle-aged man replied. In the Soul Fallen Zone, ding, congratulations to the Lord of the Territory, Eternal Night, for gaining territory bonuses. Territory bonus effect, health/mana plus 40 million, attributes plus 30,000. It's really doubled. Zhang Chen's expression was ecstatic. At this rate, how much health would he accumulate? Next, Zhang Chen felt as if he had discovered a new continent filled with energy, and immediately rushed to the next fallen zone. In the White Elephant Nation, New Delhi Fallen Zone, Zhang Chen once again activated his crazy monster clearing mode. This time, he encountered a large number of players from the White Elephant Nation, but Zhang Chen completely ignored them. His eyes were only on the territory. Living beings in the city, whether beast soldiers or White Elephant players, were treated by Zhang Chen as monsters to be farmed. Without a word, Zhang Chen unleashed a rain of fire and disaster. However, when the White Elephant players witnessed Zhang Chen's terrifying output, they quickly raised white flags in surrender, each one hastily retreating underground. This was indeed in line with the traditional style of the White Elephant players. They never lost verbally but never won in action. Always making noise, they were quicker to back down than anyone else. In Blue Star, the White Elephant players were quite famous. Ding, congratulations to the Lord of the Territory, Eternal Night, for reclaiming the New Delhi Fallen Zone. Task progress completed 20%. We hope other survivors on Blue Star will continue to strive. Ding, congratulations to the Lord of the Territory, Eternal Night, for reclaiming the New Delhi Fallen Zone. Task progress completed 70%. We hope other survivors on Blue Star will continue to strive. Ding, congratulations to the Lord of the Territory, Eternal Night, for reclaiming the New Delhi Fallen Zone. Task progress completed 100%. We hope other survivors on Blue Star will continue to strive. Ding, congratulations to the Lord of the Territory, Eternal Night, for completing the New Delhi Fallen Zone task and becoming the Lord of the New Delhi Territory. Ding, congratulations to the Lord of the Territory, Eternal Night, for gaining territory bonuses. Territory bonus effect, health/mana plus 80 million, attributes plus 30,000. Awesome. The territory bonus attributes doubled again, directly rewarding 80 million health, adding the previous rewards of 20 million and 40 million. Zhang Chen's health increased by a staggering 140 million. With his original 260 million health, Zhang Chen now had a terrifying 360 million health. Excluding some special professions and players with unique talents, most people's health points are still in the tens of thousands. Some tank players might have over 100,000 health points, which is a stark contrast when compared to Zhang Chen. Even for players with special talents who can increase their health, the upper limit is probably around a few million. After taking down 3 territories in one breath, Zhang Chen felt a bit fatigued. However, it was clearly not the time to rest. He didn't take any breaks and directly headed to the next fallen area. Goryeo, Pyongyang Fallen Zone. The beast soldiers in the city all looked up as red flames suddenly descended from the sky. -642, -642, -642. The groups of beast soldiers hadn't reacted yet when they were taken away by the terrifying damage. After a while, ding, congratulations to the Lord of Eternal Night for completing the Pyongyang Fallen Zone mission and becoming the Lord of Pyongyang Territory. Ding, congratulations to the Lord of the Territory, Eternal Night, for receiving territory bonuses. Territory bonus effect, health/mana plus 100 million, attributes plus 50,000. Zhang Chen was taken aback. It didn't double anymore? After taking down the 6th territory, the attribute bonus stopped at 100 million. After a brief moment of surprise, Zhang Chen accepted this fact. If there were no upper limit, it would be too much of a bug to keep doubling like that. Stabilizing at 100 million health points was still manageable. There are over 100 capital city fallen zones on Blue Star. If each is calculated at 100 million, Zhang Chen's health could exceed 10 billion. 10 billion health points. Currently, the strongest king-level alien beast discovered on Blue Star has only about 1 billion health points. Unknowingly, Zhang Chen could already walk horizontally in the fallen zones of Blue Star. Invincible loneliness, Zhang Chen suddenly felt a sense of autumn wind and desolation. However, when he glanced at the star above his head, his somewhat lofty mindset immediately grounded itself. Right now, humanity on Blue Star had only taken down the fallen zones, which were just some urban areas. There are still mist zones on the surface of Blue Star that have not been deeply explored. Can it be guaranteed that there are no stronger alien beasts inside the mist zones? The revolution has not yet succeeded. We must continue to work hard. Zhang Chen reined in his soaring mindset and headed to the next fallen zone. In the fallen zones of Blue Star, Zhang Chen activated his crazy teleportation mode, taking down one territory after another without stopping. His frantic capture of urban areas triggered system announcements, but it didn't cause much of a stir. The players on Blue Star were all drawn to the announcements of the territory wars. Since various countries launched the territory wars, after a few days of silence, results finally started to emerge. Ding, Roman Camp Ravenna territory judgment failed. Ding, Arab Empire Camp Damascus territory hostile territory judgment victory. Ding, Indian Camp Hua City territory hostile territory judgment victory. Ding, American Camp Stan territory victory. The casualties from the territory wars launched by various countries were significant, with both successes and failures, but the benefits of success were very clear. The victorious players experienced a qualitative leap in levels, attributes, and equipment, leading to a significant power advantage. The most direct reflection was on the Blue Star level leaderboard. Aside from Eternal Night, all previously listed players from Jiangnan territory were replaced. A batch of players from various countries surged onto the leaderboard. In Jiangnan territory, players from the Dragon country were still killing beast soldiers at the outskirts of the Mist Zone to level up. When will the boss of Eternal Night take us to fight in the territory wars? Watching themselves gradually disappear from the leaderboard, many players became restless. The warlike genes began to take effect, and these players could no longer hold back. What's the rush? Didn't the boss say a month later? Exactly, let's level up quickly so we don't hold anyone back when the time comes. Just as these players were complaining, the system announcement rang out frantically. Ding, the Dragon country faction has launched a territory war against the Roman faction in the Ravenna territory. Ding, the Dragon country faction has launched a territory war against the Cherry Blossom Island faction in the Tokyo territory. Ding, the Dragon country faction has launched a territory war against the Cherry Blossom Island faction in the Fukuoka territory. Ding, the Dragon country faction has launched a territory war against the White Elephant faction in the Mali territory. The Dragon country is launching a territory war? The victorious side just finishing their territory war was stunned, and the defeated side was even more bewildered. They had just been beaten badly, and now this? Damn it, the Dragon country has no sense of martial ethics. Is the Dragon country taking advantage of the fire to rob us? The victorious side of the territory war has a 1-month ceasefire, but the defeated side does not. Taking advantage of the freshly concluded territory war, the Dragon country immediately launched another territory war against the defeated side. The Dragon country is despicable. Those on the defeated side cursed loudly, but faced with countless Dragon country players teleporting in, unsurprisingly, they all raised the white flag and surrendered. Before the barrier was even breached, these players from the territories collectively logged off, retreating back to the underground city. This farcical territory war lasted only half an hour from start to finish. Ding, the Dragon country faction has been declared victorious in the territory war against the Roman faction in the Ravenna territory. Various victory announcements rang out one after another, and the Dragon country secured the territory war victory without any losses. Wow, it can be done like this? Quick, launch a territory war against the defeated side. Countries quickly reacted, preparing to follow the Dragon country's lead and initiate territory wars against the defeated sides. However, Ding, you cannot continue to attack the defeated side within a month. Ding, you cannot continue to attack the defeated side within a month. The system prompt sounded, and there was no way to continue attacking the defeated side. What the hell? What's going on in the third world? Why can the Dragon country do this? Exactly, this is cheating. It's fine, there are still territory wars that haven't concluded. Let's keep a Close watch, and as soon as there's a result, we'll launch a territory war. Dragon country, underground city time, and again, they just don't understand the principle of 3 strikes. We can take this month to rest and concentrate on leveling up. There are still some territory wars that haven't ended. No need, we can't go too far, or we'll really become the target of everyone's criticism. Right, let's leave them a little benefit. Then what about Eternal Night? Let him stir things up himself. Blue Star, the western main city has fallen, and the area below has turned into a sea of fire. They're really good at this. Zhang Chen didn't expect the upper echelons of the Dragon Country to play this card. Zhang Chen glanced at his health points, which had now reached 2.1 billion. In the past few days, Zhang Chen had taken over a dozen territories. I need to step it up. Zhang Chen felt a sense of urgency. After the territory war, everyone's strength would see a boost. Many would gain a mysterious confidence from their sudden increase in power, and they might try to stop him from capturing territories. Although Zhang Chen didn't care much, it could be easily taken. He also didn't want to complicate things and waste time. What Zhang Chen lacked now was time. He needed to capture all the capital's fallen territories within a month. In the following time, the results of the territory wars gradually came in, but the defeated sides, without exception, were once again divided among several countries. The strong thrive while the weak perish. This saying was vividly illustrated at this moment. Once defeated, there was almost no chance of a comeback, because even after a month of recovery, the strength of players from other countries would surge, making it even less likely for these defeated sides to win. This is a vicious cycle. Unless a player like Eternal Night appears to turn the tide, their fate has been sealed since their first defeat. On Zhang Chen's side, he continuously captured the fallen zones, and his attributes began to skyrocket. 3.7 billion, 4.8 billion, 5.8 billion. Zhang Chen no longer cared about how much territory he had taken. He was only focused on his rapidly increasing health points. 1 territory, 100 million health points. On Blue Star, apart from Zhang Chen, no other player had the strength to capture a fallen zone alone. Some players might have gained such strength later, but they did not take action. After all, besides the beasts and the fallen zones, they might also face attacks from other players. Unless, from the very beginning, they established an invincible image in everyone's mind like Eternal Night. Otherwise, it was nearly impossible for them to capture a fallen zone alone. Zhang Chen had just taken a territory and was about to leave when suddenly a system prompt sounded. Ding, Blue Star Super City occupies half, triggering hidden mission. Hidden mission, capture all capital urban areas of Blue Star. Completing the mission will yield generous rewards. Capture all capital urban areas? Generous rewards? Zhang Chen was taken aback. This was the first time he had heard of such generous rewards. However, Zhang Chen frowned. While the mission sounded good, he couldn't complete it, because the capital of Longhua already belonged to the Longhua faction. What to do? The system had given him an impossible task. If it can't be completed, the system shouldn't have issued this task. Zhang Chen's brow furrowed. Forget it, why think so much? Let's capture the remaining capital fallen zones first. With that, Zhang Chen headed towards the few remaining fallen zones. But just then, a system announcement suddenly rang out. Ding, Blue Star server-wide mission, prevent Eternal Night from capturing all super urban areas. Ding, Blue Star server-wide mission, prevent Eternal Night from capturing all super urban areas. Ding, mission successful, all survivors who participated in the defense will receive generous rewards. Ding, if the mission fails, Eternal Night will receive the Blue Star Lord rank reward, gaining planetary level attribute bonuses. Blue Star Lord rank reward, planetary level attribute bonuses? Players from all countries on Blue Star were stunned. What does this mean? Eternal Night from Longhua wants to become the Blue Star Lord? Blue Star belongs to everyone. How can it be just Eternal Knights? This Blue Star Lord should be elected by everyone. I think it should be a player from our country who becomes the Blue Star Lord. What are planetary level rewards? Not only were the Blue Star players confused, but even Zhang Chen himself was somewhat shocked. Blue Star Lord? Isn't this a bit too much? However, the system immediately issued a server-wide mission, seemingly wanting all players on Blue Star to target him. Zhang Chen's expression turned skeptical. After all, everyone was from Blue Star. It couldn't be that everyone was against him, right? Of course, some countries were exceptions, as Zhang Chen was well aware that he had killed quite a few people during his conquest of the Fallen Zones. But just as this thought crossed his mind, ding, survivors participating in the defense mission can receive a level 100 epic set. Ding, survivors participating in the defense mission will gain plus 20 levels. Ding, survivors participating in the defense mission can unlock a second profession. Damn, Zhang Chen's expression changed. Such generous rewards, not to mention other players, even he was tempted. Would it be possible for him to abandon the mission and let them have all these rewards? Players from various countries on Blue Star were initially hesitant. After all, Eternal Night had been crazily capturing territories during this time. This is someone who can single-handedly take down a super city. Besides, Even if he completes the mission and gets the reward, so what? The others won't suffer any losses. But when the system announcement listed the rewards one by one, many people were tempted. Second profession, level 100 epic set, level plus 20, any one of these could lead to fierce competition. Moreover, this is a server-wide mission in Blue Star. Many people began to think about fishing in troubled waters. If they weren't the main force, couldn't they just throw a few skills and still count as sniping? Just then, another system announcement rang out. Ding, the mission lasts for 7 days. If Eternal Night does not complete all capital city missions within 7 days, the mission will be deemed a failure. 7 days? We just need to hold him back. This can be done. Players from various countries in Blue Star suddenly felt capable, each one rolling up their sleeves, ready to make a move. Especially the players from Sakura Island, who had lost hundreds of thousands to Eternal Night. This time, Eternal Night would face the entire player base of Blue Star, and they realized this was an opportunity. Kill Eternal Night. We must take this chance to kill him. Once we complete this mission, we probably won't have another chance. The Master of Blue Star, a planetary level reward, although the specifics of the reward are still unknown. But from these words, one can infer a thing or two. If Eternal Night completes the mission, he would likely become truly invincible. Super Fallen Zone, 97 of 102 7 days? Zhang Chen looked at the remaining fallen zones. There are still 5 left. That means I have to take down the remaining 5 fallen zones within 7 days. Zhang Chen's expression turned serious, as these 5 fallen zones included the capital of Longhua. Forget it, Zhang Chen shook his head. I'll take down the other fallen zones first. With that, Zhang Chen directly used Spatial Leap to appear in the next fallen zone. The first one. Zhang Chen looked at the beast soldier group in the city, just about to unleash his skills. The system announcement rang out again. Ding, temporary activation of image live broadcast. Real-time announcement of Eternal Night's coordinates and status. Ding, temporary activation of all territory teleportation arrays. Blue Star survivors can go to the fallen zones to stop Eternal Night from seizing the main city. Zhang Chen frowned. Such targeted measures? But so what? Looks like I can't keep a low profile anymore, Zhang Chen murmured softly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he aimed to dispel some people's greed. If they wanted to stop him, they had to be prepared to be killed. Fire Rain Calamity. In Blue Star, above the main cities of various countries, scenes of Eternal Night killing beast soldiers appeared. We can teleport directly, should we go for it? A player couldn't hold back, wanting to set off immediately. But the surrounding players all looked up at the sky. No one responded to him. Why isn't anyone talking? This player followed everyone's gaze and was immediately stunned. This is 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000, million. Holy crap, over 6 million damage? In the footage, Zhang Chen stood on his sword. With rain of fire pouring down from the sky, terrifying damage numbers overflowing, and a large group of beast soldiers below were instantly killed. In just a moment, a vast area was cleared. Ding, occupy all capital cities in Blue Star. Progress completed 1%. The system announcement rang out. At the right time. Holy crap, how the hell do we fight this? Going up means death. The greed that had just risen in the players from various countries in Blue Star was instantly dispelled when they saw Eternal Night's terrifying output. Zhang Chen flew gracefully above the city, on his sword, with rain of fire continuously falling behind him. Even some low-level beast generals were instantly killed when they encountered the fire rain. Even when facing an intermediate beast general, he could only withstand 2 waves of flowing fire. How can he release such a large-scale skill so frequently? This defies logic. Generally, high-damage area skills have long cooldowns, but Eternal Night broke this norm, unleashing a sky full of flowing fire without any time interval. Could it be that his skills have no cooldown? How the hell can we stop this? Stop what? If we go over, we're just delivering food. Besides, the Dragon Kingdom will definitely support him. We're not just facing Eternal Night alone. In the Dragon Kingdom, in the underground city, S District, a large crowd gathered in a garden. Eternal Night is now surrounded on all sides. Do we need to provide support? The people present spoke up. Let's wait and see, an old man said softly, silencing all voices. Let's see if he can take down the first 4 fallen districts. What about Kyoto? Wait, the old man said solemnly. If he can't take down the first 4, don't even think about Kyoto. In the Jiangnan territory, a large group of players gathered together. What should we do? It seems like Boss Eternal Night is about to be besieged. Besieged? Look at Boss Eternal Night's damage. Who dares to go? That's true. Should we go support Boss Eternal Night? We can't let them bully our lord. Brother, what's your name? Me? I'm the little mushroom of the girl picking. Are you here to cause trouble? I think you should just go pick mushrooms. You, what's your name? Prince Brain. Thrombosis. I think you're brain dead. In the fallen district, Zhang Chen was still clearing the beast soldiers with all his might. To be on the safe side, he summoned a batch of parasitic lords to guard around him. Although no players had appeared to snipe him yet, Zhang Chen still took precautions. What if someone sneaks up on him? Even though Zhang Chen had taken down over 90 main cities and his health had exceeded 10 billion, he remained vigilant. A cautious approach can prevent disaster. Being careless could lead to a downfall. Soon, all the alien beasts in the city were killed. Ding, occupy all capital districts of Blue Star. Progress completed 5%. Ding, occupy all capital districts of Blue Star. Progress completed 5%. It wasn't difficult. Upon hearing the system announcement, Zhang Chen let out a slight sigh of relief. If it continued like this, he could take these 5 territories in less than 7 days. Was it really that simple? Players in various main cities of Blue Star were unsettled. When they took down territories back then, many had died. Now, seeing Eternal Night handle it so easily made them uncomfortable. If you had 6 million damage, you could do it just as easily. Strange, why hasn't anyone sniped him? Could it be that everyone is indifferent to the task rewards? Nothing strange about it. It's only the first day, and someone will definitely take action later. So sure? Are there really people who aren't afraid of death? Which of those hidden classes and SSS level talent players are easy? Right, it's just that those people haven't shown up, making us think Eternal Night is invincible. Maybe those people are even more monstrous. In the footage, Zhang Chen flew out of the city on his sword, entering the misty area. The light red mist began to change, quickly turning a deep scarlet. I wonder how he will deal with the Beast Tide. The Blue Star players watching the footage were all curious about how Eternal Night would withstand the Beast Tide. But the next scene left countless people in shock. An endless tide of beasts surged forth like a flood. Yet, Eternal Night threw out a rain of fire calamity, advancing rather than retreating, directly heading deeper into the misty area. Mad, that's so domineering. Damn, that's too cool. Soon, the players from Blue Star found their vision obscured by the blood-red mist, and Eternal Night disappeared into the depths of the fog. I can't see anything. No need to look. Eternal Night dares to enter the mist zone alone. He must be confident. As if to confirm this statement, just a moment later, the system announcement rang out again. Ding, occupy all capital districts of Blue Star. Progress completed 7%. Ding, occupy all capital districts of Blue Star. Progress completed 7%. Players in each main city of Blue Star were left dumbfounded. Did he clear the Beast Tide? That was too fast. Even when I use a one-hit kill cheat, it's not this quick. However, before the discussions among the crowd could finish, Ding, occupy all capital districts of Blue Star. Progress completed 10%. Ding, occupy all capital districts of Blue Star. Progress completed 10%. What the hell? Is there any justice left? I knew he was abnormal, but I didn't expect him to be this extreme. I better not go. I'd just be looking for death. The dominance displayed by Zhang Chen dispelled many players' thoughts. The mist has cleared. In the footage, the color of the mist gradually began to return to normal. Where's Eternal Night? In the district. When did he come out of the mist zone? Didn't see him. By the time the players could see clearly, Eternal Night had already returned to the district. Still at king level, Eternal Night looked at the strange beast appearing ahead, feeling a bit more at ease. As long as the difficulty of the fallen zone hadn't increased, he had nothing to worry about. Even if Blue Star players appeared later, only some ranged classes could attack him. Fading Echo Zhang Chen showed no hesitation and directly punched the king-level strange beast. He wanted to demonstrate his invincible strength in front of everyone. The stronger he appeared, the more those people would fear him. Boom! The massive body of the king-level strange beast shattered under this punch. Minus 7.46382 times 10 to the power of 11 a damage value that defied reason floated out from the king-level strange beast's body. It must be said that Zhang Chen's punch achieved the expected effect. In all the main cities of Blue Star, players collectively fell into a daze, countless wide eyes fixated on the damage value produced by Eternal Night's punch. This is 700 billion. Damn. What are we even playing for? This cheat, I only dare to set my damage to 999 when I play games. Ding, occupy all capital districts of Blue Star. Progress completed 15%. Ding, occupy all capital districts of Blue Star. Progress completed 15%. Only 15%, Zhang Chen listened to the system announcement, feeling something was off. With 5 fallen zones, capturing one should have been a 20% task progress. Just as Zhang Chen was puzzled, ding, the second act of the performance begins. Carnival Feast. Current effect, 164224141 plus 124478859. Ding. Triggered the talent fate pattern first layer effect, random skill damage, 11886 million. Zhang Chen was taken aback and quickly looked at his attributes. Player, Eternal Night class, Clown rank, Lord of multiple territories level, 100 lifespan, 638 wealth, 78.12 million blue star coins. Health/mana, 10.2 billion/37.15 million 4 dimensions, 1.2001 million/1.1201 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 million dual attack, 1.355 million/1.355 million dual defense, 1.305 million/1.305 million universal skill. Probe technique can detect information of monsters no higher than 10 levels. Above oneself, exclusive skill, stage comedy, the clown can imitate and replicate any target's active skills, with imitated skills causing 1 to 1886 million random damage, limit, 6, exclusive skill, card acrobatics, randomly draw one card from hearts, spades, diamonds, and clubs, with different effects attached to attacks within 10 seconds, hearts, taunt, spades, blind, diamonds, interrupt, clubs, slow, skill CD, 60 seconds exclusive. Skill, improvised comedy, recovery buff skill, healing amount equals skill damage value, lasts 10 seconds, cooldown 60 seconds. Exclusive skill, clown. Stage, within the clown's performance stage, 1000m range, the damage the clown receives is randomly reduced by 10% to 90%. With so many territorial boosts, Zhang Chen's health reached a terrifying 10.2 billion and his dual defense broke a million. The most important thing was that his first exclusive skill had turned into 1 to 1886 million random damage. The projection was originally meant to target Eternal Night, but instead, it benefited him. This, Zhang Chen murmured, no one in Blue Star can stop me now. Next, Zhang Chen, full of confidence, directly used spatial leap to arrive at the second fallen zone. However, as soon as Zhang Chen appeared in the second fallen zone, ding, hidden mission scene, difficulty of the fallen zone task increased. The task difficulty increased? Zhang Chen was not surprised by the system announcement. If the difficulty didn't increase, that would be abnormal. After all, taking over the fallen zone was not just simple, it was extremely simple. If the third world didn't increase the difficulty, this Lord of Blue Star and the planetary level rewards were already in his grasp. Beast General. Zhang Chen squinted his eyes as he looked down. In the entire urban area, there was not a trace of beast soldiers, only primary and intermediate beast generals, and there were even quite a few high-level beast generals among them. Players from various main cities of Blue Star stared in shock at the scenes in the projection. The city was filled with beast generals, and this dramatically increased the difficulty of taking over the fallen zone. Isn't this too exaggerated? Damn, the health of beast generals starts at 5 million, and high-level beast generals even reach tens of millions. Exaggerated for us, but it actually makes no difference for Eternal Night. Right, with over 6 million area damage, beast generals and soldiers are no different to him. Now that you mention it. But this is only the second fallen zone. If the trend continues to rise, who knows what the next fallen zone will be like. Ordinary players from various countries were discussing animatedly, but most held a spectator's attitude. At this moment, the teleportation arrays in the main cities of various countries began to light up frequently, with figures passing through the arrays. Where are they teleporting to? A player casually noticed the teleportation array lighting up. Could it be to target Eternal Night? That can't be. With Eternal Night's level of abnormality, wouldn't going there be like seeking death? In the fallen zone, Zhang Chen stood on his sword. Fire, rain, calamity. The sky was filled with flowing fire once again. Hey, a familiar formula, eh? Player said gleefully, although the beast general poses no difficulty for Eternal Night, his time is definitely affected. Right, don't forget, he only has 7 days. However, before these gleeful people could finish their words, minus 1886, minus 1886, minus 1886, nearly 20 million damage points overflowed, whether it was a low-level beast general or a high-level one, within the range of fire rain calamity. They were instantly killed. Zhang Chen flew above the city, continuously unleashing fire rain calamity, clearing vast areas below with each pass. 18 million. Wasn't his base damage 6 million? How did it become 18 million? This is directly tripled. Ding, occupy all capital urban areas of Blue Star. Progress completed 20%. Ding, occupy all capital urban areas of Blue Star. Progress completed 20%. As Zhang Chen cleared the urban area of alien beasts, the system announcement rang out. The task difficulty had increased, but Zhang Chen's strength had also grown, so he didn't waste much time. At this rate, he wouldn't need 7 days at all. Outside the urban area, Zhang Chen looked at the fog zone. Without any hesitation, he flew straight in on his sword. At the same time, a batch of parasitic lords appeared around Zhang Chen and flew in with him. Just after Zhang Chen entered the fog zone, the urban area suddenly began to flicker frequently, and figures densely appeared within the city. Holy crap, did someone really go in? Hey, I know that person, he's an SSS-level powerhouse from our Persian nation. Finally, someone is going to take action. Players from various countries in Blue Star became excited, as some could no longer sit still and began to act. In the footage, players arriving in the urban area, some directly hid inside the towering buildings, while others became invisible right where they stood. Jiangnan territory, Eternal Night is in trouble. These guys are planning a sneak attack. What should we do? Eternal Night doesn't know about this. Damn it, let's go too. What? The players in Jiangnan territory were taken aback. They don't know if we're going to help or to ambush Eternal Night. Right, why can't we go? In the fog zone, roars echoed, and it was unclear what boss Eternal Night had encountered. After a considerable delay, the system announcement finally came. Ding, occupy all capital urban areas of Blue Star. Progress completed 25%. Ding, occupy all capital urban areas of Blue Star. Progress completed 25%. In the footage, Eternal Night emerged from the fog zone with a gloomy expression, slowly heading towards the urban area, his demeanor noticeably serious. What did Eternal Night encounter in there? That expression seems unusual. Could it be a king-level alien beast? What's a king-level alien beast? The final boss of the super city is a king-level alien beast. A king-level alien beast shouldn't be much for Eternal Night. 1 star. Emperor-level alien beast. Zhang Chen indeed encountered some trouble in the fog zone. However, it was not the king-level alien beast that players speculated, but an emperor level. Zhang Chen had never encountered an emperor-level alien beast before. Could it have come from the deep mountains of Blue Star? Zhang Chen speculated to himself. After all, everyone is currently active around the main city, while most of the surface of Blue Star consists of mountains and oceans. In the urban area, a completely azure beast hovers in the air, watching Zhang Chen approach on his sword. The beast is not very large, but it gazes at Zhang Chen from a distance, its eyes revealing a remarkably human-like curiosity. This beast can fly even without wings? What level of beast is this? You ask me, who should I ask? Aside from Eternal Night, I'm afraid no one knows. Detection technique. Zhang Chen did not dare to be careless and immediately cast the detection technique to gather information about the beast. Abyss Erosion Dragon Royal level, 2 stars, level, 110 health points, 20 billion attack power, 2 million skills, Dark Erosion Field. Active unleashes a dark erosion energy field with a radius of 50 kilometers. All targets entering the field lose 5% of their current health per second, while their attack and movement speeds are reduced by 80%, lasting for 10 seconds. Annihilation Breath. Active erupts a sea of Annihilation Fire, dealing 300% of attack power is damage that ignores defense to the target. Hitting the target has a 50% chance to directly enter the Annihilation state, lasting for 3 seconds, during which skills cannot be used and 10% of maximum health is lost per second. Abyss Proliferation. Passive 4 every 20% health loss summons 3 Dark Erosion Familiars, level 100/health points 100 million/attack power 750,000. When a familiar dies, it explodes, dealing area damage equal to 30% of its maximum health to surrounding targets. Eternal Corrosion, passive all damage. Dealt by itself carries a corrosion effect. Targets affected by corrosion lose 3% of their maximum health per second, stacking, lasting until the end of the battle. Fire Rain Calamity. Zhang Chen did not immediately activate the Curtain Call Echo. He wanted to test how much destructive power a royal level beast could unleash. -1886, -1886, -1886. 18 million damage points overflowed from the abyss. Erosion Dragon, but this damage was not very lethal for a royal level beast with 20 billion health points. Ding, Dark Erosion Field activated. Losing 5% of current health per second, while attack and movement speeds are reduced by 80%, lasting for 10 seconds. The Abyss Erosion Dragon unleashed its Annihilation Breath, engulfing the figure of Eternal Night in a sea of fire. Ding, entered Annihilation state, unable to use skills and losing 10% of maximum health per second, lasting for 3 seconds. A large amount of damage overflowed from Zhang Chen, and his health bar plummeted instantly. -5,000, -5,000, -10,000, -10,000. A few seconds later, Zhang Chen was left with only 1/3 of his health. In various urban areas of Blue Star, countless players watched Zhang Chen's health drop dramatically through the footage. What the hell? How much health does Eternal Night have? Tens of millions, over 100 million drop? And he still has 1/3 left. Is this for real? Not to mention anything else, this beast is also so freakish, able to deal so much damage. Eternal Night is done for. Exactly, he still doesn't know that someone is ambushing around the urban area. Improvised comedy. Unable to use skills in the Annihilation state. But once the time was up, Zhang Chen immediately released the improvised comedy to restore his health. +1886, +1886, +1886. Zhang Chen's health began to rise rapidly. Roar, the Abyssal Erosion Dragon unleashed its skill and charged directly at Zhang Chen. Close combat? Zhang Chen was taken aback. Affected by the Eclipsed Domain, Zhang Chen's attack and movement speed were reduced by 80%, making it impossible for him to dodge the Abyssal Erosion Dragon's attack. However, Zhang Chen had no intention of dodging from the start. Facing the charging Abyssal Erosion Dragon, Zhang Chen calmly unleashed Fire Rain Catastrophe, and with the boost from the improvised comedy, his health was restored to a safe level. Bang bang bang, -2,280,000, -2,280,000, -2,280,000. Nearly 3 million damage overflowed from Zhang Chen. In close combat, the Abyssal Erosion Dragon entered the range of Zhang Chen's clown stage, and its damage was reduced by 90%. The output it dealt was even less than the health Zhang Chen casually restored. To the players in the main cities of Blue Star, the more Zhang Chen was hit, the more health he seemed to gain. What does this mean? The beast is healing Eternal Night? Healing my foot, it's clearly Eternal Night's self-healing skill. That's enough, Zhang Chen said, looking at the dazed abyssal erosion dragon. He had almost figured out this royal beast and saw no need to waste more time. Curtain call echo. Zhang Chen directly punched out. -723,823,436. Another exaggerated damage overflowed. Boom, the health bar of the abyssal erosion dragon, this royal beast, was instantly emptied and its body fell downwards. But at that moment 15 beasts suddenly appeared around Zhang Chen. Eclipsed magic servants? Zhang Chen's gaze sharpened. He suddenly remembered that for every 20% of health the abyssal erosion dragon lost, it would summon 3 eclipsed magic servants. Before the eclipsed magic servants could attack, Zhang Chen intended to escape the encirclement with his sword. He clearly remembered that when eclipsed magic servants died, they would explode, dealing 30% of their maximum health as area damage to surrounding targets. However, as long as he created some distance, dealing with these eclipsed magic servants wouldn't be difficult. Their attributes were high attack but low defense, using self-detonation to ambush. Just as Zhang Chen prepared to leave, whoosh, countless attacks shot in from the surrounding city area. They all landed on the 15 eclipsed magic servants. Can't hide it anymore? Zhang Chen's lips curled slightly. Did he really think he didn't know someone was lying in ambush around? Boom boom. Dozens of explosions erupted almost simultaneously, and all 15 eclipsed magic servants around Zhang Chen self-destructed. Below in the city, a dense crowd of figures appeared. That should be enough, a player muttered to himself. With so many people attacking collectively, plus the self-detonation of the beasts, even if Zhang Chen had 100 billion health, he couldn't possibly survive. The people who came were not ordinary, they were all elites from various countries. Each of them was almost a hidden class player who had awakened their talents. Among them, the least were S-class talent holders. Although their individual damage couldn't match Eternal Night, dealing hundreds of thousands of damage was more than enough. Some of the stronger characters could even deal 1,000,000 damage. However, as the dust from the eclipsed magic servant's self-detonation settled, there was no sign of Zhang Chen at the center of the explosion. Where is he? Below, a player was stunned. Could he have been killed instantly? Someone hesitated to guess. If he had been killed by their collective attack, there should have been a system prompt. Players from various countries in Blue Star were also confused. So it turns out to be a group of ruthless people. No wonder they dared to snipe Eternal Night. But where is Eternal Night? One by one, they looked around, searching for Eternal Night's figure. Damn, he's in this group of players. A sharp-eyed player shouted, pointing to a spot in the crowd. Eternal Night is among the crowd. However, his loud shout could not reach the ears of the players in the Fallen Zone. In the Fallen Zone, these Blue Star elites also sensed that something was wrong. Scatter, someone shouted in a deep voice, don't let them take us. All out at once. Fire rain calamity. At this moment, Zhang Chen also chose to strike. At the moment the abyssal demon servant self-destructed. He activated Spatial Leap and directly mixed in with this group of players. In the city area, a group of players looked up as countless fire rains began to fall from above. Run! Eternal Night is here. Unfortunately, it was already too late. -1886. -1886. -1886. Over 18 million in damage. Most players didn't even have time to scream before they perished. However, there were still a few players who charged out under the fire rain calamity. Zhang Chen squinted his eyes. This group was indeed extraordinary. Some players on the outskirts were just about to retreat when, kill. A large number of players suddenly turned against them. -1.88 million, -1.88 million, -1.88 million. These people shocked everyone as they struck, each dealing nearly 2 million in damage. Where did this group of tough guys come from? They are in cahoots with Eternal Night? This is trouble. Eternal Night is indeed not alone. Zhang Chen chased after the fleeing players. Since they had attacked him, they should be prepared for death. But just then, a voice suddenly rang in Zhang Chen's ear, shattered jade. Zhang Chen's body trembled as an assassin emerged from stealth and struck him. A strange wave swept across the entire city area, and everyone turned to look. An assassin plunged a blood-red dagger into Eternal Night's shoulder. Countless players in the main cities of Blue Star watched the scene unfold in the footage. What the hell? Is this assassin joking? Can his stealth strike really kill Eternal Night with 100 billion health points? Is he trying to get himself killed? The situation seems a bit off. Someone pointed at the footage. Why are both he and Eternal Night not moving? Ding! The survivor from the Stick Country, Park Buching, successfully activated the Super Divine Talent Shattered Jade. Shattered Jade, Super Divine Talent characteristics. After activating the talent, ignore a 55 to 45 gap, 50% chance to instantly kill the target, 50% chance to commit suicide. Details: better to be Shattered Jade than to be Whole Tiles. I bet my life. Who's in this talent? Countless people gasped in shock. All previous attacks were just a setup. This Park Buching was the biggest trump card. Countless eyes from Blue Star were fixed on Park Boo-chang and Eternal Night. Who will survive? Countless gazes from Blue Star were locked onto Eternal Night. The Shattered Jade talent was too overpowered, practically designed for desperate individuals. However, this Park Boo-chang was also a tough guy, daring to gamble his life against Eternal Night with a 55 to 45 chance. I'm still alive. Park Boo-chang blinked, drawing his knife and retreating. Ha 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 ha. Park Boo-chang went mad, dancing and shouting, I'm still alive. I'm still alive. I won the bet. Ha ha ha. I killed the number one person in Blue Star, Eternal Night. Just as Park Boo-chang was shouting wildly, a terrifying damage value overflowed from above Eternal Night, -1027597763. Eternal Night's health bar was instantly emptied. In the city area, the Dragon Kingdom players rushing from the Junnan territory to support Eternal Night looked ashen. Eternal Night was just killed like that? No, this is impossible. They all couldn't believe it, staring at the motionless Eternal Night, unwilling to accept this reality. The nearly invincible Eternal Night just died absurdly like that? Just because of a super divine talent? In the main cities of Blue Star, countless players were also staring up at the image in a daze. Isn't this too hasty? 100 billion health points couldn't withstand a single hit? Why does it feel like a farce? Ha! In the Fallen Zone, a player sniping at Eternal Night exclaimed in surprise, why hasn't the system announced the mission success yet? Yeah, no rewards either. A group of people finally sensed something was off, each suddenly looking towards Eternal Night. Although Eternal Night's health bar was empty, he did not turn into white light and disappear, still standing motionless in place. Ding, emotional bond triggered, immune to all attacks for 5 seconds. Ding, super divine talent Jade Shatter effect surpasses bond. Jade Shatter effect still in effect. Ding, super divine talent Jade Shatter triggers instant kill target determination. Ding, target health points cleared. After being hit by Jade Shatter, Zhang Chen heard the system prompts ringing in his ears continuously. Am I going to die? Zhang Chen felt a bit dazed for a moment. He had been careless. This group of schemers had indeed invested heavily to deal with him. Zhang Chen felt a bit regretful. He should have stayed in midair, so he wouldn't have been approached. But it was too late to say anything now. He watched helplessly as his health was cleared, unable to do anything. Even the emotional bond equipment couldn't save him. However, Zhang Chen had a strange feeling in his heart. This Jade Shatter couldn't kill him. This feeling was somewhat inexplicable. Zhang Chen couldn't even articulate where his confidence came from. Yet, that sense of imminent death did not appear. Life and death play, these 3 words flashed through Zhang Chen's mind. But just then, the system announcement suddenly rang out. Ding, God-level talent Mirage activated. Mirage God-level talent trait, substitute death details. Mirage, from false to true, substitutes life for death. As the system announcement fell, Zhang Chen's health points instantly restored. Who is it? Zhang Chen suddenly looked around. He didn't have this talent. Someone activated the God-level talent, Mirage, to take his place in death. Who could it be? Zhang Chen didn't expect that at the last moment someone would sacrifice themselves for him. This was completely beyond his expectations. He thought he would activate the talent life and death play upon dying. In the distance, Park Boo-chang's laughter abruptly stopped. How is this possible? Park Boo-chang's eyes widened. His talent had clearly determined Eternal Night's death. Why did he revive with full health? This is impossible. Park Boo-chang was showing signs of losing his mind. He had just been celebrating his kill of Eternal Night, the number one in Blue Star. Now Eternal Night was perfectly restored. Park Boo-chang even began to doubt whether his talent was truly god level. In the city, players from various countries surrounding Eternal Night stood there at a loss. The situation had seemed settled, but in the end, someone activated a god-level talent to take Eternal Night's place in death. Who is it? In the main cities of Blue Star, countless players watching the image felt their hearts could hardly take it. The situation had reversed again. Someone sacrificed themselves, allowing Eternal Night to revive with full health. Next, those players sniping at Eternal Night were going to be in trouble. Ding, occupy all capital districts of Blue Star, progress completed 30%. Ding, occupy all capital districts of Blue Star, progress completed 30%. The system announcement rang out, also indicating that the second Fallen Zone had been captured by Eternal Night. Spatial leap. Zhang Chen's figure vanished directly. When he reappeared, he was already behind Pu Bucheng. Boom, Zhang Chen delivered a punch to Pu Bucheng's back. Although the curtain call had already been used when killing the royal level beast, Zhang Chen himself had an attack power of over 1,000,000, and besides, he had no intention of letting him die so easily. 1783622 A damage value of nearly 2 million overflowed, but Zhang Chen did not relax at all, because Pu Bucheng's health bar had only disappeared by 1/3. He actually had nearly 6 million health points. At this moment, Pu Bucheng also reacted. He suddenly turned around, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Wielding a dagger, he lunged at Zhang Chen again. Jade Shatter. Pu Bucheng shouted once more. This time, it was beyond everyone's expectations. This Pu Bucheng actually used his talent to gamble his life again. However, this time he was destined to be disappointed. Dimensional Shriek. Zhang Chen directly released a control skill. Pu Buqing's dagger froze in midair. Bang-1783622 bang-1783622 bang. -1783622 Zhang Chen followed up with 3 punches in quick succession. Pu Buqing didn't even have time to scream before Zhang Chen cleared his health bar with 3 punches. He just died like that. 5 seconds later, in the city, the others regained their senses, their faces filled with horror. Because everyone knew that Pu Buqing's fate was their own. Run! Someone whispered sharply, no longer caring about others, turning to flee. The crowd, as if waking from a dream, each prepared to escape. However, they clearly underestimated the power of the Eternal Knight's large-scale control skill. Dimensional Shriek, centered on Zhang Chen. Everyone within a 10-kilometer radius fell into forced dizziness. Fire rain. Calamity. In the city, all players were simultaneously controlled, and flames rained down from the sky. -1886. -1886. -1886. Zhang Chen unleashed his sword technique, flying into the air with full firepower, alternating between Dimensional Shriek and Fire Rain. Calamity. He intended to control these people to death. This time, Pu Buqing reminded Eternal Knight again that one must never be careless, no matter the situation. Jade Shatter. There couldn't be only one Pu Buqing with a similar talent in Blue Star. The players who came to ambush Eternal Knight in the entire city were burned to ashes by the Fire Rain. They could only watch in despair as they and others were instantly killed by the flowing flames, wanting to escape, but their bodies simply did not obey commands. Soon, except for the Dragon Kingdom players who rushed from Jiangnan territory to support Eternal Knight, all other players were killed. In the main cities of Blue Star, players watched the footage of Eternal Knight slaughtering everyone, treating the top experts of various countries as mere beasts to be farmed. This time, there were at least tens of thousands of players from various countries attempting to stop Eternal Knight. After all, besides these special professions and high-level talent holders, there were also many opportunists mixed in. Incredible. Tens of thousands just disappeared like that. Eternal Knight kills without batting an eye. Of course, if you were about to die, you'd be the same. Who exactly saved me with their life? After clearing this batch of people, there was no sign of relief on Zhang Chen's face. Someone had saved him with their life, but he didn't even know who that person was. Could it be the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom? Zhang Chen speculated inwardly. Besides the Dragon Kingdom, he really couldn't think of anyone else who could have helped him, and at the cost of their life. Big shot, amazing. Big shot. The Dragon Kingdom players from Jiangnan City rushed over, but as they got closer, the originally excited crowd suddenly became shy, each one too embarrassed to speak. Zhang Chen was somewhat surprised that these people could come, but he was also very touched. He didn't expect so many people would dare to come to the Fallen Zone to help him. Thank you all for taking the risk to come. Zhang Chen expressed his gratitude to the crowd. Hee hee, you're too polite, boss. Yangya, a player said with a simple smile, if it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been able to rise up. Exactly. You're too polite, boss. Yangya led these people to capture more than a dozen territories, allowing these ordinary players to shoot up the level rankings, and each received a set of 50 level epic gear. They were far ahead of others in the third world, truly a turnaround from being a nobody. Boss, shall we go to the next Fallen Zone together? A player eagerly suggested. However, as soon as he finished speaking, someone next to him interrupted. Don't be silly, what are we going there for? Boss Yangye needs to capture the Fallen Zone himself to complete the mission. Zhang Chen smiled upon hearing this. He could feel that these people were genuinely considering his well-being. In fact, this hidden mission did not have a limit on the number of participants, but Zhang Chen had no intention of letting these people take risks with him. This was only the second Fallen Zone, and there were already royal-level beasts. Who knows what level of monsters would appear next? Zhang Chen didn't want these people to take risks with him. Although they could inherit 10% of his damage during battle due to his support, their health points were still too low. Moreover, even if they were there, their help to Zhang Chen wouldn't be significant. Boss, take care of yourself, we won't waste your time any longer. Right, boss. Yangya's mission has a time limit. Players from Jiangnan's main city knew they couldn't delay Yangya's time and actively teleported away. Moments later, only Zhang Chen remained in the city. Who exactly is it? Zhang Chen sighed bitterly. He owed a huge favor. Although he might not have died without the divine talent of Mirror Flower Watermoon to save him, in the end, it was this anonymous person who sacrificed themselves to save him. Zhang Chen paused for a moment and used Spatial Leap to appear in the third Fallen Zone, above the main cities of Blue Star. Zhang Chen's image scene switched, and the view of the third Fallen Zone fell into the eyes of Blue Star players. Holy crap! Royal level beast! Is this a joke? A royal level beast has become a common appearance? It's not surprising, after all, the beast that appeared in the last Fallen Zone far exceeded royal level. In the Fallen Zone, Zhang Chen looked at the royal level beast in the city with some surprise. It's Was not unusual for a royal level beast to appear, but he didn't expect that in just the third fallen zone, a royal level beast would be one of the first to show up. Zhang Chen frowned slightly. The royal level beast had 1 billion health points and he couldn't take it down instantly. What he lacked now was time. Dimensional Shriek, Fire Rain Calamity. Zhang Chen began to unleash his power. He initially didn't bother to use Dimensional Shriek, as he could directly take down both beast soldiers and beast generals without needing to control them first. Therefore, in the first two fallen zones, Zhang Chen had not used this large-scale control skill, but now the situation was different. He couldn't take down the royal level beast instantly, and it was highly likely that the royal level beast would have percentage-based damage skills. Zhang Chen no longer held back and began to alternate between Dimensional Shriek and Fire Rain Calamity. Full control, extreme output. In this situation, even if more Blue Star players came to ambush, they would be directly controlled. Holy crap, Yanya actually has such a large area control skill. Isn't this invincible? With no cooldown limits, no matter how many royal level beasts there are, it won't be enough for him to kill. In the image, the royal level beasts within a 10-kilometer radius stood still, their health points being rapidly drained by the fire rain. Calamity. 10 kilometers away, the king level beasts rushing in suddenly came to a halt as they entered the 10-kilometer range. Within the 10-kilometer area where Zhang Chen was located, time seemed to stand still. All the king level beasts remained motionless, waiting to die in place. Damn, it can be played like this. This is definitely a cheat. This is way too unfair. In the main cities of various countries, on Blue Star, many people couldn't stay still. Infinite control, nearly 20 million output, the king-level beasts were at his mercy. At this rate, wouldn't the Dragon Kingdom's Eternal Night be guaranteed to complete the mission? The reality matched the concerns of these people. As time passed, the king-level beasts in the urban area were gradually cleared by Eternal Night. There were no setbacks along the way, only the time Zhang Chen took increased significantly. Ding, occupy all capital urban areas of Blue Star. Progress completed 35%. Ding, occupy all capital urban areas of Blue Star. Progress completed 35%. Just like that, it's done. The city is filled with king-level beasts. In the main cities of Blue Star, countless players stared blankly at this scene. Strange, why hasn't Eternal Night's level changed? Yeah, if the previous beast soldiers and beast generals had too low a level, then with so many king-level bosses now, why isn't Eternal Night leveling up? Could it be that the rewards are given out after the mission ends? Maybe. In the Fallen Zone, after Zhang Chen cleared the king-level beasts in the urban area, he was preparing to head to the Fog Zone. Roar, roar, roar. From the horizon came a series of rumbling sounds. Zhang Chen squinted his eyes. The mission scene had changed. Soon, countless beasts of various sizes rushed in from all directions, surrounding Zhang Chen in the center, and the sky over the entire Fallen Zone darkened. Royal-level beast horde. Zhang Chen's expression darkened. If this continued, he would also be unable to fight. But things were far from simple. Woo, a deep penetrating sound came. Outside the city, the Fog Zone suddenly dispersed. Damn. This is... Players from various countries on Blue Star widened their eyes in disbelief, staring at the Fog Zone. An army? Zhang Chen's gaze sharpened. Heavy infantry, throwers, spear soldiers, archers, heavy cavalry, chariot soldiers. A fully organized army emerged from the Fog Zone. What use is this? But Zhang Chen didn't have time to think further. Roar, the first approaching royal level beast had already begun its attack. Minus 1,704. Over 17 million damage overflowed from Zhang Chen. Dimensional Whale Fire Rain Calamity. Impromptu comedy. Zhang Chen didn't dare to be careless and went all out. Minus 1886. Plus 1886. Minus 1886. However, this time, the control effect of Dimensional Whale had an unexpected outcome. The royal level beasts within the 10-kilometer range only trembled slightly, before immediately regaining their movement. Another royal level beast exhaled countless streams of air, like blades swirling, rushing towards Zhang Chen. 8050228-8050228-8050228. The wind blades swept past Zhang Chen, over 8 million health points rapidly lost, and Zhang Chen's health bar visibly decreased. Ding, skill tear suppression. The control effect of Dimensional Whale weakened. Tear suppression. Zhang Chen's expression darkened upon hearing the system prompt. This was the second time he encountered such a situation. The first time was when the emotional bond could not exempt him from the super divine talent Jade Shatter attack, and now Dimensional Whale was starting to fail against the royal level beasts. Without waiting for Zhang Chen to react, countless royal level launched their attacks simultaneously. Blazing flames, wind, blades, frost, various large-scale skills came pouring down. In an instant, the sky over the city resembled a natural disaster, and Zhang Chen stood at the center of this calamity. Zhang Chen's skill, Fire Rain Calamity, seemed insignificant in the face of these skills. If he were to be hit by so many skills at once, even with his improvisational healing, he would at least shed a layer of skin if not die. These are too terrifying, right? Who among us can resist? Should we still target Eternal Night? If even Eternal Night can't withstand this, which main city can hold up against such a group of players from major cities on Blue Star were slow to realize. Only now did they understand that compared to thee, Eternal Night was on the same side as them. Please don't die, Eternal Night, hold on. So what if Eternal Night received a planetary level reward? It was still better than all of them being besieged by such a group of. The wind direction strangely reversed, and players who initially thought of sniping for an easy win began to worry for Eternal Night. Big shot, please hold on. A comical scene unfolded as countless people on Blue Star began to worry for Zhang Chen. In the underground cities of Blue Star, high-ranking officials from various countries hesitated. Many of them had been intoxicated by victory, thinking that capturing the main city would secure their position, at least giving them the confidence to face the. But now, this group of emerging from the fog zone had jolted them from their self-satisfied state. Humans remained the weaker side when facing, not to mention a group, even a few of such could annihilate a main city. Your Excellency, should we temporarily cancel the operation? We simply cannot deal with such. We have only taken the city area, over 80% of Blue Star is still fog zone, and we currently have no strength to explore there. Such conversations occurred in the S-zones of various underground cities on Blue Star. If it weren't for the appearance of the Royal Level Group, the upper echelons of various countries on Blue Star would have never given up on targeting Eternal Night. Above the major cities of Blue Star, real-time scenes of the fallen area were synchronized, with blazing flames, wind blades, frost, a dense array of terrifying skills engulfing Eternal Night. These skills blocked the view of all players on Blue Star, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. However, once these skills mutually extinguished and disappeared, Zhang Chen was also nowhere to be seen. Where is Eternal Night? He can't have been taken out in an instant, right? Countless gazes were fixed on the images projected above the main city, searching for Eternal Night's figure. He's over there. A sharp-eyed player spotted Eternal Night among the Fire Rain Calamity. Fire Rain Calamity. Eternal Night suddenly appeared in the midst of the royal level, frantically stacking and releasing Fire Rain Calamity. -1886. -1886. -1886. By the time the royal level reacted and had a chance to launch their attacks, Eternal Night had mysteriously vanished again. Spatial Leap. Zhang Chen chose not to take the hit, nor was there any need to. He utilized Spatial Leap to teleport away before the royal level S attacks could reach him. A spine-chilling scene unfolded as Eternal Night flickered like a ghost among the. Each time he appeared, he immediately unleashed several fire rain calamities, then vanished from the spot. The royal level was caught off guard, their formation thrown into chaos. Roar. Countless royal level roared in anger, beginning to indiscriminately unleash large-scale skill attacks. But aside from occasionally hitting Eternal Night, most of their damage fell completely short. Wow, can it be played like this? Doesn't this mean Eternal Night is invincible? Incredible, so many alien beasts can't even touch the hem of his clothes. My understanding has been refreshed again. Players in the main cities of Blue Star became excited again. Although the number of alien beasts showed no signs of decreasing, anyone with clear eyes could see that Eternal Night had gained the upper hand. As long as this dragged on, victory was just a matter of time. However, Zhang Chen's expression grew increasingly serious. He seemed to have the upper hand, but killing the royal level alien beasts with hundreds of billions of health points was too time-consuming. Even stacking Fire Rain Catastrophe couldn't take down a royal level alien beast in one hit. What Zhang Chen lacked now was time. The royal level alien beasts were coming in waves, and he had to speed up. Fading. Echo. Zhang Chen reappeared, swinging his fist at a royal level alien beast beside him. -1.037 times 10 to the power of 11, a damage value of hundreds of billions rose, and this royal level alien beast was instantly killed. Wow, hundreds of billions of damage. Incredible. Have you noticed? It seems like Eternal Night can deal out an outrageous amount of damage after a while. The players of Blue Star spoke excitedly, but the next moment countless people widened their eyes, unable to say a word. Dance of the Curtain's ashes. Zhang Chen couldn't wait any longer. He had to clear the field. Quickly. 10 seconds. Zhang Chen soared on his sword straight into the royal level alien beast horde. Fire Rain Catastrophe. Fire Rain Catastrophe. -1.037 times 10 to the power of 11 -1.037 times 10 to the power of 11 -1.037 times 10 to the power of 11. Each stream of fire from Fire Rain Catastrophe dealt hundreds of billions in damage, and countless royal level alien beasts began to wither in midair. Instant kill. Ding, the second act of the performance begins. Carnival Feast. Current effect, 1642241 plus 127346290. Ding, triggered the first layer effect of the talent fate mark. Random skill damage, 1133.7 million. 100 million? Zhang Chen was delighted to hear the system prompt, but he had no time to check the skill damage now. Zhang Chen sped on his Sword, crashing through the alien beast horde with the Fire Rain Catastrophe skill unleashing streams of fire. Wherever he passed, alien beasts fell one after another, instantly clearing a large area. Unfortunately, the duration of Dance of the Curtain's ashes was only 10 seconds. After Zhang Chen made several turns in the beast horde, the state of Dance of the Curtain's ashes ended. However, the entire royal-level alien beast horde was reduced by a full third. The hundreds of billions of group damage left the players in the main cities of Blue Star dumbfounded. All players in the main cities of Blue Star fell into an unusual silence, watching the live footage without saying a word. When Zhang Chen stopped on his sword, countless players finally snapped back to reality from their shock. Hundreds of billions, incredible. What the hell? This. There should be a limit to cheating. Bro, I was thinking the same thing. Damn, that feels good. What a refreshing reign of alien beasts. Big shot is amazing. The delayed cheers echoed throughout all the main cities. No one expected that at first. Zhang Chen dealt tens of millions in damage, and the health bars of these alien beasts only dropped slightly. They roughly estimated that these alien beasts had at least hundreds of billions of health. But in the blink of an eye, everyone witnessed a reign of royal-level alien beasts. Why did the big shot stop? Keep going. Yeah, do it a few more times, and won't all the alien beasts be turned to dust? What are you thinking? With such a freakish skill, the cooldown time must be very long. That's true. Zhang Chen could naturally continue, but it was no longer necessary. That big move was just a group attack, and these royal-level alien beasts were no longer worth Zhang Chen using it again. The royal-level exotic beasts were clearly stunned, and for a moment, the group of exotic beasts forgot to continue their attack. Taking advantage of this gap, Zhang Chen glanced at his skill damage. Exclusive skill, stage comedy. The clown can imitate and replicate any target's active skill, and the imitated skill can deal 1 to 133.7 million random damage to the target. Limit 6, 133.7 million. Zhang Chen couldn't hide his excitement. This was a huge profit. The Third World was broadcasting live footage, originally intending to snipe Zhang Chen, but unexpectedly ended up benefiting him instead. But why? Didn't it continue to increase? Zhang Chen found it hard to understand. There were certainly more people on Blue Star than this. Could it be that my performance wasn't abnormal enough? Zhang Chen was also unclear about the specific limitations of loyal viewers. It started with an increase of over 100 million loyal viewers, but during the 10 seconds of the performance, there was no further increase. Logically, those 10 seconds should have been even more abnormal. Just as Zhang Chen was pondering these thoughts, Roar, the remaining royal-level exotic beasts finally reacted and began to attack again. Zhang Chen calmly watched as the exotic beasts surrounded him once more. Fire Rain Calamity. There is an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom, a soldier's worth is measured every 10 seconds. 10 seconds ago, Zhang Chen had some difficulty dealing with these exotic beasts, but now, 1337, over 100 million damage values overflowed from the royal-level exotic beasts that entered the range of Fire Rain Calamity. Fire Rain Calamity. Zhang Chen retreated on his sword, continuously stacking the Fire Rain Calamity skill ahead. In an instant, each royal-level exotic beast lost life points at a rate of over 1 billion per second, and this value was still climbing. The life points of the royal-level exotic beasts began to plummet. Roar, blazing flames, wind blades, frost, various large-scale skills released by the royal-level exotic beasts also surged towards Zhang Chen. -1704, -1704, -1704. Over 17 million damage overflowed from Zhang Chen, but now he completely didn't care about this damage. The improvisational comedy skills healing amount was linked to damage, and now Zhang Chen was healing over 10 billion per second, even while enduring the attacks from the royal level exotic beasts. His life points remained at full health. This scene, seen by players in various main cities on Blue Star, became a spectacle. It broke 100 million. It broke 100 million. Eternal Knight's damage broke 100 million. The boss's damage keeps increasing. Are you only seeing Eternal Knight's damage? Didn't you notice his health hasn't dropped? Damn, it's true. This, bathed in blazing flames, frost, and wind blades, I stand unmoved. This is true invincibility. A real man taking hits head on. This is so exhilarating. Damn, his health isn't even dropping. With Zhang Chen's damage increasing to over 100 million, his speed in clearing these royal-level exotic beasts with hundreds of billions of life points also increased significantly. The number of royal-level exotic beasts began to plummet. As Zhang Chen killed the last royal-level exotic beast, the once ferocious beast tide was also completely slaughtered. Ding, occupying all capital urban areas of Blue Star. Progress completed 40%. Ding, occupying all capital urban areas of Blue Star. Progress completed 40%. 6 consecutive system announcements rang out, and upon hearing the system announcement, Zhang Chen let out a slight sigh of relief. However, his Gaze then turned to the foggy area where a fully organized human army still stood there. From the moment Eternal Night killed the royal-level exotic beasts until the end, this army had not made a move at all. Zhang Chen paused for a moment and summoned a batch of black feather lords on the spot. Previously, when dealing with royal-level beasts, Zhang Chen did not summon them. These lord-level beasts seemed a bit inadequate. The main issue was that Zhang Chen's opponents were advancing too quickly. Most players were still battling beast soldiers and beast generals. Zhang Chen, however, had already bypassed the beast general, lord, sub-king, and king levels, and was now engaging with royal-level beasts. Go! Zhang Chen commanded the parasitic lord to fly towards the misty area. Boom boom boom, the dull sound of war drums echoed, and the archers in the army pulled their bows, knocked their arrows, and released them in unison. Whoosh clang, a rain of arrows shot towards a group of black-feathered lords. -10,000, -10,000. Zhang Chen was taken aback as he saw the arrows inflict 10,000 points of damage on the summoned beasts. Is the damage this low? But then, Zhang Chen's expression changed. Ding, death effect triggered, ding, death effect triggered. In a single volley, all 1,000 black-feathered lords were killed. Zhang Chen's heart sank. The arrows actually had a death effect. An arrow pierced through a black-feathered lord and flew towards Zhang Chen. He suddenly reached out, caught the flying arrow, and hurled it back at the front-line soldiers. With over 1 million in all attributes and attack power, even his basic attack was not to be underestimated. However, the arrow accurately struck a frontline heavy infantryman, causing Zhang Chen's pupils to constrict sharply. -1, only a bit of forced damage rose from the infantryman. In the main city of Blue Star, countless players showed expressions of horror. It's over. The summoned beasts were instantly killed, and Eternal Night only dealt a bit of damage. This scene filled players in various main cities with an inexplicable fear. They had witnessed the abnormal strength of Eternal Night's summoned beasts, and now they were all wiped out by a volley from the archers below. Coupled with the fact that Eternal Night only dealt a bit of damage, countless players felt that this world was not quite normal. How are we supposed to play? 10,000 damage and the summoned beasts just died inexplicably? Yeah, the key is that the big shot only dealt a bit of damage. This is just not scientific. Many began to worry whether Eternal Night could get through this challenge. However, a group of people began to appear in various main cities, gathering near the teleportation array. Soon, their unusual behavior caught the attention of other players. One player asked suspiciously, "What are these people up to?" "What do you mean?" "It's obvious," another replied. "What do you mean?" a straightforward player asked in confusion. What else could it mean? As long as Eternal Night shows signs of being overwhelmed, they will teleport over immediately. Damn, are they going to kick him while he's down? Kicking while he's down is one thing. As long as they go over and throw a few skills, they can claim to have participated in taking down Eternal Night and thus get the task rewards. Damn, are these people that despicable? Shameless. Who arranged this? Do they have no shame? Why are you all so excited? What does this even mean? A player calmly analyzed, if Eternal Night is destined to fail, it's indeed better to die at the hands of players. That way, our side can get the task rewards and maximize our benefits. Although this statement was somewhat cruel, it did have a point. Many nodded secretly, even considering this idea. Since Eternal Night was bound to fail, it might as well benefit these people. How about we go over too? A group of players, unable to contain themselves, began to approach the teleportation array. At that moment, a naive boy spoke up. "Why don't we help him?" Everyone was taken aback. "We're just thinking about picking up the pieces after Eternal Night fails," the naive boy continued. "Can't we go help him?" "You foolish boy, wouldn't you just be sending yourself to death? I see that the number of troops isn't very large. We can still deal some force damage," the simple boy said. "Seriously, if we all go over, Eternal Night might just survive. I'm not going to die for nothing." Exactly. In the fallen zone, Zhang Chen's expression was also unusually grave. The arrows from the archers below carried a lethal characteristic, which was somewhat troublesome. As for that little damage dealt by normal attacks, Zhang Chen wasn't worried about that. Normal attacks are normal attacks, skills are skills. Zhang Chen believed that his random damage could break their protection mechanism. Thinking this, Zhang Chen cast a detection spell towards the troops below. Undead Battle Array rank, Substellar Battle Array health points, 10,000 characteristics. 1. Battle Array attack, passive ignores target. Defense, deals 10,000 fixed damage with a lethal effect. 5% lethality rate at 100 million health points. The lower the target's health, the higher the lethality rate, and vice versa. 2. Battle Array defense, passive ignores target attack power, loses 1 drop of blood each time it is attacked. Details, Starry Sky Cannon fodder, and other minor details. The army of over 10,000 was actually a whole. This was beyond Zhang Chen's expectations. Ignoring target defense, 10,000 points of fixed damage with a lethal effect attached. Fortunately, the initial lethality rate wasn't very high. It fluctuated based on the target's health. 5% lethality rate at 100 million health points. Zhang Chen breathed a slight sigh of relief. His summoned beast was only at the Lord level, with a health of only 10 million, which caused the lethality rate of the arrows to increase. Zhang Chen's current health was just over 10 billion, so the lethality rate would be greatly reduced. Infinite Mother Nest. Infinite Mother Nest. A batch of summoned beasts was summoned by Zhang Chen. Although the undead battle array didn't pose a high lethality rate for him, Zhang Chen didn't want to take any chances. He had plenty of summoned beasts. Boom boom. The dull sound of war drums echoed again, and the archers of the battle array began to attack. Whoosh! The sharp sound of arrows slicing through the air rang out, and a rain of arrows shot towards Zhang Chen and his summoned beasts. -10,000 -10,000. Ding! Lethal effect triggered. Ding! Lethal effect triggered. Push forward. Zhang Chen commanded the swarm of summoned beasts to charge towards the battle array below. Spatial leap. Zhang Chen's figure vanished from the spot. The next moment he appeared directly above the battle array. Fire rain catastrophe. Fire rain catastrophe. Some summoned beasts absorbed the firepower, and Zhang Chen began to unleash his output recklessly. 1337 1337. Within the range of the fire rain, over 100 million damage points overflowed. The soldiers of the battle array only had 10,000 health points, although they had the battle array defense effect, which ignored target attack power and forced them to lose only 1 drop of blood each time they were attacked. Zhang Chen, this bug, never relied on his own attack power for output. A large number of battle array soldiers began to die, and the situation became overwhelmingly one-sided. However, the archers of the battle array suddenly drew their bows and aimed at Zhang Chen. Clearly, they also realized that Zhang Chen was the biggest threat. As for the heavy infantry, heavy cavalry, and chariot soldiers within the battle array, they had no way to deal with Zhang Chen, who was hovering in mid-air. However, before the arrows could reach him, Zhang Chen directly used spatial leap to dodge. Fire rain catastrophe. Fire rain catastrophe. After changing position, Zhang Chen continued to output crazily. In Blue Star's main city, players watched the real-time footage as the situation shifted, and Zhang Chen gained the upper hand again. It seems that Lord Eternal Knight has taken control of the situation. What's going on? Aren't they supposed to only deal 1 drop of blood? The most uncomfortable ones were the players, who had been waiting around the teleportation array. Now they felt a bit awkward. They had originally planned to take advantage of the situation and grab some rewards before Zhang Chen was killed, but unexpectedly, Zhang Chen turned the tide again. Everyone, hurry up and pick up the scraps. One player mocked. Yeah, go for it. Don't worry, the big shot will definitely welcome you with a sea of fire. In the fallen zone, Zhang Chen was in high spirits as he killed. Ding! The damage of the undead battle array exceeds 30%, entering a berserk state. Upon hearing the system notification, Zhang Chen suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Immediately after, another system prompt rang in his ears. Ding! Locked by the undead battle array, attacks cannot be evaded. Damn! Zhang Chen's expression changed. Being locked by the undead battle array and unable to evade attacks meant he would have to endure all the incoming damage. The damage from the undead battle array wasn't high, but the problem was that it came with a death effect. It was time to gamble on luck. Zhang Chen felt like cursing. This setting was ridiculous. If this was a player talent that came with a death effect and with a bit of luck, wouldn't that make one invincible? But now, there was no time to curse. Zhang Chen flew towards the battle array on his sword. He could only strike first and try to wipe them all out before the array could attack. Rain of fire calamity. Rain of fire calamity. Zhang Chen pushed his speed to the limit, and from a distance, it looked like he was trailing flames. The rain of fire poured down, landing in the military formation 1337. 1337. Over 100 million damage. Everything within the skill's range was instantly cleared. But no matter how fast he was, the attacks from the undead battle array were still unleashed. Whoosh! The sharp sound of arrows slicing through the air rang out, countless arrows shooting towards Zhang Chen. Spatial leap. Although he knew he couldn't evade, Zhang Chen still tried to struggle. Puff puff. -10,000 -10,000. 10,000 damage points continuously spilled from Zhang Chen. His face darkened, evasion failed, and the arrows hit him as if on autopilot. This amount of damage was naturally insignificant to him. With 100 billion health points, even standing still, it would take a while for the undead battle array to kill him. But if a death effect triggered, that would be the end. In the main city of Blue Star, countless players looked on in confusion at the suddenly rampaging Eternal Knight. In the eyes of these players, although a large number of arrows hit Eternal Knight, his health points showed no signs of decreasing. On the contrary, under Eternal Knight's frenzied slaughter, the scale of the undead battle array was rapidly diminishing. It was clearly a winning situation. Why did Eternal Knight seem a bit flustered? Eternal Knight seems to be in a hurry? What happened? Isn't this a sure win? Why? Is the big shot taking damage head-on? But this amount of damage shouldn't be a big deal, right? The onlookers were baffled, unable to grasp the situation. But just then, the teleportation arrays in the major cities lit up. Someone had gone over. Damn, don't be a face slapper. A player exclaimed upon seeing this, angrily cursing, "Someone's going to pick up the scraps." "What do you mean? Is the big shot really in danger? I can't see it." However, at this moment, someone said in a deep voice, "Did you forget how Eternal Knight's summons were killed?" "What do you mean?" This person explained, "Eternal Knight's summons also took 10,000 damage but were inexplicably killed instantly." So what? This person scoffed, "This means the army's attacks definitely come with effects like execution, fatality, or death. Although I don't know what happened, right now, Eternal Knight cannot avoid the attack and could be killed at any moment." For a moment, the scene fell silent, and after a brief pause, someone murmured softly, "Should we go too?" As the words fell, everyone looked at each other, although no one immediately expressed their thoughts. There was a hint of eagerness among them. The mission to intercept Eternal Knight offered rewards that were simply too generous. In the Fallen Zone, Zhang Chen was crazily harvesting the soldiers of the battle formation, unaware that a large number of Blue Star players had already teleported over. Dong dong. The war drums sounded in the battle formation. Whoosh, a fierce sound of breaking air suddenly erupted, and the next second, a large number of spears were thrown out in unison. -10,000, -10,000. Still a damage of 10,000. Fortunately, the death effect had not triggered. Since becoming the lord of the territory, it was the first time Zhang Chen felt so anxious about this damage of over 10,000. The chance of triggering death with 100 million health points is 5%. The higher the health, the lower this probability becomes. With his own 100 billion health points, which is 100 times more than the base 100 million, if calculated according to this probability reduction, his chance of death should only be 0.05%. 0.05%. This probability is already very low. Unless he was truly that unlucky, it was impossible for it to trigger. After calculating this, Zhang Chen felt somewhat reassured. However, his subordinates showed no signs of relaxation, continuously casting skills and crazily harvesting the soldiers of the battle formation. The scale of the undead battle formation was rapidly decreasing, 70%, 60%, 40%, 20%, 10%. The number of soldiers in the battle formation was dwindling, and victory was almost within reach. But at that moment, a large group of people surged out from the city area. Without saying a word, various ranged skills poured down like rain towards Eternal Knight and the undead battle formation. Zhang Chen was taken aback. -1, -1, -1, -38,344, -424,644. With a current defense of 1 million, ordinary players simply couldn't break through, and only some special attacks could deal a bit of damage. Eternal Knight of the Dragon Kingdom, these soldiers' attacks come with death effects. Don't die for nothing, let's just poke a bit. Haha, anyway, you don't care about our damage. If you die, it counts as us completing the mission. That's right, if you die like this, it counts as a valuable death. You Dragon Kingdom have an old saying, everyone has to die. Some deaths are heavier than Mount Tai, some lighter than a red-haired person. Yours counts as heavier than Mount Tai. A glint of anger flashed in Zhang Chen's eyes. These people were actually taking advantage of the chaos. However, now was not the time to deal with them. The greatest threat to him was still the king-level battle formation. Zhang Chen had no time to pay attention to these attacks and continued to unleash Fire Rain Catastrophe to clear the undead battle formation. However, the next second, ding, cursed with negative buff, all attributes decreased by 10%, ding, afflicted with slow negative buff, movement speed decreased by 10%, ding, afflicted with stagnation negative buff, attack speed decreased by 10%. System prompts rang out continuously. Damn it! Zhang Chen's killing intent surged. Dimensional Screech. It was no longer possible to ignore it. Allowing these negative buffs to accumulate would affect his killing efficiency. Zhang Chen threw out control skills, and the players who had just been arrogant suddenly quieted down. However, the undead battle formation was completely unaffected, and various attacks continued to rain down on Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen felt no surprise. Dimensional Screech had already become ineffective against royal-level exotic beasts, let alone the substar-level undead battle formation. Zhang Chen alternated between unleashing Fire Rain Catastrophe and Dimensional Screech, and without interference, the number of undead battle formations continued to dwindle. It's over. With the last batch of soldiers killed, Zhang Chen's expression relaxed. Ding, triggered death. Ding, health points 0. Zhang Chen was taken aback. The last few attacks triggered death? Ding, triggered the talent life and death play. Ding, triggered death. The system's cold notification exploded in his ears, and Zhang Chen's pupils constricted sharply, a strong sense of crisis sweeping over him. Immediately after, another notification sounded. Ding, health points 0. Ding, triggered the talent life and death play. The continuous system notifications made Zhang Chen's mood fluctuate like a roller coaster. After being killed by the last few attacks from the undead battle formation, he was then hit by the talent life and death play. This dramatic twist left him momentarily stunned. Ding, restored 5.1 billion health points. Directly restored nearly half of my health. Zhang Chen exclaimed in surprise, his eyes filled with shock. However, before he could recover from this astonishment, another system notification rang out. Ding, health point limit increased by 5.1 billion. Current health point limit 15.5 billion. Zhang Chen's breathing suddenly quickened, his eyes revealing astonishment. He looked incredulously at his attribute panel. Not only had he restored half of his health, but his health point limit had also increased. This life and death play talent mechanism was simply outrageous. Zhang Chen quickly glanced at the details of his talent, and the introduction of life and death play appeared before his eyes. Life and death play effect. When a death crisis occurs during the performance, the clown sacrifices the lives of the audience present, using their flesh and blood as nourishment to restore corresponding health points and permanently increase their own health limit. Details. For this performance, I'm going to start charging this. Zhang Chen looked at the effect of this talent, his heart racing wildly. Just then, he seemed to think of something and suddenly turned around. Behind him, a large group of Blue Star players who had come to pick up the spoils were now lying dead on the ground, not a single survivor. Zhang Chen's pupils shrank. The 5.1 billion health points came from these people. Meanwhile, in the main cities of Blue Star, countless players were intently watching the live footage. When they saw Eternal Night being attacked and falling into stillness, everyone held their breath. In the blink of an eye, the Blue Star players rushing to pick up the spoils all collapsed dead while Eternal Night resumed its actions. This bizarre scene left everyone stunned. What is going on? A player asked. Dumbfounded, how did that batch of people die for no reason? How would I know? Someone beside him shook his head helplessly. Damn it, I have a crazy idea. Quick, tell us. A player stammered. They can't be devoured by Eternal Night, right? The surrounding players couldn't help but shudder at this suggestion. The player continued, it's very likely that the attack triggered death and Eternal Night should have died, but those people on site died for Eternal Night. The crowd fell silent. They had to admit it was quite possible. Aside from this explanation, they couldn't think of any other reason. In the fallen zone, Zhang Chen snapped back to reality from the shock brought by life and death play. He looked down at his hands, murmuring to himself, sacrifice the entire audience, restore my health points, and permanently increase my health limit. As long as there are audience members around, I won't die. Wait, Zhang Chen suddenly realized a problem. Life and death play should only be able to resurrect once, because the clown sacrifices the entire audience. If he dies a second time, with no audience to sacrifice, he wouldn't be resurrected. Nevertheless, this talent was simply ridiculously powerful. But this talent currently seems to not distinguish between friend and foe. Am I destined to walk this path alone? Zhang Chen showed a strange expression. With this talent, once he dies, it is highly likely that he will sacrifice his own people as well. Just as Zhang Chen was pondering these thoughts, the system announcement arrived belatedly. Ding, occupy all capital urban areas of Blue Star. Progress completed 45%. Ding, occupy all capital urban areas of Blue Star. Progress completed 45%. In Long Country, in the underground city, District S, a group of over 10 people sat together in a garden. One person spoke softly, his tone filled with astonishment. Eternal Night is truly incomprehensibly strong right now. Beside him, another person chimed in, even if he gathered all of the Joker's unique equipment, it shouldn't be possible to achieve this, right? It should be a matter of his talent. From what we can see, Eternal Night is still missing that one unique weapon from the Joker's unique equipment. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire place fell silent. Everyone present knew that Eternal Night's profession was Joker, but no one knew what his talent was. After a moment, someone hesitated and said, what about the main city of Kyoto? The elder in the main seat, who had been silent, spoke, if Eternal Night can complete the third fallen zone, then give him the main city of Kyoto. The crowd was taken aback upon hearing this. The elder said irritably, are we really going to have the final battle in the main city of Kyoto? In the fallen zone, Zhang Chen stood for a moment, still not seeing any reappear. Should I return to the urban area? Zhang Chen frowned slightly. With the appearance of royal level and the undead battle formations in this third fallen zone, the hidden tasks and the normal process of reclaiming the fallen zone had already changed. Zhang Chen had to rely on himself to explore. However, before returning to the urban area, he took another look at the 5 skills he had copied: Infinite Mother Nest, Subsonic Howl, Fire Rain Calamity, Space Jump, Sword Control. Since he acquired the unique equipment, the show is about to begin. Zhang Chen could now copy 6 skills, and there was still 1 skill slot empty. Infinite Mother Nest was just a Lord-level summon, and it was becoming somewhat insufficient now. Moreover, since his damage had increased, the output of the summoned beasts was clearly not as good as large area damage skills. Now, he was using the summoned beasts as meat shields. Furthermore, the only control skill, the Subsonic Howl of the King level, had also become somewhat outdated. Against Royal level, it was basically ineffective. The only skills that were currently practical were Space Jump, Sword Control, and Fire Rain Calamity. It's time to replace some skills, Zhang Chen murmured to himself as he walked towards the urban area. For safety's sake, Zhang Chen summoned a batch of summoned beasts to scout ahead. Better safe than sorry. Zhang Chen didn't want any more accidents. Can I lure some people? Over? As he approached the urban area, this thought popped into Zhang Chen's mind. In the major cities of Blue Star, there were probably still many players wanting to ambush him for task rewards, and he also needed some spectators now. However, how to lure them became a problem. Fishing. Law enforcement requires strategy. If it's too obvious, no one would fall for it. However, as soon as Zhang Chen stepped into the urban area, roar, roar, two beast roars interrupted his thoughts. To stood in midair, staring at Zhang Chen. Just 2 royal level? Zhang Chen looked at the two and cast a detection spell. Right now, royal level posed no threat to Zhang Chen. After all, he had just wiped out a group. Daylight royal level, 7 stars? Level, 110 health points, 70 billion attack power, 20 million skills. Blazing Sun Incineration, active. Summons the Blazing Sun, covering a radius of 20 kilometers with light, continuously burning targets within the area, dealing 5% of maximum health as true damage per second, lasts 20 seconds. Crimson Sun Rending Sky, active, fires an energy beam that penetrates space, dealing 1000% attack power as damage that ignores defense. The Resurgence of the Blazing Sun, passive, for every 15% of health lost, immediately restore 10% of the lost health. Nightmare Royal Class, 7 stars, level, 110 health points, 70 billion attack power, 20 million skills. Eternal Night Descends. Active, unleash a dark moon domain covering 20 kilometers, reducing the vision of all targets to 10 meters, with a 50% hit rate reduction, lasting 20 seconds. Soul-piercing shadow, active, release a dark moon ray that penetrates the soul, dealing 600% attack power as true damage, and upon hitting, extract 20% of the target's current health to convert into your own shield. Dark moon protection, passive, for every 15% of health lost. Gain 30% damage reduction, lasting 8 seconds. Note, dual birth of day and night, daylight and nightmare share health. Both beasts must be killed within 5 seconds of each other, or the beast with 0 health will recover 100% health after 10 seconds and reset all skill cooldowns. Ha! Zhang Chen was taken aback. Blazing Sun burning the world, Crimson Sun rending the sky, soul-piercing shadow. Zhang Chen's eyes lit up as he looked at the 2 royal class beasts. Blazing Sun burning the world summons the Blazing Sun, casting light over 20 kilometers, continuously burning targets within the area for 5% of their maximum health as true damage per second. This skill's range far exceeds that of Fire Rain Catastrophe, and with such a large area, there's nowhere to hide. Meanwhile, Crimson Sun rending the sky and soul-piercing shadow are both single-target outputs, suitable for releasing the finale echo. The moment he saw these skills, a single thought crossed Zhang Chen's mind. Mine, all mine. It would be a crime not to copy them. As for the dual birth characteristic of the 2 beasts, Zhang Chen completely ignored it. Perhaps this trait would be a major hassle for others, but for Zhang Chen, it posed no difficulty at all. What he feared least was the dual birth characteristic. Besides, even if he were to take down these 2 royal class beasts in one go, it would be a piece of cake. One finale echo would be enough. Zhang Chen looked at the 2 royal class beasts with increasing satisfaction, unable to suppress a smile. However, this scene, seen by players in the main city, became a different spectacle. Is the Eternal Night boss into beast fetish or something? It's possible, otherwise, why would he show such an expression towards the 2 beasts? Damn, my wife has never looked at me like that. Roar, the 7 stars royal class beast Daylight suddenly became furious as it stared at Zhang Chen. It was the first time someone dared to mock it like this. Boom, the temperature around surged dramatically, and a crimson sphere appeared in the sky. The entire city felt as if it had fallen into a giant furnace, turning a bright red. Just in time. Zhang Chen was delighted and threw out a stage comedy. Ding, successfully imitated and copied the skill. Blazing Sun burning the world. Got it. Without any hesitation, Zhang Chen directly unleashed Blazing Sun burning the world. 2 suns soared into the sky, one in front and one behind. The light shone on Zhang Chen and the 2 royal class beasts. Ding, suffering burn damage, losing 5% health per second as true damage, lasting 20 seconds. Minus 775 million, minus 775 million. Terrifying damage values overflowed from Zhang Chen. Improv comedy, Zhang Chen's expression changed, and he quickly released a healing skill. Caught up in the excitement, he forgot about this. Minus 133.7 million, minus 133.7 million, plus 133.7 million, plus 133.7 million. Over 100 million damage also rose on the 2 royal class beasts, and Zhang Chen's health was slowly recovering. However, the recovery speed was clearly lower than the percentage of health lost. Fortunately, this skill's percentage damage only lasts for 20 seconds, and Zhang Chen could still stack skills. Blazing Sun burns the world, Blazing Sun burns the world. Zhang Chen began to frantically refresh his skills, dealing damage while healing himself. At that moment, the nightmare on the other side also launched an attack. Ding, you are in the domain of eternal nightfall, visibility reduced to 10 meters, hit rate decreased by 50%, lasting for 20 seconds. The system prompt sounded, and visibility over the entire city plummeted, as if eternal night had descended. Zhang Chen's vision darkened, and he could only see, within a 10-meter radius, the two royal-level beasts disappearing from sight. Stage comedy. Zhang Chen disregarded everything else and threw out a skill in the general direction of the nightmare. Ding, successfully imitated and copied. The Eternal Nightfall skill has replaced the subsonic howl. Another one in hand. Eternal Nightfall, the skill Zhang Chen had just copied, was immediately unleashed. Since I can't see you, then you can't see me either. In the main city of Blue Star, players initially saw an additional red sun in the sky and began to worry about the eternal night. However, shortly after, the eternal night also released a red sun. Before the Blue Star players could react, darkness fell over the fallen zone, and both the nightmare and the two beasts vanished into the pitch black. Why is it so dark? What's going on now? Who knows? What I see is no different from what you see? Damn it, I really miss the time when I had a membership and could get spoilers in advance. Fortunately, whether it was Blazing Sun Burns the World or Eternal Nightfall, the skill duration was only 20 seconds, and soon the fallen zone returned to normal. However, Zhang Chen did not stop releasing his stacked skills. The entire city resembled a furnace, with the two royal-level beasts illuminated in red. -133.7 million, -133.7 million, plus 133.7 million, plus 133.7 million. The health of the royal-level beasts began to plummet. However, these two royal-level beasts each had their own life-saving passive skills, Resurgence of the Blazing Sun and Protection of the Dark Moon, keeping their health line still quite safe. With a loud bang, a cylindrical ray that pierced through space shot through the body of the eternal night. -100 million Crimson Sun splits the sky. Ding, successfully imitated and copied. The Crimson Sun splits the sky skill has replaced Rain of Fire Disaster. The third one. Zhang Chen's expression brightened. Blazing Sun Burns the World, Crimson Sun splits the sky, Eternal Nightfall. All three skills were now in hand. Coupled with sword control technique, space jump, and infinite mother nest, Zhang Chen's 6 copied skill slots were now full. Although infinite mother nest was somewhat lacking now, it was still passable for drawing aggro and attracting firepower. That should be enough, Zhang Chen murmured as he watched the two royal-level beasts continuously losing and regaining health. Because of the duality of day and night skill, it was difficult to kill these two beasts relying solely on normal output skills. However, what Zhang Chen lacked the least was abnormal output. Space jump. Zhang Chen first adjusted his position. Echo of the finale. Crimson Sun splits the sky. Energy beam shot out, almost simultaneously piercing through the two royal-level beasts. -173.4 billion, -173.4 billion. Two damage values in the hundreds of billions rose from these two royal-level beasts. Ding, occupy all capital districts of Blue Star. Progress completed 50%. Ding, occupy all capital districts of Blue Star. Progress completed 50%. The system announcement rang out at the right moment. Only two left, progressing further towards task completion, but Zhang Chen showed no signs of joy, because these two capital cities included the capital of the Dragon Kingdom. Just then, ding, the Dragon Kingdom faction has gifted the capital city of Kyoto to the Eternal Night. Ding, occupy all capital districts of Blue Star. Progress completed 70%. Ha! Zhang Chen was taken aback. They gave it to me? This was completely unexpected for Zhang Chen. That leaves only the last fallen zone. Zhang Chen murmured to himself. How difficult could the last fallen zone be? He didn't know, but having come this far, he could only continue. With that, Zhang Chen used Spatial Leap and appeared directly in the last fallen zone. Blue Star, the last capital city fallen zone? Zhang Chen was taken aback as soon as he teleported. No alien beasts? There wasn't a single alien beast in the entire urban area. What's going on? Zhang Chen was equally puzzled. No alien beasts in the urban area. Could they be in the mist zone? Thinking this, Zhang Chen flew his sword to the mist zone outside the city, but there were also no signs of alien beasts there. None inside or outside the city? Zhang Chen frowned. Just then, Zhang Chen seemed to sense something, slowly looking up at the huge red sphere in the sky. Damn. The mutation of Blue Star had begun, and that star wrapped in living matter had turned into a crimson sphere. Now, this enormous crimson sphere was expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. Zhang Chen stared intently at the ever-growing crimson sphere, murmuring, no way. This scene greatly exceeded Zhang Chen's expectations. The enlargement of the crimson sphere meant that it was getting closer to Blue Star. Given that the previous fallen zone had seen a 7-star royal level alien beast, Zhang Chen had considered that the next might be a 10-star royal level or even higher. But he never imagined that this living matter in the sky would come down. How big could something that could wrap around a star be? This was simply beyond human capability to resist. No wonder Zhang Chen couldn't help but curse. It wasn't just Zhang Chen. Players in various Main cities who saw the star moving through real-time footage also turned pale. "No way," one player exclaimed, eyes wide. "How did the star move? Could it be?" Another player panicked. "Is the star going to devour Blue Star? What the hell are we even fighting for?" Anyone educated on Blue Star knew that this star was 1.3 million times the size of Blue Star. In other words, it could contain 1.3 million blue stars. If the star really approached to devour Blue Star, not just them, even the humans living in the underground cities wouldn't survive. Panic quickly spread through the crowd, and many showed expressions of despair. Is it caused by the Eternal Night mission? Why not just let Eternal Night give up the mission? Hey, wait, look, the star has stopped. In the fallen zone, Zhang Chen let out a slight sigh of relief. The living matter he feared had not continued to descend. However, right after that, ripples spread through the space above Blue Star, and a large number of crimson alien beasts suddenly appeared. Teleport. Zhang Chen's expression darkened. These inexplicably appearing alien beasts had teleported directly from somewhere. After sensing for a moment, these crimson alien beasts collectively vanished again. Zhang Chen was taken aback, and his expression changed drastically. Blazing sun devours the world. Eternal night descends. Blazing sun devours the world. Regardless of the consequences, Zhang Chen began to frantically release stacking skills around him. Sure enough, the next moment, ripples spread in the space not far from Zhang Chen, and that batch of crimson alien beasts directly descended in front of him. -133.7 million, -133.7 million. Being within the coverage of the blazing sun devours the world skill, these crimson alien beasts overflowed with a massive amount of damage value. Improv comedy 2. Be safe. Zhang Chen first cast a healing skill on himself, then threw out a detection spell. Red Demon. Rank, substar level. Health points 100 billion. Attack power 70 million. Skill 1. Teleport, active, can teleport between nearby planets. 2. Counter damage, active, reflects 30% of true damage. 3. Sonic wave, active, sound wave attack, dealing 1000% attack power damage. 4. Self-destruct, passive, when health is below 10%, triggers a self-destruct attack, damage equals remaining health. Details: a space-dwelling community living in a small asteroid belt. Zhang Chen's expression darkened as he read the information about the Crimson Beast. A star-level red demon, capable of reflecting 30% true damage, dealing 10 times attack power in sonic wave damage, and triggering self-destruct when health is below 10%. Calculating Zhang Chen's 133.7 million damage, a single red demon's counter could deal 40 million damage, while the sonic wave damage would be 700 million. But the most troublesome part was the self-destruct attack. 10% health for a red demon equates to 10 billion, which means it could inflict 10 billion damage on Zhang Chen. The first two output skills could be completely offset by Zhang Chen's improv comedy healing. However, this self-destruct attack could not be negated. 1 would deal 10 billion damage, and if two self-destructed together, Zhang Chen would be finished, and there were at least tens of thousands of red demons. A piercing shriek rang out as the red demons began their sonic wave attack. -700 million #name, -700 million #name, -700 million, -70 million. Even with the healing from improv comedy, in that moment, Eternal Night's health plummeted by 2/3. However, because Eternal Night was within a 20-kilometer range, the hit rate was reduced by 50%, resulting in a significant number of misses from the red demons, giving Zhang Chen a brief respite. Moreover, that -70 million damage value. Zhang Chen squinted, directing his sword straight into the swarm of red demons. The clown stage reduced damage by 90%, but this skill only worked within a 1,000-meter range, so he needed to close the distance to the red demons as much as possible. Among the red demons, Zhang Chen continuously stacked the blazing sun, and soon, a spectacle appeared in mid-air. One by one, blazing suns emerged, resembling massive fireballs, suspended in the air, and Zhang Chen's health began to rise. Eternal Night actually stabilized. At first, he lost nearly 70% of his health. I thought he would be killed instantly. True, Eternal Night's healing skill is too overpowered. It's actually linked to his damage. In the main cities of Blue Star, countless players marveled at this scene. Eternal Night's healing value was consistent with his output. This is just the first wave of beasts. One player remained pessimistic. This is the last main city. It can't be that simple. Hearing this, everyone nodded silently. If Eternal Night took this main city, the mission would be completed directly. Based on previous experiences, beast attacks would require at least 3 or 4 waves. A player was taken aback, exclaiming, "Someone else has entered the teleportation array. Can't they hold back? The big shots have stabilized the situation. What are they going over for? Because this is the last chance." Exactly, they're going all in. In the fallen zone, Zhang Chen watched as the health of the red demons continuously decreased, but his expression grew increasingly serious. Right now, he could withstand the output from the red demons, but he had little confidence against the final self-destruct skill. Zhang Chen was closely monitoring the red demon's health. Once it dropped to around 40%, he was ready to directly unleash the curtain call echo. Then, using curtain dance, he would eliminate all the low-health red demons, preventing them from self-destructing. The only thing Zhang Chen was worried about was that even with this operation, the red demons might still trigger self-destruct, which would be truly troublesome. After all, self-destruct was a passive skill of the red demons and did not require active release. Moments later, almost there, Zhang Chen whispered, targeting a lone red demon, curtain call echo crimson sun shattering the sky boom, an energy beam pierced through the red demon's body. Minus 33.33 trillion this damage, Zhang Chen was stunned. 33 trillion. But the next second, bang, the red demon's body exploded and a wave of residual energy instantly swept over Zhang Chen. Minus 10 billion, damn it. Zhang Chen's face darkened. The worst-case scenario had occurred. It would still trigger a self-detonation. The Eternal Knight's health bar is about to empty. In every main city, the teleportation arrays lit up frantically. The red demon's self-detonation caused Zhang Chen to lose 100 billion health points. Players who were originally ready to pick up the spoils immediately became restless and rushed into the teleportation arrays. Even with the previous bizarre deaths of players as a warning, some still pressed forward. Under the lure of great profit, there were always those who would rush into danger. In the fallen zone, Zhang Chen wore a serious expression. Even if he could instantly kill the red demon, it would still trigger the passive self-detonation. It was simply unsolvable. But just then, figures of players appeared below the city. Zhang Chen was taken aback. There, here, a warmth spread in Zhang Chen's heart, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. These good people arrived just in time. Without any hesitation, Zhang Chen decisively unleashed Curtain of Ashes Dance. The Curtain of Ashes Dance lasted for 10 seconds, dealing damage with fading echo, combined with the massive area burn damage of Blazing Sun's annihilation. Minus 33.33 trillion, minus 33.33 trillion, minus 33.33 trillion. There was no need for the full 10 seconds. Almost simultaneously, terrifying damage values overflowed from the red demon. Immediately after, boom boom, all the red demons triggered their self-detonation passives. With so many red demon beasts self-detonating, it was like a magnificent fireworks display, the explosive aftermath forming a terrifying storm, with Zhang Chen at the center of the storm. Minus 100 billion. Zhang Chen's health bar was completely emptied. Ding, health points reduced to 0. Ding, triggering Talon life and death play. Ding, restoring 10.1 billion health points. Ding, health point cap increased by 10.1 billion, current health point cap 25.6 billion. In the main city of Blue Star, countless players watched as the Eternal Knight's health was emptied in the explosion. But then, a bizarre scene reappeared. Within the city, a large number of newly arrived players all fell down at once. At the same time, the Eternal Knight resurrected with full health again. Can the Eternal Knight really devour other players to resurrect? This is not just picking up spoils, this is going to die, and instead, it's helping the Eternal Knight. Countless players in the main city looked at the large number of bizarre deaths and felt a wave of fear. Fortunately, they hadn't had time to rush over, otherwise they would have met the same fate. Directly increased by 10.1 billion health points, Zhang Chen looked down at the corpses scattered everywhere. How many people came? After leaving the novice village, players' levels began to rise, and after this period of development, their health points mostly ranged from hundreds of thousands to millions. Calculating this, about 100,000 people had died this time. It doesn't seem like that many. Blue Star has at least several billion people. Just as Zhang Chen had this thought, he was taken aback. How could he have such a twisted idea? At that moment, ding, occupy all capital cities of Blue Star. Progress completed 80%. Ding, occupy all capital cities of Blue Star. Progress completed 80%. 6 consecutive system announcements rang out, 80%. The Eternal Knight is really about to complete it. It seems there's no way to stop him now. Going over would just help the Eternal Knight resurrect. How can we stop it? Whether ordinary players or the upper echelons of various countries, after these 2 bizarre mass deaths of players, they all realized this point. In the S district of the dungeon in the Stick Nation, as long as we don't go over, there's still a chance for Eternal Knight to fail. That's right, after all, he should have been killed in the first wave of aberrations. We just didn't expect that by sending someone over, we actually helped him. So are we just going to wait for Eternal Knight to die? If we do that, we won't get the task rewards, why bother? But we can't let the Dragon Nation's Eternal Knight get the planetary level rewards. Exactly, otherwise the Dragon Nation will really have the upper hand. The same conversation was happening in the S district of dungeons across Blue Star. Dragon Nation, under City, S district Eternal Knight can actually revive. It should be related to his talent. Doesn't that mean it's stable? Countries won't send people to snipe him anymore. In the Fallen Zone, Zhang Chen's expression was unusually grave. He rose on his sword, waiting for the next wave of aberrations to appear. The first wave of aberrations was substar level. He couldn't be sure what level of aberrations would appear next. Moreover, It was the first time Zhang Chen felt pressure. If it weren't for that group of players coming to die, he really wouldn't have any good way to deal with the red demon's self-detonation. But after waiting for a moment, Zhang Chen still saw no aberrations appear. Do I have to go outside the city? Zhang Chen frowned slightly. However, just as Zhang Chen was about to move, ding, due to the Blue Star Dragon Nation camp voluntarily gifting the main city, the number of task rings has decreased and the task difficulty has correspondingly increased. Ding, due to the Blue Star Dragon Nation camp voluntarily gifting the main city, the number of task rings has decreased and the task difficulty has correspondingly increased. Ha! Zhang Chen was taken aback. The difficulty increased? In the main cities of Blue Star, players reacted differently. Ha! The Dragon Nation is shooting itself in the foot. The Dragon Nation has really done a disservice this time. Why are you gloating? Eternal Night completing the task isn't necessarily bad for us, right? What do you mean it's not bad? Eternal Night isn't one of us. That's right, if Eternal Night doesn't complete it, it means we have a chance to complete this task. Can you take the main city by yourself? Can you handle a king level aberration alone? I can't do it now, but when I reach level 100, who knows? Exactly, Eternal Night is just ahead of us in level and equipment. I don't think it's just a matter of level or equipment, a player with some self-awareness said solemnly. Even if I'm level 100 and fully equipped with artifacts, I probably still can't do that. TCH, you're just being overly worried. The conversation suddenly came to a halt as everyone stared in shock at the real-time footage. In the fallen zone, Zhang Chen looked up with an unusually grave expression. At the end of the sky above, countless black dots appeared. As time passed, the black dots began to grow larger. 1 meter, 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters. The entire fallen zone was shrouded in a massive shadow. Aberrations thousands of meters in size. Zhang Chen showed a look of shock. Blazing sun burning the world, blazing sun burning the world. A hint of madness flashed in Zhang Chen's eyes as he began to stack skills and rounds of blazing sun appeared above his head. Ding, planetary creatures have appeared on Blue Star. Ding, planetary creatures exert a life rank suppression on Blue Star survivors. Ding, rank suppression law. High-rank creatures suffer damage reduction to 1% when attacked by low-rank creatures immune to any negative buff. As the system announcement fell, a planetary creature entered the burning range of the blazing sun burning the world skill. 1337830-1337830. Damage overflowed from the planetary creature, and Zhang Chen's pupils constricted. Even the random damage from the Joker was suppressed. Across the entire Blue Star, everyone looked towards the real-time projection in unison. The Eternal Night is completely finished now. For a moment, the main city of Blue Star was filled with various voices predicting the downfall of the Eternal Night. The third world announced the planetary creatures, stating that there was a rank suppression, reducing all damage to 1%. This meant that any damage taken would be reduced by 99% and they would be immune to all negative buffs. This was similar to life level suppression. The Eternal Night, originally dealing billions in damage, was directly reduced to over 1 million. Faced with such a huge gap, how could the Eternal Night deal with so many planetary creatures? However, among the crowd, a discordant voice suddenly rang out, "Is that so? Why do I feel like we are finished too?" As soon as these words were spoken, the surroundings fell silent. Are the planetary creatures prepared by the third world just for the Eternal Night? This time it's the Eternal Night, next time it will be us. In an instant, the players in the main city calmed down. They had been hoping for the system's task rewards, always wanting the Eternal Night to fail, but they were also in the trials of the third world. Sooner or later, they would have to face these planetary creatures. As the saying goes, when the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up, but if the tall ones are gone, it will be their turn. If the Eternal Night dies, their fate is also sealed. If even someone as abnormal as the Eternal Night can't defeat them, they certainly can't. So, it was just a matter of time. All along, they have been our greatest enemy, not the Eternal Night. The crowd exchanged glances, unsure how to refute this statement. In the real-time footage, more and more planetary creatures entered the skill range of the Eternal Night. All of them had a damage value of 1 million. 1 million damage was something they could only dream of achieving right now. Yet, the health bars of those planetary creatures showed almost no change. After a moment, someone whispered, "It seems that's the case." In the fallen zone, Zhang Chen's expression was unusually grave. He had already cast the detection spell but had not obtained any useful information. Planetary Trial Beast rank, planetary health points, unknown skills, unknown details, unknown planetary trial beast. Zhang Chen felt a bitterness in his mouth with health points and skills unknown. However, Zhang Chen did not sit idly by. Before these planetary creatures fully descended, he used spatial leap to cover the entire city sky with the sunfire of destruction and gave himself an impromptu buff in advance. With limited time, there was only so much Zhang Chen could do. Roar, a furious roar erupted. A planetary creature launched an attack at Zhang Chen. A blade of wind sliced through the air, minus 7.8 billion. Zhang Chen's health was directly reduced by one-third. 133-7830-133-7830. A large amount of health recovery values over a million surged up, quickly filling Zhang Chen's health. But this was just from one planetary creature's attack. The next moment, a barrage of wind blades swept in. Spatial leap. Zhang Chen was prepared this time and disappeared from his original spot. Puff, puff, puff. The wind blades sliced through the air, missing their target. I can dodge. Zhang Chen appeared on the other side of the city, his expression ecstatic. Zhang Chen continuously released the Sunfire of Destruction, always ready to use spatial leap to evade the next attack. Hiss! The sound of rushing air broke through as a large number of planetary creatures launched another attack. Spatial leap. Zhang Chen disappeared again. Probably tens of billions. Zhang Chen stared intently at the planetary creatures, secretly calculating the accumulated damage. Without complete confidence, Zhang Chen did not dare to recklessly use the curtain call echo. He only had one chance. However, after successfully dodging twice, this batch of planetary creatures did not launch another wind blade attack. Just as Zhang Chen was puzzled, a sudden wind swept through the entire fallen zone. Zhang Chen was taken aback. A gentle breeze brushed past. Minus 10 billion. Zhang Chen's health points began to steadily decline. Before long, it became precarious. In the main city, countless players from Blue Star witnessed this scene. Eternal night is about to end. There's no escaping this now. The entire city is under the coverage of planetary creature skills. In Jiangnan's main city, players from Dragon Country were extremely anxious. Eternal night can't hold on any longer. What should we do? At that moment, a player suddenly walked towards the teleportation array. Beside him, someone urgently asked, "What are you doing?" Others turned to look at him. "Hey," the player smiled and said casually, "I'm going to take over. Are you coming or not?" Everyone was taken aback. "I just sold the 50 epic sets rewarded by the territory war system," the player said calmly. "Enough for my wife and kids to live in the dungeon for a lifetime." In that instant, everyone understood. "Good brother, which zone is your wife in?" a player asked. "I'll definitely take good care of them." "Go to hell," the player rolled his eyes. H zone 102-342-244. After saying that, he turned and entered the teleportation array. "Take care, brother. Take care, brother." Just after this player entered, another person spoke up. "He can't hold on for a few seconds. I've put my gear up for sale too." "You want to?" A group of people around showed shocked expressions. "Hee," the person laughed. "How can I let him take all the glory for such a showy thing?" After saying that, he muttered to himself, "I owe Eternal Night a big favor. It's time to repay it." After that, he also walked towards the teleportation array. "What favor?" The others were somewhat confused. "Contribution points," another person in the crowd spoke up. "The reason we're fighting so hard is largely because of this pressure." Everyone was taken aback. In the fallen zone, another figure appeared, the player who had just teleported over. He looked at Eternal Night's health points nearing zero and murmured, "Boss, if it weren't for you, our family's contribution points would have long been insufficient. This life I'll give back to you." The group from Jiangnan territory, who dared to enter the main city early and follow Eternal Night into the territory war, were mostly left with no other options. "Hee, my daughter and wife are still alive. I've made a profit." In the sky, although Eternal Night had some improvised healing, it couldn't withstand the drop of health points from 10 billion. "It's really going to be over." Zhang Chen looked at his health points and had the thought of giving up. He still had one way out, directly using spatial leap to leave this fallen zone. But that would mean failing the mission. 100 billion damage. Zhang Chen gritted his teeth, preparing to take a gamble. Although he had already accumulated 100 billion damage, the curtain call echo would also weaken it by 99%, leaving only about 1 billion damage. Even if the curtain danced for 10 seconds, the maximum output would only be in the thousands of billions. Thousands of billions, weakened by 99%. Facing these planetary creatures, Zhang Chen estimated he had basically no chance. The life points of a subplanetary beast were already 100 billion, let alone planetary level? But if he didn't try, Zhang Chen didn't want to just give up. However, at that moment, a roar came from below. "Eternal Night, I'm coming." Zhang Chen was stunned and suddenly looked down. He saw a player shouting upwards, "Blue Star Turtle Sons, remember my nickname, the little mushroom picking girl? By the way, this was given to me by my daughter. Big boss, you must complete the mission and take us out of the underground." Just as Zhang Chen was lost in thought, blades of wind sliced through his body. Ding, health points reduced to 0. Ding, triggering talent life and death. Play. Ding, restoring 30,000 health points. Ding, health point limit increased by 30,000. A wave of heat surged in Zhang Chen's heart. He had never imagined that someone would teleport in at this moment. In the main city of Jiangnan, a group of players from the Dragon Kingdom stared blankly at this scene. Someone said, "It's my turn." If given the chance, who would let their loved ones live their whole lives in a crowded underground city? Now there happened to be such an opportunity, but it required someone to risk their life. To go or not to go? take us out of the underground city. This us clearly did not include Little Mushroom himself. Little Mushroom's words sent a shock through Zhang Chen's heart. Zhang Chen had also come out from Area H, and he was well aware of the situation in the lower 3 districts. Zhang Chen was just one person. If a family of 3 were crammed into that kind of environment, even if there was a third world, it would be a life of suffering. Zhang Chen just didn't expect that someone would place this hope on him. Ah, big boss, keep going. Suddenly another person appeared below, laughing wildly. Little Mushroom is right, take us out. Jiangnan Territory, Prince of Cerebral Thrombosis, here to take over. Spatial leap, blazing sun burning the world. Zhang Chen didn't have time to feel sad. The temporary restoration of health points was simply not enough for him to unleash a few skills. Although there was always an impromptu comedy to restore health, it couldn't withstand the attacks. Zhang Chen appeared in another part of the city. Just as he cast blazing sun burning the world, he felt a cool breeze brush against his face. -1 billion. His health bar emptied again. Ding, health points reduced to 0. Ding, triggering talent life and death play. Ding, restoring 40,000 health points. Ding, health point limit increased by 40,000. I'm here, wishing Big Night a successful task reward in advance. Another person teleported into the city, looking up at the sky as if shouting to the players outside the image. Jiangnan Territory, King of Sand. Sculpture, remember that the sand sculpture has come too. Blazing sun burning the world, blazing sun burning the world. Zhang Chen's expression was unreadable. He was just frantically stacking damage skills. -1,337,830 -1,337,830. A massive amount of damage overflowed, and the total accumulated damage kept rising. Another bare-chested man teleported over. Jiangnan Territory. I'm here to blow everything up. Big Night, you just focus on outputting, leave the rest to us. Jiangnan Territory, Farmer's 3 Fists, live streaming across the entire blue star. How wonderful. After saying this, the middle-aged man clasped his fists and slowly fell down. Jiangnan Territory, enjoying the kingdom of daughters, push, push, I'm gonna This young man seemed to be bolstering his courage, shouting until he could no longer make a sound. Jiangnan Territory, the running snail, this time I'm really ahead of everyone. The snail may be slow but it arrives. Ha ha ha. I forgot my name. I'm a bit scared. Sigma, degree winky face. Mom, I think I'm embarrassing myself again. These scenes were projected in the skies above major cities on Blue Star. Countless people watched the images in surprising silence. Although too many had died since the mutation began, it was the first time that so many had actively rushed to their deaths like this. A player murmured, "Is this worth it?" Next to him, someone shook their head. Who knows, the Dragon Kingdom is full of lunatics. It seems like they're all from the Jiangnan Territory. Yeah, they only shouted for the Jiangnan Territory. At that moment, a player looked a bit dazed and said, "They said to let Eternal Night take them out of the underground city. Is that even possible? They're all dead. What do you expect to happen?" The player continued, "I mean, can Eternal Night really take everyone out of here? I don't want to be stuck underground for the rest of my life." Someone next to him responded bluntly, "Then you can go die too. The teleportation array goes straight to the fallen zone now. Don't rush, let those from the Dragon Kingdom go die first, then we can come out too." Right. A group of people echoed in agreement. In the Dragon Kingdom, Underground City, Zone S, a crowd gathered together. Go, our people are ready. We can't let only the Jiangnan people sacrifice, we should take action too. The mission progress is only at 80%. What if there are more beasts after this round? As soon as this was said, the entire place fell silent. With Eternal Night's mission progress at 80%, planetary creatures appeared, existing under a hierarchy that suppressed the rules. Even Eternal Night's output was insufficient. If there were more beasts behind, rationally speaking, the hope for Eternal Night to win was slim. What do? We can't let over 1 billion of us just wear it down. In the fallen zone, Zhang Chen stared intently at the planetary creature. Hundreds of billions. Players from the Jiangnan Territory were dying one after another, accumulating damage in the trillions. However, this figure was just a rough estimate by Zhang Chen. The echo of the finale had not yet been triggered. The fundamental attributes of the planetary creature were invisible, and it was impossible to determine if there were any life-saving skills. He only had one chance. If he failed, all those who died before would have died in vain. Fortunately, at this moment, the health bar of the planetary creature had already decreased by nearly half. In a main city of the Dragon Kingdom, a player stared intently at the image in the sky, sweat dripping from his palms, falling drop by drop onto a black card in his hand. Can he really take everyone out of the underground city? This player murmured, looking down at the black card in his hand. I'm just a clown too. In the fallen zone, it's almost time. Zhang Chen estimated the damage value, ready to take a gamble. So many people had died for him, and Eternal Night's gaze grew increasingly frenzied. Echo of the finale, Crimson Sun. Shattering the sky, energy beams shot out, directly piercing through a planetary creature. -108 billion. Even with the hierarchy suppression, it still dealt over 100 billion in damage. Dance of the finale, Crimson Sun shattering the sky, minus 108 billion, minus 108 billion, minus 108 billion. Massive damage values rose simultaneously from all the planetary beasts. In 10 seconds, Zheng Chen stared intently at the life value of the beasts, unsure how much damage Dance of the finale could accumulate in that time. It's bottoming out, it's bottoming out. In the main city of Blue Star, countless players exclaimed. The damage value of Eternal Night suddenly erupted, dealing over 100 billion in damage. The health of all planetary creatures began to plummet rapidly, soon reaching the bottom. However, just when everyone thought victory was imminent, the situation suddenly reversed. One planetary creature's size suddenly swelled, while the other beasts shrank dramatically and flew towards that creature. Devour. Almost in an instant, all the planetary creatures were swallowed by that one. It's over. The Blue Star players witnessing all this showed expressions of despair. Sure enough, there are life-saving skills. Zheng Chen stared at the only planetary creature on the field, suddenly revealing a chilling smile. The show begins. Author's monologue. I'm not very good at throwing knives, so I used some players with funny nicknames to take the stage, to avoid a sad plot. Don't panic, everyone, the knives are dull and slow. Let's keep flying. The show begins, and the only equipment Zheng Chen obtained, the bracelet. The show begins, bracelet level, unlimited grade, unique attributes. Stage comedy. The clown can imitate and replicate the number of skills +1 traits. The show begins. When the curtain dance state ends, triggers a second group damage echo. Details. The performance has ended, but my damage has just begun. Since Zheng Chen obtained this unique equipment, he had never used it. The reason is simple. Before this, no exotic beast could withstand him using this skill. All the damage accumulated in the 10 seconds of curtain dance triggers the second group damage echo. And in those 10 seconds of curtain dance, the initial damage was dealt by the curtain echo. Now, facing this boss that has devoured all planetary creatures, this unique bracelet finally shows its brilliance. Zheng Chen stared at this planetary creature. How much health would it have after merging? Under the burning of the Sunfire World skill, the health of the last planetary creature began to plummet. Minus 10,756.8 billion, minus 10,756.8 billion. In the main city of Blue Star, all players were fixated on the last planetary creature. When the damage value soared to trillions from it, all players in the main city fell into silence. With tear suppression, damage reduced by 99%. In this situation, Eternal Night still dealt tens of trillions of damage. In the real-time footage of Blue Star, the health bar of the planetary creature was plummeting. 1/10, 1/8. All players in Dragon Country had their hearts in their throats, each unconsciously clenching their fists. Success or failure hinges on this moment. Roar. A deafening roar echoed through the sky. The merged planetary creature launched an attack at Eternal Night. A 100-meter wind blade created a ripple in space, shooting towards Zheng Chen. However, Zheng Chen was already prepared. Before the massive wind blade reached him, he used spatial leap to teleport to another location. The planetary creature seemed to sense that its situation was dire, continuously throwing out wind blades in a frenzy. But such an attack method was simply insufficient before Zheng Chen. He used spatial leap to dodge all the wind blade attacks. Meanwhile, in the real-time footage of Blue Star, the health bar of the planetary creature continued to drop. 1/6, 1/5, 1/3. It's about to run out of health. Someone shouted loudly. Roar. Another roar. A gust of wind swept across the city, minus 255 billion. Before he could react, Zheng Chen's health bar was completely empty. Beep. Health points reduced to 0. Beep. Triggering the talent life and death play. Beep. Restoring 100,000 health points. Beep. Health point limit increased by 100,000. Zheng Chen was taken aback, slowly lowering his head. Unbeknownst to him, another person had appeared in the city, a stranger with a look of defiance against death, quietly watching him, their body slowly falling. Who is it? Zheng Chen's heart tightened. At that moment, with a boom, Zheng Chen suddenly turned his head to look. High in the sky, the body of the planetary creature began to shatter into pieces. Dead! 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 In the main city of Dragon Country, countless players erupted in enthusiastic cheers, many crying tears of joy. Such a monstrous boss was finally killed. However, compared to the excitement of the players, Zheng Chen's face remained serious, showing no signs of relaxation. Would there be a resurrection? He knew nothing about the information on the planetary creatures, and if another resurrection occurred, it would truly be the end. Fortunately, after a moment, there were no signs of resurrection even as the body of the planetary creature completely dissipated. Only then did Zheng Chen let out a long sigh of relief. However, just at that moment, ding, congratulations, Eternal Night has occupied all capital urban areas of Blue Star. Progress completed 90%. Ding, congratulations, Eternal Night has occupied all capital urban areas of Blue Star. Progress completed 90%. A series of 6 system announcements rang out, and Zheng Chen's expression darkened. There was also, this time, the system announcement was different from before, offering no surprises, only causing fear among the players of Blue Star. In various main cities of Blue Star, many people showed expressions of disbelief. 90%. Why is this happening? Such a monstrous planetary creature isn't the final link in the mission? The third world didn't intend for Eternal Night to complete this mission, right? Under the system announcement, the high-ranking officials of various countries in Blue Star also fell into rare silence. The difficulty of this mission for Eternal Night exceeded everyone's expectations. If Eternal Night couldn't complete it, could they do it in the future? Regardless, this trial was aimed at the entire Blue Star. In the underground city of Long Country, in a garden, the elder at the forefront suddenly stood up with a blank expression, softly murmuring, 90%. So, another beast will appear? Below, a middle-aged man responded, maybe even a group. The people around them looked unusually grave upon hearing this. This batch of planetary creatures had already been very difficult for Eternal Night to deal with. Right now, there was only that one remaining path to take. In the fallen area, Zhang Chen stood alone, remaining still since the system announcement rang out. No one knew what Zhang Chen was thinking, nor could they discern his reaction upon hearing this system announcement. In the main city of Blue Star, a player looked at the live footage of Eternal Night standing still and couldn't help but ask, is Eternal Night preparing to give up? Give up? A person nearby shook his head, no way. The player was surprised and asked back, how can you be so sure? Because that's how the people of Long Country are, the person said with a complex expression. So many people have died for this mission, even if Eternal Night dies on this mission, they won't choose to give up. That's right, at first, Eternal Night had the option to give up, someone echoed. Now, according to the nature of the people of Long Country, there's only the path of stubbornly fighting left, even if it means dying? Isn't that foolish? In a main city of Long Country, a player looked up at the image in the sky, murmuring to himself, and still. After saying this, he looked down at the card in his hand and resolutely walked towards the teleportation array. In the fallen area, Zhang Chen quietly waited for the final link of the mission's boss to appear. But just then, another figure appeared in the urban area. Zhang Chen turned his head, his expression somewhat complicated. You. However, the newcomer spoke first. I should have come over earlier. Zhang Chen was taken aback. Here, he said, throwing a card towards Zhang Chen, I can't use this thing. After saying this, the person turned and left, teleporting back. Zhang Chen was left bewildered by this person's actions, looking down at the card in his hand. His gaze fell on the black card, and he froze. Judgment finale incomplete, status incomplete, attribute. During the performance, by consuming lifespan value, one can randomly change black playing cards. Incomplete, characteristic, Joker random damage cap, card points, card automatically resets. Points to 1, incomplete, details, life and death are merely a gamble, and I am the dealer. Zhang Chen's heart trembled wildly, the random damage cap multiplied by card points. Damage doubled. In the main city of Longwa, can Eternal Night be used? This Joker player returned to the main city, staring at the real-time footage and murmuring to himself. He was very clear about what this Joker exclusive weapon meant, but for so long he had no way to use it. Consuming lifespan value. His character attributes did not even have a lifespan value item. This made him both love and hate this weapon, a Joker exclusive weapon that he couldn't use. Damn! He didn't even know if Eternal Night could be used, but at this moment he could only give it a try. Oh, someone sent him a card? What is this? At this time, there's still the leisure to play cards? What nonsense, this is obviously a Joker's weapon. In the underground city of Longwa, the situation has changed. Eternal Night has a Joker weapon. The Joker weapon is actually in someone else's hands. What's so strange about that? It's hard for Eternal Night to gather all unique equipment alone. Then let's see how much this equipment can do in Eternal Night's hands. In the Fallen Zone, Zhang Chen looked at the card in his hand and understood why that person said he couldn't use it. Lifespan value, this thing was only obtained after he became the lord of the territory. Zhang Chen looked at his attributes, lifespan, 638, only this number. Zhang Chen wasn't sure if it was 638 years or 638 months. Holding the card, Zhang Chen felt a bit more confident. Planetary biological existence has tear suppression. His damage was discounted. Now, at least it had increased a bit. What is the maximum point of the card again? Zhang Chen frowned. He didn't play cards much and really wasn't sure what the maximum point was. The maximum number is 10. J, Q, K should correspond to 11, 12, 13 respectively. How do the Jokers count? Zhang Chen thought this, gripping the card tightly in his right hand, waiting for the last wave of alien beasts to appear. All players on Blue Star focused their attention on him. Whether Eternal Night's mission could be completed depended on this moment. After a moment, in the Fallen Zone, the sky suddenly darkened, and system announcements rang out frequently. Ding, high-tier planetary biological beings have appeared on Blue Star. Ding, planetary beings exert life-tier suppression on Blue Star survivors. Ding, tier suppression law, high-tier beings suffer damage reduction to 1% when attacked by low-tier beings, immune to any negative buff. Upon hearing the system announcement, Zhang Chun instead breathed a sigh of relief. Still planetary level. Blazing sun burning world. Blazing sun burning world. Taking advantage of the planetary beings not yet arriving, Zhang Chen began to release stacking skills in the fallen zone. One blazing sun after another appeared in the sky above the fallen zone. Soon, a number of planetary beings far exceeding the previous scale appeared in Zhang Chen's sight. Zhang Chen looked at the approaching swarm of planetary beings and cast the detection spell. High-tier planetary trial beast, grade, planetary, health, unknown, skills, unknown, details, unknown. Sure enough, still nothing could be seen. Zhang Chen looked at the alien beast swarm about to enter the skill range and directly activated the judgment finale. The card in his hand revealed the number 7. Zhang Chen's eyes lit up. Not bad, a 7 times multiplier. But the next second, Zhang Chen's expression changed slightly. Lifespan, 538. His lifespan value had decreased by 100 points. Each draw required a consumption of 100 lifespan points, and he could draw a maximum of 6 times. At that moment, a high-level planetary trial beast also entered the scorching range of the Blazing Sun, -9364810-9364810. Nearly 10 million damage points surged up. In the main cities of Blue Star, countless players looked at the overflowing damage values from the trial beast, all showing expressions of shock. The damage from Eternal Night has increased. It actually went from over 1 million to over 9 million. It seems that card weapon is making a difference. But even so, that's still not enough. Zhang Chen clearly knew this as well. Should I draw again? Zhang Chen looked down at the card in his hand. A 7 was good, but if he could draw a 10, that would be even better. After all, he still had 5 chances left. Zhang Chen gritted his teeth and used the judgment finale to draw again. 5 or a number appeared on the card. Zhang Chen frowned, and it had gone down. Without any hesitation, Zhang Chen directly chose to draw again. 5. Another 5? Zhang Chen looked at the card in his hand, revealing a wry smile. Was his luck this bad? Forget it, Zhang Chen thought, steeling himself to continue drawing. What kind of gambler always loses? 10. As Zhang Chen's eyes brightened at the number that appeared on the card. Here it comes. He consumed 300 lifespan points and finally drew a 10. Although the damage increase from 7 to 10 wasn't as significant as he had imagined, a little more output meant fewer sacrifices. However, Zhang Chen looked up and froze in place. What's going on? In the main city of Blue Star, a player shook his head. Even if Eternal Night is dealing over 9 million damage now, he still before he could finish, another player pointed at the damage value overflowing from the high-level planetary trial beast, exclaiming, the damage has increased again? -468245050, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, 46 million. How did his damage increase by a full 5 times again? But right after that, another damage value overflowed from the planetary trial beast. -234120250. What the hell? 2.3 billion. How did Eternal Night's damage recover? Could it be that he ignored the tear suppression? No, it's that his damage multiplied by 5 again. All players in the main city of Blue Star instantly erupted. Eternal Night's damage bizarrely increased from over a million to 2 billion, far exceeding his initial 1 billion damage. The opponent was a planetary creature, subject to tear suppression. But it wasn't over yet. The next moment, -234120250. A player rubbed his eyes and said to the person in front of him, dude, I'm not seeing things, right? 2.3 billion? That's right, dude, the other player swallowed hard and replied, 2.3 billion. In the main cities of Blue Star, countless players watched the live footage, their hearts surging. Everyone was stunned by Eternal Night's damage. Millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions, billions of damage. In just a few breaths, Eternal Night's damage inexplicably doubled. 2.3 billion, a player suddenly reacted, exclaiming, this is the damage after the tear suppression decayed by 99%. As soon as this was said, everyone around was taken aback. They finally realized just how terrifying the damage from Eternal Night truly was. Damn, invincible. This is unscientific, completely incomprehensible. This is ridiculous. It's like cheating, ignoring the game mechanics. I get it, I've done it before. At that moment, a player with a naive expression asked, hey guys, I'm not good at math. Can someone help me calculate what the actual damage of Eternal Night is if there's no decay? Next to him, a slightly chubby player turned around and interjected, dumbass, you can't even calculate something this simple? The player ignored his mockery and eagerly pressed, what is it? 23 billion, the chubby player answered without hesitation. Holy crap, that's insane? The player actually believed it. The others around them had expressions as if they had seen a ghost watching this pair of talents. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? The chubby player looked confused at the people around him. It's 230 billion, someone corrected. No way, did your math teacher teach you? Mr. Wang taught me, the chubby player instinctively replied. Mr. Wang is a PE teacher? He never told me that. In the Fallen Zone, Zhang Chen looked at the overflowing damage values on the high-tier planetary trial beast and was Momentarily stunned, 2.3 billion, what's going on with this damage? Zhang Chen looked down at the card in his hand. It was a 10, no doubt about it. But how could a 10-fold damage output result in 2.3 billion? Initially, it was 7 times, and his damage went from over 1.3 million to over 9 million. Then it was 5, 5, 10, 7, 5, 5, 10, Zhang Chen was taken aback, recalling the card points he had just drawn. His hands suddenly trembled. The card points don't reset. Zhang Chen's pupils constricted, but the multipliers keep stacking. Each time he drew card points, the damage multipliers could accumulate. Zhang Chen figured out the problem, unable to hide his shock. As long as he had enough lifespan value, wouldn't he be invincible? Infinite card draws, card points and damage multiplying together. So what if there was tier suppression? Just then, roar, a continuous roar echoed as the high-tier planetary trial beast approached and launched an attack at Zhang Chen. Improv comedy, Zhang Chen activated his healing skill. A blade of wind struck in an instant, minus 10.1 billion. A massive damage value overflowed from Zhang Chen, however, in the next moment plus 2.3 billion plus 2.3 billion plus 2.3 billion. Over 20 billion in life recovery surged, simultaneously filling Zhang Chen's health to the brim without any gaps. Zhang Chen looked at the high-tier planetary trial beast grinning widely. Tier suppression? Damage decay? With the Judgment Finale card in hand, this tier suppression will seem to have lost its effect on him. Zhang Chen soared into the air on his sword, charging towards the high-tier planetary trial beast. Blazing Sun devours the world. Blazing Sun devours the world. He almost ignored the attacks from the high-tier planetary trial beast, starting to stack skills like crazy. As long as he wasn't hit at the same time, Zhang Chen could withstand the output, and with spatial leaps he could easily dodge most of the wind blades. As for the high-tier planetary trial beast's large area skill attacks, they were directly ignored by Zhang Chen. A gentle breeze brushed his face. Minus 2 billion, minus 2 billion. The large area skill damage from the high-tier planetary trial beast was completely disregarded by Zhang Chen. This damage was even slower than his healing. In an instant, the scene turned overwhelmingly one-sided. Zhang Chen directly crushed the group of high-tier planetary trial beasts. 2.3 billion in damage fell upon a group of high-tier planetary trial beasts. How much total damage could he deal each time? Zhang Chen looked at the scale of the high-level planetary trial beasts and roughly estimated that the total damage was around 115 trillion. This time, there was no need for a grand opening. Accumulating enough damage points with the Curtain Call Echo plus Curtain Embers Dance would be enough to take down these high-level planetary trial beasts in one go. The most important point was that he could now withstand the damage from the high-level planetary trial beasts. There was no need for the Dragon Kingdom players to come one by one to their deaths. Under the scorching burn of the Blazing Sun skill, the health bars of the high-level planetary trial beasts began to steadily decline. This is stable now. I didn't expect that after getting the card, Eternal Night's output would increase so much. The real-time footage above the main cities of Blue Star showed that Eternal Night had already taken control of the situation. Indeed, it's stable now, it's just a matter of time. Damn, with such a powerful weapon, why was it given directly to Eternal Night? A player looked puzzled. If I had that weapon, I'd be the one in the spotlight now. Who knows? Only the Dragon Kingdom player who gave away the black card knows. In the Dragon Kingdom's main city, the clown player who had given away the card weapon had not yet recovered from his shock. He had thought his Judgment Finale card was special, but he never expected it to be so overpowered. This player hesitated, finally letting out a sigh as if deflated. There was no way to get that weapon back. The key was that he couldn't use that weapon. Lifespan points, where could he find lifespan points? Damn, this trashy third world, he suddenly muttered to himself. I really am a clown. The Judgment Finale card, a weapon exclusive to the clown class. As a clown, he couldn't even use the exclusive weapon of his own class. Who could he complain to? Fallen Zone almost done, Zhang Chen said softly. Curtain Call Echo Crimson Sun rending the sky. A beam of energy directly pierced through a high-level planetary trial beast. Minus 115 trillion damage points soared into the thousands of trillions, and the trial beast was instantly killed. Zhang Chen stared at the damage value in surprise. It was quite a coincidence that after the accumulated damage value decayed by 99%, it was exactly 110 trillion. Curtain Embers Dance. Blazing Sun burning the world. As Zhang Chen's voice fell, it was like the whisper of the Grim Reaper. Minus 115 trillion, minus 115 trillion. Instant kill. Instant kill. Within a 20-kilometer radius, the health bars of all the high-level planetary trial beasts were simultaneously emptied. I can't believe the field has been cleared. In the main city, a player stared at the real-time footage, murmuring to himself. Instant kill. All instant kills, the big shot is amazing. Damn, so strong, truly invincible. In the Dragon Kingdom's main city, players were all excited. Eternal Night suddenly went on a rampage, clearing the high-level planetary trial beasts. Such a ridiculous task was ultimately completed by Eternal Night. However, Amidst the cheers, a weak voice suddenly emerged. There won't be any more, right? As soon as these words were spoken, the surroundings fell silent, and everyone turned to look. The player quickly covered his mouth. I was just saying it casually, there definitely won't be any more. However, at this moment, everyone calmed down. Everyone looked back at the real-time footage, waiting for the system announcement to appear. In the fallen zone, Zhang Chen stood with his sword, also waiting for the system prompt. There shouldn't be any more, right? Zhang Chen was also a bit uncertain. Amidst the anticipation of the masses, the system announcement finally rang out. Ding! Congratulations to Eternal Night 4. Occupying all capital cities of Blue Star, mission progress completed 100%. Ding! Congratulations to Eternal Night for occupying all capital cities of Blue Star, mission progress completed 100%. 6 consecutive system announcements echoed. It's done. Zhang Chen murmured to himself. In the major cities of Blue Star, a roar erupted. It's done. Damn, so what if the mission was hard, bro? We achieved 100%. Screw that, what's up with the planetary creatures? We won. Holy crap, the way you two are talking, it's like you two did it all. Too excited, so thrilled. Eternal Night is amazing. Long live Eternal Night. Long live Eternal Night. The emotions that had been suppressed for so long erupted in an instant, the cheers of players resonating throughout all the main cities. Immediately after, a series of system announcements rang out, drowning out all other sounds. Ding! Congratulations to the Territory Lord Eternal Night for completing the hidden mission. Ding! Congratulations to the Territory Lord Eternal Night for receiving the planetary rank reward. Ding! Congratulations to the Territory Lord Eternal Night for receiving planetary attribute bonuses. Ding! Congratulations to the Territory Lord Eternal Night for breaking through level 200. Holy crap, did Eternal Night's level just double? This is a sheer cliff advantage. What's so strange about it? Eternal Night took down so many main cities and killed so many alien beasts, isn't doubling normal? Ding! Blue Star has activated the lifespan value system. Players gain +1 lifespan value for each level up. Ding! If lifespan value reaches 0, the survivor truly dies and cannot be resurrected. As this announcement came out, everyone was stunned. What did that just mean? Does that mean the people who died before weren't really dead? I don't know, it seems like they weren't. Then what about those who died before? They probably lost their health but could have been saved by life-saving skills. But if their lifespan value is gone, no means can save them. Before everyone could react, the system rang out again. Ding! Congratulations to the Blue Star trial area for the emergence of the first planetary level trialist. Ding! Congratulations to the Blue Star trial area for the emergence of the first planetary level trialist. In the Fallen Zone, Eternal Night also heard the continuous system prompts in his ear. Ding! Congratulations on receiving the mission reward. Planetary attribute bonus. Ding! Congratulations, skill rank has been upgraded to planetary level. Ding! Congratulations on receiving the mission reward. Lifespan value +1000. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the exclusive title Lord of Blue Star. Zhang Chen listened to the system prompts and quickly looked at his attributes. Player, Eternal Night. Profession, Jester rank, planetary, rank suppression, level, 200 lifespan, 2338 wealth, 17,812 million blue star coins health, 100 billion general skill. Detection skill exclusive skill, stage comedy, the Jester can imitate and replicate any target's active skills. The imitated skill can deal 1 to 133.7 million. Random damage to the target, limit, 6, exclusive skill, card juggling, randomly draw 1 card from the 4 suits of hearts, spades, diamonds, and clubs. With different effects attached to attacks within 10 seconds, hearts, taunt, spades, blind, diamonds, interrupt, clubs, slow, skill CD, 60s exclusive skill. Improvised comedy, recovery buff skill, healing amount equals skill damage value, lasts 10 seconds, cooldown 60 seconds. Exclusive skill, clown stage, within the clown performance stage, 1000M, 1000M, the damage received by the clown randomly decreases by 10% to 90%. Over 2000 lifespan points? Zhang Chen was taken aback when he saw his lifespan points. The system only rewarded him with 1000 lifespan points, so how could he have over 2000? It's the title. Zhang Chen recalled something and quickly looked at the title he had obtained. Master of Blue Star, title, attributes, lifespan +1000, traits, within the Blue Star area, a 1-star master receives a 90% damage reduction from any attack, ignoring any fatal characteristics. Details, my territory, I make the rules. Zhang Chen's heart trembled as he looked at the title's traits. On Blue Star, a 90% damage reduction plus his current 100 billion lifespan points. Invincible. Just as Zhang Chen was counting his gains, a system prompt sounded again. Ding! There are currently no faction affiliations in Blue Star. Please have the Master of Blue Star join a corresponding faction as soon as possible. Join a corresponding faction? Zhang Chen was stunned. Which one to join? Before Zhang Chen could react, the system announcement rang out again. Ding! The Master of Blue Star can designate 10 safe zones, which will be in an invincible state, immune to any attacks. Safe zones. Does this mean we can come out from underground? But there are Only 10. How do we divide them? In the main cities of Blue Star, players began to discuss among themselves due to the safe zones. However, at that moment, a sudden announcement echoed throughout the server. Ding, third world server announcement. The Blue Star trial area will end the novice protection period in 3 months, currently with no faction affiliation. Ding, third world server announcement. The Blue Star trial area will end the novice protection period in 3 months, currently with no faction affiliation. Outside the Blue Star area, huh? The protection period is ending. So soon? Quick, quick, quick. According to the information released by the Third World, that's a planet-level trial area with billions of trialists. Ah, the lifespan points of Blue Star trialists. Mine, all mine. I'm coming to Blue Star. Billions of trialists, it's going to be a mad scramble. Dear friends, the Eternal Night is about to release the Blue Star Novice Village. Once it's out of the Novice Village, it will be Eternal Night. The common name Zhang Chen will rarely appear. Also, why are so many friends worried that this book is about to end? The author has just written about the end of the Blue Star protection period. How could it end? With the completion of the task, Zhang Chen's real-time projection above the major urban areas also disappeared. However, the shock brought to Blue Star players by the system announcement was far from over. Among them, the two most discussed topics were, first, the allocation of the 10 safe zones in Eternal Night. Everyone understood that these 10 safe zones meant they could come out from underground and return to the surface. If they could live on the ground, the vast majority would choose to come back, especially those from the last 3 zones. However, these 10 safe zones were in the hands of Eternal Night, and these people also understood that, apart from the Dragon Country, it would be difficult for other countries to obtain them. The second was the last server-wide announcement, the Blue Star trial area, which would end the novice protection period in 3 months. Upon hearing this announcement, everyone in Blue Star felt somewhat incredulous. After they left the novice village, they fought desperately to take over the fallen areas and establish main cities. Now they were being told that the entire Blue Star trial area was still under novice protection? This was hard for many to accept. Moreover, some people also realized that this announcement was definitely not simple. It was more like a declaration to the hunters that Blue Star was about to exit its protection period. In the Fallen Zone, the new player protection period will end in 3 months. Zhang Chen felt a heavy weight in his heart upon hearing this system announcement. This announcement was clearly not just for Blue Star players, otherwise there would be no need for a server-wide announcement. It was informing some entities outside the Blue Star trial zone that the protection period was ending. Are players from other zones coming? Zhang Chen murmured to himself, sensing a looming oppressive atmosphere. However, even if players from other zones came, Zhang Chen felt confident in his ability to handle it now. His current rank was planetary level, which suppressed ranks below planetary level, reducing damage taken by 99%. Moreover, he now held the title of Master of Blue Star, meaning any damage he received in the entire Blue Star was reduced by 90%. Who in Blue Star could still pose a threat to him? Furthermore, even if people from other zones came, it might not necessarily be a bad thing, Zhang Chen thought to himself. Just like before the anomalies in Blue Star, many experts debated the morality of aliens. Many believed that the higher the level of civilization, the higher the moral standards. However, one must always be cautious. Zhang Chen's intuition told him that this server-wide announcement was definitely not a good thing. The experts' words were best taken in reverse. Even if, hypothetically, players from other zones really did come 3 months later, so what? If they dared to cause trouble here, he could just kill them directly. With over 2,000 life points in hand, he could draw the Judgment Final Chapter card more than 20 times. How much damage would that be? An ordinary person couldn't even calculate it with a pen. What Zhang Chen lacked now was not cards or confidence. Moreover, the Judgment Final Chapter was currently in a fragmented state. The cards had 4 suits, and if calculated this way, the black cards in Zhang Chen's hand had an effect of random damage cap times points. What about the other colored cards? Would they correspond to other effects? Zhang Chen felt a vague sense of anticipation. If he could fully repair the Judgment Final Chapter, how powerful would it be? However, life points are a problem. Zhang Chen suddenly thought. Over 2,000 life points seemed like a lot, but it only allowed for more than 20 draws. What about after those 20 draws? What would happen when the life points were exhausted? Without life points, the Judgment Final Chapter would lose all bonuses and the Battle End card would reset to a point value of 1. Currently, the system announced that players would gain life points upon leveling up. However, each draw of the Judgment Final Chapter required 100 life points, and leveling up only granted a small amount of life points. Relying solely on leveling up to gain life points was clearly not feasible. Is there any other way to obtain life points? Zhang Chen murmured. But he had no leads at the moment. Players from other zones might have a way. Zhang Chen thought of this. Forget it, I'll ask them in 3 months, he decided after a moment, no longer pondering these matters. After all, there were still 3 months until the end of Blue Star's protection period, and there were more pressing matters to attend to. According to the system announcement, Blue Star currently had no faction affiliation and needed to join a corresponding faction as soon as possible. But Zhang Chen had no information about any factions at the moment, and he didn't know how to join one. There was also the issue of establishing 10 safe zones in Blue Star. How to choose these 10 safe zones was a problem. However, these 10 safe zones would definitely be built in the Dragon Country. As for other countries, they could just stay underground. But moving so many people to the surface safe zones was a massive undertaking that Zhang Chen couldn't complete alone. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Chen used Spatial Leap to return to the Jiangnan territory. As soon as Zhang Chen appeared in the main city, many players surrounded him. It's the Eternal Night boss. The boss is back. Everyone started talking excitedly, looking at Zhang Chen with joy, but no one stepped forward. Putting everything else aside, Zhang Chen had now become the Lord of Blue Star, and this invisible gap in status made everyone a bit hesitant. Stop calling me boss, Zhang Chen said to the crowd, just call me Eternal Night. Looking at these people, Zhang Chen felt a surge of emotions. If he hadn't obtained the Judgment's End, some of them might have rushed to the Fallen Zone. This added a sense of responsibility to Zhang Chen's heart. Seeing Zhang Chen say this, the crowd relaxed a bit, and one person couldn't help but ask, boss, can we finally leave the back 3 zones? Although Zhang Chen had 10 safe zones, these people were unsure if they would be included. Bear the hardships first, enjoy the blessings later. No good fortune ever seemed to come their way. Generally, they would only benefit once the welfare was fully implemented. It was a harsh reality, but that was how it was. Seeing the hopeful expressions on their faces, Zhang Chen feigned ease and said, of course, you can leave right now. As soon as he finished speaking, the system announcement rang out. Beep, Lord of Blue Star Eternal Night has designated the Jiangnan territory as a safe zone. Beep, Lord of Blue Star Eternal Night has designated the Jiangnan territory as a safe zone. Ha ha ha, long live the boss. The people in the Jiangnan territory couldn't help but cheer. Many of them had already purchased residential areas in the main city, but there was still the potential danger of beast attacks later on. Now that Zhang Chen had set the Jiangnan territory as a safe zone, they were completely worry-free. Dragon Country's Eternal Night has set Jiangnan as a full safe zone? Will we get to share in the safe zone? Aside from the Jiangnan territory, players from other countries were restless. A safe zone meant the last pure land of Blue Star, safer than the underground city. Quick, contact Dragon Country. The players from Jiangnan were still in extreme excitement, and Zhang Chen was also infected by this emotion, his previously tense nerves easing a bit. However, at that moment, a private message suddenly lit up for Zhang Chen. It's Lang Lai. Zhang Chen was somewhat surprised by the content of the message. After leaving the novice village, it had been a long time since Lang Lai had contacted him, and now he suddenly wanted to meet. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Chen replied to Lang Lai. Before long, the teleportation array in Jiangnan territory lit up, and several figures emerged. It was Lang Lai and the others. Boss, will Eternal Night still recognize us? Shield Warrior Chu Tian asked with some doubt. Although they had some connections with Eternal Night in the novice village, it wasn't particularly deep. Moreover, they had come this time on a mission. Don't worry, Lang Lai said confidently, Brother Eternal Night is not the type to turn his back on people. Exactly, Priest Han Xiu chimed in. Besides, he still owes our boss a few million gold coins. I have to say, that money was well spent. Assassin Shadow couldn't help but exclaim, if I had known, I would have lent Eternal Night a few million gold coins back then. Mage Muan suddenly spoke up. It's hard to say, back then our boss was showing off his damage in front of Eternal Night. Lang Lai's face darkened. This embarrassing incident being brought up made even his steady temperament want to explode. Hee, Mage Muan quickly laughed. I was just saying it casually, maybe Eternal Night has already forgotten. However, as soon as she finished speaking, a voice came. Forgot what? Oh, it seems like someone in the novice village used sword energy to deal 2,000 damage, trying to bully me with only 999. Mage Muan turned around to see who it was and silently took a few steps back, hiding behind Lang Lai. Then, the Mage Muan reached out and tugged at Lang Lai's sleeve. It's your turn. Lang Lai's mouth twitched involuntarily as he steeled himself to step forward. Brother Yangya, long time no see. Zhang Chen smiled. That earlier remark was just a joke. He actually had a good impression of these few people, especially Lang Lai. Brother Lang Lai, is there something you need from me? Zhang Chen teased. You busy man. You wouldn't come to me without a reason. Hearing Yangya say this, Lang Lai let out a sigh of relief. He was genuinely afraid that Yangya would turn against him, but fortunately he hadn't misjudged him. Distribution of the safe zones. Lang Lai got straight to the point without beating around the bush. Because we have some connections with you, the higher-ups sent us. Sure enough, Zhang Chen's expression darkened. He had actually guessed this. Now that he controlled 10 safe zones, it involved too many people, and the higher-ups couldn't possibly remain indifferent. How do they want to distribute it? Zhang Chen countered. Lang Lai said softly, 80-20. 80-20? Zhang Chen was taken aback. What do you mean by 80-20? 8 full zones. For Manhwa, Lang Lai explained further, and 2 for the other countries on Blue Star. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen frowned. Seeing this, Long Lai quickly added, if Longwa monopolizes all 10 safe zones, it would really draw a line with the other countries. Moreover, Lang Lai lowered his voice. In 3 months there might be other zones coming to Blue Star and we need to win them over. No need, Zhang Chen directly interrupted Lang Lai. He naturally understood what Lang Lai wanted to say next. However, it wasn't necessary now. No need? Lang Lai was taken aback. No need, Zhang Chen said. Calmly, the entire Blue Star is mine. What boundaries are left? After a slight pause, Zhang Chen changed his tone. If they still want to draw boundaries, why not just drive them all out of Blue Star once and for all? Lang Lai was stunned, clearly not expecting Yang Ye to have such an idea. However, Lang Lai suddenly lowered his voice. What if something unexpected happens in 3 months? We will need a group of people to stand in front of Longwa. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen looked at Lang Lai with a strange expression. So, the higher-ups also had ulterior motives. But Zhang Chen still shook his head. Brother Yang Ye, you. Lang Lai was somewhat puzzled. He had already made his point clear, so why was Yang Ye still disagreeing? No need, Yang Ye simply repeated. Zhang Chen enunciated, if any monsters or demons descend upon my Blue Star in 3 months, as the Lord of Blue Star, I will bear it all. Awesome. Dominant. This phrase sounds so familiar. I feel like I've heard this somewhere. Meanwhile, Chu Tian, Han Xiu, Mu Wan, and others all spoke up, looking at Yang Ye with admiration. Lang Lai felt a headache coming on, but still worriedly said, Brother Yang Ye, what if you can't handle it? Zhang Chen replied seriously, then I'll hide in the safe zone. Ha? Lang Lai stared blankly at Yang Ye, unsure how to continue the conversation. Zhang Chen, however, said earnestly, I'll strike first. If I can't win, then we'll all hide in the safe zone. So, these 10 safe zones can't be given to outsiders, they can only be set up in Longwa. As Zhang Chen's words fell, agreed. Support. No problem. Xu Tian and the others chimed in, clearly having forgotten which side they were on. Alright, unexpectedly, Lang Lai changed his attitude. Brother Yang Ye, let's do it your way. Aren't you going to consult someone? Zhang Chen was somewhat surprised. No need, Lang Lai revealed a wry smile. If the distribution plan conflicts, we'll go with your way. That's the bottom line given to me by the higher-ups. Zhang Chen nodded. You can decide which main cities to designate as safe zones in the specific relocation arrangements. Okay, Lang Lai immediately replied, we'll arrange that right away. Wait, Zhang Chen suddenly spoke up. I haven't finished. Is there more? Lang Lai was taken aback. Who gets to relocate first? Zhang Chen said in a deep voice. That decision is mine. Upon hearing this, Lang Lai and the others all looked at Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen looked at them. It's simple. Everyone entered the underground city in a certain order, so this time we do it in reverse. Zhang Chen smiled at Lang Lai and the others. We can't let certain people always go first, can we? This time, Zhang Chen's gaze fixed on Lang Lai and the others, ordinary people first. After Zhang Chen finished speaking, Lang Lai and the others fell silent. After a moment, alright, Lang Lai nodded, that's not a problem. Zhang Chen smiled upon hearing this. I happen to have nothing to do right now, I'll supervise personally. Lang Lai spoke helplessly. Don't worry, this won't be an issue. That's good. After finalizing the details with Zhang Chen, Lang Lai and the others left directly. The upper echelons of Long Country had already determined suitable locations, considering this matter more thoroughly than Eternal Night. After Lang Lai and the others left Jiangnan main city, boss, why does the higher-ups want to give other countries safe zones? Shield warrior Chu Tian couldn't help but ask. According to his understanding, what Eternal Night said made sense. At a time like this, how could they care about outsiders? Long Lai shook his head. Because we have our people out there. Our people? Chu Tian and the others were taken aback. That's right, Long Lai said solemnly. Before the Blue Star anomaly, many people from Long Country did not return. What kind of people? Chu Tian looked confused. Long Lai shot a disdainful glance at Chu Tian. People who went abroad. Oh, Chu Tian finally reacted. Before the Blue Star anomaly, Long Country had a large number of people going abroad every year. No, it should be said every day. Whether for studying, working, or permanently settling down, it was not a small number. We notified them 3 months in advance, right? Chu Tian asked in confusion. They had enough time to come back. Lang Lai shook his head. Only a portion returned. Most chose to stay abroad. Boss, why didn't you tell Eternal Night about this situation? Han Xiu couldn't help but speak up. Lang Lai sighed. Do you think Eternal Night doesn't know? I'm afraid in Eternal Night's eyes, those who were notified but still unwilling to return are no longer considered Long Country people. Not long after the few of them left, Eternal Night began establishing safe zones according to the list provided by Lang Lai. Ding, the Lord of Blue Star, Eternal Night, has designated the North China Territory as a safe zone. Ding, the Lord of Blue Star, Eternal Night, has designated the Kyoto Territory as a safe zone. Ding, the Lord of Blue Star, Eternal Night, has designated the Central Jiangsu Territory as a safe zone. System announcements rang out frequently as Zhang Chen designated all 9 specified areas as safe zones in one breath. Long Country actually monopolized 10 safe zones. How dare they? What are we going to do? Blue Star, underground cities of various countries, Zone S. It seems that after 3 months, we can only rely on other zones. Rely on other zones? That's right, the third world trialists are resources. It's a resource they all want to compete for. We are resources? Blue Star, in the next 3 months, the surface remained calm while dark currents surged underground. Many countries' high-ranking officials had already prepared for the worst. Without safe zones, they had no place to take refuge. To survive, once any changes occurred, they could only depend on other zones. Meanwhile, players from Long Country were celebrating. In the underground city, under military coordination, people from the rear 3rd district began to gradually move to the safe zone. To Lang Lai's surprise, Yongyi was indeed supervising the entire process. It's not that I don't trust you, but I don't trust some pests. Yongyi's words echoed in Lang Lai's ears. Lang Lai suddenly revealed a bitter smile and shook his head helplessly, because Yongyi was right. Some people had sneaked into the rear 3rd district ahead of time and entered the safe zone with the crowd. Yongyi had watched the people from the rear 3rd district come out first, but he didn't know them. This transfer lasted a full 3 months, and the 10 safe zones were now overcrowded. The transfer is over, Lang Lai found Yongyi. The safe zone has reached its capacity. Yongyi nodded, then suddenly asked how many people came out with them. Lang Lai was taken aback. Did you really think I wouldn't know? Yongyi looked at Lang Lai with disdain. Then you. Lang Lai was somewhat puzzled. Since Yongyi knew, why didn't he stop it? Someone has to take the lead. Yongyi looked at the bustling scene in the city, otherwise everyone would just be a scattered sand. Upon hearing this, Lang Lai slowly nodded. A flock of sheep will certainly have a leader. It's a characteristic of the species. However, Lang Lai suddenly looked at Yongyi with curiosity. Haven't you thought about being the leader of Blue Star? Yongyi looked up at the sky and said lightly, leader of Blue Star? My goal is the stars and the sea. Lang Lai's face stiffened upon hearing this. What a bold statement. However, Yongyi seemed to really have the capital for it. They're coming. Yongyi suddenly uttered these 2 words inexplicably. What's coming? Lang Lai was taken aback. Immediately after, ding, the third world full server announcement, Blue Star trial area has exited the protection period. Ding, the third world Jinshui Star foreign trialists have arrived at the Blue Star trial area. Lang Lai's expression changed. People from other districts were coming? Don't be nervous, Yongyi patted Lang Lai's shoulder, I'll be back soon. After saying that, Yongyi directly soared into the air on his sword. Lang Lai watched Yongyi's figure and anxiously said, what if you can't win? Yongyi's carefree voice came back. Don't worry, I run faster than anyone. In the Blue Star district, outside the atmosphere, figures suddenly appeared. And within a few breaths, their numbers reached over 1,000. Moreover, this group of people was all flying in the air. Among them, a middle-aged woman looked down at the blue planet below and curiously asked, is this the Blue Star trial area? Exactly, let's go in and establish a teleportation array. First, an old man said, and immediately, a small black beast on his shoulder dashed towards Blue Star. The group of people moved out one after another, closely following. However, the black beast flying ahead suddenly came to a halt after not flying far. A person wearing a black mask blocked their way. Everyone, you arrived quite early. Flying on swords? The middle-aged woman looked at the masked man warily. Who are you? Which trial area are you from? The Blue Star had just exited the novice protection period, and generally, trialists, even if they mastered flying skills, could not approach the edge of the star. So the middle-aged woman instinctively thought the masked man was like them from another trial area. Yongyi, the masked man replied, from the Qingxing trial area. Qingxing? The group showed puzzled expressions. They had never heard of Qingxing. Why have you all come? Yongyi suddenly asked. Why? The middle-aged woman was taken aback. Yongyi, why do you have to act mysterious? An old man stepped forward from the crowd. We all came for the Blue Star trialists. Damn, Yongyi cursed inwardly. Why don't you clarify? What use is a trialist? Yongyi continued to ask helplessly. The old man's expression changed. You're not from Qingxing. Who exactly are you? Exposed? Yanya revealed a faint bitter smile. Let me reintroduce myself. I am Yanya from Blue Star. The student surpasses the master, Yanya explained, so it's not wrong for me to say I come from Green Star. Blue Star. Trialists? The old man stared wide-eyed at Yanya. Everyone, I haven't mentioned yet, what use are trialists? Yanya kindly reminded. What use? The middle-aged woman revealed a strange smile. Let me tell you. 0-degree ice kill. The middle-aged woman suddenly shouted. -7136780. A damage value of over 7 million overflowed from Yanya. This group of people stood frozen in place upon seeing the number. Looks like I can only study it myself. Yanya said. 8, 3, 9, 5, 8, 10. The Judgment Final Chapter card in Yanya's hand changed 6 times in succession. Blazing Sun Burning World, -114,912 billion. Minus 114,912 billion minus 114,912 billion. 110 trillion damage in 1 second. 1 second later, it was empty. Yang Ye's eyes widened suddenly. A group of seemingly powerful people had been instantly wiped out. Damn it, Yang Ye cursed under his breath. What a loss. To be cautious, he directly activated the Judgment Final Chapter 6 times, wasting 600 points of lifespan. However, the next second Ding killed 1,000 foreign trialists, gained 1,000 lifespan. Invincible. Yang Ye looked at the damage he dealt, murmuring to himself. The reason Yang Ye drew the Judgment Final Chapter card 6 times in one breath was because he was shocked by the middle-aged woman's skill damage. Yang Ye could sense that this group of Jinshui Star foreign trialists were not at the planetary level, and this was still in Blue Star. Below the planetary level, there exists level suppression, reducing the damage Yang Ye received by 99%. Plus, in Blue Star, Yang Ye held the title of Blue Star Master, further reducing the damage by 90%. Yet, even under this double reduction, the middle-aged woman's skilled 0-degree ice kill still dealt over 7 million damage to Yang Ye. Reverse calculating, one could imagine how terrifying the woman's skill damage was. Thus, Yang Ye directly summoned the Judgment Final Chapter card 6 times. However, Yang Ye clearly underestimated his own damage. With 6 cards, he dealt 110 trillion damage, instantly wiping out those 1,000 Jinshui Star foreign trialists. Just then, a system prompt rang in. Yang Ye zeroed Ding, killed 1,000 foreign trialists, gained 1,000 lifespan. Zhang Qin was taken aback, quickly looking at his attributes. Lifespan, 2,738 1,000 lifespan. The 600 lifespan he lost earlier was not only replenished but increased by 400 lifespan. No wonder these foreign trialists came here. Yang Ye said, his expression suddenly darkening. They are here to gain lifespan. He killed 1,000 foreign trialists to gain 1,000 lifespan. Conversely, these foreign trialists could also gain equivalent lifespan by killing Blue Star players. This means those foreign trialists came to kill Blue Star trialists. Things were getting a bit tricky. Blue Star had just exited the novice protection period, and besides him, there probably wasn't anyone who could match these foreign trialists. Those people were not planetary level, yet their damage was absurdly high. Yang Ye speculated it was because their levels and equipment were far ahead of Blue Star's. After all, how long had it been since Blue Star started its trials? He was already at level 200. When did the other trial zones start their trials? Even if they were 100 years ahead of Blue Star, how much would their levels and equipment surpass Blue Star? Thinking of this, Yang Ye couldn't help but reveal a faint bitter smile. What does 100 years mean? The entire starry sky, I'm afraid, will be calculated from the era year? However, thinking about it, by killing the foreign trialists, he could also gain lifespan value. In that case, wouldn't he no longer have to worry about his lifespan? Currently, the Dragon Kingdom has 10 safe zones, and even if foreign trialists descend, it doesn't seem to be a big problem. As for people from other countries, Yang Ye could only do nothing. Their lives and deaths are fated, and wealth is in the hands of heaven. Yang Ye felt somewhat reassured. As long as he had enough lifespan value, drawing the Judgment Final Chapter card for 3 days and nights could even blow up the entire universe. These foreign trialists from the Golden Water Star are not at the planetary level. Yang Ye also figured out some of their backgrounds. Their levels should be quite high, but their ranks are not planetary. Could it be that only one person from a planet can obtain the corresponding rank? Yang Ye speculated to himself. Otherwise, based on the strength these people displayed, they shouldn't be without a rank. Just as Yang Ye was pondering this, the system announcement suddenly rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the Master of the Blue Star, Yang Ye, for killing the Golden Water Star trialist and gaining 1,000 lifespan value. Ding! Congratulations to the Master of the Blue Star, Yang Ye, for killing the Golden Water Star trialist and gaining 1,000 lifespan value. In the main city of the Blue Star, Lung Lai, who was still worried about Yang Ye's safety, was momentarily stunned upon hearing the system announcement. After a moment, he revealed a hint of relief. Indeed, his worries were unnecessary. Even the trialists from other trial zones were still being slain by Yang Ye. Damn, did the people from other zones come so quickly? They did come, and look, they've been killed again. Did you hear the system announcement? Killing trialists from other zones can earn lifespan value. So, these trialists came to kill us? Damn, they really aren't anything good. This time with Yang Ye here, but the Blue Star is so big, Yang Ye might not be able to cover everything. So what do we do? What else can we do? We definitely have to rely on the Dragon Kingdom. In the major cities of the Blue Star, various speculations filled the air, causing some people to feel anxious. Meanwhile, in the Golden Water Star Trial Zone, Ding, Snowmoon, has fallen in the Blue Star Zone. Ding, Hula, has fallen in the Blue Star Zone. Ding, maybe I'm just cheap, has fallen in the Blue Star Zone. Heavens, what's going on? They all have the Cosmic Wanderer rank. Didn't the Blue Star just come out of the newbie protection period? How were these people killed? In the Golden Water Star Trial Zone, trialists reach level 1000 and complete the rank awakening task to attain the Cosmic Wanderer rank. The Cosmic Wanderer, as the name suggests, has the important ability to traverse the void and survive for long periods in the cosmic space. Even in the Golden Water Star Trial Zone, obtaining the Cosmic Wanderer rank means being a solid first-tier trialist. But now, this entire group has died in a Blue Star Trial Zone that just came out of the newbie protection period. How could this not be shocking? Just as the Golden Water Star trialists were discussing the system announcement, a middle-aged man in a red cloak suddenly appeared on the outskirts of the Golden Water Star. The middle-aged man sighed in relief upon seeing the familiar Golden Water Star. The next second, he extended his orchid fingers and flamboyantly wiped his forehead. Damn, scared me to death, almost got killed out here. In a main city of the Golden Water Star, this doesn't make sense, a black-clad trialist frowned and said. Snow Moon and the others didn't even have time to set up a teleportation array. Beside them, a man in a white robe said in a deep voice, in a trial area just out of the novice protection period, killing a ranked trialist. After saying this, the two exchanged glances and spoke in unison. There must be a cheater. The black-clad trialist lowered his voice. Could it be that Blue Star has produced a cheater like Nanshan? The man in the white robe clicked his tongue. It's highly likely, otherwise, none of this would make sense. The black-clad trialist couldn't help but ask, so should we wade into this murky water? The man in the white robe shook his head. Though longevity is good, you need to have your life to enjoy it. The black-clad trialist frowned. Although Shueyue and the others have the rank of Cosmic Wanderers, they are still at the lowest tier. The man in the white robe replied, but there were 1,000 of them. The black-clad trialist said nothing for a moment. Finally, he spoke. If only Nanshan were here. By the way, when is Nanshan coming back? Who knows? Before the man in the white robe could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt a chill at the back of his neck. A scarlet cloak swept by like a shadow, and a middle-aged man with a smile patted the shoulder of the man in the white robe. Talking bad about me? Boss. The man in the white robe nearly jumped up excitedly, saying, you are back? Don't get too excited. The middle-aged man in the red cloak smiled calmly. It's me. The black-clad trialist also asked excitedly, boss, did you succeed this time? Ahem. The middle-aged man in the red cloak cleared his throat, just a hair's breadth away. The man in the white robe showed a hint of shock. Boss, you didn't succeed. How dangerous must that place be? Hearing this, the middle-aged man raised an eyebrow and disdainfully said, dangerous? I, Nanshan, am invincible in the world. Who can make me feel danger? Ridiculous. Awesome. The man in the white robe instinctively gave a thumbs up. That arrogant tone truly matched the prestige of the first trialist of Jingshuixing. At that moment, the black-clad trialist suddenly said, boss, something's happened. I know. Nanshan looked at the two and said softly, Blue Star is quite interesting. On his way back, Nanshan also received the announcement from Jingshuixing. 1,000 Cosmic Wanderer ranked trialists died on Blue Star in a trial area just out of the novice protection period. Such a thing had happened once before on Jingshuixing many years ago. The black-clad trialist couldn't help but ask, boss, should we take revenge for them? Revenge? Nanshan shook his head. Once you walk the path of a trialist, life and death are not in your hands. Can revenge be taken? The black-clad trialist nodded silently. He was just speaking casually. Isn't it common for trialists to die? Even now, Jingshuixing still sees a large number of trialists dying at the jaws of alien beasts every year. Boss, aren't you going to take a look at Blue Star? The man in the white robe asked. It's still a non-faction trial area. Right, the black-clad trialist chimed in. After a while, once Blue Star joins a faction, we won't be able to plunder lifespan values anymore. Nanshan dismissed it. Do I lack lifespan values? The two were taken aback. Though he said that having more lifespan values is definitely better. The two exchanged doubtful glances. What has gotten into the boss? If it were before, Nanshan would have set off long ago. Stop overthinking, Nanshan said softly. Quickly level up. That's the way to go. Without corresponding strength, having more lifespan values is useless. Yes, boss, the two echoed in unison. Seeing this, Nanshan nodded in satisfaction. Then, with a flick of his cloak, he left gracefully. As expected of the boss, every move exudes a kingly aura. Absolutely, the boss is our #1 trialist of Jingshuixing, an invincible existence in the universe. Nanshan, who had not walked far, heard the conversation behind him and couldn't help but puff out his chest, walking even more steadily. As for going to Blue Star, Nanshan indeed planned to make a trip, but not now. If he went now, it would likely cause misunderstandings among the Blue Star trialists. Every trial area that had just exited the protection period and had not yet joined any faction was indeed a delicious duck. However, Blue Star was clearly an exception. The ability to kill trialists with ranks indicated that at least one ranked individual existed on Blue Star. Although Nanshan appeared invincible on Jingshui Star, after witnessing the outside world, he now valued his life more than anyone else. Nevertheless, he still maintained the posture of seeking invincibility in front of the Jingshui Star trialists. It wasn't purely for show, the most important point was to instill confidence in all the Jingshui Star trialists. Blue Star. Nanshan murmured, I fear there is someone like me who just exited the protection period and obtained a planetary rank. A genius. Nanshan suddenly looked up at the sky, expressing his feelings, but the third world is most lacking in geniuses. Wow. It's Boss Nanshan. Long time no see, Boss Nanshan. A group of Jingshui Star trialists saw Nanshan and excitedly spoke up. Nanshan discreetly glanced at the crowd from the corner of his eye. The mountain is high, I am the peak, the taste of invincibility. How lonely it is, how lamentable, how sad. Wow. Boss is so impressive. So cool. In the Blue Star trial area, in a main city of Long Country, brother Yang, how is it? Lang Lai couldn't help but ask as he saw Yang return. How is what? Yang retorted. What about the strength of the Jingshui Star trialists? Long Lai asked eagerly. After all, the strength of trialists from other areas was related to the safety of Blue Star in the future. How should I put it? Yang hesitated for a moment and said, I took them out in one hit. Long Lai was taken aback, somewhat suspicious. Really? Of course, Yang nodded affirmatively. Seeing this, Long Lai also slowly nodded. Yang had no need to lie to him about this, and the system announcement couldn't be fake. Long Lai muttered to himself, it seems that the trialists from other areas aren't that ridiculously strong. Yang was momentarily stunned. He indeed took them out in one hit, but that was with a direct amplification. The strength of the Jingshui Star trialists definitely exceeded Blue Star's by several times. Just looking at the damage from that middle-aged woman was enough to tell. Yang was about to explain, but he fell silent again. At this moment, confidence was more important. However, Yang still added, their level should be quite a bit higher than ours. This point did not surprise Lang Lai. Our Blue Star has just exited the novice protection period. This is very normal. After saying this, Lang Lai said solemnly, next, we must ensure that everyone works hard to level up. As he spoke, Lang Lai looked at Yang. Blue Star can't have just you as a clown. There need to be countless clowns standing up. Yang looked at Lang Lai with a strange expression. The reasoning was sound, but it felt odd to hear that phrase. Yang helplessly said, other professions can also consider standing up. I was just making an analogy, Lang Lai continued. You also said that your goal is the stars and the sea. Once you leave, no one on Blue Star can hold it up. Leave? Yang fell silent. Although he hadn't considered leaving yet, it was only a matter of time. In Blue Star, it was no exaggeration to say that Yang was already invincible. Setting aside his damage, just the rank suppression and the title of Blue Star's master meant that even a 10-star royal level beast couldn't break his defense. Staying on Blue Star was somewhat of a waste of time for him, just like when he was in the novice village. Before you leave, Lang Lai's tone suddenly became serious. There's something I want to ask of you. Yang looked at Lang Lai's earnest expression and hesitated. You don't want me to help you level up, do you? Lang Lai's face stiffened. I can't afford to hire you right now. Yang asked curiously, then what is it? Lang Lai explained, I want to ask you to take a look deep into the mist zone. As soon as he said this, Yang instantly understood Lang Lai's meaning. Now that the main cities on the surface of Blue Star had all been taken, there was still very little known about the mist zone. Only he had the strength to investigate the situation there. You don't need to say it, I would have gone anyway, Zhang Chen nodded. He had actually wanted to visit the mist zone for a long time but had never found the right opportunity. There's no rush, Lang Lai quickly advised when he saw Zhang Chen's eagerness to set off immediately. The foreign trialists could arrive on Blue Star at any moment. You should. It won't affect anything. Zhang Chen waved his hand dismissively. It's just a casual thing. Lang Lai's face stiffened, feeling struck by those words. After a moment, he managed to squeeze out 3 words. You've gotten cocky. Yang laughed heartily. There's no time like the present. I'm going for a stroll. With that, Yang soared into the air on his sword, heading towards the mist zone. Lang Lai watched Yang's disappearing figure and suddenly murmured, soaring. Well, soaring with such confidence. In the mist zone, Yang flew swiftly on his sword. As he delved deeper, the number and rank of the beasts below increased, including beast soldiers, beast generals, sub-king level, and king level beasts. Moments later, emperor level. Yang halted his movement. Just before entering the deep mountains, an emperor level beast appeared. This must be the 5 mountains, Yang whispered as he looked at the mountain range below. However, he didn't stop because of the emperor level beast. It was because he spotted players from the Dragon Kingdom. Below, a dozen people were hunting an emperor level beast. This was the reason Yang stopped. An emperor level beast, even a 1-star emperor level beast, had 100 billion health points and an attack power exceeding 1 million. The fact that players from the Dragon Kingdom could surround and kill an emperor level beast was beyond Yong's expectations. After all, most of them were only around level 50 or 60. Fire rain calamity. Yong observed for a moment, revealing an odd expression. Some of the dozen people below were familiar faces. Below, Yi Chen, your SSS level talent divine punishment is too overpowered. One person couldn't help but speak up. You've accumulated over 5 million damage. The young man in a white robe, Yi-chen, shook his head. Young Yi copied my skill and dealt over 100 million damage. It's only a matter of time. The young man in black, Limu, smiled. Yi-chen remained non-committal. Because he had that confidence too. Fire rain calamity rained down once more. Meteor kill, Yi-chen's ultimate move. As the words fell, the sky was filled with a torrential rain of fire, forming a flame that shot towards the emperor-level beast. Boom! 10234437 over 100 million damage overflowed from the massive body of the emperor-level beast. So strong. Limu, the young man in black, exclaimed, this move combines all the damage of fire rain calamity into one strike. It's truly impressive. It's up to you now. After unleashing his ultimate move, Yi-chen felt somewhat fatigued. Roar, the emperor level beast went berserk, spewing flames at the crowd. Shield, another person stepped forward, casting a semi-transparent barrier over everyone. 10429221 10429221 10429221. Over 10 million damage overflowed from the barrier, but it trembled violently and surprisingly did not shatter. It's my turn. Limu in black shouted, drawing his sword for a horizontal slash. 2528234-50562334-1112. -2224. Limu swung his long knife repeatedly, and the damage quickly accumulated to over 10 million. -1638. -3276. Over 100 million. In the sky, Yongyi watched Limu wielding his knife with a hint of curiosity. This Limu's godly talent seemed to be damage accumulation, with each hit doubling the damage. Yongyi was also curious about where Limu's damage limit lay. Unification, Limu suddenly shouted. The long knife erupted with countless knife shadows, overlapping layer upon layer, forming a massive phantom that slashed towards the royal level beast. -239,373. 2.3 billion. Zhang Qin showed a look of surprise. No wonder these people dared to gang up on the royal level beast. Wang Tang, it's up to you. Limu unleashed his ultimate move, clearly having a long cooldown, and immediately withdrew to stand behind the crowd. Among the crowd, a young man in a blue robe stepped forward, summoning a sword formation that enveloped the royal level beast. Within the sword formation, thousands of swords flew together. 6332438-6332438. Each sword chi dealt over 60 million damage, and the royal level beast's already dwindling health instantly hit rock bottom under the sword formation. With a loud boom, the massive body of the royal level beast crashed to the ground. Good. Limu couldn't help but exclaim, Wang Tong, your sword formation's damage is about to catch up to Yongyi. I will catch up to him, Wang Tong replied solemnly, confident and assured. You are already a hidden class sword formation master, and you've awakened a godly talent. Your future will surely be bright. That's right, everyone chimed in, clearly in agreement. In midair, Yongyi frowned. What are these people still hiding? For their strength clearly far exceeded that of the current players, yet they still remained inconspicuous. Moreover, there were still over 10 people who hadn't made a move at all. However, being with Wang Tang and the others, their strength must be considerable as well. At this moment, Yi-chan and the others also noticed Yongyi in the air. It's Yongyi. Wang Tang's expression tightened. We've been discovered. Yongyi murmured, descending on his sword. Yongyi stepped forward to greet them. Good morning. Have you all eaten? Yongyi perfectly demonstrated what it meant to be awkwardly out of place. However, as long as he wasn't embarrassed, it was the others who would feel awkward. After Yongyi finished speaking, he smiled at everyone, waiting for their response. Ahem, Yi-chen cleared his throat. Brother Yongyi, what brings you here? Oh, Yongyi replied calmly, I happen to be passing by. Are you here to hunt the royal level beast? A curious young man in the crowd asked. No, Yongyi shook his head, I'm here to check on the situation in the Misty Zone. After Yongyi spoke, the eyes of the 10 or so people brightened. You want to explore the Misty Zone? Another person jumped in. Can you take us with you? Yongyi didn't expect them to make this request. He was about to speak. Ding, the third world 9 grievances. Star trialists have arrived at the Blue Star trial area. Ding, the third world 9 grievances. Star trialists have arrived at the Blue Star trial area. The expressions of the 10 or so people changed simultaneously. Other trialists from different areas had arrived. Wang Tang's expression grew serious. Outsiders, he hadn't yet grown strong enough to deal with these people. The 10 or so people looked at Yongyi in unison. Seeing everyone looking at him, Yongyi clearly understood their thoughts and slowly nodded. Sure, I can take you to explore the Misty Zone. This group was momentarily stunned again. With the 9 grievances star trialists arriving, Yongyi was still thinking of taking them to explore the Misty Zone? In the crowd, a boy in red couldn't help but speak up. Brother Yongye, we should deal with the foreign trial takers urgently. That's true, Yongye looked up. Wait for me for a minute. After saying that, Yongye directly used spatial leap and disappeared. What did he just say? Yi Chen was a bit dazed. The boy in red instinctively replied. He said to wait for him for a minute. In the sky, thousands of trial takers stood in the air. A strong man looked at Blue Star and laughed. Ha, I didn't expect we would be the first to arrive. Don't be careless, someone spoke up. Be careful of capsizing in the gutter. However, the strong man was unconcerned. Just out of the newbie protection period, logically speaking, their first-tier trial takers should only be around level 4 or 500. Just as the words fell, someone suddenly appeared in front of the strong man. The highest level on Blue Star is only 200. Ha! The strong man was startled. Who are you? Yang smiled, a trial taker from Blue Star. The strong man's expression changed. Are you kidding? How could a trial taker from Blue Star possibly? 1, 1, 1, 3, 5, 5, 7 damn. Yang cursed inwardly, lost again. He had intended to draw a few times to test these people's strength, but unexpectedly, the Judgment Final Chapter card had drawn 3 ones. Blazing Sun Burning World, minus 69.825 billion. Minus 69.825 billion. Damn. The strong man's face changed, wanting to escape, but before this group could retreat, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3. Yang voice stopped. 2 seconds. Yang frowned slightly. These people's health points were over 100 billion. He, a planetary level, only had 100 billion health points. What level were these people? Ding, killed 3,180 foreign trial takers, gained 3,180 lifespan points. Lifespan points. 5218. Forget it. Yang shook his head and disappeared from the spot. In the misty zone, Wang Tong and the others hadn't reacted yet when Yang teleported back. The boy in red stared blankly at Yang, who had reappeared. Brother Yang, do you need help? Let's go, Yang said calmly. Follow me to explore the misty zone. Oh, okay, the boy in red instinctively agreed. Huh? What? The dozen or so people were stunned. Wang Tang's expression changed slightly, unable to help but say, Yang, now is not the time, we should deal with the 9 grievances star first. However, before he could finish his sentence, ding, congratulations to the master of Blue Star, Yang, for killing the 9 grievances star trial taker, gaining 3,180 lifespan points. The system announcement rang out, and Wang Tang and the others were bewildered. Did Yang leave and come back in less than a minute? Just as the announcement said that 9 grievances star trial takers arrived at Blue Star, they were immediately killed? Wasn't that a bit too fast? The boy in red looked at Yang with admiration. Brother Yang, how did you do it? Just a casual thing, Yang replied lightly. Awesome. The boy in red's eyes sparkled. Wang Tang, Li Mu, Yi Chun, the others. This guy really knows how to show off. However, it was indeed a relief. With Yang around, what was there to fear from foreign trial takers? Let's go. Yang rose on his sword but immediately came back down, looking a bit troubled. I forgot one thing. Do you all have flying skills? Yang felt a bit overwhelmed. He had sword control skills and could quickly explore the misty zone, but if he had to walk with these people, he didn't know how much time it would waste. Just as Yang finished asking, Yi Chen and the others surprisingly all rose into the air at the same time. Ha! Yang was taken aback. You all have flying skills? After saying that, Yang also soared into the air. Again. Brother Yang, the boy in red looked at Yang in confusion. Don't you know that once players reach level 50, they can learn the universal skill of flight in the main city? Yang was taken aback again. He didn't know that. Wang Tang showed a strange expression. Brother Yang, do you never talk to NPCs? Well, Yang's face darkened. It seemed he had only interacted with that little girl, the master blacksmith in the main city, once to receive a talent reward. As for other NPCs, he had never paid them any attention. Let's go, Yang said calmly. We need to finish exploring the misty area quickly, I have other matters to attend to. Oh, the boy in red nodded hurriedly. Okay. Li Mu and the others exchanged glances. Although they didn't speak, they understood each other. Yang didn't know about this. Forget it, the first person of Blue Star deserves some face. The group followed Yang and began flying deeper into the misty area. 1-star royal, 2-star royal. The deeper they went into the mountains, the higher the grade of the exotic beasts. They flew while observing the distribution of the exotic beasts below, so their speed wasn't fast. However, because Yang was present, those royal grade exotic beasts stayed in their dens, not daring to come out and block them. After a moment, 9 stars, the faces of Yi Chen and the others changed. This was just Mount Woyue, but there were many mountains within the Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, they hadn't even reached the deepest part of Mount Woyue. 9-star royal exotic beasts were something they couldn't handle right now. Yang, however, didn't care. These exotic beasts were nothing compared to the silly geese in the novice village he had faced before. Silly geese, indeed, were a childhood shadow. Seeing the serious expressions on everyone's faces, Yang couldn't help but ask, should I take care of them? No need, Yi Chen shook his head. Brother Yang, let's leave them for the players of the Dragon Kingdom. Yang slowly nodded. These royal grade exotic beasts were lower level than him. Killing them wouldn't yield much experience, so it was better to leave them for the players of the Dragon Kingdom to level up. After some time, that's enough, Yang Ye said softly. Are we going to other places? Yang Ye planned to head back. Although they had only checked Mount Woyue, the situation was likely similar elsewhere. The 10-star royal was the biggest boss deep in the misty area. However, after he finished speaking, Wang Tang and the others exchanged glances. Then Wang Tang said, Brother Yang Ye, we would like to trouble you to take us to Kunlun Mountain. Kunlun Mountain? Yang Ye showed a look of surprise. Why did they want to go to Kunlun Mountain? Yes, Wang Tang nodded. Alright, Yang Ye fell silent for a moment before agreeing. Kunlun Mountain wasn't close, but it wouldn't take them much time. Let's go, Yang Ye said, then identified the general direction and suddenly accelerated. Wang Tang and the others immediately followed. The group had just set off when, ding, the Third World Chimu Star trialists have arrived at the Blue Star trial area. Ding, the Third World Chimu Star trialists have arrived at the Blue Star trial area. Everyone looked at Yang Ye in unison. Wait for me, Yang Ye said 2 words and directly teleported away. In less than a minute, Yang Ye returned. Lifespan value 14,718 ding. Congratulations to the Master of Blue Star, Yang Ye, for killing the Chimu Star trialist and gaining 10,000. Lifespan value. Ding. Congratulations to the Master of Blue Star, Yang Ye, for killing the Chimu Star trialist and gaining 10,000 lifespan value. The 10,000 trialists from Chimu Star were instantly wiped out by Yang Ye, and his lifespan value increased by a full 10,000. Wang Tang and the others had their first experience and had seen a bit of the world, so they were much calmer this time. They suppressed their shock and continued forward, under Yang Ye's lead. However, the youngest boy in red couldn't hold back. Brother Yang Ye, are the trialists from other realms not that strong? At the front, Eternal Knight glanced back and smiled. Very impressive, just a little worse than me. Everyone, their damage is very high, Eternal Knight explained. The situation of these trialists to them. These individuals are the top batch of trialists from the Dragon Kingdom, and it's good for them to know the strength of the foreign trialists to have a target. Can they hit you for a few million health points? Wang Tang and the others couldn't help but show their shock. That's right, Eternal Knight said solemnly, damage after rank suppression and a 99% damage reduction. I just went up and unleashed my skills right in their faces, and took them out in an instant. As his words fell, Wang Tang and the others fell silent, an invisible pressure weighing on their hearts. For a moment, no one spoke. The group continued in silence, and halfway through, the system announcement rang out again. Ding, Third World Pluto trialists have arrived at the Blue Star Trial Zone. Ding, Third World Pluto trialists have arrived at the Blue Star Trial Zone. Eternal Knight was taken aback. This felt a bit familiar. Wait for me, he said, and left again. Moments later, Eternal Knight returned with a gloomy expression, and Wang Tang and the others noticed something was off with his demeanor. However, since Eternal Knight didn't say anything, they didn't ask further. Each person was lost in their own thoughts, and after a while, Kunlun Mountain finally appeared in Eternal Knight's sight. Kunlun Mountain had arrived. Doesn't seem special, Eternal Knight muttered to himself as he led the group deeper in. The exotic beasts that appeared had increasingly higher ranks, but there was no difference between Kunlun Mountain and the 5 sacred mountains. Eternal Knight was also unclear why these people specifically wanted to come to Kunlun Mountain. Just as he was about to turn back, Eternal Knight looked ahead, surprised. What is that? Wang Tang and the others' expressions also changed. In front of them appeared a monster that resembled a snake but had 4 wings. Eternal Knight was shocked not because it looked strange but because he couldn't see any information about it. Ever since he had been promoted to planetary rank, he could see all the information about the exotic beasts of the Blue Star without using detection techniques. But this flying snake yielded no information. Hiss, the flying snake noticed Eternal Knight and the others, letting out a hiss before transforming into a streak of light, charging towards the front where Eternal Knight stood. So fast, Eternal Knight's pupils constricted, and he hurriedly sidestepped. However, his arm was still grazed by the flying snake. There was no damage value displayed, only a patch of crimson appeared on Eternal Knight's arm, blood flowing out continuously. Eternal Knight's body trembled, frozen in place. How could this happen? After injuring Eternal Knight, the flying snake revealed a hint of mockery, proudly swaying its body in midair, provocatively staring at the group. What's going on? Eternal Knight disregarded the flying snake and fixed his gaze on Wang Tang and the others. The shock on Wang Tang and the others' faces was uncontrollable. I don't know either, the red-clad youth stammered. Eternal Knight was injured. This completely overturned everyone's understanding. Eternal Knight's expression darkened as he scanned Wang Tang and the others before turning to the flying snake. Crimson sun rending the sky. A beam of energy shot straight through the flying snake. However, the next moment, damn! Eternal Knight cursed loudly. The flying snake was unscathed. The energy beam seemed to have merely flashed in front of its eyes, and it couldn't help but blink. The attack had failed. Still not saying anything? Eternal Knight turned his head, furious, looking at Wang Tang and the others. But at that moment, the flying snake moved again. 886. Without any hesitation, Eternal Knight directly summoned his sword, and fled. Eternal Night wasn't foolish, this group clearly had something to hide from him. Kunlun Mountain was where they wanted to come, and now this flying snake appeared and they claimed to know nothing. Better to let the dead friend go than the poor Taoist. If they won't speak, then let them fend for themselves. The speed of Eternal Night reached its peak, disappearing from everyone's sight in just a few breaths. However, the flying snake ignored Wang Tang and the others, chasing after Eternal Night. After Eternal Night left, the red-clad youth hurriedly said to Wang Tang, "Brother Wang Tang, what was that? Why is Brother Eternal Night bleeding? Why isn't it a damage value?" The red-clad youth bombarded him with questions, clearly unaware of the situation. Wang Tang and Limu exchanged glances and shook their heads. "Aren't you going to say anything?" The red-clad youth grew anxious. "I'm going to tell Grandpa." Saying this, the red-clad youth really started to leave. "Wait," Wang Tang suddenly said, "we really can't be sure." But Wang Tang hesitated before speaking. "If I'm not mistaken, that flying snake should be called Ming Snake. It resembles a snake, but has 4 wings, its sound is like thunder, and when seen, it brings drought. The Ming Snake signifies disaster. It is a beast of calamity, also known as the disaster snake." The red-clad youth was taken aback, muttering to himself, "Wang Tang, are you making up a myth here?" Wang Tang shook his head. "No. It's just that after we discovered the anomalies on Blue Star, some creatures that shouldn't exist have appeared on Blue Star. And these creatures are not affected by the trials of the Third World. In other words, they exist independently of the Third World trials." Damn it! Eternal Night was somewhat exasperated. He couldn't shake off the flying snake behind him. Seeing that he couldn't get rid of it, he was about to use spatial leap to return directly to the main city when, ding, the Third World Golden Water Star trialist has arrived in the Blue Star trial area. Ding, the Third World Golden Water Star trialist has arrived in the Blue Star trial area. Good timing. Eternal Night's eyes lit up and he vanished from his spot. Behind him, the flying snake that was chasing Eternal Night suddenly hit the brakes, its head darting around, clearly confused about how the person had suddenly disappeared. However, after turning in circles a few times and sniffing around, it suddenly looked up at the sky. After hesitating for a moment, the flying snake suddenly accelerated and flew towards the sky. Outside, Nan Shan, wearing a red cloak, gazed at Blue Star from a distance. The next moment, Eternal Night appeared mysteriously. However, upon seeing the distant red cloak, Eternal Night frowned slightly. Only one person? And hiding so far away. Not within the range of Blue Star, he wouldn't have any bonuses. Nan Shan looked at the suddenly appearing Eternal Night, his heart racing. What the hell, what the hell, a level 200 planetary tier trialist? I thought I was a wallflower, but this guy is a major wallflower. Nan Shan looked at Eternal Night, his expression changing rapidly. Eternal Night was also a bit dazed. Was this red-cloaked man sick? Why did he look at him so strangely? After a moment, Nan Shan suddenly laughed. "I am the Lord of Golden Water Star, Nan Shan." Nan Shan cupped his hands. "What do you go by?" Upon hearing this, Eternal Night's expression darkened. The Lord of Golden Water Star. Then this person also possessed planetary tier status. "Lord of Blue Star," Eternal Night replied. "Eternal Night. Good name." Little did he know that as soon as Eternal Night finished speaking, Nan Shan suddenly praised, "Eternal Night, truly a good name." Eternal Night, how good? In what way? Nan Shan was taken aback. He was just being polite. Why was this person taking it seriously? Nan Shan laughed. "Brother Eternal Night, you are truly humorous." Eternal Night, however, remained cold and unapproachable, saying flatly, "Don't beat around the bush." Nan Shan chuckled. "I've long admired the name of Brother Eternal Night. I came to make a friend." "Whom? Long admired?" Eternal Night looked at Nan Shan suspiciously. "Haven't we just met?" Nan Shan's eyes darted. "Do you believe in love at first sight?" "I and Brother Yang Ye meet too late," said Nan Shan. Damn, Yang Ye tensed up. It seemed like the mind of this Jinchuixing Nan Shan wasn't quite right. Nan Shan realized he might have gone a bit too far and quickly added, "Brother Yang Ye, I, Jinchuixing, want to ally with you." "Ally?" Yang Ye looked at Nan Shan warily. "What kind of alliance?" "Naturally, a defensive alliance," Nan Shan said enthusiastically. "In this vast universe, we are so insignificant. Only by banding together can we." "No need." Before Nan Shan could finish, Yang Ye directly refused. "I am invincible in this world. I don't need an alliance." Nan Shan was stunned. Wasn't that his usual phrase? Nan Shan awkwardly chuckled. "Yang Ye, my old brother, I used to think the same way, but you ni? Yang Ye's expression changed. 8, 3, 9, 5. The Judgment Final Chapter card in Yang Ye's hand changed 4 times in a row. Blazing Sun burns the world, minus 143.64 billion. What the? Nan Shan was taken aback. He had just awkwardly laughed a few times, and this Yang Ye was crazy? However, Nan Shan directly disappeared from the range of the Blazing Sun burns the world skill. The next second, he reappeared in another position. So strong, Yang Ye's heart sank. He had deliberately made an excuse to test Nan Shan's strength. After all, this was an existence at the same planetary level. as him, but unexpectedly, Nanshan had dodged it directly. Nanshan should have, like him, possessed a teleportation skill. Youngya, don't think I'm really afraid of you, Nanshan said somewhat angrily. Since ancient times, the rule has been not to strike a smiling face. You've gone too far. However, Youngye suddenly spoke. The matter of the alliance can be discussed. Nanshan looked at Youngye suspiciously, not understanding why his attitude had suddenly changed. Youngye smiled. I was just testing your strength. If you were too weak, you naturally wouldn't qualify to ally with me. However, Youngye's true thought was that Nanshan had been the planetary lord longer than him, and there were some things he could ask him for free. Nanshan felt a bit embarrassed. He prided himself on being invincible, yet today he was tested by someone. If it weren't for Youngye being such a big shot, Nanshan would have definitely made a move earlier. However, facing such a big shot, Nanshan still held back. After all, those who know the times are heroes. Ha ha, Nanshan awkwardly laughed a few times. So that's how it is. By the way, Nanshan suddenly asked curiously, Brother Youngye, why haven't you joined a faction yet? Before Youngye could speak, Nanshan guessed smugly, could it be that you want to fish? Like killing foreign trialists? Hey, I'm not bragging. Back in the day, I did the same thing? How do you join a faction? Youngye suddenly blurted out. Nanshan was stunned. You don't know? I don't know, Youngye replied. Honestly, I received a system notification, but it didn't tell me how to join. Nanshan looked at Youngye strangely. Haven't you tried talking to the main city NPC? NPC again. Youngye was also stunned. Just as Youngye was about to speak, Nanshan's expression suddenly changed dramatically. Damn! Nanshan shouted and suddenly disappeared from his spot. Youngye was taken aback. What was going on? However, Youngye suddenly tensed up and slowly turned around. Behind him, that flying snake was looking at him with ill intent. Not done yet? Youngye glared at the flying snake with a grim expression. What on earth did this guy want? Blazing sun burns the world, strike first. The area outside, within a radius of dozens of kilometers, was instantly illuminated by the blazing Sunday. However, under the scorching sun, the flying snake remained unscathed. Damn! Youngye was speechless. The third world had a bug, and his random damage was ineffective. Forget it, a good man doesn't fight with a snake. Seeing the situation was not good, Youngye prepared to use spatial leap to leave. But at that moment, little servant, you're blinding my eyes again. A childish voice came from the mouth of the flying snake. Youngye's heart trembled. Can it talk? Youngye blurted out, his eyes wide as he stared at the flying snake. Even planetary-level beings do not speak human language, yet this flying snake actually opened its mouth to talk. Could it be above planetary level? A sense of inexplicable crisis enveloped Youngye's heart. He had thought that after ascending to planetary rank and becoming the master of Blue Star, he would be invincible at least on Blue Star. But who would have thought that just as he was enjoying his invincibility, this creature would suddenly appear? What do you mean by talking? The flying snake did not open its mouth. Yet Youngye clearly heard its voice. I am transmitting my thoughts. Thoughts. Youngye's expression darkened again. No, it was the soul, the flying snake's voice resonated directly in his mind. After a moment of silence, Youngye cautiously asked, Are you following me for something? You came up here and flashed in my eyes for no reason. How do you plan to compensate me? The flying snake transmitted again. What do you want? Youngye asked cautiously. The flying snake looked Youngye up and down. The things you have in your hands are not bad. Hand them over. Goodbye. Youngye tossed out a single phrase and vanished from the spot. What a joke. Wanting his judgment finale card. Absolutely impossible. In the next moment, Youngye reappeared on Kunlun Mountain. Wang Tang and the others had not left yet, and upon seeing Youngye return, they immediately felt a bit tense. Speak. Youngye glared at the crowd. I don't have that much patience. If you still say you don't know, you'll die. The red-clad youth looked at the murderous Youngye and quickly said, Brother Youngye, that's the Ming snake. It's not part of the Third World Trial. Not part of the Third World Trial? Waves surged in Youngye's heart. This statement was too significant. Youngye suppressed his shock and looked at the red-clad youth. Explain clearly. Let me speak. Wang Tang stepped forward. After the Third World descended upon Blue Star, we discovered some anomalies. Wang Tang said slowly. Some mythical creatures began to appear on Blue Star. And these mythical creatures are not affected by the Third World Trial. Continue, Youngye said coldly. Wang Tang continued in a deep voice. We speculate that besides the Third World, there is another mysterious force influencing Blue Star. Upon hearing this, Youngye blurted out, the upper echelons of Blue Star are hiding and not showing themselves just to study this? That's part of the reason, Wang Tang explained. Since Blue Star humans can accept the Third World Trial, why can't they accept other trials? The higher-ups predict that there may be entities on Blue Star that are not weaker than those in the Third World. Let me interject. Limu suddenly spoke up. This force is called the Mythical Revival Trial. Youngye fell silent, not expecting Blue Star to have such a secret. After a moment, Youngye suddenly asked, Has anyone succeeded in the Mythical Revival Trial? What is their strength like? Wang Tong shook his head. I really don't know about that. Don't know? Yang Ye's expression darkened as he stared at Wang Tong, clearly unconvinced. Wang Tong forced a bitter smile. I truly don't know, because we are also undergoing the third world trial. Wang Tang had no words to express his frustration. They did know some things, but not much. Today, they had acted on impulse, wanting to try their luck on Kunlun Mountain, and unexpectedly encountered the real deal. The mythical revival trial. Even Yang Ye was at a loss. At least Yang Ye couldn't harm the Ming snake, while the Ming snake could harm Yang Ye. The two trials seemed to have already established a clear hierarchy. Yang Ye stared at Wang Tang for a moment, pressing further, who has accepted the mythical revival trial. Wang Tang remained silent for a while before uttering 3 words, silent layer. Li Mu interjected at this moment. It is said that the death rate of the mythical revival trial is too high. Only those who are willing to face death can possibly succeed. Yang Ye wanted to continue asking, but at that moment, the flying snake rushed over again. Yang Ye's expression changed. How should we deal with it? Yang Ye was indeed in a bit of a dilemma. His methods were ineffective against the flying snake. It was as if the power of the third world could not affect the flying snake. I don't know, Wang Tang said helplessly. The other 10 or so people also shook their heads repeatedly. They truly had no idea. Get back, Yang Yi said, somewhat exasperated. I'll draw it away. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi flew straight into the depths of Kunlun Mountain. The flying snake ignored the others and directly chased after Yang Yi. Let's go, Wang Tang gritted his teeth and led everyone back. We won't let Yang Yi die here, will we? The red-clad youth said anxiously. Yi Chen and the others hesitated as well. If they let the number 1 person of Blue Star die here, they would be the sinners of Blue Star. At least for now. In the trial of the third world, Yang Yi was everyone's pillar. No, Wang Tang said calmly, he has space teleportation. The Ming snake can't catch up to him. The red-clad youth nodded. Why doesn't he return to the main city? He doesn't want to bring the Ming snake back, Yi Chen said with a complex expression. If Yang Yi can't handle it, let alone anyone else. On the other side, Yang Yi was speeding along on his sword, but the flying snake was getting closer and closer. Stop! Yang Yi shouted, halting his flight. I think we can talk. Yang Yi looked at the flying snake. My cards are of no use to you. How about we trade for something else? Whether it's useful or not is up to me. The flying snake clearly had its eyes on Yang Yi's judgment finale. Yang Yi, not giving up, said, just listen to what I have to offer. The flying snake showed a hint of anthropomorphic expression. You speak. How about I catch you a few mice? Yang Yi said earnestly. Don't snakes love to eat mice? Flying snake? Whoosh, the flying snake was clearly enraged, its body suddenly accelerating without warning. Yang Yi's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly sidestepped, barely avoiding it. You asked for it. Yang Yi's expression darkened. Being chased by a beast for so long, he couldn't take it anymore. 35445365465474654732323555. The points of judgment finale were jumping wildly. After killing the Pluto trialist, Yang Ye's lifespan value reached 24,718, allowing him to draw 247 times. Regardless of whether it was useful or not, Yang Yi decided to go all out. However, after drawing more than 100 times, the judgment finale suddenly stopped moving. Yang Yi was taken aback as the judgment finale displayed a special card, Black Joker. Ding, judgment finale, the final trump card. Life unseen, death unending. Extra update _ I have something tomorrow, might update during the day, don't stay up until midnight waiting, my dears. It was the Black Joker, and Yang Ye's expression brightened. He didn't expect that after drawing more than 100 times, he would pull out the trump card. Life unseen, death unending. Such a high-class line, the effect of the trump card couldn't be bad, right? However, Yang Yi also didn't dare to be certain whether the trump card of judgment finale would have any effect on the flying snake. After all his previous attacks had been ineffective against the flying snake. Just then, the entire sky over Kunlun Mountain suddenly darkened. Is it dark? Yang Yi was taken aback. The Ming snake also looked up in confusion, seemingly not understanding why the sky had suddenly darkened. Domain of death, a strange voice echoed, and the space under the shroud of darkness began to twist and surge, rolling violently like boiling molten iron. The entire pitch-black sky seemed to transform into a waterfall, cascading down towards the Ming snake. The Ming snake sensed this powerful threat, and a hint of fear finally appeared in its serpent eyes. Hiss, the Ming snake let out a shriek and charged towards Yang Yi. Bang, suddenly, an invisible barrier appeared in front of Yang Yi, blocking the Ming snake. In the next moment, the cascading sky engulfed the Ming snake. Ding, congratulations to the Lord of the Blue Star, Eternal Night, for eradicating the disaster. Beast, reward, lifespan plus 1000, level plus 100. Ding, congratulations to the Lord of the Blue Star, Eternal Night, contribution value in the third world plus 1. A series of system prompts rang in Eternal Night's ears, and then the entire sky returned to normal. The flying serpent vanished without a trace, as if everything that had just happened was merely his illusion. The domain, Eternal Night murmured, is It a domain? After a moment, he regained his senses. The flying serpent was referred to as a disaster beast in the third world, and killing the flying serpent had directly granted him 1,000 lifespan points. Moreover, he received a level reward of plus 100, bringing his level directly to 300. However, the level seemed to hold little significance for Eternal Knight. He currently possessed the only equipment he needed and did not rely on leveling up to replace or upgrade his gear. The only somewhat useful aspect was the lifespan points and 5 free attribute points awarded for each level gained. However, from the beginning until now, Eternal Knight had not used the attribute points he gained with each level up, and he had already accumulated 1,500 points. These attribute points felt somewhat useless to him, and he had kept them unused. Contribution value in the third world +1. But what was the use of this contribution value? It seems I need to ask Nanshan. Eternal Knight thought of Nanshan again. Although this person seemed a bit eccentric, he had achieved planetary rank before him, so he should know some things. Most importantly, Nanshan had fled as soon as he saw the flying serpent, clearly aware of something. With this in mind, Eternal Knight decided to leave this place first, but at that moment, the space where the flying serpent had been suddenly rippled. To Eternal Knight's astonishment, a strange wave of energy appeared out of nowhere, rushing towards him. Instinctively, Eternal Knight tried to dodge to the side, but this force had already invaded his body. Eternal Knight tensed up, a warm current instantly spreading throughout his body. However, immediately after, a painful groan escaped Eternal Knight's lips. He felt his veins bulging, his skin turning bright red, and a large amount of sweat oozing out, quickly evaporating. Within a few breaths, his body shriveled like a withered tree, shrinking in size. A bizarre scene unfolded on Eternal Knight's body. His health and lifespan values remained unchanged, but his body showed signs of decay. The immense pain caused Eternal Knight's consciousness to blur, and he could no longer maintain his sword control technique, plummeting from the sky. Thud, a muffled sound echoed as Eternal Knight's body crashed straight down onto the mountaintop, sinking into the snow. After a brief moment, a thick white mist rose from the mountaintop and the snow rapidly melted. Moments later, as the snow melted away, Eternal Knight was revealed. At this time, he was curled up on the black rock, motionless. After a long while, thud, 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 a violent thumping resonated from Eternal Knight's chest, and the blood vessels beneath his skin suddenly began to swell and pulse. His previously withered body quickly returned to normal. Eternal Knight suddenly opened his eyes, a tingling sensation repeatedly assaulting his flesh, and he couldn't help but let out a groan. He slowly sat up, instinctively clenching his fists, and with a rip, a light sound came from between his fingers. Eternal Knight was taken aback and immediately swung his fist towards a nearby rock. Bang! The rock exploded, shattering into pieces. What immense power! A hint of shock flashed in Eternal Knight's eyes. He blew away the dust from his hands, and the back of his hand was as smooth as jade, leaving no trace behind. Surviving a great disaster brings great fortune, Eternal Knight murmured. Could this be the mythological revival trial that Wang Tong mentioned? His physical body had received tremendous enhancement. Aside from the mythological revival trial, Eternal Knight couldn't think of another reason. He was well aware that his current situation was clearly different from the trials of the third world. Under the trial system of the third world, no matter how powerful he was, he ultimately remained confined to measurable, specific values. The trials of the third world are like a process of digitizing or quantifying everyone and everything. But now, Yang Ye clearly understands that it is his own body that has undergone a qualitative leap. Flying snake, disaster beast. Yang Ye squints his eyes slightly. According to Wang Tong, the disaster beast is not part of the third world trials, which means that the third world cannot incorporate the disaster beast into its trial system. To put it more bluntly, the third world cannot quantify or digitize the disaster beast. In that case, Yang Ye stands up. The myth revival trials are at least on the same level as the third world. But that's not right. Yang Ye suddenly realizes a problem. If the third world cannot incorporate the disaster beast into its trial system, then why was he able to use the methods of the third world? To kill the flying snake? It was forcibly erased. Yang Ye instantly realizes that the power mobilized by the Judgment final chapters trump card far exceeds that of the flying snake. What level of power is the death domain? Yang Ye feels a hint of curiosity. How could it forcibly erase the flying snake? Just then, ding, the third world Golden Water Star trialist has arrived at the Blue Star trial area. Ding, the third world Golden Water Star trialist has arrived at the Blue Star trial area. Yang Ye is taken aback but soon reveals a smile, which then disappears. Outside, Nanshan cautiously watches Blue Star. Yang Ye should be dead by now. Nanshan mutters softly, a creature not part of the trials has appeared on Blue Star. Sigh, Nanshan sighs, I originally thought Blue Star had produced an invincible being to rival me, but unexpectedly, he fell so quickly. Indeed, when kings do not see each other, if they do, one must fall. Speaking of which, I still owe you, Yang Ye. Nanshan is still lost in self-indulgence when a voice suddenly interrupts. What? Yang Ye looks at Nanshan suspiciously. Kings do not see each other? Upon arriving, Yang Ye hears Nanshan mention kings not seeing each other, and he instinctively thinks of his Judgment Final Chapter card. If kings do not see each other, doesn't that mean he cannot gather 2 trump cards for his Judgment Final Chapter? Damn, Nanshan sees Yang Ye and, like seeing a ghost, immediately retreats thousands of meters. You're still alive? Nanshan flashes back, sizing up Yang Ye from head to toe. How is this possible? How is this possible? Nanshan keeps repeating this phrase as if he has witnessed something incredible. How is it not possible? Yang Ye calmly replies, seeing is believing, am I not fine? Nanshan's eyes are filled with shock, and after a while, he finally accepts this reality. How did you survive? Nanshan can't help but ask. Let's not talk about that. Yang Ye doesn't answer, but instead asks, do you know about that flying snake? No, Nanshan immediately shakes his head. Then how can you be so sure I wouldn't survive? Yang Ye frowns. Bro, Nanshan says in surprise, can't you feel it? It's not part of the trials. Oh, Nanshan suddenly changes his tone, your level is too low, you haven't reached. Ha! Nanshan's words are cut off, and his expression turns ghostly as he exclaims, how are you? Already level 300? Not long ago, when he was fleeing, Yang Ye was clearly only level 200. How could it be that in such a short time he has reached level 300? So what if it's not part of the trials? Yang Ye presses on. As for Nanshan's exclamations, Yang Ye directly ignores them. Nanshan looks at Yang Ye with a speechless expression. After a moment, Nanshan finally says, not being part of the trials means that all our current means are useless against it. Yang Ye falls silent. Nanshan's words are indeed correct. Before drawing the trump card, he couldn't hurt the flying snake. Yang Ye looked at Nanshan. So how can we kill it? Kill it? Nanshan flashed a hint of surprise, but quickly regained his smug demeanor. You've asked the right person. I'm not bragging, Nanshan said, hands clasped behind his back. Besides me, there really aren't many who are qualified to know. Yang Ye felt a bit annoyed. This Nanshan could show off and act cool. At any time, it was definitely ingrained in his bones. Seeing Yang Ye's expression change, Nanshan quickly toned it down and said, we need a kind of rebirth power. What rebirth power? Yang Ye pressed. I don't know, Nanshan shook his head, looking as if it were obvious. I haven't obtained that power, how would I know? However, Nanshan changed his tone, speaking seriously, this power can ignore all attributes and directly annihilate the entity. Yang Ye was taken aback. Thinking Yang Ye didn't understand, Nanshan elaborated, let me give you an example. If a beast with over 100 trillion health points appears, you definitely can't kill it in an instant. But if we can possess this rebirth power, we can ignore its health points and easily take it down. Yang Ye narrowed his eyes. According to Nanshan, his trump card, the Judgment's Final Chapter, the Realm of Death, belonged to this rebirth power. Cough. Nanshan suddenly became serious. I've given this rebirth power a name. Yang Ye was taken aback. Nanshan's sudden seriousness was something he wasn't quite used to. What name? Yang Ye's curiosity was piqued. Nanshan whispered, this power is called Nanshan Returns to Truth. Yang Ye. Ha ha ha, Nanshan laughed heartily. What do you think of this name? Return to Truth. Yang Ye silently repeated in his heart. Ignoring data, returning to truth. Could it be that it means moving from data to reality? So, within the realm of death, the numerical monsters of the third world, regardless of their level, would all be useless, and the only outcome would be death. Therefore, the Judgment's Final Chapter trump card could erase the flying snake. After a moment, not a bad name, Yang Ye nodded seriously. Nanshan was also taken aback. This was the first time Yang Ye hadn't refuted him. It was somewhat unexpectedly moving. Alright, Nanshan suddenly asked, how did you manage to dodge that snake's pursuit? Maybe it's because I'm handsome, Yang Ye casually replied. Nanshan's face darkened at his words. Actually, Yang Ye corrected himself, I made a deal with it. Nanshan curiously pressed, what deal? The snake likes to eat mice, Yang Ye said nonchalantly, I gave it a few. Ah? Nanshan looked confused, is it that simple? Yang Ye looked at the bewildered Nanshan and suddenly blurted out, what use is the contribution value of the third world? What is that? Nanshan shook his head, I've never heard of it. Yang Ye fell silent. Nanshan's ignorance indicated he hadn't obtained it. It made sense, he had only gained a bit of third world contribution value after killing the flying snake. Nanshan clearly couldn't kill an existence like the flying snake. Yang Ye suddenly looked at Nanshan and pointed to Blue Star. Wanna go in and have a seat? Nanshan immediately shook his head. No, no way. What a joke. Blue Star had things beyond trials. Even if it killed him, he wouldn't go in. Yang Ye tentatively asked, what? About the alliance you wanted to form with me? Oh, Nanshan perked up again. You go join the main city faction first, and I'll come find you later, or you can go to Jingshui Star to find me. Okay, Yang Ye nodded slowly. He also wanted to know what Nanshan was really after by forming an alliance with him. Just. Yang Ye looked at Nanshan and asked, want some tea? Nanshan was taken aback. What? Tea? Are you not leaving if you don't drink tea? A sense of helplessness rose within Yang Ye. This Nanshan was a good person, but he just couldn't understand human speech. Oh, haha, Nanshan chuckled awkwardly, I'm leaving. With that, Nanshan's figure flickered and disappeared from the spot. Yang Ye stood still for a moment before returning to Blue Star. However, Yang Ye did not go to the main city to join any faction, but instead appeared directly in the Dragon Kingdom's underground city. The Myth Revival Trial. Yang Ye murmured softly as he looked at the somewhat empty underground city. It was time to have a face-to-face conversation. What other secrets were hidden in the anomalies of Blue Star? This layer of window paper should be pierced through. Moments later, in the underground city, District S, in a garden, an old man sat alone under a pavilion, drinking. Yang Ye slowly walked into the garden. The old man looked up and smiled. Kid, you finally came, come sit. Yang Ye looked at the old man. Were you waiting for me? The old man nodded slowly. I thought you would come as soon as you had the ability to teleport back to the underground city, but I didn't expect it took you so long. The old man marveled. With so many mysteries, you, at such a young age, are quite composed. Yang Ye hesitated. I always thought you would come looking for me. The old man. Yang Ye. Sit down, the old man said with a smile. Are you going to stand and chat with me the whole time? Hearing this, Yang Ye walked straight to sit opposite the old man. As soon as Yang Ye sat down, he asked, who is the one who cast the illusion of mirror flowers in Watermoon? The old man looked at Yang Ye in surprise. I thought you would be more concerned about the Myth Revival trial, but I didn't expect you to ask this first. However, after the old man finished speaking, a hint of appreciation appeared in his eyes. Yang Ye said solemnly, I can't even know who those who sacrificed for me are. They are our people, the old man replied. However, they sacrificed for the Dragon Kingdom, so you don't have to take it upon yourself. If it weren't for you, the old man continued, most of the Dragon Kingdom's people would still be in the underground city. Yang Ye remained silent and did not speak. Let's talk about the Third World Trial first. The old man looked at Yang Ye. We indeed knew about the Third World Trial quite early. Our detectors intercepted a coded message sent from deep space. The holographic chamber connects to the Third World because we input the code sent from the Third World. What exactly is the Third World? Yang Ye couldn't help but ask. We speculate that it is a cosmic super civilization far beyond the level of our Blue Star. The old man replied, it can digitize and transform everything that exists. Entering the Third World is equivalent to undergoing a process of transformation. The holographic chamber is a medium because the human constitution of Blue Star is too weak to directly withstand the effects of data transformation. Yang Ye frowned. What is the purpose of the trial? To screen seeds, the old man said calmly. Yang Ye was taken aback by this. Seeing his reaction, the old man explained, you can also understand it as searching for variables. The Third World has the ability to quantify everything based on data, the old man said solemnly. However, this initial digitization is controllable. The Third World should be using its controllable initial data to deduce or, in other words, trying to derive unknown variables on a cosmic scale. And this requires a large number of living beings to participate, the old man said slowly. We have also been drawn into this trial. Yang Ye was silent for a moment and said, so, we are specimens for the Third World to deduce variables? Guinea pigs, the old man laughed. This metaphor is more appropriate and fitting because only through the continuous evolution of life can variables emerge. Upon hearing this, Yang Ye nodded thoughtfully. The old man, seeing this, couldn't help but say, kid, don't nod your head, you still don't understand. What? Yang Ye was confused. Do you think the Third World will wait for life to evolve normally? The old man said solemnly. Yang Ye's gaze sharpened. Are you saying? That's right, the old man nodded. The Third World will do everything possible to accelerate the process of life evolution. This process means countless creatures will die. Beasts are our Blue Star, we are all guinea pigs for the Third World's accelerated evolution, the old man said in a deep voice. It may seem calm now, but that's because you are moving too fast, the old man continued. If it weren't for you, the Third World would find other ways to speed up the process for all the challengers on Blue Star. Yang Ye couldn't help but ask, are these things you're saying obtained from the encoded information of the Third World? Of course not. The old man replied, I made all this up. Yang Ye? The old man looked at Yang Ye's speechless expression and laughed. It's not completely made up, it's a reasonable inference. The technological level of the Third World is unimaginable, almost monstrous, the old man said meaningfully. What do you think their purpose is in datafying everything? Yang Ye slowly uttered a few words, to find variables. The old man awkwardly smiled. That was something he had just made up. What do you mean by variables? The old man followed Yang Ye's words and fell into thought. Yang Ye. Compared to the Third World, the old man suddenly sighed, our Blue Star's technological power is too weak. Datafying everything. The old man shook his head repeatedly. It's simply unfathomable. Then what about the mythical revival trial? Yang Ye couldn't help but ask. Upon hearing this, the old man's expression became serious. The mythical revival trial was an accident. It was an unexpected occurrence when the third world quantified Blue Star. When the third world descended upon Blue Star and datafied everything, another indescribable force appeared on Blue Star. The old man murmured, even the third world couldn't quantify it. Yongyi seized on the key point in the old man's words. Is there more than one mythical creature? That roaring snake is just one of them? Mythical creature? The old man shook his head. That's just a local snake. It should have mutated after coming into contact with that force. Yongyi was taken aback. A local snake? A local snake gave birth to consciousness? And could even converse with him? Wang Tang and the others are following the path of the third world, the old man explained, so they don't know much, and would think it's a mythical creature. What about that star on Blue Star? Yongyi asked again. Cosmic creature, the old man said softly, a living, big fellow. Yongyi's pupils contracted. Although he had always suspected it was a living thing, hearing it confirmed by the old man still surprised him. However, if such a big fellow had been datafied by the third world, why would there still be existences that the third world couldn't quantify? That Yongyi suddenly thought of something. The purpose of the third world isn't to simulate the Great Tao with data, is it? Upon hearing this, the old man's eyes lit up. Are you saying supernatural powers? We had that speculation too. How did you come up with it? Yongyi replied, I made it up. The old man was somewhat speechless. Yongyi was using his words to retort him. However, Yongyi felt that his speculation had a high probability. Since the third world could already quantify everything, what it wanted to use data to deduce should only be the elusive Tao, the laws of the Great Tao, or some strange power? After a moment of silence, Yongyi asked again, what stage is the mythical revival trial in the Dragon Kingdom now? As soon as he said this, the old man's expression changed slightly. After a long pause, he finally said, the casualties are significant. Currently, only 7 people have been confirmed successful. A heavy feeling settled in Yongyi's heart. For the elder to say that death was significant, the number of people who died in the trial was likely astronomical. Unable to hold back, Yongyi asked, what is the content of the trial? The elder shook his head. I don't know. What? Yongyi was taken aback. How could it be that he didn't know? Do you want to go see the place of the myth revival trial? The elder suddenly said. Upon hearing this, Yongyi was surprised. Just go casually? The elder nodded, then shook his head. But there are 7 people who succeeded, right? Yongyi said in a deep voice, then they. However, before Yongyi could finish his sentence, the elder spoke. After returning from the myth revival trial, they forgot everything inside. Moreover, the elder said with a heavy tone, for such a long time, only those 7 have come out. Hearing this, Yongyi hesitated. So, other people might not have died. There is that possibility, the elder said with a bitter smile, but after so long, that hope is not great. Yongyi fell silent for a moment and asked, what is the strength of those 7? Very strong, the elder said solemnly. But they just can't control their own power yet. Can I meet them? Yongyi hadn't finished speaking when the elder firmly refused. No. Why? Yongyi asked in surprise. The elder's expression was serious. Once those 7 meet players from the third world, it will be a fight to the death. We speculate that there must be some conflict or opposition between the 2 trials. Yongyi couldn't help but ask, is there a possibility that both trials can be participated in together? Absolutely impossible, the elder shook his head. Once you pass the myth revival trial, you cannot be datafied by the third world. Hearing this, Yongyi fell silent. Then what was going on? What if one accepts the third world trial first, and then the myth revival trial? Yongyi suddenly thought of this. Since participating in the myth revival trial means one cannot be datafied by the third world, what about the reverse? Participating in the third world trial first, then attempting the myth revival trial. Would that be feasible? Moreover, it seemed that Yongyi himself was in such a situation. The elder hesitated because they had not tried it yet. No, the elder suddenly thought, not long ago, someone from Longwei gave up the third world trial and actively went to the myth revival trial. But after he entered, he also never came out. This is impossible. The elder shook his head. The 2 trials are in conflict and opposition, and it is fundamentally impossible to have both. The elder did not reveal the truth. After all, Yongyi was now the hope of the entire Blue Star and absolutely could not take risks. Not to mention the extremely high death rate of the myth revival trial. Even if the death rate were very low, the elder was not prepared to let Yongyi try. Yongyi was still at the peak of Blue Star in the third world, so the advantage must be continued to be expanded. This was the choice that could maximize benefits. One cannot put all their eggs in one basket. Whether it was the myth revival or the third world, there were people from Longwei trying. Whichever path succeeded was an opportunity. Yongyi was already the person most likely to succeed in the third world trial for Blue Star. Since he was going to try, it was impossible to let Yongyi go. Yongyi quietly looked at the elder without speaking. He could feel that the elder did not want him to attempt the myth revival trial. However, Yongyi had already made up his mind to give it a try. After killing the flying snake this time, he had gained unimaginable benefits and his physical functions had greatly improved. This kind of trial that directly affected his body, Yang Ye did not want to miss. Just not now. Because Eternal Night also discovered that the probability of drawing the Judgment Final Chapter trump card was too low. His current lifespan value was still far from sufficient. According to the old man's current assessment, the probability of the myth revival trial was too low. Recklessly going would be tantamount to seeking death. He needed to wait until his lifespan value was sufficiently high. Without the Judgment Final Chapter trump card's domain of death, Eternal Night could also fall when facing a creature like the flying snake. What are your plans next? The old man countered Eternal Night. Eternal Night pondered for a moment. I want to go out and take a look. Go out? Outside of Blue Star? The old man asked in surprise. That's right, Eternal Night nodded slowly. What about the trial takers from the other realms? The old man expressed concern. Without you there, I fear no one can hold them back. I will join a faction first, Eternal Night said. Once Blue Star joins a faction, no other trial takers will come over. That's good to hear, the old man nodded slowly. But before you leave, the old man suddenly suggested, there's something you can do first. What is it? Eternal Night asked, puzzled. Territory war. The old man laughed. It's time for the major cities of Blue Star to reopen the territory war. Eternal Night looked at the old man with a strange expression, realizing that this man was not a kind-hearted person. Don't look at me like that, the old man said lightly. If we are weak, other countries will be too. History has already provided the answer. Eternal Night nodded slowly. Then let's go according to the historical records, one by one. Ah, the old man laughed. You kid, you suit my taste. But, the old man suddenly changed his tone. We can't be too ruthless. Other countries should also have people who pass the trials. Eternal Night was taken aback. Other countries also have entrances to the myth revival trials? The old man said solemnly, indeed there are entrances, but whether they are the same type of trial as ours is still uncertain. Alright, Eternal Night nodded, agreeing readily. The so-called territory war was not a difficult matter for him. By the way, Eternal Night suddenly asked, where is the entrance to the myth revival trials? The old man looked at Eternal Night with vigilance. You shouldn't think about it, I won't tell you. Why so serious? Eternal Night said casually, I wasn't planning to go. Ha, the old man smiled without humor. Do you think I would believe you? Is trust between people really that hard? Eternal Night was somewhat speechless. It is, the old man said bluntly. If you want me to believe that you won't go, I'd rather believe that pigs can climb trees. Eternal Night pursed his lips and did not press further. The entire Blue Star belonged to him. As long as he wanted, he could always find it. Moreover, he had already discovered the flying snake in Kunlun Mountain, where there was likely a trial entrance. While Eternal Night was conversing with the old man, in the underground city of Blue Star, the high-ranking officials of various countries became exceptionally excited. In the United States, Underground City, Zone S, Bayate Nua, half of those who entered the second trial actually succeeded in coming out. Yes, and the number of those who successfully walked out of the trial is continuously increasing. Now we are going to rise completely. Dragon Country, borrowing an old saying from you, Nozwa no die, this time is your doomsday. In Sakura Country, Underground City, Zone S, our people are gradually coming out of the trial? That's right, Your Excellency, our people have successfully emerged from another mysterious trial. That's great. Eternal Night of Dragon Country, this time we will settle old scores and new grudges together. Situations like this unfolded one after another in the underground cities of various countries. For a moment, the underground cities of various countries fell into extreme excitement. In the underground dungeon of the Dragon Kingdom, within a secret chamber made of special alloy metal, a person suddenly sat up. This individual was one of the 7 who had successfully completed the mythological revival trial mentioned by the old man. So far, only these 7 had emerged from the mysterious revival trial in the Dragon Kingdom. I seem to remember something, the person murmured. It's 3 words. It is a failure. A failure. I am a trial failure. Hiss, a painful groan escaped this person's lips, veins bulging on their forehead. Suddenly, they clenched their fists tightly and slammed a punch against the alloy wall. Bang, a loud sound echoed, and the entire chamber shook violently. A massive dent formed where their fist struck. What was? The person fell into confusion again. I clearly remembered something. One of the 10 safe zones in the Dragon Kingdom, the main city of Jiangnan. After finalizing the details of the territory war with the old man, Yang Ye returned to the Jiangnan urban area from the underground dungeon. Yang Ye concealed his conspicuous unique equipment as he walked through the streets of the city. Nowadays, the entire Jiangnan urban area had almost returned to its former scene, with children's figures visible everywhere on the streets. Watching the children chase each other on the streets, some trialists around revealed a long-lost smile. Since the mutation of the Blue Star began, countless people had perished. The vast majority of them were in their prime. It was precisely this group of people that had brought about today's situation. The only difference from before was that now there were some buildings exclusively for NPCs in the Jiangnan urban area. After a moment, Yang Ye entered a hall alone. Inside the hall, an NPC was playing with a cup of milk tea. The main city guide officer, similar to the pedia or official sprite in some traditional games. "Oh, it's the lord of the city," the guide officer said. With a smile, "You really are a busy person. It's been so long since you've come to sit with me." These NPCs were as irreverent as ever. However, Yang Ye now probably understood that these NPCs were also trialists from the third world. Unlike ordinary trialists, their identity was positioned as NPCs, but it seemed that the third world also had certain tests for these NPCs, otherwise, they wouldn't be so greedy for wealth. Yang Ye awkwardly smiled and said, "I'm here to choose a faction." "All right, Lord of the City," the guide officer replied. Cheerfully, "The handling fee is 10 million blue star coins." This time, Yang Ye did not haggle and directly paid the 10 million blue star coins. The guide officer was taken aback, hesitating. "Aren't you going to bargain?" "There's no need," Yang Ye shook his head. Yang Ye wasn't lacking in this amount of blue star coins, and besides, since the NPCs of the third world were so greedy, Yang Ye speculated that this might be part of their trial conditions. The guide officer looked somewhat conflicted, his prepared script rendered useless. "What's wrong?" Yang Ye asked the guide officer curiously. "Are there any other fees?" "No," the guide officer quickly shook his head. Then said, "You can register Blue Star as an affiliated trial zone of the Galactic Empire." "The Galactic Empire?" Yang Ye was taken aback, thinking to himself, "Does it refer to the Milky Way?" "It is the Galactic Empire," the guide officer explained, "the closest star system level empire to Blue Star is the Galactic Empire. Once registered, Blue Star will become an official trial zone of the Galactic Empire. Other trial zones will also no longer be able to hunt Blue Star trialists." "Alright," Yang Ye nodded, "then let's register as an affiliated trial zone of the Galactic Empire." If it were just Yang Ye himself, he wouldn't mind if Blue Star didn't join any faction. But Yang Ye ultimately wanted to explore the cosmic starry sky. He couldn't stay on Blue Star forever. Once he leaves, and Blue Star no longer belongs to any faction, it will be troublesome. Right now, the challengers from Blue Star are not yet capable of dealing with the challengers from other realms. Ding, Third World server-wide announcement. Congratulations to Blue Star for joining the Galactic Empire and becoming an official trial area. Ding, Third World server-wide announcement. Congratulations to Blue Star for joining the Galactic Empire and becoming an official trial area. 6 consecutive server-wide announcements. In Blue Star, players in the major cities breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the system announcement. From today onwards, they no longer had to worry about challengers from other realms. In the hall, Eternal Knight looked at the guide officer and asked, "How do the challengers from other trial areas distinguish that this is Blue Star?" "That's simple," the guide officer explained. "One is the star map. All official trial areas will be lit up on the star map. The second is the early warning. Any challenger approaching Blue Star will receive a system prompt. So that's how it is." Eternal Knight nodded slowly. However, Eternal Knight thought of something else and asked, "The star map you mentioned, is it the cosmic map?" "No," the guide officer replied, "it only includes the territory of the Galactic Empire." "How much is the star map?" Eternal Knight asked. If he could buy a star map, it would be convenient in the future. The guide officer immediately laughed. 1 million galactic coins for a copy. Galactic coins? Eternal Knight frowned. He didn't have any galactic coins. 1,000:1. The guide officer enthusiastically explained, "All planetary coins from trial areas can be exchanged for galactic coins at a ratio of 1,000 to 1. "That's outrageous?" Eternal Knight instantly became agitated. At this rate, he would need to pay 100 million Blue Star coins. Eternal Knight glanced at his wealth value. Wealth, 20,652 million. Blue Star coins not enough. Eternal Knight frowned. Far too short. The guide officer seemed to notice Eternal Knight's embarrassment and kindly reminded him, "I can give you a discount." Eternal Knight was silent for a moment, extending one finger. "Just 1 million. "Ha!" The guide officer was stunned. "So generous?" Eternal Knight slowly uttered the last 3 words, "Blue Star coins." "What?" The guide officer's eyes widened, shaking his head hurriedly. "Impossible, impossible, the cost price is more than that." "It's just a map," Eternal Knight said. "It shouldn't be that precious in the Galactic Empire." "It's not that simple," the guide officer explained. "The star map covers the entire Galactic Empire and must display all planetary coordinates in real time. It's not just a simple map." Eternal Knight also realized the issue. The celestial bodies in the starry sky are not stationary. Therefore, the star map is a live map that can mark the latest coordinates of planets in real time. No wonder it's the third world. How much data processing power must be required to achieve this? Eternal Knight pondered for a moment and revised his offer. 10 million Blue Star coins. 10 million Blue Star coins, which is 10,000 galactic coins, is already quite a lot. The guide officer's face darkened, shaking his head repeatedly. No, that's too low." Ultimately, after a tug-of-war between both sides, Eternal Knight transferred 100 million Blue Star coins, which is 100,000 galactic coins, to finally obtain a star map. Ding, congratulations on obtaining the galactic star map. So expensive, Eternal Knight couldn't help but click his tongue. A star map worth 100,000 galactic coins was initially asking for 1 million galactic coins. These NPCs are not just a little greedy. Eternal Knight's wealth value was directly halved. Which? The guide officer looked at Eternal Knight and tentatively asked, "Are you planning to go out? I also have Galactic Empire Void Folding Ships for sale." Eternal Knight was taken aback. Void Folding Ships? The guide officer enthusiastically introduced, "You just need to input the corresponding coordinates and the void ship can arrive quickly." "How much?" Eternal Knight asked warily. The guide officer extended a finger. 100 million galactic coins for a void folding ship. "I can't afford it," Yang Ye decisively refused. 100 million galactic coins is equivalent to 100 billion Blue Star coins. Even if Blue Star were sold, it probably wouldn't be worth that much. After saying this, Yang Ye turned to leave. Hey, the guide officer panicked. "We can negotiate." After the guide officer finished speaking, Yang Ye actually turned back again. "Are you really going to buy?" The guide officer was taken aback. Yang Ye directly asked, "What is the use of the third world contribution points?" "What? Third world contribution points?" Yang Ye repeated. You. The guide officer stammered, "You have third world contribution points?" Seeing the guide officer's shocked reaction, Yang Ye slowly nodded. "What are they useful for?" The guide officer looked at Yang Ye and fell silent. Yang Ye was not in a hurry. The guide officer clearly knew the purpose of the contribution points, and he didn't mind waiting a little longer. After a moment, the guide officer finally spoke. "Its merit." The guide officer's expression was complex as he said, "Only those who contribute to the third world will receive contribution points. It's for the entire third world," the guide officer said solemnly, "not Blue Star, not the Galactic Empire." Upon hearing this, Yang Ye's expression tightened. So, he had contributed to the third world by killing the flying snake. Yang Ye continued, "You still haven't said what the contribution points are useful for." The guide officer was taken aback and said reluctantly, 10,000 contribution points can be exchanged for a void folding ship. Yang Ye raised an eyebrow and stared at the guide officer. "You are deceiving the merit holders of the third world." The guide officer broke into a cold sweat. He couldn't bear such an accusation. "It's a cosmic level void folding ship," the guide officer quickly explained, "not the Galactic Empire ships we discussed earlier." 10,000 contribution points left Yang Ye somewhat speechless. He only had a little contribution value. "Do I have to go to Kunlun Mountain and kill 9,999 more flying snakes?" However, this absurd thought was quickly dismissed by Yang Ye himself. Not to mention whether there were that many flying snakes, the key point was that he could only kill the flying snake if he drew the Judgment Final Chapter trump card, and the remaining lifespan value Yang Ye had was not enough for him to keep messing around. The last time he killed a flying snake consumed over 10,000 lifespan points, and now Yang Ye only had a little over 7,300 lifespan points left. Yang Ye looked at the guide officer and asked again, "How many contribution points can be exchanged for a Galactic Empire ship?" The guide officer's eyes lit up at the question, instinctively wanting to ask for a high price, but he quickly calmed down and said truthfully, 3 contribution points will do. Yang Ye casually said, "How about a discount?" Before he could finish, the guide officer hurriedly said, "There is no markup. You can inquire with the Galactic Empire. This is the official price." Seeing that the guide officer didn't seem to be lying, Yang Ye realized that if he wanted to change ships, he would have to think of other ways. After a moment, Yang Ye walked out of the hall. "There are still 3 days left," Yang Ye murmured. According to the old man's plan, the Dragon Kingdom's territorial war would not start until 3 days later. Now that Blue Star had successfully registered and there were no external threats, Yang Ye had a rare window of opportunity. However, just as Yang Ye's words fell, the system announcement suddenly rang out. Ding, in the Blue Star area, the Sakura Island camp has listed the Dragon Kingdom as a hostile camp. Ding, in the Blue Star area, the Sakura Island camp has listed the Dragon Kingdom as a hostile camp. Yang Ye was taken aback. Sakura Island had listed the Dragon Kingdom as a hostile camp? The Dragon Kingdom, in all major urban centers, whether players leveling up in the Mist Zone or those in the main city, were all stunned. Have these Foot Basin chickens gone mad? Are they out of their minds? Does Sakura Island dare to list us as a hostile camp? Damn, I've wanted to deal with these guys for a long time. This system announcement caught everyone in Longwa by surprise. No one expected Sakura Island to be so bold as to take the initiative to start a war. It should be noted that right now, Yang Ye is the undisputed #1 in Blue Star, and they seem to have no chance at all. In Sakura Island, at the major cities, countless players gathered in front of the teleportation array. However, they did not enter the teleportation array. It seemed they were waiting for something, and every one of them was filled with excitement. Inoue-kun, a player from the island, whispered, "All of our mysterious trial participants have successfully come out, is that true?" Inoue confidently replied, "Of course it's true, otherwise we wouldn't have taken the initiative to start this war." "Just watch," someone nearby chimed in, "Longwa is just our stepping stone. We have conquered Longwa before, and this time will be no exception." Inoue laughed, "This time we will take down all the Countries in Blue Star. Little Island hesitated, but Longwa has 10 safe zones. No problem, Inoue responded. As far as I know, those who come out of the mysterious trial can ignore any mechanisms of the third world. Those so-called safe zones are just a joke. At this moment, another person spoke up. What about Yanya? Inoue scoffed. For those of us who passed the mysterious trial, killing Yanya will be a piece of cake. In Sakura Island, in the underground city, Area S, a group of people stood guard in front of a massive spatial barrier. Inside the spatial barrier, people were continuously emerging. These individuals exuded a fierce aura like ancient ferocious beasts. We did it. Heaven bless our great Sakura Empire. Over 5 million people have passed the mysterious trial. This group was extremely excited, trembling all over. In another part of Area S, in a garden filled with low wooden houses, a dozen people knelt on the ground in one of the wooden houses. Your Majesty, this time it's foolproof. According to the information we received, only 7 people from Longwa passed the trial. They cannot be our opponents. A short man said solemnly, Daikokuin, I hope you won't make mistakes this time. From today onwards, Longwa, a country with a history of 5,000 years, will truly become history. If we fail, we will commit seppuku. Yoshi, that would be good. You all know that the hatred between Longwa and us cannot be resolved. There will ultimately be a war of annihilation between Sakura and Longwa. Since we have an absolute advantage this time, we cannot give Longwa any chance to breathe. As soon as he finished speaking, the dozen people in the room stood up simultaneously. Your Majesty, you can give the order. The short man looked around and suddenly stood up. With the strength of the whole nation, destroy Longwa. Countless figures in black from Sakura Island soared from the coastline, heading towards Longwa like a tidal wave. That's right, these are the warriors from our great Sakura nation who passed the mysterious trial. When do we set off? We will wait until these warriors take down Longwa's main city, then we will go in to clean up. In Longwa, Yanya rose into the air, and many Longwa players followed him into the sky. Where do they get their confidence? Yanya couldn't understand. If the higher-ups of Sakura Island had any brains, they wouldn't do something like this. Who gave them the courage? Yanya murmured softly. Could it be? A thought suddenly flashed through Yanya's mind. The myth revival trial? Just then, a private message from Yanya lit up. Be careful. The island has 500,000 people who passed the myth revival trial. Yanya's expression darkened. Trouble was brewing. Just at that moment, a system prompt rang in Yanya's ear. Ding, a large number of disaster inheritance defective products have appeared in the Blue Star area. Please proceed to coordinates XX/XX to clean them up and you can earn contribution points for the third world. Yanya was taken aback by the system task prompt regarding defective products of disaster inheritance. However, he quickly realized that the flying snake was referred to as a calamity beast in the third world, and this disaster inheritance defective product was likely another form of mythological inheritance. These defective products here, Yanya had a bold thought. Could it be referring to the 5 million people from Sakura Island who underwent the mythological revival trial? But why would those who passed the mysterious revival trial be called defective products by the third world? What was going on? Forget it, Yanya shook his head. Since he couldn't figure it out, he decided to go take a look first. Without delay, Yanya directly used spatial leap to teleport to the task coordinates. When Yanya reappeared, he was already above a vast ocean. Yanya looked into the distance, where countless black dots were rushing towards him on the horizon. Blazing sun. Burning the world. Blazing sun burning the world. Facing the so-called defective products for the first time, Yanya didn't dare to be careless and released his skills in advance. The speed of the black dots was astonishing. Just as Yanya released a few skills, they had all manifested. As expected, Yanya squinted his eyes. The distance between them was closing in, and although all these people were dressed in black, their chicken-like demeanor was recognized by Yanya at a glance. They are anomalies. Kill. The black-clad individuals also noticed Yanya and charged towards him with murderous intent. In the blink of an eye, these defective products rushed into the range of the blazing sun burning the world skill. However, Yanya's pupils constricted. These defective products, like the flying snake, showed no damage values upon entering his skill range. Not right. Yanya fixed his gaze on one of the black-clad individuals. Although no damage values appeared on him, his speed quickly decreased after entering the blazing sun burning the world skill range. Moreover, his body began to twist unnaturally. My skills are effective against them. Seeing this, Yanya felt a sense of relief. His skills were effective against these defective products, just not manifested in the form of damage values. Could they be trial failures? This thought emerged in Yanya's mind. The flying snake could completely ignore his skills, while these defective products could only be considered partially immune. Thus, Yanya speculated that these individuals had never successfully completed the trial. But Yanya had no time to think further, as these defective products were already closing in on him. A multitude of defective products emitted painful groans, their bodies twisted and deformed to a severe extent, clearly reaching their limit. I want to see how long you can withstand the burning of my skills, Yanya whispered softly. He was very curious. After all, this was the first time he encountered such a situation. No damage values appeared, yet the defective products themselves were taking damage. Whoosh, the foremost defective product had its left hand's 5 fingers half-curved, resembling claws reaching for Yang Ye's neck. Yang Ye didn't dodge immediately. Instead, he clenched his right fist and struck it. Yang Ye wanted to test whether his physical body could withstand the attacks of these defective products. With a loud bang, the entire left arm of the defective product exploded. Yet Yang Ye's right fist was unscathed, not even leaving a scratch. Yang Ye's eyes widened. Had his physical body become this strong? In the next moment, Spatial Leap saw Yang Ye disappear from his original spot. The densely packed defective products had already surrounded him. Eternal Night appeared from another direction, looking at the endless dark figures ahead. His expression darkened. The Sakura Island nation has fully launched a war. Since you seek death, Eternal Night said coldly, then disappear in Blue Star. 3, 4, 7, 8, 3, 2. The final judgment card in Eternal Night's hand transformed 6 times in succession. Blazing Sun burns the world. With the enhancement of the final judgment card, Eternal Night's skills had a dramatic effect on these defective products. Within a 20-kilometer radius, countless defective products began to emit white smoke from their bodies, which then turned into countless dust particles and dissipated. However, a large number of defective products continued to rush forward, as if driven by a vendetta, launching suicide attacks against Eternal Night. Watching them send themselves to their deaths, Eternal Night murmured, "Anomaly." This time, the defective products referred to Eternal Night as an anomaly the moment they discovered him. This meant that the testers from the Third World were seen as anomalies in their eyes. Does this imply that the Myth Revival Trials and the Third World Trials are opposing, even hostile existences? Moreover, the Myth Revival Trials do not seem to be a trial at all. Flying Serpent is a disaster, while these defective products are receiving calamity. Forget it, Eternal Night shook his head. There was too little information available, and he can only speculate so much. Blazing Sun burns the world. Eternal Night rode his sword and charged towards the defective products. This time, too many people were sent by the Sakura Island nation with such a large range for the Blazing Sun burns the world skill. Even after killing for so long, there were no signs of reduction. Eternal Night charged wildly on his sword, continuously unleashing Blazing Sun burns the world. It was only at this moment that Eternal Night fully realized how abnormal his physical body was. A large number of defective products were unable to dodge and were directly smashed by Eternal Night's body. The Myth Revival testers from Sakura Island have been intercepted by me. Eternal Night took a moment to send a private message. Dragon Kingdom Underground City, Zone S. With a loud bang, the table was slammed. Everyone, teleport all at once and sink Sakura Island to the bottom of the sea. Moments later, the teleportation arrays in the major cities of the Dragon Kingdom began to flash wildly. Ding, accumulated. Kills of 1 million Calamity Legacy defective products gained 1 point of contribution value. Damn! Eternal Night couldn't help but curse upon hearing the system prompt. He had killed over 1 million people, and it only gave him 1 point of contribution value. 1 million testers from Sakura Island equated to 1 flying serpent? What a bunch of cheap goods. Just then, a private message from Eternal Night lit up. The Dragon Kingdom has already begun to act. After reading the private message, Eternal Night thought, looks like I need to speed up. Echo of the finale. Curtain of Ashes dances. The show begins. Although these defective products did not display damage values, the higher the skill damage, the more obvious its effect on them. In Sakura Island, the main city of Tokyo, the city barrier suddenly vanished into thin air. In the urban area, players from Sakura Island were left dumbfounded. But immediately after, countless skills surged in like a tsunami. Damn, who struck so fast? I hadn't even launched my attack before they were gone? Players from the Dragon Kingdom flooded into the urban area like a burst dam. In the underground city of Sakura Island, Zone S, a wave of panic enveloped the area. How is this possible? Where are our testers? Your Majesty, the Dragon Kingdom is now launching a full counterattack. Their numbers are more than 10 times ours. Let the main city players retreat to the underground city. Are all these main cities giving up? As long as people are still alive, it doesn't matter if the main city is breached. What about Daikokuin? Didn't he guarantee everything would be foolproof? Your Majesty, Daikokuin has already committed suicide. Damn it, this emperor lost his composure. Then, let's retreat. Did they hide in advance? The players from the Dragon Kingdom had just arrived at the main city of the island nation, only to find it completely deserted. Damn, these guys are quick to hide. What do we do now? We wait for the notification. What else can we do? It's finally over, Yang Ye sighed in relief. These millions of defective products had cost him quite a bit of time. Just then, a private message from Yang Ye lit up. Again, they all hid in the underground city? Yang Ye looked at the message in surprise. Are they really acting like turtles hiding in their shells? Underground city, Yang Ye squinted. He could teleport directly inside. The underground city was quite a nice graveyard. Extra updates, starting next month. 3 updates daily, with extra updates being 4 or 5, setting a small goal. First smiley face, in the Cherry Blossom Island Nation, the underground city, the players from the island nation collectively retreated from the third world, hiding back in the underground city. In the third area of the island's underground city, the usually quiet underground buildings lit up for the first time, almost every room glowing. Many people gradually emerged from their cramped rooms, densely packed in the corridors. How could this happen? Didn't all our people pass the mysterious trial? Why did the Dragon Kingdom still come to attack? Wasn't it said that they were unaffected by the third world? Countless people from the Cherry Blossom Island Nation showed despair. Although they were temporarily safe now, they couldn't understand why the Dragon Kingdom was able to attack. Could it be that more people from the Dragon Kingdom passed the mysterious trial? That can't be. Can the people from the Dragon Kingdom really pass the mysterious trial? Although many didn't believe it, they couldn't think of any other reason besides that. A wave of panic spread through the underground city. Everyone wore a look of fear. This time, it was truly a disaster looming over them. They had actively initiated a faction war, even preparing to use the strength of their entire nation to eliminate the Dragon Kingdom. But soon, the situation reversed, and they hid underground, afraid to enter the third world. This matter cannot end well. The higher-ups will communicate, right? Let's surrender. After all, we've surrendered before. Countless people whispered in a chaotic mix, the noise rising to a clamor. However, this situation did not last long before a strange scene unfolded. The surroundings gradually quieted down until it was completely silent. Countless people looked up in unison, staring at the figure hovering in mid-air. The iconic cloak, the conspicuous black mask. Is that Yang from the Dragon Kingdom? A Cherry Blossom Islander stammered. How can he appear here? The islanders' minds short-circuited. This scene exceeded their understanding. Only by teleporting through a holographic pod to the surface could players possess the various incredible abilities of the third world. Once they exited the third world and returned to the underground city, they would no longer have the data support from the third world. This had almost become a consensus. But now, Yang Ye's appearance shattered their understanding. It was not long before someone suddenly shouted, he didn't exit the third world, he appeared here directly. Exit the third world? In midair, Yang Ye shook his head. Blazing sun. Burning world, Yang Ye whispered softly. The underground city of the Cherry Blossom Island Nation saw the emergence of a second star. A large number of islanders widened their eyes, and in the next moment, countless people fell straight down. Infinite Mother Nest, Infinite Mother Nest. Waves of Lord-level summoned beasts appeared, flying towards the distance along the underground city of the Cherry Blossom Island Nation. Yang Ye also flew towards the distance on his sword. In the underground city of the Cherry Blossom Island Nation, the stars began to flicker in each major area. These people retreated to the underground city, losing the data support from the third world and even their ability to resist. The holographic chamber is the medium through which the blue star humans connect to the third world, but everyone has overlooked one thing. When they enter the Fallen Zone, which is the surface from the novice village, everyone has already aligned with the data of the third world. They have no need to log out of the holographic chamber. Instead, they can return to the underground city with everything from the third world. However, ingrained thinking leads everyone to believe that they can only return to the underground city by logging out and exiting the third world. Little do they know, the underground city is also part of the third world. It is merely a buffer zone for blue star humans to adapt to digitization. In the Cherry Blossom Island, underground city S district, inside a wooden cabin, Your Majesty, the Dragon Kingdom's eternal night has invaded. A person rushed in a panic. As the master of Blue Star, eternal night can enter our underground city. The short man, the emperor of the Cherry Blossom, muttered to himself, we have failed again. After saying this, the short man looked at the newcomer. Let everyone enter the third world for one last fight. 100 million jade shattered. Jade and stone burned together. The newcomer exclaimed in shock, Your Majesty, why don't we surrender? The Cherry Blossom Emperor shook his head. There's no chance left. How could the Dragon Kingdom give us another opportunity? Yes, the newcomer lowered his head in response, then asked, what about you? Go to the mysterious trial. The Cherry Blossom Emperor stood up. Since there is no way back in the third world, let's take the last path. The Cherry Blossom Emperor said solemnly, let the commoners enter the third world to attract attention while we enter the mysterious trial. In the underground city of the Cherry Blossom Island, H District, G District, F District, E District, after the passage of eternal night, corpses were visible everywhere, turning into underground cities of the dead. When eternal night arrived at D District, an unexpected situation arose. Unlike the previous districts, this one was eerily silent. Is this another login? Eternal Night murmured. However, the actions of the Cherry Blossom Island suited Eternal Night's plans perfectly. If everyone died underground, the Dragon Kingdom players would gain nothing. At that moment, a distant call of a summoned beast suddenly echoed. Eternal Night was taken aback, sensed it slightly, and revealed a playful smile. Are they planning to run? Unfortunately, it's too late. As the words fell, Eternal Night remained in place. The defective product of the Cherry Blossom Island reminded Eternal Night that Blue Star was not the only one entering the Myth Revival trial. For Eternal Night, this was a major hassle. Thus, Eternal Night entered the underground city of the Cherry Blossom Island and released summoned beasts in advance. One reason was to find the entrance to the myth revival trial. The other was to block the retreat of the upper echelons of the Cherry Blossom Island. As the saying goes, a cornered dog will jump over the wall, even if the myth revival trial is dangerous. When pushed to a dead end, the upper echelons of the Cherry Blossom will be forced to enter the myth revival trial. And the reality was just as Eternal Night had anticipated. In the underground city of the Cherry Blossom Island, in front of the spatial barrier, a large number of upper echelons of the Cherry Blossom country gathered. However, at this moment, these people looked ashen. A multitude of summoned beasts gathered in front of the barrier, blocking their way. What to do? The Cherry Blossom Emperor looked at the large number of summoned beasts with despair. The last retreat was blocked. The high-ranking officials of the Cherry Blossom Island looked at the spatial barrier and the numerous summoned beasts, unable to advance or retreat. Your Majesty, I will go distract these summoned beasts. At this moment, someone stepped forward. Good. The Cherry Blossom Emperor immediately became excited. He did not expect that someone would be willing to die for him at this time. It seemed that years of imperial education and indoctrination in the Cherry Blossom Island had not been without effect. However, the Cherry Blossom Emperor's joy was short-lived. As soon as this person approached the summoned beasts, he was directly killed by a wind blade spat out by one of the summoned beasts, a bloody head rolling to the ground. The group of summoned beasts had not moved from their positions at all. It's over. The Cherry Blossom Emperor felt a chill in his heart. Faced with an absolute disparity in strength, trying to divert the summons of Eternal Night was nothing but a pipe dream. We cannot die at the hands of these beasts. One person stood up among the high-ranking members of Sakura. Clang, the long knife was drawn, standing before the Sakura Emperor. The Sakura Emperor was taken aback. Futiao-kun, are you going to commit suicide? Futiao replied solemnly, Your Majesty, our brave Sakura warriors must die with dignity. The Sakura Emperor slowly nodded. Futiao-kun, go ahead, you have not disgraced the name of the Sakura Empire. However, as soon as the Sakura Emperor's words fell, Futiao swung his knife down towards the Sakura Emperor. The Sakura Emperor was so frightened that he squatted down on the ground. Futiao-kun, the Sakura Emperor screamed, What are you doing? Your Majesty, Futiao said with a serious expression, I will personally escort you. No need, the Sakura Emperor hurriedly replied, However, before the Sakura Emperor could finish his sentence, Your Majesty, Futiao interrupted, history shows that all the emperors of Sakura have been the most cowardly. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding high-ranking members looked over. Suddenly, a cold laugh echoed in the air. Eternal Night appeared before the spatial barrier, looking down with great interest. I didn't expect to see such a good show of dogs biting dogs. It's Eternal Night. The high-ranking members of Sakura Island were thrown into chaos. The Sakura Emperor suppressed his fear. Eternal Night, we can surrender. Kill, but Eternal Night had no intention of wasting words, directly ordering the summons to annihilate this group of people. It's over. The Sakura Emperor squatted down again. However, at that moment, the spatial barrier suddenly rippled. In an instant, a group of trial takers from Sakura Island emerged. Eternal Night's gaze sharpened. What was behind the spatial barrier? Why could these defective products gain extraordinary power? We are saved. More people have come out of the trials. The high-ranking members of Sakura Island became excited. The Sakura Emperor even sprang up like a carp. Kill him, the Sakura Emperor's trembling finger pointed at Eternal Night. Tear him apart for me. Before the Sakura Emperor could give the order, these trial takers had already turned their attention to Eternal Night and his summons. It's an anomaly. Kill. This batch of people numbered at least 100, and they soared into the air, charging towards Eternal Night and his summons. The foremost defective product closed in on a summon, maintaining speed, and crashed into it. Puff, this defective product pierced through a summon. This is the power of God. This is simply unbeatable. The high-ranking members of Sakura were instantly filled with excitement. In their eyes, these newly emerged trial takers were like gods of death, effortlessly taking down summons with their bare bodies. Other defective products also began to showcase their might, ignoring the attacks of the summons, taking down one summon after another. Soon, all the summons were nearly wiped out by these defective products. Indeed, they can withstand most attacks. Eternal Night assessed the strength of these trial defective products in silence. The people of Sakura Island did not notice, but Eternal Night saw very clearly that his summons were not unaffected by these defective products. They simply could not withstand the attacks from the defective products. At this moment, a defective product charged towards Eternal Night. Kill him, we must kill him. The high-ranking members of Sakura, including the Sakura Emperor, involuntarily shouted. Although they had witnessed the strength of these trial takers with their own eyes, Eternal Night, as the strongest person of Blue Star, would not be easy to deal with. The high-ranking officials of Sakura Island watched nervously as the challengers charged towards Eternal Night. However, at the moment the challengers reached Eternal Night, he swung his fist down towards the defective product's head. With a bang, the challenger's body and head separated, falling from mid-air. How is this possible? Below, the Emperor of Sakura and others stared in disbelief at the scene. Yet, although Eternal Night had swiftly killed one defective product, the other challengers, undeterred by death, rushed towards him without hesitation. These people seemed to. Eternal Night murmured as he looked at the charging defective products, have some issues, they're a bit out of their minds. We must kill him. The Emperor of Sakura gritted his teeth, fixated on Eternal Night, who was being besieged by the challengers. However, the next moment, the Emperor's face turned pale. It's over. In the main city of Sakura Island, the players who had collectively disappeared suddenly came online again. Kill. The players from Dragon Country, who had already occupied the main city, became excited. 5,000 years of glorious history, briefly mentioned, 100 years of humiliation, documented in 2 volumes. Dragon Country is a nation with historical memory, especially towards Sakura Island. National hatred and personal enmity, both old and new accounts, are settled together. Regardless of age or gender, root them out. Kill, kill, kill. Like wolves, the players from Dragon Country charged towards the people of Sakura Island. Most of the people from Sakura Island had already died in the underground city, and now less than 1/10 or 1/12 could return to the Third World, unable to withstand the frenzied assault of the Dragon Country players. With over 1 billion in Dragon Country, half were evil cultivators, the other half under the human Emperor banner. This statement was vividly illustrated at this moment. Seeing that there was no way out for the players of Sakura Island remaining in the main city, a group gathered together and rushed towards the Mist Zone. Deep within the Mist Zone were royal-level exotic beasts, and they were willing to take a gamble. However, before these people could break out of the city, they were blocked by the Dragon Country players waiting outside. To think that such a small number of people could break through the encirclement of Dragon Country players was simply wishful thinking. Since the two sides were not even on the same scale, the situation became one-sided, and the number of players from Sakura Island began to plummet. Just a moment later, ding, the Dragon Country faction has annihilated the Sakura Island faction in the Fukuoka main city, with no survivors. Rating, City Slaughter. 6 consecutive system announcements rang out, igniting the major cities of Blue Star in an instant. Damn, that's brutal? Oh my god, City Slaughter? Is this real? Of course it's real, the system announced it. How did Dragon Country do it, with no survivors? This is unimaginable. Yeah, Fukuoka in Sakura Island seems to have a population of over 1 million, right? Damn, even if there were 1 million pigs, Dragon Country couldn't possibly kill them all so quickly? This is serious, both sides can't just let this go. Players from other countries were shocked by the ruthlessness of Dragon Country, which had directly slaughtered a city. Most of them were watching with a sense of curiosity. With one main city of Sakura Island slaughtered, they certainly wouldn't let it go easily. Perhaps they could pick up the pieces. However, not long after the system announcement, another one rang out, ding, the Dragon Country faction has annihilated the Sakura Island faction in the Osaka main city, with no survivors. Rating, City Slaughter. Players in the major cities of Blue Star were stunned. Another city slaughter? Still Sakura Island? Are the players from Sakura Island that weak? Is this a mistake? But before these people could react, before their discussions had even settled, ding, the Dragon Country faction has annihilated the Sakura Island faction in the Sapporo main city, with no survivors. Rating, City Slaughter. Ding, the Dragon Kingdom faction has annihilated the Kobe main city of the Sakura Island faction, leaving no survivors. Rating, City Slaughter. The system announcement rang out frantically, the main city of Sakura Island, City Slaughter. 1, 2, 10, dozens players from major cities across Blue Star instantly fell into silence. The system announcement hadn't stopped, but without exception, there were no survivors. City Slaughter. Now everyone realized the severity of the situation. This time, the faction war between the Dragon Kingdom and Sakura Island was at a national annihilation level. It's over. After today, there probably won't be a Sakura Island on Blue Star. Could the Dragon Kingdom be this ruthless? Dozens of main cities, all slaughtered. This is aimed at national annihilation. Most players were left speechless, shocked by the frenzied system announcements. However, a small number of people felt relieved upon seeing it was the Dragon Kingdom and Sakura Island. The hatred between the two sides was too deep, reaching a point of no reconciliation, so it wasn't surprising it had come to this. Sakura Island is finished. They were asking for it, can't blame anyone else. How many of them are there, yet they dared to initiate a war with the Dragon Kingdom? Now it's done, directly annihilated. Isn't this the usual style of Sakura Island? Back then, they sought death by ambushing the United States, now they seek death by waging war against the Dragon Kingdom. United States, underground city, Zone S looking my eyes. Tell me why. Why baby why? Did the Dragon Kingdom wipe out Sakura Island? Where is the mysterious trial taker from Sakura Island? Has the Dragon Kingdom mastered the method to eliminate mysterious trial takers? It wasn't just the United States, including the White Elephant and the Stick Country. A large number of people from these countries had passed the mysterious trial. Their ambitions had just begun to sprout, only to be doused with cold water. In their view, the invincible mysterious trial taker had played no role in this national annihilation war. Among them, the most shocked were the Stick and White Elephant. On Blue Star, the North Stick and South White Elephant, the two most shameless countries. One had a reputation for plagiarizing Dragon Kingdom culture. The other abstracted funerals into celebrations to the extreme, especially since both countries had their eyes on the Dragon Kingdom full of discontent. One was a small country that had once been a vassal of the Dragon Kingdom, and the other had been beaten to its capital by the Dragon Kingdom's 32 heavens. They had intended to initiate a war this time but were preempted by Sakura Island. Now, the continuous system announcements had completely extinguished the fire in the Stick and White Elephant. Sakura Island, underground city, in front of the barrier of the mysterious trial space. Looking around, there were severed limbs and thick blood everywhere. Yang challenged over 100 defective products from Sakura Island with his physical body, unlike his long-range skill output in the third world. This time, in close combat, Yang inherent bloodiness was also ignited. As a result, including the high-ranking officials of Sakura Island and the Sakura Emperor, all were torn apart by Yang. A strong smell of blood lingered in the air, refusing to dissipate. Beneath Yang's feet lay the Sakura Emperor, who still had a breath left, lying motionless on the ground, blood continuously flowing from the corner of his mouth. After a moment, the Sakura Emperor twitched once and then fell completely silent. Ding, as there are no trial takers left in the Sakura Island faction, the Blue Star region is removed. Ding, as there are no trial takers left in the Sakura Island faction, the Blue Star region is removed. It's over, Yang whispered, not reacting much. It was just as he had expected. Then, Yang's gaze turned to the spatial barrier. This is the entrance to the Myth Revival trial. Yang looked at the spatial barrier, feeling a surge of impulse to enter. These defective products from the trials are already so powerful. What if they succeed? But where did those who succeeded in the trials from the Dragon Country go? Yang murmured to himself, or are they still undergoing trials? After a moment, Yang helplessly shook his head. Whether those who didn't come out succeeded in their trials or if their trials are still ongoing, for Yang now is not the best time to enter. If nothing unexpected happens, Blue Star surely has more than just the Cherry Blossom Island nation producing so many defective products. These defective products pose no threat to Yang, but for the Dragon Country, the threat is immense. At the very least, these potential threats must be dealt with. With this thought, Yang turned to leave. However, at the moment Yang turned, the once calm spatial barrier suddenly twisted and rotated, followed by a terrifying pull sweeping towards Yang. Yang's expression changed, and his body involuntarily flew backward towards the spatial barrier. Sword technique. Yang shouted, charging fiercely in the opposite direction. However, just as Yang had dashed a distance, the pull from the spatial barrier suddenly intensified. The force of the spatial barrier's pull far exceeded Yang's expectations. He exerted all his strength but only managed to hold on for a moment, and the distance to the spatial barrier not only did not increase but began to close in again. Yang's expression shifted slightly. Spatial jump. There was no time to think. Yang decisively released the spatial jump. In an instant, a spatial vortex formed between the spatial barrier and Yang. Effective. Yang's expression brightened, and he directly entered the spatial vortex, preparing to teleport away. However, just as Yang was about to enter the spatial vortex, the mysterious trial spatial barrier suddenly erupted again. The underground city of Cherry Blossom Island trembled, and the entire space began to twist and collapse. This time, not only Yang but also the spatial vortex was swallowed by the spatial barrier. Yang caught a glimpse of this scene from the corner of his eye, steeling his heart and no longer resisting. Life is always full of surprises. Rather than futilely resisting, it's better to enjoy it to the fullest. Moreover, regardless of whether the Myth Revival trial succeeds or not, at least it seems he won't die for now. Based on the current situation, even if the trial fails, he should still be able to come out. Furthermore, as it stands, the success rate of the Dragon Country's trials is extremely high. However, just as Yang was swallowed by the spatial barrier along with the spatial vortex, ding, abnormal data detected for Blue Star tiered beings. Ha! Yang was taken aback as the Judgment Final Chapter card in his hand suddenly began to jump wildly. Damn, Yang's expression changed drastically. If the Judgment Final Chapter kept jumping like this, how could he have any lifespan left? Ding, computational power pouring in. Ding, deceiving heaven. Urgent system prompts rang in Yang's ears, but before he could react, a wave of dizziness hit him, and Yang's consciousness fell into endless darkness. The spatial barrier in the underground of Cherry Blossom Island swallowed both the spatial vortex Yang released and his main body. As Yang entered, the spatial barrier slowly became transparent until it disappeared completely. In the major urban areas of Cherry Blossom Island, the Dragon Country players who were clearing the garbage suddenly looked up in unison. What happened? Why does it seem like the sky has darkened? Damn, is it a solar eclipse? Where would a solar eclipse come from at this time? At the same time, players in the major cities of Blue Star also sensed something unusual. The enormous crimson sphere above Blue Star dimmed. It was as if a candle flickering in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Could it be that Blue Star is about to return to normal? How could it have a problem? For a moment, players were rife with various speculations and discussions. In the S district of the underground cities of Blue Star, the high-ranking officials were also shocked. The computational power covering Blue Star from the third world is dissipating. Are we about to return to normal? Has the trial ended, or is the final test about to descend? Although these high-ranking officials did not understand exactly what was happening, they were clear that the computational power covering Blue Star from the third world was rapidly vanishing. Hey, where's the Eternal Knight? Damn, the Eternal Knight boss is missing from the ranking list. A sharp-eyed player from the Dragon Kingdom was astonished to discover that the first place on the Blue Star ranking list displayed unknown. The position that originally belonged to Eternal Knight was now empty. A warrior player from the Dragon Kingdom stared blankly at the Blue Star ranking list and said, "Eternal Knight can't be dead, right?" Beside him, a mage player replied firmly, "Impossible, who on Blue Star could kill the Eternal Knight boss now?" The warrior player couldn't help but ask, "Then why has his information disappeared?" The mage player pointed to himself. "Do I look like someone who knows the reason?" Warrior. Regardless of how the players in the main city of Blue Star reacted, at this moment, the instigator of this upheaval, Eternal Knight, was in a special state. In a mysterious way, Eternal Knight seemed to sense an unbelievable scene. He appeared strangely under a starry sky, his eyes tightly closed, yet he could clearly sense the situation around his body. Like a torrent of data from the sea of stars, it spanned the entire universe. Countless streams of data connected all the stars beneath the starry sky, turning the cosmic bodies into dazzling nodes. Between the stellar nodes, silvery data streams poured like a galaxy, weaving a gigantic net that spanned billions of light years. The entire starry sky seemed to have transformed into a sea of data. Beneath this sea of data, all the planets flickered in a rhythmic pattern. Their synchronized flashes stirred invisible ripples in the universe, forming waves of energy. And above this sea of data, in the endless void, a wisp of gray mist rolled continuously. Every time the sea of data flickered in unison, that wisp of gray mist would actively evade, and for a moment, it seemed as if both sides were at a stalemate. In a daze, Eternal Knight felt as if he had inexplicably appeared between the two. Suddenly, an endless stream of computational power from the sea of data surged into Eternal Knight's body from below, while the wisp of gray mist above began to continuously erode his body. The two vast forces that were originally confronting each other bizarrely seemed to want to make contact through Eternal Knight's body. It was unclear how much time had passed when Eternal Knight's fingers suddenly trembled uncontrollably. This slight movement felt as if it drained all the strength from his body. Eternal Knight's eyelashes quivered slightly as he tried with all his might to open his eyes, but his eyelids felt as if they were glued shut, unable to open at all. He could vaguely sense light outside, but his body felt hollowed out, leaving him with no strength even to concentrate and feel. Even breathing became particularly laborious. With each breath, a sharp pain shot through his chest. Sea of data, gray mist, Eternal Knight murmured to himself. Was this scene a hallucination he created, or did it truly exist? However, at that moment, everything around him suddenly vanished. Immediately after, Eternal Knight felt a dizzying sensation, as if the surrounding space was rapidly retreating. Moments later, he began to accelerate and fall towards a certain direction. Am I going to fall to my death? An absurd thought crossed Eternal Knight's mind. But now, this was indeed a possibility. His body was weakened to the extreme, and he felt no support at all. Falling at this speed, the likelihood of dying from the fall was quite high. Swordsmanship spatial leap. Eternal Knight continuously tried to control his plummeting body, but after half a day of attempts, there was no response. It's over. In the main city of Sakura Island, people had not yet recovered from the stellar anomaly, each one looking up at the sky. Suddenly, an excited voice rang out, "Look, the star has returned." The once dimming crimson sphere was gradually returning to normal. "I've been watching, my neck is sore." At this moment, some players hurriedly glanced at the Blue Star level leaderboard. Eternal Knight has appeared on the leaderboard again. Damn, it really is. A cheer erupted among the Dragon Kingdom players. Right now, Eternal Knight was the pillar of both the Dragon Kingdom and Blue Star. If anything happened to Eternal Knight, it would be a big deal. Fortunately, Eternal Knight's information appeared again on the Blue Star leaderboard. No matter what, this at least indicated that Eternal Knight was fine for now. Why did Eternal Knight disappear earlier? Could it be that he just left Blue Star? Suddenly, a player pointed to the sky. "Hey, there's a black dot up there." The surrounding crowd looked up and saw a black dot rapidly descending from the sky. What is that falling? Looks like a person. Is Lin Mimi falling from the sky? Could it be a beast? This remark reminded everyone, and many players tightened their grips on their weapons, ready to act at any moment. However, as the black dot approached, everyone could see clearly. Damn, it really is a person. Which warrior is falling from the sky? What a reckless move. Is he trying to get himself killed? Damn, get out of the way. The figure in black was falling rapidly from the sky, showing no signs of slowing down as it crashed towards the players below. In the main city, a group of players quickly dodged, clearing a space. That black cloak, could it be Eternal Knight? Looks a bit like him. When they were about 100 meters from the ground, everyone finally recognized him. The black cloak and that eerie black mask, who else could it be but Eternal Night? Is Eternal Night bungee jumping? Very likely. No one could have imagined that the number one person in Blue Star was currently plummeting with a broken body and could die at any moment. Where am I? Although Eternal Night was dizzy, he was becoming a bit more aware. However, the next second, he realized his situation. Damn, he shouted to the crowd below, good brothers, catch me. But the Dragon Kingdom players below instinctively took a few steps back. Is the boss joking with me? This speed is nothing for the boss. Haha, the boss is really funny. Amidst the laughter, boom, a loud noise erupted as a deep pit formed in the ground, dust flying everywhere. I thought the boss would make a suave. Stop. I thought so too. Did the boss just land face first? The surrounding crowd froze, finally realizing something was wrong, and hurriedly surrounded the pit. At the bottom of the deep pit, Eternal Night lay motionless. The boss can't be dead, right? Are you saying the number one person in Blue Star died from a fall? It's just a fall, even if I drop from tens of thousands of meters, I should be fine. At the bottom of the pit, cough, cough, Yang Ye's body suddenly convulsed and then he slowly sat up. That was close, Yang Ye thought to himself, feeling a surge of fear. Fortunately, at the last moment before kissing the ground, he regained the blessing of the third world and regained control of his body. What on earth is going on? Yang Ye was also confused. After entering the spatial barrier, he vaguely felt that an inexplicable force had severed all his connections to the third world. Then came the vast sea of data and that wisp of gray mist. Moreover, when entering the spatial barrier, there were several system prompts, computational power tilt enhancement, deceiving the heavens. Yang Ye murmured, the third world, deceiving the heavens? Is it using computational power to deduce and deceive the heavens? What is the connection between the third world and the myth revival trial? A series of questions arose in Yang Ye's mind. However, these questions were clearly not something Yang Ye could figure out at the moment. Is the big shot not dazed from the fall? The edge of the pit was surrounded by players from the Dragon Kingdom, each peering in curiously. Everyone watched as Yang Ye sat motionless at the bottom of the pit, muttering to himself. One player hesitated and said, it might be a concussion, I used to be a neurosurgeon. Nearby, another player suggested, then why don't you go down and check on the big shot? Everyone. At the bottom of the pit, Yang Ye realized that staying down there wasn't suitable. Spatial leap, Yang Ye silently vanished from his spot, not going up to greet those Dragon Kingdom players. After all, it was too embarrassing. Under everyone's gaze, the number one in Blue Star had fallen flat on his face. But it was fine, the one who was embarrassed was Yang Ye. What did it have to do with me, Zhang Chen? Dragon Kingdom, Underground City S District, where have you been? The old man couldn't help but ask when he saw Yang Ye appear. Why did you disappear? I was preparing to leave. Yang Ye didn't answer the old man's question but instead said, however, before I go, there's something I think I should mention. The sea of data and the gray mist gave Yang Ye a sense of urgency. Most importantly, Yang Ye's lifespan value was down to just a few points. He needed to find a way to gain lifespan value, and slowly leveling up was clearly not the best choice. The old man looked at Yang Ye, his expression complex, and said, you mean to say that all the ones who emerged from the myth revival trial are failures? Yang Ye was taken aback, you know? The old man said softly, with so many successful trial takers emerging from Sakura Island, I had my suspicions. It just so happens that it was verified with those 7 from our Dragon Kingdom. Yang Ye slowly nodded and continued, I suspect that other countries also have a large number of trial failures. Do you need me to leave before? Before Yang Ye could finish his sentence, the old man shook his head, no need, we have ways to deal with these failures. Hearing this, Yang Ye showed a look of surprise. The old man smiled and said, born in worry, die in comfort. If you clear all obstacles, how will others grow? Upon hearing this, Yang Ye felt the old man's words made sense, but he suddenly said, I want to meet those 7 from the Dragon Kingdom. No, the old man said seriously, 2 trials. Sakura has millions of trial takers who can't do anything to me. Yang Ye replied calmly, I want to confirm whether the trials from Sakura Island are the same as ours. Seeing Yang Ye's resolute attitude, the old man sighed with a wry smile, alright, I'll arrange for someone. No need, I'll go myself. As soon as Yang Ye finished speaking, he directly teleported away. Strangely enough, after returning to Blue Star, every blade of grass and tree in the underground city was now within Yang Ye's perception. In the S district of the underground city, within a special complex of buildings, a figure appeared abruptly before a metal chamber. Through the doors and windows, he peered inside, where a man in a gray robe lay quietly on a bed. The moment his gaze swept over the figure, an anomaly. A hoarse whisper echoed in the chamber, and the gray-robed man suddenly sat up. His eyes, devoid of any human emotion, locked onto the figure from afar. However, just as their gazes crossed, a flash of gray light flickered in the depths of the figure's eyes. The gray-robed man, who was about to erupt in rage, suddenly froze. The figure observed the trialist standing motionless in the chamber, his brow slightly furrowed. The aura emanating from this trialist was completely different from those defective products from the Cherry Blossom Islands. the flying serpent from Kunlun Mountain, the trialists from the Dragon Kingdom, and the defective products from the Cherry Blossom Islands. All three had undergone the mythological revival trials, yet their auras bore no relation to one another. The figure couldn't comprehend why such a situation had arisen. After a moment, he decided not to waste any more time and turned to leave. However, shortly after he departed, a person hurriedly arrived at the garden where the elder of the Dragon Kingdom resided. "Old Su, something's happened," the newcomer said. The elder, sitting on a stone bench, looked at him in confusion. "What is it?" With the Dragon Kingdom's momentum surging after taking over the Cherry Blossom Islands, he was preparing to continue the territorial war. What could possibly go wrong at this time? "It's Li Yong," the newcomer urged. "Li Yong has returned to normal." "What?" The elder sprang to his feet. Li Yong was one of the 7 from the Dragon Kingdom who had undergone the mythological revival trials. After emerging from the trial grounds, these 7 not only forgot their memories of the trial site but also became mentally disoriented. "Let's go," the elder said in a deep voice. "We need to check it out." On the other side, the figure returned alone to the main city of Jiangnan. Before leaving, he had 2 matters to attend to. The Judgment Final Chapter card was still in a damaged state, and he wanted to see if the master blacksmith of the main city could repair it. Although he felt the chances were slim, he was still prepared to give it a try. Hey, the master blacksmith, a young girl, exclaimed upon seeing him approach. "Lord City Master, what brings you here today? Can this be repaired?" The figure got straight to the point. The young girl glanced at the Judgment Final Chapter card in his hand and replied without hesitation, "It can be repaired." "Really?" The figure's expression brightened. However, at that moment, the young girl suddenly extended her hand. Seeing this, the figure asked, "How much will it cost?" "Not that," the young girl said seriously. "You need to bring out the other one too." "The other one?" The figure was taken aback. "Yes," the young girl nodded, explaining, "This card comes in 2 pieces, one red and one black. When the 2 are combined, it can be restored to its complete state." The figure couldn't help but ask, "Where is the other card?" The young girl shrugged. "How would I know?" But, she suddenly added, as exclusive weapons, cards like these are generally only obtainable by the corresponding profession. So it's very likely in the hands of another clown. In the hands of another clown. The figure felt a sense of foreboding. If it was with another clown, wouldn't it be like searching for a needle in a haystack? If all else fails, should I offer a hefty reward? The figure couldn't help but entertain this thought. "Don't overthink it." The young girl seemed to sense his thoughts and smiled slyly. "The other card is no longer in Blue Star." The figure was taken aback by her words. The young girl continued, "Because the 2 cards complement each other, they can sense each other within a certain range. Moreover," she paused slightly, "this range is quite large." The figure's face darkened. It seemed this girl had known from the start that he didn't have the other card. Her initial claim of being able to repair it was just a tease. "See you," the figure said, tossing out the words as he turned to leave. "Remember to come often." The little girl was quite enthusiastic. Moments later, Eternal Night arrived at the guide hall again. He had cleared out the millions of defective products from Sakura Island and had accumulated 6 points of third world contribution value, enough to buy a void folding ship. "Lord City Master." The guiding officer perked up immediately upon seeing Eternal Night enter. "I'm here to buy a void folding ship." Eternal Night stated his intention directly. Upon hearing this, the guiding officer smiled and opened the ship list. Eternal Night was taken aback. He had thought there would only be one type, but there were so many. The list contained various ships, all different. The guiding officer stood aside and began to enthusiastically introduce them, explaining the sizes, dimensions, styles, and uses of the ships from the Galactic Empire. However, according to their grades, they were divided into 5 tiers. Void Folding Ship Tier Space Level Contribution Value 3 Void Folding Ship Shatter Star Level Contribution Value 6 Void Folding Ship Collapse Abyss Level Contribution Value 12 Void Folding Ship Ruin Star Level Contribution Value 24. Even within the same tier, the sizes varied greatly due to different ship purposes. Some small warships were only a few dozen meters long, while larger transport ships were marked in kilometers, or even tens of kilometers. However, the guiding officer focused on explaining the tier space level ships to Eternal Night. "I want the Shatter Star level." Eternal Night suddenly interrupted the officer's enthusiastic introduction. "A warship with combat capabilities." The guiding officer was taken aback, fearing he had misheard, and repeated the question, "Shatter Star level? Warship?" "That's right." Eternal Night nodded slowly. With a poor family but a rich road, since he was going to the starry sky, he naturally had to invest in the ships. After finishing, Eternal Night added, "Is there after sales service?" "Of course," the guiding officer said excitedly. "If it's fake, we compensate tenfold, Lord City Master." Normally, according to the trial progress of Blue Star, even if he wanted to sell a tier space level ship, he would have to wait a long time. But Eternal Night had accelerated the Blue Star trials too quickly, skipping the Cosmic Wanderer tier and directly obtaining the Planet tier. He had rushed too fast. This should have been a transaction for most Blue Star players after reaching level 1000, but it had come early. Looking at the excited guiding officer, Eternal Night asked, "What if the ship gets damaged?" "Impossible," the guiding officer replied firmly. "A Shatter Star-level warship can remain unscathed even when attacked by a group of planet-tier trialists." "What if?" Eternal Night was clearly not satisfied with the guiding officer's answer. The guiding officer quickly said, "If it's general damage, you can go to any planet-tier trial area main city in the Galactic Empire for repairs." However, the guiding officer changed his tone. "If it requires major repairs, you can only return to the Galactic Empire for factory repairs." Eternal Night nodded and asked, "Is there a 3-package service?" "What 3 packages?" The guiding officer was taken aback. Eternal Night explained, "Repair, exchange, refund." The guiding officer showed a wry smile. "We don't have that. Repairing the warship requires you to pay extra for materials. Can it be paid in installments?" Eternal Night asked tentatively. The guiding officer's smile froze. "We don't have that either." "Alright," Eternal Night asked casually, not holding out much hope. Subsequently, he paid 6 points of third world contribution value and bought a silver-black streamlined Shatter Star-level warship. Although this silver-black warship was only 100 meters long, its appearance was quite striking. Moreover, the ship had built-in spacefolding, so the interior space was not small. Then, following the guiding officer's instructions, Eternal Night bound the warship. The warship usually stays in folded space, you can summon it at any time. The guiding officer happily sent off Eternal Night. After leaving the hall, Eternal Night flew directly into the Misty Zone on his sword. Moments later, he stopped in midair, and with a thought, a massive object appeared before him. Yanya followed the operational guidelines and entered the battleship's control room. The silver-black battleship suddenly accelerated, rushing towards the outer reaches of Blue Star. "Speed up, speed up, speed up." Under Yanya's voice control, the battleship's speed increased rapidly, soon leaving the range of Blue Star and entering the vast starry sky. In the immense universe, Yanya maneuvered the star-crushing battleship like a brilliant star cutting through the void, the silver-black light tracing the elongated outline of the ship, leaving a fleeting trail of light in the pitch-black sky. Inside the battleship's control room, a 3D projection displayed the current flight speed of the ship, 50 kilometers per second, and this number was continuously fluctuating, soaring towards higher values. "Show external scenery," Yanya said softly. As soon as the words left his mouth, the entire battleship began to gradually become transparent. The scene outside the ship started to reveal itself, countless stars unfolding before Yanya's eyes. Yanya felt the vastness of the starry sky, as if he were truly alone in the boundless universe. Semi-transparency. Yanya issued another command, his voice tinged with satisfaction. Soon, the entire battleship presented a crystal-clear crystalline hull, a 100-meter-long ship resembling a crystal fortress. Almost there, Yanya murmured to himself. After familiarizing himself with the basic operations of the battleship, he prepared to input the coordinates for Jinchue Star, intending to head there first to find Nanshan. However, just as Yanya was about to input the coordinates, a swarm of meteors suddenly flew towards him from the starry sky ahead. Watching the meteors approaching in a straight line, Yanya suddenly felt intrigued. "Let's crash into them." Yanya wanted to test whether this battleship could indeed withstand planetary-level attacks as the guide had claimed. If true, smashing through some small meteors should be a piece of cake, right? However, as the meteor swarm drew closer, Yanya truly realized the terror of these small meteors. Among the meteor swarm, the smallest meteor had a diameter exceeding 1 kilometer, its surface riddled with pits and cracks. The larger meteors were even more exaggerated, reaching dozens of kilometers in size. It was like a group of rapidly moving mountains. Yanya's expression changed slightly, but just as he began to have second thoughts, the battleship had already entered the meteor belt. The first to confront him was a meteor several kilometers in diameter, hurtling straight towards him. Yanya held his breath, fixating on the front, preparing for the impending violent collision. However, the next moment, the intense collision Yanya had anticipated did not occur. The bow of the ship autonomously shimmered with a glassy ripple, and then, the battleship sliced through the surface rock of the meteor effortlessly, penetrating through its interior. Through the semi-transparent hull, Yanya even caught a glimpse of the internal rock structure of the meteor. These meteors were like blocks of tofu, easily torn apart by the battleship. "What a gain!" Yanya's expression brightened. The strength of the battleship far exceeded his expectations. After testing the battleship's power, Yanya no longer hesitated and input the coordinates for Jinchue Star based on the star map. In the next second, the entire battleship vanished into thin air. A few breaths later, the battleship appeared before a massive planet. Yanya exited the cabin, retracting the battleship into a folded space, and approached Jinchue Star alone. To avoid unnecessary trouble, as soon as Yanya entered the range of Jinchue Star, he stopped in his tracks, waiting for Nanshan to appear. When foreign trial takers entered the trial area of other planets, all trial takers in that area would receive a system notification. Naturally, as the Lord of Jinchue Star, Nanshan was no exception. On Jinchue Star, in the Southern Kingdom camp, in a main city, Nanshan was passionately giving a speech in midair. Below, the urban area was packed with a group of young players who had just emerged from the novice village. Wow, Brother Nanshan is so amazing. Brother Nanshan is so handsome. Brother Nanshan, could you share your recent experience in the Galactic Empire? Yes, Brother Nanshan, we want to hear this. Ha ha ha. Nanshan smiled, calmly, raising his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. Then, with a composed demeanor, he said, indeed, the Galactic Empire has many outstanding talents and there are quite a few strong individuals like me. Are there people in the Galactic Empire stronger than Brother Nanshan? Impossible, Brother Nanshan is the strongest. Brother Nanshan, don't be modest. Nanshan's eyes darted. Of course, strictly speaking, their strength is just a notch below mine. That's more like it. What do you mean? They should be much weaker. Yes. This is nonsense. Nanshan felt a bit guilty. After all, he had boasted too much, and it was hard to backtrack. However, looking at the excited eyes below, he regained his invincible confidence. Alright, Nanshan looked up at the sky. I'm not pretending anymore. I'm laying my cards on the table. Actually, Nanshan paused slightly and everyone below fell silent. The so-called talents of the Galactic Empire, in my view, are nothing much. Nanshan seemed to fall into a memory. When I first arrived at the Galactic Empire, I wielded a kitchen knife and started chopping from the western edge of the Empire's territory. On the other side of the city, some challengers stared at Nanshan in disbelief. Is what Nanshan said true? He shouldn't be bragging, after all, he is invincible on Jingshui Star. But, one challenger hesitated, isn't the Galactic Empire to the west of our Jingshui Star? So what? This challenger rolled his eyes. What I mean is, Nanshan should have arrived from the east of the Galactic Empire first. How could he start chopping from the west? Just then, someone suddenly said quietly, isn't it good this way? With Nanshan here, our Jingshui Star has its pillar. Even if it's a bit unreliable, there's no one else. That's true. After a moment, Nanshan's passionate speech finally came to an end. Nanshan looked down at the players below, rarely showing a serious expression. Everyone, for Jingshui Star. For Jingshui Star. For Jingshui Star. The crowd below shouted loudly, their voices echoing through the main city. Nanshan nodded with satisfaction. No matter what, the confidence of the Jingshui Star people must not be lost. Just then, the system announcement suddenly rang out. Ding, the third world master of Blue Star has arrived at the Jingshui Star trial area. Ding, the third world master of Blue Star has arrived at the Jingshui Star trial area. Is Yang Ya here? Nanshan's expression brightened. If he could ally with this formidable figure, it would definitely be beneficial. However, the crowd below became a bit anxious upon hearing the system announcement. Master of Blue Star? Isn't this a planetary level individual? Is he here for revenge? Last time, our people went to Blue Star. Nanshan spoke calmly. Everyone, don't panic. This Yang Ya is here to join me. The crowd below was taken aback. Then cheers erupted. Brother Nanshan is amazing. Brother Nanshan, have you reclaimed Blue Star? Wow, Brother Nanshan has a planetary level follower, so impressive. Oh no, Nanshan's face turned slightly red. He had accidentally boasted too much again. Why hasn't he arrived yet? Yang Ye looked at Jingshui Star in confusion. He had been waiting here for half a day, but Nanshan had not shown up. Could it be that he just happens not to be on Jingshui Star? Just as Yang Ye had this thought, a hearty voice suddenly rang out, and Nanshan leisurely flew out from Jingshui Star. Brother Yang Ye, you finally made it. Seeing the unreliable Nanshan, Yang Ye smiled helplessly. I came to keep the appointment. Nanshan's expression brightened at the words, and he said cheerfully, let's go first see how my golden water star is doing. Alright, Yang Ye nodded slowly, following behind Nanshan. Nanshan led Yang Ye, flying down from tens of thousands of meters in the air, little by little. However, Yang Ye soon couldn't help but ask, are we just going to fly down like this? Cough, cough. Nanshan cleared his throat and said seriously, no need to worry about these details. Yang Ye was taken aback, unable to figure out what Nanshan was up to. Moments later, a main city came into view below them. Inside the city, a group of trial takers rose into the air at the right moment to welcome the two. Greetings, Lord of Golden Water Star. Greetings, Lord of Blue Star. The group of trial takers spoke in unison. Nanshan merely nodded slightly and continued descending towards the main city. Yang Ye couldn't help but chuckle, having guessed Nanshan's intentions. Lord of Golden Water Star has arrived. Suddenly, a shout echoed through the city. Boom! In an instant, countless mages below unleashed various output skills towards the sky. Frost, flames, lightning, crackling sounds filled the air, and for a moment, the sky above the city was shrouded in smoke and fire. Cough, cough, cough. Nanshan, caught in the middle, was choked and coughed repeatedly, hastily waving his hand. That's enough, that's enough. What a mess! Nanshan said with a gloomy face. His impromptu cheerleading squad hadn't achieved the desired effect. Yang Ye stood behind, unable to resist saying, Brother Nanshan, are the trial takers of Golden Water Star always this enthusiastic when they see you? Nanshan collected his emotions and replied calmly, what can I say, personal charm. At this moment, the crowd in the city began to whisper among themselves. As they looked at Yang Ye, So this is Brother Nanshan's follower? Wow, looks so cool. Black cloak, black mask, that's just too handsome. But still, Brother Nanshan is more handsome. Someone like this has become his follower. Damn, Nanshan panicked upon hearing the murmurs below. Had he just bragged and was about to be exposed? However, he glanced back at Youngye and found he had no intention of getting angry, which made him breathe a little easier. Silence, Nanshan quickly signaled for everyone to quiet down. As his voice fell, the once lively city instantly fell silent. This scene surprised Youngye. Although this Nanshan seemed unreliable, he clearly held great prestige in Golden Water Star. Everyone, Nanshan introduced with great seriousness. This is the Lord of Blue Star, the strongest of Blue Star, Youngye. The crowd below all turned to look at Youngye, their eyes filled with curiosity. Youngye nodded slightly in response. Nanshan continued, today, Youngye has come to my Golden Water Star to discuss the matter of an alliance between our two stars. Alliance? Isn't he a follower of Brother Nanshan? I don't know, why is it an alliance again? The crowd below began to whisper again, and Nanshan's face turned red. Alright, everyone go about your business. This Star Master needs to discuss the details of the alliance with Youngye. Nanshan had initially wanted to make a grand announcement, but now he didn't dare let these people stay any longer. If they lingered, his secrets would be exposed. Brother Youngye, please, Nanshan said, leading Youngye towards a building. Moments later, Youngye looked at Nanshan's residence and exclaimed, Brother Nanshan, this is quite nice. Ha, Nanshan smiled proudly. As the number one person of Golden Water Star, I naturally can't be too shabby. What was that about? Being a follower just now? Youngye asked with a smile. Nanshan forced a smile, just a little bragging. Youngye was speechless. The number one person of Golden Water Star, bragging every day. Aren't you afraid of being exposed? Youngye asked in disbelief. Nanshan looked at Youngye with great satisfaction and said, little brother, you don't understand. As long as you remember the lies you've told, you won't be exposed. Youngye looked at Nanshan in surprise. This was also a ruthless person. Because it's easy to brag, but remembering what you've bragged about is not so easy. Let's talk about the alliance, Youngye said, not wanting to continue the nonsense and getting straight to the point. It's actually simple. Nanshan became serious when it came to business. When the Blue Star faces its first Nirvana tribulation, I, as a tester of the wandering star of Jingshui, can go over to help. Nirvana tribulation? Youngye was taken aback. Oh, right, Nanshan explained, you haven't reached level 500 yet, so it's normal you don't know. After saying that, Nanshan added with a hint of melancholy, but you really are abnormal. Let's talk business, Youngye said in a deep voice. The Nirvana tribulation is the tempering of the planetary level testing area by the third world, Nanshan said with a serious tone. It will be triggered when the top 20% of players in the testing area reach level 500. How difficult is the Nirvana tribulation? Youngye asked. Nanshan smiled bitterly. Haven't you noticed that Jingshui now only has one super main city left? Upon hearing this, Youngye's expression changed slightly. Did you obtain the planetary rank back? Then? Nanshan fell silent and slowly nodded. Is it that difficult? Youngye's face darkened. Difficulty is one aspect, Nanshan said in a low voice, I just couldn't manage it all. At that time, the entire Jingshui was wrapped up, and despite using all my means, I could only save one city. Mentioning this, there was a barely perceptible sorrow in Nanshan's voice. Youngye remained silent. Most players on the Blue Star were still around level 50, far from level 500. The Blue Star still has time, Youngye thought to himself. Then he looked at Nanshan. What does Jingshui need me to do? Nanshan couldn't possibly ask all the rankers of Jingshui to help without expecting something in return. Nanshan looked at Youngye and said slowly, you help me, Jingshui, get through the second Nirvana tribulation. The second? Youngye's eyes widened. That's right, Nanshan nodded. The testers of Jingshui need to reach level 1000, and we're at 20% now. How much time do you estimate is left? Youngye asked. Nanshan replied somewhat uncertainly, 3 months. Nanshan roughly understood some situations on the Blue Star. Youngye, the Lord of the Blue Star, was only level 300, and he had just suddenly leveled up. Others were definitely at lower levels, so the Blue Star's Nirvana tribulation would surely take a long time. But Jingshui's second Nirvana tribulation was already just around the corner. Therefore, Nanshan felt uneasy, not knowing if Youngye would agree. To his surprise, Youngye directly said, I agree to this alliance. Aren't you going to think it over? Nanshan was astonished. Youngye looked at Nanshan and said, a gentleman's word is his bond. Good, Nanshan nodded emphatically, I didn't misjudge you. After saying that, Nanshan looked at Youngye. The most important thing next, improve your strength as much as possible. Come on, I'll show you my brother's strength, Nanshan said, taking Youngye outside. So eager? Youngye was a bit taken aback. He didn't expect Nanshan to switch gears so quickly. Just a moment ago, Nanshan had been somewhat down about the Nirvana tribulation, and now he was lively and in a hurry. However, this suited Youngye just fine. The two walked out of Nanshan's residence and arrived at the main city. Nanshan glanced at Youngye and said proudly, come out, the Emperor Nanshan. As soon as he finished speaking, a ship over 10,000 meters long appeared in the sky above the main city. Wow, it's the Emperor ship of Boss Nanshan. Is Boss Nanshan really going out? I wonder when I can have a void-folding ship like that. A group of trial takers in the city gazed up at the 10,000-meter ship with fiery eyes, each filled with envy. Yang Ye was also astonished as he looked at the massive object above. It was indeed a void-folding ship, and a rift level one at that, but the size of this ship was just too enormous. And most importantly, the entire ship was pink. Nanshan glanced at Yang Ye. What do you think? It's big, Yang Ye replied honestly. Cough, Nanshan choked on Yang Ye's words. Big? Little brother, is that all you feel? Yang Ye fell silent, managing to squeeze out. The color is quite unique too. Little brother, don't be envious, Nanshan said smugly. You just advanced to the planetary level. Once you save enough planetary coins, you can buy a transport ship like this. Transport ship? Yang Ye asked in return. Why not buy a warship? Warship? Nanshan raised an eyebrow. Nanshan, can push through everything. Why would I need a warship to assist? Impressive, Yang Ye couldn't help but give Nanshan a thumbs up. Come on, let's go inside and take a look, Nanshan said as he soared into the air first. Yang Ye shook his head and followed closely behind. Once inside the ship, Yang Ye was shocked by the space within. The transport ship was over 10,000 meters long, and with the internal space folded, it had an interior space of tens of thousands of square kilometers. Nanshan enthusiastically introduced Yang Ye to the internal structure of the Nanshan Emperor. After a moment, the two arrived at the cockpit, and Yang Ye couldn't help but ask, what do you need such a big thing for? However, Nanshan seemed to answer the question indirectly, casually saying, how can a man use something small? Then, Nanshan began to accelerate the ship. You can just input the coordinates directly, Yang Ye couldn't help but remind him. No way, Nanshan replied, there are so many people below watching, what would they think if we just took off? Yang Ye. After spending several seconds, the massive transport ship finally disappeared from the trial taker's view in the city. Once in the starry sky, Nanshan finally input the destination coordinates. Beside him, Yang Ye's expression shifted slightly as he looked at the coordinates Nanshan entered. It's the Dark Zone, Yang Ye thought to himself. On the star map, apart from various planetary trial areas, there were mostly dark zones. We're here, Nanshan suddenly spoke. This is the closest star beast gathering area to Jingshuixing, and it's a dead star. As Nanshan spoke, he led Yang Ye out of the ship's cabin. Yang Ye looked out, and the dead star Nanshan mentioned was hundreds of times larger than the blue star. Let's go, Nanshan took the lead, flying towards the dead star. As soon as the two entered the range of the dead star, ding, entering the wasteland trial area. Wasteland? Yang Ye's expression tightened as he looked at the dead star before him, shrouded in gray mist, with no land in sight. That's right, Nanshan said in a low voice, this dead star was once a normal trial area. Just then, the gray mist ahead suddenly began to churn violently. Here it comes, Nanshan said in a deep voice. This is a wasteland mutant beast, and it's very high level. Let's team up, Big Brother will take you flying. With that, light, Nanshan suddenly began to chant, purify all filth in the world. Nanshan's voice was incredibly solemn, and as he finished chanting, an incredibly holy and sacred light radiated from him, illuminating a 100-kilometer radius around them. This, Yang Ye's eyes widened, was Nanshan a holy mage? Cool, right? Nanshan looked at Yang Ye with a serious expression, his voice still incredibly solemn. Don't be afraid, there's a god with us. Yang Ye. I have to say, at this moment, Nanshan really had a bit of a charlatan quality. Roar roar, the continuous roar echoed. Yang Ye looked in the direction of the sound, and a massive, pitch-black creature charged towards the two. As soon as it entered the range of the South Mountain's divine halo, its speed suddenly dropped. Minus 10.2 billion, minus 10.2 billion, minus 10.2 billion. Hundreds of billions of damage frequently jumped out from the beast, and its health bar began to plummet. God said, South Mountain suddenly spoke again, you are guilty. As the words fell, a beam of light erupted. Boom, minus 102 billion ding. Congratulations on defeating the level 1500 Wasteland Beast beyond your level, earning 100 million experience points. Ding, congratulations on leveling up to level 303. Directly leveled up by 3 levels? A hint of surprise appeared in Eternal Knight's eyes. He now needed 30 million experience points to level up once, and it was impossible to level up 3 times in a row on Blue Star. However, given the high level of the Wasteland Beast and the fact that it was defeated beyond its level, it wasn't surprising to gain so much experience. Just then, roar, as South Mountain had just killed this Wasteland Beast, countless beasts surrounded them from all directions. Eternal Knight's expression brightened. These were all experience packs. But at that moment, little brother, accept the favor of the divine, South Mountain suddenly whispered. A beam of light instantly enveloped Eternal Knight. Ding, gain divine blessing, temporary health plus 10 billion. Eternal Knight turned to South Mountain and said, actually, I can take care of myself. However, South Mountain replied, the divine favors all beings. Eternal Knight's face darkened, he had been played. If the previous words were a spell incantation, this one was definitely South Mountain adding his own flair. Blazing Sun burns the world, Eternal Night made his move. Minus 133.7 million, minus 133.7 million, minus 133.7 million. Eternal Night dealt over 100 million damage, but in the face of South Mountain's hundreds of billions of group damage, the gap was quite large. Seeing this, South Mountain immediately said, "Little brother, this is the gap between man and God." However, Eternal Night's spellcasting had just begun. Blazing sun burns the world, blazing sun burns the world. One by one, blazing suns hovered in the air, dispersing the surrounding gray mist completely. The beasts that entered the skill range of the two saw their health plummet rapidly. Eternal Night's single skill couldn't match South Mountain's, but what about when dozens appeared at the same time? The damage from Eternal Night's skills began to stack, and the terrifying output gradually became evident. A hint of shock appeared in South Mountain's eyes. Could this be Eternal Night's method? South Mountain watched as Eternal Night continuously released skills, feeling secretly astonished. Although Eternal Night's damage was much lower than his, the continuous stacking was overwhelming. Moreover, Eternal Night's skills had almost no downtime, which puzzled South Mountain even more. "Be careful," South Mountain warned as he looked at the approaching horde of beasts. "There are too many beasts, and their overall damage is not low." These beasts exhaled streams of gray energy, instantly enveloping the two. Minus 80.33 million, minus 80.33 million. Over 80 million damage overflowed from the two. Compared to Eternal Night's 100 billion health, it wasn't much, but the sheer number of beasts was overwhelming. Eternal Night's health line visibly dropped at a rapid pace. "Divine Oracle," South Mountain calmly spoke. Another gentle halo enveloped him and Eternal Night. Plus 10 billion, plus 10 billion. Such high recovery? Eternal Night looked at South Mountain in surprise. South Mountain proudly said to Eternal Night, "How about that?" However, this recovery skill of South Mountain's disappeared after lasting for several dozen seconds. Impromptu comedy, Eternal Night began to cast a healing skill on himself. Plus 13.37 million, plus 13.37 million. Low quantity but high frequency. Most importantly, it was lasting and satisfying. South Mountain realized at this moment that even without his help, Eternal Night could handle these beasts on his own. "How about that?" Eternal Night looked at South Mountain, returning the words unchanged. "Truly a freak," South Mountain muttered to himself. Although Eternal Night seems quite different from him, the strange thing about Eternal Night is that everything is remarkably resilient. Whether it's output or recovery, it lasts longer than his. How can he not compare to Eternal Night in terms of duration? This frustrates Nanshan immensely. How can a man lose in this aspect? It's important to note that Eternal Night's level is much lower than these wild beasts. Even with a full set of 300 level divine artifacts, it shouldn't be this abnormal. Moreover, these wild beasts also have ranks, just one tier lower, equivalent to the human Cosmic Wanderer rank. Therefore, the output damage from the wild beasts is actually only reduced by 90%. However, Nanshan has been secretly comparing himself to Eternal Night, while Eternal Night is already immersed in the excitement of killing wild beasts. The system prompts keep ringing in Eternal Night's ears, and his level begins to rise rapidly. "Ding, congratulations on defeating a 1500 level wasteland wild beast beyond your level, gaining 100 million experience points." "Ding, congratulations on defeating a 1500 level wasteland wild beast beyond your level, gaining 100 million experience points." "Ding, congratulations on reaching level 306. Ding, congratulations on reaching level 308. Ding, congratulations on reaching level 330. Ding, congratulations on reaching level 400. Awesome," Eternal Night couldn't help but shout out. How long has it been? He has leveled up a full 100 levels, and his lifespan value has increased by 100 points. However, this slight increase in lifespan value is somewhat unsatisfactory for Eternal Night, as he is a big consumer of lifespan value. "Looks like I need to think of other ways to get lifespan value," Eternal Night muttered to himself. Without enough lifespan value, he can't use the Judgment Final Chapter card freely, especially after learning about the Nirvana Tribulation. Lifespan value has become even more important to him. However, besides leveling up and killing, Eternal Night doesn't know any other ways to obtain lifespan value. Meanwhile, Nanshan naturally knows that Eternal Night's level is rising rapidly. However, he can only feel envious, as Eternal Night's starting level is simply too low. Once his level rises, he'll be just like me. Nanshan can only comfort himself this way. The efficiency of the two working together to clear monsters is very high, but the number of wild beasts around hasn't decreased. In fact, it has only increased. Eternal Night doesn't feel much about this, as the more wild beasts there are, the more experience points he gains. However, every time they kill a wild beast, a gray orb pops out, and Nanshan quickly collects all these orbs. "What are these orbs for?" Eternal Night couldn't help but ask. "These are the cores of the wild beasts," Nanshan casually replied, "just some worthless things." Eternal Night smiled slightly, not exposing him. If they were truly worthless, Nanshan wouldn't be so diligent. However, this place was brought to him by Nanshan, and he would have plenty of opportunities to come back in solo later. Just as the two were getting into the killing mood, a massive roar echoed. The surrounding wild beast horde suddenly stopped attacking and dispersed voluntarily. Be careful, Nanshan quickly reminded. It's the wild beast king, and it's at the planetary rank like us. As soon as Nanshan finished speaking, a colossal creature over 10,000 kilometers in size appeared in their line of sight. Nanshan's expression became serious. Is it very powerful? Eternal Night asked in surprise. The attributes of alien beasts are inherently higher than those of trial takers, and wild beasts are even more outrageous, Nanshan replied. Ordinary wild beasts have several trillion lifespan values, while the wild beast king has over a trillion. Moreover, Nanshan said solemnly, the wild beast king's attack power is extremely abnormal. Don't let it kill you in one hit. Oh, Eternal Night nodded, then said, then we should just kill it first, right? Right, we should. Nanshan was taken aback. What did you say? Eternal Night smiled. Your damage isn't low. But unfortunately, the skill requires chanting, and the skill's wind-up time is too wasteful. What chanting? Nanshan was confused, then seemed to think of something and said, oh, that's the lyrics I made. I don't need to chant to release my skills. Eternal Night. They're coming. Nanshan's expression turned serious. You stay away from me. Before Nanshan could finish, Eternal Night suddenly spoke. Fading echo crimson sun shattering the sky. A beam of energy shot suddenly towards the Beast King. Useless, Nanshan said anxiously. Wait for me to set up the formation. Boom-35432343728 Nanshan's eyes widened, his expression one of shock. What? How much damage is this? Nanshan asked in disbelief. Eternal Night shook his head. I don't know, why don't you count? Eternal Night truly didn't know how much damage had accumulated from killing so many beasts, but it was definitely enough to reach trillions. Ding, congratulations on defeating the Beast King beyond your level, earning 10 billion experience points. Ding, congratulations on leveling up to level 495. After killing the Beast King, Eternal Night's level jumped directly to 495, just a hair's breadth away from level 500. Ahead, after the Beast King's death, a dark beast core floated in the air. Unlike ordinary beast cores, this black core emitted a dark halo, and at a glance, it gave a feeling of being drawn into it. After a moment, Nanshan finally snapped out of his shock. He looked at the black beast core and suddenly said, brother, I'll help you collect it. Saying this, Nanshan flew towards the beast core. But just then, Eternal Night suddenly accelerated and grabbed Nanshan's shoulder. Nanshan was taken aback, not having the chance to speak. Retreat, Eternal Night said in a deep voice. He immediately pulled Nanshan away from the beast core at high speed. At the moment they left, a terrifying wave struck the spot where Nanshan had just been. It's a battleship attack. Nanshan's face changed dramatically as he looked up. In the sky, a black battleship hovered, and a group of black-clad trial takers was flying downwards. Run! Nanshan's expression changed drastically. It's the Star Pirates. However, before Nanshan and Eternal Night could react, a six-star light formation covering thousands of kilometers enveloped them. Seeing the six-star light formation take shape, Nanshan's face turned pale. It's over. Star Pirates? Could it be the Starry Sky Thieves? Eternal Night muttered to himself, then turned to Nanshan and asked, can we still ambush trial takers after joining a faction? Joining a faction only ensures the safety of the trial area, Nanshan said gravely. Ranked individuals cannot enter the planetary trial area to kill, but once outside the trial area, there are no restrictions. We're currently on a dead star, so there are also no restrictions. Oh, Eternal Night suddenly understood, so that's how it is. Seeing that Eternal Night was not the slightest bit flustered and seemed indifferent, a bizarre thought suddenly arose in Nanshan's mind. Nanshan couldn't help but ask, can you still use that ultimate move you just released? If Eternal Night could still unleash the skill from earlier, then these Star Pirates would naturally not be a problem. However, Nanshan quickly added, forget it, just follow my lead later, we'll charge out one by one. Nanshan didn't hold much hope, as a move like that would definitely not be usable again in a short time. A group of black-clad Star Pirates rushed over, but they didn't pay any attention to Eternal Night and Nanshan at first. Instead, they flew straight to the Beast Core. Not bad, one of them said calmly, it's the Beast King's core. After saying this, he looked at Eternal Night and Nanshan, waved his hand grandly, and said, kill them. As soon as the words fell, two among them stepped forward. Kid, let me give you two a ride. Nanshan's expression darkened, ready to make a move, but Eternal Night was quicker, having already acted before him. Dancing in the ashes, the blazing sun burns the world hot. These star thieves dared to strike first even upon seeing Eternal Night. One of them sneered and said, absolute defense. In an instant, a light barrier enveloped all of them. Then, this person calmly said, feel free to kill. These star thieves were clearly not new to the act of killing and plundering, and their teamwork was quite seamless. The absolute defense released by this person could withstand attacks from planetary-level beings for a considerable time. Moreover, this group of star thieves had no intention of defending themselves, clearly very confident in this person's absolute defense. Ha ha ha, kid. Here, however, before the star thief could finish his sentence, -35432343728 -35432343728 an unbelievable damage value jumped out from each of them, and hundreds of star thieves evaporated in an instant. What the hell? Nanshan trembled at this scene, staring wide-eyed at Eternal Night. These were planetary-level star thieves, yet they were instantly killed by a single move from Eternal Night. You, Nanshan stammered, unable to finish his sentence. Don't get excited, it's just basic skills, Eternal Night said casually, villains die from talking too much. Then, Eternal Night looked up at the black warship hovering in the sky. Clearly, Eternal Night had set his sights on this star-shattering warship. Spatial jump, Eternal Night thought as he looked at the ship above, ready to teleport over. However, a system prompt suddenly rang out, ding, a confinement array exists in the vicinity, teleportation and transfer skills cannot be used. Eternal Night frowned, looking at the 6-star light array that enveloped them. No wonder Nanshan was so nervous at the beginning. This array covered a range of thousands of miles and could even confine teleportation skills, leaving only flight as an option. However, this was indeed a good tool for killing and plundering. Yet, in the moment of delay, the black warship above didn't even dare to retract the confinement array and simply vanished from its spot. It ran away, Eternal Night said, looking at the disappearing warship, feeling a bit regretful. Just then, the system prompts kept ringing in Eternal Night's ears. Ding, congratulations on killing a planetary-level trialist, lifespan plus 100-inch ding. Congratulations on killing a planetary-level trialist, lifespan plus 100. Ding, congratulations on killing a red-name trialist of the Galactic Empire. Additional reward of 10,000 lifespan points. Upon hearing the system prompts, Eternal Night quickly checked his lifespan points, lifespan 43478. Over 40,000 lifespan points, Eternal Night's expression brightened. He had been worried about his lifespan points, but now he could temporarily relax. When he killed the foreign trialists who entered Blue Star, he only gained 1 lifespan point per kill. However, those trialists were merely cosmic wanderers. This time, these star thieves were planetary level, and killing one granted him 100 lifespan points. Originally, Eternal Night was troubled about his lifespan points, but this resolved his concerns for the time being. Suddenly, a thought struck Eternal Night. Why bother leveling up when killing was so much faster? Moreover, the red-named list of the Galactic Empire was quite interesting, as it even offered additional lifespan points. At this moment, Nanshan finally snapped out of his shock. He stared blankly at Eternal Night. Bro, no, big brother, how did you do that? Basic skills, Eternal Night replied calmly, didn't I say so? It was just some basic operations. With a slight effort, he took down these star thieves, nothing to boast about. Besides, Eternal Night hadn't even used his opening act and judgment finale cards yet. Those two were his most overpowered means. Awesome, Nanshan exclaimed joyfully. Both were showing off, but Eternal Night was clearly ahead by a large margin. He was genuinely showing off, while Eternal Night was truly showing off. Take a break, bro, I'll go collect the spoils. Nanshan's attitude took a complete 180-degree turn. As he spoke, he rushed towards the Beast King's core, gathering up the equipment dropped by the star thieves. When Nanshan returned after cleaning up, he still wore an excited expression. Originally, Nanshan thought he and Youngye were doomed this time, but unexpectedly, Youngye suddenly erupted, taking out so many star thieves of the same rank in an instant. Youngye looked at Nanshan and suddenly asked, how does one become a star thief? Ha? Nanshan was taken aback. What? Not that. Youngye accidentally let slip his thoughts. He quickly added, what I mean is, what's the deal with these star thieves? How much do you know? Nanshan sighed in relief and began to explain. After a moment, Youngye had a rough understanding. These star thieves were a starry organization formed by those who failed the planetary trials. Just like this dead star, after failing the trials, the vast majority of participants perished, but some rank holders managed to escape by chance. These rank holders, having lost their home planet, gradually gathered together and evolved into the current star thief organization. Under the starry sky, a batch of insane murderers also emerged. We can't become star thieves, Nanshan added, because they only recruit those who have failed the trials. Oh? Youngye was surprised. These star thieves had some principles after all. Where are their strongholds? Youngye casually asked. Nanshan looked at Youngye with a strange expression. You don't really want to join them, do you? How could that be? Youngye shook his head. I'm just being cautious. Although Youngye said this, Nanshan still had his doubts. However, it was clearly not the time to dwell on that. Nanshan looked at Youngye anxiously. We should leave here quickly. These star thieves are not to be trifled with. Upon hearing this, Youngye's eyes lit up. Will they send more people? You. Nanshan was taken aback. What kind of expression is that? Cough. Youngye awkwardly smiled. I was just wondering if we could rid the world of these evildoers. Youngye suddenly spoke with righteous indignation. These star thieves commit all kinds of atrocities. Should we just let them harm others? Aren't you claiming to be invincible? Youngye countered. Are you backing down? Nanshan's face stiffened. It was embarrassing to have such things pointed out in person. Bro, Nanshan forced a bitter smile. There's no one else here, I wasn't pretending. No, I think you have the potential to become invincible. Yang Ye patted Nanshan on the shoulder. Stick with me, I'll take you to new heights. Nanshan stood there in a daze. Why did that sound so familiar? However, looking at Yang Ye's confident expression, he felt a flicker of temptation. Yang Ye's strength was undeniable. Taking out so many star thieves in one move was already far beyond him. It seems not impossible, Nanshan secretly calculated, if I can't become invincible, being the little brother of an invincible one is also good. If the boss is invincible, doesn't that mean I'm invincible too? While Nanshan was lost in thought, Yang Ye suddenly asked, when will this 6-star light array be lifted? Nanshan shook his head. I don't know, this confinement array requires the beast core to provide energy, so it shouldn't last too long. However, as soon as Nanshan finished speaking, the light array covering a vast area suddenly began to shrink rapidly. Yang Ye's eyes brightened at the sight. This good thing couldn't be missed. Brothers should settle accounts clearly. Nanshan had collected those beast cores and star thief equipment, but he wouldn't let this confinement array go. Moments later, the 6-star light array completely disappeared, leaving a palm-sized black array plate floating in mid-air. Yang Ye's figure flashed, and he reached out to collect the array plate. Then Yang Ye looked at Nanshan. Let's go, we need to find another place to level up. The method to obtain lifespan values has been found, and a formation that can imprison teleportation has also been acquired. Yang Ye is very satisfied with this harvest, although Nanshan is still a bit worried about the retaliation from the Star Pirates and wants to return to Jingshuixing to hide for a while. He looks at Yang Ye and grits his teeth, saying, alright. Then, Nanshan summons his Emperor-class transport ship and heads towards another dark zone. In the control room, Yang Ye suddenly asks, why didn't you take out this big guy earlier? No way, Nanshan shakes his head. The Star Pirates have shattered Star-class warships. If I take this out, it will be smashed to pieces. Yang Ye is surprised. Is this more important than your own life? Although Nanshan has a somewhat silly personality, he doesn't seem like someone who would prioritize money over life. Nanshan is silent for a moment before replying. I set up a return configuration in advance. If I die, it will automatically return to Jingshuixing. Yang Ye is taken aback upon hearing this. Seeing Yang Ye's reaction, Nanshan casually smiles and says, as the boss of Jingshuixing, I have to leave a way out for them. If I die, they won't be able to withstand the Nirvana tribulation. Yang Ye's expression shifts slightly as he suddenly asks, did you buy this large transport ship to take them away? Nanshan slowly nods. I don't have confidence in surviving the repeated Nirvana tribulations. This transport ship is the last hope for Jingshuixing. Although even if they leave, their chances of survival are slim, I still have to do something. After hearing this, Yang Ye looks at Nanshan with some surprise. This unreliable joker, Nanshan, is a bit beyond his expectations. I always feel that the Nirvana tribulation is merely a means for the third world to eliminate trial takers. Nanshan's expression becomes serious. What the third world needs is not countless ordinary trial takers. It wants to filter out those who meet its requirements. Yang Ye, Nanshan changes the subject. You'd better make some arrangements for Blue Star in advance. No need, Yang Ye shakes his head. Nanshan is taken aback. I am invincible in this world, Yang Ye says calmly. I can handle this Nirvana tribulation all by myself. Nanshan is left speechless. Feeling like he has encountered a worthy opponent, Nanshan enjoys putting on a show in front of the people of Jingshuixing, while Yang Ye seems to always be putting on a show in front of him. However, Yang Ye truly possesses this strength. After all, Nanshan cannot be sure if the move Yang Ye used to annihilate the Star Pirates was his last trump card. What if it wasn't? Although Nanshan feels it somewhat impossible, who can deny that Yang Ye is more of a cheat? After a moment, Yang Ye asks in surprise, not there yet? After Nanshan inputs the coordinates, the ship still hasn't reached the destination. Let's hide a bit further away, Nanshan explains. We don't want to be discovered by the Star Pirates. Yang Ye looks at Nanshan strangely. He is more afraid of death than anyone else. However, thinking of Jingshuixing, Yang Ye suddenly understands the reason behind it. Nanshan is the only pillar of Jingshuixing. If he is gone, Jingshuixing will also be gone, inevitably becoming a dead star. Sigh, Yang Ye secretly sighs. Nanshan seems out of touch, yet it's not easy at all. Yang Ye suddenly feels inspired and softly begins to hum, You in the Southern Sun, amidst the heavy snow. Time drags on, helplessly. Nanshan is difficult, Northern Autumn is sorrowful. Beside him, Nanshan stares blankly at Yang Ye. Until Yang Ye finishes singing, he murmurs, Yang Ye, what were you humming? Yang Ye calmly replies, Nanshan Nan. Is it about me? Nanshan whispers. Nanshan can't help but feel a bit moved, looking at Yang Ye and asking, was it hard to write this? Nanshan. Nan is easy to write, too easy, Yang Ye blurts out, I could write it in a minute, no need for a week, just 3 days. Nanshan looks at Yang Ye, who suddenly seems inexplicable, and is stunned. Ahem. Yang Ye lightly coughs a few times to cover his embarrassment. Fortunately, at this moment, the ship comes to a stop. Here we are, Nanshan said, we're very close to the Galactic Empire now, though space pirates usually won't come here. The Galactic Empire? Yang Ye felt a surge of impulse to take a look. However, he and Nanshan had already agreed to face the Nirvana tribulation on Jingshui Star 3 months from now. Forget it, Yang Ye temporarily dismissed the thought. It was better not to complicate matters at this time. The two stepped out of the ship and a massive dead star came into Yang Ye's view. Let's go, Nanshan led the way towards the dead star. However, shortly after they entered this dead star, over a dozen black warships flew out from the dark zone, heading in their direction. At the same time, several light years away from this dead star, a supercontinent surrounded by stars, the Galactic Empire, was also sending a silver-white void-folding warship towards this location. Before long, the silver-white warship inexplicably stopped in front of the dead star. Uncle Mu, let's do it here, a bored young man said to a middle-aged man inside the warship. Hurry up and collect the Beast King cores so we can report back. The middle-aged man scanned the dead star with the warship and exclaimed in surprise, this dead star actually has over 100 Beast Kings. The young man's eyes lit up. Really? If we finish this dead star, I'll have completed more than half of my mission. However, the middle-aged man frowned as he looked at the information displayed on the virtual projection. Someone is hunting beasts here. Beside him, another person shrugged. Just let them leave. Let's go. The middle-aged man nodded. Over 100 Beast Kings are not something those tiered testers in the planetary trial zone can handle. As soon as he finished speaking, over a dozen people walked out of the warship and flew towards the interior of the dead star. Under the starry sky, another batch of black warships was getting closer to this dead star. They've killed hundreds of our tiered testers, a person inside the black warship said with a cold glint in his eyes. How far are we from the 6-star array position? 15 minutes. Someone replied nearby. They can run pretty well. On the dead star, Yang Ye and Nanshan were killing beasts above a ruined main city. However, the once trialist main city had now turned back into a fallen zone, and apart from the crumbling buildings, it was filled with endless beasts. Yang Ye felt no particular sentiment, but Nanshan looked at the scene of the main city on the dead star with a hint of gloom in his brow. His Jingshui star only had one super main city left. If they couldn't withstand the Nirvana tribulation in 3 months, Jingshui star would also end up like this. However, when Nanshan looked at Yang Ye, there was a glimmer of hope in his eyes. He had experienced Yang Ye's abnormal capabilities. With Yang Ye's help, the chances of Jingshui star surviving the Nirvana tribulation had increased significantly. Yang Ye, on the other hand, had no such thoughts and was mercilessly hunting beasts throughout. Although he was aware of the Nirvana tribulation in the planetary trial zone, Blue Star was still far from the time when the Nirvana tribulation would descend. According to the current level progress of Blue Star players, there was still a long way to go before the Nirvana tribulation arrived. Ding, congratulations on defeating a level 1500 Wasteland Beast, gaining 81,070,000 experience points. Ding, congratulations on defeating a level 1500 Wasteland Beast, gaining 80,080,000 experience points. As Yang Ye's level increased, the bonus experience he gained from defeating monsters of a higher level began to gradually decrease. However, Yang Ye's level was still rising rapidly, about to break through level 800. Yet, the level seemed somewhat redundant for Yang Ye. He had long noticed this issue. His unique equipment, as it stood, could no longer be upgraded. Yang Ye's 100 billion health points were definitely the lowest among testers of the same tier. The only good thing about the unique equipment was that it didn't add any extra attributes. If it were replaced with a corresponding level divine artifact, even an epic piece of equipment could add a massive amount of health. Yang Ye estimated that Nanshan should currently have several trillion health points. This is also why Yang Ye directly used lethal force when encountering opponents later on. Moreover, with Yang Ye's level having increased so much, he still hadn't gained any new skills. This made Yang Ye start to doubt whether the clown only had these few skills. Just then, a deafening beast roar echoed. It's the Beast King, Nanshan immediately warned. Little. However, he glanced at Yang Ye, and that heart was swallowed back down. In front of Yang Ye, the Beast King with trillions of health points could also be instantly killed. Nanshan was somewhat curious about where Yang Ye's output limit truly lay. In the sky, a colossal creature nearly 10,000 meters in size appeared in the two's line of sight. Yang Ye didn't hesitate and prepared to unleash the echo of the curtain call. But at that moment, a light array suddenly enveloped them. The surrounding wild beasts, including the Beast King, suddenly slowed down. It's a binding formation, Nanshan exclaimed. Could it be the Star Pirates have come? Yang Ye was taken aback. That shouldn't be the case. Nanshan had run so far. How could the Star Pirates possibly catch up? Could it be? Yang Ye muttered to himself, taking out the formation plate. This 6-star binding formation was picked up from the Star Pirates. If it really was the Star Pirates chasing them, then there was only one possibility left. The formation plate had a problem. Just then, a group of over 10 people appeared in the sky above the city. You two, leave, one of the middle-aged men said calmly. You can't deal with the Beast King. Yang Ye looked at these people in surprise. Where did these fools come from? However, Nanshan, seeing the special starry patterns on their clothes, quickly grabbed Yang Ye, who was about to explode. Gentlemen, Nanshan hurriedly said, my brother and I will leave right away. Yang Ye was taken aback by this. Nanshan quickly signaled Yang Ye with his eyes. Galactic Empire. The 4 words flashed through Yang Ye's mind. These people were clearly not star pirates. And since they made Nanshan so wary, their identity was obvious. Let's go. Nanshan, worried about Yang Ye's impulsiveness, pulled Yang Ye and prepared to leave. However, the two hadn't moved yet. Wait. One of the youths among them stared at Yang Ye. Hand over the formation plate in your hand. Yang Ye frowned. He had picked up this formation plate with his own strength. How could he just give it away? Nanshan was also stunned. Although the 6-star formation plate was precious, it shouldn't be something the Galactic Empire would covet. Nanshan looked at Yang Ye and whispered, "Little brother, how about?" However, the youth clearly didn't have that much patience. He looked down at Yang Ye and Nanshan. "What, not going to hand it over? Just give it to him, little brother." Nanshan couldn't help but whisper, "We can't afford to provoke them." Galactic Empire? Yang Ye retorted. "That's right." Nanshan nodded, whispering, "The Galactic Empire has the authority to eliminate trial zones. Once eliminated," Nanshan said quietly, "our trial zone will be in trouble." Hearing this, Yang Ye's expression darkened. If that's the case, it really would be a problem. However, even the Galactic Empire couldn't have everyone with the power to eliminate trial zones, right? Nanshan seemed to see Yang Ye's thoughts and shook his head. "We can't afford to gamble." After saying that, Nanshan forced a stiff smile and said, "We'll hand it over." Saying this, he took the formation plate from Yang Ye's hand and handed it over. Get lost. The youth reached out to take the formation plate and no longer paid attention to the two. "Let's go." Nanshan, though angry, still pulled Yang Ye away, flying towards the Dead Star. Among the group from the Galactic Empire, a middle-aged man asked in confusion, "What do you want their formation plate for?" "Nothing," the youth replied casually, "just simply found them displeasing." The two of them wore cloaks, one red and one black, and at first glance, it was clear they were not good news. The middle-aged man shook his head helplessly, not paying much attention. These planetary trial takers were indeed masters in their respective trial zones. However, in their eyes, they were merely low-tier trial takers. Outside the Dead Star, Yang Ye, "We should prioritize the bigger picture." Nanshan continued to persuade Yang Ye, "Brother, having lived this long, I've come to understand one thing: one must be flexible. Will the Galactic Empire know if we kill them?" Yang Ye suddenly interjected. Nanshan's body stiffened, and he replied truthfully, "They will." "Then forget it." Yang Ye shook his head. "If we take out the small fry, the big ones will come. It really isn't worth it." Nanshan breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Yang Ye abandon the idea of revenge. "Let's go, we'll find another place." With that, Nanshan was about to summon his Emperor-class transport ship. But at that moment, a dozen black warships appeared out of thin air, and from one of the warships emerged hundreds of men in black. Nanshan's pupils constricted, and he exclaimed, "It's space pirates." One of the pirates addressed Yang Ye and Nanshan, "You two, come here, we have questions for you." "What is it, gentlemen?" Nanshan approached Yang Ye, ready to flee at any moment. "Who is in this Dead Star?" the pirate asked. Before Nanshan could respond, Yang Ye suddenly shouted, "I see you're looking for death. What trash dares to flaunt their power in front of my Galactic Empire?" The pirates were stunned, and so was Nanshan. What was Yang Ye suddenly going crazy for? However, Yang Ye didn't give them a chance to react. Kill. Yang Ye took the lead and launched an energy beam towards the group of pirates and one of the warships. Boom! -133.7 million -133.7 million. The pirates hit by the Red Sun's attack had damage values rising on their bodies. The warship at the back automatically projected an energy shield, blocking Yang Ye's attack. "So it's just a little trash." The pirate revealed a sinister expression. "You're looking for death. Dare to underestimate my Galactic Empire?" Yang Ye raised an eyebrow. "I'll go call for help." And with that, Yang Ye suddenly grabbed Nanshan and retreated back to the Dead Star. The hundreds of pirates outside hesitated to pursue immediately. After all, Yang Ye was attacking the trial takers of the Galactic Empire. "Kill." A deep voice came from inside one of the warships. "The formation is located on this Dead Star." One pirate hesitated and spoke. "But the Galactic Empire? They are not Galactic Empire trial takers." The voice inside the warship echoed again. "Even if they were, they would still be killed without hesitation." As the words fell, a dozen black warships, each with hundreds of pirates, charged into the Dead Star, nearly 10,000 pirates in total. Yang Ye led Nanshan straight to the main city of the Dead Star. "Yang Ye, what are you doing?" Nanshan clearly hadn't come to his senses yet. "Damn it," Yang Ye replied in a deep voice. Nanshan was dumbfounded. "Who's damn? We've arrived." Yang Ye looked down at the main city, where the trial takers of the Galactic Empire had apparently used some means to attract a dozen Beast Kings. And in this short time, these Beast Kings were already hanging by a thread. Yang Ye suddenly shouted down, "Everyone, run!" The Galactic Empire trial takers, who were surrounding and killing the Beast Kings, looked up in confusion. The young man, seeing Yang Ye and Nanshan rushing over, showed a puzzled expression. "What are these two trash shouting about?" "A whole bunch of space pirates are coming for you," Yang Ye shouted again. Nanshan then reacted and echoed loudly, "The space pirates are coming for your mothers." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Galactic Empire's trial takers darkened. "Bastards," the young man shouted angrily, "kill them." However, before he finished speaking, countless figures in black appeared above. There really are star thieves. The boy's pupils constricted. Star thieves were already targets for extermination on the Galactic Empire's red list, and both sides were particularly hostile upon meeting. Kill. A middle-aged man among the Galactic Empire's testers darkened his expression and released a formation disc. In an instant, a massive light array appeared, enveloping everyone within a radius of tens of thousands of miles. They are truly testers of the Galactic Empire. The group of star thieves changed their expressions upon seeing the people dressed in starry attire. However, by this time, the arrow was already on the string and they had no choice but to shoot. Boom, both sides almost simultaneously launched their attacks. Quick, dodge. Yang Ye and Nanshan frantically fled to the side. At this moment, neither the star thieves nor the testers of the Galactic Empire seemed to care about the two of them. Minus 58.3 billion, minus 32.4 billion, minus 47.8 billion. The star thieves' damage values soared over 100 billion. However, the attacks from the star thieves also almost simultaneously struck the dozen or so testers of the Galactic Empire. Minus 233 million, minus 173 million. Yang Ye was somewhat shocked as he saw the damage disparity and exclaimed, "Is the gap really this big?" Nanshan, still feeling apprehensive, replied, "It's similar to tier suppression. Our damage against the Empire's testers will be reduced." Yang Ye's expression turned somewhat grim. With tier suppression and damage reduction, the Third World truly played the tier game to the extreme. Moreover, Nanshan added, the light array released by the testers of the Galactic Empire should also have a certain damage mitigation effect. In the arena, the battle was exceptionally fierce, with various skills being thrown out wildly. In addition to damage-dealing skills, various buffs and healing skills were continuously unleashed. Although the Star Thieves had low output, their numbers made up for it. Whether in damage or healing, they were not at a disadvantage overall. For a time, the testers of the Galactic Empire were gradually being suppressed. "This won't do, there are too many Star Thieves," the middle-aged man from the Galactic Empire said with a darkened expression, summoning a silver-white battleship. "Be careful, the Star Thieves all changed their expressions. It's a collapse-class battleship." The Star Thieves scattered, and their originally stable formation was thrown into chaos. Boom, a black beam shot through the air, and wherever the beam passed, the space trembled violently. Some Star Thieves who couldn't dodge in time were instantly killed by the battleship's attack. Damn! In the distance, Yang Ye was shocked as he witnessed this scene. The power is so great. "That's a collapse-class battleship," Nanshan said enviously. "There's no chance of survival for planets under its attack. Rift class, fragment class, and only above that is the collapse class." The attack from the collapse-class battleship threw the Star Thieves, who had been coordinating relatively well, into disarray. Moreover, energy began to glow in front of the battleship, clearly indicating another impending attack. However, just then, several energy fluctuations came from the horizon. A dozen black battleships directly entered the Dead Star. "It's fragment-class battleships." The middle-aged man from the Galactic Empire's expression darkened. The silver-white battleship suddenly expanded in size, intercepting all the attacks from the dozen black battleships. Boom, a deafening roar erupted, and the silver-white battleship shook violently. "If I had known, I would have brought more battleships." The young man from the Galactic Empire gritted his teeth. However, after he finished speaking, he immediately turned to look at Yang Ye and Nanshan at the edge of the battlefield. These Star Thieves were brought here by those two trash. In the distance, Yang Ye also felt the boy's gaze and responded with a friendly smile. "Hold steady," the middle-aged man from the Galactic Empire said without changing his expression. "Reinforcements will arrive soon." As he spoke, the middle-aged man threw out another formation disc. Ding! For directions sealed, speed reduced by 90%, unable to teleport or instant move. Kill! With their own battleship backing them up, the Star Thieves began to attack in unison. Outside the battlefield, Yang Ye's gaze sharpened. The people of the Galactic Empire were clearly at a disadvantage, yet they still bound themselves? "Not good," Yang Ye suddenly said in a deep voice. "The Galactic Empire is waiting for rescue. What should we do?" Nanshan panicked. Regardless of whether the space pirates or the Galactic Empire won, neither side would spare the two of them. Yang Ye narrowed his eyes slightly. It seemed he needed to stoke the flames. The Judgment Final Chapter card began to pulse slowly in Yang Ye's hand. 3-1-8-3, Joker Ding, Judgment Final Chapter, the last trump card. Damn, Yang Ye's expression changed drastically. He only wanted to speed up the process, not to wipe them all out at once. Yang Ye also didn't expect that this trump card would come out so easily. Why has it gotten so dark? Nanshan looked up in confusion. The Dead Star, originally shrouded in gray mist, turned pitch black as if Yang Ye had descended. Domain of the Dead, huh? Ha! The Domain of the Dead appeared, and the situation developed beyond Yang Ye's expectations. Originally, Yang Ye planned to use the space pirates to eliminate the Galactic Empire's trialists first. He would then stage a scenario where the Mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind, and kill all the space pirates. The script was already written, but the performance encountered an accident. One could only blame these space pirates for being ineffective. So many of them couldn't take down the Galactic Empire's mere dozen people in a short time. Moreover, Yang Ye noticed that the Galactic Empire's people were stalling for time, waiting for rescue. He had no choice but to take a risk and add fuel to the fire for both sides. Unexpectedly, this fire was about to consume everyone. In the arena, both sides, who were originally engaged in fierce combat, suddenly halted. The group of space pirates and the dozen or so from the Galactic Empire all looked up in shock at the sky. The space under the shroud of darkness twisted and rolled, the entire heavens boiling. Like the sea, pouring downwards. What is this? A young man from the Galactic Empire looked in terror at the rapidly approaching boiling heavens. However, the middle-aged man from the Galactic Empire was filled with dread, muttering to himself, "This is impossible, this is impossible." Over 10,000 space pirates were equally bewildered, each looking nervously at the approaching dark heavens. All defenses. A roar snapped the dazed space pirates back to reality. In just a few breaths, various defensive skills were unleashed by the space pirates. Layers of light barriers appeared out of thin air, stacking upon each other, protecting all the space pirates. Among the Galactic Empire's trialists, someone threw out a formation plate, and a colorful light barrier enveloped them. However, the time left for them was clearly limited. They had no time to deploy more means. In the next moment, the pouring boiling dark heavens engulfed everyone in the arena. Behind, Nanshan was already dumbfounded. The entire world seemed to have lost its color, with the night becoming the only dominant theme. Only Yang Ye appeared to emit a faint halo, particularly striking under this canopy. "Yang Ye, the heavens are collapsing," Nanshan murmured. He looked at the arena. At this moment, Yang Ye seemed to have become the ruler of this world. Ding, annihilated 12,454 planetary-level space pirates, gained 1,245,400 lifespan points. Ding, annihilated the Galactic Empire's red name trialists, additional reward of 100,000 lifespan points. Ding, annihilated the Galactic Empire's trialists, gained 15,000 lifespan points. Forget it, Yang Ye listened expressionlessly to the system prompts in his ear. Although killing people from the Galactic Empire might put him on the red name list, it was too late to turn back now. Moreover, Yang Ye looked down at his lifespan points. Lifespan points, 1,382,978. Over 1,000,000 lifespan points. This explosive increase in lifespan points left Yang Ye completely unconcerned. With over 10,000 chances to draw the Judgment Final Chapter card, who would kill whom? Seconds, it's all over. Nanshan had a ghostly expression. Over 10,000 star pirates, dozens of trial participants from the Galactic Empire, gone. Nanshan felt his mind was somewhat inadequate. The Eternal Night was merely a planetary rank, yet it had taken out so many people in one move? This self-proclaimed invincible figure, Nanshan, felt his face flush red, unsure if it was from shock or shame. Eternal Night's gaze turned to the center of the arena. 2 formation plates and a dozen warships hovered in midair. These were all valuable items. Eternal Night didn't know the rank of these 2 formation plates for now, but those dozen warships from the Star Pirates were all at the Shattered Star level, and the white warships of the Galactic Empire were even more impressive, being at the Abyss level. "Quick, collect the spoils," Eternal Night shouted to Nanshan, his figure flickering as he gathered all the formation plates. However, he couldn't collect those warships himself. Nanshan, clearly still in shock, stood there dumbfounded, not moving. "What are you still dawdling for?" Eternal Night shouted again, "Collect the items." Only then did Nanshan snap back to reality. He looked at the dozen warships and a pile of equipment, his eyes revealing a hint of eagerness. Taking a deep breath, Nanshan summoned his Emperor-class transport ship. Forget about the Galactic Empire, forget about the Star Pirates. When meat is right at your mouth, how can you not eat it? The priority was to grab the items first, everything else was secondary. The Emperor-class transport ships hatch opened wide, swallowing all the warships and equipment inside. "Got it, let's go," Nanshan called out, and he and Eternal Night entered the transport ship. Nanshan knew it was not wise to linger here, so he directly input the coordinates for Golden Water Star. The massive body of the transport ship erupted with a terrifying wave of energy, and in the next moment, it vanished from the dead star. Not long after Nanshan and Eternal Night left the dead star, several Abyss-level warships rushed into the dead star. Hundreds of trial participants from the Galactic Empire appeared in the ruined main city. "Where are the people?" An old man looked at the chaotic main city and asked. "The coordinates sent by Mu Liang. Are you sure it's here?" Beside him, a young man quickly responded, "It's definitely here." The old man frowned upon hearing this. It indeed looked like a great battle had just occurred, but where were the people? Could it be? The young man hesitated to finish his sentence. "Impossible," the old man said, his face dark, but he still analyzed. Those star pirates couldn't have defeated Mu Liang and the others in such a short time. At that moment, a middle-aged man suddenly spoke. "Moreover, even if Mu Liang and the others couldn't hold out, escaping shouldn't be a problem." Everyone nodded silently, agreeing with this man's speculation. However, no one could explain the current situation. The old man fell silent for a moment and asked the middle-aged man, "Can we still lock onto the position of Mu Liang and the others' warships?" The middle-aged man shook his head. "The signal from that warship has completely disappeared." The old man's eyes narrowed slightly. Even the abyss-level warships were having issues. What kind of trouble had they encountered? The old man directly ruled out the star pirates. They couldn't possibly have such means. Who could it be? The old man scanned the ruined main city, his heart suddenly tightening. It seemed as if someone had forcefully erased this place. Could it be? The old man said in astonishment. What kind of person did Mu Liang and the others provoke? While the people from the Galactic Empire were investigating the Dead Star, in the control room of the transport ship, Nanshan was pacing back and forth excitedly. Dozens of warships, each one worth more than his transport ship. Fortune favors the bold, Eternal Knight said with a smile. Have you thought it through? Eternal Knight's words were straightforward. Although these items were valuable, they were also very hot to handle. The star pirates could track them down based on the formation plates, not to mention this time with so many warships. Unexpectedly, as soon as Eternal Knight finished speaking, Nanshan casually replied, "No problem." Eternal Knight looked at Nanshan in confusion. "We'll head straight back to the main city and sell all the loot to the guide," Nanshan said proudly. "Then we can buy new stuff?" Yang Ye asked in surprise. "The Galactic Empire won't find out?" "They won't," Nanshan explained. "NPCs aren't under the management of the Galactic Empire. The only trouble is, if they really have a way to track us constantly, they would find out that these things disappeared in the Jinshui Star Trial area." But, Nanshan shrugged, "Space pirates wouldn't dare to mess around in the trial area. At worst, we can hide for a few decades." Yang Ye remained non-committal, merely nodding. Hide? With 1,000,000 lifespan points in hand, how could he possibly hide? Yang Ye looked at Nanshan, who was still immersed in excitement. It seemed it was time to show him the world. Jinshui Star, Guide Hall. As soon as they entered the hall, Nanshan shouted at the guide, "Old Jin, I'm here to sell." The guide, busy behind the counter, looked up at the sound and immediately broke into a smile. "Nanshan, you finally made it. I thought you had run off to some corner to take risks again." Yang Ye followed behind Nanshan, watching the scene before him with a hint of surprise. Nanshan and the guide were shoulder to shoulder, calling each other brothers and chatting happily. After a moment of small talk, they got down to business. A collapse-class battleship, over a dozen shattered Star-class battleships, 2 formation plates, and tens of thousands of pieces of equipment. "Nanshan, did you rob the Galactic Empire?" Even this guide couldn't help but gasp in shock at the sight of these items. "Ha," Nanshan waved it off, "just made a small fortune." Then, Nanshan asked, "Can you tell me how much all this is worth?" The guide shook his head with a smile. "Small fortune? This is no small amount." With that, the guide began to examine the items seriously. After a moment, the guide looked at Nanshan with a strange expression. "These battleships are severely damaged. I can only buy them back at half price." "That's fine." Nanshan seemed to trust the guide completely and didn't even haggle. "Including those pieces of equipment." Old Jean pondered for a moment. "I can offer you 450 billion galactic coins." Upon hearing this, Nanshan was left stunned. Although he had some expectations, he didn't think it would be this much. 450 billion galactic coins was no small sum. To put it in perspective, the exchange rate between galactic coins and planetary coins is 1,000:1, meaning it takes 1,000 planetary coins to exchange for 1 galactic coin. 450 billion galactic coins equates to 450 trillion planetary coins, enough to drive anyone crazy. Nanshan turned to Yang Ye and asked, "Yang Ye, do you agree with this price?" "Sure," Yang Ye nodded slowly. Seeing this, the guide Old Jean said to Nanshan, "I'll transfer the galactic coins to you." "Don't transfer to me," Nanshan said, pointing to Yang Ye, "transfer it all to him." "Oh." Although Old Jean was a bit surprised, he still followed Nanshan's instructions and transferred the 450 billion galactic coins to Yang Ye. In his view, Nanshan and Yang Ye's relationship must be special, otherwise, Nanshan wouldn't be so generous as to transfer all the money to Yang Ye. Ding, congratulations, 450 billion galactic coins have been credited. Hearing the system prompt, Yang Ye immediately transferred half back to Nanshan. Ding, congratulations, 250 billion galactic coins have been credited. Nanshan was taken aback, looking at Yang Ye with surprise in his eyes. He had thought Yang Ye would give him some, but he didn't expect Yang Ye to split it evenly with him. If it weren't for Yang Ye, not to mention these items, even his own survival would have been in question. "Why am I feeling a bit moved?" Nanshan tried to calm his emotions. "What, do you think I gave you too much?" Yang Ye looked at Nanshan and smiled. "If you're willing to take this risk, then it should be half for each of us." Yang Ye's thoughts were actually quite simple. These things weren't easy to come by, and since Nanshan dared to take the risk of being found out later, they could split these items. Moreover, this was just the beginning. There would be a continuous stream of good things to pick up later. "Thank you," Nanshan said solemnly to Yang Ye. These galactic coins were very important to him. With this money, he could exchange for a larger, faster transport ship. Just then, the guide, Old Jean, chuckled, "With both of you holding such a fortune, don't you have anything in mind to buy?" Yang Ye and Nanshan exchanged a glance, both having the same intention. Yanya's fragmented star-class battleship was sufficient for now, and he had no plans to replace it. What Yanya wanted to buy now was a confinement array. Not to mention anything else, the coverage area of the array had to be large. However, what surprised Yanya was that the price of this level of confinement array was actually not much less than that of a battleship. In the end, Yanya gritted his teeth and spent 10 billion galactic coins to purchase an array disk capable of confining 100,000 miles. Moreover, just activating the array disk required consuming a Beast King core. However, the effect of this confinement array was quite good. It could not only confine skills like teleportation and instant movement but also reduce the opponent's speed by 50%. Looks like I need to kill some Beast Kings first, Yanya muttered to himself. Without the beast cores, the array disc would be nothing more than a decoration. At that moment, Yanya happened to notice an inconspicuous little item on the item list, demon attracting incense. Beside him, the guide old Jean explained, this has only one function, which is to attract Beast Kings, with a low chance of drawing out a Beast Emperor. Yanya recalled the scene in the main city of Dead Star, where the people of the Galactic Empire surrounded and hunted Beast Kings. At that time, they had gathered a dozen Beast Kings around them. Yanya looked at the price of the demon-attracting incense and directly paid 1 million galactic coins to purchase 10 of them. Looking at the good items on the item list, Yanya suddenly felt that his galactic coins were a bit too easy to spend. Besides the ships and array discs, there were many one-time life-saving items. They were somewhat similar to Trialist. Enhancements in defensive skills, such as increasing temporary health, one-time shields, immunity to physical/magic attacks, and so on. There were even star accessories for sale. Star accessories were essential items for trialists stepping out of the trial area and into the cosmic starry sky. Yanya had obtained a first-tier star accessory through accumulated rewards from territory tasks. However, in the guide's item list, one-time consumables occupied the majority. Yanya glanced at his galactic coin balance, gritted his teeth, and bought all the one-time consumables he had just seen. Wealth is an external object. Even if he couldn't use it himself, having more trump cards wouldn't hurt. After this round of purchases, Yanya was left with 3.5 billion galactic coins. Meanwhile, Nanshan was still focused on selecting items. Yanya waited a moment longer, and Nanshan finally finished choosing what he wanted to buy. Let's go, Nanshan said as he pulled Yanya outside. Yanya looked at Nanshan's proud expression and shook his head helplessly. Moments later, on Jinchu Star, the only super main city, a deep red transport ship, seemingly endless, enveloped the entire main city. Yanya stared in shock at this massive vessel. He had thought Nanshan would buy another big ship, but he didn't expect it to be this large. In the urban area, more and more trialists gathered, each one staring in shock at the colossal object in the sky. Wow, what a huge ship. This is even bigger than Nanshan's Emperor-class ship. Nanshan has bought a new ship again. Invincible, this is just too big. Countless trialists looked up at the ship in the sky, gasping in amazement. Yanya couldn't help but laugh at the scene. If nothing unexpected happened, Nanshan was about to start his passionate speech in front of the testers of Jingshuixing again. Ahem, Nanshan cleared his throat. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to grandly introduce my new ship. Sure enough, Yanya shook his head. Nanshan was at it again. Yanya stood still for a moment before suddenly walking towards another part of the city. His level now allowed him to find NPCs in the main city to learn general skills. Taking advantage of this time, Yanya wanted to see if there were any skills suitable for him. Moments later, Yanya arrived in front of an NPC. Oh, it's actually a ranker. The NPC looked at Yanya in surprise. Are you here to learn skills? Yanya nodded slowly and stated his request, preferably an output skill, with a large range, long duration, and high frequency. Upon hearing this, the NPC immediately perked up. We have everything. Saying this, the NPC displayed the skill interface and began to introduce it enthusiastically. Basic skills cost 100,000 planetary coins, intermediate skills 500,000 planetary coins, advanced skills 1 million planetary coins. However, after browsing for a moment, Yanya fell silent. The NPC, puzzled, asked, "How is it?" "Change the batch," Yanya said helplessly. "None of these are what I want." The NPC stiffened, pointing to some of the skills. "These skills can meet your requirements." "The range is too small," Yanya interrupted the NPC directly. "The skill should ideally cover over 10,000 kilometers. What? What did you say?" The NPC stared at Yanya in disbelief. "Over 10,000 kilometers? Is there none?" Yanya retorted. No, the NPC waved his hand helplessly. Although he wanted to make money, he really didn't have any skills that covered over 10,000 kilometers. A few thousand kilometers would be fine. Yanya lowered his request. Still none. The NPC shook his head again. "I can pay more," Yanya said directly. The NPC smiled wryly. "It's not a matter of money, your request is simply unreasonable." Yanya suddenly raised a finger. 1 million galactic coins. The NPC's eyes widened. "Are you sure?" "As long as it meets my requirements," Yanya said slowly. 1 million galactic coins is just the starting price. Upon hearing this, the NPC showed a pained expression. He wanted the galactic coins, but he truly didn't have the skills. Seeing the NPC's reaction, Yanya felt a sense of foreboding. It seems there really aren't any. Yanya felt slightly disappointed. His current area output skill, Blazing Sun Incineration, could cover 20 kilometers. Originally, this skill's output range was sufficient, but now the body of a wild beast king stretched over 10 meters. 10,000 meters is equivalent to 10 kilometers, and 2 wild beast kings would exceed the skill's range. Although Yanya could release Blazing Sun Incineration at intervals, it would naturally be better if he could learn a skill with a larger range. Just as Yanya was about to leave in disappointment, the NPC suddenly called out to him. Wait, the NPC said, looking somewhat conflicted. There is one skill that might meet the requirements, but what? Yanya asked. This skill has very low damage, the NPC quickly explained. Because it has a large range and high frequency, the damage of this skill cannot be high. Yanya's eyes lit up. Damage had never been a concern for him. How large is the range? Yanya asked curiously. It can cover a radius of 100 kilometers, the NPC replied. How long does the skill last? Yanya pressed on. 180 seconds, the NPC answered. That's good. Yanya nodded decisively. I'll take it. The NPC hesitated. This skill only has a little damage. A little? Yanya laughed. How much is it in galactic coins? The NPC, hearing this, replied enthusiastically, 10,000 galactic coins, 10,000 galaxy coins, that's 10 million planet coins. This NPC is really asking for a lot. No problem, Yanya said generously, but I need to inspect the goods to see if there really are 100 kilometers. That's easy, the NPC replied with a smile. Follow me. With that, the NPC flew directly outside the city, and Yanya followed closely behind on his sword. The players in the main city were all listening to Nanshan's speech, so no one noticed the NPC flying out of the city. In the mist zone, burning mountains and boiling seas, a powerful name was called out by the NPC. Stage comedy, Yanya casually copied this skill. Threads of flames gathered in the air, and in the next moment, millions of flames exploded like fireworks, splitting into countless sparks, as if the galaxy was upside down, with brilliant sparks covering a 100-kilometer radius. Yanya was shocked as he watched the effect of the burning mountains and boiling seas skill. The grand scene made it hard for him to tear his gaze away even a fraction. However, below, the strange beasts displayed -1, He. The NPC chuckled awkwardly. Aside from the damage, this output skill is practically perfect. No, Yanya said softly, now it is perfect. Ha! The NPC was taken aback. Yanya directly transferred 10,000 galaxy coins to the NPC and then turned to leave. The NPC looked at the incoming galaxy coins with joy, but then quickly shouted, I haven't given you the skill book yet. It's a gift. In the main city, Nanshan's speech was nearing its end. For Gold Water Star. Nanshan shouted this iconic phrase. Below, countless trial takers echoed in unison. Let's go, Nanshan said, a bit impatient. As he approached Yanya. Although being with Yanya was always nerve-wracking, the rewards were substantial each time. It truly lived up to the saying, fortune favors the bold. Let's go, Yanya said. This time we'll first hunt a batch of beast kings. The array plate Yanya purchased required the cores of beast kings, and before hunting the star pirates, he needed to gather a batch of cores. Okay, Nanshan said, leading Yanya into his new ship. The massive vessel gradually accelerated into the starry sky, and after inputting the corresponding coordinates, Nanshan said proudly, this time, even if the Nirvana Tribulation has an accident, I can take all the trial takers from Gold Water Star with me. Hee, Yanya chuckled lightly. With me here, what's the Nirvana Tribulation of Gold Water Star? Nanshan immediately deflated. The most lethal form of showing off is the invisible kind, and Yanya had it down to a fine art. As the two conversed, the enormous transport ship came to a halt. Let's go. Yanya stood up. Kill some beast kings, and then I'll take you to pick up some items. Ha, where are we picking up items? Nanshan was puzzled but still entered the Dead Star with Yanya. After entering the Dead Star, Yanya ignited the demon-attracting incense in midair and tossed it forward. What the hell? Nanshan was startled and exclaimed, why did you buy this? If you want to kill beast kings, I can go find them. Yanya ignored Nanshan. The demon-attracting incense emitted a strange aroma that quickly spread. A large number of wild beasts rushed over like mad. Nanshan had no time to feel sorry. He released skills to disrupt the wild beasts, ensuring that these ordinary wild beasts wouldn't ruin the demon-attracting incense before the beast king appeared. Yanya also took action. Burning mountains and boiling seas reappeared with millions of flames, followed by another explosion like fireworks, the galaxy upside down, with countless sparks covering a 100-kilometer radius. -133.7 million -133.7 million. Countless damage values overflowed, and Yanya was stunned by this scene. He suddenly realized a problem. One strange beast dealt 133.7 million damage. How many strange beasts existed within a 100 kilometers? How much damage could accumulate in 1 second? Just as Yanya was lost in thought, a deafening roar echoed from all directions. What the hell? Nanshan was taken aback. So many wild beast kings. Yang Ye looked around, roughly estimating that there were at least 100. This is great. This is great. Yang Ye didn't expect that the demon summoning incense could attract so many wild beast kings at once. This undoubtedly saved him a lot of time. Seeing Yang Ye's confidence, Nanshan felt a sense of calm wash over him. Logically speaking, Yang Ye had already showcased his monstrous output in front of Nanshan several times. Nanshan should have been filled with blind admiration for Yang Ye by now. However, Yang Ye's usual damage of 133.7 million from scraping was easily overlooked by Nanshan, making it hard to recognize Yang Ye's terrifying burst potential. Damn it, Nanshan cursed himself, what was I worried about? Yang Ye could take out tens of thousands of star thieves of the same rank in one move. What were a mere 100 wild beast kings? After some self-reflection, Nanshan suddenly felt reassured. Yang Ye did not disappoint him. As the wild beast kings entered the range of the Burning Mountains and Boiling Seas skill, Yang Ye no longer held back and immediately activated Fading Echoes. Fading Echoes, Crimson Sun splitting the sky, a beam of energy shot towards an approaching Wild Beast King. Boom -6.93726 times 10 to the power of 12. A terrifying damage value overflowed from the Wild Beast King's body, which instantly dissipated into the air. One-hit kill. 69 trillion, Yang Ye nodded in satisfaction. After igniting the demon summoning incense, these Wild Beast Kings appeared shortly after, without wasting much time. With a large-scale output skill like Burning Mountains and Boiling Seas, Yang Ye no longer needed to stretch the timeline to accumulate total damage. Ding, congratulations on defeating a level 2000 Wasteland Wild Beast King beyond your level, earning 3 billion experience points. Ding, congratulations on leveling up to level 1000. Ding, congratulations on obtaining the qualification for Skill Random Evolution. 3 system notifications rang in Yang Ye's ears in succession. Skill Evolution? Yang Ye was taken aback. But immediately after, ding, the clown stage skill has advanced, expanding the stage range to 100 kilometers? 100 kilometers? 100 kilometers. Yang Ye quickly looked at the details of his skill, exclusive skill, clown stage, within the range of the clown's performance stage, 100 kilometers? 100 kilometers? 100 kilometers. The damage received by the clown is randomly reduced by 10% to 90%. Yang Ye's eyes lit up as he looked at the upgraded clown stage skill. The range, which was originally only 1000 m, had now expanded more than 100-fold. In fact, since the territory war began, the skill had become somewhat useless when facing the Blue Star Royal level beasts. After all, the Blue Star Royal level beasts were also over 1,000 meters in size, and Yang Ye's kills on these royal beasts were mostly outside the reduction range. Not to mention, after leaving Blue Star, he faced these wild beast kings that were nearly 10,000 meters tall. The clown stage had basically become a decoration. Just as Yang Ye was checking his skills, holy crap, Nanshan, though mentally prepared, still cursed upon seeing the series of values overflowing from the Wild Beast King. Although Nanshan had witnessed Yang Ye's abnormality before, Yang Ye managed to refresh Nanshan's understanding of the word abnormal every time. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, billion, 100 billion, trillion, 10 trillion, 100 trillion, quadrillion. 69 trillion, Nanshan whispered in shock. He couldn't read the subsequent numbers because he didn't know how to pronounce them. The curtain rises. Yang Ye suddenly unleashed a big move, Burning Mountains and Boiling Seas. The curtain rises lasted for 10 seconds, with the Fading Echoes dealing 100% damage combined with the vast range of Burning Mountains and Boiling Seas. Yang Ye was somewhat eager to see what kind of terrifying power would be unleashed by releasing the show begins under such circumstances. However, at this moment, Eternal Night has no chance to unleash the showtime -6.93726 times 10 to the power of 12 -6.93726 e plus 12. A uniform overflow of 69 trillion damage, all the wild beasts within 100 kilometers, along with 100 wild beast kings, instantly evaporated. The life value of a wild beast king is only about several trillion, simply unable to withstand the output of Eternal Night now. Awesome! Nanshan muttered these 2 words in a daze. Nanshan looked around, his expression somewhat confused. There wasn't a single wild beast left within 100 kilometers. Originally, with a super large area skill like Burning Mountains and Boiling Seas, it was already abnormal for Eternal Night to deal 133.7 million damage, but now it had directly turned into 69 trillion. With such a large range and such high damage, Nanshan found it hard to comprehend why, as a 1-star master and the same invincible, there was such a huge gap between him and Eternal Night. Ding, congratulations on defeating the Level 2000 Wasteland Wild Beast King beyond your level, earning 2.5 billion experience points. Ding, congratulations on leveling up to level 1002. Ding, congratulations on defeating the level 2000 Wasteland Wild Beast King beyond your level, earning 2.5 billion experience points. Ding, congratulations on leveling up to level 1003. After a series of system notifications, Eternal Night's level skyrocketed to 1080. Now, to level up, Eternal Knight needed 80 billion experience points. However, for him, leveling up didn't seem to be a difficult task. With burning mountains and boiling seas, paired with the echo of the curtain call and the dance of the ashes, Eternal Knight could continuously deal tens of trillions in damage. With such a speed of clearing monsters, it would be hard to slow down the leveling process. However, at this moment, Eternal Knight had something more important to do first. Eternal Knight looked at the 100 or so wild beast king cores floating in the air in the distance. This time, he did not hold back. Eternal Knight's figure flickered continuously, collecting all the beast king cores. These cores were the key to activating the array and releasing the confinement formation. Whether he could wipe out the star pirates in one go depended on these beast cores. Awesome, Nanshan followed with a face full of melancholy. They all call me the boss, but you are the boss among bosses. Hearing this, Eternal Knight smiled and patted Nanshan on the shoulder. Work hard to improve your strength and you will reach this level too. I will catch up to you, Nanshan suddenly burst out. With fighting spirit. He was also the strongest on Jinsui Star, standing out from billions of challengers. Neither his profession nor his talent was inferior to others. Keep striving to become stronger. Eternal Knight said calmly, I will be waiting for you at the strongest position. Nanshan, the invisible show-off is the most lethal. Ha ha ha. Eternal Knight laughed a few times. No more jokes. We can set off now. Where to? Nanshan was taken aback. To pick up things, Eternal Knight replied calmly. Pick up what? Nanshan was momentarily confused, but after hesitating for a moment, he suddenly exclaimed, Are you going to find the star pirates? That's right, Eternal Knight nodded. Do you know how many star pirates are within the territory of the Galactic Empire? Nanshan suddenly asked, Do you know why the Galactic Empire doesn't actively eliminate the star pirates? Eternal Knight was taken aback. He really didn't know this. What do you mean? Eternal Knight asked, Is there some hidden truth in this? Nanshan looked at Eternal Knight and said solemnly, The territory of the Galactic Empire is nearly 200,000 light-years, with the planetary trial zones conservatively estimated to be over 500 billion. Eternal Knight's expression tightened. This number exceeded his expectations. Nanshan continued, Although new trial zones keep appearing in the Galactic Empire, the rate of dead stars being produced far exceeds that of newly born trial zones. Star pirates are not just one or two, nor are they tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands. Nanshan looked at Eternal Knight, his expression grave. Over endless years, the number of star pirates may have already reached hundreds of billions. 100 billion? Yang Ye was taken aback. By calculating 100 billion, a planetary-level star thief equals 100 lifespan points, so the lifespan points he could obtain would be 100? 100 billion, which is 100 trillion lifespan points. A full 100 trillion lifespan points. Nanshan looked at the silent Yang Ye and said softly, Do you still want to provoke the star thieves now? Yes, Yang Ye nodded seriously. This left Nanshan stunned. He originally thought that mentioning this would dissuade Yang Ye, but now it seemed he had said it for nothing. By the way, Yang Ye asked, Why doesn't the Galactic Empire eliminate the star thieves? Yang Ye felt it shouldn't just be because there were too many star thieves. After all, last time at the Dead Star, thousands of star thieves couldn't take down the dozen or so from the Galactic Empire. There was a huge gap in strength between the star thieves and the trial takers of the Galactic Empire. Have you forgotten how the star thieves came about? Nanshan countered, the failed planetary trial zones? Yang Ye blurted out. Exactly, Nanshan said solemnly, if the Nirvana tribulation can't be passed, Jinshuixing will also become a wasteland, a dead star. And I, Nanshan pointed at himself, will also likely become a star thief. Yang Ye slowly nodded, understanding Nanshan's implied meaning. If the Galactic Empire publicly eliminated the star thieves, it would be equivalent to declaring that once the trial zone fails, the trial takers would have only one way to go: death. So that's how it is, Yang Ye murmured. However, as soon as he finished speaking, no, Nanshan quickly added, there's another reason. Another one? Yang Ye looked at Nanshan. What reason? Nanshan smiled proudly and lowered his voice. The Galactic Empire is leaving itself a way out. Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Yang Ye's eyes. Don't be surprised, Nanshan whispered. Brother, nothing in the third world is eternally unchanging. The planetary trial zones have Nirvana tribulations. Nanshan paused slightly before continuing, and a force like the Galactic Empire also has corresponding tribulation trials. At this point, Nanshan's expression became somewhat confused. One day, the trial takers of the Galactic Empire will also become star thieves, because you never know when the Galactic Empire might fall. In the third world, anything can change overnight, nothing is eternal. Upon hearing this, Yang Ye's expression also became complex. Variables. Yang Ye muttered to himself. The only thing that remains eternally unchanged is change. Ha! Nanshan turned to look at Yang Ye. What did you say? Nothing. Yang Ye shook his head. Let's go find the star thieves. Saying this, Yang Ye summoned his star-shattering class battleship. This was the first time it had appeared before Nanshan. Hey! Nanshan shook his head helplessly, realizing that despite talking for so long, he hadn't changed Yang Ye's mind. However, as soon as Yang Ye's battleship appeared, it immediately attracted Nanshan's attention. Star-shattering class battleship. Nanshan rushed over. Hey, Nanshan examined the battleship, shaking his head continuously. What a waste, it would be much better as a transport ship. Not necessary, Yang Ye said as he entered the battleship. On the star map, aside from the marked trial zones, most of the rest were dark zones, and the dark zones encompassed all the dead stars. After failing the trials, star thieves could only use the dead stars as their temporary outposts and headquarters. Yet dead stars were often filled with wild beasts, making the living conditions for the star thieves quite dire. Nanshan watched as Yang Ye input the coordinates in the cockpit, feeling a tightness in his chest. Let's not make a big deal out of this, Nanshan said nervously. What if something unexpected happens? What about Jinshuixing and launching? Don't worry, Yang Ye said calmly, there's a god present. Nanshan's face flushed, that was his line. The star-shattering class void-folding battleship continued to traverse the void, quickly entering the dark zone and delving deeper. Moments later, the battleship's speed suddenly decreased. We're here, Yang Ye squinted his eyes. In front of the battleship, a chaotic void unfolded, the space undulating like a torrent. Massive light arrays, anchored by the enormous meteors floating around, sealed off this vast area. Even a shattered star-class battleship couldn't fold space in such turbulent void, it can only rely on its own speed to navigate. Go in, Yang Ye said without hesitation, steering the battleship into the chaotic region. Soon, a dead star appeared in their line of sight. What are you planning to do? Nanshan asked. Tentatively. Let's start with a shot, just to say hello, Yang Ye replied. What? Nanshan was a bit bewildered. Just then, Yang Ye's shattered starship fired an attack beam towards the dead star. Damn! Nanshan was startled by Yang Ye's action. A surprise attack, bro, Nanshan said, shaken. Even if we're hunting space pirates, we should at least do it stealthily. However, Yang Ye didn't respond, leaving him with a simple, wait for me, before stepping out of the battleship and entering the dead star's range alone. Yang Ye gazed at the gray dead star, murmuring, I wonder if there will be any system prompts. Normally, when other trial takers entered a planetary trial area, everyone in that area would receive a system prompt. But this was a dead star. Still, Yang Ye wasn't in a hurry. He quietly waited for the space pirates to appear. Inside the battleship, Nanshan watched Yang Ye enter the dead star alone, gritted his teeth, and followed him out. What are you doing here? Yang Ye looked at Nanshan in surprise. Nanshan boldly replied, how can I let you take risks alone, brother? After saying that, he asked, are you touched? Yang Ye shook his head, I'm just afraid you'll hold me back. Nanshan? Just as the two were teasing each other, within the dead star, dark figures appeared in an instant. Nanshan's heart tightened. He roughly estimated there were thousands of them. Who are you, one of the space pirates asked. Looking for death, are we? Yang Ye observed their positions and decided to forego the confinement array he had prepared. It seemed these space pirates never imagined that one day, a planetary-level trial taker would dare to attack them. The judgment final card in Yang Ye's hand pulsed wildly. 7, 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 5, 7, 8. Burning mountains and boiling seas. Yang Ye took the initiative. You better amplify it directly, Nanshan couldn't help but remind him. The next moment, 31,446.24 billion, 31,446.24 billion. Yang Ye consumed 900 lifespan points and drew 9 times directly. With a base damage value of 133.7 million, multiplied by the 9 points from the judgment final card, Yang Ye unleashed a staggering 30 trillion damage. And for planetary-level trial takers, their health points rarely exceeded 1 trillion. Nanshan, for instance, had only about 4 to 500 billion health points. Thousands of space pirates were instantly obliterated by Yang Ye. Ding, congratulations on killing a planetary-level trial taker, lifespan plus 100. Ding, congratulations on killing a planetary-level trial taker, lifespan plus 100. Ding, congratulations on killing a red-name trial taker of the Galactic Empire, extra reward of 10,000 lifespan points. System prompts rang in Yang Ye's ears, and moments later he glanced at his lifespan points. Lifespan, 1,792,978. His lifespan points had increased from over 1.3 million to over 1.7 million, a gain of more than 400,000. Nanshan looked at Yang Ye's skill damage, utterly shocked. During the time he spent with Yang Ye, he had figured out some patterns. Normally, Yang Ye's output skill damage was 133.7 million. But after a while, he could unleash an unfathomable amount of damage in an instant. So Nanshan had speculated that Eternal Night should be able to accumulate its damage value and then unleash it all at once. He had secretly observed Eternal Night's actions multiple times and had confirmed his suspicions. But this time, Eternal Night struck with 30 trillion, directly overturning all of Nanshan's previous assumptions. Nanshan hadn't yet recovered when Eternal Night suddenly said, let's go, and with that, grabbed Nanshan and retreated back to the battleship. Subsequently, the battleship accelerated and fled. Why not kill them? Nanshan came to his senses. I thought you would charge straight into the Death Star. Eternal Night rolled his eyes. He would have liked to, but he had just sensed that hundreds of battleships were flying towards them from within the Death Star. Even Eternal Night couldn't withstand an attack from hundreds of battleships at once. How can these space pirates be so wealthy? Eternal Night couldn't help but sigh. Beside him, Nanshan didn't understand why Eternal Night suddenly expressed this sentiment but explained. Space pirates are composed of tiered beings like you and me. Is it strange for them to have some money? Eternal Night was taken aback by this remark. It seemed to make sense. On the other side, hundreds of battleships flew out of the Death Star, but after circling around with no results, they all returned. Inside the Death Star, there was an abandoned main city. It was called an abandoned main city because there were no NPCs left inside. However, the entire main city was still shrouded in an energy barrier. Moreover, within the city, numerous ordinary trial takers could be seen calling for team-ups to level up. If Eternal Night saw this scene, he would surely be surprised. After all, according to Nanshan, space pirates were all planetary tier beings. Yet here, non-tiered beings appeared. In the main city, in a hall, dozens of people were seated. Who on earth is it? The leader's face was exceptionally grim. They had been attacked. Moreover, the first batch of thousands of space pirates that went out had completely vanished, and the dispatched battleships had found nothing. Boss, it's said that quite a few people have been lost during this time. Someone below stood up to report. A few days ago, hundreds of space pirates had mysteriously disappeared, and that number had skyrocketed to over 10,000. They said missing, but these people knew that those space pirates were most likely dead. Even if they died, there would be no system announcement for these trial takers who were barely surviving in the Death Star. Because they had lost access to the corresponding planetary trial area, they couldn't purchase consumables. Everything they needed had to be obtained by plundering other trial takers. However, what made these space pirates uneasy was that today someone had directly attacked their stronghold. Could it be the Galactic Empire's trial takers? Someone couldn't help but speculate. Impossible, the leader directly denied this claim. The Galactic Empire has never attacked us over the years. They wouldn't provoke a conflict for no reason. After saying this, the leader looked at everyone and asked, "Have you encountered any tough opponents recently?" Dozens of people exchanged glances and shook their heads. Boss, you know me, I always bully the weak and fear the strong, only hunting trial takers of the Cosmic Drifter tier. Boss, you know I never leave survivors. Boss, you know I haven't gone out in a long time. Everyone in the hall expressed their positions, indicating that the matter had nothing to do with them. The leader's expression grew increasingly serious. He knew he wouldn't be able to extract any information. For so long, they had no idea how many cosmic drifters and planetary tier beings they had hunted. It was actually normal to face retaliation, but it had never happened before. Because once they struck, they never left survivors. In a normal planetary trial area, once trial takers reached level 1000, they could complete corresponding tasks to obtain the Cosmic Drifter tier. At this moment, many trial takers, in order to quickly level up, would leave the trial area and enter the starry sky. This group of people became the primary targets for the Star Pirates. The Star Pirates had no grievances or enmities with these individuals. They simply needed to survive and had no other options. It was not about good or evil, but merely about survival. The leader pondered for a moment and said, "Don't go out for a while." He then dispatched a large number of warships to patrol the perimeter of the Dead Star to prevent any further accidents. On the other side, Eternal Night took Nanshan to several other dark zones. A disagreement led to the warships opening fire. Eternal Night's strategy was very simple: use the warships to attack and lure out the Star Pirates, then he would unleash the Judgment Finale to swiftly eliminate them. In no time, Eternal Night's lifespan value began to soar. Without much effort, his lifespan value rose to over 3 million. The equipment obtained from killing the Star Pirates was all collected by Nanshan, his little sidekick. They even intercepted more than a dozen Rift-level warships. Nanshan never expected that one day, these Star Pirates he used to avoid would be slaughtered by him and Eternal Night so recklessly. Although the main force was Eternal Night, Nanshan also took the opportunity to vent some frustration. This outing was quite fruitful, and Nanshan was so happy he couldn't stop grinning. With my eyes open, it's daylight. With my eyes closed, it's dark. Who says I'm not the protagonist? Nanshan began to get carried away again. However, when the two of them arrived in front of another dead star, Eternal Night did not initiate an attack immediately. What's wrong? Nanshan asked curiously. Aren't you going to lure them out? Eternal Night pondered for a moment and suddenly said, I want to go in and take a look. What? Nanshan was taken aback. Entering the Dead Star? Wasn't that asking for death? Who knew how many Star Pirates were inside? No way. Nanshan shook his head repeatedly. However, wait for me here, Eternal Night said, and flew directly into the Dead Star. Eternal Night's decision to enter the Dead Star was not a spur of the moment whim. After luring and killing Star Pirates dozens of times, he discovered that entering the Dead Star would not trigger a third world alert for the Star Pirates. This was a conclusion Eternal Night reached after killing so many Star Pirates. Moreover, even if he were discovered, Eternal Night now had the confidence to leave safely. With over 3 million lifespan points in hand, and with his damage Combined with the Jester's stage providing a 90% damage reduction, he was already an invincible presence among his peers. Dressed in black, Eternal Knight boldly entered the Dead Star. Inside the Dead Star, outside an abandoned main city area, many star pirates were working together to kill the beasts outside the city. However, these star pirates seemed to be quite weak. A group of them took a long time to barely kill a single beast. Just then, Eternal Knight suddenly appeared in front of the spatial barrier of the city. The attention of the nearby star pirates was focused on the beast, and no one noticed Eternal Knight. He stared at the spatial barrier for a moment but chose not to enter. The Dead Star did not have a third world system to alert these star pirates, but this spatial barrier was clearly created by the star pirates themselves. If he went in, he would most likely expose his identity. Eternal Knight turned to look at the trial takers not far away who were fighting the beasts with all their might. They were grouped together, engaged in fierce battles with the beasts. This scene was somewhat reminiscent of the players in the main city of Blue Star. Eternal Knight suddenly sensed something unusual. At first, he hadn't paid much attention, but the beasts here were not the wild beasts he expected. The Dead Star should have been entirely occupied by wild beasts. Ordinary wild beasts were equivalent to the Wanderer tier, while wild beast kings were equivalent to the planet tier. However, the beasts near this main city were clearly not wild beasts, but rather ordinary beasts of relatively higher levels. It seems like they were specially prepared for these people. Eternal Knight murmured softly. It's no wonder that Eternal Knight thinks this way, because most of these star thieves are at levels 4 or 500 without even a rank. These people cannot possibly be a match for the savage beasts. The only explanation is that these exotic beasts are captured by the star thieves who hold ranks. Eternal Knight has seen the Emperor ship of Nanshan, as well as the larger transport ship behind it, and knows that capturing some exotic beasts is not a difficult task. Eternal Knight scanned the surroundings and suddenly flew towards a team of 7 or 8 people on the outer edge. This team had ventured deep alone and was already in grave danger. Among them, a chubby man shouted to the black-clad youth at the front, "Ashue, we've gone too deep, let's retreat a bit." "No retreat," the black-clad youth said firmly, his long sword creating afterimages as it struck the exotic beasts, inflicting considerable damage. However, the number of exotic beasts around them clearly exceeded what they could handle, and the few of them were already on the brink of collapse. "Ah, Ashue, we can't just charge in." Recklessly, a young woman in white pleaded, "We have no supplies and can only rely on time to gradually recover our state. If we keep fighting like this, I'll run out of mana." Upon hearing this, the black-clad youth's expression darkened. For them, supplies that could restore their state were scarcer than anything else. "Retreat," the black-clad youth reluctantly ordered. But just then, several large exotic beasts cut off their escape route. "This is bad," the black-clad youth's face changed. "You all retreat behind me," he said, raising his sword to meet the beasts. At that moment, Eternal Knight had quietly arrived above this group. Watching the black-clad youth engage in combat with the exotic beasts, Eternal Knight showed a hint of surprise. The black-clad youth hadn't unleashed any major skills throughout. He relied solely on precise positioning and prediction. Every time an exotic beast launched a skill attack, the black-clad youth's long sword would land on the beast in advance, interrupting its casting. Moreover, when faced with the close-range attacks of the beasts, the youth dodged effortlessly, his movements fluid and agile. At that moment, the black-clad youth seemed to be walking on a tightrope. It looked dangerous, yet everything appeared to be under control. Such strong combat awareness. Eternal Knight couldn't help but exclaim. If there was a shortcoming in Eternal Knight, it was the ability displayed by the black-clad youth below. Positioning and awareness, these were what Eternal Knight currently lacked. After all, Eternal Knight's combat style leaned more towards that of a mage, specifically a stand-and-shoot mage. With extreme output and abnormal recovery, Eternal Knight rarely had the opportunity to compete in positioning or awareness against exotic beasts. However, Eternal Knight didn't care about this shortcoming, nor did he consider it a shortcoming. When in poverty, precise strikes; when in wealth, firepower coverage. Clearly, he belonged to the latter. What Eternal Knight sought now was a larger output range, a higher output frequency, and a longer duration. As for positioning, with one skill covering 100 kilometers, where was there to position? Technical play has no effect in the face of absolute strength disparity. It's all about countering flashy moves. Yet, even though the youth's combat ability was so formidable, attracting the hatred of most exotic beasts, his teammates did not possess such abnormal abilities. Among the team, the woman in white seemed to be a support class, and at that moment, she was panicking in front of an exotic beast. Shield, the woman in white used her last bit of mana to cast a light shield to protect herself. But after 3 or 4 frenzied attacks from the beast, the light shield shattered into pieces. "It's over," the woman in white instinctively closed her eyes as she looked at the beast's claws. The other few were also entangled by the beasts, unable to provide rescue in time. The black-clad youth was filled with both anger and fear. If anything happened to the woman in white, the greatest responsibility would clearly fall on him. Fortunately, at that moment, a figure in black suddenly appeared in front of the exotic beast, shielding the woman in white behind him. Facing a beast of several hundred levels, Yang Ye was too lazy to unleash any skills. He clenched his right fist and smashed it forward. Boom! To the surprise of the group, the beast's massive body instantly shattered into pieces under that punch. So cool! Behind Yang Ye, the woman in white looked at his back, her eyes sparkling. Yang Ye himself was a bit surprised. The power of this punch was indeed somewhat abnormal. However, the corners of Yang Ye's mouth suddenly lifted as he turned to unleash a barrage at the other beasts. Bang! Bang! In just a few moments, Yang Ye cleared away the dozen or so beasts that had surrounded them. Thank you, Star Master, the others said gratefully, having survived the ordeal. Star Master? Yang Ye frowned. The boy in black quickly explained, Star Master is the respectful title we use for rankers in our Yunchuan Star. Hearing this, Yang Ye nodded slightly. The woman in white, saved by Yang Ye, couldn't help but ask, Star Master, which planetary trial area do you come from? Her cheeks flushed. This Star Master looked to be about the same age as them. Qingxing, Yang Ye casually made up a name. So it's the Star Master of Qingxing, the others said, though they had never heard of Qingxing, they didn't doubt Yang Ye's identity. After all, this Dead Star base had some Star Masters temporarily docking every so often, so it was normal for them not to know each other. The boy in black respectfully asked, May I know how to address the Star Master? Yang Ye. We have met Star Master Yang Ye. Several people in the group spoke up. Yang Ye nodded slightly. As a Star Master, he had to maintain a certain demeanor. He couldn't be too casual from the start, or it would raise their suspicions. At this moment, Yang Ye looked at the young woman in white and asked, Why didn't you fly away just now? Normally, once trial takers entered the main city, they could learn some common skills, including flying, which was essential for them. However, the woman in white awkwardly replied, Star Master Yang Ye, I don't know how to fly. Yang Ye was taken aback. The woman explained, I was only over level 30 when I came here, and there was no place to learn common skills. The others nodded in agreement. Their situations were similar. When Yunchuan Star's Nirvana Tribulation failed, the planetary ranker used a void folding ship to bring some trial takers here. How long have you been here? Yang Ye casually asked. The boy in black replied, about 10 years. 10 years? Yang Ye scanned the group. Why are your levels so low? The boy in black was stunned but still explained, Star Master. Our Nirvana Tribulation failed, and the experience required to level up increased tenfold, while the rewards for killing beasts decreased by 90%. Cough, Yang Ye lightly coughed. I was careless. After saying that, Yang Ye casually asked, What about the Star Master of Yunchuan Star? As soon as Yang Ye's words fell, the expressions of the group became somewhat unnatural. What's wrong? Yang Ye asked in return. The boy in black whispered, Not long ago, our Star Master and a group of rankers went to chase someone and haven't returned. Yang Ye was taken aback. Could it be that he had gotten them into trouble? The woman in white added at this moment, If our Star Master doesn't come back soon, we won't have the qualifications to go out and hunt beasts to level up. Hearing this, Yang Ye fell silent. He hadn't expected that killing star thieves would lead to so many complications. Sigh, Yang Ye suddenly sighed. What a waste to be a star thief. Star thief? The boy in black asked in surprise, Star Master. Yang Ye, are you saying our Star Master might have encountered star thieves? Yang Ye looked at the boy in black in astonishment. Who are the star thieves you were talking about? The boy in black shook his head. We only heard our Star Master say that there are many star thieves in the starry sky. Upon hearing this, Yang Ye's expression slightly stiffened. The boy in black clearly didn't notice the change in Yang Ye's expression and continued, Once we reach level 1000, we can obtain the star accessory granted by the Star Master, and then we can enter the starry sky. That's right, the girl in white chimed in. If we encounter star thieves then, I definitely won't let them go. The star accessory. Yang Ye also had this accessory. The star accessory is an essential item for challengers to enter the starry sky. Yang Ye suddenly understood why the star thieves had been hunting down cosmic wanderers from other trial zones. Just the people in front of Yang Ye could no longer receive rank rewards. Therefore, for them to enter the starry sky, they must equip the star accessory. Since it couldn't be obtained from the third world, there was only one way left, hunting challengers from other trial zones to obtain it. At first, Yang Ye thought the star thieves were merely a group of psychopathic killers twisted by their failures in the trials. But now, through a few simple conversations with these people, Yang Ye unexpectedly discovered that things were far more complicated than he had imagined. Some star thieves might indeed be deranged, but judging by the current situation, there should be quite a few Star Masters who were simply trying to find a way out for the challengers they brought with them. With differing stances, it was hard to talk about good and evil. If it were Yang Ye, he might do the same. After all, if one doesn't act for oneself, heaven and earth will punish them. Yang Ye looked at the few people and suddenly had a thought. But he couldn't directly ask them, or else the issue of his Star Master identity would become too significant. Sigh, Yang Ye suddenly sighed, feeling a bit melancholic. If only there were other normal trial zones willing to let us join. Sure enough, after Yang Ye said this, the members of the team all showed a hint of bitter smiles. Among the team, the girl in white self-deprecatingly said, Star Master Yang Ye is joking. How would other trial zones dare to take us in? Yang Ye's heart stirred, and he followed her lead. I do know a few star masters from other trial zones. Impossible, the girl in white whispered. If they took us in, the difficulty of the Nirvana tribulation would increase. Yongya's heart stirred. However, he said, that's true, the Nirvana tribulation is already very difficult, sigh. However, the boy in black seemed a bit tempted. He looked at Yongya and couldn't help but speak up. Star Master Yongya, you could give it a try. After all, taking in a challenger from a trial zone would only increase the difficulty of the Nirvana tribulation by 50%. But, the boy in black changed his tone. As long as we get through it, the rewards for this trial zone will also double. The boy in black considered more than the others. Their Yunchuan Star Master was currently missing, and if something unexpected happened, they wouldn't be able to survive on the dead star. Now, Yongya had become an opportunity he wanted to seize. Upon hearing this, Yongya raised an eyebrow. Double rewards? Such a good thing? Since Blue Star still had a considerable amount of time before the Nirvana tribulation, Yongya didn't know much about this. However, he was indeed feeling a bit tempted now. Jinshui Star had experienced a Nirvana tribulation once, and Nanshan surely knew this, yet he still dared to invite Yongya to form an alliance. This indicated that increasing the difficulty by 50% was not insurmountable. Yongya looked at the few people, and a surge of impulse rose in his heart. How difficult could the Nirvana tribulation be? He currently held 3 million lifespan points. Could he not get through it? If he took in these people and the rewards doubled, this risk was worth taking. With this thought, Yongya couldn't help but grin. However, just as he was about to speak, another thought popped into his mind. If taking in one failed trial zone doubled the system rewards, what if he took in 10? Yongya thought of this and another crazy idea sprang up. What if I took in all the star thieves? This idea popped up, and Yongya couldn't suppress it any longer. With his current output, even if the Nirvana tribulation involved a planetary-level Beast King, he was confident he could handle it. The only trouble was his health points. Yongya was well aware of his shortcomings. Compared to other planetary-level beings, his 100 billion health points were still too fragile. Although he had the Jester stage which provided a 90% damage reduction, the Jester stage had a limited range. If he exceeded that range, it would be ineffective. Moreover, the most critical issue was that he didn't know when the Blue Star's Nirvana tribulation would arrive. Right now, if he wanted to capture these star thieves, he could only borrow the Golden Water Star from Nanshan. Therefore, this matter had to be approved by Nanshan. If Nanshan disagreed, the matter would have to be put on hold. Yongya looked at the few people and suddenly murmured, looks like I need to find a way to persuade Nanshan. The boy in black noticed Yongya suddenly talking to himself and couldn't help but ask, Yongya Starmaster, what are you saying? Yongya smiled upon hearing this, it's nothing. How many trial takers are left from your Yunchuan Star? The boy in black's expression darkened, and his voice became somewhat low. When we left Yunchuan Star, there were hundreds of thousands of us, but now there are less than 1,000. Less than 1,000. Yongya felt slightly disappointed. This number wouldn't provide much assistance to the Golden Water Star. Moreover, the Star Master of Yunchuan Star was most likely dead because of him. If the trial takers from Yunchuan Star had been strong, there would have been a greater chance to persuade Nanshan. Now it was just a bit more troublesome. After pondering for a moment, Yongya asked the boy in black, out of these 1,000 people, how many are at the planetary level? The boy in black replied, there are about 300 cosmic wanderers left, and the rest are similar to us. So few? Yongya frowned slightly. Logically, the trial takers who escaped should have been mainly at the planetary level. The boy in black forced a smile and said, most of the planetary level beings sacrificed themselves during the Nirvana tribulation on Yunchuan Star. At this moment, the girl in white also spoke up, that Nirvana tribulation took too many lives. The Star Master saw there was no chance to cross over and hurriedly brought us out. Yongya nodded slightly and asked the boy in black, what is your name? The boy in black replied, Star Master, my name is Ishue. I meant your full name. Yongya said. The boy in black was taken aback and straightforwardly replied, I am just called Ishue. Upon hearing this, Yongya curiously looked at the others. What about you? Amua Juna Chang. Yongya. The people from Yunchuan Star really have casual naming conventions. Ishue, Yongya said to the boy in black, you take them to wait for me outside the city. The few people were instantly delighted to hear Yongya say this. The boy in black, Ishue, eagerly asked, Yongya Star Master, do you mean? Yongya nodded slightly, I will discuss it with my friend. If it works out, you can join his planetary trial area. At this moment, the girl in white hurriedly asked, Yongya Star Master, what about the other trial takers from Yunchuan Star? Of course, they can come along. Yongya replied. After all, having one more trial area would only increase the difficulty of the Nirvana tribulation by 50%, so more trial takers would be better. However, Yongya suddenly changed his tone. We can't let outsiders know, otherwise, you might not be able to leave either. We understand. The few of them nodded in unison. Alright, Yongya said, you can go ahead and call for people. I will go find my friend to discuss this. After saying that, Yongya didn't give the few of them a chance to speak and directly used spatial leap to leave. A Shui in the team, the fat one said, is this really possible? So far, no trial zone has dared to take them in, otherwise, why would they occupy the Dead Star? Once they fail the Nirvana trial, they become a burden. The trial zones are already overwhelmed and cannot possibly accept these failures. Especially since the master of Yunchuan Star has gone missing, their meager strength is of no use at all. Is it possible? This is our last chance, the black-clad youth Shui said firmly, no matter what, we have to give it a try. After finishing, the black-clad youth turned to the white-clad woman and said, "A Zhen, a Chang, you two go into the city to notify our people." Okay. On the other side, Yang Yi arrived outside the Dead Star, where Nanshan was anxiously waiting on the warship. As soon as Yang Yi boarded the warship, Nanshan rushed over. "Brother, you finally came back." Nanshan sighed in relief upon seeing Yang Yi. "What did you gain?" "A lot," Yang Yi replied vaguely. "That's good," Nanshan asked directly. "Shall we change to another star pirate base?" According to Yang Yi's previous style, they would hit once and then change locations. This left those star pirates helpless against them. After all, chasing two people in the vast dark universe is incredibly difficult. "Let's not leave just yet," Yang Yi said, looking at Nanshan. "Tell me more about the details of the Nirvana trial." Nanshan was taken aback, not understanding why Yang Yi suddenly asked about the Nirvana trial. However, he quickly realized that there were only a few days left until the next Nirvana trial on Jin Shui Star. Yang Yi might want to prepare in advance. So, Shan recounted the events of the last Nirvana trial on Jin Shui Star to Yang Yi. Listening to Nanshan's account, Yang Yi was shocked by the difficulty of the Nirvana trial but felt a bit more confident. Although the Nirvana trial was tough, that was for others. As Nanshan continued, Yang Yi suddenly interrupted, "If we form an alliance, won't the difficulty of the Nirvana trial on Jin Shui Star increase?" Nanshan was momentarily stunned but nodded. Seemingly afraid Yang Yi would misunderstand, Nanshan quickly added, "The difficulty will increase by half based on the original, but the rewards will double." Yang Yi nodded slightly. This way, a Shui and the others' claims matched up with Nanshan's. This matter could be arranged. Yang Yi pondered for a moment and said to Nanshan, "There's something I need to discuss with you." Nanshan was taken aback. It was rare for Yang Yi to be so serious. "What do we need to discuss between us?" Nanshan asked in surprise. "Just say it directly. Do you want to become invincible?" Yang Yi said softly. "Ha?" Nanshan raised an eyebrow. "Am I not invincible?" Yang Yi helplessly replied, "I mean, the kind without any fluff." "Ha," Nanshan tilted his head. "I have no fluff to begin with." Yang Yi felt a bit overwhelmed. Under his deliberate pressure, Nanshan had already restrained himself quite a bit during this time. Who knew he would act up again now? Yang Yi didn't explain further but emphasized, repeating, "I mean, do you want to become invincible?" Nanshan looked at Yang Yi suspiciously. "Brother Yang Yi, what exactly are you trying to do?" "Being invincible is lonely," Yang Yi said softly. Nanshan nodded in deep agreement. "Indeed, but that's the price of becoming invincible." Yang Yi's face darkened. He originally wanted to be indirect, but now he couldn't hold back with Nanshan any longer and directly laid it out. "I want to recruit some star pirates." "Ha," Nanshan instinctively responded. "I thought it was something serious." "Recruiting star pirates is not that." Nanshan's voice suddenly cut off, then burst out sharply. "What do you want to recruit?" "Don't get excited," Yang Yi said softly. "This doesn't fit your invincible style." "Are you joking?" Nanshan's gaze was fixed on Yang Yi. At this moment, Nanshan realized that Yang Yi wanted to collect star thieves to increase the difficulty of the Nirvana tribulation and gain double rewards from the third world. No wonder Yang Yi asked him if he wanted to become an invincible being. Of course, Nanshan wanted to be invincible, but this would be tantamount to putting all the trial takers of Jinsui Star in a desperate situation. For Nanshan, in a certain sense, Jinsui Star was more important than his own life. He could not disregard Jinsui Star for the sake of invincibility. "No." Nanshan shook his head repeatedly, his tone resolute. "Absolutely not. Don't you understand my strength?" Yang Yi said confidently, "It's just a mere Nirvana tribulation." Nanshan's face darkened. Was this something a person would say? In the entire galactic empire, which planetary trial zone master would dare to say such a thing? Seeing Nanshan on the verge of exploding, Yang Yi quickly reassured him. "Think about it. Once you pass the Nirvana tribulation, your strength will definitely increase exponentially." "So what?" Nanshan replied warily. "The bragging you did can be realized," Yang Yi coaxed. "Everyone can brag, but if the bragging can be realized, that's truly impressive." "No," Nanshan still shook his head. Yang Yi sighed. "Forget it. I thought you, Nanshan, were different from ordinary rankers. But I didn't expect your vision to be so short-sighted." Nanshan looked at Yang Yi warily. "What do you mean by that?" Yang Yi looked at Nanshan calmly and said, "The Nirvana tribulation gets harder each time, right?" Nanshan was a bit confused but still nodded in response. "That's right. How confident are you in passing the Nirvana tribulation a few times?" Yang Yi countered. Nanshan hesitated. In fact, he had no confidence in passing this time's Nirvana tribulation on Jinsui Star. Otherwise, he wouldn't have actively sought to ally with Yang Yi, this major bug. Yang Ye looked at Nanshan and bluntly stated, if I'm not mistaken, you have no confidence this time. Nanshan instinctively wanted to refute, but looking into Yang Ye's eyes, he suddenly felt deflated. He indeed lacked confidence. However, Yang Ye suddenly said, under normal circumstances, it's impossible to pass the Nirvana tribulation time and again. Nanshan furrowed his brows. What do you mean? You also said that the Nirvana tribulation is the third world selecting the people it wants, Yang Ye explained. This means that the Nirvana tribulation will not systematically increase in difficulty. Therefore, the increase in difficulty of the Nirvana tribulation will far exceed the increase in strength of the trial takers on Jinsui Star. Yang Ye sighed, it's like the cattle and horses on our Blue Star. If you work more this month, the task targets will increase next month. No matter how much you squeeze yourself, the work targets will keep skyrocketing. Nanshan nodded slightly, acknowledging Yang Ye's statement. However, he still retorted, according to what you're saying, the outcome for all planetary trial zones is predetermined. Normally, that's the case, Yang Ye smiled, but there are other ways. Nanshan was taken aback and asked in surprise, what way? Yang Ye articulated clearly, increase the difficulty of the Nirvana tribulation. Upon hearing this, Nanshan rolled his eyes. This was just a useless statement. It was already difficult, and now to increase the difficulty? Wasn't that courting death? Let me finish, Yang Ye analyzed seriously. If you take in people from other trial zones, the difficulty of the Nirvana tribulation only increases by 50%, but the rewards double. Don't you find that strange? What's strange about it? Nanshan was puzzled. Yang Ye continued to explain patiently, the third world is conducting trials, not charity. Normally, the difficulty should double for the rewards to double, right? Yang Ye said meaningfully. Nanshan frowned, that does make sense. But what does that indicate? Nanshan asked, in confusion. Next, Yang Ye smiled, a plan that can be called great has emerged. And you, Yang Ye looked at Nanshan, are the first person to know about my plan. What great plan? Nanshan, intrigued by Yang Ye's serious tone, asked. Let me ask you, if I offer you a tenfold reward, Yang Ye said in a deep voice, do you have confidence in getting through the next Nirvana tribulation? Of course. Nanshan replied immediately, don't mention 10 times, even 5 times would give me confidence. Then that's settled, Yang Ye said with a smile. Can you explain it a bit more clearly? Nanshan asked, scratching his head in confusion. This time, we take in a batch of star thieves to increase the difficulty of Jinshui Star and earn a 5-fold reward, Yang Ye explained leisurely. Once the Nirvana tribulation is over, we can transfer these star thieves to other trial areas. Next time, won't it be a piece of cake? Upon hearing this, Nanshan showed a look of shock and exclaimed, you want to alternate between Jinshui Star and launching to collect star thieves? Exactly, Yang Ye nodded slowly. Once the Nirvana tribulation on Jinshui Star is over, we will transfer them to launching. After Yang Ye finished speaking, Nanshan fell into silence. It must be said that Yang Ye's plan was quite risky, but if successful, it would be beneficial for both Jinshui Star and launching. If it works out, he would be fully confident in facing the Nirvana tribulation alone next time. After a moment of silence, Nanshan suddenly asked, what if the difficulty doesn't decrease afterward? Nanshan looked at Yang Ye and repeated, if we transfer the star thieves away and the difficulty of the next Nirvana tribulation doesn't drop, what then? This matter concerned the lives of tens of millions of trial takers on Jinshui Star, so Nanshan had to be cautious. This method was something Nanshan had never tried, nor had he ever thought of it. He didn't know if any unexpected situations would arise. Then we just escape, Yang Ye said straightforwardly. It's worth a try, and there's still a chance of success. If we just sit and wait, won't the outcome be the same? Nanshan's expression changed, his lips parted slightly, but he didn't say anything. Yang Ye was right, without trying this, Jinshui Star wouldn't have the strength to face the upcoming Nirvana tribulation. But the premise of this approach was that Jinshui Star could withstand this double difficulty. Nirvana tribulation. Nanshan looked at Yang Ye with a complex expression. He knew how monstrous Yang Ye's output was, but could Yang Ye protect everyone in the face of the Nirvana tribulation? If all the other trial takers on Jinshui Star died, what would be the point of surviving the Nirvana tribulation? After a moment, Nanshan looked at Yang Ye and asked, do you really have confidence in withstanding the Nirvana tribulation? It's all up to us. Yang Ye didn't hide it. I haven't experienced it either, so I can't make any guarantees. But if I can't get through, Yang Ye said softly, then I fear no one else can withstand it. Nanshan looked at Yang Ye and suddenly grinned. I really hope you're not just bragging this time. Have I ever bragged? Yang Ye retorted. Nanshan, haven't you? Yang Ye, have I? Nanshan. Yang Ye, I'm just speaking the truth. I never boast. All right. Nanshan said solemnly, then let's go crazy once. That's the spirit. Yang Ye said with a smile, fortune favors the bold. Before Yang Ye could finish his sentence, let's collect over 100 trial failure zones. Nanshan gritted his teeth and said, and get a few hundred times the reward. Cough. Yang Ye was directly choked by Nanshan's words. Yang Ye looked at Nanshan speechlessly and said, taking too big a step can easily lead to trouble. Hee, Nanshan laughed, so there are things you dare not do. I was just saying, Nanshan continued, let's go for the tenfold reward. 10 zones, 5 times the difficulty, 10 times the reward. A hint of madness also appeared in Nanshan's eyes. Alright, Young Ye nodded. By the way, have you already chosen the trial zones? Nanshan asked. That's right, but currently there's only one, Young Ye replied, including launching, there are only 2 in total. This is easy, Nanshan said without hesitation, just let the word out and those star pirates will come rushing in. However, in response to Nanshan's suggestion, Young Ye shook his head. The composition of the star pirates is quite complex, we can't just take anyone. Young Ye said softly, birds of a feather flock together, we can't take in some ungrateful wolves. Right, Nanshan nodded repeatedly, so how do we distinguish them? This is easy, Young Ye smiled, we'll just select them slowly. After saying this, Young Ye controlled the warship and flew directly into the dead star. As a warship entered the dead star, it quickly attracted quite a few gazes. However, since the dead star often had star pirates visiting, it didn't raise too much attention. As the warship approached the main urban area, Ashuei had gathered nearly 1,000 people waiting outside the city. Among the crowd, a cosmic wanderer who was a ranked trialist stepped forward and respectfully asked, which one is the Star Master Young Ye? This individual was one of the few remaining rankers from Yunchuan Star and currently the strongest on Yunchuan Star. The news brought back by Ashuei and the others delighted the strongest individual. Although reason told him that it was almost impossible for a trial area to take them in, he still brought all the trialists from Yunchuan Star to wait outside the city. What if this strongest individual from Yunchuan Star held on to the last glimmer of hope? What if it was true? Then they wouldn't have to stay in the dead star, watching their companions die one by one, especially with the disappearance of the planetary rankers from Yunchuan Star. In the dead star, once there were no planetary rankers to protect them, these people would become pawns. Yang Ye looked at the curious crowd that had gathered around and said in a deep voice, come in and we'll talk. The ranker hesitated for a moment but took the lead into the warship. Once all the trialists from Yunchuan Star had entered the warship, Yang Ye controlled the ship and flew directly out of the dead star. Inside the warship, what was once an empty space was now filled with people. Yang Ye's warship was not large to begin with, and even with spatial folding inside, it felt a bit cramped at the moment. Nanshan looked back and forth at the group of people, surprised. Why are there no planetary rank trialists? As soon as he said this, the people from Yunchuan Star silently lowered their heads. Someone muttered, our Star Master is missing. Nanshan's expression instantly fell, and he turned to Yang Ye. Yang Ye, what kind of people have you chosen? Nanshan asked in confusion. At least there should be some planetary rankers, otherwise, what use are they? Don't worry, Yang Ye replied, these people are quite suitable. Besides, having one more planetary ranker doesn't make a difference. And having one less doesn't matter either. As Yang Ye spoke, he looked at Nanshan. For the Nirvana tribulation of Dinshui Star, having the 2 of us as invincible ones is enough. That's true. Nanshan instinctively responded, but he quickly changed his mind. That being said, having one more ranker is always better. Aren't we still going to take in other trial areas? Yang Ye comforted, just choose well from the remaining few. Seeing that Yang Ye had made up his mind, Nanshan didn't say anything more. They had already brought the people in, they couldn't just send them back. Moreover, these people were decided by Yang Ye. However, the conversation between the two fell on the ears of the rankers from Yunchuan Star, causing their expressions to change drastically. A cosmic wanderer rank trialist from Yunchuan Star couldn't help but say, Star Masters, are you still going to take in more people? Yang Ye was about to speak when Nanshan interjected, that's right, at least 10 districts. The ranker's face changed dramatically. If that's the case, the difficulty of the Nirvana tribulation will skyrocket. You skyrocket in difficulty? Nanshan said coldly, so what? The rankers from Yunchuan Star exchanged glances. They had experienced the Nirvana tribulation before, and even if the difficulty hadn't increased, their entire Yunchuan Star couldn't withstand it. From the sounds of these 2 Star Masters, they actually wanted to take in 10 districts, which would mean a 5-fold increase in difficulty. Nanshan looked at them, hands clasped behind his back, and said proudly, for you, the Nirvana tribulation may be difficult. But, Nanshan paused slightly, for the 2 of us, this mere Nirvana tribulation is nothing to worry about. The nearly 1,000 trial takers from Yunchuan Star were shocked, their eyes wide open. How terrifying is the Nirvana tribulation? How many planetary trial zones have turned into dead stars because they couldn't survive one increasingly perverse Nirvana tribulation? The Yunchuan Star's rankers calmed their shocked emotions and respectfully asked, may I ask how to address the Star Master? Nanshan smiled slightly. Nanshan, the Star Master of Jingshui Star, an invincible one. Yang Ye saw that Nanshan was starting to showcase his expertise again and didn't bother to expose him. At this moment, giving these people some confidence wasn't a bad thing. Thank you, Star Master of Jingshui Star, for taking us in. The people of Yunchuan Star bowed in unison to Nanshan. Nanshan waved his hand lightly. No need for such formality. It's just a small effort. To the Star Master, it may be nothing, but to us, it is a life-saving grace. Nanshan nodded in satisfaction. Before the Nirvana tribulation, you can first upgrade on my Jingshui Star. One person from Yunchuan Star couldn't help but ask, Star Master, how long until the Nirvana tribulation arrives? Nanshan extended a finger, 10 days. What? Only 10 days left? This. Upon hearing this, the people of Yunchuan Star immediately became restless. This time frame was too short for them. They had no time to develop, and it was very likely that they would die in the Nirvana tribulation before they could even improve themselves. Nanshan looked at the panicking crowd and couldn't help but speak in a deep voice. What are you panicking about? As soon as his voice fell, everyone instantly quieted down. The so-called Nirvana tribulation, Nanshan said leisurely, this Star Master will bear it all. Just as Nanshan was boasting, the battleship landed in the main city of Jingshui Star. Yang Ye said to everyone, we have arrived. Nanshan said proudly, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to my territory. The people of Yunchuan Star stepped out of the battleship, looking at the intact main city, each one filled with excitement. Nanshan quickly arranged everyone and then hurried back. With the Nirvana tribulation approaching, they still needed to gather 8 district star thieves, and as for how to choose, Nanshan had no ideas yet. Let's go, Yang Ye said, to gather people. Nanshan asked curiously, for this gathering, besides needing planetary rankers, what other criteria should we use? Yang Ye had previously mentioned that like attracts like, and people form groups, which Nanshan found very reasonable. How to select the remaining star thieves needed some serious thought. Yang Ye looked at Nanshan in surprise. You have no ideas? Of course I do, Nanshan replied. I just wanted to ask if you have any additional requirements so I can select people. Yang Ye nodded. I have 3 criteria for gathering people. Upon hearing this, Nanshan immediately asked, what are the 3? Fair skin, beauty, and long legs. Nanshan, fair skin, beauty, and long legs? Nanshan looked at Yang Ye with a strange expression, still young and vigorous, and surprisingly still interested in women. Little brother, Nanshan said with the demeanor of someone with experience. So-called beauties are just the withered bones of the red dust. Women are merely stumbling blocks on our path to becoming the strongest. Nanshan couldn't help but start guiding Yang Ye, with no women in your heart. However, before Nanshan could finish, Yang Ye suddenly interrupted. Who said I was referring to women? Nanshan was momentarily taken aback. Damn, Nanshan suddenly stepped back a pace, looking at Yang Ye with a wary expression. Little brother, you can't be joking, right? Yang Ye smiled without speaking. Nanshan unconsciously took a few more steps back. Inside the battleship, the atmosphere became slightly awkward. Moments later, actually, Nanshan looked at Yang Ye with a complex expression. Actually, women are quite good. Ha ha ha. Yang Ye couldn't hold back any longer and laughed out loud. Nanshan blinked, realizing he had been played by Yang Ye. However, before Nanshan could express his frustration, Yang Ye suddenly said, we're here. The battleship passed through a spatial turbulence created by a light array and arrived in front of a dead star. Nanshan looked at the dead star outside the battleship. Brother, what exactly do you want to do? Kill, Yang Ye replied. Nanshan was confused. Aren't we here to recruit people? Yang Ye said softly, killing is to recruit people. Nanshan? Let's go, into the dead star, Yang Ye said, stepping out of the battleship. Although Nanshan couldn't understand, he followed closely behind. Yang Ye retracted the battleship and the two swaggered into the dead star. Yang Ye was fine, but Nanshan, in his red cloak, was quite conspicuous. As they approached an abandoned main city of the dead star, they attracted quite a few curious glances. However, Yang Ye completely ignored the gazes of these people, calmly looking down at the barrier of the main city and casually lit a demon-attracting incense. Brother, what exactly are you trying to do? Nanshan was still puzzled. Since we want to recruit people, we naturally need to choose some reliable ones, Yang Ye said softly. If we find some ungrateful wolves, whether Jinshui Star will still belong to you in the future is a question. Upon hearing this, Nanshan nodded in agreement. Yang Ye's words were indeed correct. If they were to recruit star thieves, they didn't want to choose weaklings. But how could these planetary-level beings willingly submit to others? Brother, do you want to intimidate them a bit? Nanshan asked in confusion. In Nanshan's view, demonstrating absolute strength was the simplest and most direct way to subdue these people. It is to intimidate. Yang Ye looked at Nanshan. However, the timing of showing off is very important. Nanshan raised an eyebrow and retorted, Brother, you're wrong about this. Showing off doesn't depend on timing, Nanshan said proudly, impromptu. Showing off, anytime, anywhere, that's the highest realm. Yang Ye was speechless and ignored him. Moments later, Yang Ye sensed something and lit 2 more demon-attracting incense. This is Nanshan showed a look of surprise. Life and death reveal human nature, Yang Ye said softly. Let the Beast King help us filter a batch first. Nanshan's eyes lit up as if he thought of something. Brother, let me do it later. Yang Ye. Their strange actions initially attracted quite a few people's attention. However, they didn't seem to make any big moves in mid-air, and the testers outside the city began hunting exotic beasts again. After all, with so many testers on the Dead Star, it was normal to have 1 or 2 oddballs. This abandoned main city was similar to the one Yang Ye had reclaimed on Yunchuan Star. Outside the barrier, there were mostly exotic beasts for low-level testers to level up, and there were no savage beasts. After pausing for a moment, Yang Ye suddenly said, "Let's go." "What for?" Nanshan was taken aback. "To watch the show," Yang Ye said, putting away the remaining incense and soaring into the air. Seeing this, Nanshan quickly followed. Just as the two left, the sky suddenly darkened. "What's going on? What happened? What's wrong with the horizon?" The testers still outside the city, killing monsters to level up, looked towards the distance in confusion. "Retreat to the main city!" A shout erupted from within the city. In the next moment, hundreds of figures soared into the air, standing above the main city. "It's the Star Master. What happened? It seems to be savage beasts. Quick, return to the city." Roar! The beast roar sounded like thunder, echoing endlessly. Outside the city, a large group of low-level trial takers finally figured out what was rushing in from the horizon. A herd of beast kings, each over 10,000 meters in size, was rapidly approaching them. A crowd of people scrambled to enter the main city, each one looking up in panic. The Star Masters are all mobilized. This time, it seems like something big is about to happen. No way, with so many Star Masters in our main city, would we be afraid of mere beasts? It seems to be beast kings. Inside the city, countless trial takers looked up at the hundreds of Star Masters discussing among themselves. With these Star Masters present, the people felt a bit more at ease. However, in mid-air, the expressions of these Star Masters were increasingly grim. They were not concerned about ordinary beasts. These individuals were planetary-level beings capable of exerting rank suppression over ordinary beasts. But when facing beast kings, that rank suppression no longer applied. "What on earth is going on?" One Star Master stared intently at the endless beast kings beyond the barrier. "Why are these beast kings gathering together? There are probably close to 10,000 beast kings," another Star Master said with a serious expression. "We can't hold them off with just this many people. Let's take it one step at a time," a Star Master said coldly. "If it really comes to it, we'll have to switch to a dead star." Just as they were talking, the beast kings surrounded them from all directions. Roar! One beast king took the lead and launched an attack on the barrier. -92121242242-82121242242. Waves of damage nearing 10 billion overflowed from the spatial barrier. However, the spatial barrier in the city was something these Star Masters had spent a great deal of resources to create. In the face of the Beast King's attack, the barrier's health only slightly decreased. It was estimated to have over 100 trillion health points. "Kill," a Star Master said in a deep voice, and hundreds of Star Masters responded in unison, launching attacks at the group of Beast Kings. -44.7 billion, -34.7 billion, -14.7 billion. Above the city, Yang Ye and Nanshan were hiding in a corner. "These star thieves are quite strong," Nanshan couldn't help but murmur. He watched the damage dealt by the star thieves below, noting that some of them had already surpassed his output. However, at that moment, the Judgment Finale card in Yang Ye's hand suddenly began to pulse. "Are you going to step in to save them?" Nanshan asked in surprise. "Wait a bit longer, the effect will be better." It was clear that it wasn't the most dangerous time yet. If he intervened now, those star thieves wouldn't be grateful. As soon as Nanshan finished speaking, a beam of energy shot downwards. Boom! -23 trillion. A massive damage overflowed from the spatial barrier, and the entire barrier shattered. "What the hell?" Nanshan's expression changed. He thought Yang Ye was going to step in to save people. "What's this about?" Nanshan felt a bit overwhelmed. Yang Ye's action was beyond his expectations. He had originally thought Yang Ye would make a grand entrance and dramatically save these people. Who would have thought that Yang Ye would directly break the city's spatial barrier? With the barrier gone, how could these star thieves survive under the attacks of so many beast kings? Let alone those low-level trial takers, even the hundreds of planetary-level beings would only have the option to flee. Moreover, even for them, if they ran a bit slower, they could be killed by the beast kings. "What's wrong?" Yang Ye said calmly. "Are you feeling sorry for them? Aren't you always shouting to kill these star thieves?" Yang Ye retorted. "That's true." Nanshan hesitated, "but I never expected there would be so many low-level trial takers in the star thieves' lair. If it were before, when dealing with those star thieves who had once hunted him in the starry sky, Nanshan would naturally not show any mercy. But he had just learned that among the star thieves, there were so many low-level trial takers. "Different factions," Yang Ye replied. "These low-level trial takers are attached to their star masters, so they naturally have to pay the corresponding price." Yang Ye looked towards Nanshan. "If your enemy breaks into Jinshui Star, will your foes spare the low-level trial takers of Jinshui Star?" This. Nanshan hesitated for a moment and shook his head. "No." "That's right." Yang Ye nodded. "Nothing is absolute. Many things cannot be simply distinguished by good and evil." Although Nanshan did not agree with Yang Ye's statement, he said nothing more and turned his gaze towards the city below. In the main city, the spatial barrier shattered, and hundreds of planetary-level beings looked horrified. "Who is it?" A space pirate looked up at the sky, but he saw nothing. "Someone is secretly making a move." A space pirate's heart sank. One strike broke the spatial barrier. The opponent's strength far exceeded all of theirs. A Star Master said solemnly, "Everyone, for now, we can only fight to the death." But before he could finish, more than half of the Star Masters disappeared from midair. Are you kidding? With nearly 10,000 savage beast kings, how could they have the qualifications to fight to the death? Roar, countless savage beast kings, seeing the barrier suddenly disappear, charged directly towards the city. Run! Some Star Masters still made their moves: Holy Guard, Water Screen, Light Shield. One by one, transparent and colorful light screens appeared, covering the low-level trial takers in the city below. But most space pirates directly summoned their warships. They quickly took a batch of low-level trial takers and rushed towards the dead star. Some people have escaped, Nanshan said with a complex expression as he watched the scene from midair. Clearly, these people were not their targets. Although Yanye's method was somewhat cruel, it indeed very simply and directly eliminated a portion of people. When will you make your move? Nanshan urged as he watched the casualties begin to appear in the city. Soon, Yangye also kept a close eye on the battle situation below. Recapturing these Star Masters was not as simple as Nanshan thought. When these Star Masters joined forces to attack the Savage Beast Kings, Yangye realized he had overlooked a problem. Among these planetary-level beings, many were stronger than Nanshan. If he brought these people back to Jinshui Star once they passed the Nirvana Tribulation, Jinshui Star would probably really change hands. Moreover, Yangye felt a vague sense of unease. According to Nanshan, Jinshui Star had only passed through one Nirvana Tribulation, and 10 days later would be the second Nirvana Tribulation for Jinshui Star. If among these people, there were Star Masters who had passed through 3 or 4 Nirvana Tribulations once they joined Jinshui Star, would the difficulty of Jinshui Star's Nirvana Tribulation skyrocket? Yangye's intuition told him that the Third World would not have such a loophole. Otherwise, wouldn't it be very easy for the Star Masters in the planetary trial area to invite some space pirates who had passed through 3 or 4 Nirvana Tribulations to easily survive the Nirvana Tribulation? Yangye turned to look at Nanshan, who had agreed to raise the difficulty of Jinshui Star's Nirvana Tribulation because of his suggestion. No matter what, he could not let Nanshan be put in a difficult position. This was also why Yangye directly made a move to break the spatial barrier below. Originally, Yangye planned to make a strong appearance when the space pirates below could no longer hold on, but he changed his mind at the last minute. With so many savage beast kings, a mere few hundred planetary-level space pirates could not hold on at all. They could not possibly take away so many trial takers in such a short time. Yangye intended to use this batch of savage beast kings to select the suitable space pirates. Those Star Masters with strong abilities could escape, and those who were ruthless enough to abandon the low-level trial takers could also save themselves. What remained would be the people Yangye wanted. As things developed, it also aligned with Yangye's expectations. Below, many Star Masters completely ignored the low-level trial takers and directly left the battlefield. Some, in a hurry, summoned their warships, collected a few trial takers, and then hurriedly departed. At first, they still used warships to attack, most of which were Rift class, with only a few Starbreaker class. And they couldn't instantly kill the Beast Kings. Moreover, there were too many Beast Kings. The warship attacks were merely a drop in the bucket and had little effect. Only a handful of space pirates summoned transport ships, and they worked together at the forefront to buy time for the lower-tier challengers below. However, with so many Beast Kings attacking, these Star Lords were already on the brink of collapse. It's rare, Nanshan couldn't help but exclaim, that at this time, there are still people concerned about these lower-tier challengers. They are just like you, Yangye said softly. The big guy you exchanged for is also for the lower-tier challengers of Jinshui Star, isn't it? Hee. Nanshan smiled and looked down. I think it's time. If you don't make a move soon, the casualties will be too great. The area above the city was already filled with Beast Kings, and the remaining Star Lords had no way to escape. Burning mountains and boiling seas, Yangye had already made his move while Nanshan was speaking. Yangye used Spatial Leap to directly arrive above the city, surrounded by the Beast Kings, and the starry flames reappeared, covering a group of Beast Kings. -23 trillion, -23 trillion, -23 trillion. In the city, the few Star Lords who were still desperately holding on were all stunned. Empty? Where are the Beast Kings? They were all dumbfounded. The countless Beast Kings suddenly vanished, and above them was a glow of starry flames. That group of Beast Kings is gone too. One of the Star Lords exclaimed in shock, pointing in a direction. In their astonished gaze, large numbers of Beast Kings bizarrely disappeared one after another, and within a few breaths, the area above the city returned to calm. The appearance of these Beast Kings was strange, and their disappearance was even more bizarre. Those Star Lords who had escaped the encirclement of the Beast Kings also noticed this scene and stopped one by one. What exactly is going on? One Star Lord murmured. There was a one-hit kill on the Beast Kings. How is this possible? These Star Lords were all extremely shocked, looking at each other in confusion. How is it impossible? A voice suddenly rang out from midair. A mere Beast King? What difficulty is that for me? Several Star Lords, along with a large number of lower-tier challengers in the city, looked up to see a middle-aged man in a red cloak slowly descending from the sky. Gentlemen, Nanshan looked down at the crowd. I am the Star Lord of Jinshui Star, Nanshan. After speaking, Nanshan looked at a few challengers of the same rank as himself, and steeled his heart. Since it had come to this, he might as well boast. Out in the world, one's identity is self-given. With this thought, Nanshan spoke calmly. An invincible one under the starry sky. An invincible one under the starry sky? In the city, the remaining Star Lords were all shocked, looking at Nanshan. To dare to call oneself invincible, what a bold claim. But the other party had just killed tens of thousands of Beast Kings in a few breaths. Such means exceeded their imagination. The Star Lords exchanged glances, and they all clasped their hands in respect, saying, "Thank you, Star Lord Nanshan, for your rescue." Nanshan looked down at them, calmly saying, "It's just a small matter." "A small matter for you," one Star Lord stepped forward, "but it saved the lives of everyone." From Kanglan Star, I am Uni, and I thank you again. As this Star Lord finished speaking, tens of thousands of lower-tier challengers in the city all spoke in unison, "Thank you, Star Lord Nanshan." These people were all challengers from Kanglan Star, and seeing their Star Lord express gratitude to Nanshan, they couldn't help but thank him together. At this moment, another Star Lord stepped forward, Young Ming. "Star Mu Chen, thank you, Star Lord Nanshan." "Thank you, Star Lord Nanshan." Below, another group of lower-tier challengers echoed in unison. Two Star Masters expressed their opinions, and the other Star Masters exchanged glances, subsequently expressing their gratitude once more. Nanshan appeared calm and composed, looking down at everyone with an air of a high-ranking individual. Yet inside, Nanshan was overjoyed. These were several planetary-level beings just like him. These individuals were all first Star Masters, not weaker than him. But now, they were all bowing to him. Nanshan had imagined this scene before, but he never expected it to come true today. This is all thanks to brother Yangye. Nanshan silently thanked Yangye in his heart. Without Yangye, how could he have such a moment of glory? However, Nanshan suddenly frowned slightly. At such a moment, not a single Jinshui Star trialist was present, which was truly a pity. The feeling of successfully showing off without any familiar faces around made Nanshan somewhat uncomfortable. It was as if the excitement was building, yet it fell short. The climax was near, but the enthusiasm had waned. At this moment, Yangye stood at a distance, not approaching, clearly preparing to leave the remaining matters to Nanshan. After all, these people would be staying on Jinshui Star for quite some time, and Nanshan had to hold his ground. Although he had observed that these individuals performed decently, if Nanshan couldn't maintain his stance, unforeseen changes might occur in the future. Ahead, Nanshan placed his hands behind his back, looking down at the several Star Masters, and spoke lightly, "I see you all. Although your strength is somewhat lacking, you did not abandon your kin in times of danger, which is commendable." The few Star Masters blushed. At his words, "Master Nanshan's methods are unparalleled in my lifetime. We are ashamed. Today we know there are heavens beyond the heavens. Master Nanshan is indeed invincible. Compared to Master Nanshan, we truly cannot hold a candle." The few Star Masters were quite astute and began to flatter Nanshan. Nanshan frowned slightly, waving his hand, "No need to compare with me. Under the starry sky, who else has the qualifications to be mentioned in the same breath as me?" Nanshan couldn't help but reveal a sense of loneliness. "The mountain is high, I am the peak, the taste of invincibility. How lonely it is, how lamentable, how sad." After saying this, Nanshan suddenly looked at the few of them. "Do you understand that feeling of crossing over the hills, only to find the road ahead is deserted, and there is no one behind you? Loneliness? We should not understand." The Star Masters looked at each other, but their admiration for Nanshan only grew stronger. Truly an invincible being, his words were so eloquent. If it weren't for personal experience, who would have the audacity to say such things? Nanshan was undoubtedly an invincible being, without any embellishment. Not only were these planetary-level beings stunned, but countless lower-tier trialists below were also wide-eyed. In their eyes, their respective Star Masters were the strongest individuals. Now, a person appeared who was tenfold, 100-fold stronger than their Star Masters. How could they not be shocked? This is the true invincible being. Invincible under the starry sky. So impressive. Can we rely on this invincible being? He has to look favorably upon us first. Below, the lower-tier trialists were discussing animatedly. However, their conversation fell into the ears of the few planetary trialists, making them also feel tempted. If they could truly rely on an invincible being, they wouldn't have to worry about survival. But could that be possible? The few exchanged glances again, understanding each other's thoughts without needing to speak. They could see that everyone had the same intention, but no one could bring themselves to be the first to speak. However, Nanshan was still immersed in his own invincible atmosphere and did not notice the changes in the expressions of the few people. Only, in the distance, Yangye was starting to feel restless. Nanshan was still pretending, and it was time to seize the opportunity to bring these people under his command. Otherwise, if he continued to act like this, these star thieves would feel embarrassed. However, the development of events suddenly took Yangye by surprise. After a moment of hesitation, the few planetary-level individuals simultaneously spoke up. "We wish to follow Star Master Nanshan." Nanshan was taken aback. He hadn't even started recruiting yet. Don't, Nanshan thought to himself, feeling uneasy. He had just opened the first act and he had already planned the following lines. How could they jump straight to the recruitment phase? Nanshan's expression darkened instantly. There are some things that cannot be pretended, and for Nanshan, this was the most painful. However, the change in Nanshan's expression was interpreted differently by the planetary level individuals. Starmaster, please don't take offense, we merely admire you and spoke thoughtlessly. Yes, our strength is weak. If we were to follow the Starmaster, it would only increase the difficulty of the Nirvana tribulation and wouldn't help at all. Given the strength Nanshan displayed, they naturally wouldn't think that he was a star thief like them. They subconsciously believed that Nanshan's change of expression was due to the Nirvana tribulation. Ha ha, Nanshan suddenly chuckled. The planetary level individuals were confused and dared not speak out of turn. Nirvana tribulation. After finishing his laughter, Nanshan looked at the few people below. Is it difficult? Is it difficult? These two words left the planetary level individuals unsure of how to respond. If it weren't difficult, how could they have become star thieves? But for someone like Nanshan, it should not be difficult. Humph. Nanshan snorted coldly. The Nirvana tribulation for you is like an insurmountable mountain, like an unpassable starseea. But for me, Nanshan said softly, the chasm is merely a flick of the wrist. The vast waves are nothing but a step across. The planetary level individuals widened their eyes upon hearing Nanshan's words. But Nanshan continued, for this Starmaster, the Nirvana tribulation is merely spring ice meeting the sun, summer snow touching the clothes. With a snap of my fingers, I can disperse the ashes of this eternal tribulation. In the distance, Yang Ye was stunned. Did he really have to act so grand? However, the next moment, thud, the planetary level individuals all knelt down in unison. We vow to follow Star Master Nanshan to the death. Yang Ye was shocked. These Star Masters were truly under Nanshan's control. But what shocked Yang Ye even more was what happened next. After these Star Masters expressed their desire to follow him, an astonishing aura suddenly erupted from Nanshan. Wow, Yang Ye stared in disbelief. How did Nanshan suddenly seem so much stronger? Yang Ye's mind raced, considering a possibility. Nanshan must have received a system reward. What kind of logic is this? Can one gain rewards for boasting? However, whether Yang Ye could understand it or not, the facts were right in front of him. The few Star Masters looked at Nanshan, whose aura had suddenly surged. With even greater respect, they were increasingly convinced that Nanshan was indeed an invincible being. Good, Nanshan suddenly spoke. Since you have this intention, I will accept you. As soon as he finished speaking, cheers erupted throughout the entire city, including from these Star Masters. The Invincible One is going to accept us? Can we leave the dead star? Am I dreaming? Who has ever taken in star thieves? At least including these Star Masters, they had never heard of such a thing. The Nirvana tribulation is a bloody shackle hanging over all trial zones. The difficulty of the Nirvana tribulation goes without saying. Anyone who has experienced it knows to speak of it with fear. Taking in star thieves would only increase the difficulty of the Nirvana tribulation. Now there are actually people willing to take in the star thieves, and they are taking all of them in. Thank you, Lord Nanshan. Thank you, Lord Nanshan. The several Star Lords spoke excitedly. They had intended to make one last attempt, but they never expected that this invincible being under the starry sky, Lord Nanshan, would actually agree. Bring your people and follow me, Nanshan said, not delaying any further, ready to take everyone away. The Star Lords hurriedly replied, we will bring our clans right away. As they spoke, they summoned their ships, preparing to take the low-level trial takers from the city aboard. No need to be so troublesome, Nanshan suddenly said. As soon as he finished speaking, a super battleship appeared above the city, completely covering the entire area. What a huge ship. As expected of an invincible being, even the ship is this big. How big must it be? The low-level trial takers in the city looked at the suddenly appeared behemoth, all of them shocked. Not to mention anything else, Nanshan's ship was indeed impressive in size. Even those Star Lords were somewhat surprised. However, they quickly reacted and called their clansmen to board the ship. At this moment, Yang Ye approached Nanshan, carefully examining him from top to bottom. What's wrong? Nanshan said proudly. Are you stunned by my invincible aura? You seem a bit strange, Yang Ye remarked pointedly. Has your attribute doubled? Nanshan was taken aback, not expecting Yang Ye to notice. He lowered his voice and said to Yang Ye, have you heard of the talent that allows one to become stronger just by boasting? Yang Ye was dumbfounded. Is this for real? Seeing Yang Ye's astonished expression, Nanshan couldn't help but laugh. After all this time with Yang Ye, he finally managed to turn the tables. Is it true? Yang Ye still seemed skeptical. No kidding, Nanshan whispered. My talent is special. Once people know about it, they can't gain any enhancement from me. And there are some limitations. It's not just about boasting to get stronger. Then tell me? Yang Ye countered. We're friends. Nanshan smiled. Yang Ye slowly nodded, no longer asking further questions. It was enough that Nanshan was willing to share this special talent with him. Yang Ye understood that some things are best kept within limits. The low-level trial takers in the city boarded Nanshan's transport ship one after another, and as they neared the end, the previously escaped star thieves actually rushed over together. Nanshan's expression darkened as he watched the warships surround them. Hundreds of Star Lords appeared one by one from these warships, coming close to the two. "We also wish to follow Lord Nanshan," hundreds of Star Lords spoke in unison. Nanshan frowned. These people had disregarded the lives of others and fled the fastest, clearly already blacklisted by Nanshan. "Follow me?" Nanshan said coldly. "What makes you think you have the qualifications to follow me?" One Star Lord stepped forward, proudly declaring, "Lord Nanshan, the few you took in have only crossed the Nirvana tribulation once, while I have crossed it 3 times. "That's right," several others stepped forward, "I have crossed it twice." "Me too." Clearly, these people believed that being accepted by Nanshan would be of greater value. In terms of strength alone, they were much stronger than those few Star Lords. However, Nanshan looked at them and suddenly said, "Do you think crossing once or 3 times makes a difference to me?" The Star Thieves were taken aback. They had just witnessed Nanshan's methods. Was there really a difference between once and 3 times? Perhaps there truly was no difference. For a moment, hundreds of Star Thieves fell silent. "Let's go," Yang said. Their original plan had been accomplished. It was impossible to take in so many people. The massive transport ship flew away from the Dead Star under Nanshan's control. Meanwhile, the hundreds of Star Thieves watched the ship leave, each one looking lost and dejected. These people finally realized that an opportunity to change their fate had slipped right past them. In contrast, inside the transport ship, everyone who had left together was filled with excitement. It was only at this moment that they were completely convinced that Nanshan had truly taken them in. Many people secretly wiped away tears. Life on the Dead Star was not easy, especially for those low-tier trial takers. Now they could finally return to a normal life in the trial area. Nanshan looked at the excited crowd in the ship and suddenly said, "Everyone, in 10 days, the Nirvana tribulation of Dingshui Star will descend." The crowd was momentarily stunned, but the next moment, their expressions returned to normal. With Nanshan, the invincible one under the starry sky, what was there to fear about the Nirvana tribulation? They still clearly remembered Nanshan's words. The Nirvana tribulation was merely like spring ice meeting the sun, summer snow touching clothing, dissipating the calamity of the world in the blink of an eye. How powerful was that statement? Seeing the crowd's nonchalant expressions, Nanshan suddenly felt a bit conflicted. He had oversold it. These people were taking the Nirvana tribulation too lightly. What to do? Wouldn't it be exposed in 10 days? After pondering for a long time, Nanshan turned to Yang, casting a look for help. Yang shook his head helplessly and stepped forward. Yang surveyed the crowd. "Everyone, do you really want to live under Nanshan's protection forever?" Inside the ship, everyone was momentarily stunned. Clearly, they still did not know who Yang was. At this moment, Nanshan took the initiative to introduce, "This is the Lord of the Blue Star, Yang, also an invincible one." Another invincible one? The several Star Lords widened their eyes. However, they quickly realized that only invincible beings could be with other invincible beings. The crowd spoke in unison, "We have met Lord Yang." Yang nodded slowly. The Nirvana tribulation is a calamity, but it is also an opportunity. Inside the ship, Yang began to persuade. The gist was to make these people abandon their fantasies and prepare for a tough battle. Others could only rely on temporary measures. Only one's own strength could be relied upon forever. But the Nirvana tribulation is in 10 days. We probably can't do much. Yeah, our levels are too low. I'm only level 400. I'm just over 100. Inside the ship, a group of low-tier trial takers began to speak up. After failing the trials, their leveling difficulty had sharply increased, and their progress had long fallen behind. "No worries," Yang said calmly, "once you enter Dingshui Star, arrangements will be made for you to level up. As for how much you can improve, that depends on the individual." Yang smiled. "The most difficult part of the Nirvana tribulation is still being faced by Nanshan, so you don't need to worry too much." Upon hearing this, the crowd finally breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Nanshan's expression was slightly awkward. Although his strength had increased significantly, it was unrealistic to say he could single-handedly withstand the Nirvana tribulation. Soon, the ship fell into silence. Seeing that he had calmed the crowd, Yang also breathed a sigh of relief. If Nanshan kept boasting like this, it would eventually lead to exposure. Nanshan controlled the ship, shielding everyone. He then smiled at Yang, "Brother Yang, the Nirvana tribulation still depends on you." "Oh?" Yang raised an eyebrow and said deliberately, "With a chasm before us, a flick of the sleeve can smooth it. Across vast waves, one can walk on the surf." Is someone backing out of the boast they made? Nanshan smiled awkwardly. As the saying goes, don't hit the face when striking someone, don't expose the shortcoming when revealing the truth. Another saying goes, those who walk by the river often get their shoes wet. Yang replied speechlessly, "If you keep boasting like this, something will happen sooner or later." Although Yang knew that Nanshan's talent was just boasting, there was still a strategy to it. Nanshan's face turned bitter. "You know my talent." Upon hearing this, Yang suddenly had a thought and interrupted, "It's not about not boasting. It's about boasting with restraint, slowly, gracefully, and with a plan. It also depends on the specific situation to boast accordingly. Nanshan was left bewildered. After Yang Ye finished speaking, Nanshan held back for a long time before finally uttering, "Impressive." Ha ha ha. Yang Ye couldn't help but laugh out loud. Alright, Yang Ye collected himself and said solemnly, "Let's talk about the Nirvana Tribulation." The time for the Nirvana Tribulation on Jingshuixing was drawing near, and now so many people had been gathered. He needed to understand the situation in advance. Even though Yang Ye was confident in his own strength, he couldn't act recklessly. A slight misstep could lead to many deaths. Seeing Yang Ye mention the Nirvana Tribulation, Nanshan also became serious. "I only know part of it," Nanshan said helplessly. "As you know, Jingshuixing has only gone through the first Nirvana realm." Yang Ye said in a deep voice. "Then let's start with the situation of the first Nirvana Tribulation." Nanshan fell into recollection and then softly said, "That was many years ago." "Get to the point," Yang Ye said somewhat helplessly. Ahem, Nanshan cleared his throat awkwardly. "The first wave of that appeared during the Nirvana Tribulation was just the royal level of Jingshuixing." "Royal level?" Yang Ye frowned. "Do you think it's simple?" Nanshan said self-deprecatingly, "We thought it was simple at first too, but after the royal level, the ranks began to rise." As Yang Ye listened to Nanshan's account, his expression gradually became more serious. "In the end, it was that enveloped the entire Jingshuixing." Nanshan said solemnly, "By then, I was already at the planetary level." Enveloping the entire Jingshuixing. Yang Ye's expression also turned grave. There were too many, no wonder Nanshan, even at the planetary level, could only protect one city. "I don't know how difficult it will be this time," Nanshan said softly. Just as the two were conversing, the transport ship arrived at Jingshuixing. The star pirates inside the ship began to disembark one after another. These trial takers returned to the normal trial area, with many of them directly prostrating on the ground. "To kiss it. The boss is back with people again. Are these all the boss's followers? What's the big deal? Our Jingshuixing is so big, having more people makes it lively. They should be here to help. After all, the Nirvana Tribulation is coming soon." Countless trial takers on Jingshuixing whispered among themselves. However, the expressions of some cosmic drifters on Jingshuixing changed drastically. Last time, Nanshan brought back some low-level trial takers and they hadn't paid much attention. But this time, among this group, there were actually several planetary-level individuals. Moreover, these trial takers behaved extremely abnormally after entering Jingshuixing. They're star pirates. The expressions of the cosmic drifter trial takers on Jingshuixing changed dramatically. After Nanshan settled these people, they immediately surrounded him. "Boss Nanshan, are they star pirates? Boss Nanshan, what are you trying to do? Boss, you can't be joking, right? The Nirvana Tribulation on Jingshuixing is imminent, and we can't even take care of ourselves, you at this time." Everyone spoke at once. "Quiet," Nanshan said in a deep voice. "They are indeed star pirates." As soon as these words were spoken, the group of individuals fell silent. Moreover, Nanshan continued, "I specifically brought them back." One individual couldn't help but speak up. "Boss Nanshan, what exactly are you trying to do?" Nanshan scanned the crowd and said slowly, "I want to increase the difficulty of the Nirvana Tribulation." "What?" The planetary-level individuals from Jingshuixing looked at Nanshan in shock, momentarily at a loss for words. During the first Nirvana Tribulation, Jingshuixing had almost been wiped out. Now Nanshan actually wanted to increase the difficulty. They couldn't fathom what Nanshan was trying to do. "Nanshan, you mustn't act recklessly." One individual became anxious. Doing this is equivalent to pushing everyone into the abyss. Nanshan waved his hand, signaling everyone to calm down. But at this moment, no one could sit still. "Don't worry," Nanshan said helplessly, "I have confidence this time." Confidence, and then a rank holder spoke up. "Everyone knows what happened during the last Nirvana calamity. Where do you get your confidence from?" Nanshan didn't expect that after showing off for a moment, he would be confronted by his own people. In helplessness, Nanshan turned his gaze to Yang Ye. "Brother Yang Ye," Nanshan pleaded, "could you give them some confidence?" "Yang Ye, Star Master?" The rank holders also looked at Yang Ye. Could it be that the assurance Nanshan mentioned refers to Yang Ye? Ahem, Yang Ye lightly coughed. "Everyone, I have revealed my hand. In fact, I am the invincible one under the starry sky." The crowd was taken aback. That phrase sounded so familiar. "To you, the Nirvana calamity is like an insurmountable mountain, like an unpassable sea," Yang Ye spoke calmly. "But for me," Yang Ye placed his hands behind his back, "the chasm is merely a flick of the sleeve. The vast waves are nothing but a step across. For this Star Master, the Nirvana calamity is merely spring ice meeting the sun, summer snow touching the clothes. I can disperse this calamity in the blink of an eye." Damn, Nanshan was stunned. What Yang Ye said were all his own words. Finally, Yang Ye looked at the rank holders. 10 days from now, during the Nirvana calamity of Jingshuistar, I can shoulder it all." The crowd was skeptical but still retreated for the time being. Nanshan was a Star Master, and they couldn't stop him from doing anything. Taking advantage of these few days, Nanshan exchanged all his gains for galaxy coins and purchased a priceless spatial barrier from the guide. This spatial barrier alone had a life value of 100 trillion. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Nanshan led several Star Masters, each guarding a section of the city. Meanwhile, Young Ye stood alone outside the spatial barrier. Why is Young Ye Star Master out there alone, a Star Master? Curiously asked. No worries, Nanshan replied casually, if he can't hold on, I will step in. Just as the words fell, Nanshan's expression changed. It's starting. As soon as Nanshan's voice fell, a series of system announcements followed. Ding, Jingshui Star has reached the second threshold of the Nirvana Calamity. Ding, the Nirvana Calamity of Jingshui Star has begun. Ding, Jingshui Star has absorbed other trial area challengers. The difficulty of this Nirvana Calamity has increased by 500% and the task completion reward has increased by 1000%. Ding, in addition to normal rewards, the third world will issue extra rewards based on task contribution. The system announcements rang out frequently, with the difficulty of the Nirvana Calamity increasing by 500% and rewards increasing by 1000%. Countless challengers in the city heard this announcement and did not react much. Nanshan had already informed everyone in advance. The challengers of Jingshui Star were initially a bit shocked, but they quickly accepted this fact. The prestige Nanshan had built over time and his repeated speeches played a crucial role. The low-tier challengers of Jingshui Star worshipped Nanshan to an unimaginable extent. As the system announcements concluded, outside the city, the misty area resembled a silent abyss, the thick fog becoming as tangible as a solid. The originally quiet mist suddenly began to roll, ominously, like boiling ink, constantly surging and twisting. At the same time, a slight tremor spread slowly from afar, initially faint but carrying an unsettling omen. As time passed second by second, the tremor grew stronger, as if thousands of horses and troops were galloping in the distance. The earth began to emit a low groan, the rubble on the ground slightly bouncing, and a suffocating atmosphere filled the air. However, the Star Masters guarding every corner of the city not only did not show signs of tension but instead collectively breathed a sigh of relief. The strongest beasts emerging from the misty area were merely royal level. For these Star Masters, no matter how many beasts there were, they were just a group of lambs waiting to be slaughtered, not to be feared. But the trial takers in the city did not show any signs of slackening. Instead, they were on high alert. Everyone understood that this was merely the first wave of the Nirvana Tribulation's beast attacks. The early stages might not be too difficult, but the real test lay ahead, especially with the final waves of savage beasts, which were the true nightmares. Therefore, they needed to seize the relatively stable early trials to improve themselves as much as possible. After all, once they entered the later stages of the Nirvana Tribulation, only those with ranks would be able to cope. They would become ineffective. Boom! Within the mist, a loud sound erupted like thunder, and the ground trembled violently. Accompanying this sound, the massive main city shook slightly. Roar! A deafening beast roar tore through the sky. This roar was like opening Pandora's box, and immediately after, the roars of beasts continued endlessly, rising and falling like a death march. Around the city, the mist suddenly dispersed almost simultaneously, the thick fog retreating like a tide, revealing the figures hidden behind it. One after another, enormous beasts charged out. Kill! Commanded the ranks of Jingshui Star in a deep voice. The low-ranked trial takers, who had long been on high alert, released their ranged skills without hesitation. In an instant, various lights intertwined and flickered in the sky. Countless arrows pierced through the air like shooting stars, and fireballs, ice spikes, lightning, and other skills rained down upon the horde of beasts. In an instant, massive damage overflowed from the beast horde, numbers dancing wildly above the beasts' heads like snowflakes. However, none of the ranked trial takers made a move. Only these low-ranked trial takers were dealing damage, which ranged from tens of millions to billions. Although these low-ranked trial takers had not yet obtained ranks, their levels were still there. After equipping the corresponding divine gear, their output was quite impressive. Boom! The beasts retaliated almost immediately. Various area skills raining down, but all were blocked by the spatial barrier. The spatial barrier, with hundreds of trillions of health points, showed almost no change against the beasts' attacks. Under the protection of the barrier, countless trial takers unleashed their skills without regard for consumption, maximizing their output as much as possible. The royal-level beasts, with hundreds of billions of health points, could not withstand the overwhelming attacks for more than a few seconds before being smashed to death by countless skills. However, the royal-level beast horde seemed endless, their numbers despairingly vast. Despite the rapid clearing by the crowd, the number of beasts showed no signs of decreasing, as waves of beasts continued to surge forward from the rear, as if they would never be finished off. Yang Ye stood above the city, expressionless, watching the battlefield that resembled a meat grinder. According to Nanshan, the first wave of beast attacks would last for 3 days and nights. This was a war of attrition, a battle of endurance. At that moment, Nanshan suddenly approached Yang Ye. The two exchanged a glance, neither speaking. Nanshan understood that the success of this trial, which would determine the fate of Jingshui Star, rested entirely on Yang Ye. All he could do was lead the ranked individuals to hold out for as long as possible. Time passed second by second, and the battle continued fiercely. However, as time went on, batches of trial takers began to rotate in and out of combat. After all, recovery and consumption were issues. They needed to ensure there was always enough strength to respond to the beasts' attacks. As night fell, these beasts seemed tireless, showing no signs of weakening in their assault. But the low-ranked trial takers in the city began to change. Some started to numbly cast skills, no longer considering whether they could maximize their damage. After such a long time of fighting, their movements had begun to become mechanically repetitive. Nanshan couldn't help but feel a twinge of worry. The trial had only just begun. This Nirvana tribulation tested not only the strength of the challengers but also their will and endurance. Yangya had naturally noticed this situation as well, but he quickly realized the problem. It was the issue of the spatial barrier. The spatial barrier isolated the alien beasts, preventing these low-tier challengers from feeling the life and death crisis. And just thinking about having to endure for more than 2 more days made Yangya somewhat restless. Under the night sky, the alien beasts surged like a black ocean, continuously battering against the city barrier. The low-tier challengers in the city were frantically harvesting the lives of the alien beasts. Many began to level up, and once they recovered their state after leveling up, they immediately re-entered the battle. This scene significantly increased the speed of clearing the monsters. As the first rays of red light spilled over the city, this tug-of-war had lasted a full day and night. Yang Ye could no longer hold back and asked, "Do you need me to step in?" "Not yet," Nanshan shook his head. "Now is a good time for them to level up. With the Nirvana tribulation stretched out this long, there must be considerations in that regard. When is it not a good time to level up?" Yang Ye casually remarked, "Isn't it the same to grind monsters and level up after passing the Nirvana tribulation?" Upon hearing this, Nanshan turned to look at Yang Ye. "Are you really that confident?" Yang Ye was also surprised and looked at Nanshan. "Haven't you been confident all along?" After saying this, Yang Ye added, "Then why did you increase the difficulty of the Nirvana tribulation?" "Because I have a backup plan," Nanshan grinned. "If the trial fails, I'll bring Jinshuixing and the others to you." Yang Ye looked at Nanshan. Speechlessly, he was about to speak when a notification chimed. "Ding, Jinshuixing Nirvana Tribulation, task completion 1%. Ding, Jinshuixing Nirvana Tribulation, task completion 1%. Yang Ye frowned, completing only 1% in a day and night. Did that mean it would take 100 days? Just as this thought arose, an unexpected change occurred. The royal-level alien beast tide that was frantically attacking the main city suddenly retreated in unison. In no time, outside the city, it was eerily empty, with not a single shadow of an alien beast in sight. What's going on? Where are the alien beasts? Did the first wave just pass like that? It seems it wasn't that difficult after all. I think I can still fight. Inside the city, all the low-tier challengers were caught off guard by this scene, but they began to discuss it optimistically. However, in contrast, those at higher ranks showed no signs of relaxation. Instead, their expressions grew serious. The first wave of alien beast attacks could not possibly end like this. The only explanation was that the rank of the alien beasts was about to increase. A heavy feeling settled in the hearts of these rankers. They hadn't expected that before. The first wave had even ended. The difficulty would start to rise. This Nirvana tribulation was turning out to be more troublesome than they had anticipated. Originally, these individuals had prepared themselves mentally. After all, this time it was 5 times the difficulty. But no one had expected that the first wave of beast tides would encounter a change. Nanshan looked outside the city, his expression also growing grave. Although he spoke lightly, Jinshuixing was after all his hometown. How could he truly give up so easily? Nanshan would not abandon Jinshuixing until the very last moment. But the current turn of events made his heart sink. What kind of situation would this Nirvana tribulation ultimately turn into? The only one who remained unfazed was Yang Ye. After all, he had encountered the increase in task difficulty more than once. Ever since he entered the third world, he had been navigating through rising task difficulties, step by step, capturing the fallen zones, taking the capital city, engaging in territorial wars, reclaiming all the main cities. He had forged his path all on his own. Outside the city, it had become eerily quiet. But the more this silence lingered, the more unsettling it became. Everyone knew this was the calm before the storm. What followed would be a tempest. Time dripped away, and the low-tier trialists who had been discussing in the urban area fell silent. They too sensed that something was amiss. Boom, a sudden thunderclap echoed out of nowhere. Everyone looked around but found no trace of any beasts. In the urban area, a sharp-eyed trialist spoke up. "Huh? Did it get a bit brighter?" "It seems so," someone nearby responded. "It looks like it turned red." "Heh, even my white gear has turned red." As this person's naive voice fell, everyone suddenly looked up at the sky. Above Golden Water Star, that massive crimson sphere was gradually growing larger. "No way," a trialist widened his eyes. It's moving now." "Could it be?" another trialist exclaimed in terror. "This should only appear in the later stages. The first wave of beast tide already has a substellar level? What a joke." Panic spread rapidly among the trialists. Many showing expressions of shock. Just then, the entire space above Golden Water Star rippled. The sky seemed to transform into a water surface and a massive crimson beast appeared, blocking out the sun. Then, it descended in unison towards the urban area. It's the red demon. Young-yi looked at the massive crimson beast that blotted out the sky, recalling his previous encounter. However, the number back then was far fewer than now. Yet, to be cautious, Young-yi still cast a detection spell, Red Demon rank, substellar health points, 100 billion attack power, 70 million skills, 1, teleport, active can teleport between nearby planets. 2, reflect damage, active reflects 30% of true damage. 3, demon sound, active sonic wave attack dealing 1000% attack power damage. 4, self-destruct, passive when health drops below 10%, triggers a self-destruct attack, damage equals remaining health. Details, a space-dwelling communal species living in small asteroid belts. Sure enough, Young-ye's expression darkened. The red demon's attributes were not outstanding, but it had a built-in 30% reflect damage and self-destruct. That was the most troublesome aspect. Without recovery skills, the low-tier trialists below would not dare to unleash their full power. Nanshan clearly realized this as well, his face darkening. However, what made him so grave was not just the red demon. This was only the first wave of beast attacks, and a substellar level had already appeared. Could the second wave bring forth the savage beasts? What kind of monstrosity would this Nirvana tribulation turn into? Nanshan instinctively looked at Young-yi, and upon seeing Young-yi's calm gaze, he felt a bit more at ease. Young-yi was naturally untroubled. He had encountered these red demons when he was only level 100. Now, he cared even less. As for the reflect damage, he had healing skills, and regarding self-destruct, his Joker stage had expanded to 100 kilometers. With a 90% damage reduction, he was not afraid of self-destruct. These red demons posed no threat to Young-yi at all. In the urban area, the cosmic drifters among the trialists exchanged glances. They all understood that relying solely on the low-tier trialists below was no longer feasible. The spatial barrier could not withstand so many red demon attacks. In an instant, they all flew out of the barrier, but did not stray too far. Should any accidents occur, they could retreat at any time. Meteor, shower, sudden rain and wind, sky split. These rankers surprisingly unleashed their ultimate moves right away. Young-yi frowned. Were they not afraid of reflect damage? At that moment, don't be afraid. Nanshan's voice suddenly came through. There is a deity present. As the words fell, a sacred halo enveloped everyone. The life points of these tiered individuals were instantly restored. Moreover, a barrier appeared above everyone's heads, isolating the attacks of the red demon. Slow, decay, blindness. Below the city, a group of low-tier trial participants began to unleash various negative buff skills. The planetary tier individuals also approached the barrier, their expressions unusually grave. This Nirvana tribulation had exceeded their expectations. No one had confidence in whether they could survive it. However, they were all ready to act at any moment. With Nanshan, the super healer, present, those cosmic drifter tier trial participants didn't have to worry about counter damage at all. A group of people braved the red demon's bombardment, releasing large-scale area damage skills. Even if they occasionally found themselves at a disadvantage, they would actively retreat back into the spatial barrier to recover, then come out to fight again. Coupled with several planetary tier individuals holding the line, it turned into a long tug-of-war, from sunrise, stalemating until sunset, until the east began to glow red. Several times, Eternal Night couldn't help but want to intervene, but looking at the other planetary tier individuals, he held back. Retreat! Someone shouted. All the red demons vanished mysteriously. The system then chimed, ding, Jinshuixing Nirvana Tribulation, task completion 2%. However, the next moment, the planetary tier individuals were met with an all too familiar beast filling the sky, the wild beast. Everyone's expression changed drastically. The wild beast. The first wave of beast attacks lasting 3 days had appeared in the form of the wild beast. Just when everyone was at a loss, a discordant voice rang out. I can't hold back, Eternal Night muttered. Even if I fight for 100 days, I won't tire. Saying this, Eternal Night looked at everyone. Wait, I'll speed things up. As the words fell, to everyone's shock, Eternal Night's figure shot up, charging towards the sky full of wild beasts. This action left all the trial participants on Jinshuixing dumbfounded. Not to mention the countless low-tier trial participants below the city. Even the cosmic drifters and planetary tier individuals outside the spatial barrier felt their brains short-circuiting. Originally, the appearance of the wild beast in the first wave of beast attacks during this Nirvana tribulation had left these tiered trial participants somewhat bewildered. They had to remember that during their own Nirvana tribulation, the wild beast was the last to appear. But in this Nirvana tribulation on Jinshuixing, the first wave of beast attacks, which was on the 3rd day of the trial, had already seen the wild beast's emergence. The difficulty of the Nirvana tribulation was supposed to increase gradually. If this trend continued, what level of beasts would appear later in this Nirvana tribulation? The moment the wild beast appeared, all the tiered individuals lost their confidence. Even Nanshan felt the same. Just a moment ago, he even had a fleeting impulse to summon the Emperor-class transport ship. Rather than engage in a futile resistance here, it would be better to leave directly and seek refuge in Blue Star. Then, he could leave all the star pirates on the Dead Star, so when the Nirvana tribulation descended on Blue Star, it shouldn't be so extreme. In that instant, countless thoughts flashed through Nanshan's mind. However, Eternal Knight's actions brought everyone back to their senses. It's the Star Master Eternal Knight. A gasp echoed within the city. Now, Eternal Knight was all too familiar to the low-tier trial participants of Jinshuixing. During the 10 days leading up to the calamity, Nanshan had reassured these low-tier trial participants many times. Among them, he boasted the most about Nanshan and Eternal Knight, invincible in the starry sky. Simply put, he, Nanshan, and Eternal Knight, symbolized by red and black, were the only two invincible beings under the starry sky. The low-tier trial participants of Jinshuixing, including those brought back by the Star Pirates, had also experienced the Nirvana tribulation. So when the wild beasts appeared directly, these low-tier trial takers showed even more despair. A wave of hopelessness quickly spread among the low-tier trial takers in the city, especially those who had entered Golden Water Star with the few planetary-level star thieves. They had even envisioned their forced departure from Golden Water Star, ending up on the Dead Star. However, the actions of Eternal Knight brought them a glimmer of hope. Yes, that's right, hope. Facing a sky full of wild beasts alone, even if he wasn't the Beast King, it was something no planetary-level being could accomplish. With so many wild beasts, even if it was a war of attrition, they could drag a tiered being to exhaustion. Yet, deep down, they still held onto a sliver of hope, hoping for a miracle to occur. Can the Lord of Eternal Night handle it alone? Would it be better if the other Star Lords joined in? No, the other Star Lords still have to protect the city. Relying solely on the barrier is no longer safe. Due to tier suppression, the output of these low-tier trial takers had significantly diminished. Now they could only rely on the tiered beings to deal with the wild beasts. Lord of Nanshan, can the Lord of Eternal Night handle it alone? One Star Lord couldn't help but ask. Don't worry, Nanshan smiled slightly. How should I put it? From what I know of him, these wild beasts will be dealt with in the blink of an eye. Even though Nanshan wasn't entirely confident at that moment, he still presented an air of control. The other Star Lords, upon hearing this, found it hard to believe but felt considerably more at ease. Eternal Knight had no idea that his actions would lead to so many associations for those below. The reason he chose to act now was purely because he couldn't stay put. Another reason was that with the appearance of the wild beasts, the growth of those low-tier trial takers in the city had come to an end. Eternal Knight soared towards the sky full of wild beasts. The Judgment Final Chapter card in his hand began to flicker slowly. However, these wild beasts had only a few trillion in health points. 1, 7, 1, 2, 5, 4, 6, 8. After the Judgment Final Chapter card flickered 8 times, it came to a stop. Although Eternal Knight currently had several million life points, it was just the beginning, and he didn't know what would come next. Therefore, after the output damage reached a trillion, Eternal Knight stopped. After all, it was all about seconds. There was no difference between a trillion and 10 trillion. Burning mountains and boiling seas, millions of flames reappeared, followed by a simultaneous explosion of flames. Countless star sparks erupted, resembling a suspended galaxy. Tens of millions of star sparks fully blossomed within a 100-kilometer radius. How many wild beasts were there in the sky above Golden Water Star? This question probably had no answer. But Eternal Knight didn't care at all. What if there were more? Within the range of the burning mountains and boiling seas, Starfire, it was a life-forbidden zone. Anyone who entered would die. Minus 17,969.28 billion, minus 17,969.28 billion, minus 17,969.28 billion. The trillion-level damage value, accurate to 2 decimal places, overflowed from the wild beast horde. An incredibly shocking scene unfolded before all the trial takers' eyes. Within a 100-kilometer radius, the wild beasts were gone, completely vanished. Eternal Knight stood at the center of countless star sparks, like a king, as countless wild beasts charged towards him. But the moment those wild beasts touched the myriad star sparks, they instantly turned to smoke. This 100-kilometer range was like a life-forbidden zone, and Eternal Knight was the only king who could step into the starfire. Below, countless trial takers were shocked beyond measure. The wild beasts, comparable to the tiered beings of humanity. At this moment, they were like moths to a flame. Those myriad star sparks, within a 100-kilometer range, had become a forbidden ground. Several tiered beings looked at this scene in utter shock. So the Lord of Eternal Night is this monstrous. A trillion damage output. How did he do it? The most terrifying part is that this is a super large area of continuous output damage. If it were a single target damage skill, these Star Masters might find it easier to accept. After all, some single target skills can often deal damage that is 10 times, or even dozens of times, their own attack power in an instant. But now, with the skill Eternal Knight, the range is vast, the duration is long, and the damage is high, something these rankers have never heard of or seen before. As expected of my brother, Nanshan murmured to himself. This move of Eternal Night instantly restored the confidence of these rankers. However, the most excited were the countless low-tier trial takers in the city. At this moment, Eternal Night appeared to them as a deity. Those myriad star sparks could kill the savage beasts with a mere touch. How many savage beasts were there in the sky? More than 1 million? But in the face of Eternal Night, the number of savage beasts became a joke. The savage beasts couldn't even approach within 100 kilometers of him. Within the city, the cheers of countless low-tier trial takers erupted like a volcanic explosion. Someone shouted, "Star Master, protector of the world, invincible in the starry sky." This wave of sound spread like wildfire, igniting everyone instantly. Star Master, protector of the world, invincible in the starry sky. Star Master, protector of the world, invincible in the starry sky. Star Master, protector of the world, invincible in the starry sky. Eternal Night naturally heard the resounding shouts echoing through the sky. I didn't expect that with just a slight effort I would already. Eternal Night displayed his might, like a deity among mortals, attracting the frenzied attacks of countless savage beasts, yet not a single one could enter his 100-kilometer range. The Star Masters fixed their gazes on the wildly fluctuating damage values, each revealing a look of envy. Trillions, this was trillions. When would their damage ever reach this level? As fellow planetary rankers, how could the gap be so vast? However, it was also thanks to Eternal Night, otherwise, the scene would surely be different now. Nanshan looked at Eternal Night, revealing a complex expression. He didn't envy Eternal Night's terrifying damage, it was just the synchronized cheers ringing in his ears that made him feel a bit sour. Star Master, protector of the world, invincible in the starry sky. What a domineering title, but why wasn't it used to describe him? Nanshan had never been so jealous of someone as he was now. Eternal Night had realized the countless scenarios he had imagined. What a trash talent! Nanshan suddenly cursed. His talent could directly increase all attributes of a character, but the premise was that he had to boast in a way that made people genuinely believe it, and he had to win them over willingly. The key was that boasting in a general way didn't have much effect. The more outrageous, the better the effect. It was these limitations that made it not as easy for Nanshan to improve his strength as he had imagined. This was also why Nanshan was always on the path of boasting, whether he had something to do or not. If a person has no ideals, what's the difference from being a salted fish? What if someone believed it, right? Nanshan held this mindset, which turned boasting into an instinct. In the sky, Eternal Night unleashed burning mountains and boiling seas, clearing a 100-kilometer radius. But the savage beast surged in from all directions like a tidal wave into the range of the burning mountains and boiling seas skill. Although any savage beast that touched the star sparks would be instantly killed, the number and scale of the beast horde showed no signs of diminishing. Eternal Night's actions were not meant to stalemate with these savage beasts. After testing the waters, he found that the savage beast horde was just as he expected. A thought suddenly sprouted in Eternal Night's mind. Where did the source of the savage beasts lie? Eternal Night suddenly looked up at the sky. There couldn't possibly be savage beasts on the Golden Water Star. The only explanation was that these savage beasts came from the starry sky. I want to see what exactly is different about the Nirvana tribulation, Eternal Night murmured softly. As his words fell, Eternal Night moved. Amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, Eternal Night vanished. However, in the next moment, he appeared 100 kilometers away. With Eternal Night's appearance, myriad star sparks reappeared, and another forbidden zone of life emerged. Eternal Night showed no hesitation and began to teleport wildly. In almost an instant, the entire sky above the city was enveloped in starfire. The low-tier trialists within the city could no longer see the shadows of the wild beasts. Above them, there were only swaying stars in the sky. The wild beasts are gone. They were isolated by the Eternal Night Star Master. Isn't this a bit exaggerated? Just how abnormal is the Eternal Night Star Master? Because the Star Master stabilizes the world. The starry sky is invincible. Yes, the Star Master stabilizes the world. The starry sky is invincible. The Star Master stabilizes the world. The starry sky is invincible. Within the city, countless low-tier trialists cheered while gazing at the starfire above. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that Eternal Night could achieve this. Originally, the release of a burning mountains and boiling seas had already shocked them all. But now, this skill seemed to have no cooldown, no consumption at all, as it filled the entire space. This time, the Nirvana tribulation is really secure. Definitely secure. With the Eternal Night Star Master here, what unexpected events could happen? Even though it's right in front of me, I still feel like I'm dreaming. Smack! Why did you hit me? If you know pain, then it's not a dream. Eternal Night wrapped the entire city with burning mountains and boiling seas. In this way, if the wild beasts wanted to invade the city, they would have to pass through the range of the burning mountains and boiling seas skill. But is that even possible? No matter how fearless the wild beasts were, their life points had limits. In that moment, countless low-tier trialists experienced a collective illusion. It felt as if they were not undergoing the nirvana tribulation, but rather admiring the starfire in the sky. This is too exaggerated. Is he really a planetary level being? If he is real, then I must be fake. Don't say that, it makes me seem fake too. By that logic, Eternal Night must be fake. Exactly. He must be more than just planetary level. Outside the barrier, several planetary level beings were dumbfounded. They originally thought the gap between them and Eternal Night was just a matter of having a skill like burning mountains and boiling seas, but now, it was a sky full of burning mountains and boiling seas. This huge disparity led them to deep self-doubt. However, soon these planetary-level beings turned their gazes towards Nanshan. What are you looking at me for? Nanshan was taken aback. A Star Master smiled respectfully. Nanshan Star Master, you are also an invincible being. So what? Nanshan stood proudly with his hands behind his back. Another Star Master said enviously, could you show us a bit of your skills? Right, now we know the methods of the Eternal Night Star Master. You stand alongside the Eternal Night Star Master as an invincible being, and you might even be stronger than him. Let us see your prowess. These planetary-level beings spoke one after another. They weren't trying to make things difficult for Nanshan, they genuinely believed he was also an invincible being. And when Nanshan boasted, he always liked to compare himself to Eternal Night, claiming that Eternal Night was just a notch below him. This led to the current situation. Although Nanshan had shown some skills at the beginning, they were all supportive abilities. These Star Masters still wanted to see Nanshan's offensive capabilities. Gentlemen, Nanshan said in a deep voice, we are undergoing the Nirvana tribulation. Do you still have the mood to joke? Upon hearing this, the Star Masters felt it was inappropriate and all lowered their heads in shame, no longer mentioning the matter. Seeing that he had easily dealt with these people, Nanshan smugly added, when you need me to take action, you will naturally see it. The Star Masters immediately nodded in agreement. However, one Star Master still felt something was a bit off. Nanshan once said that with a snap of his fingers he could scatter the ashes of this Nirvana calamity. But since the beginning of the Nirvana calamity until now, Nanshan's performance seems unworthy of such words. Whether it's these Star Masters or those low-tier trial takers, they are all blinded by the Eternal Night skill. Taking advantage of this brief moment, Eternal Night directly teleported outside of Gold Water Star. In the vast starry sky, countless wild beasts flew in from one gigantic meteorite after another. These meteorites, Eternal Night carefully counted, and there were a total of 33 massive meteorites floating outside Gold Water Star. These so-called meteorites were actually about the size of small asteroids, each with a diameter of over 5 to 6,000 kilometers. Burning mountains and boiling seas, burning mountains and boiling seas. After understanding the situation, Eternal Night took action. Combining burning mountains and boiling seas with spatial teleportation, Eternal Night began to crazily stack skills at the inevitable path of the wild beasts. 100-kilometer Starfire Forbidden Zones quickly blocked the wild beasts outside Gold Water Star. Almost there, Eternal Night looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction and charged towards one of the massive meteorites. However, he was not idle. He continuously released burning mountains and boiling seas along the way. A bizarre scene unfolded under the starry sky. Eternal Night pressed forward against the tide of wild beasts, crushing towards the source of the meteorite. However, as Eternal Night approached the meteorite, his expression darkened. Originally, Eternal Night thought these meteorites were the lairs of the wild beasts, but as he got closer, he realized that the meteorite before him was not a lair, but a massive, suffocating one-way teleportation array. The entire meteorite seemed to have been sculpted by some mysterious force, with its pockmarked craters and ravines perfectly outlining an extremely complex array of runes. Those runes glowed with a ghostly blue light, like a flowing galaxy, winding and swirling across the surface of the meteorite, ultimately converging at the center, a vortex lightgate with a radius of over 1,000 kilometers. Countless wild beasts were continuously being teleported from the array. This is troublesome, Eternal Night frowned. Could it be that his plan to quickly end this wave of alien beast attacks was about to fall through? After a brief thought, Eternal Night cast a detection spell. Starry Sky One-Way Teleportation Array Health Points 1 trillion, equivalent to 10 million billion. 1 trillion equals 10,000 billion. Status: Invincible Details, an ultra-large teleportation array in the starry sky, rumored to appear only when triggering the Nirvana calamity, extremely valuable. 1 trillion, Eternal Night raised an eyebrow. At this value, his random damage was aimed at the invincible. Back when Eternal Night encountered his first instance mission, the fortune wheel inside was invincible, yet it was almost shattered by him. 1 trillion health points were nothing more than a few more draws of the Judgment Final Chapter card. Eternal Night actually had another option, which was to first use burning mountains and boiling seas to accumulate damage. Then, he could combine it with the Curtain Call Echo, where the curtain embers danced and the grand show began, unleashing a set of combinations to deal outrageous damage. But doing so would waste too much time. Eternal Night knew that although he had blocked the route for the wild beasts to enter Gold Water Star, his skills had a duration. He could only race against time. Moreover, Eternal Night was not lacking in lifespan points at all. The Judgment Final Chapter card in Eternal Night's hand began to jump wildly. 213343123112223. About right, Eternal Night could only estimate by feeling. After all, this number was a bit too large. Multiplying these points was difficult to calculate without a calculator. Crimson Sun rending the sky, a beam of energy suddenly shot towards the teleportation array. Minus 2,653 trillion. A damage value of over 2,000 trillion overflowed from the teleportation array. The massive teleportation array trembled and began to dissipate little by little, but at that moment, a strange fluctuation crossed the galaxy and vanished in an instant. Then, time seemed to freeze and everything around fell silent. Suddenly, Yang Ye felt an inexplicable sense of crisis. He abruptly looked up. Under the starry sky, it seemed as if countless lights were flickering, and innumerable shining nodes were twinkling. What's happening? Yang Ye's pupils constricted as he gazed at the lights. He instantly recalled the bizarre experience of accidentally entering the myth revival trial last time. The sea of data, with the galaxy as its line and the stars as its nodes, that vast and endless computing power, along with that wisp of gray mist, Yang Ye once again felt the insignificance of personal power. Everything in the world was merely a speck of dust on a star node. At that moment, Yang Ye conceived an absurd thought: perhaps myths, fate, and these ethereal things were just trajectories derived from some higher dimensional algorithm. And at this moment, this precise instrument that had been running for countless billions of years seemed to have data anomalies. However, this feeling lasted only a moment before vanishing without a trace, and the entire starry sky returned to normal. It was as if it had just been an illusion. Yang Ye looked at the now nearly vanished teleportation array. There were no more wild beasts on this meteorite. Oh no, Yang Ye exclaimed, directly using spatial teleportation to appear on the second meteorite. He couldn't afford to waste too much time, otherwise, Jinchue's star would be in trouble. It was also a massive one-way teleportation array. Without any hesitation, Yang Ye launched an attack. Crimson Sun splitting the sky. Minus 2,653 trillion. Similarly, over 2,000 trillion in damage overflowed from this teleportation array. Will it appear again? Yang Ye looked directly into the depths of the starry sky. However, this time, no anomalies occurred. It seemed that after experiencing it once, this bug had either been fixed or classified as normal. No, Yang Ye felt slightly disappointed and directly appeared on the third meteorite. Just as Yang Ye was attacking the starry sky teleportation array, the wild beasts on the other meteorites had already re-entered Jinchue's star. Because the duration of Yang Ye's burning mountains and boiling seas had come to an end, the countless star sparks that had originally sealed the space began to gradually extinguish. On Jinchue's star, Nanshan was at the forefront, continuously releasing skills to annihilate the wild beasts. Other tiered beings were supporting around Nanshan. Just before, when the burning mountains and boiling seas still dissipated, along with it, Yang Ye and the wild beasts in the sky also vanished. The entire Jinchue star trialists were bewildered. They could understand the disappearance of the wild beasts, but where had Yang Ye gone? Among these people, Nanshan reacted the fastest. He was the first to speak, announcing to all trialists that Yang Ye, the Star Master, must be outside the starry sky and had already infiltrated the wild beast's lair. This made countless low-tier trialists cheer with joy. But just as the cheers from the crowd had not yet faded, the wild beasts reappeared in the next moment. What was even more terrifying was that this time only the wild beasts showed up. Yang Ye did not appear. What's going on? Could it be that Yang Ye, the Star Master, encountered an accident? The low-tier trialists of Jinchue Star panicked. Nanshan also wore a serious expression, and the other Star Masters looked towards him. Follow me to kill, Nanshan said in a deep voice. At this moment he had no choice but to tough it out. Fortunately, after recovering these tiered beings last time, Nanshan had gained a significant boost. Now, dealing with these wild beasts was not too difficult for him. Although it wasn't as easy as it was for Yang Ye, holding on for a while was still manageable. Yang Ye, my brother, Nanshan felt bitter in his heart. Come back quickly, even if you go to block the wild beasts' lair, don't let any monsters slip through. Although Nanshan felt distressed, he still maintained a calm demeanor on the surface. After all, with Yang Ye missing, he was the pillar of Jinchue Star. At this moment, even if he had to hold on, he had to persist until Yang Ye returned. Moreover, Nanshan was confident that the eternal night could not be delayed for too long. Light, Nanshan sang loudly, drawing everyone's attention. Purify all the filth in the world. Nanshan's voice was incredibly solemn, and when he finished singing, an immensely holy and sacred radiance emanated from him, illuminating a radius of 100 kilometers. As soon as the wild beasts entered this range, their speed suddenly decreased. At the same time, a massive amount of damage values overflowed from the wild beasts, minus 209.1 billion. Minus 209.1 billion. Minus 209.1 billion. Although it was not as dramatic as the tens of thousands of damage values from the Eternal Night, these wild beasts could only endure for 2 seconds within Nanshan's range. It could basically be considered a one-hit kill. This Several Star Masters around looked at Nanshan dealing over 200 billion damage, feeling quite shocked. Is this a holy mage skill? One Star Master beside him asked, eyes wide in surprise. Although it looked somewhat similar, Nanshan's skill range and damage far exceeded that of an ordinary holy mage. Cool, right? Nanshan looked at him. With a solemn expression, his voice still incredibly dignified. Don't be afraid, there is a god. This statement, enhanced by a special effect, resonated throughout the entire city. Countless low-tier trial takers, watching Nanshan suddenly unleash his power, especially upon hearing these words, felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance. It must be said that at such a moment, whether it was to intimidate or otherwise, Nanshan truly had some impressive skills. Roar, the continuous roars of the wild beasts grew closer, and Nanshan was not like the Eternal Night. He could not release this skill indefinitely. God says, Nanshan suddenly spoke again, you are guilty. As soon as the words fell, a beam of light suddenly erupted. Boom, the beam easily pierced through a group of wild beasts. Minus 2091 billion minus 2091 billion minus 2091 billion. Waves of 20 trillion damage values overflowed from the wild beasts, and a group of them was instantly killed by Nanshan. Boss Nanshan is invincible. The boss is so cool. The boss is amazing. The trial takers from Jinsui Star, watching Nanshan suddenly go on a rampage, couldn't help but get excited. 20 trillion damage, this was on par with the Eternal Night. In fact, at the beginning, these trial takers were somewhat skeptical about whether Nanshan was truly the invincible one under the starry sky. After all, his performance was quite different from that of the Eternal Night. But now, the output spoke for itself. Damage was the best proof of strength. By dealing this damage, Nanshan solidified his identity as the invincible one in the hearts of the Jinsui Star trial takers. The other Star Masters were also somewhat shocked by this damage value, but they had seen much in their time. Nanshan's skill was a single target skill, while the Eternal Knight's was a large area skill, which was still a significant difference. Unless Nanshan's first 100-kilometer range skill could deal tens of trillions of damage, otherwise, in the eyes of these Star Masters, Nanshan was still quite inferior to the Eternal Night. But at that moment, Nanshan suddenly began to chant again, children, accept the blessings of the divine. A surge of holy light emerged, enveloping everyone. And almost simultaneously, a system prompt echoed in the ears of all trial takers. Ding, received holy blessing, temporary health plus 50 billion. Ding, received holy blessing, temporary health plus 50 billion. Ding, received holy blessing, temporary health plus 50 billion. 500 billion health points? So overpowered? The several Star Masters were truly shocked this time. This support skill was indeed a bit excessive. Kill. Nanshan spoke in a deep voice. God loves the world, granting you eternal life. It must be said that Nanshan's aura as a divine charlatan reached its peak after this statement. Kill, kill. All the wandering tiered beings of the universe began recklessly attacking the horde of wild beasts, adding hundreds of billions of health points, allowing them to fight back for a short time. In the city, low-tier trialists also sprang into action, throwing various ranged skills at the wild beast horde as if they were free. But without the barrier of eternal night, the wild beasts' attacks also fell upon the spatial barrier. Minus 80.33 million, minus 80.33 million, minus 80.33 million. Countless damage values nearing 100 million overflowed from the spatial barrier. Although the spatial barrier purchased at a heavy price by Nanshan had 100 trillion health points, it couldn't withstand the sheer number of wild beasts. One wild beast dealt nearly 100 million damage. With 10,000 beasts, that was trillions in output. 100 trillion spatial barrier, without recovery, couldn't hold out for long. Moreover, the area of the spatial barrier was large, and it was subjected to too many simultaneous attacks, leaving no room to evade. Other trialists were filled with fighting spirit, but Nanshan's expression grew increasingly grave. Since the last upgrade, his few skills had indeed become much more powerful, but that was all he had. Nanshan had no other trump cards left. Little brother, if you don't come soon, I'm going to be exposed. At that moment, Nanshan was truly in a difficult position. But just then, Nanshan suddenly noticed that the supply speed of the wild beasts seemed to be slowing down. At first, the number of wild beasts was like the sea covering the sky, but now it was like rivers flowing back, and it was decreasing rapidly. Damn, Nanshan thought excitedly, little brother, you finally realized you were leaking monsters. Hurry and plug it up. God, bless all beings. Light, illuminate all things. Holy radiance, cleanse the sins. Although he didn't release any skills, Nanshan began to chant. After all, at this moment, confidence was crucial. Is Boss Nanshan stacking skills? I don't know, I have no buffs on me. Could it be a targeted increase? What does that mean? It means increasing for specific individuals, not a collective buff. Oh, that could be possible. Fortunately, just as Nanshan was about to crack under pressure, burning mountains and boiling seas, sparks burst forth in the sky. Nanshan saw a familiar black figure, tears almost welling up in his eyes. It had been so hard for him. Eternal night had finally returned. Without further support from the wild beasts, they were quickly exterminated under Eternal Night's monstrous clearing speed. Where are the wild beasts? Not a single one left. A sense of unease spread among the trialists as they worried about the emergence of new exotic beasts. Eternal Night looked down at everyone and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, the spring water lair of the wild beasts has been blown up by me." Nanshan was dumbfounded, although he had guessed what Eternal Night was going to do. He didn't expect Eternal Night to actually accomplish it. Eternal Night walked straight to Nanshan's side. "Not bad, you've held on for so long." Nanshan lowered his voice. "Next time, don't leak small monsters." Eternal Night nodded slowly. "I'll try my best." "Can we take a day off?" Nanshan asked curiously. Since Eternal Night had blown up the lair, today should be over, right? However, as soon as he finished speaking, ding, Golden Water Star Nirvana Tribulation task completion 8%. The completion rate of the Nirvana Tribulation task jumped directly to 8%. As the system announcement echoed, the entire sky darkened. What a jinx, Eternal Night frowned. The Wild Beast King was in existence on par with the human Star Masters. How are we supposed to fight this? Several Star Masters turned pale. With only 8% task progress, the Wild Beast King had already appeared. Last time on the Dead Star, nearly 10,000 Wild Beast Kings, even their hundreds of Star Masters, couldn't withstand. Now the number of Wild Beast Kings had long surpassed that of the Dead Star incident. Several Star Masters looked at Eternal Night in unison. "Wait for me." Eternal Night was just about to move. "Boss, don't let it slip." Several Star Masters spoke in unison. "Nanshan? Did those few just hear our conversation?" The old face of Nanshan, weathered and usually as steady as a rock, unexpectedly flushed with a barely noticeable hue. "Slip, this time it might really slip." Nanshan wailed inwardly, his throat feeling a bit dry. He knew better than anyone that during this Nirvana tribulation, he might expose himself. He had prepared himself mentally, but he never expected this moment of exposure would come so early, so quickly, so fast that he was caught off guard. Boom, rumble, rumble. The sky seemed to be violently torn apart, the space groaning under unbearable strain. Above the heavens, countless massive shadows of various shapes poured down like a flood that had burst its banks. Roar, accompanied by a deafening, terrifying roar, a chilling pressure instantly enveloped the entire trial city. Countless low-tier trial participants were seized by this fear stemming from the instinct of life, many with trembling legs, and some even collapsed to the ground, finding it incredibly difficult to breathe. Even those cosmic drifters among the trial participants turned pale. However, just at that moment of despair, when the world seemed to lose its color, a figure moved. Yongyi soared upward amidst the shocked gazes of everyone, standing alone against the overwhelming tide of beasts, boldly charging forward. Below in the city, countless low-tier trial participants were completely ignited by this soul-stirring scene. Their blood boiled in an instant, fear replaced by an indescribable excitement and fervor. One person faced countless beast kings alone. How domineering was that? He actually charged up alone. Someone trembled, their voice cracking. "Crazy, no. It's dominance. It's unparalleled dominance," someone beside them roared, veins bulging on their neck. "It's the Star Master Yongyi," a trembling voice murmured. "Star Master, suppress the world. Invincible in the starry sky." Someone, not known who, shouted these 8 words with all their might, their throat hoarse. It was like igniting a prairie fire. "Star Master, suppress the world. Invincible in the starry sky." The second person followed with a roar, their voice breaking with determination. "Star Master, suppress the world. Invincible in the starry sky." The third, fourth, 10th, 100,000th. Countless voices converged, from the initial chaos to a rapid unison, from low murmurs to deafening roars. The sound waves surged like a violent hurricane, soaring into the clouds. "Star Master, suppress the world. Invincible in the starry sky." "Star Master, suppress the world. Invincible in the starry sky." "Star Master, suppress the world. Invincible in the starry sky." The sound waves gathered into a river, echoing through the heavens. However, outside the barrier, several Star Masters wore serious expressions, their eyes filled with deeper concern. They were not blindly fervent like those low-tier trial participants. They had witnessed Yongyi's terrifying output of trillions in damage and did not doubt its destructive power. But the current crisis lay in, could Yongyi withstand the attacks of so many Beast Kings? The single target attack power of a Beast King was by no means inferior to any planetary tier participant. Could Yongyi endure the concentrated fire of dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of Beast Kings? "Don't worry," Nanshan spoke at this moment, "my brother's abilities are far beyond what you have seen so far." Before his words fell, Yongyi had already collided with the massive swarm of Beast Kings that blotted out the sky. Improvised comedy. Yongyi did not dare to be careless, first applying a healing buff to himself. Then, the final judgment card in his hand began to pulse. 3, 4, 5, 3, 4, 3, 1, 1, 4, 3 burning mountains and boiling seas, millions of flames erupted into tens of millions of star sparks, the zone of life and death reappearing. Minus 34,655.04 billion, minus 34,655.04 billion, minus 34,655.04 billion. Over 30 trillion in damage values surged from the group of wild beast kings, and the moment this number appeared, the entire bustling city filled with deafening roars and waves of sound seemed to be gripped by an invisible, cold hand that instantly choked its throat. Dead silence. Absolute dead silence. Just a second ago, tens of thousands of low-tier trial takers were fervently shouting, "The Star Master rules the world. The starry sky is invincible." Now, they were as if collectively petrified, all sounds abruptly cut off. Excited faces froze in an instant, mouths still, shaped in shouts but unable to produce any sound. Their eyes bulged wide, nearly popping out of their sockets, staring in disbelief at the scene above in the sky. The originally unfathomable damage value of over 10 trillion now doubled to a terrifying 30 trillion. After a brief moment of silence, the city erupted in cheers like a tidal wave. Damn, that's awesome. Over 30 trillion. Not 1 trillion, but 34,655 billion and 4 million. Someone counted the damage value accurately. The Eternal Night Star Master is too abnormal. This damage is off the charts. Instant kill, all instant kills. Fortunately, this group of people did not witness the damage dealt by Eternal Night on the meteorite. If they had seen that string of numbers, they wouldn't know how shocked they would be. The skill burning mountains and boiling seas covered a 100-kilometer radius, instantly wiping out all the wild beast kings. But the attacks from other wild beast kings also landed on Eternal Night. Minus 23.332 billion, minus 23.332 billion, minus 23.332 billion. Tens of billions in damage overflowed from Eternal Night, yet his health points remained completely unchanged. Several Star Masters were stunned. They hadn't recovered from the shock of Eternal Night's damage when they were again astonished by the scene before them. Eternal Night is invincible? What is going on? Why does he show damage but his health doesn't decrease? Isn't this a bug? Why is the damage from the wild beast kings only in the tens of billions? These Star Masters unconsciously looked towards Nanshan. Humph, Nanshan chuckled. My brother's methods have only just begun. As if to confirm Nanshan's words, Eternal Night's performance was just getting started. Then, Eternal Night began to use spatial teleportation, continuously unleashing burning mountains and boiling seas. Using space as a canvas and the fire of destruction as a brush, he recklessly painted a chapter of death. The entire battlefield, as far as the eye could see, beneath the sky and upon the earth, all visible space was rapidly occupied by a sea of jumping, interconnected, boiling white starfire. As for the wild beast kings, they vanished completely, just like the last time. At that moment, Eternal Night suddenly teleported back to Nanshan's side. Everyone was momentarily stunned. Hey, Eternal Night spoke, seemingly to himself, this is really boring. All the Star Masters. Nanshan was also bewildered. Over 30 trillion in damage? Withstanding the concentrated fire of the wild beast kings. Without losing health? Clearing the beast tide alone? And then you come back just to tell me? Boring? This guy is showing off. This guy is showing off. How natural. How smooth. How damn silky. Eternal Night wasn't bragging, he was genuinely bored. But this feeling was something Nanshan and the others couldn't comprehend. Eternal Night appeared to casually annihilate countless wild beast kings, even once again blocking their attacks. Yet outside, wild beast kings continued to pour into Jingshui Star. But this time, Eternal Night couldn't block the spring water, because Nanshan and the others truly couldn't withstand it. So, Eternal Night could only passively wait for the Beast King to attack. Fortunately, Eternal Night's skills had no consumption and almost no cooldown. What he feared the least was a war of attrition. But a war of attrition was quite boring. Soon, a patch of starlight in the sky extinguished. Eternal Night shook his head helplessly and activated Spatial Leap. This gap needed to be filled. After Eternal Night left, the other Star Lords looked towards South Mountain. South Mountain shrugged. What are you looking at me for? South Mountain Star Lord, didn't you say that you and Eternal Night Star Lord are the only two invincible beings under the starry sky? That's right, South Mountain nodded seriously. Upon hearing this, the other Star Lords couldn't sit still. Then your damage compared to Eternal Night Star Lords is way too different, right? How do you explain that? Explain? South Mountain stood with his hands behind his back, disdainfully saying, I'm just a healer. You want me to compare output and damage with him? A what? Healer? You're a support class? The Star Lords were stunned, but they recalled that South Mountain had indeed cast a group healing skill earlier, granting each trialist a temporary 50 billion health. This was an ultra-large area healing spell. You really are a healer. These Star Lords were still somewhat skeptical. A support class becoming a Star Lord? Of course, South Mountain said proudly. Why can't a support class be a Star Lord? Sigh, South Mountain suddenly sighed at this point. I also want to keep a low profile, but unfortunately, there isn't a single capable person in Golden Water Star. As a healer, I had no choice but to step up. South Mountain looked at these Star Lords. How much damage do you deal? I deal over 200 billion damage with a single strike and over 1 trillion for single target skills. What about you? South Mountain pressed on. The Star Lords were left speechless, their faces turning instantly red. They only dealt a few hundred billion in output, with single skills reaching a few thousand billion. But compared to South Mountain, it was far too little. The most infuriating part was that South Mountain claimed to be a support. Didn't that mean they couldn't even compare to a healer? How embarrassing. The few of them exchanged glances and looked up at the battle in the sky, no longer paying attention to South Mountain. He, South Mountain chuckled inwardly. Thank goodness for my cleverness, otherwise, I would have been looked down upon by you guys. Above the dome, the starlight was abundant, and Eternal Night began to continuously reinforce the defense line. Since he couldn't go out, Eternal Night had no choice but to passively wait for the Beast King to attack. The Beast King couldn't even land within the starlight. Touching it meant death. Minus 34,655.04 billion, minus 34,655.04 billion, minus 34,655.04 billion. Each time a damage value rose, it meant a Beast King was instantly killed. And these damage numbers had already filled the sky. If only I had a ranged skill, Eternal Night thought, staring at the endless stream of beasts falling from the sky outside Golden Water Star, suddenly feeling a sense of longing. If he could directly hit the meteors from the sky, these Beast Kings would be no threat. Unfortunately, Eternal Night could only think about it now. Unbeknownst to him, the Nirvana tribulation of Golden Water Star seemed to be endured solely by Eternal Night. Besides the normal tenfold reward, the third world would also provide additional rewards based on trial contribution. No one realized that if this continued, the extra rewards would almost all go to Eternal Night alone. As long as the Beast Kings continued, Eternal Night would have to keep enduring. This long tug-of-war soon reached deep into the night. At this time, the starlight was incredibly brilliant. In the city, countless low-level trialists had nothing to do and were forced to sit on the ground, admiring the scenery. Under the night sky, the starlight was even more spectacular. Now it's settled, a low-tier trialist said emotionally. With the Eternal Night Star Master here, we don't have to stay on the Dead Star anymore. Oh? A local trialist from Gold Water Star asked curiously, what's the Dead Star like? Anyway, it's not a place for humans, the trialist replied. Bro, what's your name? The Gold Water Star trialist asked with curiosity. The trialist looked a bit awkward and said, my nickname was taken. What? The Gold Water Star trialist was taken aback. That's right, the trialist explained. My nickname was taken. How creative. The Gold Water Star trialist said with a sigh. What about you? No coins to recharge. You two clowns, is naming yourself this funny in the third world? Bro, what's your name? Me? I'm called. First kill my teammate. As soon as this was said, many people around immediately shifted away. Hey, are you joking? What's your name? We've been fighting side by side for days, and I still don't know your name. My wife told me to go downstairs and take out the trash. Good name. Bro, you might be in trouble. I know. And you? They all died long ago. 3 seconds. True man, stop cursing. I really have bad hands. I'm super brave. My mom is calling me home for dinner. Teammate sacrifices are boundless. Living is winning. Protect our silly teammate. Seeing someone start, a group of people around also began to introduce themselves. However, most of the nicknames were quite bizarre, and those with normal nicknames felt embarrassed to speak up. As everyone chatted, the eastern sky gradually lightened. The starry flames that had burned all night began to slowly extinguish. At this moment, the Eternal Night also retreated, feeling quite exhausted from the night. Nan Shan and the others immediately surrounded him. Eternal Night Star Master, how are you? Do you need to replenish? The Star Masters spoke up one after another with concern. No need, Eternal Night shook his head. Be careful, we don't know what might come next. As soon as Eternal Night finished speaking, beep. Gold Water Star Nirvana Tribulation, task completion 15%. 15% already. Nan Shan's expression brightened. But the next moment he couldn't smile anymore. In the distance, a humanoid being appeared out of thin air, stepping through the void, slowly walking over. Beep. High-level lifeform detected, life level suppression. All trialists from Gold Water Star have their output reduced by 99%.